Yi Tian, although Ruo Xian is not related to you by blood, she is still your sister. How could you stoop so low as to spy on her while she bathes? Do you even possess a sense of shame? In the Yi family villa, the eldest sister, Yi Qingsheng, pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Tian, her face a portrait of rage and disdain. Beside her, wrapped in a bathrobe, Yi Ruoxian's eyes were red and swollen from tears, her delicate features resembling a weeping willow, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. She turned to Yi Tian, seemingly frightened, and softly stammered, "Sister, please do not be angry. Brother is not that kind of person. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding." Before she could finish, the second sister, Yi Lu Ming, could no longer contain herself and interjected, "What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Ruo Xian, are you still defending this beast? We caught him red-handed while he was spying on you." As she spoke, Yi Lu Ming glanced toward Yi Tian's room, her voice instinctively lowering. "Ruo Tian, why hasn't he emerged yet?" There were some sounds from within, and soon, her younger brother Yi Ruo Tian appeared, clutching a black bag. However, he halted at the doorway, hesitating to step out, deliberately concealing the bag behind him. Yi Lu Ming seemed to have an inkling of what was contained within and reached out to take it, but Yi Ruo Tian evaded her grasp. "Second sister, it's nothing but some trash. I'm just going to throw it away," he insisted. Yet, Yi Lu Ming was quick-witted and snatched the bag from him. Upon opening it, she was taken aback to find it filled with intimate garments, many of which were familiar to her. Some belonged to her, others to eldest sister Qingsheng, and even their mothers were there. Yi Qingsheng approached as well, and upon seeing the contents of the bag, her expression darkened, her beautiful face clouded with fury. "Ruo Tian, where did you find this?" Yi Ruo Tian lowered his head and muttered, "I found it under brother's bed." "But eldest sister, second sister, there must be some misunderstanding. Brother is not that kind of person." Yi Lu Ming retorted furiously. "Not that kind of person? Does he even qualify as a person? He is nothing but a beast." With that, she turned on her heel and slapped Yi Tian across the face. Smack! "Yi Tian, your sisters and I share blood ties. Look at what you have done. Is this the behavior of a human being? If I had known you were such a beast, our parents should never have brought you back from the Jiang family. Speak up, don't play dumb." Yi Lu Ming's voice was shrill as she questioned him, her chest heaving with rage, visibly agitated and furious. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, the subject of their ire, instinctively touched his stinging face, bewildered by the unfolding events. "I have been reborn." In his previous life, Yi Tian and his sister Yi Xian were abducted at a young age and only reunited with the Yi family when he was 17. Upon his return, he discovered that in their parents' grief, they had adopted a pair of children, naming them Yi Ruo Tian and Yi Ruo Xian, evidently chosen to evoke memories of Yi Tian and Yi Xian. In a previous life, Yi Tian, having returned to the Yi family, cherished this hard-won familial bond to the extent that, even when his parents refrained from publicly acknowledging his true identity as the legitimate heir of the Yi family, he felt no sense of grievance. However, in light of subsequent events, Yi Tian came to realize the extent of his naivety in his past existence. His parents were evidently hypocritical. They despised him as a wild child raised outside, believing he tarnished the illustrious reputation of the Yi family in Jinling, which is why they hesitated to reveal his true status as the legitimate heir. Upon returning home, Yi Tian endured unfair treatment, and out of a sense of familial loyalty, he relentlessly sought their approval in a subservient manner. Consequently, this emboldened Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan to increasingly conspire against him, attempting to expel him from the Yi family. His parents and 3 sisters harbored complete distrust towards him. Yet, the prejudice they held against Yi Tian was matched only by the affection they lavished upon Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. When Yi Tian suffered from a high fever, no one paid him any mind. He had to endure the discomfort alone and make his way to the hospital for medication and intravenous treatment, with the funds for his care being obtained only through his desperate pleas, stripping him of his dignity. Yet, the family believed he was merely feigning illness, swayed by Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan's relentless claims that he was fabricating his condition to elicit sympathy. Simultaneously, his parents busied themselves with the injured pet dog that Yi Ruoxuan had fortuitously rescued, fretting and flustering over it. The attention he received as their biological son paled in comparison to that given to the dog that Yi Ruoxuan had casually brought home. The false heir and false daughter enjoyed a life of luxury, receiving extravagant gifts on their birthdays, while their parents worried about whether they had given enough. In stark contrast, the true heir faced a life of hunger and inadequate clothing, residing in a neglected attic filled with odds and ends, living each day like a rat scurrying for survival. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered in Yi Tian's heart, preventing him from leaving. Until that fateful fire, he vividly remembered that, before the flames fully engulfed the space, he had a chance to escape, but the attic door was securely locked. He could even hear his parents' heart-wrenching cries from the other side of the door. Ruotian, Ruoxuan, where are you? In the face of disaster, his parents' first thoughts were their adopted son and daughter, never once mentioning their biological son throughout the ordeal. Yi Tian could only watch as the flames crept in through the door, growing larger and more ferocious. The searing heat of the flames upon his skin remains etched in Yi Tian's soul. That inferno consumed not only Yi Tian's body, but also his heart. Yi Tian perished, yet his spirit did not dissipate. He witnessed Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan celebrating their triumph, reveling in their joy. It dawned on him that this calamity had been orchestrated by those two. They feigned unconsciousness as the fire blazed to divert their parents' attention, and it was Yi Ruotian who had personally locked the attic door with a chain. He saw how hastily his parents buried him, without even a gravestone, and how they never returned to visit in the 20-plus years that followed. He witnessed the scandalous, illicit affair between Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, hidden in the shadows. He witnessed Yi Ruotian, with the assistance of Yi Ruoxuan, incapacitating 3 sisters, extending his filthy hands. Ultimately, this pair of scoundrels betrayed their father, mother, and elder sister, seizing all the assets of the Yi family. The most ludicrous aspect is that until their demise, the parents and sisters remained blissfully unaware, believing that raising a younger brother and sister was the hallmark of a good son and daughter. How absurd! It is utterly preposterous. Ha ha ha! Ridiculous! Ridiculous! Memories from a past life surged through Yi Tian's mind, compelling him to throw back his head and laugh maniacally. This transformation left the 4 others present in a state of shock, their expressions fluctuating between confusion and disbelief. Has he lost his mind? Oomph. Don't think that by feigning madness you can escape after your vile actions. I shall certainly expel you from this home. The eldest and second sisters did not conceal their disdain. Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian exchanged furtive glances. Brother, are you all right? Feigning concern, they drew closer, only for Yi Tian to suddenly sneer and raise his hand, delivering 2 resounding slaps to their faces. Xiao Tian, Xiao Xian. Yi Qingsheng and Yi Luming gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Yi Tian's despicable actions, let alone his audacity to strike. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan were equally taken aback, momentarily disregarding the sting of their cheeks. Is this truly the same Yi Tian who was once meek and solely eager to please? How dare he resort to violence? As they contemplated their fury, they saw Yi Tian's cold smile return. You 2 wretches, do you genuinely believe your actions are flawless? Their expressions shifted subtly at his words, yet they masked their reaction well. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? We do not comprehend. Yi Tian scoffed. Do not comprehend? Very well, allow me to elucidate. The reason I entered the bathroom was that Yi Ruoxuan herself claimed she slipped and broke her arm. I went in out of goodwill to assist her. As for these undergarments, you may examine the fingerprints upon them to ascertain whether they were indeed taken by me. Yi Tian. Chapter 2. No Indulgence. Yi Tian's voice resonated powerfully, leaving both Yi Qingsheng and Yi Luming momentarily stunned, while Yi Ruotian's expression shifted, revealing a hint of panic. In the midst of this, Yi Ruoxuan suddenly burst into tears, her sorrow akin to rain-soaked pear blossoms. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? I was just defending you. And now you turn around and accuse me? If I truly broke my arm, I would never call you into the bathroom. My elder and second sister are at home. I could easily summon them. Observing the scene, Yi Qingsheng and Yi Luming felt a profound sense of sympathy, swiftly dismissing Yi Tian's words from their minds. Yi Qingsheng, the eldest sister, hurriedly embraced Yi Ruoxuan, wiping her tears while soothing her. Ruoxuan, do not cry. Your sister believes you. Yi Luming nodded in agreement. Exactly. Ruoxuan, we do not trust such trash. Peeping at you while bathing and hiding our undergarments. Only a despicable family like the Zhongs could raise such a disgrace. Upon hearing her sister denounce their adoptive parents, Yi Tian felt a surge of anger rise within him. Sister, mind your words. The Zhang family is not a despicable household. They possess more familial warmth than the Yi family. Yi Tian could no longer contain his fury. In his past life, after his demise, his adoptive parents mourned for him deeply. His mother turned gray overnight, and his younger sister Jiang Yin never smiled again. There is a saying, to be born but not raised, a severed finger can repay. To be raised but not born, a severed head cannot be returned. In Yi Tian's heart, he could never repay the kindness of his adoptive parents and would not allow anyone to slander the Qin family in such a manner. You wretched creature, unrepentant and audacious enough to retort. You are nothing but a lowly being. Yi Luming's eyes blazed with fury as she raised her hand to strike Yi Tian. However, just as her palm was poised to land, Yi Tian seized her wrist. Sister, you label me a disgrace and call me a beast. You must clarify. I am your blood-related brother. If I am a beast, then what are you? Are you truly willing to slander me for the sake of two strangers with no blood ties? Yi Tian's voice thundered with righteous indignation. Taken aback by his outburst, Yi Luming hesitated, realizing that Yi Tian indeed was her blood-related brother. At that moment, Yi Ruotian, with a heartbroken expression, spoke in a tone filled with grievance. Brother, I know you have never liked me and Ruoxuan. You are right. We are merely adopted children, while you are the true heir of the Yi family. If we are such an eyesore to you, we can leave. Just please, do not let it upset our sister. The home should be harmonious, not filled with quarrels. As Yi Rutian spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, presenting a picture of hurt and understanding that tugged at the heartstrings. Yi Luming, utterly heartbroken, rushed to embrace Yi Ruotian. Ruotian, what are you saying? In my heart, you have always been the best brother, the only brother. Even if someone must leave, it should be that wretch. Bang! Yi Luming's comforting words had yet to be uttered in full when Yi Tian suddenly surged forward, delivering a brutal kick that struck Yi Ruotian squarely in the heart, sending him crashing to the ground. Wretched fool! Refrain from uttering such insipid words in my presence from now on. Is it merely to elicit sympathy from my elder sister and second sister that you resort to this charade? If you truly wish to leave, then depart at once. What are you waiting for? Yi Tian shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Ruotian. In this new life, he would no longer indulge these two duplicitous vixens, pretending to be pitiful before him. Apologies, but that tactic is futile. With a decisive kick to the heart, he would ensure you wouldn't rise again. You wretched spawn. Cease this at once. At that moment, a resounding bellow echoed from downstairs. A distinguished middle-aged man, adorned with gold-framed spectacles, accompanied by an elegant woman in a black gown, strode through the villa's entrance. It was none other than Yi Tian's biological parents, Yi Yunhua and Qin Wanrou. The pair hastily ascended to the second floor, and upon witnessing Yi Ruotian sprawled on the ground, Yi Yunhua's expression darkened considerably. Meanwhile, Qin Wanrou, with her graceful and poised demeanor, displayed a fleeting look of concern as she rushed forward to assist Yi Ruotian, her face etched with worry. Ruotian, are you all right? Does it hurt? Yi Yunhua, however, approached Yi Tian with a stormy visage, towering over him. In the past, Yi Tian would have hung his head in submission, regardless of his innocence. Yet this time, he stood resolute, locking eyes with Yi Yunhua without a hint of retreat. Surprise flickered briefly in Yi Yunhua's gaze, quickly giving way to indignation. Rebellious son, are you challenging your father's authority? He demanded. Speak. What is the meaning of this? Why have you struck and scolded your brother? His expression was grave, his eyes fierce, emanating an aura of authority that rendered the moment more akin to an interrogation than an inquiry. Despite Yi Yunhua's stern questioning, even Yi Qingqing and Yi Luming felt a shiver of dread. The father's wrath was not to be trifled with. In their household, whenever Yi Yunhua erupted with anger, they dared not provoke him. Yet, Yi Tian met his father's gaze with icy defiance, pointing at Yi Ruotian and declaring with unyielding conviction, he and Yi Ruoxuan conspired to slander me, feigning innocence to garner sympathy. As his elder brother, it is my duty to discipline him. Yi Tian's voice rang out clear and authoritative, embodying a sense of rightful indignation. In this life, He would not indulge Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, nor would he coddle any member of his family. In his previous life, while his parents and sister appeared to be victims in the end, Yi Tian felt no sympathy for them. To put it bluntly, they deserved their fate, complicit in the wrongdoing. The reason Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan ultimately betrayed their father, mother, and sister was that they had been accomplices all along. They were the architects of their own misfortune. Certainly, considering they are his biological parents and sister, Yi Tian believes that in this lifetime, his greatest contribution would be to help them see the true nature of Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. However, Yi Tian is no saint. The torment of being consumed by flames in his past life lingers vividly in his memory, deeply rooted within him. He cannot endure the humiliation of remaining in the Yi family to assist them. In this life, he lives for himself and to repay the kindness of his adoptive parents. To the Yi family, he can only offer admonitions, and whether they heed them is their own affair. If they continue to slander and berate him, he will not tolerate it. Yi Tian will turn his back on the Yi family, and he will no longer indulge them. It is said that fallen leaves return to their roots, but the Yi family is certainly not the root of Yi Tian. His heart has long since perished in his previous existence. As Yi Tian faced Yi Yunbua's unwavering and rightful gaze, the latter's brow furrowed, suppressing his inner fury. Eventually, he diverted his gaze from Yi Tian to Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. Ruotian, you explain what has transpired. Have you accused your brother unjustly? Chapter 3. A Mother's Trust? Yi Yunbua's tone was severe, laced with a hint of anger. Yet, Yi Tian was aware that Yi Yunbua would not dare to direct his ire at Yi Ruotian, as their exchange had challenged his authority, leaving him quite displeased. Father, it is my fault. I should not have mentioned running away from home and angered my brother. It is all my mistake. Please punish me. Yi Ruotian lowered his head, an expression of guilt and self-reproach on his face. Yi Yunbua furrowed his brow, perplexed, and inquired, why would you speak of running away from home when everything was fine? Yi Ruotian shook his head in panic. No, it's nothing. Mom and Dad, you've been busy all day. You must be tired. Please rest. He feigned ignorance, appearing obedient and sincere, not wanting to trouble his parents. Yet, the more he attempted to conceal the truth, the greater the confusion for Yi Yunbua and Qin Wanrou. Yi Ruoxuan quickly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Yi Yunbua's, and sweetly said, Yes, Dad, you and Mom should rest. It's all just trivial matters. There's no need for you to worry. You've worked hard enough today. Come, let me give you a shoulder massage. With Yi Ruoxuan affectionately clinging to his arm, Yi Yunbua's originally stern and icy demeanor melted away in an instant. Shinner, please tell me what exactly happened just now, he gently inquired, his tone adopting the warmth of a truly benevolent father. Huh. Yi Tian could not suppress a cold laugh, his expression rife with scorn. This was Yi Yunbua, stern with Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian for no more than half a minute, only to transform into a loving father the moment they displayed any semblance of affection. Such a scene was utterly impossible in front of Yi Tian. Wretch, what are you laughing at? Yi Yunbua turned his gaze back to Yi Tian, his eyes ablaze with fury, his tone once again turning severe. How many times must I tell you? Do not bring the habits of those lowly families into our home. Do you not understand? When the elder speaks, why do you foolishly interject? Your younger siblings defend you, yet you remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Speak for yourself. Why did you resort to violence just now? Upon hearing these words, Yi Tian's anger erupted into a sardonic smile, and he could hardly contain his applause. Ah, how splendid! What a fine father you are! Without inquiring into the matter, you first concern yourself with the impostor, only to unleash unfounded accusations upon your own flesh and blood. If that is the case, why did you even summon me back? In your eyes, I, your so-called biological son, am utterly worthless. Yi Yunbua was left astounded, unable to fathom that Yi Tian would dare to speak to him in such a manner. He felt as though a mushroom cloud had exploded within his chest. Yi Tian, you ungrateful wretch, are you rebelling against me? I am your father. How dare you address me so insolently? Do you not recognize the hierarchy of respect? Yi Yunbua, consumed by fury, bellowed, everything you have, your food, your shelter, has been provided by me. If not for the fact that you are my biological son, do you think you could stand here today? I tell you, regardless of what transpires, your act of violence is unjustifiable. Apologize to your younger siblings immediately. Yi Tian scoffed. Apologize? On what grounds should I bow to them? You have no authority to command me. How dare you speak such nonsense? Yi Yunhua glared, his breath coming in heavy gasps. He had never anticipated that Yi Tian would dare to defy him so brazenly. Is this still his son? How could he, from the esteemed Yi family, produce such a rebellious offspring? Yi Yunhua trembled with rage. Qin Wanrong, witnessing the scene, became frantic and quickly supported Yi Yunhua, urging Yi Tian, Tianer, please say no more. What on earth is happening today? Is there truly some misunderstanding? We are all family. Let us resolve this peacefully. Yi Tian's gaze, filled with complexity, turned towards his mother, Qin Wanrong. Compared to Yi Yunhua's severity, she was less harsh. Yet she did not shower him with affection as a long-lost son. When he was first brought back to the Yi family, Qin Wanrong did experience a fleeting joy and tenderness. However, her affection swiftly returned to the impostors, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. During those months, the two impostors frequently feigned illness and misfortune, coughing one day, dizzy the next, and feverish thereafter. Qin Wanrong, lacking conviction, found herself ensnared by their antics. The family's private physician had mentioned that after the loss of Yi Tian and Yi Xian, it was fortunate that Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan came along, sparing her from a descent into madness. These impostors served as her psychological solace for over a decade, resulting in her diminished affection for her biological son. Truly, it is laughable. Yi Tian spoke in a calm tone. Mother, I can recount the events of today in their entirety, but I hope that once I finish, you will trust me. Qin Wanrong nodded hurriedly. Of course, you are my son. Naturally, I trust you. Yi Tian was about to speak when Yi Luming stepped forward, holding a black bag. Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. The situation today is quite simple. This scoundrel was caught peeping at Ruoxuan while she bathed. We even found this bag in his room. Take a look, it's filled with our intimate garments. Ruotian and Ruoxuan, wanting to protect his dignity, not only refrained from blaming him, but also tried to defend him. Yet, he refused to admit it, and even assaulted Ruoxuan and Ruotian. Now he attempts to turn the truth upside down. Boom. Yi Luming's words hit like a bombshell. Qin Wanrong could hardly believe her ears. Instinctively, she took the black bag, glancing inside to find not only her daughter's belongings, but also her own. Qin Wanrong felt darkness envelop her, nearly fainting. Her face a mixture of shame, anger, and disappointment. Tianer, you. Qin Wanrong pointed at Yi Tian, her legs trembling beneath her. Mom, don't be upset. There must be a misunderstanding. Brother can't be that kind of person. Yi Ruotian quickly supported Qin Wanrong. At that moment, Yi Yunhua snatched the black bag, and upon seeing its contents, he trembled with rage. His face darkened, fury surging within him. Yi Ruoxuan, still clinging to Yi Yunhua's arm, gently advised, Dad, please don't be angry. Ruotian is right. Brother can't be that kind of person. Perhaps in the Jiang family, such things are commonplace. Yi Ruoxuan appeared to be genuinely concerned for Yi Tian, desperately seeking an excuse for him. Yi Tian remained expressionless, calm. He looked at Qin Wanrong. Mom, you just said you would trust me. Let me explain. These two are framing me. I have done nothing. However, before Yi Tian could finish his explanation, Qin Wanrong suddenly let out a piercing scream. Her beautiful eyes reddened, one hand clutching her heart, her face etched with pain, shame, disappointment, and heartbreak. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned, but soon a self-deprecating smile crossed his face as he shook his head. Chapter 4. Return or Depart. This is what my mother calls trust. She cannot even bear to listen to a single word of my explanation. How tragic. How laughable. My mother does not believe in me at all. Scoundrel. You still dare to smile. Do you have any sense of morality or shame left? Yi Yunhua roared in anger. Yi Tian's expression remained cold. I want to explain. Are you listening? I give you one last chance. If you want to listen, I will continue to explain. If not, Yi Yunhua, listen carefully. Yi Tian suddenly stepped forward. Standing face to face with his father, Yi Yunhua, his posture tall and proud. Do not move. I am dishonored. Do you think you are all right? Ask yourselves. Have you ever truly trusted me? If it is too much for you, just say so. I will leave on my own. Yi Tian's voice thundered, erupting with all the injustices, hatred, and grievances of his past life. Yi Yunhua instinctively took a step back, his heart trembling at Yi Tian's roar. Qin Wanrong, Yi Qingqing, and Yi Luming were also momentarily stunned. Suddenly, with a thud, Yi Ruotian knelt before Yi Tian, his voice filled with anguish as he pleaded, Brother, how could you speak to Dad like that? Don't you just want me to leave the Yi family? If you can behave and not anger Mom and Dad, I will leave. With that, he sprang up and dashed towards the exit. This unexpected scene took everyone by surprise. Yi Qingqing and Yi Luming quickly restrained him, while Qin Wanrong rushed forward, crying and gripping Yi Ruotian's arm tightly. Ruotian, calm down. How will Mom survive if you leave? Wu. Ruotian, don't worry. Your sister is here today. I won't let him falsely accuse and bully you. Yes, if anyone should leave, it should be that despicable scoundrel. Only Yi Tian observed the farce before him with a cold smirk. What is this? Planning to leave alone? Not taking Yi Ruoxuan with you? Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Yi Tian in utter shock. How could he remain unrepentant, showing no remorse, and yet utter such hurtful words with a mocking smile? They felt that Yi Tian had truly lost his mind. Yi Yunbua, already seething with rage, exploded further upon hearing those words. Yi Tian, this is the Yi family, and I am in charge here. Look at what you've done to Ruotian. Do you even see me as your father? As he spoke, Yi Yunbua raised his hand high and struck Yi Tian across the face. Yi Tian could have dodged but hesitated and did not evade. The slap landed mercilessly, leaving a vivid, bruised handprint on Yi Tian's face. His tall figure swayed slightly. His health was poor, and this blow made him feel slightly dizzy. Yet, he did not utter a sound. After a few seconds, he suppressed the dizziness swirling in his mind, endured the pain on his face, and fixed his piercing gaze on Yi Yunbua, coldly stating, Yi Yunbua, with this slap, I consider my debts to the Yi family settled. As for what the Yi family owes me, I shall reclaim it all in due time. With that, Yi Tian walked directly towards the villa's entrance. He had nothing to pack. He had come empty-handed and would leave the same way. As Yi Tian truly prepared to depart, his elder sisters frowned deeply, watching with cold indifference. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan stood together, seemingly frightened, but no one noticed the smirk lurking in their eyes. Qin Wanrong, in her anxiety, shed tears and instinctively wanted to stop Yi Tian, yet ultimately, she did not take a step forward. Yi Yunbua's forehead bulged with veins. He was convinced that Yi Tian was deliberately trying to provoke him. With the vast resources of the Yi family, he could not believe that this boy truly wished to leave. Until Yi Tian stepped out of the door, Yi Yunbua's heart skipped a beat. He bellowed, "You fool! Stop right there." However, his concern was not for Yi Tian. Rather, it stemmed from an unbearable realization that Yi Tian, his own son, had slipped from his grasp. This infuriated Yi Yunbua to no end. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears, as Yi Tian showed no hesitation, on the verge of exiting the premises. Seeing this, Yi Yunbua's fury intensified, and he roared, "Go on. Leave. I tell you, if you dare step out today, you will no longer be my son, nor a member of the Yi family. If you have the guts to leave, do so. Whether you live or die henceforth, do not come seeking my help. I will not intervene." Suddenly, Yi Tian's footsteps halted. Observing this, Yi Yunbua let out a heavy snort, convinced that Yi Tian lacked the courage to leave. Yi Qingqing and Yi Luming exchanged glances, their faces adorned with disdain. Yi Tian was merely putting on a show, attempting to elicit sympathy from his parents. Did he truly have the heart to abandon the Yi family? Noticing Yi Tian's moment of hesitation, Qin Wanrong approached him, her expression filled with sorrow. "Enough. My dear Tianer, we are all family. There is nothing that cannot be overcome. I understand that you have developed some bad habits while with the Jiang family, and I am willing to give you time to amend your ways. How about this? Bow your head, apologize to your father, and express remorse to Ruoxuan and Ruotian, promising not to repeat such behavior. We shall treat today's events as if they never occurred." Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian could hardly contain their anxiety at this moment. Yi Yunbua, with his hands clasped behind his back, let out a cold snort. "What? Realizing your mistake? Yet still attempting to leave? Who are you trying to impress? You need not worry about food or clothing in the Yi family. Do you truly wish to return to that lowly Jiang household? I assure you, that is out of the question. You are a son of the Yi family, and you are absolutely forbidden from associating with such a despicable family ever again. They have led you astray. That girl from the Jiang family, when you left, clung to you, weeping. What a disgrace. Does she not understand the distinction between genders? It is evident that she is the shameless one, leading you to adopt these bad habits. Now that you realize your error, it is only proper to offer an apology to everyone, and I will." Yi Yunbua's words were abruptly interrupted as Yi Tian let out a derisive laugh, bypassing him and retreating to his room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. This display of disdain, an unwillingness to engage in conversation, reignited the simmering anger within Yi Yunhua. You insolent wretch! What do you mean by this? How dare you slam the door? Who are you trying to impress? Yi Yunhua was seething with rage. Yi Ruoxuan hurriedly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Yi Yunhua in an attempt to soothe him. Father, do not be angry. Brother has some bad habits, but it will take time to rectify them. Yi Ruotian, clinging to Qin Wanrong's arm, assured her, Mother, rest assured. I will keep a close watch on brother, ensuring he does not engage in any further misdeeds. Their words flowed in a comforting rhythm, presenting an image of concern and care. Yi Ruotian's thoughts were quite straightforward. It mattered little if Yi Tian did not leave today, for in the eyes of their parents, Yi Tian had already been firmly established as a wayward child. In the future, he could scrutinize Yi Tian with justification, and any attempts to malign or frame him would be far simpler. However, suddenly, Yi Tian's door swung open. He stepped out, holding a piece of paper, and with a swift motion, he slapped it down in front of Yi Yunhua. Chapter 5. The Agreement. Severing Ties. Yi Tian spoke indifferently. Sign it. From now on, I sever all ties with the Yi family. Furthermore, the nature of my relationship with my younger sister is none of your business. The Jiang family is also beyond your purview. He continued, As for you, how old are you too? Clinging to your parents like this, almost glued together, and yet you feel no shame? The Yi family truly understands the concepts of propriety and integrity. Yi Tian's cold sarcasm was merciless. Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian's expressions changed slightly, as if their tactics had been exposed, striking a nerve. They instinctively loosened their grip on their parents' hands. At that moment, the eldest sister, Yi Qingcheng, angrily reprimanded, Yi Tian, enough is enough. You have shown no remorse and now seek to sow discord between Ruotian, Ruoxuan, and our parents. Do you think everyone is as deranged as you? At the same time, Yi Yunhua picked up the white paper that Yi Tian had laid before him. The bold letters at the top read Agreement, Severing Ties. Below were Yi Tian's own signature and fingerprint. Yi Yunhua felt a surge of heat rush to his head. His vision darkened momentarily, and he gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Yi Tian. You wretched child, you wish to sever ties with us? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Yi Tian remained surprisingly calm and replied coolly, I am fully aware of my actions. Yi Yunhua, I respect you as an elder, and from now on, I shall address you as uncle. But please refrain from disturbing my life for any reason. Have some dignity. Furthermore, let me offer you a final piece of advice. This pair of despicable individuals will eventually bring ruin upon the Yi family. We shall see. Pointing at Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, Yi Tian delivered his last words before striding past Yi Yunhua and walking resolutely towards the exit. Qin Wanrong, with tearful eyes, called out sorrowfully, Shao Tian, we are family. You are my flesh and blood. How can you be so heartless? Yi Tian turned to her. It is not my heartlessness. It is your refusal to heed my explanations. Mother, I will call you Mother one last time. If you ever come to your senses and wish to hear me out, you may find me. If you continue to distrust me, then let us never meet again. With that, Yi Tian departed without looking back. Everyone watched as he exited the door, vanishing from sight. Qin Wanrong covered her face in tears, while Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian stood by her side, equally weeping. Mother, it is all our fault for angering him. Do not be saddened. We will plead with him to return. We will kneel and prostrate ourselves before him, and we will surely bring him back. Yi Ruotian wept, making a move as if to pursue. Yi Yunhua staggered back a couple of steps, leaning against the wall, gasping heavily. Upon hearing this, he could not help but roar in anger. Do not go begging him. I do not acknowledge him as my son. From now on, you shall be my true sons and daughters, while he is nothing but a wretched spawn. No one is allowed to see him again. This abominable creature has gone against everything. Against everything. Against everything. Yi Qingcheng hurried forward to support him. Father, please do not be angry. It is for the best that such a calamity leaves our family. Otherwise, who knows what misdeeds he might commit in the future. You must take care not to let him ruin your health. Yi Luming added with a sarcastic tone, Mom and Dad, do not worry about him. Where can he go? All alone. Back to the Jiang family to continue living in misery? Huh. After a few days of hardship, I bet he will come crawling back, begging us to let him return to the Yi family. Hearing her words, Yi Yunhua nodded vigorously. Yes, let him go. After enjoying a year of good fortune in our household, how could he endure returning to a life of suffering? I wonder how strong his bones truly are. Yi Ruoxuan sobbed. But what if, upon leaving, he learns to be worse? Yi Ruotian choked back tears. It is all my fault. I should not have argued with my brother. He has grown up outside, and it is normal for him to have some bad habits. I should have understood him. Qin Wanrong quickly comforted them with concern. Ruotian, Ruoxuan, my dear son and daughter, do not cry. Rest assured, your brother will definitely return. Once he experiences the hardships of the Jiang family, he will appreciate our kindness. Soon after, under the care of the servants, the family gathered around the dining table. With seafood, fine wine, and a splendid candlelit dinner, the atmosphere in the Yi household quickly transformed into one of joy, just as it usually was. In fact, with the absence of one inconsequential individual, the ambience seemed even more warm and harmonious. Stepping out of the Yi family villa, Yi Tian spread his arms wide. Basking in the warm glow of the setting sun, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. Leaving his biological parents may not seem ideal, but the thought of returning to the loving embrace of his adoptive parents and seeing his adorable little sister filled him with boundless excitement. This was the very thing he had yearned for during his 20 years of wandering soul in his past life. Father, mother, Xiaoyan, I have returned. Yi Tian's face radiated with happiness and excitement. He hailed a taxi, which took him through the bustling, vibrant city center, eventually stopping at the entrance of an old neighborhood. After paying the fare and getting out, the closer he got to that familiar place, the lighter his steps became. He ascended the stairs and arrived at door 62. The worn concrete staircase, the peeling walls, and the small advertisements plastered on the doors, all the familiar places from his memories spoke of the relentless passage of time. Compared to the brand new, spacious, and opulent villa of the Yi family, this place was incomparable, yet it was indeed his true home. Yi Tian took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Within the room, a voice as melodious as a songbird echoed, and soon, with a soft creak, the door swung open. Brother. A shrill exclamation rang out as a charming girl clad in a blue school uniform, her hair styled in twin ponytails and her delicate feet bare, leapt into Yi Tian's embrace like a fledgling seeking warmth. Brother, how did you come back? Do you know that I think of you every single day? The girl buried her head deeply into Yi Tian's chest, nuzzling against him, fearful that the figure she had not seen for so long might vanish once more. Xiaoyan, I know. I think of you and our parents every day too. Yi Tian gently ruffled Jiang Yan's hair, a tender smile gracing his lips. Jiang Yan was the biological daughter of his adoptive parents, Jiang Nan and Dong Fenghui. After years of marriage without children and countless medical examinations yielding no answers, they longed for a child and decided to adopt Yi Tian. Perhaps by divine grace, the year following Yi Tian's adoption, Dong Fenghui became pregnant with Jiang Yan. Yet, the arrival of Jiang Yan in no way diminished the affection showered upon Yi Tian by his adoptive parents. Has it really been a year? You've grown so much taller. After a brief embrace, Yi Tian gently pushed Jiang Yan back, surveying her with a mix of joy and surprise. A year prior, when he was brought back to the Yi family, Jiang Yan had barely reached 1.60 meters in height. Now, not only had she grown taller, but she had also blossomed beautifully. Brother, you've grown taller too. I'm still at the perfect height for you, Jiang Yan exclaimed, tilting her head to gaze up at Yi Tian's face, her eyes sparkling with delight. Come on, let's show Mom and Dad. With that, she tugged Yi Tian into the house. Dad, Mom, come see who's back, Jiang Yan shouted excitedly, her voice ringing clear. Instantly, a figure emerged from a small study, a middle-aged man, his hair streaked with gray yet still abundant. His sharply defined features bore the marks of time. This was Jiang Nan, Yi Tian's adoptive father. Is it Xiao Tian? Jiang Nan's pupils dilated, and he instantly appeared invigorated. A smile crept onto his face as he excitedly looked Yi Tian up and down, as though in a dream, overwhelmed with joy. It's me, Yi Tian replied with a gentle smile, his eyes glistening with tears. It's been so long. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Jiang Nan nodded repeatedly, his entire demeanor tense with emotion, his words a repetitive echo of his excitement. At that moment, a warm woman with her hair elegantly pinned up and an apron tied around her waist emerged from the kitchen. Her features were finely crafted, yet they bore the weight of life as trials, a testament to the scars that time had bestowed upon her. The entire presence exudes an extraordinary aura that evokes an immediate sense of familiarity in anyone who beholds it. Little Tian, is it truly you who has returned? Dong Fenghui approached Yi Tian with palpable excitement, her hand instinctively reaching out, but hesitating to touch his face. This is the son she has nurtured for 17 years. After Yi Tian was taken away a year ago, Dongfang Hui was consumed by grief, falling ill as a result. Subsequently, she attempted several times to visit Yi's family to see Yi Tian, but her efforts were in vain. She had resigned herself to the belief that she would never see her son again. Yet today, unexpectedly, he has returned. This revelation is nothing short of a joyous surprise for her. A mist of tears welled up in Dongfang Hui's beautiful eyes. "Little Tian, you must be hungry. Come, sit down and eat. Today, Annie has prepared your favorite dish, the noodle with meat sauce." Dongfang Hui exclaimed with overwhelming delight, though mid-sentence, she instinctively corrected herself, recalling how, during her previous visits to Yi's family, she had been warned that she was no longer recognized as Yi Tian's mother. "Do not presume to act as his mother." "All right, Mom." Yi Tian nodded earnestly, his agreement resolute. The feeling of being remembered by family is truly a blessing. Indeed, only the Zhang family remembers his fondness for noodle with meat sauce. Yet, who in the Yi family knows his preferences? In fact, how often has he even been allowed to dine at their table? Such occasions can be counted on one hand. Soon, the family settled down together. Dongfang Hui served Yi Tian a bowl of noodle with meat sauce. As he gazed at the bowl, tears shimmered in his eyes. He had a myriad of words he wished to express, yet he was at a loss for where to begin. For in the 20-plus years following his demise in his previous life, he had come to understand far too much. His heart was a tumult of emotions. Yet he could not find a starting point. He ate slowly, savoring each moment of this feeling. The Zhang family watched Yi Tian with expressions of contentment. Finally, after finishing his meal, Yi Tian exhaled deeply, his face radiating satisfaction. "Little Tian, how did you manage to come back today? Did the Yi family permit your departure?" Jiang Nin inquired cautiously. "Father, I left on my own accord. To be precise, this time, I have departed from the Yi family and returned," Yi Tian explained, a twinge of guilt rising within him. He recalled how, shortly after his return to the Yi family, his adoptive parents and sister had eagerly come to visit him, only to be met with disdain and rejection at the doorstep. They faced cold shoulders and scornful remarks. "We have staff cleaning the house daily and do not allow outsiders in. Did you sanitize before coming? If you bring any germs or viruses, it could pose a significant problem for our family. Yi Tian is doing well. You should return if you have no business here. He is the young master of the Yi family and should not mingle with outsiders. Oh, by the way, let me remind you, you are no longer Yi Tian's parents. So please refrain from pretending to be so. The Yi family has no relatives like you." Yi Tian watched helplessly from within the house, feeling powerless and burdened by guilt. He knew he had let his adoptive parents down. 17 years of nurturing and affection, yet now he found himself barred from the entrance. Witnessing the embarrassment on his adoptive parents' faces was like a dagger to his heart. He had seen Yi Yunbo bring business partners to their home, and Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian frequently invited classmates over for gatherings. Was this not allowing outsiders in? This was a clear manifestation of their disdain for his adoptive parents. From that moment on, his adoptive parents dared not approach the Yi family again, unwilling to disturb Yi Tian. "You want to leave? To depart from the Yi family? What nonsense is this? Xiaodian, are you having a quarrel with the Yi family? What is that mark on your face? Have you been wronged at the Yi family? Has someone struck you?" Jiang Nin quickly put the pieces together and inquired anxiously. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Hui and Jiang Yin were equally taken aback. Their expressions filled with concern. They genuinely cared about whether Yi Tian had suffered any grievances. Indeed, upon closer inspection, there was a palm print on the left side of Yi Tian's face, which had not yet completely faded. In their initial excitement at his sudden return, they had overlooked this detail. In that moment, Yi Tian fell silent. How could he explain this? That he felt wronged and had nowhere else to turn, and thus returned? "All right, Xiaodian, it's nothing. Uncle was just asking casually. If you don't wish to answer, that is perfectly fine. I have always said, if you ever want to return, you are welcome at any time. Our home will always have a room for you," Jiang Nin said cheerfully, noticing Yi Tian's distress. Upon hearing this, ripples of emotion surged within Yi Tian, a whirlwind of feelings. This was what a true home felt like. He resolved to reveal the truth to them. "Mom and Dad, I have severed ties with the Yi family. I will never return or see them again. You are my true parents. Please do not belittle yourselves by referring to yourselves as uncle and aunt. You have always been my parents," Yi Tian declared with unwavering conviction. What? Jiang Nan and the others were left speechless, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Severed ties? Were they not your biological parents? Xiaotian, why? Dongfang Hui asked with concern. Upon my return, they never regarded me as family. Each day felt like a prison. In their home, I felt like an outsider, treading on thin ice. After a year of witnessing their true nature, I have completely cut ties with them. Yi Tian explained earnestly. At this moment, Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui exchanged glances, their eyes filled with solemnity. They could all discern the grievances that Yi Tian had endured from his words. Otherwise, he would not have felt so disheartened as to leave the Yi family. When the Yi family initially took him away, they had sworn to care for him, which had given me the reassurance to entrust him to their care. Though I remain unaware of their actions, it is evident that they have pushed him to this distressing state, suggesting a level of cruelty that is truly appalling. This time, upon your return, do not leave again. Even if the Yi family comes seeking you, I shall not allow them to take you away. Jiang Nan's expression shifted, his gaze turning suddenly fierce. Chapter 7. Homeward Bound. Dongfang Hui also grasped Yi Tian's hand, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. You are my son, and you have always been tenderly cared for in our home. Yet the Yi family has treated you in such a manner. How can my precious son be subjected to such mistreatment by the Yi family? Xiaotian, now that you have returned, your parents will surely protect you. Dongfang Hui's words radiated warmth, enveloping Yi Tian in a comforting glow. Mother. Yi Tian felt a soothing warmth envelop him, filling his heart with a profound sense of safety and happiness. A thick atmosphere of home surrounded him. After enduring grievances outside, no matter the severity of the circumstances, returning home allows one to recuperate. The Jiang family is, for Yi Tian, a true home. It is also the source of his deepest remorse from his previous life. Brother, I too shall protect you. If the Yi family dares to come and take you away again, I shall drive them off. I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm. Jiang Yin sat beside Yi Tian, her arm wrapped around his. Her youthful face bore a resolute expression. Very well, then I shall rely on you from now on. Yi Tian affectionately pinched Jiang Yin's nose and smiled. This is what family is. Yi Tian could distinctly feel the protective embrace of his parents and sister. Their genuine concern for him was palpable. In that moment, he felt a comforting warmth enveloping him. All right, my dear girl, do not cling to your brother any longer. It is time for you to return to bed. Tomorrow is Friday, and you have school. Dongfang Hui urged. No, I have finally seen my brother. Let us talk a little longer. Jiang Yin protested, unwilling to release her hold on Yi Tian's arm. Dongfang Hui sighed. Your brother will not be leaving again. There will be plenty of time for conversation. Hurry and go to bed. We can talk more tomorrow. Moreover, the holidays are approaching. We can play together then. Dongfang Hui urged once more. I want tea. I want tea. I want to sleep with my brother tonight. It has been so long since we have shared a bed. Jiang Yin pouted, snuggling close to Yi Tian, reluctant to part from him. You little girl, how old are you to still be sleeping with your brother? Dongfang Hui admonished sternly. Xiao Yin, you must be obedient and not provoke your mother's ire. Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Jiang Yin was already a young lady. How could she still be sleeping with him? Very well. I shall heed your words and await the holiday. Jiang Yin reluctantly released Yi Tian and turned to return to her room. Mom and Dad, I shall take my rest now, for I must rise early for school tomorrow. Yi Tian rose to bid farewell. All right, good night. Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui both nodded, their faces adorned with warm smiles. Subsequently, Yi Tian returned to his own chamber. The bedroom was modest in size, approximately 12 square meters, equipped with a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, everything one could need. It was as if nothing had changed since his departure, and even the room was spotless, clearly having been regularly tidied. Yi Tian felt a wave of emotions surge within him, deeply touched. What kind of devotion leads one to maintain a vacant room with such care? The weight of a year's longing was truly profound. As Yi Tian sat upon his bed, he caressed the quilt, which seemed to have been sun-dried during the day, emanating a scent of sunshine. A faint smile graced his lips, and he felt a surge of gratitude for his loving parents and cherished home. Meanwhile, after the children had left, Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui returned to their own room, their faces tinged with concern. Little Tian's face certainly bears the marks of a beating. Dongfang Hui's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, and the force was not trivial. Jiang Nan replied coldly. He is the beloved son of the Yi family. with their blood coursing through his veins. How could they be so ruthless as to inflict such harm upon him? Moreover, to leave him despondent like this. One can only imagine the grievances he has endured over the past year. With each word, Dongfang Hui's heart ached more profoundly, and she could not help but wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. It felt as though her heart had been torn open, causing her deep anguish. Jiang Nin could no longer contain himself and enveloped Dongfang Hui in his embrace, his heart brimming with empathy. He sighed deeply, seeking to comfort her. This matter shall conclude here. From now on, let us safeguard little Tian. No one shall harm him again, Jiang Nin declared with unwavering conviction. However, the Yi family's influence in Jinling is formidable. I am concerned, Dongfang Hui murmured, her brow furrowed. At that moment, Jiang Nin gazed intently at her, his expression growing more serious, his eyes radiating a steadfast resolve. The Yi family holds only a semblance of prestige in Jinling. If it means protecting little Tian, I am willing to relinquish some of my freedom. The Jiang family in Kyoto has reached out to me multiple times, urging our return. The Jiang family in Kyoto? Dongfang Hui's countenance shifted slightly, worry etched across her exquisite features. In the past, Jiang Nin had chosen to sever ties with his family for Dongfang Hui, escaping to Jinling where they built a life together. For so long, he had forsaken his former identity and status, all for the sake of love. Now, would the Jiang family still accept him if he were to return? Do not worry, with the passage of time. The elder generations who once obstructed us have nearly all departed. My return to the clan is merely a formality, devoid of any deeper significance. Let us not forget that I have a beloved elder brother, Jiang Nin gently explained, which eased Dongfang Hui's concerns somewhat. My dear, we are quite well as we are. For now, let us refrain from returning and avoid entangling ourselves in the rivalries of the affluent. Even in safeguarding Xiaotian, I can invest considerable effort without the Jiang family's assistance. Dongfang Hui spoke with a sense of urgency, her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, his heart stirred with complexity. He sensed that Dongfang Hui was reluctant to return. Rest assured, I shall protect our home. We shall not go back. Jiang Nan softly smiled, ruffling Dongfang Hui's hair and drawing her into his embrace. In that moment, Dongfang Hui felt a measure of peace, her anxiety gradually subsiding. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, the hour was late, and Yi Yunhua and Qin Wanrong had retired to their rooms. In Yi Qingqing's chamber, she observed, Mother seems rather distressed, perhaps still mourning for Yi Tian. Shall we go and check on him tomorrow to see where he is and what he is doing? This is not to bring him back, but merely to gather information to share with our mother. Yi Luming expressed her concern, glancing at Yi Qingqing. I noticed too. Mother does indeed appear troubled, but it seems to me that her discontent stems from disappointment in Yi Tian. Yi Qingqing speculated with a furrowed brow. In the meantime, Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian exchanged knowing glances, their eyes shimmering with understanding. Eldest sister, second sister, since we are headed to school tomorrow, we might as well visit brother along the way, Yi Ruotian suggested, his face etched with concern. Just the three of us? Yi Ruoxuan questioned. Indeed. It is my fault that brother left home. I shall go to apologize and seek his forgiveness, and then he will surely return. At that point, Mother will no longer need to worry so. She clutched the hem of her garment, her expression rife with guilt, particularly accentuated by her delicate frame, evoking a sense of compassion. Sister, this matter also pertains to me. Please do not bear such guilt alone. I shall accompany you. Whatever challenges we may face in the future, I will not let you stand alone. Yi Ruotian comforted, embracing Yi Ruoxuan. This scene was profoundly heartwarming and moving in the eyes of Yi Qingqing and Yi Luming. Do not place such an immense psychological burden upon yourselves. It is unwarranted. You may visit tomorrow, but please refrain from discussing anything else. Although Mother is in low spirits, Father remains quite irate. Yi Qingqing advised softly. Indeed, it is essential for Yi Tian to endure some hardships outside. That is of utmost importance. You ought not to apologize, for you have done no wrong. The true transgressor is Yi Tian. When he realizes his folly, he will return, pleading for our family's acceptance. Yi Luming joined in the persuasion. Their sentiments aligned in urging Yi Ruoxian and Yi Ruotian to refrain from unnecessary actions. Most importantly, they wished to prevent Yi Tian's return. Very well then. Yi Ruotian feigned a troubled expression and nodded. Tomorrow, we shall observe from a distance, simply to ascertain how my brother is faring. Yi Ruoxian sighed softly in agreement. It is getting late. You two should retire for the night, as school awaits us in the morning, Yi Luming urged. Consequently, Yi Ruoxian and Yi Ruotian departed the room. Sister, allow me to escort you back, Yi Ruotian said gently. Yi Ruoxian nodded and led him to her chamber. Once the door was shut, Yi Ruotian embraced her, kissing her fervently. His hands roamed her body, eagerly slipping beneath her garments. Not yet, they haven't gone to sleep. Yi Ruoxian hastily pulled his hands from her clothing, whispering in his ear. At this, Yi Ruotian ceased his actions, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Then let us wait another hour. How vexatious. Yi Ruoxian playfully rolled her eyes, though her gaze held a captivating allure beyond her years. Tomorrow, how shall we proceed with our visit to Yi Tian? Yi Ruoxian inquired further. Both the elder and second have insisted that we must not allow Yi Tian's return. Thus, we shall simply go to observe, Yi Ruotian replied with a cold smirk. Merely to observe? Yi Ruoxian was taken aback. Of course not. We must extinguish any thoughts he harbors of returning to the Yi family. That is of utmost importance, Yi Ruotian said with a mysterious smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Ruoxian's expression brightened, a smile gracing her lips as she instantly grasped his intent. A splendid idea. The following day, Yi Tian yawned and comfortably awakened from his slumber, feeling a sense of disorientation. He was indeed unaccustomed to this. Previously, he had slept on a hard bed in the storage room of the Yi family, where even the slightest movement produced creaking noises. Now, this bed was exceptionally comfortable. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Glancing at the time, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. It was already 7:30. He would surely miss the morning self-study. Hastily, he rose from bed, and upon opening the door, he found Jiang Yin at the dining table. Ah, brother, you have finally awoken. Jiang Yin greeted him with a sweet smile, leaving Yi Tian momentarily stunned and perplexed. Why are you not off to school? He inquired. Mother said to wait until you were awake before I brought out your breakfast. She was uncertain when you would awaken and worried you might skip breakfast. Thus, Jiang Yin poured a glass of freshly squeezed soybean milk and retrieved several oil sticks from the oven. I can manage on my own. You must be running late for school. Yi Tian expressed his concern. No worries. Mom has excused you, mentioning that you might arrive a bit later. Jiang Yin replied with a cheerful smile. How considerate. Yi Tian felt touched by her thoughtfulness. However, he furrowed his brow once more. What I inquired about was you. Why aren't you heading to school? He questioned sternly. Brother, you woke up late, so it's perfectly fine for me to be a little late too. Hurry and eat, and we shall go to school together, Jiang Yin said with a hopeful expression, then sat beside Yi Tian, waiting quietly. Nonsense. You and I are not at the same school. You must leave at once. You cannot afford to fall behind. This is the crucial time for laying the foundation, Yi Tian said with utmost seriousness. Jiang Yin was a freshman, while Yi Tian was in his final year. Unfortunately, they did not attend the same high school. Otherwise, they could walk to and from school together. Just a moment longer. I can wait for you, Jiang Yin pleaded. Hurry up, Yi Tian insisted with a stern face. He could not compromise when it came to studies. Fine then. Reluctantly, Jiang Yin pouted and agreed. She picked up her backpack and left home. Yi Tian, after hastily finishing his meal, quickly departed as well. As he stepped out of the community gate, he heard a familiar voice behind him. So you are truly here. The instant he recognized the voice, Yi Tian's expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively clenched his fists, an involuntary response from his body. Slowly, he turned around and saw Yi Ruoxian and Yi Ruotian approaching. Both were clad in school uniforms, radiating youthful vigor. Though all three were in their final year, they did not attend the same high school. The school that the Yi family attended was undoubtedly prestigious, boasting exceptional faculty and a relaxed schedule. In contrast, Yi Tian had not changed schools after joining the Yi family and remained at his original institution. At that moment, just one glance filled Yi Tian's eyes with bloodshot fury, aptly reflecting the saying, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. What do you want? Yi Tian asked coldly. Oh, nothing much. Our family merely wishes to see how you're faring, Yi Ruoxian replied, circling around Yi Tian and scrutinizing him from head to toe. This gaze irked Yi Tian. My well-being is of no concern to the Yi family. You should refrain from appearing before me, he retorted icily. That won't do. I still wish to inquire when you plan to return to the Yi family, Yi Ruotian said with a meaningful smile. I am no longer entangled with the Yi family. Henceforth, We shall remain estranged until death, and I shall never return. Yi Tian declared with unwavering resolve, his voice cold. Humph, quite the act you put on. Now, with just the three of us, let us dispense with such formalities. Yi Ruotian remarked with a casual smile. Just the three of us? Yi Tian's gaze sharpened, glinting with menace as he fixed his stare upon the two before him. The atmosphere turned tense. How bold of you to dare seek me out alone. Chapter 9. Cease this at once. In that moment, Yi Tian stood tall, glaring fiercely at the two individuals before him. His heart was tumultuous, akin to raging waves. Faced with the foes who had caused his demise in a past life, Yi Tian felt a profound hatred. Yet, during his time in the Yi family, with so many present, he was powerless to act. Within the Yi family, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan played the roles of innocent lambs, evoking sympathy. Only upon leaving the Yi family, or in Yi Tian's presence, did their true natures surface. But now, the situation had changed. Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian had abandoned the protection of the Yi family and had come to confront him alone. Was this not an opportunity for him? The enmity from his previous life flickered through his mind like a fleeting panorama. His gaze lowered as he began to survey his surroundings. Where were the bricks? The wooden sticks? Anything would suffice. At that moment, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan appeared somewhat taken aback by Yi Tian's expression. They had never witnessed such a demeanor from him before. Why did he seem so expectant? An unsettling feeling crept into their hearts. Answer me quickly. When do you intend to return? Yi Ruotian pressed, his brow furrowing as he spoke coldly. I will not return. Never again will I go back, Yi Tian murmured. Humph. Such pretense. In this desolate place, you will only suffer. Anyone would understand how to choose. Speak. How long do you plan to linger before going back? We have been waiting for you. Yi Ruoxuan laughed nonchalantly. Is that so? Yi Tian responded with a mocking smile, his tone icy. He noticed a filthy brick not far away. It should be quite solid, right? However, returning would be futile. Do you know how much your parents and sister despise you? I even believe that upon your return, aside from enduring humiliation, no one would care for you. Nevertheless, you might still inherit a portion of the Yi family's wealth. Yi Ruotian lamented somewhat. The two exchanged remarks, discussing Yi Tian. That is your Yi family. You may reside there comfortably. Work hard, and it will surely belong to you in time. Yi Tian turned to retrieve the brick. Yet, the Jiang family you are in will never be your Jiang family. If misfortune befalls the Jiang family, the wealth will not befall you. On the contrary, we are confident that we can acquire everything belonging to the Jiang family. Yi Ruotian let out a chilling smile, reminiscent of a veiled threat. In an instant, Yi Tian abruptly turned his head, his eyes blazing with uncontainable fury as he glared at Yi Ruotian. What did you say? Yi Tian's eyes seemed ready to burst, filled with rage as he glared at his adversary. Do not be agitated. Simply obey my commands, and I assure you that the Jiang family will not be implicated. Whatever I ask of you, comply without hesitation, and you shall remain unscathed. Yi Ruotian continued, his grin growing ever more radiant, as if envisioning the future he so desired. But in the next moment, bang! Yi Tian lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch squarely to Yi Ruotian's face. Blood gushed from his nose, akin to a faucet turned wide open. The sheer force knocked Yi Ruotian to the ground, illustrating the magnitude of Yi Tian's strength. In that moment, Yi Tian cared not for any restraint. He only wished to unleash the pent-up fury within him. How dare he threaten his family before his very eyes? In this lifetime, why should he yield to you? Yi Tian's wrath soared as he positioned himself atop Yi Ruotian, raining down a relentless barrage of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike landed with brutal force, causing even Yi Tian's hands to tremble with pain. Ah, it hurts so much. You scoundrel, how dare you strike me? Oh, my nose. Help me. Yi Ruotian was thrown into a panic, desperately struggling against his assailant. He had never endured such torment, feeling as though he were on the brink of death. The only defense he could muster was to shield his face with his arms, attempting to protect himself from the relentless downpour of Yi Tian's fists. You. Yi Ruoxuan stood there, utterly stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. She could hardly fathom that Yi Tian would dare to unleash such ferocity. The Yi Tian of yore was meek, never bold enough to resist. Even when subjected to humiliation, he would remain silent, brooding in silence. After yesterday's confrontation, both Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan harbored resentment, believing that Yi Tian was merely cornered, thinking that leaving the Yi family would spare him their wrath. But today, Yi Tian had the audacity to confront them in such a manner. It was utterly insane. Stop this at once. Yi Ruoxuan tugged at Yi Tian desperately, her nails leaving several bloody scratches on his arm. Yet she could not pull him away. After all, a girl's strength could never match that of a man. Anxious and frantic, Yi Ruoxuan scanned her surroundings and was suddenly drawn to a brick. Without hesitation, she seized the brick, raising it high, and aimed it at Yi Tian's head to strike. What are you doing? Everyone, cease this at once. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distance. A luxurious Maybach pulled up, and Yi Yunbo and Qin Wanrong hurriedly exited the vehicle. Their expressions were urgent as they strode rapidly towards the entrance of the community. They had originally planned to go to the company today, but Qin Wanrong suddenly grew anxious about Yi Tian, wishing to ascertain whether he was at his adoptive parents' home. Consequently, she requested Yi Yunbo to bring her here for a brief visit. What was intended to be a mere glance turned into a shocking scene before them. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Tian remained oblivious, disregarding everything around him, relentlessly pummeling Yi Ruotian with one punch after another. The pent-up fury he had harbored for far too long was finally unleashed today. In contrast, Yi Ruotian could only shield himself with his arms to prevent more severe injuries. Meanwhile, Yi Ruoxuan raised a brick high, aiming it at Yi Tian's head. Despite hearing the shouts of admonition, she could not rein in her actions. The next moment, bang! The brick struck Yi Tian's head, causing a blinding flash before he collapsed. Dazed, he staggered to his feet, feeling warm liquid trickling down from his head. Crimson blood dripped from his temples, pooling on the ground below. Son, are you all right? Let me see, are you hurt? Qin Wanrong, frantic with worry, pulled Yi Ruotian up from the ground, scrutinizing him with concern and sorrow etched across her face. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the cobblestone path. You wretched creature, do you have the audacity to lay a hand on your brother? If we hadn't arrived, would you have killed him? Yi Yunbo seethed with rage, his fury akin to that of an enraged lion, wishing nothing more than to devour Yi Tian alive. An invisible pressure bore down upon them. Dad, Mom, we just wanted to persuade my brother to come home, but he turned on me instead. I'm sorry, I'm truly useless. It was my fault. Yi Ruotian stammered through tears, collapsing into Qin Wanrong's embrace. Witnessing this, Yi Ruoxuan also anxiously sought comfort in Yi Yunbo's arms, sobbing as she recounted, Wah? Mom, Dad, I saw my second brother being beaten, and I was driven to desperation. I didn't mean to. I just grabbed something to help him. Chapter 10. You should call. Yi Tian's vision gradually cleared, and his awareness sharpened. He felt a throbbing pain in his head, unable to suppress the frown that creased his brow. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but erupt with intense indignation. What a poignant display of familial warmth and virtue. Blood streamed from his head, dripping incessantly onto the ground. It was obvious that he had sustained severe injuries. In stark contrast, Yi Ruotian bore only a bleeding nose and a few bruises, the result of Yi Tian's initial blow. Yet, the subsequent attacks had all been absorbed by Yi Ruotian's arms, diffusing their force. The severity of their injuries was clear at a glance. He is not dead. He merely received a punch. What is there to fuss about? Yi Tian sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm, and then absent-mindedly touched his head. A mere gentle touch resulted in his hand being covered in blood, brilliantly red and striking. Yet, Yi Yunbo and Qin Wanrong appeared utterly indifferent, as though they were blind to his plight, showing no concern whatsoever. How could you act this way? Ruotian is your brother. Look at what you've done to him. If his face is disfigured, it could affect him for the rest of his life. Qin Wanrong, embracing Yi Ruotian, scolded Yi Tian in exasperation. Upon witnessing the scars on Yi Ruotian's face, she completely lost her composure, consumed only by her rebuke and fury towards Yi Tian. Mom, it hurts. Yi Ruotian trembled, his eyes quivering as if he had been frightened. He looked up, pitifully gazing at Qin Wanrong. Mom, my brother just left home yesterday. He must still be angry, which is why he hurt me like this. Let us talk this out as a family. Please don't blame him. Yi Ruotian grasped Qin Wanrong's sleeve tightly, defending Yi Tian with earnestness. Every slight gesture exuded a profound sense of persuasion, as if he genuinely cared for Yi Tian's well-being. My poor child, look at what he has done to you. Yet you still speak for him. Qin Wanrong's heart softened, urging, You must rest for a moment. I'll take you to the hospital right away. This cannot be ignored. He has harmed my son, and this matter must be addressed. Yi Yunbo roared, his voice filled with fury. If you dare to strike, you must consider the consequences. I shall make you understand that injuring others carries a price. When has the young master of the Yi family ever endured such humiliation? His anger intensified as he sought justice for his son. However, their attention remained fixated on Yi Ruotian, completely oblivious to the blood still flowing from Yi Tian's head. At that moment, Yi Ruoxuan, her voice choked with emotion, interjected, "Mom and Dad, please don't blame my brother. It's my fault. I was too eager for him to come home that I disturbed him. Even if he nearly killed my second brother and threatened me, I still want him to return. Only when he comes back can our family be truly reunited." Yi Ruoxuan sobbed softly, her delicate form trembling in Yi Yunhua's embrace, her slightly reddened, tear-filled eyes fixed pleadingly on him, stirring his heart with compassion. What? He even dared to lay a hand on you? That scoundrel! To resort to violence against his own sister? Yi Yunhua's anger surged, feeling as if lava were erupting within him. He promptly took out his phone, preparing to call for help. Good. Hurry and make the call. If you don't, I will lose all respect for you. Yi Tian's cold gaze fixated on Yi Yunhua, a hint of the sinister gleaming in his smile. A streak of blood traced across his face, from the center of his brow, curving around the bridge of his nose, and down his cheek. In that moment, Yi Yunhua froze, his heart racing. What does this mean? It wasn't just Yi Yunhua. Even Qin Wanrong and Yi Ruotian, along with Yi Ruoxuan, were taken aback. Is he deliberately seeking imprisonment? Xiao Tian, have you mistakenly thought to confess? Quickly kneel and apologize properly. Your father will not be angry. Qin Wanrong urged immediately. You might be misunderstanding. His anger has nothing to do with me. Moreover, I am not at fault. I am simply addressing this pair of scoundrels. Yi Tian retorted sharply, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Yunhua. It was as if a sharp arrow had been loosed, directly piercing Yi Yunhua's brow. Brother, you struck our second brother and yet scold me and him. How have you become so wicked? Or were you always this way? How dare you speak to father like that? What is wrong with you? Yi Ruoxuan sobbed, her face a portrait of anguish. Beast, do you think I truly fear striking you? Yi Yunhua seethed, aware that Yi Tian was employing provocation, yet he remained oblivious to Yi Tian's true intentions. No. Yi Ruotian's eyes suddenly flickered, a realization dawning upon him. Father, if you make that call, my brother and I would be charged with mutual assault. That would surely jeopardize his educational prospects. This is not good. Let it go. Do not pursue this any further, and I promise not to come back in the future. Yi Ruotian implored urgently. Moments earlier, he had noticed several surveillance cameras in the vicinity. If these recordings were to serve as evidence, he had merely sustained a nose injury, while Yi Tian had suffered a blow to the head. To put it simply, should a case be filed, Yi Tian's injuries would undoubtedly appear more severe. It would not only implicate him, but also drag Yi Ruoxuan into the fray. Moreover, their initial provocation of Yi Tian would surely be uncovered, ultimately resulting in self-sabotage. Mutual assault and educational prospects, Yi Yunhua murmured, his expression slightly flustered. These accusations would not only fall upon Yi Tian, but would also implicate Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. It became clear that Yi Tian intended to bring them all down together. I shall let you off today. But should I catch you harming anyone from the Yi family again, I will see to it that your entire family is imprisoned. Yi Yunhua threatened coldly. Before dragging Yi Ruoxuan away, let us depart as well. Qin Wanrong, filled with regret, also took Yi Ruotian with her. Midway she paused, unable to resist casting a glance at Yi Tian. Though her eyes reflected reluctance, they were overshadowed by disappointment in him. Sighing, she ultimately chose to leave. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so naive as to allow him to suffer merely a scratch. Yi Tian gazed at the vehicle that receded into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. A chilling aura enveloped him. To dare threaten his family would demand a price in blood. He raised his head slightly, surveying the surveillance apparatus around him. Many of these cameras were, in fact, outdated and rendered ineffective. If Yi Yunhua were to report to the authorities, with his influence and resources, he could certainly secure the release of Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. However, once a report is filed and a case established, the record cannot be expunged. This is what Yi Yunhua feared the most. Indeed, I am ultimately an outsider. Perhaps it is for the best. The more callous you are, the more I shall revel in your eventual downfall. Yi Tian smirked coldly, his face a mask of scorn. Chapter 11. I aspire to attend Qingbei. Yi Tian touched his head, noting that the blood had ceased to flow. The wound was not particularly severe. However, as he was covered in blood, he could not possibly attend school in such a state. He had no choice but to turn back home to cleanse himself. He meticulously washed the blood-stained garments, wishing to spare his parents any undue worry. After changing into fresh attire, he set off for school once more. Upon his arrival, he discovered that a cultural class had already commenced. "Yi-tian, are you all right?" inquired a slightly chubby boy, his voice laced with concern. Yi-tian turned his head, recognizing his deskmate, Yang Tao. Memories from a previous life surged forth. Yang Tao, with average grades, eventually secured admission to a second-tier university. He aspired to enter public service, persisting for several years until at last achieving his goal. Rumor had it that he ultimately moved to Kyoto, though the veracity of this claim was uncertain. Nevertheless, during their time together at school, this deskmate had treated Yi-tian quite kindly. Yang Tao's family was relatively well off, often bringing snacks to share. On occasions when Yi-tian had gone without a meal, it was Yang Tao who had come to his aid. "I'm perfectly fine. What could possibly be wrong with me?" Yi-tian replied with a light-hearted smile, teasingly. "The teacher mentioned your family had requested a leave for you. I thought you were ill," Yang Tao explained, visibly relieved. "I was unwell, but it's nothing serious," Yi-tian said, pulling out his textbooks. He began to methodically organize his study materials, plotting his review strategy in his mind. "Nothing serious? Have you lost your wits? These books are not meant for you. This is what you should be studying," Yang Tao exclaimed, retrieving a copy of Dragon Clan from his book bag and placing it before Yi-tian. A hint of confusion danced across his round face, as if he sensed an unfamiliar shift in Yi-tian's demeanor. Typically, Yi-tian would arrive at school engrossed in novels, swapping them out every couple of days. Why the sudden change to academic texts today? Yi-tian assessed the novel, a faint smile gracing his lips. The novel was borrowed from a bookstore, costing 10 yuan a month, with the freedom to read as one pleases. Previously, I merely wished to float through life aimlessly, but now I aspire to attend university. Therefore, I shall no longer indulge in such books. I must dedicate myself to my studies." Yi-tian put away the novel and explained calmly. "What? University? Why? You never said that before." Yang Tao was taken aback, his face a mask of confusion. "Because I wish to change my future," Yi-tian replied meaningfully. In his past life, Yi-tian excelled academically, yet upon joining the Yi family, his outstanding grades incited jealousy in Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian. They secretly stirred trouble, falsely accusing Yi-tian of cheating, leading to his notoriety throughout the school and a tarnished reputation. At that time, he succumbed to despair, choosing to spend his days engrossed in novels. Now, Yi-tian is determined to alter the course of his future. To do so, he must transform his present. He will no longer hide. He will showcase his true abilities and strive for admission to his ideal university. Attending university isn't merely a walk in the park. One needs a certain score to gain entry. "So, which university do you wish to attend?" "I can help you strategize," Yang Tao inquired, propping his head up with one hand, feigning boredom. Yi-tian took a deep breath, his thoughts swirling, his gaze soft as he looked out the window. "Which university? Obviously. It must be Tsinghua University or Peking University." Yi-tian's declaration resonated powerfully, silencing the entire class. A multitude of astonished eyes turned toward Yi-tian. Thud. Yang Tao was so taken aback that his head, which he had been resting on, fell onto the desk. His expression was one of disbelief. "Tsinghua and Peking? Are you joking? The nation's top institutions, and our school hasn't produced a single graduate in years. Have you lost your mind? Even in Jinling's elite schools, only the top students can gain admission," Yang Tao exclaimed, still in shock. The other students were equally astonished, staring at Yi-tian. They struggled to comprehend. The once academically proficient Yi-tian had, after becoming lost in novels, gradually fallen to the bottom of his class. Now he suddenly claimed he would attend Tsinghua or Peking University. Was this not sheer fantasy? Even during Yi-tian's peak academic performance, he was still far from qualifying for such prestigious institutions. The elite schools in Jinling were hardly exceptional. "I still possess the capability to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University," Yi-tian replied with a gentle smile, as if discussing a trivial matter. Meanwhile, a Porsche sports car roared down the street, recklessly speeding past several traffic lights. It finally skidded to a halt in front of the Yi family villa, tires smoking and the scent of burnt rubber filling the air. The car door opened, revealing a pair of long, elegant legs stepping out first. She donned flat shoes, shorts, and a crop top, yet peculiarly, she was draped in a white lab coat. Hastily exiting the vehicle, She tossed the lab coat inside with a flourish. Bang! She violently swung the door open, anxiously scanning her surroundings. Her delicate face was etched with tension and unease. At that moment, countless eyes in the Yi family hall turned in unison towards her. This woman was Yi Lingyu, the third daughter of the Yi family. Yi Lingyu was exceptionally intelligent, having advanced multiple grades at a young age. She later gained admission to the most prestigious medical university in the country, pursuing an uninterrupted path from undergraduate to master's studies. Following her further studies abroad, her numerous academic papers established her as a dazzling new star in the field of medicine. Upon returning to Jinling, she was highly sought after by the foremost hospital in the city, where she was appointed as a chief physician. What about Tian? What about Xian? How are their injuries? Yi Lingyu called out urgently as she rushed forward. Third sister. Yi Ruotian's eyes were misty, tears streaming down his face like a rushing spring. His expression was filled with grievance, evoking sympathy. Though his nose had stopped bleeding, there remained a bruise that caused great concern among the Yi family members. I'm sorry. Third sister, I performed several surgeries overnight and only managed to rest for a while this morning. I received the news of your injury a bit late. Please don't blame me. Yi Lingyu bit her lip, gazing at Yi Ruotian with heartfelt compassion. Third sister, just seeing you brings me immense joy. How could I possibly blame you? Yi Ruotian replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor exuding innocence. This sight further tugged at Yi Lingyu's heartstrings, prompting her to tenderly pinch his cheek. Let me examine your injury. With me here, you will be just fine. With that, Yi Lingyu began her careful examination, taking great care not to cause him any pain. Eventually, she reached a conclusion: soft tissue bruising and damaged capillaries in the nasal mucosa. It's not too serious. I'll prescribe some medication, and you should recover in a couple of days. However, why did it appear as though he had been assaulted? Yi Lingyu's expression darkened as she slowly rose to her feet. A surge of anger erupted within her. Chapter 12. To Yi Tian's school, Yi Lingyu, being a skilled physician, recognized that Yi Ruotian's injuries were suspicious. She looked around, eager to uncover the truth. However, the members of the Yi family wore grim expressions, visibly enraged. What transpired? Yi Lingyu continued to inquire. Third sister, it's nothing much. I just had a little conflict with my brother, but it's not his fault. It was all because Xian and I were too forward. His hitting me was justified. I just wanted him to vent. Yi Ruotian forced a faint smile, his tone laced with bitterness. It's my fault too. I was afraid my brother would become the perpetrator, so I picked up a brick and injured him. I am the true culprit in this matter. Do not blame anyone else. If my brother resents and hates me, I shall bear it all, yet I cannot bring myself to part with our parents and sister. Yi Ruoxuan's body softened, and she fell into Yi Yunbua's embrace, her ample form pressing closely against him, almost distorting under the weight. Father, I cannot bear to let you go. She choked, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Fear not, my child, your father shall protect you, for no one shall ever harm you. Yi Yunbua's gaze turned fierce, his anger palpable. Yi Ruoxuan's actions ignited an overwhelming protective instinct within him. We shall also safeguard our younger siblings, declared Yi Tingqing and Yi Luming, their voices resonating with increasing intensity. The entire hall became charged with agitation. Witnessing this scene left Yi Lingyu bewildered. Confusion etched on her face. She exclaimed, "What on earth has transpired?" Having endured several taxing surgeries the previous day, she was oblivious to the events unfolding within the Yi family until she received news of Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan's injuries early this morning, prompting her hurried return. Third sister, thank goodness you did not come last night. Otherwise, you would surely have been infuriated. Yi Tingqing lamented, her delicate features marred by worry as she sighed deeply. Thus, she recounted the troubling affairs concerning Yi Tian, portraying him as a remorseless villain who had committed grievous sins, unrepentant and engaging in further malevolence. Moreover, this morning, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan had returned to apologize in hopes of rekindling Yi Tian's conscience, only to be met with brutal violence. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyu's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes reddening with fury. How could that scoundrel commit such acts? Is he even human? She raged, her breath coming in sharp gasps as her prideful figure trembled with indignation. Third sister, please do not let your anger consume you. It is not worth it for my sake. I brought this upon myself by seeking out my brother first. If there is to be anger, let it be directed at me, not at him. Yi Ruotian murmured softly, his lips pressed together as he spoke with a tremor in his voice. Yet, His lowered gaze inadvertently wandered toward Yi Lingyu's alluring form. Yi Lingyu, tall among her peers at just over 170 centimeters, found Yi Ruotian's stature already at 178 centimeters, gazing down upon her graceful figure with ease. Ruotian, you need not bear the blame. This is not your fault. She reassured him. Indeed, it is clearly not your wrongdoing. Why should you feel guilty? Echoed Yi Tingxing and Yi Luming, standing by Yi Ruotian, offering their solace. If the injuries to our younger brother were inflicted by Yi Tian, I cannot let this vendetta go unavenged. Yi Lingyu declared, her fists clenched tightly, her voice icy as steel. Indeed. Sister San suggested that we report this to the authorities and let that beast reflect on his actions in prison. Yi Luming proposed immediately. No. Qin Wanrong quickly countered. Her voice tinged with urgency. The expression on her face grew increasingly tense. Mother, what is wrong? My younger brother has been bullied and beaten like this. Should we not take action? Yi Lingyu questioned. We cannot. Your younger sister struck Yi Tian in order to protect Ruotian. If we involve the police, they will undoubtedly face trouble as well. Let us consider this matter settled, especially since Ruotian and Ruoxuan are about to take their college entrance exams. They must not be disturbed. Qin Wanrong expressed her concerns, her voice steady yet filled with worry. Yi Lingyu's countenance darkened, her gaze becoming increasingly somber. She had not anticipated that Yi Ruoxuan had also resorted to violence. I am sorry, third sister. I acted out of necessity to protect second brother. I had no choice but to strike brother's head, and he bled quite a lot, Yi Ruoxuan said softly, her voice trembling. Yi Lingyu felt a pang of sympathy for the girl before her and could not help but ruffle her hair gently. You are not to blame. In fact, I commend you. You are truly brave. Other girls would not possess such courage. Yi Tian brought this upon himself. It has nothing to do with you. Yi Lingyu reassured her. Thank you, third sister, Yi Ruoxuan replied, wiping her eyes, which were slightly reddened. Let us put this incident behind us for today. Yi Tian has gotten away with it. But otherwise, I would ensure he spends a long time in prison. Yi Yun was stated, suppressing his anger, his tone cold. At that moment, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence. Yi Lingyu suddenly had a thought and turned her attention to Yi Ruotian. Little brother, since you and your sister are preparing for the college entrance exams, focus on your studies during this time and try to avoid provoking that lunatic. His departure from the Yi family may have stemmed from an inability to cope with his mental state, leading to his erratic behavior. Yi Lingyu advised. Okay, we understand and will certainly strive to study diligently. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan nodded obediently. However, it seems Yi Tian is also preparing for the exams, isn't he? Yi Tingxing furrowed her brow and inquired. It appears so. However, that fellow has always performed poorly academically, constantly engrossed in absurd novels. Besides, he has already left our family. Why should we concern ourselves with him? Yi Luming explained, a look of disdain crossing her face. I am aware that Yi Tian's grades are lacking, but I remember that the contact number for his school seems to have been changed to our mother's phone. We must rectify this promptly to prevent any embarrassment caused by Yi Tian in the future. If our younger brother and sister are accepted into prestigious universities like 985 or 211, it would be utterly disgraceful to be associated with Yi Tian. Yi Tingxing asserted firmly. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized the importance of the situation. Indeed, we must remain vigilant. Tomorrow, Wanrong should visit that beast's school. It is best to make the changes quietly, without letting too many people know, Yi Yunbo commanded. All right, I will take care of it tomorrow, Qin Wanrong replied. Her head bowed, her mood somber. With Yi Ruotian having been beaten, Yi Tian seemed to have lost his senses, which only heightened her worries. Perhaps she should check on Yi Tian tomorrow. No need, Mom. Tomorrow at our hospital, we will conduct a large-scale blood test at Yi Tian's school. I will just change my contact information. You need not come. So much had happened in the past few days. It would be best for her to rest. Yi Lingyu looked at Qin Wanrong with concern and suggested. It's all right. I will go tomorrow. Qin Wanrong hurriedly declined. No, let the third one go. You should stay back. Yi Yunbo's voice was as cold as iron, commanding firmly. Chapter 13. A cozy dinner after school. Yi Tian stood before the mirror in the school restroom, examining himself from every angle, side, front, and back. An uneasy feeling gnawed at him, worried that his injuries might be revealed to his parents. If discovered, it would undoubtedly provoke their anger. Yi Tian was acutely aware that he was no match for the Yi family and did not want his parents to intervene on his behalf, fearing they would be harmed. For now, he decided to endure. In the future, he would work hard to ensure his parents could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Yi family. That would be truly satisfying. After ensuring everything was in order, Yi Tian returned home. The moment he opened the door, a delightful aroma enveloped him, instantly causing his stomach to rumble. He had eaten breakfast that morning, but by noon, he had been unable to afford a proper meal. He had to rely on Yang Tao for a piece of bread to stave off hunger, but at his growing age, a mere slice was far from sufficient. All of Yi Tian's expenses had been controlled by the Yi family, and his meal card had never exceeded 10 yuan. Now that he had left the Yi family, no one was replenishing his card, and his parents in the Jiang family had overlooked this detail, not realizing how financially strained Yi Tian had become. Brother, you finally returned. Hurry, wash your hands and come eat. I've prepared so many delicious dishes. Jiang Yan exclaimed joyfully as she approached Yi Tian, pulling him into the house. Her delicate, porcelain-like feet danced across the floor, and a small red gold pig dangled from her slender ankle, a gift from a relative at her birth. Yi Tian's gaze lingered on her tiny feet for a few moments. Xiao Tian, why are you home so late today? Jiang Nin inquired with concern. He and Dongfang Hui had been seated on the sofa, and upon seeing Yi Tian enter, they rose to attend to him. The teacher kept us after class, informing us that we have to return to school tomorrow for a physical examination. All senior students must participate in the checkup, Yi Tian explained, naturally omitting the fact that he had spent a considerable time inspecting his wounds in the restroom. All right, let us return early tomorrow. Quickly wash your hands, and then we shall dine together, Dongfang Hui said gently. Upon emerging from the restroom, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback by the scene at the dining table. The dishes before him were not freshly cooked. They had been kept warm beneath plates for some time. The Jiangnan family had not yet begun their meal, instead patiently awaiting his return on the sofa. At that moment, Yi Tian's heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions, and his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Xiao Tian, come eat. Why are you dawdling? Jiangnan beckoned. They regarded him with puzzled expressions, unsure of what had befallen him. All right. Yi Tian nodded solemnly and approached his seat. He felt a deep sense of nostalgia, yet chose not to articulate it, for he wished to spare Jiang Nan and the others from his past. In his earlier days at the Yi household, he had often faced unjust treatment regarding meals. Being in a growth spurt, he was frequently hungry, and arriving early at the dining table would earn him scorn. What business do you have at the table so early? You act like a starving ghost. Always thinking about food. You excel at nothing but dining. How diligent you are. I wonder where all that food goes. Does it all go to your brain? Such sarcastic remarks were not uncommon and were quite disheartening. After enduring this ridicule several times, Yi Tian resolved to be the last to arrive at the table, solely to evade further humiliation. Yet, he soon found himself mistaken yet again. What time is it that you arrive? Have you no shame? Do you not understand the importance of punctuality? The family has gathered for dinner, and you choose to arrive late, as if you were the star of the show, demanding attention. Can you not behave like a normal person and eat on time? Is this a habit you learned from those of lesser means? The criticisms directed at Yi Tian were relentless. Initially, he believed that his shortcomings were the cause of his family's disdain. However, he later realized that this was not the case. Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian frequently arrived early, helping themselves to the food without a care for whether others had arrived. Ruotian, Ruoxuan, you are at the age of growth. Eat well to grow taller. If you run out of pocket money, let me know. If you're hungry, buy something outside. Just don't starve. We are family. Do not suffer in silence, for it pains us to see you this way, understood? Such expressions of care were abundant for Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. At times, when Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian would arrive late due to their playful antics, the Yi family would wait patiently for them to begin their meal. Even when Yi Tian remained silent, he would still face reproach. Stop pretending. Who are you trying to fool with your feigned grievances? Ruo Xian and Ruo Tian are but children. What harm is there in their tardiness? Perhaps they were simply engaged in their studies longer than expected. We are all family. What is the inconvenience in waiting a little longer? The double standards are glaringly evident. The treatment that the Yi family bestows upon themselves compared to Ruo Tian and Ruo Xian leaves him utterly speechless. The members of the Yi family have never regarded him as one of their own. These memories linger in Yi Tian's mind, casting a shadow over his thoughts. He is determined to shield his parents from the knowledge of his suffering. Come eat up. Dongfang Hui's face radiates warmth as she serves Yi Tian a portion of meat into his bowl. Thank you, Mom. Yi Tian feels a swell of emotion, nodding earnestly. Humph. Mom shows favoritism, not letting me have any meat. Jiang Yin pouts playfully, feigning annoyance. My dear girl, the meat is right in front of you. Dongfang Hui replies with a sigh. I'll serve you some, now eat. Yi Tian chuckles softly and offers a pair of chopsticks with meat to Jiang Yin. Hee hee. Thank you, brother. Jiang Yin beams, her bright eyes sparkling with youthful exuberance. Her dainty feet swing playfully at the edge of her chair. Yi Tian finds himself quite satiated after the meal, nearly bursting from fullness. Upon finishing, he wishes to assist his parents with the dishes and tidying the kitchen, but is met with refusal. They insist that his foremost priority is to prepare diligently for the upcoming college entrance examination. Reluctantly, he retreats to his room to study. Yet, he cannot help but ponder his current financial predicament. Even affording lunch poses a challenge. Asking his parents for money feels like a burden to him. However, lacking an income is indeed troublesome. Suddenly, Yi Tian's gaze sharpens, and a thought ignites within him. He glances at the time and swallows hard, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Perhaps the memories of my past life present an opportunity to turn my fortunes around in this one. If I can alter my circumstances, it would surely benefit my family as well. Chapter 14. Seeking a venue. The next day dawns clear and bright, a rare, splendid day. As the weekend unfolds, the entirety of Jinling buzzes with liveliness. Yet, scattered among the throngs are individuals sighing heavily, busily attending to their duties at the school. They are doctors and nurses from the First People's Hospital of Jinling, tasked with conducting blood tests for the students. Why choose the weekend when they could have come during working hours? It's infuriating. Don't be upset. The college entrance examination is approaching, and the school is concerned about disrupting student study time, hence the weekend schedule. Let us wish them well. May some of them pursue medicine and come help us navigate this arduous existence. Several nurses murmur their grievances while handling medical supplies. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyu emerges from the school's administrative building. She had altered Yi Tian's information, removing the Yi family's contact details from the emergency contact section. After completing this task, she returned to her workplace. The surrounding colleagues continued to voice their grievances, with discontent permeating the room. Ideally, weekends should be spent resting and spending time with family. Yet they found themselves here, inevitably feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, the work must go on. Soon, everyone busied themselves, establishing student files, drawing blood, and conducting health checks. Yi Lingyu also participated earnestly in the tasks. With the large number of students, it was only approaching noon when they finally finished. Due to the crowd, Yi Lingyu had not encountered Yi Tian at all during this time. In the classroom, after the health checks were completed, the teacher announced that everyone could return to rest. I'm exhausted. After waiting for so long, I've wasted half my morning that could have been spent gaming. Yang Tao sighed, expressing his frustrations. Well, at least you weren't kept waiting all day. Be grateful, Yi Tian replied with a helpless smile. Let us go, time for a nap. Yang Tao turned to leave. Just as Yi Tian was preparing to exit, the teacher suddenly stopped him. Yi Tian, please go to the health check area. Someone is waiting for you. The teacher's voice drew the attention of several students. The health check area? A wave of curiosity washed over everyone, their faces reflecting uncertainty. They could all guess that typically, such situations meant there was an issue concerning the student being examined. But what problem could Yi Tian possibly have? Did he perhaps discover some illness? The students' gazes shifted to a slightly tense demeanor, fearing that if Yi Tian had a problem, it might implicate them as well. With the imminent college entrance examination approaching, contracting any infectious disease could spell disaster. Even Yi Tian furrowed his brows, displaying a hint of concern. In his previous life, he had never encountered any problems during health checks. Teacher, is there something wrong with my health check? Yi Tian asked with a hint of worry. It's the doctor's notification. You should hurry there. The teacher waved his hand, urging him on. Reluctantly, Yi Tian made his way alone to the health check area. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at the health check area. The doctors and nurses had already left with the documents and blood samples, leaving the place feeling somewhat clean and desolate. A female doctor had her back turned, reviewing information on the computer. Doctor, what is wrong with me? Yi Tian inquired proactively. At that moment, the female doctor turned around. Upon seeing her face, Yi Tian's expression darkened instantly, his eyes glinting with coldness as he stared at her. The doctor was none other than Yi Lingyu. It's you? Yi Tian's face hardened as he coldly asked. What do you want from me? What kind of attitude is that? Yi Lingyu stood up and slowly approached Yi Tian. her demeanor radiating an air of superiority, completely dismissing Yi Tian's presence. What concern is my attitude to you? Speak quickly if you have something to say. I still need to return home. Yi Tian, devoid of any inclination to engage, replied coldly. To him, his third sister, who had been absent from home for years, appeared as unfeeling as any other member of the Yi family. Return home? Which home do you refer to? The Yi family has treated you with such generosity, investing so much in you. You can simply leave? Do you possess no conscience whatsoever? Yi Lingyu's commanding presence bore down on Yi Tian as she glared at him. Standing at 7 meters tall, clad in a white coat, she exuded an air of elegance. Her hair was styled in a bun, complemented by delicate features and a subtle makeup, reminiscent of an ice-cold beauty. Yi Tian coldly regarded the familiar visage, a scornful smile escaping his lips. You summoned me merely to utter a few words? I have made myself abundantly clear. I am no longer a member of the Yi family. I have nothing to discuss with you. With that, he turned to leave, exhibiting no hesitation. He desired no ties with the Yi family. Halt! Yi Lingyu's face darkened further. Her gaze fixed on Yi Tian. She had come to confront him for an explanation. After all, how could she allow her beloved younger brother, Ruotian, to suffer in vain? Very well, since you claim to be no longer part of the Yi family, I shall speak freely. Tell me, why did you bully Ruotian? Do you comprehend the extent of the injuries you inflicted upon him? His nasal soft tissue is bruised, and capillaries have ruptured within his nostrils. When has he ever sustained such harm? He is your brother as well. How could you bring yourself to treat him in such a brutal manner? Yi Lingyu's voice escalated, her fury intensifying. She longed to deliver a thrashing to Yi Tian in retribution for Ruotian. Huh? Yi Tian regarded Yi Lingyu with a mocking expression, akin to viewing a fool. What are you laughing at? Yi Lingyu retorted, her dissatisfaction palpable. I laugh at your indiscriminate accusations. I laugh at your self-righteousness, believing that confronting me will avenge that wretched child. I laugh at your naivety, oblivious to being a pawn in someone else's game. Each word Yi Tian uttered resonated with what he had longed to convey to Yi Lingyu in his previous life, not for the sake of caution, but to mock her thoroughly. Yet, this provoked an even more dreadful expression upon Yi Lingyu's face. You. Yi Lingyu trembled with rage, her demeanor shifting to one of volatility. She pointed an accusing finger at Yi Tian, though a flicker of surprise glimmered in her beautiful eyes. The former Yi Tian had been a spineless wretch, easily bullied. How had he transformed into such a formidable figure? Who had granted him this newfound audacity? You have truly overstepped your bounds. Yi Lingyu could no longer contain herself. After a furious outburst, she raised her hand and struck him across the face. Yi Tian's pupils contracted in surprise as a slap came crashing towards him. He barely had time to evade. Slap! The resounding blow struck his head, and in an instant, the fresh wound reopened, blood cascading from his forehead and splattering onto the ground, a vivid crimson stain. How could this happen? Yi Lingyu's expression shifted dramatically, her face a mask of tension and disbelief. How could such a simple slap result in such a deluge of blood? At this moment, the room fell into an oppressive silence. One could hear a pin drop. An invisible pressure descended upon Yi Lingyu, who, as a medical student, had long grown accustomed to the specter of life and death, to various wounds. Yet now, a mere slap had drawn blood from Yi Tian's head. This was utterly absurd. What on earth was happening? Yi Lingyu's tone turned anxious as she questioned him loudly. Humph. Of course, it was you who struck me. Fingerprints will be found on the surface. Do you wish to deny it now? Yi Tian retorted with a sardonic smile, the crimson hue on his face contrasting starkly with his cold demeanor. This response sent a shiver down Yi Lingyu's spine, leaving her utterly uncomfortable. Nonsense. I know exactly how much force I used. The injury on your head was not inflicted by me. Yi Lingyu immediately countered. I will not hide it from you. That wound was inflicted by that vile girl, Yi Ruoxuan. Do you now comprehend how foolish you are? Do you realize how naive you appeared just now? You claim Yi Ruotian's injury is severe, yet have you ever considered the gravity of my wound? Ridiculous. Do you see yourself as some sort of righteous enforcer? In my eyes, you are nothing but a hypocrite. Yi Tian's continuous mockery caused Yi Lingyu to tremble involuntarily. In that moment, her complexion grew even more pallid. She found it hard to believe that Yi Tian's injury could be so grave. Thus, she stepped closer to him, rising on her toes to inspect. However, upon seeing the wound, she was utterly taken aback. Yi Lingyu hesitated, her body frozen in place. The severity of the injury was undeniable. It was clearly a blunt force trauma. Fortunately, it had not penetrated deeper. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far worse. How could this possibly be the result of their actions? Yi Lingyu remained skeptical, her gaze anxiously fixed on Yi Tian. Memories of the previous day's events at home flooded her mind. Yi Ruoxuan had claimed to have struck Yi Tian with a brick. Yet how could the damage be this severe? It truly was ironic. When that scoundrel Yi Ruotian was injured, they all rushed about in a panic. Furious and demanding an explanation from her, they wanted to defend him. Yet here she was, with her injury, and not a single soul offered her any acknowledgement. How absurd that they continued to proclaim her as one of the Yi family. According to your words, I have at least lived in the Yi family, your own brother. Yet you treat me with such disdain. Do you even consider yourself human? Yi Tian scoffed derisively, relishing in the mockery. This was a reflection of Yi Lingyu's earlier humiliation directed at him, now turned back upon her. Yi Lingyu found herself momentarily speechless, her anger rendering her unable to respond. A flicker of guilt stirred within her as she turned to fetch a medical kit. She retrieved iodine and cotton swabs, preparing to disinfect Yi Tian's wounds. Just as she lifted her hand, a sudden slap sent the items crashing to the ground. Put away your feigned compassion. I do not require your treatment. I have but one condition. Cease your harassment. Yi Tian's frigid demeanor unsettled Yi Lingyu, intensifying her discomfort. When had she ever been rejected so coldly by him? Where had the Yi Tian she remembered gone? How can you utter such words? The blood flowing in your veins is that of the Yi family. Ultimately, you must return to the Yi family, regardless of any past conflicts. Yi Lingyu argued passionately. Apparently, you still believe I am jesting, Yi Tian retorted, his expression stern. Let me make myself clear, Yi Lingyu. I warn you to keep your distance, or I will promptly call the authorities and escalate the incident involving Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. His tone was laden with fury, a palpable threat. True to form, Yi Lingyu's expression tightened, her heart racing with anxiety. She quickly retreated, nervously imploring, please do not call the police. I will leave at once. Just do not report me. With that, she stormed out the door, fearful that Yi Tian might change his mind. Watching her departure, a smirk of derision graced Yi Tian's lips. Indeed, in the eyes of the Yi family, Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian were paramount above all else. Yi Tian proceeded to utilize the supplies from the first aid kit to tend to his own wounds. Once finished, he returned home, where he found only Jiang Yin engrossed in a television program. Brother, how did the health check go? Jiang Yin inquired with concern. Rest assured, I am in excellent health. Yi Tian replied with a light chuckle. That's wonderful. Mom and Dad left some money for us to buy lunch, Jiang Yin announced, producing a 100 yuan bill with a cheerful grin. Such a sum, Yi Tian exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the note. Typically, they managed their lunches with a mere 20 yuan. Why such generosity now? Mother must be overly concerned about you, fearing you might not eat enough, hence this bounty. If only I had such privileges, Jiang Yin said, her lips pursing with a hint of melancholy. Fear not. As long as I am here, you shall never go hungry. From now on, I will take care of you. Yi Tian vowed with unwavering confidence. Hee, I knew you were good to me, brother. Jiang Yin clung to Yi Tian's arm, playfully coaxing him. Let us go eat. Yi Tian led Jiang Yin away as they strolled down the street, contemplating various dining options for lunch. At that moment, Yi Tian's gaze fell upon a lottery shop, prompting him to halt unexpectedly. Brother, there's nothing to eat here. What are you looking at? Jiang Yin inquired with curiosity. Just a whim, come with me. Yi Tian had contemplated this very matter the previous day. Although his circumstances with the Yi family had changed, he believed the butterfly effect had not spread too far. He pondered whether certain predetermined events from his past life might alter in this lifetime, such as the lottery numbers drawn that day. Yi Tian vividly recalled that on this day in his previous life, he had just completed a medical examination. Due to prolonged malnutrition and a lack of funds, he had fainted upon leaving school and was subsequently taken to the hospital by his classmates. It was not until that evening that he regained consciousness in the hospital. Yi Yunbo and Qin Wanrong had merely paid for a day's medical expenses before leaving. After spending a day in the hospital, Yi Tian discharged himself the following evening and happened to pass by a lottery shop. Inside, the patrons were vociferously celebrating, which initially led him to believe a fight had broken out. Eventually, he learned that the drawn numbers had left them in despair. Those were consecutive numbers that ordinary people would never dare to bet on. With his exceptional memory, Yi Tian managed to memorize that sequence. Strangely enough, since Yi Tian's rebirth, he found that he recalled events from his past life with remarkable clarity. If everything proved accurate, purchasing that sequence of numbers could lead him to a windfall. Boss, I'd like 10 tickets for this number, Yi Tian declared, writing down the sequence with conviction. Are you sure? The shop owner raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Such numbers were too consecutive, making it nearly impossible to win. I'm certain, hurry up, Yi Tian urged. Very well. The owner, with a resigned sigh, proceeded to print the tickets. Jiang Yin, tasked with the payment, appeared somewhat reluctant. Brother, are we really buying this? If Mom and Dad find out, they might scold us for wasting money. Trust me, just buy it, Yi Tian replied with a confident smile. Gesturing for her to proceed, Jiang Yin nodded in agreement and completed the transaction. This number is typically avoided by novices. It's hard to win. The owner handed the tickets to Yi Tian, his expression laden with significance. Red balls, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, blue ball, 10. It must be said, if these numbers had been randomly selected, it would have been understandable. Let us go? Yi Tian maintained an air of calm, saying little more as he left with Jiang Yin. He carefully tucked the lottery ticket into his jacket pocket, cautious not to damage it. Brother, what shall we have for lunch? Jiang Yin asked with a hint of anticipation. Let us indulge in the rice bowl that our little Yin adores, Yi Tian replied, affectionately ruffling Jiang Yin's hair. They then entered a Lanzhou noodle restaurant, each ordering a rice bowl to savor. As they dined, Yi Tian's gaze lingered on Jiang Yin, and his mind began to wander. In his previous life, the news of his demise had plunged his family into despair. This unfortunate girl had not smiled since. In this life, he vowed to protect them with all his might. However, this time around, due to his continued existence, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan would have far less opportunity to scheme against him. He recalled the revolting scenes of their illicit encounters, which made his stomach churn. Their subsequent heinous acts, including the slaughter of his parents and the humiliation of his sisters, had filled him with deep-seated hatred for the Yi family. Anyone witnessing such cruelty would clench their fists in outrage. Yet, the fate of the Yi family was one he had no desire to alter, as they were no longer tied to him. Still, the extent to which his departure would shift the future remained an enigma. He anticipated the upcoming lottery draw, hoping it would yield promising results. If fortune smiled upon him, he would possess the means to transform his parents' lives first and foremost. Furthermore, he could leverage the knowledge from his past life to turn a profit. The future held numerous lucrative opportunities. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yi Tian felt a surge of enthusiasm. Little Yin, if I were to earn money in the future, what wish would you like me to fulfill? He cheerfully placed a piece of meat from his bowl into Jiang Yan's. A wish? Jiang Yan pondered before curiously asking, could you buy the school so we wouldn't have to attend classes? Yi Tian's hand paused momentarily, leaving him momentarily speechless. He then retrieved the meat he had just offered. Oh, I was only joking. You mustn't take that. Jiang Yan immediately shielded her food. Now tell me, what do you truly want? Well, I don't have anything particularly special on my mind since I don't have urgent needs. However, I would like a laptop, a folding phone, roller skates, a treadmill, so many fun things that my classmates possess. But I can do without them, so I'm not quite sure what I want. Jiang Yin shrugged nonchalantly, explaining her thoughts. Yi Tian remained silent, yet he etched her words into his memory. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyu had finished her errands at the hospital and returned home. It was precisely noon, and Yi Yunbo and the others had just come back. How did things go at school? Yi Yunbo inquired. It has been resolved. From now on, Yi Tian and the Yi family shall have no further connection, Yi Lingyu replied. Upon hearing this, a faint smile of relief graced the faces of those present, seemingly liberated from any connection to Yi Tian. However, I caught sight of him. Yi Lingyu pressed her lips together, a hint of concern furrowing her brow. Did Yi Tian approach you of his own accord? Sister, your kindness is your greatest virtue. Yet you must remain vigilant against him. That scoundrel is nothing but a rogue. Do not provoke him lightly, lest you find it impossible to shake him off later. The eldest sister, Yi Qingcheng, spoke with unwavering conviction, earnestly advising. Sister, you did not witness his actions that day at home. They were utterly revolting. Do not engage with him, or you too shall feel disgusted. The second sister, Yi Luming, also urged her patiently. I sought him out first, Yi Lingyu explained. Swish. Her words caused Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian's eyes to flicker, both turning their gaze toward Yi Lingyu. a tinge of concern evident that Yi Tian might say something untoward. What do you want with him? Aren't you tired of the repulsion? Yi Yunbo reprimanded. He struck Ruotian, and I merely wished to seek an explanation. Thus, I went to confront him, but Yi Lingyu hesitated, her brow furrowed. She sighed, her expression growing increasingly grave. This revelation left everyone taken aback, exchanging glances of alarm. Sister, what is happening? Please clarify. Yi Qingqing pressed urgently. Did he strike you again? This child, how can he be so impulsive? When will he ever change these bad habits? Qin Wanrong lamented with a heavy heart. No. Yi Lingyu quickly shook her head in denial. After a moment of silence, she finally revealed the truth. I saw his injuries. They are quite severe, and the wounds are very apparent. Her statement left everyone in shock. So what? Sister, you must clarify. What do you mean by speaking only in fragments? Yi Luming urged anxiously. Yi Lingyu sighed. Such injuries, if formally reported, would constitute intentional harm. Therefore, I worry about Ruotian and Ruoxuan. At that moment, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan exchanged furtive glances, their eyes gleaming with concern. Father. Yi Ruoxuan immediately rushed into Yi Yunbo's embrace, her delicate arms wrapping around his waist, her face pressed against his chest, her petite frame trembling slightly. It was all my impatience. I take full responsibility. Do not blame Brother Ruotian. Yi Ruoxuan insisted, pressing herself closer to Yi Yunbo. This made Yi Yunbo's heart ache even more, as he gently tousled Yi Ruoxuan's hair. Fear not. With father here, even if Yi Tian decides to file a report, I shall ensure nothing befalls you. Yi Yunbo declared with resolute conviction. Mother, this is all because of me. I could not endure the pain of being struck by my brother. Had I only been able to endure a moment longer and not cried out so loudly, perhaps my sister would not have intervened to save me. Seize me if you must, but do not involve her. Yi Ruotian lunged into Qin Wanrong's embrace. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in a tense and urgent atmosphere. Yi Qingqing and Yi Luming exchanged anxious glances, their expressions shifting. How could this scoundrel dare to report us? Our family has treated him so well, providing for his every need and teaching him the ways of life. Yet he would betray us? Yi Yunbo's face darkened, a tempest of anger brewing within him. How could he be so malicious? Was he merely feigning indifference to later file a report? It was that wretch who struck first. How could Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan be blamed? He only sustained a minor injury. He is not dead, Yi Luming said coldly. Chapter 17, already sold at that moment. The crowd's impression of Yi Tian deteriorated further. They believed he was attempting to frame Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. Alas, how could it come to this? Now, to entangle Ruotian and Ruoxuan in this mess, was he intent on jeopardizing their upcoming college entrance examinations? Qin Wanrong's expression was fraught with concern, fearing that the criminal charges would adversely affect Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian's imminent exams. It must be. Yi Tian was already a wretched individual, his academic performance dismal. Envious of Ruotian and Ruoxuan, he sought to drag them down. But is there no opportunity for resolution? Yi Qingqing inquired. Everyone turned their gaze to Yi Lingyu, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. I am merely speculating. I cannot confirm Yi Tian's intentions. However, we must take precautions. Yi Lingyu stated calmly. For instance, we could settle this privately, offering him a sum of money in exchange for his signature. The crowd nodded in agreement, acquiescing to this approach. It was indeed the most common method. Accept the money, sign the document. Even if Yi Tian wished to stir trouble, it would be futile. Let us proceed. We must act swiftly. Who will go to find him? Yi Yunbo's authoritative gaze swept over each person. I shall go with the third sister. Yi Qingcheng, as the eldest, stepped forward decisively. But how much should we offer? Yi Lingyu questioned. Let us propose 100,000. After all, he has never seen such a sum. Yi Yunbo declared with resolve. Is 100,000 truly sufficient? Yi Qingqing furrowed her brow, feeling uncertain. Eldest sister, what do you mean by that? Are we to offer him 1,000,000? Such a deal is hardly reasonable. Not to mention 1,000,000. Even 10,000 would suffice to keep him from rising again. Second sister Yi Luming asserted confidently. Indeed, 100,000 is about right. Qingqing, do you harbor any concerns? Yi Yunbo asked, puzzled. Yi Qingqing's expression grew increasingly grave as she sighed, finally revealing her secret. I possess a jade bracelet valued at 1,000,000. It is a premium imperial green jade. However, a few days ago, it was lost and I could not find it anywhere. I initially suspected that Yi Tian had stolen it. and I intended to confront him the day before yesterday, only for him to flee. Yi Qingsheng revealed a bittersweet smile, mocking herself. In an instant, everyone was left speechless, their hearts shaken. How could this audacious individual leave so boldly? It turns out he had already pilfered such valuable items from home. Yi Luming gritted her teeth, seething with rage. How could this be? He had even stolen things from our home. Qin Wanrong wore an expression of disbelief, a wave of disappointment washing over her. Speaking of which, I often misplace items as well. Several diamond rings have gone missing. Yi Luming suddenly paused, her beautiful eyes widening in realization. She had previously thought she had merely misplaced them, but now considered the possibility that they, too, may have been stolen by Yi Tian. Has my brother truly committed so many misdeeds? How could he resort to theft? Perhaps he has merely hidden them away? Yi Ruotian immediately stepped in to defend Yi Tian. I am sorry. Father, mother, sister. I should have clarified things with you sooner. I once witnessed my brother stealing, but I was too frightened to speak up. It was all because I was complicit in his wrongdoing. Yi Ruoxuan murmured through her tears, wiping her eyes on Yi Yunbu's sleeve. It is true. Upon hearing Yi Ruoxuan's testimony, the entire family was taken aback. It was indeed Yi Tian who had stolen. Therefore, I fear that a mere 100,000 will not suffice. If he has sold the stolen goods, he should have ample funds. I accompanied my younger sister to search for him, hoping to inquire about the jade bracelet. It would be fortunate if we could retrieve it, but if not, Yi Qingqing could not help but sigh. Without evidence or a trace of the bracelet, Yi Tian would not willingly surrender it. At this moment, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Only the heavy breaths of Yi Yunbua, filled with rage, echoed through the space. Butler, where is the butler? Yi Yunbua bellowed. Soon, a somewhat elderly middle-aged man approached. He was Fu Bo, the butler of the Yi family. Sir, what is the matter? Fu Bo inquired. Have someone dismantle Yi Tian's room. Search every item meticulously. Anything useful or seemingly useful, place it outside. All the rest should be thrown in the trash. Yi Tian left without taking anything, which means he likely hid the stolen items here. Search for them. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. Yi Yunbua shouted furiously. He was consumed by rage, his voice booming. Yes, I will go at once. Fu Bo nodded repeatedly and promptly led the servants into the room. We might as well wait a little longer. Let them finish the search before we seek out Yi Tian. Yi Lingyu sighed. Humph, that scoundrel. I should have foreseen this. Having never encountered such wealth, he would undoubtedly entertain some nefarious thoughts. How could he succumb to such a trivial temptation? Truly a worthless being. In his eyes, money now reigns supreme. Yet upon returning to his adoptive parents' home, who could possibly provide him with any? A hint of disdain laced Yi Yunbua's voice as he spoke coldly. The onlookers, sensing the palpable hostility emanating from him, dared not utter a word and could only await silently. Yi Lingyu and Yi Qingqing approached the room gradually, intending to supervise the situation personally. Yi Tian's quarters were nothing more than a storage space beneath the staircase of the top floor. A mere glance revealed the entirety of the room. A solitary bed constituted its sole furnishing, lacking even a desk or a wardrobe. 2 cardboard boxes lay stacked within, one serving as a makeshift wardrobe and the other as a desk. Had he truly resided in such an environment all this time? Yi Lingyu's expression shifted, tinged with surprise. In stark contrast, the rooms of Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Rutian spanned over 20 square meters, exquisitely decorated, featuring a spacious king-sized bed with a comfortable mattress, solid wood wardrobes, automated desks, and a plethora of electrical amenities. They even boasted en-suite bathrooms and dressing areas. The space allocated for Yi Ruotian's workouts alone dwarfed Yi Tian's entire room. And now, to discover that Yi Tian had been living under such circumstances, the ceiling was adorned with a tangled web of pipes, both hot and cold, frequently dripping with condensation. When Yi Lingyu leaned in to take a whiff, she was immediately met with a musty odor. The air was thick with an unpleasant scent. Typically preoccupied with her busy schedule, she resided in a spacious apartment adjacent to the hospital, only dining in the living room during rare visits home, and had never ventured to the top floor where Yi Tian stayed. This was her first realization of his living conditions. However, she chose not to inquire further. The priority now was to locate the items Yi Tian had hidden away. Soon, Uncle Fu scoured the room inside and out. Yet it was evident that Yi Tian possessed very few possessions. Upon dismantling the 2 boxes, the contents revealed nothing but a few tattered books and worn clothes, nothing more. Had this wretch already sold everything off? Yi Yunhua's countenance darkened, his face marred with fury. Chapter 18. This money is beneath me. What shall we do then? Shall we still offer him 100,000? If he truly sold the money, he would not care about this sum. Yi Lingyu inquired. You take the 100,000 first and warn him to refrain from meddling. Otherwise, I could easily spend hundreds of millions to have him expelled from Jinling. Furthermore, Uncle Fu, dismantle that bed and break down the tiles and walls. He may have concealed the items beneath the floor or within the mattress. Yi Yunhua spoke coldly, having completely lost his patience. His fury at Yi Tian's actions was palpable. Very well, my sister and I will pay him a visit to discuss matters. Yi Lingyu nodded. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with derision. They are well aware of the situation regarding the stolen goods. It was they who pilfered the items and subsequently profited handsomely from their sale, after which they indulged in a carefree existence. Now, the blame has been placed upon Yi Tian, which might be considered a fortuitous turn of events. At noon, after sharing a meal, Yi Tian and Jiang Yan returned home. Jiang Yan, feeling somewhat fatigued, retired early for rest. Yi Tian remained by her side until she succumbed to slumber, and only then did he exit the room. At that moment, a sudden knock at the door caught Yi Tian's attention, leaving him momentarily taken aback. It was far too early for his parents to be returning home. He approached the door, and, upon seeing the two individuals before him, a wave of impatience washed over his countenance. What could they possibly want from him again? The visitors were none other than Yi Qingqing and Yi Lingyu. They cast a disdainful glance around Yi Tian's modest living room, their expressions filled with contempt. Though tidy, it was undeniably austere, exuding an air of impoverishment, a stark contrast to the opulence of their Yi family villa. They had no desire to enter. We have come to see you regarding a matter, Yi Qingqing stated coldly. Yi Tian's face was etched with annoyance. Caught between his reluctance to welcome their presence and his apprehension that their argument might disturb Jiang Yan's rest. Ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Cautiously, Yi Tian closed the door behind him, and, in order to avoid waking Jiang Yan, he signaled for the three of them to descend the stairs and step outside the building. What do you want from me this time? Did we not agree to leave each other be? Yi Tian reproached impatiently. Your room will be thoroughly cleaned today. Even the tiled floor will be removed. We came to inquire if you possess any valuable items within, so that we may retrieve them and return them to you, Yi Qingqiang explained, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Tian's every movement. Any hint of discomfort from him would affirm their suspicion that he was indeed hiding something in that room. However, I possess nothing of value at Ye's residence. This is our final meeting. Unless there is anything else, I bid you farewell, Yi Tian replied, his impatience evident as he waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away flies. Nothing of value? What about precious jewelry or bracelets? Yi Lingyu provocatively suggested. Are you dreaming? When have I ever owned such items? Have you ever gifted me anything of worth? Yi Tian retorted, his frustration palpable. Leave me be. Do not disturb me any further. He admonished, his tone icy and resolute. Yi Qingqing and Yi Lingyu, incensed, could hardly contain their outrage. Are you truly oblivious to your own actions? Yi Lingyu exclaimed, her anger boiling over. Do not beat around the bush. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then be gone. This is your final opportunity to seek me out. I implore you not to disturb me again. Do you understand? Yi Tian's voice was chillingly cold. Very well. Since you insist that I speak. You have pilfered numerous items from our home. Do you not owe us an explanation? You have been provided for. And this is how you repay us? Do you truly believe that no one is aware of your actions? Yi Qingqing retorted, her anger palpable. How utterly laughable. I stole something. Where is your evidence? Cease your baseless fantasies. I have committed no such act. However, if you truly wish to pursue this matter, I could offer a suggestion. Yi Tian's expression was laced with mockery, his tone laden with implication. You offer a suggestion? What kind of suggestion could you possibly provide? I suspect you are the thief. Yi Qingqing's agitation grew, her chest heaving with intensity. I have already stated that I am not the thief. Believe what you will. Instead of wasting your time here, you might as well investigate the pawn shops in Jinling. There you shall find the answers you seek. Yi Tian remarked, his tone cryptic. So you have indeed sold me out. Can you not exhibit even a modicum of humanity? Is this truly your property that you would steal and sell? Yi Lingyu exclaimed in furious condemnation. Enjoy your game. I shall no longer play the servant. Yi Tian expressed his disinterest, and turned to leave. Halt. There is still a matter to discuss, Yi Qingcheng demanded, her temper flaring. Yet Yi Tian paid her no heed, walking away with resolute determination. You shall not leave. We are not finished speaking. Yi Lingyu reacted swiftly, grasping Yi Tian firmly. This left him utterly speechless. If you have something to say, then speak quickly. I genuinely find your presence distasteful, Yi Tian urged. You. Yi Qingcheng and Yi Lingyu trembled with rage, their expressions darkening further. They had never endured such humiliation. Yet for the sake of Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian, they felt compelled to endure. Here is 100,000 yuan. Take it. Yi Qingcheng coldly extended a bank card towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, regarding the card with unexpected curiosity. What is the meaning of this? Is this a buyout fee? Henceforth, I am to deny my affiliation with the Yi family? Yi Tian conjectured with a derisive smile. No. Accepting this money means that the altercation between you and Ruotian and Ruoxuan will be considered settled. We shall merely sign a settlement agreement, and all will be resolved. Yi Qingcheng glared at Yi Tian with a condescending air. In that moment, Yi Tian comprehended the true implication. So, it was all for that pair of disloyal souls. Yi Tian scoffed. What? Do you find the sum insufficient? Yi Qingcheng inquired, her brow furrowing in skepticism. No, the amount is substantial. I have never encountered such wealth before. However, take it back, for I find it repugnant. Yi Tian brushed away the bank card with disdain, his face contorted in mockery. You, don't be ungrateful. Yi Qingcheng shot him a furious glare, feeling utterly humiliated. How dare this wretch cast the bank card to the ground? He even had the audacity to claim the money was tainted? Chapter 19. On the brink of wealth? This money is certainly not as sullied as what you possess. Having sold so many items, you've surely amassed quite a fortune, haven't you? Now you look down on a mere 100,000. Yi Lingyu remarked with biting sarcasm. Yi Tian feigned ignorance, utterly disinterested, and turned to leave. Engaging in conversation with such a person was an utter waste of intellect. Just as he was about to depart, Yi Qingcheng's expression shifted to one of urgency. She called out to him, Which pawn shop did you sell my jade bracelet to? Be clear. What bracelet? Yi Tian furrowed his brow and turned back. Stop pretending. I just want to inform you that bracelet is worth a fortune. If you sold it, you better have found a reputable buyer. Don't sell it for a few hundred and then regret it to the point where you can't sleep. Yi Qingcheng's icy demeanor bore down on Yi Tian. This was her intention. Once Yi Tian understood the bracelet's true value, he would surely take it seriously. Perhaps then, he would slip up. 1,000,000. Yi Tian's eyes flickered with a glint of cold realization. He recalled that in his previous life, Yi Qingcheng had indeed lost a jade bracelet worth 1,000,000. He had been suspected, leading to intense interrogations from the family. Eventually, the Yi family even resorted to brutalizing him, resulting in a high fever that wouldn't subside. Moreover, under the instigation of Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, Yi Qingcheng had secretly inflicted punishment upon him, leaving him with numerous small scars on his body and face, burns, pinprick wounds, all in an effort to extract the whereabouts of the bracelet. Yet, in reality, the bracelet had long since fallen into the hands of those two vile individuals. It was only after Yi Tian's tragic demise in a fire and his wandering soul overheard the conversations of Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian that he stumbled upon this information. In this life, Yi Tian had left the Yi family early, sparing him from such torment. What's this expression? Have you recalled something? If you haven't sold it, return it to me immediately. Whatever conditions you propose, I shall acquiesce, even if you wish to return to the Yi family. If you have sold it, please inform me swiftly of where, so I can retrieve it. Seeing the change in Yi Tian's expression, Yi Qingcheng pressed him further. Her beautiful, profound eyes fixated on him, while her hands gripped his shoulders tightly. Yi Tian remained impassive, coldly pushing her hands away, a hint of a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The jade bracelet had likely not been sold. At this moment, within the confines of the Yi residence, one could liken the situation to a game of hide and seek. Should you uncover the hidden truth, congratulations are in order. However, if you fail to do so, fix your gaze upon the pawnshop. Perhaps a revelation awaits you there. Yi Tian spoke these words with profound significance before turning to depart. In his past life, the jade bracelet was only sold by Yi Ruotian after Yi Tian's demise. Thus, calculating the timeline, it had not yet reached the moment of Yi Ruotian's illicit dealings. It must still be concealed within the Yi household. As Yi Tian turned away, An increasingly sardonic expression adorned his face. His intent was to incite a sense of urgency and anxiety within Yi Qingqing, prompting her to search frantically. In his previous life, Yi Qingqiang had resorted to inflicting pain upon herself, piercing her own body with needles in an attempt to extract information from him. The agony she endured was beyond what an ordinary soul could bear. Indeed, it was you. Stop right there. Explain to me precisely where it is. Did you hear me? Yi Qingqing's demeanor grew ever more tense and agitated. Yet, Yi Tian had already ascended the stairs, disregarding her entirely. Elder sister, let us return for now. If he is indeed the thief, he will never confess, and if he is innocent, perhaps the bracelet remains hidden within the house, Yi Lingyu suggested. Gently pulling Yi Qingqing away, the two soon found themselves back at the Yi residence. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a startling sight at the entrance. The bed, tiles, floorboards, and even the bedding and cotton stuffing from Yi Tian's room had all been dismantled and neatly piled outside the villa. This was at the behest of Yi Yunbua, who insisted on a meticulous inspection of every component to ascertain if anything was concealed within. Have any discoveries been made? Yi Qingqing inquired of Uncle Fu. Alas, young Master Yi's room is far too austere and simple. There is nothing of note, Uncle Fu replied, unable to suppress a sigh. This bedding is merely summer quilts. How on earth will one endure the winter? A flicker of sorrow and empathy shone in his eyes as he spoke. As an outsider, he had witnessed the trials Yi Tian faced over the past year. He even began to question if this young master was truly a blood relative of the Yi family, for his living conditions were evidently worse than his own. Shaking his head, Uncle Fu turned to leave. Is there truly nothing in the entire room? Yi Lingyu mused, slightly lost in thought. Yi Lingyu furrowed her brows, quickly suggesting, Third sister, did Yi Tian not mention the pawnshop? Here's what we shall do. You continue searching in other areas of the villa, while I will investigate several pawnshops in Jinling. If Yi Tian intends to sell the bracelet, it is likely that other items were sold alongside it. We may yet uncover a clue. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had returned to his room, seated upon the sofa, lost in contemplation. He had altered the present circumstances, leading to a transformation in many trajectories of the Yi family's fate. Yet, the overarching causality remained intact. Regrettably, Yi Tian had distanced himself from the Yi household. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to witness the unfolding events. Brother, you won't go back, will you? A voice suddenly echoed, belonging to Jiang Yan. She stood at the bedroom door, cautiously observing Yi Tian, particularly the delicate features of her face, which now bore a hint of anxiety. Xiaoyan, what are you saying? Yi Tian responded, slightly taken aback. I just heard that the two sisters from the Yi family have arrived. Are they here to take you back? You've been downstairs with them for quite some time. What were you discussing? Jiang Yan inquired, her lovely face betraying a surge of worry and tension. She slowly lowered her head, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, appearing somewhat at a loss. Don't think too much. There's no way I would go back. They just came to find me for no good reason, not out of concern for my well-being. Yi Tian chuckled softly, ruffling Jiang Yan's hair. Is that so? Jiang Yan sighed in relief. But what if they come back and offer you money to return? She asked. No amount would persuade me to go back. And soon I will have more money than they do. Don't forget, we just bought a lottery ticket. We are about to become wealthy. Yi Tian teased with a grin. Haha. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Is it really just that lottery ticket? However, she chose not to dwell on it further, dismissing it as mere jest. Chapter 20. The only home come on. Let's prepare some dishes. For dinner tonight, we shall cook. Yi Tian declared confidently, waving his hand at Jiang Yan. We? I can't cook. Jiang Yan exclaimed. Wait, brother, you can't cook either. When did you learn how to cook? She asked, tilting her head in confusion as she scrutinized Yi Tian. Naturally, I learned. Yi Tian replied with a light-hearted smile. In his previous soul state, he had not only witnessed the vicissitudes of human life, but had also acquired quite a few skills, including cooking. Reflecting on it now, he realized that cooking was indeed a rather simple endeavor. All right, I'll follow your lead. Jiang Yan promptly nodded in agreement. Thus, Yi Tian and Jiang Yan made their way to the market, where they purchased an assortment of vegetables and meat. They spent nearly all of the 100 yuan they had. Brother, isn't that a bit too much? Jiang Yan expressed her concern. This is my first meal cooked at home. It must be splendid. Yi Tian asserted with conviction, eager to present his best self to his family. Being able to serve them his culinary creations would be a source of joy. Soon, upon returning home, They began preparing the ingredients. Jiang Yin assisted, casting skeptical glances at Yi Tian, still doubting his ability to conjure up a truly delectable meal. As the clock struck 5, Yi Tian commenced cooking. He prepared each dish at a leisurely pace, having only memorized the techniques without mastering them fully. The ability to learn by example is already commendable. As dish after dish was served and arranged on the table, the entire room was filled with an enticing aroma. Jiang Yin couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. Her appetite awakened. She secretly indulged in several bites, further affirming Yi Tian's culinary skills, which truly were impressive. Finally, after an hour had passed, the sound of a door opening echoed through the room. "Well, what is the occasion today? It smells so delightful. Don't tell me you all cooked," Jiang Nin exclaimed as he entered the room, instantly captivated by the fragrant scent. His gaze promptly fell upon the dining table. "Is it really you who cooked?" Dongfang Hui looked at them in surprise. In that moment, they all felt that the child before them had matured, taking on the responsibility of alleviating their parents' burdens. "This feast is all thanks to me and my brother. Impressive, right?" Jiang Yin lifted her chin, displaying a proud demeanor as she approached Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui, eager to show off. "Is this true? Did your brother prepare this, while you merely washed and picked the vegetables?" Jiang Nan inquired pointedly. "Dad, you mustn't speak." Jiang Yin pouted. Her spirit deflated as she shot a glare at Jiang Nan, feeling quite displeased at being exposed. "You little rascal, it seems your father was indeed correct." Dongfang Hui chuckled, ruffling Jiang Yan's hair, her smile radiant. Laughter erupted among the group, treating Jiang Yin as their source of joy. "Mom, Dad, hurry and eat. The dishes will get cold," Yi Tian urged, having specially prepared this meal according to the end of the workday. Thus, everyone gathered around the dining table, eager to savor the feast. During the meal, Jiang Yin voiced her concerns about Yi Tian being visited by members of the Yi family. She was not intending to complain, but was genuinely worried, fearing that Yi Tian might choose to return due to their visit. "The Yi family? Your two sisters?" Dongfang Hui asked anxiously. "Yes, but they are merely being troublesome. We need not pay them any mind. I have already told them this is the last time they will come looking for me. They won't bother me again," Yi Tian explained. Both Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui fell into a brief silence, their expressions tinged with gravity. After all, they were not young anymore and understood that nothing in life is absolute. Yi Tian's decision to stay now did not guarantee he would not return in the future. "Shall we have a drink?" Jiang Nan suggested, pulling out a bottle of white liquor and filling the cups. "Sure." Yi Tian nodded earnestly, preparing to join him. He had yet to drink any alcohol to this point. Just a little, Jiang Nan poured a modest amount into the cup and handed it to Yi Tian. "Cheers." Jiang Nan raised his glass. The two clinked their cups together and drank. Yi Tian took a small sip and felt an intense spiciness in his throat, a fiery sensation that surged from his mouth straight to his stomach, bringing an instant relief. He exhaled deeply, his complexion instantly flushed. "Xiao Tian, rest assured, your mother and I will impose no restrictions upon you. Should you ever wish to return to the Yi family, you are free to do so. After all, that is your home, and we fully support your decision," Jiang Nin stated with a sudden seriousness. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback by these words. "Dad, they came to me merely to ask some questions. I have no intention of going back." He quickly clarified. "I understand, son, but what I say is true. One should not be confined by their previous words. If you wish to return, do so when you feel the time is right. We live this way for our children. After all, your happiness is what matters most to us." Jiang Nin revealed his heartfelt sentiments, a decision made after careful deliberation with Dongfang Hui. As long as Yi Tian found joy, they would be satisfied. "Mom and Dad." Emotion welled up in Yi Tian's heart, tears glistening in his eyes. He poured another sip of wine, raised it solemnly, and gazed intently at Jiang Nan. "Let me make this clear today. I will never return. That is not my home. From now on, I will always consider this place my only home, and I will never leave," Yi Tian declared earnestly, his eyes deep and resolute. With that, he lifted the glass and drank it all in one go. "Good son." Jiang Nin couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, raising his glass in response. "Wonderful. Brother doesn't have to leave anymore," Jiang Yin exclaimed joyfully, her smile radiant. "Xiao Tian, from now on, just be our son, and as a family. All we need is peace and happiness. Your parents will steadfastly stand by you, ensuring the Yi family can never take you from us." Dongfang Hui smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Yi Tian's hair, her warmth enveloping him like the sun's rays. All right. Yi Tian felt a rush in his nose, nodding earnestly in response. Such is the essence of maternal love. That night, Yi Tian retired early. After 2 sips of wine, he felt somewhat dizzy. It wasn't until 9 the next morning that he finally awoke, reflecting on the fact that he was not particularly gifted when it came to alcohol. Upon waking, Yi Tian refreshed himself and began to study. Today, he had but one objective: the drawing of the double chromosphere on Sunday night. This was also Yi Tian's means of verification. He spent the entire day indoors, without stepping outside, ensuring his lottery ticket was kept in a very secure place, away from water, fire, and any possibility of damage. As long as nothing unexpected occurs, the results should be forthcoming. Chapter 21. It's truly happened. Evening. Yi Tian remained in his room, cradling his phone. He vigilantly monitored the web page, incessantly refreshing it. Once the time arrived, he was certain he would behold the results. Yi Tian's breath quickened, and he became increasingly anxious. This was the only instance of agitation he had experienced since his rebirth. As one number after another appeared on his phone, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, his body trembling slightly. Particularly, his face flushed, reminiscent of the effects of yesterday's drinking. After viewing the final number, he confirmed it at last. Indeed, he had struck gold. Yi Tian was elated. Leaping off his bed, bouncing up and down to release his exuberance. After several minutes, he finally came to a halt, fixating on the lottery ticket in his hand. Brimming with exhilaration, it seemed he must carve out time to claim his prize. Yi Tian exhaled deeply. One ticket amounted to 10 million. 10 tickets totaled 100 million. After taxes, he would still have 80 million. This sum was something that countless families could never hope to earn. Yi Tian pondered how Jiang Nan and the others would react upon hearing this news. Would they be so overwhelmed with excitement that it might affect their health? He contemplated that it might be prudent to wait a bit before sharing this news with his parents. Just as Yi Tian reveled in his triumph, at a nearby lottery shop, the owner transcribed the newly released numbers onto the trend chart. The more he stared, the more familiar they seemed, until he found himself at a loss for how to grip his pen. He gazed vacantly at the sequence, his expression increasingly astonished. Could it be that young man? Such an extraordinary consecutive series had only been played by one individual. He had previously remarked that such numbers would certainly not win. Yet, to his astonishment, they had indeed emerged victorious. It seemed that young man had purchased 10 tickets. That was a staggering prize of 100 million. Behind him, numerous lottery enthusiasts were fixated on the trend chart. They were regular patrons of this lottery shop, and now, witnessing this sequence, they were on the verge of despair. What a cruel joke. Such numbers could not possibly succeed. A once-in-a-century occurrence. The probability of such a combination was more challenging than winning the lottery itself. How could this happen? Was there truly someone orchestrating this behind the scenes? This was unacceptable. There must be foul play. The frustration of these lottery players mounted as they continued to roar in anger. Yet, their protests were futile. How could the lottery be swayed by their discontent? At this moment, aside from Yi Tian, how many lottery enthusiasts were unable to sleep? They even believed that this sequence was rightfully theirs. Meanwhile, Yi Tian mused on how to spend this newfound wealth. His foremost priority was to purchase a house. That was of utmost importance, whether living independently or considering future investments. The matter is of utmost significance. Furthermore, one must contemplate what delightful delicacies and entertaining experiences to offer Jiang Yan. Suddenly endowed with a considerable sum of money, Yi Tian's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Meanwhile, Yi Qingcheng, having toiled throughout the day, entered Yi Lingyu's room, her weariness palpable. "Elder sister, you have returned. Have you completed your errands at the pawnshop?" Yi Lingyu inquired promptly. "I have finished. In the entirety of Jinling, there are only a few pawnshops, and none provided any leads on my jade bracelet. However, I did uncover some other clues," Yi Qingcheng replied, her countenance darkening. "Other clues?" Yi Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. Yi Qingcheng elaborated. "Among the 3 pawnshops, I found other items belonging to our family that had gone missing. For instance, Father's submariner watch, Mother's Kintia necklace, and even the Tang Baihu painting you lost were discovered there." In summary, Yi Tian was indeed correct. "I truly found our family's lost possessions at the auction house." Yi Qingcheng rubbed her temples, her face a mixture of fatigue and ire. Isn't this a good thing? We can finally reclaim them. At the very least, this would mean we have both the culprits and the stolen goods." Yi Lingyu exclaimed excitedly. No, those items lack any proof of ownership. How can we prove they belong to us? We cannot retrieve them at all. Yi Qingqing shook her head, appearing somewhat resigned. What should we do then? At the very least, we should compel the pawnshop to disclose who sold them these items, so we can catch the culprits. Yi Lingyu suggested. They mentioned it was a young man and woman who came to pawn the goods. They appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, Yi Qingqing replied. With this revelation, it became evident to Yi Qingqing whom they were dealing with. It must be Yi Tian, and that sister from the Jiang family, Yi Lingyu immediately deduced, as her subconscious could only conjure these two individuals. That scoundrel, over the past year, how much has he stolen from our family? He has even colluded with members of the Jiang family, conspiring against us. Ultimately, he deliberately provided leads, guiding us to the pawnshop, all to humiliate us. Yi Lingyu seethed, feeling utterly deceived by Yi Tian. Enough of the anger. The silver lining in this unfortunate situation is that Yi Tian has departed, and our family shall not suffer further losses. It is regrettable, though, that my bracelet remains elusive and may prove difficult to locate in the future. However, according to Yi Tian's assertion, if he speaks the truth, could it be that this jade bracelet is still at home? Yi Qingqing furrowed her brows. But I have searched the house thoroughly, and there are no clues. Yi Lingyu lamented. Let us search once more, if all else fails. We might need to confront Yi Tian again. Yi Qingqing said, shaking her head in resignation. As night descended, the Yi family gathered for a meal, during which Yi Qingqing recounted the events of the day to her relatives. Upon hearing her words, their collective fury erupted. Each member vocally condemned Yi Tian, hurling insults and expressing their indignation. The collusion between Yi Tian and the Jiang family incited their ire, as it felt akin to a betrayal of their trust. How despicable! This wretch truly disgusts me. To think we once sheltered him and provided for his needs. Yi Luming was the first to lose her composure, unleashing a torrent of curses. However, as Yi Tian had mentioned, the bracelet should still be at home, leaving Yi Qingqing uncertain if he had been deceiving her. Regardless of his honesty, I have resolved that we must scour our home from top to bottom. Every corner must be inspected, from the kitchen and bathroom to the overgrown weeds in the backyard, to ensure Yi Tian has not hidden anything unseemly within our abode. Yi Yunhua's expression darkened as he issued commands to the assembled family. Agreed. Yi Qingqing and the others nodded gravely in response. Yet, Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian exchanged a glance, their faces betraying a hint of shock. Doubts swirled within their minds. The imperial green jade bracelet had indeed been taken by them and concealed in a secret location within the villa. But how could Yi Tian possibly know about this? Chapter 22. A grand display. Had Yi Tian uncovered their clandestine theft? In that moment, beads of cold sweat formed on the foreheads of Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian, their faces turning pale with uncertainty. If this matter were to be exposed by Yi Tian, the consequences could be dire. At that instant, Yi Luming noticed the expressions of the two and, with concern, inquired, Ruoxuan, Ruotian, are you both all right? Why do you look so pale? Her words drew the attention of everyone present. Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian froze, feeling the weight of their family's gaze upon them, which was indeed uncomfortable. It's nothing, second sister. I merely feel disappointed by brother's actions. Given how well the Yi family has treated him, how could he be so ungrateful? Collaborating with outsiders and betraying us is truly disheartening. Yi Ruoxuan sighed repeatedly, feigning intense anger. Do not let it trouble you. We all know how repugnant this fellow is. But what is done is done. We must look ahead. Yi Luming gently ruffled Yi Ruoxuan's long, dark hair in a comforting gesture. Indeed, Yi Ruoxuan exhaled, relieved to have momentarily deflected the attention. Ruotian, are you all right? Yi Qingqing asked, turning her gaze to Yi Ruotian. I'm fine. However, sister, with the upcoming college entrance examination, Ruoxuan and I need to dedicate more time to our studies. Thus, we may not be able to assist you in locating the bracelet. Yi Ruotian offered an awkward smile and explained. Indeed, the impending college entrance examination for Ruotian and Ruoxuan is of paramount importance. It is all Yi Tian's fault for incessantly causing disturbances. We ought to devote our attention to the examination preparations for Ruotian and the others. A look of deep concern shadowed Yi Luming's expression. Yes, the college entrance examination for Ruotian and Ruoxuan is the matter of utmost significance. Their academic performance has consistently been commendable, and should they gain admission to a prestigious university, it would bring glory to the Yi family. I am even planning to host a grand banquet to celebrate with the elite of Jinling. Yi Yunbo remarked with great enthusiasm. His mother, Qin Wanrong, and his three sisters nodded in agreement. Indeed, the college entrance examinations for Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan are the family's primary focus in the coming days. Qin Wanrong promptly organized the arrangements. During this period, we must delineate our responsibilities to prepare for Ruotian and Ruoxuan's examinations. I will oversee their meals along with the chef, ensuring they are nutritionally balanced. The eldest should seek out relevant examination materials. You know many people, so it would be beneficial to find some professionals in the field and acquire a few internal questions. The second should focus on tutoring them in the humanities, as you excel in that area, while the third, who I recall is the top student in science in the entire county, will assist with the scientific subjects. This is no trivial matter. We must treat it as the most critical task. Do you all understand? Qin Wanrong's expression was solemn as she laid out this grand plan. Agreed. The family nodded in unison, affirming their commitment. It is worth mentioning that Yi Tian is in the same cohort as Ruotian and will also be taking the examination. Yi Luming interjected suddenly. However, the mere mention of Yi Tian's name seemed to have become a taboo within the Yi family. Instantly, the mood darkened, and expressions turned to one of anger. Second sister, at such a crucial time, you still have the inclination to concern yourself with him? His performance has always been abysmal. I doubt he will even sit for the examination this time, let alone gain admission to a university. Yi Lingyu scoffed, her disdain palpable. In response, the others could only nod, their emotions turning heavy. The family was acutely aware of Yi Tian's dismal academic record. It was indeed appalling. Not only was he academically deficient, but he also had a penchant for cheating. Compared to Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, he was like a star in the heavens versus a mere speck of dust on the ground. Oh, I merely mentioned it in passing. Who cares about his examination results anyway? Yi Luming hastily clarified, her face flushed with embarrassment. After his examination, you all must remember to conceal his identity. I cannot afford to lose face over this. He is as woeful as they come. Yi Yunbo suddenly spoke up, cautioning the family. Indeed, everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation and not daring to underestimate it. After all, to acknowledge any connection to Yi Tian would be tantamount to slapping themselves in the face. Let us make haste. Ruo Tian, Ruo Xian, hurry and study. The others immediately searched the villa. Yi Yunbo commanded without hesitation. Yes. Yi Ruo Tian and Yi Ruo Xian finally exhaled in relief. They promptly departed for the study to review their lessons. Meanwhile, Yi Qingcheng and the others commenced their search, hoping to find precious jade bracelets. Should they fail, it would still serve as a means to tidy up the home. In the study, once the door was securely locked, Yi Ruo Xian and Yi Ruo Tian let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. What should we do? If they truly discover it, will we be in danger? Yi Ruo Xian asked nervously. Do not fear, for I am here. Moreover, it is hidden so discreetly, how could they possibly find it? Yi Ruo Tian reassured, grasping Yi Ruo Xian's delicate hand. His other hand, however, grew restless, slipping beneath her clothing and teasingly kneading her. Yi Ruo Xian could scarcely contain herself, softly humming as her eyes grew misty and her cheeks flushed. She bit her red lip, her breath growing increasingly rapid. But what if Yi Tian truly knows something? How could he so accurately state that the jade bracelet is at home? She whispered. What of it? He was nothing at Yi family before, and he remains so. Once we gain admission to university, no one will be able to monitor us. After graduation, we shall take control of the Yi family's enterprises, gradually devouring everything until it all belongs to us. Yi Ruo Tian proclaimed with fervor, his presence swelling with confidence, his gaze sharpening. Even the pressure of his grip intensified. Ugh! Yi Ruo Xian bit her lip, a mix of pain and pleasure emanating from her expression. Taking a deep breath, she hastily pointed towards the door. No, they are still at home, she urged. Yi Ruo Tian glanced at the door, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, it was somewhat inconvenient in this house. However, he chuckled, a devilish grin appearing on his lips. He placed his hand atop Yi Ruo Xian's head, applying a gentle pressure. She was all too familiar with this gesture, slowly sinking down. Eagerly, she licked her lips. Forgive me for this, Yi Ruo Xian said alluringly, gazing up at Yi Ruo Tian. It is not a matter of grievance. We are one and the same, sharing our fortunes. Yi Tian gradually closed his eyes, letting out a contented sigh. By the way, Once we have seized control of the Yi family's lifeblood, we will no longer need to heed their expressions. At that time, I shall have Yi Qingcheng, Yi Luming, and Yi Lingyu all cater to you. I want to make you the happiest man in the world. Yi Ruoxian vowed passionately, her large, sparkling eyes radiating with fervor. She was almost bursting with excitement, eager for their dreams to materialize. Do not speak. Hurry. Yi Ruotian urged with a hint of impatience. Soon, the room echoed with heavy breaths. Chapter 23. Speak more if you can. The following day, Yi Tian left home early, heading towards school. Upon his arrival to register, he requested a leave of absence from his teacher. After exiting the school gates, Yi Tian stealthily made his way to the prize redemption center. A sense of anxiety enveloped him. He had spent the previous night meticulously researching the redemption process. He adorned himself with a hat and a pair of sunglasses, disguising himself thoroughly. These items belonged to Yang Tao. After his transformation, even acquaintances would struggle to recognize him. Yi Tian reached the redemption center, where the process was notably stringent. After a thorough inspection of his lottery ticket, he was finally on the verge of receiving his winnings. The staff even prepared for an interview with him, which Yi Tian promptly declined. Ultimately, an 8 million yuan check was handed to him. His ticket had won a staggering 100 million, and after deducting 20 million in taxes, he was left with a neat sum of 80 million. Even so, this amount was a fortune for Yi Tian. As long as he refrained from reckless purchases or investments, he would certainly find this wealth sufficient for a lifetime. Having collected his prize, Yi Tian felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Now, he could focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. He had been diligently studying and practicing problems, a rite of passage for every senior student. Immersed in a sea of questions, he was determined to conquer it. In his previous life, Yi Tian retained memories of the exam questions, particularly the crucial types prevalent across the major subjects, which were etched in his mind. He was confident in securing points on questions with fixed answers. As for essay prompts in Chinese and English, he had also gathered numerous exemplary pieces. However, before the college entrance examination, there was a mock test scheduled for this week. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui busied themselves in the kitchen, tirelessly preparing a feast. In no time, an array of delicious dishes emerged: spicy hot pot, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and stir-fried intestines, all of which were Yi Tian's favorite homestyle meals. The family gathered around the dining table, aware of the importance of the upcoming mock test. It was rumored that outstanding performers would attract the attention of prestigious universities for guaranteed admission. As Dongfang Hui spoke, she served Yi Tian a generous portion of food, which quickly piled high in his bowl. "Mom, I will do my utmost," Yi Tian replied. "Brother, which university do you aspire to attend? I will follow your lead," Jiang Yin said with eager anticipation, her eyes fixed on Yi Tian. With a smile, Yi Tian declared, "At present, I have but one aspiration: Tsinghua University or Peking University." At this, an enveloping silence filled the room. Tsinghua University or Peking University, the nation's foremost institutions. Could this truly be possible? It's all right. Having aspirations is commendable. As long as one puts forth the effort, there shall be no regrets, Dongfang Hui reassured with a gentle wave of her hand. Indeed, as long as we try our best, we can be at peace with ourselves, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. Clearly, both believed that Yi Tian's ambitions of attending Tsinghua or Peking University were mere dreams, akin to the childhood aspirations of many, where few truly achieve such heights. Among the multitude of students, only a select few are recognized as extraordinary talents. Very well, I too shall aspire to Tsinghua and Peking University, Jiang Yin declared with resolute determination. What do you think you're doing? Don't just join in for the sake of it, Dongfang Hui admonished. I will. I absolutely will. Jiang Yin pouted defiantly. With a resigned shake of her head, Dongfang Hui could only smile. Yi Tian and Jiang Nan joined in the laughter, and the atmosphere within the Jiang family grew increasingly warm and harmonious. Meanwhile, at the Yi household, the dining table was adorned with a lavish spread, featuring delicacies from far and wide. King crabs, black truffles, Australian lobsters, and caviar graced the table. This feast easily cost upwards of 50 to 60,000 yuan. Ruotian, Ruoxian, all these dishes were specially arranged by your mother's Michelin-starred chef, with ingredients flown in from abroad. Enjoy yourselves today. Tomorrow is the mock exam, so do your best, Yi Yunbo proclaimed, radiating joy as he sat at the head of the table, his tone grand and generous. Thank you, Mom and Dad. We appreciate your hard work. Yi Ruo Tian and Yi Ruo Xian nodded eagerly, obediently digging into the feast. This exam is quite significant. Once it's over, your mother will take you both to the amusement park this weekend. I've reserved the entire Ginkgo Lake amusement park. You can invite your classmates and enjoy yourselves however you wish. Qin Wanrong said tenderly, gazing at the two with a smile. Thank you, Mom. Yi Ruo Tian and Yi Ruo Xian beamed with delight. My family, the Qins, is destined for greatness. You must strive to stand out and achieve at least a top 10 finish in the school. I would relish the opportunity to boast about it. Yi Yunbo added with a subtle smile, envisioning his aspirations for the future. Any result will do, as long as it's not as poor as Yi Tian's. Qin Wanrong remarked softly. Yi Tian? Anyone is superior to him, humph. Yi Yunbo scoffed, dismissing the thought entirely. As long as you all take it seriously. I heard this from the socialite circle. It's absolutely credible. This mock exam is standardized nationally. The education department wants to gauge the score ranges ahead of time. I've heard that those who perform well may even receive early recommendations. Qin Wanrong reiterated with earnestness. Rest assured, Mom, we will certainly put forth our best effort. Yi Ruotian assured her with a firm nod. Subsequently, the group continued to indulge in the exquisite delicacies before them. The following day, Yi Tian initially intended to venture to the examination venue alone. However, Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui, filled with concern, insisted on accompanying him. The scene resembled that of a college entrance examination. Upon arrival, Yi Tian was greeted by a sea of parents, clearly indicating the significance they placed on this event, treating it with the same gravity as the Gaokao. I shall enter first. Yi Tian waved farewell. In the ensuing 2 days, Yi Tian exerted himself wholeheartedly during the examinations, while his peers also spared no effort, eager to gauge their capabilities. After the final exam concluded, everyone felt as though they had just completed a marathon, utterly exhausted. Once the crowd dispersed, Yi Tian finally managed to emerge and returned home with his parents. During the weekend, Yi Tian took the opportunity to rest adequately. Upon the commencement of the new week, the results were announced in front of the senior high school teaching building, drawing many students to the notice board. Soon, a figure rushed towards Yi Tian in a frenzy. Goodness, have you lost your mind? Over 720 points? Did you somehow know the answers beforehand? Or is the principal your father, who slipped you the questions? Yang Tao exclaimed, utterly astonished by Yi Tian's simulated exam score. Enough of your nonsense. This is my own score, Yi Tian replied disdainfully. Worry about yourself. Why not strive for a first-tier university? At this, Yang Tao's expression darkened. What do you think an exam is? Do you think you can just strive for it? He retorted. But I did strive and succeeded. This score is proof of my efforts. Not to mention, while I was burning the midnight oil studying, you were still sleeping and playing games. Yi Tian shrugged nonchalantly, smiling. His demeanor almost provoked Yang Tao to strike him. Your score not only ranks first in the school, but would also easily secure admission to Tsinghua or Beida. Yet, how did your grades suddenly improve so dramatically? Were you studying late into the night while I was asleep? Yang Tao scrutinized Yi Tian with palpable skepticism. What was that? Please repeat yourself. Yi Tian responded cheerfully, a faint smile gracing his lips. Uft, do you think I'm praising you? However, a year ago, your exam scores were always at the top, only to plummet to the bottom later. Your sudden improvement is truly baffling. Yang Tao mused, nostalgia washing over him as he recalled Yi Tian's previous brilliance. If you have more to say, please do. Yi Tian chuckled, teasingly. Chapter 24. Call your parents at that moment. A voice rang out. Yi Tian, the teacher is looking for you in the office. A beautiful girl with a ponytail called from the doorway. The girl named Xia Shuangshuang serves as the class monitor and has consistently achieved the top academic ranking in her class. However, during this recent mock examination, she found herself utterly outperformed by Yi Tian, both in overall score and in each subject, revealing a stark and disheartening disparity. This left her somewhat bewildered, prompting her to question whether her study methods were flawed. Upon realizing this, Yi Tian nodded and made his way to the office. Besides the familiar teachers, he encountered a middle-aged man in his 50s, distinguished by a considerable amount of silver hair at his temples. Yi Tian recognized him immediately. He was the principal of the school, Wang Jigang. As Yi Tian entered, everyone instinctively stood, erupting into thunderous applause. The scene caused Yi Tian to feel a touch of embarrassment. Mr. Wu, Principal Wang, What is happening here? Yi Tian inquired, scratching his head, feeling a bit sheepish. The teachers beamed widely, their smiles stretching from ear to ear, brimming with excitement. You, my boy, have truly brought honor to me, exclaimed the homeroom teacher, Wu Cheng, with exuberance. Please, take a seat. We need to have a serious discussion about this matter, Wang Jigang said meaningfully. All right, Yi Tian replied, settling into a chair. Surrounded by so many teachers, he felt as though he was under interrogation. This mock examination was a nationwide joint test, and throughout Jinling, you have claimed the top position, achieving first place. Even the second-place candidate is significantly behind you in score. Have you seen your results? Wang Jigang asked with a hint of mystery. I haven't checked, but I believe it falls between 720 and 725, Yi Tian replied without a moment's hesitation. This was not merely because Yang Tao had mentioned scoring over 720, but rather because he had already assessed his potential score after completing the exam. As soon as Yi Tian finished speaking, the room fell into silence. You haven't looked? Yet you guessed quite accurately. Truly a genius. Wang Jigang exclaimed, his eyes widening in admiration as he chuckled. No, I'm not a genius. Yi Tian hastily waved his hands in denial. There's no need for modesty. Your score of 725 rightly earns you the title of genius. Wang Jigang asserted firmly. Principal, please do not flatter me. Yi Tian responded with a wry smile, as he preferred not to attract undue attention with such a label. You cheeky lad, even when praised. You seem displeased. Wang Jigang jested. The other teachers joined in the laughter. The significance of your score has captured the attention of the Jinling education authorities, who have already submitted your examination paper to various provincial education departments. They acknowledge your exceptional abilities, and several prestigious universities, including those classified as 211 and 985, have expressed interest in offering you a recommendation for admission. Let me tell you, no matter which university you choose, your parents must treat us to a meal. Otherwise, we will not let you go. Wang Jigang couldn't help but smile, his eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance. It was evident that Yi Tian's achievements were indeed remarkable, a unique feat in Jinling. Regardless of Yi Tian's background, his future undoubtedly held great promise. Naturally, Wang Jigang wished to be acquainted with him. Who knows when such a connection might prove beneficial in the future. However, Yi Tian's demeanor showed no signs of joy, and he furrowed his brow instead. What's wrong? Are you facing difficulties? Wang Jigang inquired. Guaranteed admission? Yi Tian arched an eyebrow. Yes, you wouldn't even need to take the college entrance examination. You could simply proceed to university. Wang Jigang chuckled. Do those universities include Tsinghua and Peking University? Yi Tian asked earnestly. This question rendered the room utterly silent, the air thick with tension, as every gaze fixated on Yi Tian in astonishment. You mentioned Tsinghua and Peking University. Wang Jigang stammered, his lips trembling. Indeed, Tsinghua and Peking University have expressed interest in granting me guaranteed admission, Yi Tian continued. You little rascal, how greedy can you be? The universities that have reached out are all prestigious institutions, coveted by many. There are even 5 among the top 10. Yet, Tsinghua and Peking University. They are the pinnacle of national academia, a world-class citadel of learning. How could they possibly offer you guaranteed admission based on a mock exam? Principal Wang shook his head in resignation, unwilling to dampen his spirit further. Aspiring to attend Tsinghua and Peking University is a dream cherished by nearly every student. It is not merely a dream, it is a vision of aspiration. The opportunity to attend such prestigious institutions is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, a rarity among countless candidates. Then what is there to be pleased about? Yi Tian remarked, slightly discontented. All the teachers were taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. What is there to be pleased about? So many prestigious universities are vying for Yi Tian. Isn't that cause for celebration? Indeed, you possess lofty aspirations but lack the pragmatism to match. Here's what we'll do. Summon your parents to partake in this discussion. You have but one life. These esteemed universities are the dreams of countless individuals. There's no need to take risks pursuing Tsinghua and Peking University, Wang Jigang advised patiently. Yi Tian remained silent. Lost in thought. Yi Tian, speak up, urged the homeroom teacher, Wu Cheng, from the side. My sole ambition is to gain admission to Tsinghua and Peking University. Beyond that, I hold no interest in other institutions. Therefore, I shan't call my parents. I won't take up more of your time. I shall return to my studies, Yi Tian stated calmly, rising to leave without a moment's hesitation. You. Wang Jigang's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of anger in his gaze. The other teachers were equally stunned, utterly unprepared for Yi Tian's resolute refusal. He declined? This was a guaranteed admission. Such opportunities are exceedingly scarce. Once available, countless individuals would vie fervently for them. Yet, Yi Tian remains utterly indifferent, treating them as mere trifles. Principal, what shall we do? Should we allow Yi Tian to continue participating in the college entrance examination? Sighed the class teacher, Wu Cheng, inquiring. How could someone so young possess the discernment to differentiate right from wrong? Leave this matter to me. I shall handle it, Wang Jigang retorted coldly. He retreated to his office and commenced making a series of phone calls to various prestigious universities that had proposed guaranteed admissions. These institutions were highly inclined to admit Yi Tian, particularly after reviewing his examination papers. They even offered Wang Jigang considerable benefits. This was precisely why Wang Jigang was so eager to persuade Yi Tian to accept the guaranteed admission. It would elevate the reputation of his school, garnering recognition throughout Jinling, the province, and even the nation. Moreover, it could yield substantial advantages, the most significant being access to resources. The prospect of forging closer ties with the admissions offices of these esteemed universities was an opportunity Wang Jigang was unwilling to miss. He informed the admissions offices of the universities that Yi Tian had consented to the guaranteed admission. However, the multitude of universities vying for Yi Tian necessitated communication with his family. Before long, the admissions offices of these prestigious universities began to contact Yi Tian's family, each making a phone call. This contact information resided within the educational department's network and had not been altered. It was indeed the Yi family. The only modification made by Yi Lingyu had been to the contact details posted by the school. As the calls from these universities flooded in one after another, the Yi household was thrown into a frenzy. Chapter 25. The Yi family's excitement. Around noon, Mrs. Qin, you truly have a remarkable way with children. Yi Tian's results in the recent mock examination placed him at the top of Jinling. No, he stands as the foremost in the entire province. To nurture such a prodigy, it must surely be attributed to the diligent guidance of his parents. The tone from the other end of the line was exceedingly gentle, reminiscent of familial banter. This filled Qin Wanrong with immense comfort. All right, I understand, she responded eagerly, nodding repeatedly. She hung up the phone in excitement, realizing she had spent the entire morning receiving calls. It was already noon. Hastily, she gathered the members of the Yi family. Just as Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruochuan returned from school, several admissions officers from prestigious universities called me just now. They said Ruotian ranked first in the province and are willing to guarantee his admission to university. Oh my son is truly remarkable. So many universities are clamoring for you, Qin Wanrong exclaimed with overwhelming joy, embracing Yi Ruotian and showering him with kisses. Her face radiated with pride, as if she could already envision her son embarking on a path towards a glorious future. Mother, as long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything. However, my remarkable scores are entirely attributable to the support of my family. Without you, I would not have achieved my current results. Yi Ruotian flashed a sweet smile, looking obediently at everyone. Truly, my brother, you have brought honor to the Yi family. It is indeed impressive, being the top in the province. Dear brother, you have given us a tremendous surprise. From now on, our Yi family will be renowned. Do not forget to let the media promote this, as it will also elevate the Yi Group's profile. The three sisters of the Yi family celebrated with excitement, each unable to contain their joy. Yi Yunhua beamed with delight, unable to resist opening a bottle of wine for a small toast. His exuberant expression revealed his ecstatic emotions. Brother, you are truly remarkable. First in the province. If you are directly admitted to university, does that mean I won't have the chance to attend with you? Yi Ruochuan said, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Yi Ruotian. Do not worry, sister. With your abilities, if you work hard, you will also be able to achieve it, Yi Ruotian assured confidently. Let me post this on my social media. Do not rush. Soon, all the wealthy ladies of Jinling will envy me. While they may excel at mahjong, their ability to educate their sons cannot compare to mine, Qin Wanrong exclaimed joyfully, sharing her post. Before long, the news of Yi family producing a provincial top scholar spread swiftly through Jinling's elite circles. Shortly after, Qin Wanrong's phone was inundated with congratulatory calls. She was so thrilled that she spoke more today than in an entire month. Yet, the more this happened, the happier she became. All right, let us not waste any more time. We must hurry to the school to complete the enrollment process. We should also evaluate which prestigious university is the best fit for my son. If the school's teachers are uncertain, I might consider hiring a renowned consultancy team for guidance. Yi Yunbo stood up, smiling as if basking in spring sunshine. Yes, let us head to the school. I can hardly wait. Qin Wanrong replied eagerly. Thus, everyone tidied themselves up and dressed splendidly, as if attending an important meeting. Soon, a Mercedes-Benz business vehicle sped off towards the Jinling Noble School. This institution is the largest in Jinling and boasts the most robust faculty among private schools. The Yi family is also one of the shareholders of this school. Upon the arrival of the vehicle, the attentive gatekeeper promptly informed the principal. The principal, in a flurry, rushed out with a group of school officials. Many students stood in amazement, having never witnessed such a display of urgency from the school leaders during their time there. At the school gate, Mr. Yi. Oh, and Mrs. Yi has come too. If you had arrived earlier, you could have given me a heads up, and I would have arranged for someone to receive you. Are you here to see the young master and miss? Principal Lu Ping greeted Yi Yunbo and the others with a beaming smile. Let us discuss this inside. Yi Yunbo replied with a relaxed demeanor and a calm smile. Yes. Lu Ping nodded eagerly, leading the group to the reception room. The Yi family sat comfortably in their chairs, while Principal Lu Ping and the other school leaders stood across from them, not daring to breathe too loudly. Who could fathom the intentions of this group? Who would dare offend them? Your school is quite impressive. I intend to donate 1 million to reward the teachers of this graduating class. It is thanks to them that my son has performed so well. Yi Yunbo exclaimed with exuberance and laughter. Lu Ping and the other school leaders exchanged glances, perplexed. Performed well? With a score of over 580 in the recent mock examination, while not top tier, it was certainly commendable. Yes, indeed. The young master is exceptionally gifted and learns swiftly. With such scores now, he is bound to achieve even more on the actual examination, Lu Ping asserted confidently. Hearing this, Yi Yunbo's smile grew even brighter. Excellent. However, let us dispense with the pleasantries and get to the point, Yi Yunbo declared, exuding an air of triumph as he gestured. At that moment, Lu Ping, seizing the opportunity, promptly presented a cup of tea, bowing respectfully. I am unsure, Mr. Yi. What is it you wish to discuss? Lu Ping inquired tentatively, a look of confusion adorning his face. What is there to discuss? Surely you must know. It pertains to my son, Yi Yunbo replied proudly. Should we know? This young master has consistently exhibited commendable behavior at our school and excels in his studies. He has not caused any trouble, has he? Lu Ping's lips quivered slightly, still perplexed. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, with the Yi family members furrowing their brows, fixated on Lu Ping. An icy dread surged within him, as though an invisible mountain weighed heavily upon him. Even beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Mr. Yi, does the young master's situation at school concern you? I have managed everything. Lu Ping wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with anxiety. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan are like demons in this school. They bully and humiliate their classmates, leading several students into depression. 2 students even took their own lives due to the torment inflicted by these 2. Yet, I have painstakingly suppressed all this, spending considerable sums to resolve the issues. Does Mr. Yi know all of this? Chapter 26. The truth? A mix-up? You managed it? What authority do you hold over where my son attends university? Yi Yunbo cast a haughty glance at Lu Ping, his expression dripping with disdain. University? Oh, indeed, the young master is to select a university. My apologies for overstepping. How could I presume to make decisions for the young master? Lu Ping exhaled deeply, relieved that it was no longer Yi Ruotian wreaking havoc at the school. Several prestigious universities had called, inviting my son to make a choice. Alas, what a dilemma. Which university would be the best for my son? These are institutions of the 985 and 211 initiatives, universities that ordinary individuals would strive desperately to enter. Yi Yunbo beamed with pride, boasting. Prestigious universities called? Lu Ping instinctively felt a bit dazed. Indeed, they wish to grant my son a direct admission. These are calls from the admissions offices of those universities. What? Are you the principal unaware of this? Yi Yunbo asserted confidently. With over 580 points, he can be granted direct admission? Lu Ping was momentarily stunned, asking outright, disregarding any potential offense. Ever since the Yi family arrived, he had felt an unsettling dissonance, as though they were speaking entirely different languages. Over 580 points? In that instant, every member of the Yi family shot up, their expressions becoming exceedingly peculiar. Doubtful gazes filled with confusion were fixed intently upon Lu Ping. Mind your words. My brother is the top scorer in the province. How dare you claim he scored only over 580 points? Yi Qingcheng exclaimed, her anger palpable. With so many calls from university admissions offices, how could you possibly deny his score? Yi Luming said through clenched teeth. Have we spoiled you, allowing you to make such a jest? Yi Lingyu glared fiercely, shouting. As the three elder sisters of Yi Ruotian, they could not stand idly by while their brother was belittled. Even Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. It seemed that a misunderstanding had occurred. Clarify this matter. On what grounds do you assert he scored only over 580 points? Yi Yun's voice turned icy. Director Yi, what purpose would I have in deceiving you? The young master and miss achieved nearly identical scores, and the provincial champion does not hail from our school. Thus, there must be some misunderstanding. Lu Ping endeavored to explain. As he spoke, the expressions of the Yi family members grew increasingly grim. They were deeply concerned. If the final outcome had no connection to Yi Ruotian, would they not become a laughingstock? After all, their relatives and friends were already aware of this news. You claim the provincial champion is not from this school. Then where is he from? Is it from another city? Yet, those calls from the admissions offices were indeed made to me. They confirmed it was my son's score. Qin Wanrong inquired urgently, her tone fraught with anxiety. The provincial champion is indeed from our city, Jinling First High School, a public high school. This matter has caused quite a stir within the educational community, and thus, virtually all universities are aware of the news. I assure you, I am not concealing anything. Please trust me. Lu Ping nervously surveyed the crowd, feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles. He feared that offending the Yi family would jeopardize his own position. As Lu Ping elucidated the situation, the members of the Yi family became increasingly agitated. Could it be that there truly was a misunderstanding? They exchanged bewildered glances as a certain incident resurfaced in their minds. It was the fact that Yi Tian was indeed enrolled at Jinling First High School. However, the title of provincial champion seemed utterly unrelated to Yi Tian. What was the name of that provincial champion again? Qin Wanrong inquired softly. This young man shares a peculiar connection with our young master. Our young master is named Yi Ruotian, while that individual is called Yi Tian. His score not only ranked first in the province, but he also achieved a perfect score on an exceptionally challenging mathematics examination. He is the only one in the entire country to have attained such a feat. Lu Ping recounted with a hint of excitement, his eyes reflecting a sense of envy. It was precisely due to this extraordinary score that numerous institutions were clamoring to recruit him. However, the subsequent remarks went largely unheard by the Yi family. Upon hearing Yi Tian's name, they were completely taken aback. How could this be? Yi Tian could not possibly be the provincial champion. He was someone who had previously scored over 100 points lower. What capabilities does Yi Tian possess that we are unaware of? There must be an error. Are you mistaken? Even an intellectually challenged individual would have scored better than him. Yi Qingcheng and the others wore grave expressions, fervently defending Yi Ruotian. This is truly absurd. Are you all mad? A prestigious school claims that its students cannot compare to those of an ordinary high school, and that an ordinary high school has produced a provincial champion? Have all the funds I contribute each year been squandered? Yi Yunbo suddenly shattered the teacup on the table, scattering shards across the floor. He was on the verge of exploding with rage. Investigate this thoroughly. This provincial champion must be my son. Do you understand? Qin Wanrong trembled, her voice rising in fury. Yes, I shall investigate immediately. Lu Ping, trembling under the pressure, hurriedly ushered everyone away. They entered the office, panting heavily and wiping away sweat. What shall we do, principal? If the student granted a direct admission is not Yi Ruotian of the Yi family, but rather Yi Tian from First High, will next year's sponsorship be jeopardized? A teacher expressed profound concern. Enough. This situation cannot unfold here. I have a plan. We must divert their wrath. Lu Ping, somewhat flustered, promptly led the teachers onward. Mr. Yi, I have uncovered the truth. The information we have received is rather imprecise. The truth lies within Jinling No. 1 High School. Why not inquire there? Lu Ping said with a sycophantic smile, treading carefully. You speak nonsense in the absence of news. We are leaving. Yi Yunbo promptly led the group, towards Jinling No. 1 High School. Half an hour later, at Jinling No. 1 High School, several universities have contacted us, stating that our son has achieved the provincial top score. Please investigate this matter further. Yi Yunhua hastily informed the teacher who was hosting them. Upon hearing this, the teacher became elated and hurried to find Principal Wang Jigang. You must be the family of Yi, the student. He is truly exceptional and has indeed secured the provincial top score. Could you kindly persuade him not to entertain frivolous thoughts and to remain grounded? Principal Wang sighed, expressing his concerns. What do you mean? What is wrong with my son? Qin Wanrong inquired anxiously. The Yi family gazed at Yi Ruotian with confusion written across their faces. Your son has actually declined the offer for guaranteed admission. He wishes to take the entrance examination for Tsinghua and Peking University on his own. Principal Wang shook his head, lamenting. Chapter 27. I yield. What? The Yi family members were utterly bewildered, turning to look at Yi Ruotian. Principal Wang, well versed in human emotions, quickly understood their reaction, realizing they were unaware of Yi Tian's refusal for guaranteed admission. This situation still had room for negotiation. Principal Wang immediately called over a nearby teacher. Quickly, summon that little brat. Let us see if he still holds his arrogance now that his parents are here. I doubt he will dare to refuse. Yes. The teacher promptly departed. However, this maneuver only deepened the confusion on the faces of the Yi family. Principal Wang, are you jesting with me? My son is right here. What are you talking about? Yi Yunhua bellowed, pointing at Yi Ruotian, his finger trembling with agitation. His roar reverberated throughout the hall, startling everyone present. Bewildered gazes scrutinized Yi Ruotian from head to toe. This is not Yi, the student. Principal Wang was taken aback, uttering instinctively. How can he not be? He is my son, Yi Ruotian. From the very beginning, I found it strange that you were discussing something else when my son is right here. He has received offers for guaranteed admission from numerous prestigious universities, yet you claim he has declined? When did this occur? You must provide me with an explanation. Yi Yunhua's countenance turned icy, his gaze terrifyingly fierce. Yi Ruotian? Principal Wang hesitated, looking at Yi Ruotian, pondering how this could possibly connect. Wasn't the student guaranteed admission Yi Tian? Indeed, he is the one who ranked first in the province and scored full marks in mathematics. That is my son. Yi Yunhua proudly raised his head, filled with immense satisfaction. However, the individual you mentioned is not named Yi Ruotian, but Yi Tian. He is a student at our school. Is there some misunderstanding here? Wang Jigang furrowed his brow, his face etched with confusion. Upon the utterance of Yi Tian's name, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Yi Yunhua and the others widened their eyes in shock, their expressions frozen, their faces paling drastically. What? Yi Tian? How could this be possible? Is he the traitor who left the Yi family? This cannot be true, for I heard it with my own ears. It was the admissions offices of those prestigious universities that called, and not just one, but several. How could there be a mistake? They all claimed my son had achieved the provincial top scholar. Qin Wanrong, on the verge of tears, explained to Wang Jigang. Madam, please do not be alarmed. However, our school indeed has only one student named Yi Tian, and he is the one who achieved the scores you mentioned. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding? Wang Jigang, feeling helpless, patiently advised. It was at that moment that Yi Tian appeared at the door, speaking coolly. Why have you come to seek me again? His gaze swept across the room, and upon spotting the members of the Yi family, a flicker of disdain crossed his face. Why are they here again? I thought your parents had arrived. But it seems there has been a mix-up. They are parents of another student. You may return for now, Wang Jigang explained. Yi Tian, uninterested in the presence of the Yi family, turned to leave. Wait a moment. Yi Yunhua bellowed, then turned to Wang Jigang with a fierce inquiry. I demand an explanation. Why did he achieve the scores you mentioned? He previously never scored above 150. How can you not suspect cheating now that he has performed so well? Furthermore, it was clearly my son who attained the provincial top scholar. The papers must have been tampered with, and a mere letter difference resulted in the name Yi Tian. Yi Yunhua's emotions surged, his anger threatening to erupt. He could hardly believe that Yi Ruotian was outshone by Yi Tian. It felt as if a resounding slap had been delivered across his face. Please hold on a moment. I will investigate immediately. Wang Jigang wiped the sweat from his forehead, hastily instructing an investigation. It was a rare occurrence to have a provincial top scholar, attracting considerable attention. If any negative news were to arise at this crucial moment, it would be disastrous. After an arduous investigation, the truth finally emerged. This student, Yi Tian, had altered the contact information twice. It had remained unchanged for a year, then was modified and reverted back recently. However, the educational department updates student information once per semester. So the recent changes at the school had not yet synchronized with the education department. Mr. Yi, is this student Yi Tian also your son? Wang Jigang's expression was particularly complicated as he stared blankly at the individuals present. The other teachers were equally bewildered, harboring doubts about Yi Tian's identity. Yi Yunhua hesitated, ultimately refraining from confirming. The illustrious Yi family could not possibly harbor any blemishes. These individuals are certainly not my kin. After all, to have nurtured me into the provincial top scholar, one must possess exceptionally outstanding parents. They are simply not worthy. Yi Tian remarked impassively, laced with sarcasm. How dare you suggest that someone is unworthy? Yi Yunhua, upon witnessing Yi Tian's demeanor, was instantly incensed. Having lost the title of provincial top scholar, he was further ridiculed by Yi Tian. Yi Yunhua felt as though his very soul was about to erupt. Xiao Tian, how could you utter such words? Have we not shared any bond over this past year? Qin Wanrong's tears streamed down her face, her heart filled with immense disappointment. She had anticipated that Yi Tian, as her son, would at least acknowledge her despite his anger. Yet, he had the audacity to utter such heartless remarks. Emotion? You dare to ask for emotion from me? Humph. If you truly had any semblance of affection, why come to this school at all? Yi Ruotian attends a prestigious institution, while I am merely enrolled in an ordinary school. Are you deluding yourselves? Yi Tian's words were sharp and cutting, akin to daggers piercing the hearts of all present. The expressions of the Yi family members shifted rapidly, and many of them momentarily displayed a hint of guilt. Had they not contemplated what Yi Tian was conveying? Yet, they found it hard to believe that these accolades truly belonged to him. Stop spewing nonsense. You, with your total score barely over 100, dare to criticize us? Surely there was an error with that exam paper, merging Ruotian's score with yours. This is Ruotian's honor. Do not steal it. Yi Luming could no longer contain her voice, her tone sharp and resonating throughout the office. Indeed, there must be an issue. Yi Qingqing nodded emphatically. I demand a re-examination. Yi Lingyu clenched her fists, proposing resolutely. This change in contact details was her doing, and she had never considered that the school's reaching out to the Yi family could be linked to Yi Tian. Mother, father, sisters, let us cease this argument. We should not make our brother suffer so. The title of provincial top scholar and the qualification for recommendation should belong to him. I concede. Yi Ruotian bit his lip, letting out a resigned sigh, presenting the demeanor of one who had accepted his fate. Concede? The members of the Yi family were taken aback. Second brother, I comprehend your intentions. It is because we owe so much to him that we have relinquished it. Let us depart, allowing this misunderstanding to linger. Yi Ruoxuan spoke slowly, her face etched with sorrow. Chapter 28. Change Yi Tian to Yi Ruotian? At this moment, Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian harmonized, both eager to swiftly extricate themselves from this predicament. They had come to realize that this provincial champion was indeed not Yi Ruotian. However, they could not openly declare it. The best course of action was to concede quietly. You all, Yi Yunhua and the others were left speechless, their hearts aching as they gazed upon Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. They believed this was Yi Ruotian's attempt to make amends for Yi Tian, to bring a smile to Yi Tian's face, hence the utterances. Huh, how amusing, truly amusing. You think you can concede? Do I even need your concession? Even if I were to offer you a brain, you wouldn't know how to use it. Do you even deserve to speak? Yi Tian found Yi Ruotian's antics amusing, brazenly mocking him. He no longer cared for the reputation of the Yi family, laughing unabashedly. At this moment, the members of the Yi family felt as if they had been soundly slapped, their dignity shattered. Eyes filled with fury fixated on Yi Tian. As those who had once looked down upon Yi Tian, how could they allow him to utter such blasphemous words? Suddenly, someone interjected, Everyone, could you please wait a moment? I can confirm that this provincial champion is indeed Yi Tian. However, your contact information is also on his file. You all share the surname Yi. You are family, are you not? Let us not quarrel now. We can discuss this at home. Perhaps we should deliberate on which university Yi Tian should attend. There are so many prestigious universities offering guaranteed admissions, each one an opportunity that countless aspire to. Wang Jigang stepped forward, interrupting the clamor. He was anxious, filled with urgency. The admissions offices of those esteemed universities were pressing him for answers. Everyone wished to enroll Yi Tian, Yet they all knew the competition was fierce. All hope rested on Wang Jigang, which amplified his immense pressure. Principal, stop persuading and do not summon anyone else to convince me. I have made my decision. My refusal stands firm. My sole aim is Qingbei University. It is my only aspiration. Yi Tian declared with unwavering resolve, turning on his heel and departing with brisk steps, leaving no room for hesitation. The onlookers were left in a daze, their gazes fixed on Yi Tian's retreating figure. This rebellious son, on what grounds does he claim the title of provincial champion? How dare he reject the guaranteed admission? He. Yi Yunbo fumed, speechless with jealousy. Everything rightfully belonged to Yi Ruotian. That scoundrel. Is he attempting to leverage Ruotian's reputation to refuse this opportunity? Such a ruthless heart, that scoundrel. If I ever catch him, he shall face dire consequences. Yi Luming seethed with indignation. Principal, please assist us in investigating this matter regarding Ruotian. My son is exceptionally talented. He must be the provincial champion. There must be some mistake. I request an inquiry into the examination papers. There has undoubtedly been an error with the name. Qin Wanrong gazed pleadingly at Wang Jigang, soon breaking into tears. She could not bear the thought of Yi Ruotian losing this valuable opportunity. Isn't Yi Tian your son? You are listed as his family members. He has achieved the provincial championship. Should you not be delighted? Wang Jigang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting deep confusion. He and Qin Wanrong, along with the others, were left speechless. Ultimately, they did not confess. Enough. He is not our kin, nor is he our son. How could such a brazen, beastly individual possibly belong to the Yi family? Yi Yunbo seethed with anger and turned to leave. Let us depart as well. Qin Wanrong's face was filled with despondency as she led the Yi family away, leaving Wang Jigang in a state of bewilderment and anxiety. How could he explain if Yi Tian truly rejected the opportunity for direct admission? Soon, the Yi family returned in a flurry, each member's expression grim. Mom, Dad, sisters. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Perhaps I did not write my name clearly on the paper, which led to this situation. But it's all right. I have conceded. I will take the college entrance examination again. Yi Ruotian spoke earnestly, gazing at everyone with conviction. His sister, Yi Ruoxuan, immediately choked up and rushed into Yi Yunbo's embrace. Woo-woo. Dad, my brother is so pitiful. That honor was rightfully his, yet it has been taken away. I feel so sad, truly heartbroken. Yi Ruoxuan continued to nuzzle in her father's arms, her breaths heavy with emotion. Do not cry, Yi Yunbo said, his face filled with compassion as he gently rubbed Yi Ruoxuan's back. At the same time, a flicker of cold resolve flashed in his eyes. Little brother, I believe in you. You are indeed the provincial champion, the most outstanding. Even if Yi Tian enters university, it will be of no consequence. He lacks true capability and will surely be expelled. If you succeed in the college entrance examination, you will undoubtedly gain admission to a university of your choice, far surpassing him. Yi Luming comforted Yi Ruotian, holding onto one of his arms. Exactly, let us disregard him. You should feel no pressure. Unleash your potential in the college entrance examination. Yi Tingxing encouraged him as well. Son, regardless of your performance, in my heart, you are the best. Even if you do not pursue any studies, I will support you for a lifetime. Qin Wanrong spoke softly. In that moment, the entire family radiated warmth and affection, each word reflecting their love for Yi Ruotian. Enough. Suddenly, Yi Yunbo exclaimed in anger. The sound reverberated throughout the hall, causing everyone to gaze in astonishment, their expressions transformed. They turned their eyes towards Yi Yunbo, their confusion palpable. Follow me. Yi Yunbo commanded coldly as he rose to his feet. Where to? Yi Ruotian instinctively inquired. Back to the first high school. This time, regardless of the cost, I shall ensure you receive everything you rightfully deserve. Yi Yunbo declared with unwavering conviction. Subsequently, he led his family away. Along the way, the others were consumed by bewilderment, unable to fathom Yi Yunbo's intentions. Yet, observing his demeanor, they dared not voice their questions. Soon, they arrived once more at the principal's office. What brings you here? Was everything not clarified previously? Wang Jigang asked, his face a mask of confusion. Expel any unwelcome guests. Yi Yunbo commanded resolutely. Expel them? Wang Jigang, still bewildered, gestured for the teachers to leave. Shortly, only Wang Jigang remained in the office. I care not whether my son has achieved the provincial top score, nor do I concern myself with why he has not received this honor. I demand you find a way to substitute Yi Tian with Yi Ruotian, ensuring his rightful admission to college. He declared, handing over 1,000,000 yuan. Handle it yourself? If this is insufficient, I possess plenty more. Yi Yunhua asserted with commanding authority. Chapter 29. Money can move mountains. What? Wang Jigang was struck dumb upon seeing the check presented to him. His eyes appeared glued to the paper, and he swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety and unease. It was as if the sound of drums echoed within his heart. Wang Jigang could no longer maintain his composure. Though he had served as principal for many years and had accumulated a fair amount of wealth, bolstered by the generous contributions of other parents, the prospect of receiving 10 million in such a short span was unprecedented. He had never encountered such a magnanimous parent in Jinling. Is it insufficient? Yi Yunhua's icy gaze bore into Wang Jigang, radiating palpable displeasure. Wang Jigang was momentarily stunned, his expression betraying his fear as he looked at Yi Yunhua. What is insufficient? Surely, it cannot be the money? Just as Wang Jigang was about to respond, Yi Yunhua interjected, I shall add another 10 million. A total of 20 million. You must ensure this matter is resolved. Yi Yunhua, indifferent and composed, tossed another check onto the desk. The two checks loomed before Wang Jigang like insurmountable mountains, rendering his vision unclear. Mr. Yi, please allow me to explain. This is not merely a matter of money. It is due to Yi Tian's exceptional performance in this examination. Almost everyone in the education department is aware that Yi Tian has achieved the top rank in the province, which is precisely what they desire, a figure of such significance in Jinling. The educational resources throughout the province will undoubtedly gravitate towards Jinling. Therefore, you see, I truly cannot make any alterations. Wang Jigang explained, visibly troubled. It is merely a mock examination, not the college entrance examination. What is there to fear? My son is named Yi Ruotian, merely an additional character compared to Yi Tian. If my son were to attend your school and simply change his name, the reserved spot would still be intact. Why the undue anxiety? All they seek is that spot. Jinling is after the educational resources. Who would be hindered by this? Yi Yunhua scoffed with a disdainful smile, gazing derisively at the trembling principal before him. The one who would be affected is Yi Tian. He is the rightful candidate. Wang Jigang grew flustered and exclaimed loudly. But did we not just hear? Yi Tian intends to relinquish his reserved spot. He wishes to participate in the college entrance examination. If we were to replace his spot, wouldn't he simply let it go? Yi Qingsheng suddenly interjected. Upon the utterance of this statement, the members of the Yi family became overwhelmingly excited, their eyes seemingly illuminated with fervor. Indeed, Qingsheng is right. I also heard that he plans to decline the reserved spot. Qin Wanrong laughed with exhilaration, immediately grasping Yi Ruotian's hand and pulling him into an embrace. Her breath quickened, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. How wonderful! My son, you can become the top scholar in the province and still retain your reserved spot. Qin Wanrong proclaimed in celebration. The entire family was enveloped in relief and excitement, their hearts swelling with joy for Yi Ruotian. Second brother, regardless of the circumstances, the reserved spot ultimately belongs to you. This is but a matter of rightful restitution. Yi Ruotian gently held Yi Ruotian's hand and spoke tenderly. You make a valid point. However, simply having Yi Tian refuse the reserved spot is insufficient. After all, he is still a minor and requires the consent of a guardian. Wang Jigang said, frowning. Then you must resolve this matter on your own. If funds are insufficient, feel free to approach me. I concern myself solely with the outcome. Do you understand? Yi Yunhua waved his hand and turned to leave. The other members of the Yi family followed suit, all feeling reassured. They have long understood the adage that money can move mountains. Anything that can be resolved with money is not a problem. At that moment, Wang Jigang could not help but sigh, shaking his head slightly. What a hassle! Not only must Yi Tian decline his reserved spot, but Yi Ruotian must also transfer here. Should this matter become chaotic, it would result in a farcical outcome. Wang Jigang sighed once more, then turned to take action. He sought out a teacher. Please have Wu Cheng contact Yi Tian's parents and ask them to come to the school. Wang Jigang stated before hurriedly departing, anxious not to waste any time. Upon receiving the news, Wu Cheng promptly dialed Jiang Nan and the others. At the Jiang residence, Dongfang Hui, filled with excitement, exclaimed, All right, we will head over immediately. She paced restlessly in the living room, unable to calm her racing heart. What on earth has happened? You seem so exhilarated. Jiang Nan remarked with a light chuckle. Xiao Tian. Dongfang Hui faltered, struggling to articulate her thoughts coherently. Goodness, what's wrong with you? You can hardly form a sentence. What happened to Xiao Tian? Did he get into a fight? Is he hurt? We must hurry and not delay. Jiang Nan, in a state of urgency, quickly grabbed his coat, ready to leave. Wait, can you let me finish speaking? Dongfang Hui interjected. Their homeroom teacher just called, saying that Xiao Tian performed exceptionally well in the recent mock exam. Because of his outstanding results, several prestigious universities have already offered him direct admission. They called to ask us to come over quickly. Overcome with joy, she wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's expression transformed, revealing sheer astonishment. You mean, direct admission? Ha! Xiao Tian has truly made us proud. He has achieved something remarkable. This is fantastic. I must share this news on my social media right away so everyone can see. Jiang Nan, brimming with excitement, pulled out his phone, eager to craft the perfect announcement. Please, let's head to the school first before you post anything. Dongfang Hui urged. Thus, the couple swiftly donned tidy attire and made their way to Yitian's school. Before long, they arrived at the office. Mr. Wu, may I ask why you summoned us? Is there something you need us to do? Jiang Nan queried, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Yitian's father, you have arrived. I called you here for undoubtedly good news. Wu Cheng replied with a smile. At that moment, Yitian entered the office. Teacher, I am still in class. Your constant interruptions are truly hindering my studies. Yitian protested, his brow furrowed in displeasure. However, upon noticing Jiang Nan and his wife in the office, he paused in surprise. Father, mother, what brings you here? Chapter 30. Respecting Yitian's choice. Why didn't you tell us you achieved such remarkable results? They exclaimed. To have received offers from so many prestigious universities is a cause for celebration. Fortunately, the teacher summoned us. Otherwise, we would remain oblivious. Dongfang Hui spoke with a tone laced with admonition, yet her words radiated an undeniable excitement. Her gaze tenderly settled upon Yitian, brimming with immense pride, as if she were witnessing her own child blossoming into maturity. Indeed, you have concealed your intentions rather deeply, without even a hint of indication. Are you planning to surprise us again this evening? Jiang Nan chuckled, seemingly convinced he had unraveled Yitian's thoughts. That is not the case. In truth, Yitian's expression betrayed his inner turmoil, a sense of helplessness. He had already firmly declined the opportunity for direct admission. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to inform his parents. Yet now, he found himself summoned by the homeroom teacher with a mere phone call. Suddenly, as Yitian began to articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by Wu Cheng. Since everyone is present, why not discuss amongst yourselves? Here are the direct admission notifications from various universities. Take a good look. Some institutions even offer substantial scholarships, so choose wisely. I can also provide several suggestions, and together we can finalize your decisions. Wu Cheng declared with earnestness. He had received directives from the principal to bring Yitian's parents in. Although the specifics were not discussed, it was evident that the intention was to persuade Yitian towards enrollment. My goodness, so many universities, all prestigious ones? Let us select a few that are closer to home for convenience. Jiang Nan remarked with utmost seriousness as he scrutinized the university materials. Indeed. Dongfang Hui nodded in agreement, her full attention devoted to the admission notifications. Wu Cheng stood beside them, occasionally offering a few suggestions. Sighing deeply, Yitian could not suppress his feelings of resignation. Observing his parents' delight brought him joy. However, the timing was all wrong. Dad, Mom, we have already discussed this. My aspiration is to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. That is my sole objective. Although these universities offer direct admission, they do not align with my choices. I wish to decline and participate in the college entrance examination to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Yitian's eyes burned with determination as he articulated his thoughts to them. Upon hearing his declaration, Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. They stared at Yitian, momentarily rendered speechless. Look at you, bringing this up again. Why can't you appreciate this opportunity for direct admission? Are you so certain that you will excel in the college entrance examination and gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? How many prodigies aspire to enter Tsinghua and Peking University? One should neither be overly ambitious nor blindly pursue lofty goals. Yitian's parents, do you agree? Wu Cheng sighed in exasperation, casting a glance at Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui. At that moment, Both Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui contemplated deeply, exchanging a knowing look that revealed their shared thoughts. Little Tian, have you truly made up your mind? Jiang Nan asked earnestly. Yes, I am resolutely decided. Yi Tian affirmed with a firm nod. These are prestigious universities, opportunities that countless students can only dream of. Are you truly willing to relinquish them? Dongfang Hui implored. I wish to pursue my aspirations. Yi Tian's response was simple yet unwavering. In that instant, Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui felt the strength of his conviction. They both nodded, swiftly accepting his determination. Oh dear, you are incredibly audacious. Your parents are here, and you still speak like this? Don't squander your youth. It truly isn't worth it. While Tsinghua and Peking University are excellent, you must consider whether you can perform well in the college entrance examination. If anything goes awry, you might not even gain admission to these universities. Wu Cheng earnestly advised, nearly leaping in his urgency. Teacher, perhaps we should respect his wishes. Jiang Nan interjected. You are right, but the future belongs to him. We must not impose our views. Since he has made his choice, we should support him in pursuing his path. Jiang Nan continued. What? You? All of you? Wu Cheng was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Jiang Nan. Has he gone mad? How can this student's parent be so audacious? Does he truly believe that his son can effortlessly gain admission to Tsinghua and Peking University? The college entrance examination questions are not the same as those from this mock test. Teacher, little Tian is correct. We ought to respect him. Perhaps he has confidence in his ability to gain admission to Tsinghua and Peking University? Wouldn't it be a pity to squander such an opportunity? Dongfang Hui gently persuaded. Squandering an opportunity? Is that what you call it? Wu Cheng gazed at Dongfang Hui in astonishment, a shiver coursing through him. He felt utterly bewildered, as if his worldview had been upended. A chance for direct admission is not considered an opportunity, while the college entrance examination is. Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui exchanged amused smiles, their spirits lifted. They cherished Yi Tian and naturally believed in him, for he had never faltered. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I will strive diligently to show you my success. I want you to understand how correct this decision is. Yi Tian beamed, his smile radiant. He was filled with unwavering confidence about his future. You all have lost your minds. Wu Cheng slumped into his chair, utterly disheartened. He could hardly believe it. Yi Tian had genuinely declined. This was something he had never encountered in his extensive career. He could already envision the myriad of gossip that would ensue should this news leak out. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, even reaching Yi Tian and the others in the room. Almost simultaneously, they all turned their gazes towards the entrance. The door swung open, revealing the principal, Wang Jigang. At the forefront. Ah, everyone is here, he exclaimed with a beaming smile, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Good day, Principal. Wu Cheng immediately rose to greet him. Oh dear. I asked you to summon Yi Tian's parents, but it seems they simply refused to heed my counsel. Chapter 31. The Logic of a Robber. I have implored them repeatedly to persuade Yi Tian to abandon any thoughts of refusing the guaranteed admission. Yet, they, lacking resolve, have allowed Yi Tian to act with impunity. Wu Cheng shook his head in frustration, sighing repeatedly. He needed to convey to the principal both his own struggles and the obstinacy of Yi Tian's parents. What? Why must you persuade him? Wang Jigang was momentarily taken aback. Yi Tian had consistently held firm to his stance against guaranteed admission. Bringing his parents over was intended to encourage him further, was it not? Wu Cheng, perplexed, responded earnestly. Absolutely not. Wang Jigang shot Wu Cheng a glare, thinking to himself that this man was simply stirring up trouble. The purpose of summoning Yi Tian's parents was merely to serve as witnesses, after all, as guardians. Their presence was essential. At that moment, footsteps echoed from behind, and several individuals entered the room. It was Yi Yunbua and his entourage. Hello, teacher. I am Yi Ruotian. Yi Ruotian greeted Wu Cheng with politeness. Yi Ruotian? Wu Cheng's face morphed into a mask of confusion as he glanced at Wang Jigang. Not only he, but Yi Tian and the Jiangnan couple also exchanged glances, their eyes betraying surprise. They had not anticipated the entire Yi family's arrival, and the atmosphere felt somewhat off-kilter. Allow me to introduce this student, Yi Ruotian, who is indeed a pupil of our school. To be precise, he is an exchange student. He has spent the past 3 years at an elite institution, and now he has returned to our school. Teacher Wu, please remember this detail, do you understand? Wang Jigang cast a meaningful glance at Wu Cheng, emphasizing his words. Oh, certainly. I will remember. Wu Cheng, initially bewildered, nodded vigorously upon witnessing Wang Jigang's expression. A flicker of understanding dawned upon him. It was clear that Wang Jigang was orchestrating something, and as a subordinate, he could only comply dutifully. By the way, Teacher Wu, what was it you mentioned earlier? Why did this student Yi Tian bring his parents? Wang Jigang inquired knowingly, feigning ignorance. It is as follows. Classmate Yi Tian wishes to decline the offered direct admission quota and intends to participate in the college entrance examination independently. Initially, his parents intended to persuade him otherwise, yet they ultimately concurred with his decision, as explained by Wu Cheng. Upon hearing this, Wang Jigang and the Yi family, including Yi Yunbo, were momentarily taken aback, but soon their expressions transformed into delight, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. They had previously deliberated extensively, and the most favorable outcome would be for Yi Tian to voluntarily relinquish this quota, thus relieving them of future concerns. To their astonishment, their hopes had indeed materialized. However, it is likely that Yi Tian is also cognizant of his academic shortcomings, feeling unworthy of admission to a prestigious university. At least he possesses a modicum of self-awareness. After all, it is a matter concerning his family, and they have no right to interfere. Therefore, they shall proceed according to his wishes. Wang Jigang declared with resolute conviction. Let us draw up a contract with Yi Tian and his parents to formally decline this direct admission qualification. Indeed, Wu Cheng, though uncertain of the specific reasons behind this decision, promptly agreed and began preparing the contract. This scene left Yi Tian and the Jiangnan couple visibly perplexed. It appears that this matter has been effortlessly resolved, so congratulations are in order for Director Yi. This direct admission quota is now rightfully Yi Xiao Yi Tian's. Wang Jigang exhaled in relief, extending his congratulations to the Yi family. This can only be described as a well-deserved outcome. You are already the provincial champion, little brother. When you enter university, you must strive diligently to prove yourself. Also, choose a prestigious university that is relatively close to home, so we can look after you. Yi Luming exclaimed, grasping Yi Ruotian's hand in excitement. Yes, this honor of direct admission is something many aspire to but cannot attain. Once you enter university, I will ensure you have a proper living arrangement, allowing you to reside in an independent dormitory. Additionally, today we shall visit the car dealership to see what vehicle you fancy. Having a means of transportation is essential. Qin Wanrong quickly interjected, her words brimming with affection for Yi Ruotian. Mother, you must also allocate more pocket money for Ruotian. He will need several thousand yuan each month. He will have social engagements and should meet more young elites to expand his network. This is not merely about attending university. It is about laying a foundation for the future. Yi Qingcheng, exhibiting a mature demeanor, imparted her wisdom. Understood, mother. Qin Wanrong nodded emphatically, pledging her commitment. Brother, once you have chosen your university, I will work diligently to gain admission to the same institution during this college entrance examination. Yi Ruotian declared resolutely. I believe in you. Yi Ruotian replied softly, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded in agreement. Excellent. This is the true spirit of the Yi family. This is our pride. Yi Yunbo remarked, his face alight with satisfaction as he nodded in approval. The entire family was filled with exuberance, celebrating Yi Ruotian's achievement. They had conferred with Wang Jigang for an extended period, devising numerous strategies. To my astonishment, everything has been completed so swiftly. Now, please affix your signatures promptly. Once done, you may depart. Wang Jigang waved his hand dismissively at Jiang Nan and the others, his impatience palpable. He appeared to regard them as mere instruments, his demeanor chillingly indifferent. The prospect of acquiring 20 million was undeniably enticing, and it required minimal effort on his part. The mere thought brought him joy. However, his attitude left Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui utterly stunned. What do you mean by this? Are these reserved spots transferable? Jiang Nan exclaimed in disbelief. This matter no longer concerns you. Furthermore, it was classmate Yi Tian who voluntarily declined the opportunity for the reserved spot. He stated it himself. Did you not also agree? Henceforth, this situation is no longer your concern. Wang Jigang replied with growing irritation. You, Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui hesitated, their eyes flashing with indignation. Naturally, they wished for Yi Tian to be granted admission to a prestigious university. Yet, given Yi Tian's resolute stance, they could neither persuade him otherwise nor disregard his choice. Thus, they had decided to relinquish the opportunity. But now, the Yi family intends to seize the spot? That is an entirely different matter. Even if Yi Tian does not desire this opportunity, what right does the Yi family have to take it? Is this not akin to robbery? I need to discuss this matter with my son. That spot belongs to my son, not to outsiders. Dongfang Hui said gravely, her tone firm. Indeed, do not bully him. Jiang Nan retorted coldly. Yi Tian cast a dark, furious gaze at the members of the Yi family, his anger simmering. Are they truly taking this reserved spot without consequence? Anticipating this possibility, Wang Jigang promptly produced an envelope. Inside, there are 200,000. You may take this for now, according to your previous intentions. Sign the document and leave. Do not inquire further or meddle in other affairs. Your family is not particularly affluent. Consider how many years of struggle this money could save you. This arrangement is quite advantageous. Wang Jigang earnestly urged. The envelope lay before Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui, glaringly conspicuous and heavy. What do you mean by this? Do you regard my son as a mere pawn? Do you believe 200,000 can silence us? Dongfang Hui questioned, incensed as she held the envelope. Just because we choose not to inquire does not mean we lack curiosity. Do you truly think no one knows how my son is treated in your household? You have bullied him for so long, and now you wish to enter his school to torment him further? Jiang Nan stood protectively before Yi Tian, glaring fiercely at Yi Yunhua and the others, like a mountain steadfastly shielding Yi Tian. If nothing had occurred, they naturally would not have questioned the Yi family. However, since they were eager to bully Yi Tian, how could they possibly tolerate it? What kind of reasoning is this? How can you continue to speak so nonsensically? Clearly, it was your son who rejected this recommendation slot. Yet it feels as if we have snatched it away. You had best refrain from making baseless accusations, or I shall be forced to sue you for defamation. Wang Jigang reprimanded sternly. Who is spreading falsehoods? Are you not here to seize it? You are nothing but a band of marauders. We can forego this recommendation slot. But why should the Yi family receive it? Do you truly believe you are deserving? Are you intent on squeezing every last drop from Xiaotian? Dongfang Hui's words were sharp as daggers, each phrase infused with the fury of defending Yi Tian. Bandits? Who are you insulting? Yi Luming was incensed and shouted in rage. Insulting you, what of it? Dongfang Hui was relentless, showing no sign of retreat. A year had passed since Yi Tian last returned home, and both Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui were seething with unexpressed anger. Why should their son be subjected to such bullying? Enough, enough, no more bickering. I will offer you 300,000, totaling 500,000. Take the money and leave swiftly. How much work would it take for you to earn this sum? Wang Jigang spoke again, raising the stakes. This was his intention. Money could resolve all matters. More money? It appears, principal, your dealings are quite profitable. This recommendation slot must have fetched quite a sum, remarked Yi Tian with a sardonic smile, his tone laden with implication. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was not blind to the machinations at play. This man was clearly colluding with the Yi family. There was foul play afoot. Nonsense. Yi Tian, do not presume that because of your good grades you are now in demand. Your blatant disrespect for teachers gives me every reason to expel you. Wang Jigang, growing impatient, shouted in anger. Fine. If you truly believe you are in the right, then expel me. I wish to see if you possess the ability. Yi Tian stood undaunted. Retorting fiercely, he was unwilling to accept the recommendation, preferring to rely on his own merit to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. However, that did not mean he was willing to relinquish his opportunity to Yi Ruotian. How was this any different from robbery? Moreover, given how the Yi family had treated him previously, why should he grant them any leniency? Yi Tian's cold gaze swept over everyone present, observing the expressions of the Yi family members. Yet, they all wore sullen faces, turning away with indifference, seemingly disinterested in Yi Tian. The Yi family's silence only served to further ignite Yi Tian's fury. He clenched his fists, his anger boiling over. Very well, you have truly exerted yourselves to dissuade me. I must thank you for teaching me to be discerning in such times. I shall heed your words and claim this reserved spot. I, Yi Tian, shall select a prestigious university. With a swift motion, Yi Tian seized the contract from the table and tore it asunder. The sound was remarkably crisp as it was shredded into fragments, scattering across the floor. You. Yi Ruotian was the first to falter, loudly pointing at Yi Tian. Yet, he was choked with indignation, unable to articulate his thoughts. His heart burned with fury as he watched a golden opportunity slip away. How could he bear it? The members of the Yi family fixed their fiery gazes upon Yi Tian, each one seething with rage, wishing to deliver a resounding slap to him. Well done. Truly, my son, this is not mere pettiness, but a matter of principle. The quota may be relinquished, yet it cannot be bartered. This is the line we draw. Jiang Nin spoke with earnest resolve. Indeed, Yi Tian concurred. Moreover, that which is rightfully yours cannot be seized by others. Dongfang Hui, undaunted, cast a cold stare at the opposition. Mother, I understand. Yi Tian nodded, the glint in his eyes growing ever more intense. Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui felt a sense of relief wash over them, as if they had exhaled a long-held breath. This past year, Yi Tian had endured tremendous hardships upon returning to the Jiang family. The score had yet to be settled, and now they dared to bully Yi Tian again. This act of defiance was a declaration of war against the Yi family. Have you all lost your minds? Yi Tian could very well achieve admission to Qingbei University through his own efforts. Why become entangled in the matter of reserved quotas? Trust me, I shall add an additional 500,000. Do not hesitate any longer. Should you succeed in the college entrance examination and gain admission to Qingbei University, I shall also grant you scholarships. Wang Jigang's expression shifted dramatically as he continued to persuade. I reiterate, the quota shall not be given. It is not a commodity for trade. If he desires it, let him earn it through his own merit. If one lacks the ability, must they resort to thievery? Yi Tian once more rejected the proposition, derisively mocking Yi Ruotian in succession. His words, as sharp as ice blades, relentlessly pierced through Yi Ruotian. They struck deep into the hearts of the other members of the Yi family. The Yi family members seethed with rage, their animosity towards Yi Tian intensifying. Yi Tian, do you truly believe you are worthy? By what right do you compare yourself to Ruotian? With your grades, who can ascertain whether you have cheated? A person who scored merely over 140 points suddenly achieving the top rank in the province within such a short span. Who would believe it? Yi Luming sneered with derision, her face a mask of contempt. If you wish to make such allegations, perhaps you should address the educational authorities, or shall I make a phone call? Yi Tian pulled out his phone, pressing the number with determination. He made sure everyone was watching, poised to dial at any moment. At last, Wang Jigang and the members of the Yi family began to feel a sense of dread. Should he make that call and the matter be investigated, it would spell disaster. The atmosphere grew tense, enveloped in a chilling silence. It was at that moment that he uttered, "Father, mother, sister, please refrain from arguing with Go. It truly saddens me to witness such discord. Allow him to take my reserved admission spot. I no longer desire it. I relinquish it." Yi Ruotian lowered his head, a visage full of grievance. This expression resembled that of a victim, utterly oppressed. You relinquish? Your reserved spot? How audacious of you to utter such words. You shameless deceiver. If I were to retrieve the exam papers and present them to you once more, I wager you would not achieve a perfect score. Yi Tian rebuked loudly. Chapter 33. The power of family. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire office was charged with tension. A palpable sense of oppression enveloped everyone present, rendering hearts inexplicably restless. Particularly, the members of the Yi family cast cold, furious glances at Yi Tian. They discerned his resolute stance and recognized the complexity of the situation. Yi Tian, since you intend to take the college entrance examination, do not waver in your decision. Must you jeopardize his future merely because the spot is to be given to Ruotian? What benefit do you gain by seizing his opportunity? It would be wiser to accept fate and live your life comfortably. There are certain circles you can never penetrate. Yi Yunhua articulated his words like ice, his voice chilling. This was both a counsel and a blow to Yi Tian. Yet, upon hearing these words, Yi Tian could not suppress a laugh. His opportunity? A reserved spot obtained through his own examination? How utterly shameless. Xiao Tian, if you still regard me as your mother, then relinquish this chance. Return this opportunity to your brother, allowing him to secure his place at university. After all, you have no desire to attend, so cease this relentless pursuit. Qin Wanrong approached Yi Tian, her hands clasped together, her face awash with a pleading expression. This demeanor appeared somewhat subservient. Upon hearing this, Wang Jigang and the others were taken aback, their gazes fixed on Yi Tian with newfound astonishment. Mother? Brother? This relationship had been laid bare. They had never anticipated that Yi Tian was indeed a son of the Yi family. At this moment, seeing his biological mother, Qin Wanrong, in such a state, Yi Tian's countenance instantly transformed into one of fury. Has the Yi family been blinded by their devotion to this adopted son? Mrs. Qin, I may dispose of my possessions as I see fit, You have no authority to interfere. Furthermore, speak with more respect and refrain from associating me with the Yi family. We share no connection. Yi Tian's words resonated powerfully, reverberating throughout the room. His unwavering tone left everyone speechless. To dissociate oneself from the Yi family is a profound affront. All present gaped at Yi Tian, their throats constricted in disbelief. You, you, how dare you insult the Yi family in such a manner? Have you taken leave of your senses? Yi Qingcheng, unable to contain her fury, flushed crimson as she pointed at Yi Tian and shouted, "Do you truly believe you amount to anything? Without the Yi family, you would possess none of what you have now. How dare you insult the Yi family? Do you even deserve to?" Yi Luming echoed her outrage, commanding, "Yi Tian, apologize at once. Apologize to mother and to the Yi family." Yi Lingyu trembled with rage, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. The three sisters of the Yi family exhibited signs of distress, their hearts racing with urgency. Who in Jinling would dare to insult the Yi family? Even if one were to insult, Yi Tian would be the least deserving. Daddy Wu, our presence has provoked brother's anger. We are so sorry. We will prepare to leave now. Please persuade brother not to be angry. Yi Ruoxuan flung herself into Yi Yunbua's embrace, her voice choked with sobs. Her pitiful demeanor instantly ignited Yi Yunbua's protective instincts. He held her close, glaring fiercely at Yi Tian. "Scoundrel, you shall apologize immediately." "Silence," Yi Tian retorted defiantly, rebuking him. "Rebellion, is it? Are you not fearful of the consequences? Can you bear the burden?" Yi Yunbua bellowed in a fit of rage. "I cannot bear it. I shall take it upon myself. Today, I shall defy you." Jiang then stepped forward, positioning himself before Yi Tian. His cold, piercing gaze fixated on Yi Yunbua. A palpable pressure descended like an imposing mountain, crashing down upon everyone present. In that moment, Yi Yunbua's expression shifted drastically as he stared blankly at Jiang Nan, his heart pounding like a drum. He swallowed hard, filled with unease. Such eyes, such presence, how could a mere commoner possess them? Yi Yunbua had once been fortunate enough to encounter the elite from the capital, and that had been the only time he felt such an aura. This was the oppressive force of an ascendant. It was not something that could be cultivated overnight. Just who was Yi Tian's adoptive father? Meanwhile, those around were astonished by the Yi family's reaction, yet they paid little heed to Jiang Nan's words, exchanging bewildered glances. This was the Yi family. What right did such a small fry have to act in such a manner? At this moment, even Yi Tian found himself daunted. He gazed upon the imposing figure before him, so towering and unattainable. This adoptive father, who had always been portrayed as simple and honest, unambitious and humble within the neighborhood, displayed such grandeur for his sake. Simultaneously, Yi Tian felt deeply moved by his father's unwavering concern. Little Tian has done nothing wrong. His anger is justified. Have you not bullied him long enough? Enough with the talk about giving your son a chance. If he has the ability, let him earn it himself. Dongfang Hui interjected, her voice rising with indignation. Her body trembled, breaths coming in rapid succession, yet she remained steadfast in her convictions. Though she had never engaged in a quarrel, she was willing to fight fiercely for Yi Tian. A woman may be perceived as weak, but a mother stands resolute. "Dad, Mom, thank you." Yi Tian pressed his lips together, overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glistening. This is the essence of true familial bonds and genuine care, a sentiment he had never experienced in the Yi family before. At that moment, the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly somber, laden with an oppressive tension. The Yi and Zhang families stood at an impasse, neither willing to yield. "All right, enough of the shouting. We are here to resolve issues, not to create them. Why can't we sit down and discuss this?" Wang Jigang raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. He recognized that both sides were being excessively obstinate, and he needed to act as a mediator. After all, he must facilitate Yi Ruotian's substitution for Yi Tian's recommendation to secure that 2 million. Resolve issues? Principal, your choice of words seems rather misplaced. We have no problem. My son's recommendation rightfully belongs to him. Why should it be taken by another? Jiang Nin retorted with an imposing demeanor, coldly glaring at Wang Jigang and Yi Yunbua. "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Spare me your pretenses. People are inherently greedy. Here's 1 million. Take the money and leave with your son." Yi Yunbua tore off a check for 1 million and tossed it to the floor. 1 million? Humph. Do you think I have never seen money? You dare present such a paltry sum? Jiang Nin scoffed, not even casting a glance at the check, before crushing it underfoot with a slight movement of his toe. Ah! Wang Jigang watched in despair as the check was destroyed, nearly moved to tears. 1 million. That was a fortune, a sum one might never exhaust in a lifetime. How could it be so carelessly ruined? What audacity the parents of Yi Tian have to display such arrogance. Not only him, but the other members of the Yi family were equally astonished. 1 million is an unattainable dream for an ordinary family. Yet here it was, treated like refuse. Not even worthy of a glance. What incredible wealth must they possess? Dad, maybe we should just let it go? I already said I would concede. Let him have the recommendation. After all, he is unlikely to achieve such a score in the future on the college entrance examination, which may jeopardize his chances of attending university. This time, he must have paid an enormous price to attain such commendable results. We must not jeopardize his future. Let us depart. Yi Ruotian sighed softly, his voice laden with helplessness. He then gently grasped Qin Wanrong's hand, his voice choked with emotion as he wiped away his tears. Mother, let us go? The expression on his face clearly conveyed immense grievance. Yi Ruotian's performance was truly remarkable. Qin Wanrong was immediately stirred, her heart heavy with sorrow. She gazed at Yi Tian, biting her crimson lip, her face a portrait of conflict. As if reaching a decision, she tenderly ruffled Yi Ruotian's hair. My son, please wait a moment. Let me try once more. With that, Qin Wanrong approached Yi Tian, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xiao Tian, please grant your mother this favor. Do not persist any further. Ruotian has an infinite future ahead and will surely shine brightly. As his elder brother, you should make some concessions. Furthermore, if you agree to your mother's request, I promise to fulfill any conditions you desire. If you wish to return to the Yi family, I assure you we will treat you far better. Is that agreeable? Qin Wanrong implored, her gaze cautious as she regarded Yi Tian, fearful of inciting his ire. This unexpected turn of events incensed the entire Yi family. Mother, do not beg him, nor allow him to return. Do not give him an inch of leeway. He is the type to take advantage of any concession. Your leniency will be futile. Yi Tian, stop with the nonsense. If 10 million is insufficient, then we shall offer you 20 million, or you can propose a figure. Do not waste our time any longer. Yi Luming nearly shrieked, her entire being fraught with tension. Her heart racing. Her beautiful eyes blazed with fury, fixed on Yi Tian, wishing to scorch him to ashes. Yi Tingxing and Yi Lingyu gnashed their teeth, assisting Qin Wanrong in distancing her from Yi Tian. Money? Ha ha. Yi Tian could not suppress his laughter, even tears streaming down his cheeks for mirth. The Yi family may possess wealth, but there are certain matters that money cannot resolve. To put it bluntly, all you have is money. Yi Tian mocked with profound disdain, his laughter dripping with scorn. This group from the Yi family, so consumed by greed, knew nothing beyond monetary gain. As Yi Tian's cold gaze swept over the agitated faces of the Yi family, seething with indignation, he felt an even greater urge to laugh aloud. They are all fools. All of them imbeciles. Did they truly believe this reserved spot belonged to them? Did they genuinely think Yi Ruotian earned it through his own merit? Yi Tian's contemptuous gaze fell upon Yi Ruotian. This fellow is utterly shameless. Does he not have any sense of his own capabilities? In this world, wealth serves as the key to resolving all matters. Cease your delusions and promptly acquiesce. You too can embrace better opportunities. Yi Qingqing urged, her fists tightly clenched. Her resentment towards Yi Tian grew increasingly intense. The moment I departed from the Yi family, my fate was irrevocably foretold. We shall have no intersections, nor any ties with the Yi family. If your son wishes for a direct admission, let him prove his worth through examination. What merit is there in usurping others' opportunities? Moreover, stow away your money. I have never held it in esteem. Yi Tian's demeanor shifted dramatically as he retorted with fury. His blazing gaze swept over each individual. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Yi family descended into madness once more, consumed by rage. Another refusal. How utterly dismissive of the Yi family. Yi Tian, regain your composure. Do not act recklessly. This is the Yi family, a prestigious lineage in Jinling, one you can never afford to offend. Heed my advice and swiftly apologize, relinquishing your place. For the sake of a mere direct admission, why must you subject yourself to such turmoil? Furthermore, do you not wish to continue your studies at this institution, or aspire to take the college entrance examination? Wang Jigang pounded the table, admonishing loudly. These voices echoed throughout the hall. His greatest concern was not solely whether the funds would reach him, but also whether the Yi family might retaliate against him. Not only Wang Jigang, but also Wu Cheng stepped forward to counsel. Yi student, you come from an ordinary family. You cannot compete with them. Sometimes, one must accept their fate and recognize their own limitations. Heed your teacher's counsel. Do not pursue this opportunity any longer. You may have fought for it in vain. Wu Cheng's brow furrowed as he implored. He felt a sense of helplessness, having previously advised Yi Tian to seek a reputable university and cherish this chance for direct admission. Yet now, he found himself urging Yi Tian to relinquish it. Truly, fate takes unexpected turns. At this moment, the reactions of the crowd deepened Yi Tian's gloom. He regarded the individuals before him with a cold stare, a bitter smile forming upon his lips. Indeed, this is the essence of humanity. No one stands on the side of justice. They merely align themselves with the powerful, siding with wealth and self-interest. Desist with your counsel. My son shall pursue his desires unimpeded, regardless of your advice. Jiang Nan chastised coldly. He exhibited no fear, his gaze resolute as he met the eyes of all present. He had even resolved to contact his relatives in Kyoto. For his son's freedom and choices, everything is worthwhile. Suddenly, if that is the case, Principal Wang, let us proceed with your final suggestion. Yi Yunbo remarked with a cold smile, directing his gaze at Wang Jigang. He no longer wished to entangle himself in this matter, nor did he care for any lingering affections. Indeed, Wang Jigang responded with a grim countenance, his face an unyielding shade of iron. This was the ultimate stratagem they had previously conspired. Yi Tian, you have defied your teachers and bullied your classmates. Your malevolence knows no bounds. Our institution cannot harbor you any longer. Henceforth, your enrollment is hereby revoked. You shall depart. Chapter 35. You are nothing with a sweeping gesture. Wang Jigang's demeanor was as frigid as ice. This decision utterly obliterated Yi Tian's prospects. Expulsion. He was irrevocably cast out from the school. The authoritative proclamation reverberated through the entire office. All eyes momentarily froze, fixated upon Yi Tian. It was as if a multitude of daggers, swift and piercing, had descended upon him. The chill was palpable, striking at his very core. How could this be tolerated? Do you not possess even a modicum of justice? Jiang Nan exclaimed in unrestrained fury. In your quest to usurp the opportunity for guaranteed admission, you have sunk to such depths. It is unfathomable that you possess any semblance of humanity. This matter pertains to a student's future. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Dongfang Hui trembled, her breath quickening. Neither had anticipated that in this small city of Jinling, someone would so brazenly seek to seize an admission slot, directly expelling a student. Am I not the principal? Do I not possess even this small measure of authority? Wang Jigang replied with disdain, his voice devoid of warmth. Do you presume this school is your personal domain? Jiang Nan slammed his hand on the table, vociferously rebuking him. I hold that belief. What will you do about it? Wang Jigang retorted with a cold scoff. You. Jiang Nan's eyes blazed with fury, his indignation palpable. This man is truly detestable. Each of these students could potentially become the pillars of the nation, contributing to its construction. Yet your actions betray the very essence of the state, inflicting harm upon it. Who bestowed upon you the authority to perpetrate such deeds? Dongfang Hui rebuked vehemently, her voice resonating with righteous anger. However, their accusations failed to elicit even a flicker of remorse or guilt from Wang Jigang. He stood there, unperturbed, his expression serene. After all, he had in his possession the check from Yi Yunbo, which served as his assurance. The others remained silent, their eyes glinting with mockery, coldly scrutinizing Yi Tian and his companions. This, indeed, illustrates the chasm that separates them. Now, do you comprehend the urgency of the situation? Yi Yunbo chuckled coldly, his tone dripping with scorn. Director Yi, they have undoubtedly regretted their choices. Allow me to provide them with an opportunity. Wang Jigang, exuding the demeanor of a petty victor, stepped forward slowly. With a condescending gaze and a chilling smile, he proclaimed, you have one final chance. Should Yi Tian relinquish his qualification for guaranteed admission, I shall treat this entire affair as though it never transpired. Even after the college entrance examination, I can help him find connections for any prestigious university he desires. Even if it means repeating a year, I shall waive his tuition and fees. How does that sound? Wang Jigang's offer was undeniably enticing. A chorus of scornful laughter echoed within the office. You shameless wretch. What right do you have to educate others? Dongfang Hui admonished fiercely. And what qualifications does Yi Tian possess to be regarded as a human being? Yi Qingsheng could no longer contain herself. What do you mean by that? Dongfang Hui queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Do you truly believe your son is so exceptional? Are you even aware of the repugnant acts he has committed in my home? For instance, do you know why he ran away? He spied on his sister while she bathed, stole our undergarments. What does that make him? Is he even human? Yi Qingxing shouted, her voice brimming with indignation. With a sudden turn, Yi Ruoxuan dashed into Yi Yunhua's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, her expression one of profound injustice, as if she had endured immense suffering. Yi Luming and Yi Lingyu glared at Yi Tian with venomous eyes, unable to forgive his misdeeds. What? This is impossible. I trust Xiao Tian. He would never stoop to such actions. Dongfang Hui dismissed the claims outright, not even pausing to contemplate. Indeed, I know my son better than anyone. He would never commit such acts. He is undoubtedly being framed. Jiang Nin asserted with unwavering certainty, his icy gaze fixating on Yi Ruotian. The truth was already glaringly evident. At that moment, Yi Ruotian, in a sudden pivot, turned away. Mom, Dad, Sister, let us cease this bickering. I do not wish for our relations to deteriorate because of me. I should not take this opportunity. Please grant it to my brother instead, Yi Ruotian said, his face a mask of sorrow as he wiped away his tears, his voice trembling. It appeared as though Yi Tian had usurped Yi Ruotian's chance for a direct admission. Little brother, do not tolerate such a person, otherwise he will only escalate his demands. Human desire knows no bounds, no matter how well you treat him. He will never appreciate your kindness. Yi Luming immediately embraced Yi Ruotian, offering comfort. Exactly. If he seeks to take it, let him have it. You must not be so soft-hearted. Dealing with vile individuals requires their own brand of cunning. Yi Qingxing retorted sharply. How amusing. You claim it is rightfully his. Yet if I refuse, is it truly still his? Are your eyes blind and your ears deaf, that you would speak so foolishly? Is your mind also clouded? Yi Tian could not restrain himself from biting back, his teeth clenched in anger. These individuals were utterly insufferable. There was no reason to argue with them. Silence. Yi Yunhuo roared, his voice echoing with authority. In an instant, the atmosphere became profoundly silent. All eyes fixated on Yi Yunhuo, the most influential figure in the room. His mere utterance rendered everyone speechless. At this moment, Yi Yunhuo gradually approached Yi Tian, each step resonating like the weight of 1,000 stones. The sound of his footsteps echoed in everyone's ears. I previously warned you that leaving the Yi family would lead to regret. What pride do you have now that you have departed from us? No one will indulge you, for you are no longer one of us. Everyone will take advantage of you, as you are not a member of the Yi family, Yi Yunhuo proclaimed, his head held high, casting a disdainful gaze. Arrogance and dominance radiated from him, embodying the essence of a leader of the Yi family of Jinling. Nevertheless, despite the derision from the crowd, Yi Tian showed no sign of retreat. So what? Are you merely trying to demonstrate your superiority? Yet, aside from you all, it seems there are no villains here. He replied with a light chuckle. Yi Yunhuo narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within them. Enough with your insolence. For your mother's sake, I implore you to give up. The rules of the adult world are not something you can alter. If you truly trust your mother, relinquish this guaranteed spot. It would be for the best. Qin Wanrong patiently urged. Very well, then, Yi Tian sighed, his voice cool and unwavering. The crowd gasped, their emotions stirred. Was this an agreement? Ultimately, would he not submit to the Yi family? Chapter 36. Another guaranteed spot. Would it not have been better to have done this earlier? Nothing needed to happen. All it required was a nod from you. Yi Yunhuo sneered to himself, thinking that Yi Tian would ultimately succumb to reality. Humph. The three sisters of the Yi family wore expressions of disdain, choosing not to acknowledge Yi Tian. Everything prior had been a fade. In the end, he would still have to forfeit his guaranteed spot. Given that you seem to have come to your senses, I shall offer you a chance. State your price. Take the money, live your life well, and stop wasting time, Yi Yunhuo remarked dismissively. Almost everyone regarded Yi Tian with profound contempt, believing that he had truly reached a dead end. Ultimately, would he not be defeated by reality? However, apologies, but you have all misunderstood. What I meant was that I simply do not wish to squander any more time here, because I intend to drop out. Yi Tian's words were precise and resounding. They echoed powerfully in the air, causing every person's heart to tremble and their eyes to widen in disbelief. Stop spouting nonsense and clarify your words. Yi Qingsheng furrowed her brow, her voice laced with coldness. What? Do you not comprehend my words? I have declared my refusal. I wish to withdraw from school. Yi Tian's voice rose, laced with an air of arrogance and satisfaction. His decision was resolute, unchangeable. Brother, please do not act rashly. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Reflect upon it once more. Yi Ruotian was the first to step forward, hastily offering his counsel. Your actions will bring you no benefit. A person without an education will only be looked down upon in the future. Yi Qingsheng coldly mocked. Your actions are detrimental to others and yourself. Why must you be so heartless? Yi Luming echoed, her voice rising in protest. Do you think that by doing this, you can escape all consequences? Yi Lingyu's body trembled in anger as she shouted coldly. It was evident that Yi Tian's decision to withdraw from school altered the situation entirely. All honors would dissipate along with his departure. The one most affected would be Yi Ruotian. Otherwise, why would he be so eager to persuade Yi Tian? Yi Tian, your withdrawal is not merely your own affair. Wang Jigang nearly roared, his own frustration evident as though he had been outmaneuvered. He had meticulously planned everything. How could it be so easily unraveled? Yet, he found Yi Tian indifferent, offering no response. Wang Jigang could only shift his gaze towards Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui, his eyes slightly trembling. Will you not advise him? If he truly withdraws, continuing his education in the future will become exceedingly difficult. At the very least, our school will not accept him again, and transferring to other institutions will depend on our approval. Wang Jigang argued persuasively. Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui sighed deeply, exchanging glances before simultaneously turning their attention to Yi Tian. Xiao Tian, do not concern yourself with us. Simply make the decision you believe to be right. Your parents will always be your strongest support and will forever stand by you. Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui spoke in unison, expressing their unwavering stance. Their gazes, filled with genuine concern, astonished everyone present. The Jiang family had so readily agreed. A chill swept through the crowd. Thank you, father. Thank you, mother. I am grateful for your support. Yi Tian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. This was also his decision, made to thwart Yi Ruotian and the others. His parents truly had his best interests at heart. Regardless of the decision, they offered their unwavering support. No need for thanks. This is what we ought to do. However, your cleverness in devising this strategy is indeed impressive. Jiang Nan's lips curled into a smile, a hint of admiration for Yi Tian's decision evident. All right, let us depart and cease any further engagement with these individuals, murmured Dongfang Hui. There was no longer any necessity for them to remain in that place. Thus, the trio turned to leave. Unbridled audacity. None of you are permitted to exit. Yi Yunbo roared, violently shattering the tea set beside him. An overwhelming and fierce aura surged forth. At that moment, he was consumed by wrath. Yet, Yi Tian and the Jiangnan couple paid him no heed, resolutely proceeding with their departure, completely disregarding the Yi family. The members of the Yi family could only watch helplessly as Yi Tian made his exit. Particularly, Wang Jigang trembled with trepidation, sensing a wave of panic wash over him. The expulsion of Yi Tian was an entirely different matter from voluntarily withdrawing from school. In truth, his intention to expel Yi Tian was merely an attempt to intimidate him. After all, Yi Tian had earned his grades, should he truly be expelled. Numerous details would be difficult to reconcile. However, Wang Jigang had not anticipated that Yi Tian would remain unfazed. Just as Yi Tian and his companions were on the brink of leaving the office, a teacher suddenly burst in, breathless and visibly shaken. Principal, we have just received new information. After discussions at Qingbei University, they have decided to grant Yi Tian a direct admission. The teacher's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he exclaimed, "We finally have a student admitted directly to Qingbei. This is a historic achievement." In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Everyone was left speechless, choking on their astonishment. All gazes converged upon Yi Tian. Direct admission to Qingbei University. What unparalleled fortune was this? A mere mock examination had compelled such a prestigious institution to take notice. Just how exceptional was this achievement? At that moment, Yi Ruotian's face flushed crimson, veins bulging in his eyes, as he appeared on the brink of explosion. He could not allow the opportunity of direct admission to Qingbei University to slip away. How could this be happening? It was merely an ordinary exam. How could it yield such an outrageous outcome? How had he managed to secure a spot at Qingbei University? Wang Jigang mumbled incessantly, his heart racing with anxiety. Previously, had Yi Tian not only scored a meager amount, why had he performed so extraordinarily well this time? Surely, he could not have exceeded expectations to such a degree. Could it be that he had indeed cheated? Was Qingbei University now devoid of standards, admitting anyone? Yi Luming remained in disbelief, convinced that this was all a ruse. The expressions on the faces of the Yi family shifted dramatically. In their eyes, Yi Tian, who had previously achieved dismal results, had now delivered a resounding slap to their faces with such an astonishing score. Son, you have truly given me a tremendous surprise. In an exuberant display of affection, Dongfang Huishi embraced Yi Tian, planting a fervent kiss upon his forehead. Xiaotian, you are truly remarkable. Peking University is offering to admit you without examination. The excitement is palpable, Jiang Nan observed with a knowing smile, his lips curving upwards. Chapter 37. Apology and atonement. Clearly, being acknowledged by Peking University was a significant matter. As one of the nation's foremost institutions, Peking University commands a plethora of privileges. If it desires a particular student, other prestigious universities must concede. Yi Tian's exceptional performance in the recent mock examination, where he secured the top position in the province, naturally drew the attention of Peking University. This offer of admission carries substantial merit and heightened interest. Nevertheless, such matters no longer concern me. I have made the decision to withdraw from school. I shall not attend even Peking University. This is my choice, and I shall not regret it. Dad, Mom, I can lead a splendid life without attending university. Yi Tian did not dwell on the news, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui. Dongfang Huishi, somewhat anxious, feared that Yi Tian might overlook this opportunity. However, she was halted by Jiang Nan. He subtly shook his head, his gaze profound, conveying a clear message. Dongfang Huishi promptly realized that Jiang Nan had his own intentions. Biting her crimson lip, she ultimately nodded, refraining from further speech. Regardless of your choices, I fully support you. Your future path is yours to determine, Jiang Nan remarked with significant undertones. Thank you, Dad. Yi Tian nodded, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Shall we go? As the trio prepared to depart, a sudden, urgent voice interrupted. No, you cannot leave, you cannot leave. Wang Jigang's expression shifted dramatically as he obstructed their way, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. Cannot leave? Do you intend to restrict our freedom? Jiang Nan inquired coldly. That is not my intention. Wang Jigang hastily shook his head, then turned to Yi Tian. You cannot leave, you cannot withdraw. Principal Wang, I am determined to withdraw. What more do you want from me? Yi Tian furrowed his brow, responding icily. No matter what, you must not withdraw. I will grant you a scholarship and secure your place in the elite class. Moreover, I will arrange for a car to transport you to and from school. I want to even mention revoking your admission offer. I implore you, stay. Wang Jigang's face bore a sycophantic smile, his heart racing with anxiety, akin to a drumbeat. Fear shone in his eyes, and he regretted the words he had previously spoken to Yi Tian. Now, with the prospect of admission to Peking University at stake, how could he dare to manipulate the situation further? The involvement of prestigious universities such as Tsinghua and Peking University underscores the scrutiny from various high-ranking officials in the education sector regarding this matter. Should any misstep occur, it is not merely a question of losing 20 million. It could very well lead to imprisonment. Presently, Wang Jigang feels the weight of the 20 million yuan check in his pocket, almost scalding to the touch. He hesitates to accept this money. Moreover, if Yi Tian truly secures admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, Wang Jigang, as the principal, would earn significant merit, paving the way for a prosperous career ahead. He has no need to embroil himself in scandal. Wang Jigang's sudden shift in emotions causes Yi Tian to furrow his brow, his expression one of disdain. Ah, so now you feel remorse. It is too late. I no longer intend to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. With that, Yi Tian stepped away from Wang Jigang and made his exit. Please, I implore you to reconsider. I was wrong. I should not have been so arrogant before. Grant me your forgiveness. Wang Jigang pleaded desperately, tears streaming down his face. He now dared not transfer this coveted spot. If the situation remained undiscovered, he could still bask in glory. Yet, if it were revealed, how could he possibly survive? Why should that concern me? Yi Tian replied calmly. What? You? Wang Jigang stood frozen, taken aback by Yi Tian's resolute demeanor. At that moment, all present were left speechless, witnessing the astonishing reversal of fortune, with Wang Jigang now begging Yi Tian. But then, an even more shocking turn of events occurred. Bang! Wang Jigang fell to his knees, his expression one of sheer terror. His eyes flickered with fear. Yi Tian, I beg you, just wait a few more days. Once the admissions personnel arrive, you can leave if you wish, all right? I bow to you. Please save me. Wang Jigang repeatedly bowed his head to the ground, completely devoid of his earlier bravado. The onlookers stared in disbelief. Was the consequence truly this grave? Very well, I shall not withdraw. Yi Tian suddenly spoke, a smirk gracing his lips, laced with mockery. Really? Wang Jigang's mood instantly lifted. His eyes alight with excitement as he gazed at Yi Tian, his emotions soaring like a roller coaster. Were it not for the crowd, he would have burst into laughter. Thank you, truly. On behalf of the school, I express my deepest gratitude for your decision to remain. I assure you that I will fulfill my promises without fail. Wang Jigang finally rose, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, offering repeated thanks. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi family exchanged discontented glances, their brows furrowed. Yi Tian's departure and relinquishment of the admission opportunity left them elated. As for Wang Jigang's fate, who would care? However, under the desperate pleas of Wang Jigang, Yi Tian surprisingly acquiesced. This, of course, displeased them greatly. Yet, before they could voice their objections, Yi Tian spoke again. Although I shall not leave, you previously mentioned my expulsion. Please proceed with the necessary formalities. I shall not disturb you further. Yi Tian's words were astonishing, and with a casual farewell, he departed with Jiang Nan and the others, leaving Wang Jigang utterly bewildered. What? Expulsion? I never intended to expel you. Don't go. I beg you. Wang Jigang was in a state of utter panic, but he could not stop them. Yi Tian and his companions had already left. Why? Why must you toy with me? I had no intention of expelling you. Now what was he to do? Wang Jigang despaired, striking his thigh in frustration, overwhelmed by his own turmoil. He could hardly fathom how he had fallen to such a lowly state. Observing this, the members of the Yi family wore various expressions. This fellow had actually received an offer from Peking University and Tsinghua University. He truly was lucky. Yi Luming's countenance darkened, her anger palpable. Yi Tian must have cheated to achieve such results. Even if he were to attend Peking University, he is unlikely to accomplish anything noteworthy. Yi Qingqing scoffed dismissively. Yet, when representatives from those prestigious universities eventually came, they would still seek out Yi Tian. Yi Lingyu sighed, feeling a twinge of envy. How many students from Jinling managed to gain admission to Peking University or Tsinghua University each year? If this were to spread, how many would be filled with admiration and jealousy? Brother is so impressive. Even Peking University wishes to admit him. Unlike me, who must still take the college entrance examination. I truly envy him. Yi Ruotian murmured softly, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He feigned a pitiful demeanor, leaning against Qin Wanrong's arm, as if seeking solace. My son, my dear son, do not be disheartened. I will secure for you what you desire. If you wish for an offer, I will speak with Yi Tian and persuade him to share his opportunity with you. Qin Wanrong embraced Yi Ruotian, her tone resolute. Chapter 38. Ruin him. Thank you, mother. But this is a coveted offer from Peking University. It would surely be difficult to alter. Perhaps it is best to let it go. Even though my brother wishes to withdraw, to be expelled, and does not desire to attend Peking University, I cannot exploit his misfortune. I fear it may anger him. Yi Ruotian explained quietly. Yet, within him, a tempest raged, an uncontainable fury simmering beneath the surface. His own academic performance was commendable, and gaining admission to a prestigious university should not have posed a problem. Why, then, in the eyes of those institutions, was Yi Tian the one of significance? Why did so many universities vie to offer Yi Tian opportunities while none extended the same to him? The most infuriating aspect was that representatives from Peking University had come. This was one of the nation's foremost institutions. Why did Yi Tian enjoy such fortuitous circumstances? How had I not realized before just how formidable Yi Tian truly is? A wave of jealousy surged within him, causing his eyes to shimmer with a crimson glow. My son, you are far too kind-hearted. If you continue on this path, you will undoubtedly suffer in the future. Qin Wan sighed, shaking her head repeatedly. Her gaze was filled with tenderness, yet it was solely directed towards Yi Ruotian. Brother, let us take the college entrance examination together. Even though you aspire to attend Qingbei University, we must not overshadow brother Yi Tian, Yi Ruoxuan declared, her voice trembling with emotion. Let us strive diligently. Even if we do not succeed, we must not allow him to be angered by us. Overcome with emotion, Yi Ruoxuan burst into tears and threw herself into Yi Yunhua's embrace. Yi Yunhua held the delicate girl close, his protective instincts surging forth. His expression darkened, and his eyes flickered with an intense light. It's over. This time, it's truly over. If those from Qingbei University arrive, how shall I explain this? My career will be finished. Wang Jigang lamented, his heart filled with despair as he envisioned his bleak future. At that moment, he declared, all irrelevant individuals, please exit. Yi Yunhua said coldly. His icy gaze swept over the other teachers, who dared not even look at Wang Jigang, and promptly turned to leave. The events of the day had shattered their perceptions of reality. They all understood that Wang Jigang was on the brink of a significant crisis. Soon, the room fell silent, leaving only the Yi family and Wang Jigang. Yi Yunhua approached Wang Jigang, looking down at the despondent man. Take this, he said, handing Wang Jigang a blank check. His voice chilling. What? What does this mean? Wang Jigang asked, astonished. On this check, you may write any amount you desire, be it 20 million, 50 million, or even 100 million, it matters not. Consider it a purchase of your future. This sum should be more than sufficient for your livelihood, Yi Yunhua stated gravely. His unwavering gaze fixed on Wang Jigang. The steady tone of his voice caused Wang Jigang's expression to shift dramatically. He stared blankly at the blank check, his heart racing with anxiety. It must be admitted, this was indeed a tremendous temptation. For Wang Jigang, it meant a life free from future worries. However, the question remained, what kind of terrifying act must one undertake to obtain such a significant lure? Wang Jigang swallowed hard, gazing at Yi Yunhua in bewilderment. I do not expect you to transfer Yi Tian's guaranteed admission spot. After all, that is unrealistic. I know you cannot do it, correct? Yi Yunhua remarked with a casual smile. Yes, indeed. Wang Jigang nodded vigorously, growing increasingly tense. Therefore, all you need to do is tell me how to ruin Yi Tian. I wish to bring him to ruin, ensuring he can never gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. You must know how to handle such matters, right? Yi Yunhua's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze on Wang Jigang growing increasingly fierce as he spoke in a chilling tone. What? Ruined? Wang Jigang was taken aback, his heart racing with shock. So, this was the intention behind it all. Yes, contemplate this carefully. If you assist me in this endeavor, I can grant you everything you desire. Yi Yunhua's allure was palpable as he spoke with a resolute voice. Wang Jigang's demeanor grew more serious, his eyes darting with contemplation. He began to devise a strategy to ensure Yi Tian's disgrace, preventing him from attending Tsinghua or Peking University. At that moment, the other members of the Yi family also paused, exchanging glances of surprise. They had not anticipated that Yi Yunhua's plan involved such a scheme. Yet, none of them voiced dissent, tacitly agreeing with the notion. It seemed they all believed Yi Tian was utterly unworthy of attending such prestigious institutions. Finally, Wang Jigang conceived a plan. I have a potential solution, though its efficacy is uncertain. The reason representatives from Tsinghua and Peking University come personally to deliver acceptance notifications is to meet the students. Furthermore, they wish to discuss the students' performance with their parents and school. If we truly intend to ruin Yi Tian, we could collaborate. Once the visiting representative learns of Yi Tian's actions, they will undoubtedly reject his admission. Wang Jigang's tone grew increasingly shaky as he furtively glanced at Yi Yunhua, who himself felt the severity of this plan. It was a clear destruction of a student's future. In fact, it was even more ruthless than merely transferring Yi Tian's acceptance. In such a scenario, Yi Tian's reputation would be irrevocably shattered. Excellent. Yi Yunhua seemed to envision the outcome, a thrill coursing through him as he smiled with excitement. He exhaled deeply and declared, then let us proceed with this plan. However, this is merely a proposal for now. Wang Jigang interjected suddenly. What, is there an issue? Yi Yunhua pressed once more. There is a slight complication. The representative from Tsinghua or Peking University will undoubtedly wish to meet Yi Tian personally. If they do not meet him, any disparaging remarks we make about him will ultimately carry no weight. Thus, we must arrange for Yi Tian to visit your home, to solidify this arrangement. Wang Jigang elucidated. Yi Yunhua scoffed mockingly, curious about what he was implying. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Rules exist because they are established by people. and such regulations provide substantial benefits to those unwilling to adhere to them. Yi Yunbo had already devised a cunning plan to manipulate the situation. Mr. Yi, I shall await your favorable news. Wang Jigang replied eagerly, his hand discreetly reaching for a blank check, slipping it into his pocket. Father, what if brother finds out about this? Will he hate us? Yi Ruoxuan tugged at Yi Yunbo's arm, her voice laced with doubt and concern. Do not worry, whether he hates us or not is of little consequence. Yi Yunbo replied softly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he affectionately ruffled Yi Ruoxuan's hair. Soon after, he could not resist embracing her, reveling in the delightful softness she exuded. Chapter 39, Visitors from Qingbei. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, wow. My brother has been granted a recommendation to Qingbei University. I always knew he was the best, the most formidable, Jiang Yin exclaimed with unrestrained joy, leaping about with exuberance. Ultimately, she leapt into Yi Tian's arms, clinging to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. Please, come down. I haven't finished speaking yet, Yi Tian replied with a bittersweet smile, shaking his head. No way. If I bask in the glory of the top scholar, perhaps I too can gain admission to Qingbei University. Jiang Yin mischievously chuckled, her body swaying playfully. Her delicate, pristine little feet danced on Yi Tian's back with a grace akin to that of a dancer. You little imp. With your grades, I would be content if you merely gain admission to a first-tier university. Dongfang Hui shook her head, her tone tinged with exasperation. With my brother's guidance, I can attend whichever university I desire. Jiang Yin cheekily made a face before swiftly hiding behind Yi Tian. This playful act elicited laughter from the entire family. However, I am genuinely surprised that Xiao Tian has been recommended to Qingbei University. Do you realize how challenging it is to gain admission there? Only the most talented individuals from each province succeed. It seems that Xiao Tian performed exceptionally well on this exam. Jiang Ning gazed at Yi Tian with pride. Indeed. Do you recall when your father, Dongfang Hui, began? But her words abruptly halted. She merely smiled foolishly, as if reminiscing about a joyful memory. Jiang Ning also smiled in silence, choosing not to elaborate further. Yi Tian observed their expressions, sensing that they were concealing something from him. What happened to father back then? Ouch, this is heavy. Please, come down. Yi Tian finally noticed that he still had someone clinging to his waist, and he quickly tossed Jiang Yin onto the sofa. I am not heavy. I am quite light. Thank you very much. Jiang Yin plopped down on the sofa, her delicate frame trembling slightly. She rested her pristine little feet on Yi Tian's shoulders, her face radiating with pride. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Xiao Tian, are you certain you want to drop out? Jiang Yin asked, her gaze focused intently on Yi Tian. Suddenly, Jiang Yin sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with shock as she fixated on Yi Tian. She simply could not comprehend what had transpired. Brother, what is the matter? Weren't you granted a direct admission? Why would you consider dropping out? Jiang Yin inquired hastily. Today, that group from the Yi family caused a ruckus at school, attempting to seize your brother's admission slot. In a fit of anger, he decided to withdraw, determined that they would not receive it either, Dongfang Hui elucidated. What? How could the Yi family be so despicable? Why do they persistently haunt you? Jiang Yan's eyes reddened with indignation, looking at Yi Tian with a sense of grievance, as if she herself had suffered. Everything is in the past. I shall have no further dealings with them. Yi Tian gently ruffled Jiang Yan's hair, smiling softly. Jiang Yan, feeling a pang of sorrow, wrapped her arms around Yi Tian's waist, as though seeking to comfort him. However, if you truly intend to withdraw, you will lose all future opportunities, even the chance to take the college entrance examination. Jiang Nin regarded Yi Tian with utmost seriousness, seeking clarity. This was not an attempt to persuade, but rather a notification. Both Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui were notably anxious, their gazes fixed on Yi Tian. They wished to understand his thoughts. Not attending school necessitated a plan. They were reluctant to see Yi Tian's exceptional talent squandered, leading him to blend into the crowd. I will definitely not return to school. It is also to dissuade them. However, the principal mentioned that a teacher from Tsinghua or Peking University would come to see me. If I can meet that teacher, I can explain the situation clearly. Perhaps there might still be some opportunity, Yi Tian replied with a faint smile. He was uncertain, yet he could not yield to the Yi family. This was his bottom line. Having endured their humiliation for so long, Yi Tian could no longer allow them to act with impunity. It was ironic that he shared the same bloodline as the Yi family, yet they displayed such ignorance. They even sought to usurp his admission qualification for the sake of that brute. Few would believe such a tale if recounted. In that moment, Yi Tian's resolute gaze and determined demeanor resonated with Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui. They exchanged a knowing glance, each pondering their shared thoughts. Yi Tian, too, possessed other sources of confidence. After all, he had the experience of a soul drifting for over a decade. If he could leverage the disparities in information, it could lead to significant achievements, making formal education less critical. Of course, if he could visit Tsinghua or Peking University to gain insight and experience, that would indeed be splendid. But if not, he would not force the matter. Very well, as long as you have made up your mind. We can await the arrival of that teacher from Tsinghua or Peking University. They are indeed scheduled to visit. Perhaps your idea may come to fruition, Jiang Nan remarked. When will that teacher arrive? Dongfang Hui looked towards Jiang Nan. In these past couple of days, it seems unlikely that it could be too late. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and then spoke. That will suffice. Dongfang Hui appeared to exhale in relief. However, both Yi Tian and Jiang Yin cast puzzled glances at Jiang Nan, their expressions full of confusion. Dad, how do you know this so well? Yi Tian inquired with curiosity. Oh, I merely checked some information online, Jiang Nan replied with an awkward smile, casually dismissing the question. I see. Yi Tian thought little of it and nodded in acknowledgement. All right then, let us prepare thoroughly. When the time comes, we shall graciously host that esteemed teacher. Jiang Yin exclaimed with uncontainable joy, her laughter ringing out. In the following 2 days, a sensational piece of news circulated throughout Jinling. A student had been selected by Tsinghua University and Peking University during a mock examination and had been granted a recommendation. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire city. Streets and alleys buzzed with whispers and excitement. Many, having heard the news, flocked from distant places, eager to catch a glimpse of this remarkable student. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the school, they were promptly turned away. The outsiders could only wander elsewhere, inquiring about the situation. It was at this juncture that a vehicle bearing the Beijing license plate gradually approached the entrance of Jinling No. 1 High School. Upon sighting the car, the security guard immediately informed Principal Wang Jigang. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jigang, accompanied by a group of school leaders, hurriedly emerged. Their expressions were filled with intense anticipation as they quickly laid out a red carpet leading to the car door, extending well inside. From the vehicle emerged several impeccably dressed gentlemen in suits, all sharing a common trait. They wore black-framed glasses. The leader among them gazed at the school before him and remarked with a touch of awe. Although Jinling No. 1 High School ranks only moderately, even somewhat lower among public schools in Jinling, it is here that such a prodigy has been nurtured. We must thoroughly investigate this school's educational framework. Chapter 40. A brief respite. Teacher Chun is indeed correct. To acquire superior learning experiences, we must begin from such institutions, exclaimed another. To cultivate such talent, this place cannot possibly be lacking. We should strive to secure additional educational resources for Jinling No. 1 High School. This matter, however, must be finalized by Teacher Chun. We cannot speak recklessly. The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with smiles. They all stood behind Chen Ruchang, exhibiting a demeanor of flattery. Clearly, Chen Ruchang was their leader on this visit. Wang Jigang immediately sensed this and approached with a profound sense of reverence, his excitement palpable. The other school leaders followed suit, eager to align themselves. Regardless of the school's teaching methods, the ultimate goal was to serve Tsinghua and Peking universities. The esteemed institutions of Tsinghua and Peking University hold great regard, and thus their opinions are undoubtedly credible. If they deem something undesirable, it is certainly to be dismissed. Ultimately, the matter hinges upon your singular pronouncement. Wang Jigang gazed at Chen Ruchang with a beaming smile, fully indulging in flattery. You mustn't speak so lightly, for we have consistently maintained an attitude of fairness and impartiality in evaluating every institution. He asserted, in all my years, I have never erred. So do not place undue praise upon me. Chen Ruchang admonished with a smile, though he felt a sense of satisfaction within. Please, everyone, do enter. I have prepared a welcome banquet for you all. Wang Jigang exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he guided them inside. Chen Ruchang and his companions walked upon the red carpet, striding towards the interior of the school with great flair. They were enveloped in a refreshing atmosphere, their laughter ringing with joy. Soon, they arrived at the dining hall, which featured a designated area for receptions, lavishly adorned and opulently decorated. In no time, the table was laden with an array of sumptuous delicacies. As Chen Ruchang and his party took their seats, Wang Jigang, accompanied by several prominent school leaders, joined them, all of whom appeared quite portly, resembling those who indulge excessively in food and drink, lacking any semblance of capability. After several rounds of drinks, the mood became lively and animated. Now, let us discuss the matter of the student with guaranteed admission. Bring him forth so we may converse with him, Chen Ruchang remarked with a hint of inebriation and a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly shifted, growing solemn, and the temperature in the room dropped. Wang Jigang and his colleagues fell silent, making no move. Chen Ruchang and the others furrowed their brows, expressions tinged with confusion. What is the matter? We were just enjoying ourselves. Why the sudden change in demeanor? Chen Ruchang inquired casually. The thing is, that student is no longer at the school, Wang Jigang replied, a nervous smile gracing his lips as he explained. No longer? Where has he gone? Chen Ruchang pressed further. He has withdrawn from his studies, Wang Jigang stated, uncertainty creeping into his voice. What? The room erupted in astonishment. Chen Ruchang and his companions set down their chopsticks, shock evident on their faces. They had not anticipated that their visit to meet the student would culminate in such news. Clarify this matter. What on earth happened? Why would he withdraw? This is a golden opportunity to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. Anyone with sense would not forego such a chance. Chen Ruchang chastised, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Wang Jigang swallowed hard, anxiety coursing through him as he recalled the plan discussed with Yi Yunhua, and after a moment, he began to speak slowly. The reason behind the student's withdrawal is quite significant. This particular student is nothing short of a troublemaker, engaging in theft, vandalism, and other heinous acts. Even inciting a gambling culture within the school and indulging in inappropriate literature for a period. This has brought immense disgrace to the institution, a humiliation we can scarcely endure. Therefore, we advised him to leave, which also spared him some semblance of dignity, Wang Jigang explained patiently. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened, revealing their discomfort. How could such a poor student achieve such excellent results and even be granted a direct admission? Chen Ruchang asked, fixating his gaze on Wang Jigang. Anyone could surmise that a student who excels academically must possess extraordinary talent, and with their dedication to studies, how could they possibly find time for such distractions? Yet, in the principal's eyes, Yi Tian was portrayed as an irredeemable individual. How could this be believable? Wang Jigang couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He knew full well that such claims would not easily convince anyone. However, this was the directive from Yi Yunhua, who aimed to utterly ruin Yi Tian's reputation. Wang Jigang had no choice but to comply, as this was the only way to secure that check. Indeed, these events have genuinely occurred. We have no means to discipline him and could only call on his parents, who are equally at a loss. If you do not believe me, you may directly consult with the parents for the truth. After all, they know best what kind of child he is at home. Wang Jigang sighed in relief, successfully shifting the blame onto Yi Yunhua's family. Such a malicious student could achieve such high scores. It was indeed absurd. Very well. Provide me with his family's contact information. I shall investigate personally, Chen Ruchang exclaimed, rising with a hint of irritation, the scent of alcohol still lingering on him. Wang Jigang urged, please take a moment to calm down, Mr. Chen. We will contact his family immediately and arrange everything for you. He hurriedly assisted Chen Ruchang, then signaled to a teacher behind him, who promptly nodded and departed to inform the Yi family. To be granted direct admission to Tsinghua University is an extraordinary opportunity, yet it is bestowed upon such an individual. This is simply unacceptable. If he were to enter society in the future, would he not become a menace? People would know he graduated from Tsinghua University. Would that not bring disgrace upon our esteemed institution? Chen Ruchang, feeling dizzy and infuriated, expressed his frustration. In this era, news of high-profile intellectuals committing crimes is rampant. Academic performance is one aspect, but character is equally important. If society were to nurture a high IQ troublemaker, it would be a grave sin. Indeed, Mr. Chen speaks the truth. Everyone, please take a moment to rest. Just as I had arranged other projects, I suggested that the esteemed teachers take a moment to relax. Wang Jigang promptly took charge. Although Chen Ruchang and others were eager to see the gifted student, they could not resist Wang Jigang's persistent persuasion. Thus, he led everyone to a lavish establishment, renowned throughout Jinling as a veritable den of indulgence, a place that captivated all who entered. No man could leave here unscathed. It was also a property of the Yi family. Inside the establishment, an enchanting atmosphere enveloped the air. Dim lighting flickered within private booths, while alluring women danced seductively around inebriated patrons. The hands of these revelers began to wander in a most inappropriate manner, laughter echoing in the air. This arrangement greatly pleased Chen Ruchong and his companions. Observing the unfolding scene, Wang Jigang nodded in satisfaction and discreetly withdrew from the booth. Outside, someone awaited. How did it go? It was Yi Yunhua, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding an air of strategic prowess. They have all fallen into our trap. Shortly, we shall arrange for them to be escorted to their rooms. Whatever transpires then will be captured on film. Mr. Yi, your foresight is truly admirable. Wang Jigang beamed, eagerly flattering him. His obsequiousness delighted Yi Yunhua. Well done. Yi Yunhua replied with a slight nod and a condescending smile, before turning to leave. What shall we do once they awaken? Wang Jigang inquired hastily, trailing behind Yi Yunhua. Once they regain consciousness, we shall guide them to the home of the top student in the province. Simply provide him with the address. Yi Yunhua instructed with a casual wave. Understood. I will ensure everything is executed flawlessly. Wang Jigang chuckled, his demeanor even more sycophantic. Be on your way. Yi Yunhua replied tersely. Mr. Yi, visiting your establishment for the first time has revealed its remarkable splendor. The presence of so many international beauties is indeed a significant contribution to fostering cross-cultural exchanges. Wang Jigang continued to flatter. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Yi Yunhua retorted impatiently. Well, I happen to have some knowledge of foreign languages and would like to engage with them. If there are any linguistically gifted individuals, perhaps they could teach me a thing or two. I wonder if this modest request could be accommodated? Wang Jigang inquired with a sycophantic smile. Begone. Yi Yunhua shot a glance at Wang Jigang, dismissing him. He was well aware of Wang Jigang's intentions. Do you wish to learn a foreign language? Then remain here and strive for progress. The following day, the individuals from Qingbei awoke from their slumber, only to discover a delicate young lady nestled beside them, her frail form clinging to them. They instantly recalled the events of the previous day, but remained mute. However, after a night of indulgence, they had succumbed entirely to their desires, and none wished to rise. Faced with the enchanting beauty beside them, they could hardly resist, and soon embarked on yet another round of fervent escapades. Only Chen Ruchong, with reports to prepare, reluctantly departed. He reached out to Wang Jigang, inquiring about Yi Tian's residence. Dear Teacher Chen, check your pocket. I have already prepared everything for you. Wishing you a pleasant home visit. I must continue my language studies, so I shall hang up now. Wang Jigang ended the call, then gazed intently at the person beside him. She was a striking beauty with golden hair and azure eyes. Tall and voluptuous, stirring desire. Let us converse a while longer. I yearn for improvement, he said, swallowing hard, unable to resist any longer, and swiftly turned to her. The room soon echoed with soft gasps. Meanwhile, Chen Ruchong had followed the note in his pocket to the residence. Upon arriving at the opulent villa, he was momentarily taken aback. He realized that this student, who had achieved the highest score in the province on the mock exam, truly came from a well-to-do family. Thus, he approached and knocked on the door. In the next moment, the servant of the villa swung the door wide open. The Yi family stood neatly assembled in the hall, awaiting his arrival, smiling warmly and gesturing in greeting, as if they had anticipated his visit. This took Chen Ruchong by surprise, as if he were being guided by an unseen force. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on his suspicions and walked straight in. Greetings. I am Chen Ruchong from the admissions office of Qingbei University, here to meet Yi Tian, he explained. Please come in. Come in. Qin Wanrong said kindly, ushering him forward. Yi Yunhua stood nearby, exuding the authority of a head of the household, maintaining a serious demeanor. Yi Qinsheng, Yi Luming, and Yi Lingyu followed closely behind, ever ready. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan gazed eagerly at Chen Ruchong, both anticipating an engaging exchange with the esteemed teacher from Qingbei University. May I ask, who is Yi Tian? Chen Ruchong continued his inquiry. Qin Wanrong hesitated slightly before directing her gaze towards Yi Yunhua. Yi Yunhua cleared his throat, but offered no response. He gestured for Chen Ruchong to sit down. Reluctantly, Chen Ruchong complied with Yi Yunhua's silent invitation and took a seat. If Yi Tian is not present, I can wait a little longer. However, I would like to know whether the news of his withdrawal from school is true, Chen Ruchang said with a serious expression. Indeed. He has indeed dropped out. Yi Yunhua nodded earnestly. Why? As parents, do you not intend to intervene? Moreover, he has performed remarkably well in this recent mock examination. If even his family neglects him, it would be a devastating blow for him. For the nation, it would mean losing a talented individual. Chen Ruchang spoke with fervor, placing the nation at the forefront of his concerns. His righteous demeanor was so convincing that, had Yi Yunhua not witnessed this man's madness the day before, he might have been swayed by it. You are correct. However, Yi Tian has committed numerous grave mistakes, which are utterly intolerable. As a father, I must impose strict discipline. He could not endure it and chose to drop out, even opting to flee from home. As of now, he remains missing. Yi Yunhua could not help but sigh. His expression filled with helplessness, a hint of sorrow etched on his face. What? He fled home, and he is still missing? How can you be so indifferent? Allowing him to go unchecked? Chen Ruchang was somewhat taken aback. It is not that we do not care. It is that we can no longer manage him. Yi Yunhua rubbed his forehead, anguish evident in his demeanor. Indeed, he has entered a rebellious phase, and he possesses a strong sense of autonomy. In everything he does, he resists our constraints vehemently. Alas, as his mother, I have not seen him for a long time. Qin Wanrong sighed, a trace of anxiety crossing her features. Observing the expressions of the two, Chen Ruchang felt even more perplexed. To be candid, although the school has declared that Yi Tian is morally corrupt, as parents, one would expect an attitude of support for a child destined for admission to prestigious universities, which seems rather unusual. From a parent's perspective, even if their child had moral issues, they would likely attempt to conceal them. Chen Ruchang was left utterly baffled. At that moment, a voice emerged. Teacher, do not seek him any longer. He is a scoundrel, worse than a beast. Yi Luming stepped forward, wiping her tears, her eyes red with indignation. Chapter 42. What do you think? Is he not your family? Why do you speak of him in such a manner? Chen Ruchang was filled with doubts. This certainly does not resemble the behavior of a family. Alas, this rascal, despite his notorious reputation at school, we believed he was merely mischievous, wanting to play with his classmates. Yet, he continued his wicked ways at home, even to the extent of Yi Luming bit her lip, her heart brimming with righteous anger. He even stole our undergarments and spied on my sister Ruoxuan while she bathed. Such immoral and disgraceful actions have truly infuriated us. Regardless of the circumstances, he remained unrepentant. In a fit of rage, he left home, rendering our attempts to locate him futile. Yi Qingqing's eyes sparkled with indignation, her tone tinged with melancholy. Just as she finished speaking, Yi Ruoxuan burst into tears, feeling utterly wronged, and then threw herself into Yi Yunhua's embrace, releasing all her pent-up grievances. At that moment, Chen Ruchang finally grasped the true nature of the so-called top student in the province. Not only did the school criticize his character, but even his family echoed those sentiments. Clearly, he was a rebellious spirit, morally corrupt, and of poor character. What would happen if he were to attend Qingbei University? How many young women would be adversely affected? It was then that the members of the Yi family exchanged glances and shared a silent understanding. Soon, Yi Qingqing stepped forward. Teacher, our family is quite large. With many children, there are certainly others who surpass Yi Tian in merit. For instance, our younger brother, Yi Ruotian. His scores are remarkably impressive. Yi Qingqing pushed Yi Ruotian forward, her face alight with joy. Indeed, Ruotian is exceptionally talented. Not only is he academically proficient, but he also possesses outstanding character. It is utterly unfair that such a person cannot be recommended to Qingbei, while Yi Tian can. Yi Luming and Yi Lingyu chimed in, expressing their dissatisfaction and anger at fate. Originally, Ruotian was doing exceptionally well and consistently outperformed Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian's misbehavior later disrupted Ruotian's studies, causing his grades to plummet. Otherwise, we might have actually seen Ruotian being recommended this time. Yi Ruoxuan quietly remarked, filled with deep emotion. Is that truly the case? Chen Ruchang was momentarily taken aback by these revelations. His gaze scrutinized Yi Ruotian, his brow furrowing slightly. No, I am here to find Yi Tian. Your introductions are of no use to me. I must continue searching for Yi Tian, or I will be unable to fulfill my responsibilities. Chen Ruchang shook his head and turned to leave. He was indifferent to who excelled academically. The sole reason for his presence was that Qingbei University was set to recommend Yi Tian, and he was obliged to meet him, even if ultimately Yi Tian was not to be recommended. As Chun Ruchang turned to depart, the Yi family members grew anxious, their expressions shifting dramatically. Teacher Chen, are you leaving already? Yi Yunbo inquired. Indeed, I find little purpose in remaining here. What am I to stay for? Chen Ruchang replied bluntly. Are you in search of Yi Tian? Or are you preparing to return to the club? Yi Yunbo pressed further. Of course, Chen Ruchang's words abruptly ceased. He stood there, as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at Yi Yunbo. How could this be? How could this fellow know that he came from the club? What was happening? If you want to find Yi Tian, I will accompany you. If you wish to return to the club, I will arrange a vehicle for you, and it will arrive swiftly. Today, Ho Qian has ample time to keep you company. Yi Yunbo wore a concerned smile, his lips curled with disdain. At this moment, Chen Ruchang was utterly panicked. His heart filled with terror. Ho Qian was the girl he had spent the long night with at the club just yesterday. They had traversed topics from poetry and song to the philosophy of life, from the desk to the bed, from the balcony to the bathtub. The entire room was suffused with the memories of the two. These recollections vividly replayed in Chun Ruchang's mind, leading him to a complete breakdown. What was happening? How could the man before him possess such knowledge? Teacher Chun, do speak, Yi Yunbo inquired nonchalantly, a smirk on his lips. What do you think? Chen Ruchang swallowed hard, reluctant to speak further, and cautiously replied. I think it would be best if you sat down in my home for a while. We could have a proper discussion, as I believe we might have some topics to share. Yi Yunbo smiled lightly, asking, what do you think? All right. Chen Ruchang dared not hesitate and promptly agreed. His heart was filled with shock and profound panic. He needed to clarify matters. Come, let us retreat to the study for a chat, Yi Yunbo suggested casually. Sure. Chen Ruchang swallowed again, nodding. As the two departed, Yi Qingcheng, Yi Ruoxuan, and others gazed intently at Chen Ruchang's ascending figure. A glimmer of excitement finally appeared on their faces. Wonderful. Father's plan should have succeeded. Yi Qingcheng exclaimed with fervor. Perhaps Teacher Chun will now consider our requests. Indeed. Father is remarkable. With one move, he has ensured that he remains. Yi Luming declared resolutely. Little brother, you must perform well. Only by earning that teacher's recognition do you have the chance to be a guaranteed student at Qingbei University. This opportunity is ultimately yours. It will always belong to you. But that spot belongs to my brother. How can I take it from him? If he were to offer it to me, perhaps I could accept. And what if he has always aspired to attend Qingbei University? What if he resents me? Yi Ruotian sighed repeatedly, his face awash with sorrow. Brother, you are truly too kind. A sense of trepidation enveloped me. Though you are reluctant to confront Brother Yi Tian, my concern lies in the possibility that he may seek you out. At that juncture, who would possess the time to safeguard you? While our sisters can offer fleeting protection, it cannot last a lifetime. Yi Ruoxuan could not suppress a sigh, her expression heavy with sorrow and resignation. The countenance of Yi Qingcheng and the others darkened, their minds racing with thoughts of Brother Yi Tian's potential actions. Their hearts had begun to shift, cultivating a heightened wariness towards him. Do not harbor any psychological burdens. Little brother, this opportunity is rightfully yours, and you should seize it, declared Yi Luming with fervor. Indeed, let us strive together to secure this admission to Qingbei University first, asserted Yi Lingyu with resolute conviction. Chapter 43. 2 bags of tea. At this moment, the women fixated their gazes intently on Yi Ruotian, their expressions imbued with gravity, all contemplating what was best for him. Their sentiments were fervent and genuine. Mother, sisters, little sister, thank you for placing such trust in me. It fills my heart with joy to feel your love. Yi Ruotian responded. I shall heed your counsel and find a way to claim this opportunity. Although Brother Yi Tian may be displeased, we are ultimately acting in his best interests. Taking a deep breath, he nodded earnestly, albeit with difficulty, signaling his reluctant agreement. Seeing this, the others smiled faintly, their faces alight with relief. They were grateful that Yi Ruotian had come to this realization. Had he continued to worry about Brother Yi Tian, the situation might have grown quite troublesome. However, a question lingered. Should they inform Brother Yi Tian of their plans? What if he discovered their actions? Why concern yourself with him? He is already withdrawn from school. What transpires henceforth is no longer your affair. Yet, Yi Qingqing interjected. It is still premature to discuss this. We are unaware of how the negotiations with father are progressing. A flicker of worry crossed her eyes as she glanced upward. There should be no issue. Father is always meticulous in his endeavors. He will undoubtedly manage this well. I have faith in him. Yi Ruoxuan's gaze was fervent as she too looked above. The family collectively lifted their eyes, filled with anticipation. In the room at that moment, a profound silence pervaded the atmosphere, heavy with tension. Yi Yunbua and Chun Ruchang sat across from one another, a tea set elegantly arranged before them. Yi Yunbua maintained an air of calm composure, deftly handling the tea utensils. He poured 2 cups, presenting the first to Chun Ruchang. "Professor Chun, please indulge in this tea. I personally harvested it from Wui Mountain, sourced from a tea tree over a century old. In the market, it is truly priceless," Yi Yunbua said with a soft smile. Nodding in invitation, Chun Ruchang swallowed hard, beads of perspiration dotting his brow. His breathing grew somewhat labored, teetering on the brink of emotional collapse. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Yunbua harbored knowledge that eluded Chun Ruchang. In a fit of anxiety, Chun Ruchang gingerly lifted his teacup and took a sip, yet found no pleasure in the beverage before him. How could he discern any merit in the tea leaves? His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to resolve the predicament at hand. Just as he was deeply contemplating, Yi Yunbua's voice broke through. "Chen Laosher, what do you think?" A knowing smile graced Yi Yunbua's face, his gaze intensely fixed on Chun Ruchang. "Very well. Indeed. This tea is truly the finest I have ever tasted," Chun Ruchang exclaimed, praising the sweet, rich aroma and delightful flavor, though a stiff smile betrayed his discomfort. Were it not for the concern of appearing verbose, he would have expended a lifetime's worth of words in admiration. "Ah, if you relish the tea, that suffices," Yi Yunbua replied with a calm smile, his demeanor nonchalant. Indeed. I am grateful for your hospitality, Director Yi," Chun Ruchang awkwardly chuckled, nodding repeatedly. This packaging, oh dear." Yi Yunbua feigned a look of chagrin, tossing the bag of tea directly into the wastebasket before making his way to the desk. The abruptness of this act left Chun Ruchang momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Chun Ruchang stood frozen, unsure if he had erred in some manner. He instinctively glanced at the discarded bag of tea. Hadn't tea this cost an exorbitant sum, procured from Wui Mountain? Was it truly to be discarded so casually? Anxiety gripped Chun Ruchang as he unconsciously reached for the bag, mistakenly believing this to be a test of his humility and dignity. A challenge posed by this affluent scion to retrieve something from the refuse, thus satiating his whims. "Chen Laosher, please don't. That bag of tea is unnecessary. It was my mistake. I mixed them up." Yi Yunbua chuckled awkwardly, speaking softly. "Mixed up?" Chun Ruchang's face was a canvas of confusion as he stared blankly at Yi Yunbua. Indeed, that bag contained only ordinary tea leaves, while this one is the precious Wui Mountain tea. "Allow me to brew it for you personally, so you may taste it again," Yi Yunbua feigned nonchalance, promptly pouring out the previous tea and beginning to brew anew. Chun Ruchang's countenance turned awkward as he glanced at the tea leaves in the trash, then redirected his gaze to the leaves in Yi Yunbua's hands. Being in Yi Yunbua's residence, how could he possibly be mistaken? It was evident that Yi Yunbua was deliberately toying with him. Yet, what was the purpose of such antics? As Chun Ruchang wrestled with his vexation, his heart raced. With his fate in another's hands, he dared not voice the slightest discontent. Soon enough, Yi Yunbua presented a fresh cup of tea before Chun Ruchang, saying, "Come. Chen Laosher, do try this once more." Chun Ruchang gingerly held the cup of tea, savoring its essence with great care. After finishing one cup, he found himself unable to discern any exquisite flavor. Perhaps it was the nature of the tea leaves that rendered it rather bland. "How is it?" Yi Yunbua inquired with eager anticipation. "Delightful. The taste is truly remarkable. This is the finest tea I have ever encountered. It lingers on the palate, simply delectable," Chun Ruchang expressed with evident excitement. "That is splendid. If you enjoy it, please have more," Yi Yunbua replied with a gentle smile. He then poured another cup for Chun Ruchang, gently nudging it towards him. Chun Ruchang, unable to refuse, took another sip. At that moment, Yi Yunbua suddenly appeared startled, casting a dubious glance at the bag of tea leaves. "Mr. Yi, what is the matter?" Chun Ruchang asked. "Please retrieve that bag of tea leaves from the trash bin," Yi Yunbua instructed. Chun Ruchang complied without hesitation, pulling the bag from the bin. He intended to hand it to Yi Yunbua, but the latter did not take it. Chun Ruchang stood awkwardly, holding the bag, waiting in silence. Meanwhile, Yi Yunbua regarded the 2 bags of tea leaves with a serious expression, his brow furrowed. "Oh dear. One grows forgetful with age. I seem to have forgotten which one is the Wui tea. This situation is rather embarrassing." Yi Yunbua feigned regret. though his expression bore no trace of guilt. His gaze remained fixed on Chun Ruchong, intensely scrutinizing him. What should we do? Chun Ruchong asked quietly. It's simple. If you, Mr. Chun, believe that either bag contains the Wui tea, then it is so. After all, you have tasted it and can discern any difference in flavor. You shall decide. Yi Yunbo waved dismissively, his smile warm and inviting. Surely you jest, Mr. Yi. How could I possibly distinguish between them? Chun Ruchong replied with a face full of doubt. No one has tasted the Wui tea, so if you assert which bag it is, who would dare to question it? Yi Yunbo remarked with a knowing look. His eyes filled with profound implications. Chapter 44. Success. Yet, Chun Ruchong remained in a state of tension, failing to fully grasp Yi Yunbo's expression. His lips quivered as he anxiously uttered, What do you mean, Mr. Yi? The tea is yours. How could I presume to make such a decision? Yi Yunbo's demeanor shifted, his tone growing stern. Do you truly not understand my meaning, Mr. Chin? The 2 bags of tea are before you. Identify which one is the Wui tea. And that is the truth. Now, provide me with your answer. Which bag is it? His voice was forceful, and his gaze bore into Chun Ruchong with icy intensity. An overwhelming pressure descended upon Chun Ruchong, causing him to tremble and feel an even greater sense of anxiety. Mr. Yi, regarding this package, I believe you hold Wui mountain tea. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Ruchong could only gesture towards the tea leaves in Yi Yunbo's hand. After all, it was not discarded in the trash bin. Chun Ruchong cautiously observed Yi Yunbo. Fine, you may declare this as such. Since a decision has been made, kindly dispose of that bag in your possession. Yi Yunbo, displaying no reaction, calmly replied, Very well. Chun Ruchong promptly nodded and tossed the tea leaves back into the trash bin. Yet, a lingering sense of tension and unease clouded his mind as he cautiously scrutinized Yi Yunbo. Since you are already aware of my son Yi Tian's situation, I shall refrain from further comment. However, my other son, Yi Ruotian, is indeed quite exceptional. It would be prudent for you, Teacher Chun, to keep an eye on him. Once he enrolls in Tsinghua or Peking University, he might even become your disciple. Yi Yunbo smiled leisurely, a hint of pride gracing his lips. Chun Ruchong initially intended to follow with a conciliatory smile, only to suddenly grasp Yi Yunbo's implication. His countenance darkened, and his body stiffened abruptly, his mind rendered bewildered. 2 bags of tea leaves, the one he identified as Wui mountain tea. And yet Yi Tian was the one granted direct admission to Tsinghua University. Why was it now Yi Ruotian? Chun Ruchong was not a fool. He pondered briefly and immediately comprehended Yi Yunbo's insinuation. His expression grew even more grim, his anxiety rendering him somewhat at a loss for words. Mr. Yi, what you wish to pursue may truly be beyond my capabilities. This matter carries significant weight. If caught, my life could be irrevocably ruined. I implore you to abandon this course. I sincerely hope you do not proceed down this path. Chun Ruchong clasped his hands, his demeanor grave. He then rose, preparing to depart, unwilling to jeopardize the latter half of his life over this incident. However, just as he reached the door, a voice resonated behind him, instantly altering Chun Ruchong's expression and leaving him momentarily stunned. This Ho Qian, I have heard she is still a minor, remarked Yi Yunbo suddenly. In the next moment, Chun Ruchong's complexion shifted dramatically, going stark white, his breath seemingly halted. Yi Yunbo remained unfazed, gently lifting his teacup, observing Chun Ruchong with keen interest, as if regarding a mere jester. Gulp. Chun Ruchong swallowed hard, his heart pounding with escalating dread. Come now, continue enjoying your tea, Yi Yunbo said nonchalantly. Chun Ruchong dared not utter a word, slowly approaching. He anxiously regarded Yi Yunbo, his heart gripped by fear. How do you know about Ho Qian? On what grounds do you claim she is a minor? Chun Ruchong challenged. That establishment is operated by the Yi family. Is further explanation necessary? Yi Yunbo replied coolly. What? Chun Ruchong's eyes widened in instant realization. It was not merely himself who had been ensnared. Even his colleagues had been manipulated. Even the principal was in cahoots with Yi Yunbo. What exactly do you intend to do? Chun Ruchong's voice dropped, nearly a hoarse roar of fury. What do I intend to do? Did I not inform you? Yi Yunbo slightly raised his eyelids, a disdainful smile adorning his face. Chun Ruchong's lips quivered incessantly, his body drenched in cold sweat. Only then did he comprehend the gravity of the threat he faced. The figures above can be filled in at your discretion. Rest assured, should you execute the task splendidly, I will ensure you do not suffer. However, should you prove ungrateful, I possess numerous methods to make your existence a living hell. Yi Yunbo smirked, slapping a check down on the coffee table as he coldly threatened. Thud. Chen Ruchong's legs buckled, causing him to collapse onto the floor. Stunned, he sat in a profound gloom, realizing that his life was irrevocably ruined. I understand. Chen Ruchong lowered his head. 1 minute later, as the Yi family awaited anxiously, the door swung open. 2 figures emerged, the jovial Yi Yunbo and the troubled Chen Ruchong. Excellent. Excellent. From now on, I must extend my gratitude to Teacher Chen. I entrust you with my son's admission to Qingbei University. Yi Yunbo remarked with a faint smile, a glimmer of excitement gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yi family were aflame with enthusiasm, their eyes fixed eagerly upon them. Is it true? Can my son truly attend Qingbei University? Qin Wanrong exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Indeed, this is also thanks to Teacher Chen Ruchong. Yi Yunbo replied with a gentle smile, lightly patting Chen Ruchong's shoulder. The atmosphere appeared remarkably amicable, akin to that of good friends sharing a knowing smile. Yet Chen Ruchong understood that this was but a veiled threat. Yes, henceforth, Yi Tongxue shall attend Qingbei University. Chen Ruchong sighed, nodding solemnly. Son, you shall rely on Teacher Chen at Qingbei University. It seems you two are fated to meet. Let us conduct a formal apprenticeship ceremony today. You must honor your mentor henceforth. Yi Yunbo descended the steps, gesturing once more. Indeed, Yi Ruotian immediately grasped the cue, approaching Chen Ruchong with a bow. I pay my respects to my teacher. You. This. Chen Ruchong's expression shifted, momentarily stunned. Does this mean he must oversee Yi Ruotian in the future? Must he worry about this individual daily at Qingbei University? Teacher Chen, today has certainly been lively. How about we share a meal this evening? Just then, I shall take you out for some leisure. There are surely people who miss you. Yi Yunbo flashed a mysterious smile, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. This remark instantly altered Chen Ruchong's expression. It was a reference to Ho Qian. Chen Ruchong's body trembled slightly, an ineffable tension enveloping him. Finally, he stammered, Director Yi, I must take my leave. I have other matters to attend to. We shall converse another time. With that, he hastily departed. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi family erupted with excitement. Little brother, you are truly remarkable. Now, even the people from Qingbei University acknowledge you. Yi Qingqing exclaimed with a beaming face. Little brother, from now on, you shall be part of Qingbei University. Every word and action must be measured. However, your future will shine even brighter, far beyond what Yi Tian could ever compare. Yi Luming proclaimed, her head held high, exhilaration coursing through her. Still, Ruotian's achievements are commendable. Teacher Chen has recognized your potential, which is why things have turned out this way. Ruotian, come here, let your mother give you a kiss. Qin Wanrong said, unable to contain her joy, her heart overflowing with excitement. She cradled Yi Ruotian's face, delight radiating from her as she planted a firm kiss on his forehead. Yi Ruotian smiled awkwardly, yet was profoundly moved. Finally, he was destined for Qingbei University. This was the esteemed institution revered by students across the nation. Brother Ruotian, I will also strive hard for the upcoming college entrance examination, and I will ensure we attend the same university. Yi Ruotian declared with resolute determination, her expression serious. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Yi Ruotian replied, his happiness evident, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. How joyous it was. This was indeed a momentous occasion for the Yi family. Let us go out for a meal. We must celebrate. Yi Luming urged eagerly. Agreed. Today our family shall dine out. Wherever you wish to go. Yi Yunbo declared with great exuberance. In a couple of days, I intend to host a grand banquet to treat the elite of Jinling. I want them to join in our celebration and be informed of the splendid news regarding the Yi family. Yi Yunbo proclaimed, his voice resounding with authority. It was evident that Yi Yunbo was genuinely elated. What could possibly bring more joy than witnessing his son's rise to fame? Soon, the members of the Yi family set out in their cars for a festive meal. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Chen Ruchong had returned to the club, his countenance dark, chillingly cold. Coincidentally, he spotted Wang Jigang, accompanied by a stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty, making their way out. Upon seeing Chen Ruchong, Wang Jigang's expression shifted. He hastily remarked, Teacher Chen, what brings you back? As he spoke, he deliberately withdrew his hand from the alluring blonde's grasp. The matter has been resolved, so naturally, I shall return to my colleagues. Chen Ruchong remarked coolly. Very well, I shall not disturb you any longer. Wang Jigang hurriedly turned to leave, wishing to sever all ties with this individual. How much did you take from him? Chen Ruchang suddenly inquired. What? Wang Jigang's expression shifted, instinctively responding. I ask you, how much did you take from the Yi family? You dared to betray me for this money. Chen Ruchang exclaimed with fury. Wang Jigang realized that this man surely knew everything. Yet, he felt no remorse. Rather, he stood tall, his demeanor serious. Do not speak nonsense. I have taken nothing, he asserted. If you continue to slander me, do not blame me for taking measures. I have lived a life of integrity. How could I allow you to humiliate me so? Humph, how ridiculous. Cease your pretenses. I do not wish to pursue this matter, but consider this your only warning. The next time we meet, I will not make it easy for you. Chen Ruchang uttered coldly. As a teacher at Qingbei University, he considered himself superior. Yet he had been outmaneuvered by the principal of an ordinary school in Jinling. What a source of ridicule it would be if that were to be disclosed. Wang Jigang swallowed hard, casting one last glance at Chen Ruchang before hastily departing. Subsequently, Chen Ruchang sought out his colleagues, who appeared utterly entranced. As if their souls had been lost, they longed to linger in the bliss of the past. With no alternative, Chen Ruchang had to inform them that they had been ensnared in a trap. Everything that transpires here has been orchestrated by someone else. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, there must be video evidence documenting this. In the future, they would undoubtedly have to obey orders, as they were now under someone else's thumb. Chen Ruchang could not help but sigh, expressing his helplessness. Upon hearing this, the assembled individuals were struck with fear, their faces turning pale. They had not anticipated such a downfall. Who could be so cunning as to target us? We are merely a group of teachers, not high-ranking officials. Is such treatment truly warranted? They discussed anxiously, their hearts racing. Chen Ruchang merely waved his hand dismissively, offering a cold smile. Now, each of you will need to assist me. It is also time for you to learn what the mastermind desires. The following day, Chen Ruchang began to make arrangements. In the course of his research, he unexpectedly came across information about Yi Tian's adoptive parents. He realized that this Yi Tian might indeed be with his guardians. He could not help but sigh, a wry smile crossing his face. It is you who has caused my downfall here. I am eager to discover what manner of person you truly are. Chen Ruchang stealthily departed and arrived outside a residential complex, following the address. Meanwhile, Yi Tian remained at home, intermittently checking the news to stay informed about recent events. However, the phone at home had never rung, and neither Jiang Nan nor Dongfang Hui had received any updates, leaving Yi Tian perplexed. Was it possible that Qingbei University had no intention of reaching out to him? Even in the event of withdrawal, there ought to be some explanation. On this particular day, Yi Tian found himself alone at home, tidying up and engaging in household chores. With little else to occupy his time, he thought to alleviate some of the burdens at home. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the door. Dingling. Yi Tian approached and opened the door, and upon seeing the gentleman before him, who exuded an air of refinement, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He immediately recognized that this individual was likely affiliated with Qingbei University. Are you here to see me, sir? Yi Tian inquired, making an educated guess. How did you know? Chen Ruchang responded, somewhat taken aback. Just a hunch. You possess the demeanor of an educator, thoughtful and composed, the hallmark of a cultivated individual. Yi Tian replied with a smile as he led Chen Ruchang into his room, feeling no sense of restraint. Is it just you at home? Chen Ruchang queried, surveying the room. Although it lacked opulent decor, it was exceedingly tidy. Currently, my parents and sister are out, Yi Tian explained, proceeding to brew tea. You seem remarkably mature for your age, unlike typical students, Chen Ruchang remarked. No need to brew tea. Why not try this bag of tea leaves? He produced a packet of tea leaves and placed it on the table. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, bewildered by the situation. What was this? A guest who brought their own tea leaves? Chapter 46. No need for that. Given that the guest was the priority, Yi Tian refrained from declining. He picked up the bag of tea leaves, examined it briefly, and began to brew the tea. Yet, he felt an odd sense of discomfort as the teacher remained silent, gazing intently at him with penetrating eyes. This scrutiny made Yi Tian increasingly uneasy, prompting him to become wary. Was this individual not a trafficker of some sort? Teacher, please have some tea, Yi Tian offered, placing a cup of tea before Chen Ruchang with utmost sincerity. Why don't you try it first? Chen Ruchang replied with a significant tone, not taking the initiative to sip from the cup. He had already been outmaneuvered by the tea leaves. He had no desire to partake further. Me, Yi Tian exclaimed in astonishment, yet he still did not refuse. He poured himself another cup and began to savor it. How does it taste? Chen Ruchang inquired. It should be fine tea. The flavor lingers, and there is a unique fragrance upon swallowing, Yi Tian described honestly. In the past, Jiangnan had a fondness for tea, and occasionally, Yi Tian would secretly indulge as well. Although he could not discern the quality of tea leaves, he could certainly taste the difference between good and bad. Well, since you enjoy it, I shall gift this to you, Chen Ruchang remarked with a bittersweet smile. Gift me? Yi Tian's eyes widened in surprise, his mind swirling with confusion. It was his first home visit, and now he was being presented with tea leaves? What could this signify? Little did he know, this bag of tea leaves was a source of great embarrassment for Chen Ruchang. Teacher, do you have something to say? Yi Tian asked. Taking the initiative, there is indeed something to discuss. However, I fear you may not be able to bear it, Chen Ruchang replied with a weighty tone. Huh? Yi Tian looked at him with a face full of skepticism, utterly perplexed. What is going on? Nevertheless, Chen Ruchang slowly began to speak. I visited the school and went to your biological parents' home. Your teachers, the principal, your parents, and sister all shared with me the things you have done. I did not expect that you would be a student of such poor moral character. Therefore, I have come to inform you that your qualification for direct admission has been revoked, Chen Ruchang stated gravely. What? Instantly, Yi Tian's brows furrowed, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He had not anticipated such an immediate revocation. Even more infuriating was the interference from the Yi family. Furthermore, the school staff's actions were utterly outrageous. If you learned about me from those people, it is certainly not the truth. The school staff seeks to usurp my qualification, and the Yi family does the same. From their mouths, you will glean no genuine information, hence you have been deceived. If you wish to know about me, ask my adoptive parents or my classmates. Yi Tian spoke with a grave tone, his voice firm. Enough, it is unnecessary. Chen Ruchang shook his head, a hint of indifference in his eyes. He regarded Yi Tian with a cold gaze, perceiving the unfortunate plight of this child. There was no alternative. He had to resign himself to fate. After being schemed against by the Yi family, his outcome was already sealed. He had to concern himself with his own future, while Yi Tian was destined to become a sacrificial pawn. I'm leaving. Chen Ruchang did not wish to elaborate further and turned to depart. This resolute attitude ignited a mix of anger and confusion within Yi Tian. He hurried forward, attempting to clarify once more. My biological parents neglected me. They only cared for their adopted child. It is utterly ludicrous to gather information about me from them. Moreover, that so-called school of mine is merely in cahoots with the Yi family. You cannot so casually deem me unworthy. Yi Tian's expression hardened, his voice cold and resolute. Especially those eyes filled with a fervent brilliance, even left Chen Ruchang feeling somewhat uncertain. The entire room descended into a profound silence, where the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. An invisible pressure weighed heavily upon Chen Ruchang's heart. Finally, he could not help but let out a sigh. Alas, such is fate, he murmured in a deep voice before turning to leave. Surely, he understood the situation. However, it was an unavoidable circumstance. With Yi Yunhua holding his vulnerabilities as leverage, he was compelled to submit. Yi Tian bit his lip, clenched his fists, his face awash with indignation and a hint of grievance. This was a qualification he had earnestly strived to attain, yet it was so easily dismantled by another. He was deprived even of the chance to explain. Yi Tian could only watch helplessly as Chen Ruchang departed. Suddenly, he rushed forward once more. Fixing his gaze upon Chen Ruchang, he questioned, So, this opportunity for admission to Qingbei University is actually being granted to Yi Ruotian? This revelation startled Chen Ruchang. He had not anticipated Yi Tian would deduce it so effortlessly. Noticing the lack of response from Chen Ruchang, coupled with his expression, Yi Tian immediately grasped the underlying truth. He exhaled deeply, a trace of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. It appeared to be true. This coveted admission slot had indeed become a commodity. Teacher Chen, how much did you gain from this arrangement? I am rather curious. Are you not afraid of this matter coming to light? Yi Tian said coldly. Chen Ruchang's brow furrowed, his countenance growing increasingly grave. He had not expected this young man to be so persistent, intent on pressing further. Do not speak nonsense. I am doing this for your own good. Some matters are beyond your capacity to bear. You should contemplate how to navigate your future. Chen Ruchang's gaze turned frigid as he pivoted to leave. Yi Tian observed Chen Ruchang's retreating figure, refraining from any further attempts to obstruct him. He had already discerned that this individual was undoubtedly colluding with the Yi family. What motive could there be for him to assist the Yi family so gratuitously? Clearly, the coveted admission slot had been seized by Yi Ruotian. Meanwhile, at the Yi family villa, a message from Teacher Chun had arrived, confirming that all the formalities had been completed. When the school year commenced, Ruotian would be able to attend Qingbei University. Yi Yun's lips curled into a proud smile. Splendid. The others were all immensely excited, bursting into laughter. They celebrated Yi Ruotian's achievement. Little brother, once you arrive in Kyoto, make sure to work diligently. If you lack anything, just let sister know, and I will do everything in my power to assist you. Furthermore, should you make a name for yourself at Qingbei University, I shall gift you a car. Yi Qingqing encouraged. Thank you, sister. Yi Ruotian nodded, smiling lightly. Little brother, second sister has acquaintances in Kyoto as well. I will arrange a villa for you to reside in. If you ever feel disinclined to return to the dormitory, simply head to the villa for some rest. Sometimes, you may even bring along classmates or friends. What do you think? Isn't my sister considerate? Yi Luming smiled brightly, expressing her joy. With improved living conditions, one must not neglect their studies. I have a friend whose grandfather is a professor at Tsinghua University. I shall introduce you to him. Perhaps in the future, you may seek his guidance. Yi Lingyu spoke earnestly. At this moment, all members of the Yi family were diligently brainstorming ways to support Yi Ruotian's education. They were all reluctant to part with him, hoping for his success beyond anyone else's. Brother, I wonder if I still have a chance to enroll in Tsinghua University this time. It would be such a pity if I couldn't attend alongside you. Yi Ruotian suddenly murmured, pouting slightly, appearing quite pitiful. I believe in you. You can surely achieve it. I am aware of your capabilities. With a little more effort, you will surely gain admission to Tsinghua University. Yi Ruotian replied with unwavering conviction, gazing intently at Yi Ruotian. However, I truly worry about what will happen if I do not get in. Yi Ruotian sighed. If that were to be the case, then I would not attend either. I do not wish to be separated from my sister. I want us to attend university together. Yi Ruotian declared resolutely, locking eyes with Yi Ruotian. Their gazes were filled with determination, seemingly genuine and heartfelt. Absolutely not. You have worked so hard to secure a place at Tsinghua University. How can you even entertain the thought of giving up? Yi Qingqing immediately interjected, shaking her head. Indeed, this is an exceptional opportunity. Who knows when the next chance will arise? Yi Luming added in support. Little brother, you must think carefully. Moreover, who can say that Ruotian cannot attend Tsinghua? Yi Lingyu countered. No nonsense. You must enroll in Tsinghua University this time. This is your golden opportunity. Qin Wanrong admonished, her brow furrowed. Mother, please do not blame my brother. It is my fault. I was feeling overly sentimental earlier and spoke those words. I will certainly strive to gain admission to Tsinghua University on my own merit. Yi Ruotian wiped her tears, her demeanor rather pitiable. Her expression evoked a deep sense of compassion in those around her. This prompted Yi Yunbua to let out a sigh. He gently tousled Yi Ruotian's hair and then embraced her. Do not place such immense pressure on yourself. Not gaining admission to Tsinghua University will not lead to a dismal life. I can even nurture you into a remarkable urban elite, thriving in the business realm. Yi Yunbua stated with resolute assurance. I understand, father, but I merely wish to attend university alongside my brother. We have been educated together since childhood, sharing the same school at every stage. Thus, in choosing a university, I aspire to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Yi Ruotian whispered, her voice tinged with palpable grievance. This elicited a surge of compassion from Yi Yunbua, whose brows knitted slightly, his gaze glimmering with determination. Rest assured, I shall find a way for you to attend Tsinghua or Peking University, Yi Yunbua declared suddenly, prompting a wave of astonishment among the others present as they turned their attention to him, puzzled by his confidence. Father, is that truly the case? If my scores are insufficient, can I still gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Yi Ruotian responded with unbridled joy. Of course not. When have I ever lied to you? Yi Yunbua reassured her. If we can enlist Teacher Chin's assistance to resolve the matter concerning Ruotian's admission, he will undoubtedly have a way for you to gain entry to Tsinghua or Peking University, even if it involves alternative methods to displace another candidate. After all, such occurrences have not been unheard of in the past. Yi Yunbua stated nonchalantly. The others began to grasp the implication. This was an intention to impersonate someone else for university admission. If it were a case of guaranteed admission, both Yi Tian and Ruo Tian were members of our family. And with their similar names, a little manipulation would likely go unnoticed. However, if they waited until the college entrance examination, any name substitution could be easily exposed. Would Teacher Chen agree to such a scheme? Yi Qingcheng voiced her apprehensions. She was not alone. Others shared her concerns, casting anxious glances at Yi Yunhua. Fear not. He will certainly comply. As for the possibility of discovery, if the family of the displaced individual keeps silent, it is unlikely anyone will raise an objection. After all, as long as they have enough to live comfortably for the rest of their lives, who would meddle? Is life not primarily about earning a living and enjoying oneself? What else is there to pursue? Yi Yunhua remarked with a faint smile, his lips curling slightly. Upon hearing this, the group appeared to awaken to the meaning behind Yi Yunhua's words. This was an intention to bribe. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, the butler revealed Chen Ruchang. Ah, how fortuitous. We were just discussing Teacher Chen, and he has arrived so promptly. Yi Yunhua chuckled lightly, eagerly welcoming Chen Ruchang. What were you discussing about me? I have already conveyed my decision. I am here to inform you that I shall be leaving. I hope you will provide me with what is owed as soon as possible. Chen Ruchang's expression was grim, his tone icy. After all, being held accountable for one's misdeeds is quite an uncomfortable position. There is no rush regarding that matter. I have another task that requires your assistance. Let us complete this together, and then I shall provide you with what you desire, Yi Yunhua replied. Yi Yunhua remained at ease, a gentle smile gracing his lips. What? Are you deceiving me? Chen Ruchang glared at Yi Yunhua, rising abruptly. Deceiving you? When have I ever deceived you? Do we lack even the most fundamental trust between us? Yi Yunhua declared with righteous indignation. You, speak. Chen Ruchang, seething with rage, felt the urge to strike, but restrained himself. Subsequently, Yi Yunhua slowly beckoned to Yi Ruoxuan. She obediently approached, elegant and poised, reminiscent of a little princess, utterly delightful. This is my daughter Ruoxuan. She wishes to attend Qingbei University. Please assist her, and whatever benefits you seek afterward, do not hesitate to mention them. Do not refuse. I am aware you will ultimately comply. Moreover, this matter is not particularly challenging, Yi Yunhua remarked with a serene smile, his tone remarkably calm. All members of the Yi family, except for him, fixated their eager gazes on Chen Ruchang, anticipating his response. At that moment, however, Chen Ruchang's mind was a blank slate, as if struck by lightning. A torrent of fury surged within him, overwhelming his senses. He never anticipated that Yi Yunhua would escalate matters so brazenly. He yearned to unleash verbal assaults, to strike out. Yet, with his vulnerabilities in Yi Yunhua's grasp, Chen Ruchang could only endure. It dawned on him why Yi Yunhua had said he would ultimately agree. How ironic. I see now. Yi Yunhua, you truly are remarkable. With such temperament, you are destined for greatness. But do tread carefully. Leaving no room for others may eventually lead to your downfall. Chen Ruchang remarked with a grim smile, his voice laced with cold disdain. Chapter 48. The concern of family merely a matter of mutual benefit. Yi Yunhua laughed lightly, brushing off the situation. Chen Ruchang's expression darkened, and he remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yi Ruoxuan. After appraising her for a moment, he turned and departed. Dad, can I really attend Qingbei University? Yi Ruoxuan asked, her heart brimming with joy as she glanced at Chen Ruchang. Of course, with your father by your side, you will undoubtedly gain admission to Qingbei University, Yi Yunhua assured fervently. Wonderful. Soon, our Yi family will boast 2 students at Qingbei University. We will bring glory to our ancestors. And I will finally have something to report to our forebears. Qin Wanrong expressed, her face radiant with delight, her smile beaming widely. She could hardly wait to share this splendid news with friends and family. Father, should we perhaps offer him a little more money? I'm concerned he might speak indiscreetly, suggested Yi Luming. Alternatively, leave it to me. I can provide him with a blank check to fill out as he pleases, as long as it remains within reasonable bounds, proposed Yi Lingyu. They all discerned that Chen Ruchang was decidedly reluctant. There is no need for concern, simply observe closely. Today, I shall impart a lesson. This is known as winning hearts. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as one is under obligation to another, they will pose no threat to you. For they are but human, and every human possesses weaknesses. Yi Yunhua smirked coldly, speaking with disdain. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. However, They did not dwell on it for long and resumed their celebrations. Prepare yourselves. Notify all the heads of the prominent families in Jinling. The Yi family shall give rise to dragons and phoenixes. Yi Yunbo proclaimed passionately, laughter resonating from his lips. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui returned home, just in time to witness Jiang Yin opening the door. Shoo, Jiang Yin whispered, placing a finger to her lips, her expression earnest. Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui were momentarily taken aback, then turned their attention to the living room. There, Yi Tian sat on the sofa, enveloped in silence. His head bowed in contemplation. What has transpired? Jiang Nin inquired softly. I am unsure. When I returned, I found my brother sitting there, listless. It seems something weighs heavily on his mind, but I cannot ascertain what it is. Let us refrain from disturbing him for now. Jiang Yin replied in a voice barely above a whisper, her concern evident as she glanced back. Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui shared her worry, their gazes mirroring her apprehension. Let us prepare dinner. We can inquire during the meal, Jiang Nan suggested. Agreed. Dongfang Hui responded, and together they headed to the kitchen. Jiang Yin, however, crouched on her chair, quietly observing Yi Tian. Her delicate legs curled against her full chest, arms wrapped around herself. After a while, the dishes were all prepared. Dongfang Hui exchanged a glance with Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin nodded eagerly and rushed over. Brother, come and eat, she urged, pulling Yi Tian towards the dining table. Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement, and soon the family gathered around the table, beginning their meal. As they neared the end, Dongfang Hui gently said, Little Tian, if something is troubling you, please share it with your father and mother. Bottling things up will only cause discomfort. We are family. You should not keep secrets from us. Little Tian, if we cannot support you in times of difficulty, then we are failing as parents. We do not wish to see you suffer. So please tell us what is happening, Jiang Nan stated solemnly. Both parents gazed at Yi Tian with genuine concern, their expressions sincere. In that moment, Yi Tian felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he replied, It's nothing. I was merely feeling a bit anxious while contemplating earlier. I will be fine shortly. Please do not worry about me. He refrained from revealing the full truth, offering a faint smile instead. Such matters are futile to discuss. He certainly does not wish for his parents to share in his anger. What kind of statement is that? If everything were fine, you would not be in this state. Do we not know you well enough? Surely something significant has transpired to provoke such a reaction. Speak up. We are family and must face challenges together. Jiang Nan spoke earnestly. I, Yi Tian, hesitated, words caught in my throat. Xiao Tian, do not fear. Whatever the matter may be, do not be afraid. Dongfang Hui gently encouraged. Mother, Yi Tian pursed his lips, feeling a warmth he had not experienced in a long time. Brother, quickly tell us, who has wronged you? I will ensure that person pays dearly. Jiang Yin clenched her small fist, her anger palpable. In that moment, Yi Tian genuinely felt the profound happiness of having family by his side, and his heart lightened considerably. It was not the resolution of the issue that brought him comfort, but the palpable affection from his loved ones. Thus, Yi Tian recounted the incident involving Chun Ruchang's visit to their home in great detail. He even presented the bag of tea leaves he had received. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, then carefully examined the tea leaves. He took a sniff and was slightly astonished. This seemed to be Dahong Pao from Wui Mountain, harvested from trees over 100 years old. Just this single bag of tea could fetch tens of thousands. The teacher's generosity is indeed remarkable, Jiang Nan remarked solemnly. Is this tea really that expensive? Yi Tian exclaimed, his eyes wide. The crucial point is the guaranteed admission. He is so brazen. There must be some ulterior motive at play. This fellow is truly detestable. Dongfang Hui gritted her teeth in anger. Mother, do not be upset. The matter is already in the past. I have resolved to look forward. The future does not solely hinge on attending university. Yi Tian smiled softly, speaking with calm determination. Oh, my dear child, you are simply too soft-hearted. Dongfang Hui expressed her concern, affectionately ruffling Yi Tian's hair. At that moment, Jiang Nan slowly rose to his feet. He scrutinized the bag of tea leaves. Reflecting on past events, it seemed he had made a resolution. Xiao Tian, do not worry about this matter. Justice will prevail, and someone will address it. Your focus should be on preparing for your entrance to Qingbei University. Rest assured, it will not be long before you receive notification. Jiang Nan smiled gently, his expression brimming with confidence. Instantly, both Yi Tian and Jiang Yin were left momentarily stunned. Preparing for Qingbei University? Father, you cannot be serious. I have already lost my eligibility. How could I possibly continue to Qingbei University? Moreover, that opportunity has been disregarded. There are myriad paths to wealth beyond this singular route. Yi Tian chuckled at his own predicament, shaking his head. It seems the avenue of university has been irrevocably closed off. He must forge a new path and engage in other pursuits. In his previous life, Yi Tian had witnessed an extensive span of the future, brimming with opportunities for fortune and trends. What aspirations could he not fulfill? I firmly believe in one truth. While absolute fairness may be a myth, relative fairness does exist. The arduous journey to university is not without its costs, and those who seize such qualifications must ultimately pay a price. There is no perpetual day, nor an eternal night. Jiang Nan spoke meaningfully, then turned to enter the house. Yi Tian watched Jiang Nan's retreating figure with uncertainty, his voice momentarily lost. He could distinctly sense the layers beneath Jiang Nan's words, which seemed imbued with confidence. Could miracles truly occur? Perhaps it would be prudent to freshen up and retire early. Your father tends to ramble, so do not take his words to heart. Just remember, justice will inevitably prevail. Dongfang Hui affectionately ruffled Yi Tian's hair before also retreating to her room. Yi Tian sighed as he observed his departing parents. How elusive justice truly is. Brother, would you like me to join you for a game, or perhaps a stroll? Jiang Yin asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Go wash up properly. This is adult business, so refrain from interjecting. Yi Tian playfully flicked her forehead, though not with much force. Humph. Jiang Yin pouted, reluctantly turning to head to the bathroom. Meanwhile, within the confines of their room, Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui remained fixated on the bag of tea leaves. What are you daydreaming about? And what do those words imply? Dongfang Hui inquired, puzzled, as she approached him. This bag of tea leaves holds significant origins. If one were to trace back, they could ascertain who purchased it, Jiang Nan elucidated. What does that matter? The pressing concern is not identifying the buyer, Dongfang Hui countered earnestly, her gaze fixed upon him. I comprehend your meaning. Thus, I intend to reach out to our family. Jiang Nan slowly raised his head, his eyes glimmering with profound insight. Dongfang Hui's expression shifted abruptly, her breath quickening. This revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue. Moments later, she asked, have you truly considered this? Of course I have. My desire is to protect our son and safeguard our family. Hence, sacrifices must be made. It is an unavoidable reality. However, coincidentally, the Jiang family in Kyoto has summoned me back more frequently this year, providing me with just cause to return. Do not disclose this matter to Xiao Tian and the others. I prefer that he does not interfere in my affairs with the Jiang family. Jiang Nan asserted with utmost seriousness. Very well, I shall respect your decision. Dongfang Hui sighed, unable to contain her emotions. Rest assured, even if I were to return, I would never relinquish you. Initially, my family opposed our union, but that was due to the elders. Many of them have passed away, and I suspect the dissenting voices have diminished. Should they persist in their obstinacy, I shall take you away, and we shall venture to a more distant place. Jiang Nan's lips curved into a teasing smile, yet Dongfang Hui understood that his words were far from mere jest. They were a vow to her. Thank you, my dear husband. Tears brimmed in Dongfang Hui's eyes as she embraced Jiang Nan tightly. His broad chest provided her with an overwhelming sense of security. All right, do not fret so much. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly, gently rubbing her back in a soothing manner. Subsequently, he stepped onto the balcony, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. I accept the family's conditions. However, I have certain matters to resolve here. Please assist me in investigating a few things, and once I have addressed them, I will make my way to Kyoto. Jiang Nan's tone was grave, his gaze fixed on a pouch of tea leaves. Understood, came the surprised and somewhat unexpected response from the other end. After the call ended, a wave of unrest began to sweep through Kyoto. Phone calls rang incessantly among the prominent families, while numerous individuals set out from Kyoto towards Jinling. Meanwhile, Yi Tian remained blissfully unaware, lying on his bed and scrolling through content on his phone. Upon encountering the latest news, his expression shifted to one of gravity, his gaze sharp as a hawk. The Yi family is indeed bustling with activity, Yi Tian remarked coldly. He observed the influx of positive news surrounding the Yi family. Their young master was on the verge of enrolling at Qingbei University alongside their daughter, a dragon and a phoenix, drawing countless spectators. Next week, they would host a grand celebration for their academic achievements at the largest hotel in Jinling. At this moment, the Yi family had become the focal point of the entire city. How could a single spot accommodate two individuals at Qingbei University? It seems there are new secrets lurking beneath the surface. Yi Tian scoffed disdainfully before turning over to sleep. Meanwhile, in the Yi family villa, sounds of intimacy resonated from a room. In the dimly lit space, illuminated by the moonlight, a man and a woman were entwined in each other's embrace. Moments later, as he donned his trousers, Yi Ruotian spoke up. Next week is our academic celebration. I intend to invite someone. Invite someone? Who? Yi Ruoxuan inquired, wiping her mouth. Her delicate face still flushed. Naturally, it is Yi Tian. I wish to summon him, so he can bear witness to my triumph in gaining admission to Qingbei. Yi Ruotian tilted her head slightly, a confident smile gracing her lips. Huh, what purpose would that serve? It would only be more repulsive. Do not invite him. Yi Ruoxuan shook her head, imploringly. You do not comprehend. The sensation of him witnessing me seize everything that rightfully belonged to him is utterly exquisite. Furthermore, once he arrives, I have no intention of allowing him to leave. Yi Ruotian's eyes glinted with depth, her smile carrying a sinister edge. This expression even made Yi Ruoxuan feel a twinge of anxiety. What on earth are you saying? Yi Ruoxuan inquired, concerned. His existence has always been a thorn in my side. Only by witnessing his absolute demise can I find peace. Besides, it will serve as an embellishment to my admission to Qingbei University. Yi Ruotian could not suppress a cold hum, speaking indifferently. But how do you plan to accomplish this? Once he is invited, what then? Yi Ruoxuan's delicate face registered shock, yet she felt no fear. On the contrary, a flicker of excitement danced in her eyes. Chapter 50. Is this still calling someone? It is easily resolved. I have already devised a plan, so simply wait and observe. Yi Ruotian responded. However, persuading him to come is indeed a challenge. That fellow despises us now. How can we entice him? Simple. We inform Yi Yunbua and the others, and they will certainly assist us. Yi Ruoxuan declared with pride. Indeed. Yi Ruotian nodded, her face alight with joy. The following day, as the Yi family gathered around the dining table, preparing for breakfast, Yi Ruotian spoke up. Father, my sister and I discussed a matter yesterday. It is of great significance, and thus we require your approval. Yi Yunbo replied gently, what matter is it? Others turned their attention to Yi Ruotian, for to them, her affairs held the utmost importance. Isn't there an upcoming graduation banquet? Therefore, I hope you will consent to inviting brother Yi Tian to join us for a meal. After all, this is a family gathering, and I would like him to be present. Yi Ruotian's tone was resolute, her demeanor earnest. As her words settled in, everyone fell silent, a wave of shock washing over them as they turned their gazes toward Yi Ruotian. Little sister, what are you aiming at? That fellow has severed ties with our family. Why would you want him here? If he comes, he will undoubtedly be envious of you. What if he acts out? Yi Qingqing interjected, urging caution. Indeed, he must not be invited. It is utterly distasteful. Our family is complete as it is. He is not one of us. If I were you, I would invite some of your classmates instead. It would be far better than having him here. Yi Luming patiently advised. He has never been on the same path as us. It would be best for you to relinquish this notion. More distinguished family heads are arriving this time. What might they think upon seeing Yi Tian? And if he were to cause a scene then, what would we do? Yi Lingyu looked at Yi Ruotian with unwavering patience. Responding, Ruotian, your sister's intentions are solely for your benefit. It would be wise to refrain from further invitations. If you truly wish for his presence, simply seek him out and offer him some food. He has always exhibited erratic behavior, engaging in actions that defy conventional understanding. There is no need for such meticulous planning this time around. Qin Wanrong sighed and counseled gently. At this moment, nearly everyone at home shares a similar sentiment. Yet, he is still your brother. We are family. I believe he may possess certain flaws, but he would never harm me. Once he arrives at the hotel, let him remain in a private room, and I will bring him delectable treats. If we keep him secluded, others won't see him. I sincerely hope he can attend and trust that we can prevent any disturbances. Father, mother, sisters, I hope you will agree. Yi Ruotian spoke with resolute determination. His gaze shifted momentarily to Yi Ruoxuan, who immediately grasped his intent and joined in the persuasion. Indeed, second brother speaks the truth. Yi Tian is, after all, the biological offspring of our parents. It is our shortcomings that have deprived him of the familial love he deserves. We feel a sense of obligation to make amends. Yi Ruoxuan pleaded earnestly, her sparkling eyes fixed on Yi Yunhua. as if they could communicate their desires. Yi Yunbo furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of conflict within. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, your reasoning is sound. Since you have raised this matter, I shall consent. However, whether that rascal will agree is another question entirely. You can never fathom the terrifying nature of a person's jealousy when it swells. What should we do then? Should the two of us invite Yi Tian ourselves? Yi Ruotian inquired, his face etched with concern. Here is the plan. You and your 3 sisters will go together. If you manage to extend the invitation, it will fulfill your wish. But if you cannot bring him, then there is nothing to be done. Yi Yunbo concluded decisively. All right, then I shall have my sisters accompany me. Yi Ruotian exclaimed, his heart brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui stepped outside, only to encounter a convoy led by a Rolls-Royce Phantom adorned with the Beijing license plate, parked below. Upon spotting the emblem, both instantly realized the implications. As they descended the stairs, the door of the car swung open. Young master, a middle-aged man, elegantly attired in a finely tailored suit, bowed deeply in respect towards Jiang Nan. Please, go ahead. Jiang Nan took Dongfang Hui's hand and entered the vehicle, casually waving to the driver as a signal. The driver promptly acknowledged and set the car in motion. Once the Rolls-Royce Phantom began to move, a convoy of over a dozen Maybachs followed closely behind. Young master, we were uncertain of your awakening time, so we waited outside. The middle-aged man, Sun San, explained with utmost reverence. Sun San, there is no need for such formality. You were once my steward, and we have no such rigid customs. However, I regret that my presence has caused the Jiang family to neglect you for an extended period. My apologies, Jiang Nin expressed with a hint of nostalgia. And no, young master, please do not say that. It is a matter of my own disgrace. Sun Sin nervously responded. All right, let us address the matter at hand. Jiang Nin gestured dismissively. Indeed, after our arrival in Jinling last night, we commenced our investigation. Concerning the tea leaves, it turns out this package belongs to the Yi family. Sun Sin elucidated. The Yi family? Excellent. They are indeed the culprits behind this turmoil. Jiang Nin remarked coldly, his expression hardening. Moreover, a pivotal figure in this affair is Professor Chen Ruchang from Qingbei University in the capital. He, along with other faculty members, was invited to a club owned by the Yi family, engaging in some despicable activities. Subsequently, Chen Ruchang visited the Yi family, undoubtedly to finalize an agreement in order to seek out the young master. As Sun Sin spoke, he laid out the evidence he had gathered before Jiang Nan, alongside photographs. There were videos as well, with information about the club presented with utmost clarity. When faced with irrefutable evidence, both Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui were engulfed in fury, their faces flushed with indignation. They were outraged by the Yi family's actions. Even the most ferocious of tigers would not harm its own cubs. Yet the Yi family behaved like beasts, resorting to unscrupulous means to seize the opportunity for guaranteed admission. Is this what humanity has come to? Chapter 51. The invitation banquet. You may issue your orders, young master. It would be quite simple to obliterate the insignificant Yi family, Sun Sin stated calmly, his tone as casual as if discussing a mundane matter. This was the confidence of the Jiang family from the capital. Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui exchanged glances, gradually regaining their composure. Xiao Tian had indeed been affected by this incident. Observing his sullen demeanor weighed heavily on her heart. However, should the Yi family be eradicated, she doubted he would find joy in it either. Indeed, after all, the Yi family members are his biological parents and sister. Dongfang Hui murmured softly. In silence, we extinguished the Yi family, and I wonder how they will react when the truth comes to light. After all, the Yi family resides in Jinling. I have no fear of their escape. Let us first impart upon them a lesson of profound consequence. Jiang Nan's gaze was heavy as he scrutinized the evidence, his heart seething with indignation. Understood. Sun Sin nodded respectfully. By the way, look into Chen Ruchang thoroughly. As for the Yi family, with assets amounting to billions, let us ensure they incur a loss of 20 billion for now. Jiang Nan commanded. Understood. Sun Sin promptly affirmed, swiftly retrieving his phone to issue commands. Suddenly, he looked up. Young master, it appears the Yi family is planning to host a graduation banquet. This event will be attended by the prominent families of Jinling. Their purpose is to celebrate their foster son Yi Ruotian's admission to Qingbei University and their foster daughter Yi Ruoxuan's impending acceptance as well. Sun San relayed the newly uncovered information to Jiang Nan. What? Jiang Nan's expression shifted, revealing his fury. How shameless they are, to flaunt what they have usurped from others. Dong Fenghui clenched her teeth in rage, utterly incensed. This truly opens my eyes. Let us forego the 20 billion. Let us inflict upon them a loss of 50 billion. I wish to see if they can still wear smiles after this. Jiang Nan bellowed, suppressing his wrath. Understood. Sun Sen nodded immediately. An hour later, outside the Jiang family compound, a luxurious Alfred came to a halt. A few individuals emerged from the vehicle, namely Yi Ruotian and the three sisters of the Yi family. They gazed at the dilapidated complex before them, their brows furrowing in distaste. Sisters, do you find it unsightly? If so, I can go up alone while you wait here. Yi Ruotian expressed concern. That won't do. We must protect you. What if that maniac goes berserk again and harms you? Yi Qingxing shook her head, her expression filled with worry. Indeed, let us ascend together. We have visited before. A little dirt won't deter us. We can endure the scent of their household. Let us proceed. Yi Luming stated firmly, pursing her lips. Thank you, sisters, Yi Ruotian replied obediently. Thus, they all ascended the stairs and arrived at the door, gently knocking. When Yi Tian opened the door and beheld the group, he couldn't help but inhale deeply in irritation. His expression was cold, and he could barely muster the energy to speak, raising his hand to shut the door. Wait, we have matters to discuss. Yi Qingqing swiftly obstructed the entrance. Her voice icy. Yi Lumeng and Yi Lingyu moved to block the door, preventing Yi Tian from closing it. They had barged in yet remained hesitant to step further inside. Lingering at the threshold, it is not out of embarrassment, but rather because they perceive themselves as possessing a noble status, unwilling to set foot in the dilapidated abode of the Jiang family. Do you realize that this is trespassing? Yi Tian cast a cold gaze upon the faces of the group, feeling increasingly nauseated by their demeanor. Enough of the pleasantries. Do you have time next week? Yi Qingsheng inquired, her impatience evident. No, Yi Tian replied bluntly, indifferent to their intentions. He had no interest in whatever matters they sought to discuss. After all, approaching him never boded well. You. Yi Qingqing glared at Yi Tian, her teeth clenched in anger. Yi Tian, do not be so arrogant. Do you think we wanted to come here? If it weren't for Ruotian, we wouldn't have bothered at all. Think carefully before you respond. Yi Luoming retorted swiftly. Yi Tian merely shrugged, maintaining an air of apathy. Do not be ungrateful. Adjust your attitude, or you will come to regret it. Yi Lingyu stated coldly. Yi Tian calmly regarded the three women before him, acutely aware of their disdainful attitude, which seemed to emanate from their very core. A bitter smile crossed his lips. He was at a loss for words. This group was like a persistent parasite, impossible to rid oneself of, yet they kept approaching him uninvited. Brother, please do not take offense at my sisters. This is truly because of me. I am about to enter university, and the family wishes to host a gathering to celebrate. So, I thought it would be nice for you to join us, as you are an important relative to me. I hope you can attend this graduation banquet. Yi Ruotian's gaze was fervent, fixed intently on Yi Tian. Her sincerity was palpable, as if her genuine feelings were laid bare. Yi Qingqing and the others looked at Yi Ruotian with concern, none of them wishing for her to treat Yi Tian with such an attitude. Invite me to your graduation banquet? Huh. Yi Tian could not suppress a derisive laugh. What kind of attitude is this? Simply accept the invitation gracefully. Why put on such airs? Do not be so conceited, considering the goodwill of your younger brother. Yi Qingqing scolded him sharply. Indeed. Do you think you are worthy of this invitation? Just being asked is already a sign of respect. If it weren't for your younger brother insisting, we would not have agreed. With your status, do you even think you deserve to dine with us? Yi Luoming shouted without restraint. Originally, our father opposed this. You should thank your younger brother, as this is entirely his doing. If not for him, you wouldn't even have this opportunity. This time, you can simply dine in a private room at the hotel, which would at least fulfill your younger brother's wishes. Yi Lingyu's tone was frigid. At that moment, Yi Tian's gaze inadvertently shifted to Yi Ruotian, a glimmer of cold light flickering within. He would not be deceived into believing that this individual had any genuine goodwill. Especially some memories from a previous life surged in my mind. It was a fire just before death that completely sealed my fate. It was all a conspiracy devised by Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, leading to my demise. In this life, Yi Tian directly departed, thus escaping the flames. But can the outcome truly be rewritten? This time, Yi Ruotian extended an invitation to me. Could it really merely be for a meal? Chapter 52. Bark like a dog, brother. Please agree to my request. I genuinely wish for your participation. I understand your disdain for me. as my presence has garnered affection from our family that you once received. Yet in my heart, you shall forever remain my elder brother." Yi Ruotian expressed his emotions sincerely, tears streaming down his face as he desperately attempted to retain Yi Tian. Nonetheless, Yi Tian remained silent. In Yi Tian's perception, Yi Ruotian had never been a virtuous person. Such overt kindness surely concealed nefarious secrets. He cast a cold glance at Yi Ruotian and stated, "I shall not attend." What? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingcheng and the others were infuriated, their faces contorted with rage. "How ungrateful! We personally came to invite you. What more do you desire? Indeed, who do you think you are, to consider yourself significant? We have extended an invitation to honor you. What right do you have to refuse?" Yi Qingcheng and her companions erupted in a torrent of curses, their emotions spiraling out of control. They had already held a disdain for Yi Tian, and his rejection intensified their discomfort. "Brother, have I erred in some way? Why must you refuse? If there is any inadequacy, I can rectify it. I extend this invitation with utmost sincerity. I implore you to accompany me." Yi Ruotian bit his lip, his face a mask of grievance, as if he had endured great suffering. This only served to infuriate Yi Qingcheng and her companions further, their teeth clenched in fury, their gazes directed at Yi Tian as if they could set him ablaze. "I will send you my blessings from home. There is no necessity for me to attend. At that time, I shall prepare a bowl of rice and place 3 incense sticks outside. Furthermore, I will raise a cup in your honor. May your journey be smooth." Yi Tian smirked disdainfully, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This statement provoked another outburst of ire from Yi Qingcheng and her cohorts. It was clearly a ritual for the deceased. "Brother, are you concerned that your current family might worry if you attend? If so, we can wait a while longer and personally invite your entire family to join us. After all, that private room is spacious enough to accommodate everyone. Your family can be together, none shall be left behind." Yi Ruotian's lips curled into a sly smile, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Yi Tian's expression shifted. The implication of her words was unmistakable. It was evident that she intended to ensnare them all. Did Yi Ruotian truly wish to enact another tragic scene, one that would lead to his own demise, and drag his parents and younger sister into it? "My dear brother, he has already chosen not to go. Let us not trouble him further. Moreover, if we were to invite his entire family, what if they conspired against you?" Yi Qingqing expressed her concerns. "After all, there is not a kind-hearted soul among them. Do not let your compassion lead you to involve them." Yi Luming added her counsel. "We appreciate your goodwill, but Yi Tian has still declined, so let us not dwell upon this matter any longer." Yi Lingyu sighed in resignation. At that moment, however, Yi Ruotian remained unyielding, his gaze fixed intently upon Yi Tian, filled with anticipation. As Yi Tian surmised, Yi Ruotian was plotting an unforeseen incident, one that would ensure Yi Tian's complete obliteration. Firstly, no one would investigate his guaranteed admission to Qingbei University any longer. Secondly, he would be the sole male heir of the Yi family. From any perspective, Yi Tian's demise was inevitable. "Sisters, I understand your intentions, yet he remains my brother. I do not wish to lose his witness during such a pivotal moment in my life. Therefore, I am willing to agree to any conditions." Yi Ruotian's gaze was fierce, penetrating as if imbued with an authoritative tone. "Is that so? You truly think highly of me?" Yi Tian replied with a cold smile, laced with sarcasm. He realized that even if he declined this time, there would inevitably be another opportunity. Yi Ruotian's intent to eliminate him would remain unchanged. An attempt would certainly be made. Thus, there would come a time when Yi Tian would inevitably confront this assassination attempt. To alter the course of history, one must acquiesce, thereby inciting change. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian ceased his refusal. "Very well, do you mean any condition?" he questioned. "Of course." Yi Ruotian's heart leapt with joy, a hint of excitement in his tone. This plan was finally coming to fruition. Yi Qingcheng and her sisters were taken aback. Who would have thought that Yi Tian would ultimately acquiesce? "I expected you to impress me this time, yet you remain a pitiful creature driven solely by greed. You must be after a sum of money. How laughable. What else do you hold dear besides wealth? Yi Ruotian offers you sincerity, and yet you resort to extortion. Individuals like you are destined to be beasts in your next life." Each of the 3 sisters hurled their indignation at him. "If you refuse, so be it." Yi Tian waved his hand, signaling them to depart. "No, sisters, it is entirely my fault that Yi Tian left the Yi family. Therefore, I am willing to accept any conditions he proposes. Brother, please state your terms. Yi Ruotian's heart swelled with excitement. Is it not merely a sum of money? As long as you agree, Yi Tian will meet his demise without a burial place. Yet, in the next moment, due to your allergy to dog hair, every dog within a 10-mile radius of the villa has been exterminated. Even the stray dogs of Jinling have vanished, all meticulously eradicated. Alas, I have little opportunity to hear a dog bark. Perhaps you might call out yourself, so I may experience it vicariously. Yi Tian wore a gentle smile, his gaze fixated intensely on Yi Ruotian. In that moment, Yi Ruotian stood frozen in place. What kind of condition is this? How outrageous! This is an utter insult. Yi Tian, we have approached you with earnest intentions, yet you so brazenly bully your junior. Are you even human? Junior, you must not acquiesce. He is a madman. Do not engage with him. The three sisters were ablaze with fury, rebuking him loudly. They could not comply with Yi Tian's unreasonable demands. Even Yi Ruotian was flashing with murderous intent. However, after a moment of contemplation, he lowered his head. Since brother Yi Tian wishes to hear me call out, then I shall oblige. As long as you come, I am willing to do anything. Yi Ruotian gritted his teeth and spoke solemnly. Do not do it in my house. Go downstairs, beneath that tree, and call out. Yi Tian casually pointed outside. You scoundrel! Yi Qingqing and the others erupted in anger once more. Yet, Yi Ruotian endured. For the chance to eliminate Yi Tian, all was worth it. He turned and descended the stairs. Junior, Yi Qingqing and the others rushed out to intercept him. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tian slammed the door shut and locked it, sneering towards the outside. Go down and call. I promise I will attend the banquet. Chapter 53. A grand project approaches. Soon after, Yi Ruotian had joined Yi Qingqing and the other three at the bottom of the stairs. Upon seeing a row of trees before them, they were all momentarily stunned. Which tree should we learn to bark beneath? Yi Ruotian inquired. Junior, do you truly intend to heed his words? He is deceiving you. This is an affront to your dignity. You must not agree, do you hear me? Yi Qingqing urged anxiously, grasping Yi Ruotian's arm. Indeed, this individual is exceedingly despicable. He is taking advantage of the situation, and you cannot trust him. Yi Lumen clung to Yi Ruotian's other arm, her ample bosom pressing against it, the softness causing Yi Ruotian to feel a certain heat. Junior, since we are already down here, and Yi Tian has not followed, if he inquires, we shall simply say we have barked. Whether he heard or not is his concern. When dealing with such a scoundrel, one must not be too honest, or one will suffer. Yi Lingyu advised earnestly. The three women had entirely restrained Yi Ruotian, rendering him unable to move an inch. Very well then, I shall heed my sister's counsel. Yi Ruotian pressed his lips together, appearing somewhat resigned, and spoke solemnly. He certainly would not learn to bark like a dog. He merely acquiesced to Yi Tian at that moment. He sought a way for Yi Qingqing and the others to provide him a means of retreat, allowing him to gracefully extricate himself from the situation. Indeed, this group of women proved to be exceedingly obtuse. Let us depart. Should he fail to appear that day, I shall dispatch someone to bring him here. At that moment, he shall face a humiliating spectacle before the illustrious families of Jinling. Yi Qingqing declared with a commanding threat, her countenance as frigid as ice. Subsequently, the group returned. After escorting Yi Ruotian, Yi Qingqing proceeded to her company. Recent family matters had left her with a multitude of tasks unattended. As the general manager of the Yi Group, she held a significant position, and she was, without a doubt, the most accomplished among her peers in Jinling at such a young age. Dressed in professional attire with her hair styled in a bun, she appeared exceptionally competent and energetic. General Manager, here are some documents that have just arrived, requiring your signature. A tall female secretary announced as she brought a stack of papers. The desk was already piled high with documents awaiting Yi Qingqing's attention, and now with this new delivery, one could only imagine how long she would be occupied. This filled her with a sense of irritation. Understood, Yi Qingqing replied tersely, furrowing her brow. She began to address the paperwork, her mind still tinged with anxiety, particularly as thoughts of Yi Tian's audacious demeanor flitted through her mind, further aggravating her. Suddenly, upon opening a particular document, she froze in astonishment at the sight of a new project. What is this? She murmured in disbelief, scrutinizing it repeatedly. Her heart surged with excitement, nearly overwhelmed. This is the document I was just about to discuss with you. The secretary cautiously interjected, having perceived Yi Qingqing's earlier discontent. She was astute enough to avoid initiating conversation until now. Fortunately, Yi Qingqing recognized this as an opportunity for dialogue. Is this document genuine, or is someone playing a prank? She inquired again, for the contract in question involved a staggering project worth 50 billion. No, I have thoroughly investigated. The company is entirely legitimate and reputable. They are from abroad and possess all the necessary certifications, and this contract has also been vetted by the auditing department, with no issues whatsoever. We await your signature to present it to the chairman. The secretary clarified. Very well. Quickly, pass the contract to my father. This is a tremendous fortune for the Yi family, Yi Qingcheng exclaimed, her smile widening, as she promptly signed the document and handed it back to the secretary. Her spirits lifted instantly. Indeed, the female secretary promptly nodded and then turned to leave. At that moment, Yi Qingqing stretched lazily and gazed out of the window. The documents before her were cast aside, and a sense of lethargy enveloped her, diminishing her desire to work. This monumental project worth 50 billion had unveiled an opportunity for the Yi family to flourish even further. Meanwhile, Yi Tian sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He was investigating the location of a hotel on his mobile phone, the Xiling Geli Hotel, one of the premier five-star establishments in Jinling, typically frequented by affluent families. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian decided to head to this venue, trusting his instincts that he was on the right path. He was certain that Yi Ruotian had devised a scheme to execute. This time, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Upon arriving at the Grand Hotel, Yi Tian disregarded the onlookers and proceeded inside. The staff around him merely cast a glance, not giving it further thought. Soon, he struck up a conversation with a young female attendant, who was of a similar age and spoke with ease. Through their exchange, Yi Tian gleaned a wealth of information. It was indeed true that the Yi family had reserved the entire hotel for a grand graduation banquet scheduled for the following week. Did they specifically request a room to accommodate guests? Yi Tian inquired. Not particularly, the young attendant replied, but since the entire hotel was booked, all rooms were naturally included. This meant that any room could potentially be involved, Yi Tian murmured softly. This situation troubled him, as he was aware that Yi Ruotian had set a trap here. Yet he could not pinpoint its location. If he were to be ensnared in a room, repeating the outcome of his previous life, that would be utterly unjust. However, it was peculiar that the young master of the Yi family had instructed for all the windows on the 6th floor to be sealed. He claimed it was to prevent misfortune from escaping, with plans to open them after the banquet. The young attendant suddenly remarked. The 6th floor? Yi Tian was taken aback. If all the windows were sealed on that level, escape would be impossible. Could it be that the trap lay within that very floor? At that moment, a male attendant approached and tapped her shoulder. Xiaolon, Brother Zhua is treating everyone to dinner tonight. We're all going, he said with a light chuckle. Brother Zhua? Isn't he notoriously stingy? Why would he choose to host a dinner today? Xiaolon asked, somewhat surprised. Who cares? As long as there's food, it's fine. Perhaps he received a bonus? The male attendant casually remarked before turning to notify others. But it's not even bonus day. Xiaolon muttered. Where is that Brother Zhua? I'd like to meet him. Yi Tian's gaze was profound as he suddenly spoke. Chapter 54, The Truth Revealed. Yi Tian has always adhered to a principle. Where there is an anomaly, there must be a hidden agenda. This individual known as Brother Zhua, in the eyes of the waitstaff, led a rather frugal life. His sudden invitation for a feast certainly raised suspicions. Even if there were no ulterior motives, Yi Tian felt compelled to inquire further. All right, I will take you there. Xiaolon nodded in agreement. She held a favorable impression of Yi Tian. Soon, she led him to a lounge. Brother Zhua, a man in his 20s, exuded youthfulness. Dressed in a waiter's uniform, he lounged on a sofa, casually engrossed in his phone. His hair, dyed a bright yellow, conveyed an air of nonchalance that defied convention. Upon hearing Xiaolon's voice, Brother Zhua sprang to his feet, his demeanor shifting to one of unease. According to regulations, waitstaff were not permitted to rest in the lounge during this time. Who is looking for me? Brother Zhua inquired hastily. He, Xiaolon gestured towards Yi Tian. Brother Zhua scrutinized Yi Tian from head to toe, a hint of disdain creeping onto his face. What do you want? I've come to ask you a few questions, Yi Tian replied solemnly. Hurry up then. Don't interrupt my game. Brother Zhua retorted as he resumed his leisurely gaming on the sofa. Xiaolon, could you please wait by the door? I need to discuss something with Brother Zhua, Yi Tian said with a gentle smile. All right. Xiaolon nodded and turned to leave. leaving only Yi Tian and Brother Zhuo in the room. The atmosphere grew tense. Brother Zhuo could not help but glance up at Yi Tian. What are you really here for? If my family sent you, then scram. I want to focus on my gaming and pursue a career in esports without any interruptions. Brother Zhuo expressed his impatience. Yi Tian responded with a cold smile, finding Brother Zhuo quite amusing. However, he was not inclined to delve into the man's past. Are you in need of money? Yi Tian asked directly. What? At the mention of money, Brother Zhuo's expression shifted, and he looked toward Yi Tian with renewed interest. Answer my questions, and I'll pay you 10,000 for each. Yi Tian offered a tempting bait. Sure. Brother Zhuo readily accepted, seeing it as an obvious opportunity for easy money. What is the young master you want from me on the 6th floor? Yi Tian cut to the chase, his tone icy. In an instant, Brother Zhuo's expression changed dramatically, his eyes glazing over with panic. Almost immediately, he sprang to his feet and bolted for the door. Yi Tian had long been prepared. He seized Brother Zhuo by the collar and gave it a vigorous tug. With a loud thud, Brother Zhuo, seated on the sofa, dropped his phone to the floor. His face was etched with anxiety, and his lips trembled. Who exactly are you? Brother Zhuo questioned, terror-stricken as he gazed at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, contemplating briefly, chose not to reveal the truth. Outside, one's identity was a construct of their own making. His gaze sharpened, coldly fixating on his counterpart. I am fully aware of your affairs. It would be wise for you to confess willingly. Resistance will only lead to harsher consequences. Do not engage in futile defiance. Speak the truth. Yi Tian's voice was laced with frost. What are you? Brother Zhuo's complexion shifted, his heart racing with trepidation. He trembled, nearly paralyzed with fear. I haven't done anything. There must be some misunderstanding. I truly realize my mistakes. I won't repeat them. Please, do not apprehend me. Brother Zhuo promptly fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Yi Tian maintained his composure, soon taking a seat on the sofa, regarding Brother Zhuo with indifference. Speak. What did the young master Yi ask of you? I require more detailed information. Yi Tian stated matter-of-factly. I will tell you. He instructed me to monitor all the rooms on the 6th floor. On the day of the banquet, someone will come here to dine, and he ordered me to lock the doors. He also told me to disable all fire alarms. No matter what occurs, I must not intervene. Brother Zhuo recounted, his voice trembling with anxiety. In Yi Tian's mind, the plan had begun to take shape. This meant that every room could harbor danger. Brother Zhuo's responsibility was to ensure that no one could escape. A sly smile curled upon Yi Tian's lips. He intended to turn the tables. Cooperate with young Master Yi, and I shall not expose you. Take whatever money you desire. Yi Tian's expression was serious. Yes, whatever you say goes. Brother Zhuo nodded vigorously in agreement. Very well. On the day of the banquet, I will keep in touch with you. Yi Tian rose and departed the room. He exchanged a brief greeting with Xiaolan and soon exited the hotel. Standing before the lavish establishment, Yi Tian contemplated the grandeur of the hotel. Yi Ruotian, you truly are a master strategist. Upon returning home, Yi Tian found the household lively. Jiang Nan and Dong Feng Hui bustled about in the kitchen, immersed in their tasks. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, lounged comfortably on the sofa, clad in a cool nightgown, her petite feet propped up on the armrest. Ah, brother, you're back. Jiang Yan exclaimed with a grin, greeting him. You returned quite early today, Yi Tian remarked casually. Indeed, with a holiday tomorrow. I decided to come back a bit earlier, Jiang Yan explained. Yi Tian nodded and proceeded to the kitchen to lend a hand. However, he was promptly ushered out by Dong Feng Hui, who insisted that he take some time to rest. With no other option, Yi Tian sought a place to sit. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan had already claimed the entire sofa, making it awkward for him to find a suitable spot. He had no choice but to fetch a stool and prepare to sit for a while. Brother, you're being too formal. Come sit closer, Jiang Yan exclaimed, curling her legs. It's not that I'm being formal. It's just that you seem oblivious to my presence, not even making room for me when I arrive. Yi Tian teased, subsequently taking a seat on the sofa. That is not true. I was simply engrossed in the television. You can't say that about me. Jiang Yan pouted, then casually draped her long, elegant legs over Yi Tian's lap, her petite feet swaying playfully. Have you washed your feet to place them on me? Yi Tian teased, pinching his nose. Of course. I'm a clean little fairy, Jiang Yan replied with a radiant smile. Then let me see, Yi Tian said, suddenly reaching out to grasp one of Jiang Yan's feet. He playfully traced a finger across her sole. Oh, haha. Let go of me, you naughty brother. Jiang Yin squealed, her laughter a delightful mix of joy and protest. Please, dear brother, I beg you, let me go. That tickles. She gasped, struggling to catch her breath amidst her laughter. Then tell me, will you still place them on me? Yi Tian chuckled. Controlling Jiang Yin felt as effortless as handling an ant. I want to do it again. I swear. Please, brother, release me. Jiang Yin pleaded, her face flushed with laughter. Finally, Yi Tian relented, gently setting her foot aside. Her delicate, porcelain-like feet felt incredibly smooth, almost reminiscent of milk's silky texture. Who knows if this girl indulges in foot care as well? All right, let us not fool around any longer. It's time to eat. Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui emerged from the kitchen bearing dishes. They were already accustomed to the playful banter between Yi Tian and Jiang Yan, having witnessed it countless times before. All right, but first, I need to wash my hands. They smell terrible, Yi Tian remarked playfully, glancing at Jiang Yan. Humph, you're the one who stinks. I'm ignoring you. Jiang Yan turned her head away, feigning annoyance. Undeterred, Yi Tian ignored her, washed his hands in the restroom, and then prepared to dine at the table. Wow, braised beef, spicy hot pot, boiled meat slices, what a lavish spread today. Yi Tian exclaimed joyfully. Seeing Yi Tian's happiness filled Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui with satisfaction. After learning the truth earlier, they felt a deep empathy for him, and thus decided to prepare a sumptuous dinner to cheer him up. All right, let us indulge in the feast. Jiang Nan gestured. The family began to savor the culinary delights. Come eat more. The more you eat, the taller you will grow. Dongfang Hui placed a piece of braised beef into Yi Tian's bowl. Thank you, Mom. Yi Tian smiled. By the way, I have something to share with you all. He said. Do speak, Xiao Tian. Jiang Nan turned his gaze towards Yi Tian. The Yi family has approached me. They are hosting a celebratory banquet at a hotel next week and hope I can attend. I agreed, Yi Tian stated candidly. What? You agreed? What are they celebrating that you would accept? Jiang Nan immediately urged. The family's resentment towards the Yi family was profound, having uncovered their past transgressions. It was astonishing that they had the audacity to seek Yi Tian again. Were they intent on pushing him to his limits? They wished to celebrate Yi Ruotian's admission to Qingbei University, as well as Yi Ruoxuan's acceptance. I agreed, hoping they would cease their incessant pestering. However, it will only be for that day, so it should be fine, Yi Tian explained with a feigned ease. You are far too kind-hearted. Even if they invite you, their intentions are certainly not benevolent. I even suspect there may be ulterior motives at play. You must remain vigilant. Dongfang Hui advised earnestly. I am old enough to take precautions, so do not worry, Yi Tian replied, pressing his lips together and smiling. He could sense his parents' concern and their desire to defend him, which filled his heart with warmth. Brother, are you planning to stir up trouble? Jiang Yin suddenly chuckled and inquired. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jiang Yin with surprise. He hesitated, not responding, his gaze flitting between Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui. At that moment, both Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui realized that Yi Tian's intention to attend the banquet was not merely to dine. It was indeed to cause a ruckus. However, neither of them revealed their understanding, choosing instead to act as if they had not heard, pondering how best to support Yi Tian in creating some mischief. Don't speak nonsense. I absolutely did not, Yi Tian said with a serious expression directed at Jiang Yin. Oh, brother, you are lying. I can always tell when you are being dishonest. Jiang Yin giggled, becoming increasingly animated. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Yi Tian. Brother, do tell how you plan to create chaos. You must ensure that Yi Ruotian is thoroughly embarrassed at this banquet. We cannot go empty-handed. Otherwise, you might as well call me up so I can join in the mischief, right? Jiang Yin inquired with growing excitement. Hurry up and eat. Yi Tian promptly dismissed her suggestion. All right. I understand that I must not speak of this casually. I shall keep it a secret. When the time comes, I will take a closer look. Jiang Yin laughed even more exuberantly, savoring the meal before her with great delight. Yi Tian sighed in resignation. This girl is truly too clever. How could she have guessed? You mustn't speak carelessly, do you understand? This gathering is merely a gathering. Your brother is only attending at the invitation. There will be no mischief. Jiang Nan asserted with righteous indignation. Indeed, if you were to speak about it publicly, who knows what the outsiders might think? Dongfang Hui admonished. I know, Jiang Yin replied, a hint of impatience in her voice. Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui exchanged glances once more, then fell into a brief silence. Xiao Tian, Do you wish to continue your studies at Qingbei University? Jiangnan asked earnestly. Dad, why the sudden inquiry? Hasn't this matter already been settled? Yi Tian responded with surprise. If there were such an opportunity for you to attend Qingbei University again, would you want to go? Jiangnan pressed further. Yi Tian pondered for a moment before nodding. I would like to. Chapter 56. Call him over. Good. That is all I needed to hear. Such a day will surely come. Jiangnan inhaled deeply. Feeling he had received the answer he sought, he was willing to pay any price for Yi Tian. Dad, why do you ask this all of a sudden? Has someone said something to you? You mustn't believe them. There are many frauds out there. Even Yi Ruoxuan from the Yi family struggles to gain admission to Qingbei University. Let alone an ordinary person. Yi Tian explained. Do not worry. We are merely inquiring. Do not take it too seriously. Dongfeng Hui chuckled softly, ruffling Yi Tian's hair. Yi Tian could only continue eating, refraining from further questions. Meanwhile, at the Yi family dining table, the same matter was being discussed. Yi Ruotian and the three sisters, Yi Qingqing vividly recounted the events. What? Agreed? Was it that simple to obtain consent? Yi Yunbo expressed disbelief, astonished. He was well aware that Yi Tian must harbor a deep resentment towards the Yi family. To agree so easily must surely be a ruse. Indeed, the agreement came too easily. Did he not propose any conditions? Qin Wanrong inquired curiously. Upon hearing the word conditions, the three sisters fell silent, each recalling the time Yi Tian insisted that Yi Ruotian bark like a dog. Although she had not done so, it remained unspoken. No, after all, he is still my brother and cares for me dearly. I am on the brink of entering university, and perhaps he wishes to spare me from any regrets. Such a brother truly brings me immense satisfaction. If only he could return home, we would once again be a united and loving family. How blissful this life is. Yi Ruotian let out a soft sigh, her voice barely above a whisper. A sense of despondency enveloped her, and she lamented deeply. Upon witnessing this, Yi Yunbo and Qin Wanrong exchanged glances, both visibly moved. It seemed they had arrived at a shared understanding. Yi Tian is indeed a person of remarkable integrity. In the past, he often assisted me with my studies, and my academic success is partly due to him, especially in biology class. He frequently enlightened me about the intricacies of human anatomy. However, his touch would often elicit a ticklish sensation, causing me to giggle. Yi Ruoxuan smiled with an innocent and pure demeanor. Yet, her words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Their expressions darkened, and their eyes burned with fury. Little sister, clarify to your elder sister how he touched you. And when did this occur? Yi Qingqing urgently inquired. It was last year, when my brother first arrived. He touched me here, and also here. There were many places, but he did it for my education. Yi Ruoxuan earnestly pointed to various parts of her body. As she indicated her chest, waist, back, lower abdomen, and the tops of her thighs, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grim. This scoundrel, this shameless wretch, how can he possess such audacity? Such a person deserves to be incarcerated for life. Yi Luming seethed, barely containing her rage as she yearned to confront Yi Tian. This was indeed a criminal act. Although he was still a minor at that time, and thus not subject to criminal responsibility, this matter could not be brushed aside. Yi Lingyu trembled with indignation, unable to contain her fury. It then dawned upon everyone that Yi Tian had been merely 17 years old when he first arrived last year. But does that mean he should be let off the hook? Gather yourselves. We must confront him. I need answers. Yi Yunbo declared coldly. Ruoxuan, tell your mother everything he did to you. Has he caused you any other harm? Qin Wanrong inquired with palpable concern. What is the matter? Yi Ruoxuan looked at them timidly, somewhat puzzled by their reaction. Ruoxuan, you are still young and may not understand certain things. A girl must uphold her purity. No man should ever lay a hand upon you. Do you comprehend? If anyone ever touches you again, you must inform your father and mother, and tell your family. Qin Wanrong advised patiently. I understand. Yi Ruoxuan nodded in agreement. We must summon Yi Tian and demand a thorough explanation. Inviting him to dinner is one thing. But this is entirely different. It is absolutely unacceptable to let him go unpunished. Yi Yunbo declared coldly. Indeed, let Yi Tian come over. Qin Wanrong nodded, her tone icy. Let him come? With such despicable individuals, we should simply report him to the authorities. We can gather enough evidence to ensure he spends a lifetime behind bars. Yi Luming exclaimed indignantly. He has committed such heinous acts against my little sister. I cannot bear to see him. This is an unbearable childhood trauma for any girl. Yi Lingyu added, equally furious. Father, if you insist on having him here, what shall we even ask? What purpose does this serve? Is the harm inflicted upon my sister not sufficient? Yi Qingqing countered. The three sisters unanimously opposed the idea of meeting Yi Tian. No, he must come. I must inquire thoroughly about this matter. Yi Yunbo clenched his fists, seething with rage. It felt as though a film of oil had obscured his heart. How pure Yi Ruoxuan was, yet she had been sullied. He could not endure it. So, who shall summon him? Yi Qingqing inquired, furrowing her brow. Call him now and ask when he can arrive. Do not scold him yet. I fear he may not dare to come. Yi Yunbo instructed. Very well. I shall make the call. Yi Qingqing retrieved her phone to dial. At that moment, Yi Ruotian led Yi Ruoxuan into the bedroom. Why are you suddenly saying all this? Yi Ruotian asked, puzzled. You want him to go to the hotel, intending to kill him, but burning him alive is rather dull. I wish for him to be thoroughly disgraced before his demise. Only then will people rejoice upon hearing of his death. They want to investigate too deeply. What do you think? Am I not considerate? Yi Ruoxuan chuckled, slightly tilting her head to gaze at Yi Ruotian. That is indeed a splendid idea, dying in disgrace. To the applause of all. Quite astute of you. When evening falls, I shall reward you properly. Yi Ruotian's hands began to wander, rubbing up and down mischievously. Chapter 57. Thank you. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was resting in his room when he suddenly received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was taken aback to find it was Yi Qingqing. What do these people from the Yi family want from me now? Yi Tian frowned, feeling somewhat impatient. Nonetheless, he answered the call. What is it this time? Yi Tian questioned. Do you have a moment? Yi Qingqing suppressed her anger, speaking in a low voice. No. Yi Tian replied bluntly. His tone was resolute. Given the late hour, he had little desire to engage with the Yi family. Yi Qingqing gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and endeavored to calm her emotions. I am truly grateful for your willingness to attend the banquet. My parents are also delighted and wish to express their gratitude. Please visit my home. Let us sit together and chat, she said patiently, her tone carefully cultivated to be as gentle as possible. However, Yi Tian could not help but reveal a smirk, his eyes radiating a contemptuous glare. This woman was acting rather unusually. How could her demeanor be so amiable? It was evident that she was merely attempting to lure him over with sweet words. Oh, a banquet of deception. Yet, the arrogance and prejudice ingrained in her nature were impossible to conceal. Yi Tian teased, what nonsense are you spouting? There is no banquet of deception here. We are simply moved and wish for you to visit our home. There are no ulterior motives. To think you would interpret it this way is rather excessive. Yi Qingqing retorted, her indignation evident, as if she had been wronged. Yi Tian's words had struck a chord within her, resonating all too accurately. If there's nothing else, then please hang up. Do not disturb my rest, he replied coldly. Wait. Yi Qingqing hastily interjected, fearing he would indeed hang up. She glanced around, seeking the opinions of those nearby. The speaker on Yi Qingqing's phone was on loudspeaker, allowing Yi Yunbo and the others to hear Yi Tian's voice. Naturally, they were displeased to hear such remarks. What should we do? Yi Qingqing quietly inquired of the group. At that moment, Yi Yunbo exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Wanrong, signaling her to persuade Yi Tian. Thus, Qin Wanrong took the phone, her gaze cautiously fixed on the screen. Xiaotian, it's your mother. I truly miss you and wish to see you. Could you fulfill your mother's modest wish and come here? She asked, her tone imbued with a hint of pleading. This sentiment even moved Yi Qingqing and the others, who turned their attention towards Qin Wanrong. Yet, Yi Tian retorted. Is this all you have? Playing the emotional card is futile for me. Stop bothering me with these meaningless antics. His distrust remained unwavering as he outright rejected their pleas. This left the group at a loss. However, Yi Tian's refusal only served to intensify their suspicions. They were increasingly convinced he was hiding something. Suddenly, Yi Yunbo's expression darkened as he declared, we genuinely wish for you to come and discuss family matters, yet you refuse to show us respect? Very well. We shall come to you and have a proper conversation. Prepare the tea. With that, Yi Tian abruptly sat up in bed. His complexion grew increasingly sullen as he coldly stared at the phone screen. How could he possibly allow Yi Yunbo to come over? It was far too late, and it would undoubtedly disturb his parents' and sister's rest. Those scoundrels! Yi Tian gritted his teeth, reluctantly conceding for the moment. Stay at home and wait for me, he said before abruptly hanging up the phone. With a cold expression, Yi Tian stealthily left his home, making his way to the Yi residence. Unbeknownst to him, after he closed the door, Another bedroom door creaked open. Soon, Yi Tian hailed a cab and headed straight for the Yi family estate. His mood was foul, a fire of frustration simmering within him. All of this stemmed from his own inadequacies. He lacked the strength to provide a better life for his family. Otherwise, how could he have been threatened by Yi Yunhua? It seemed time to devise a plan for earning money. He would ensure his parents lived in a safe place and hire a team of bodyguards. If they dared to come, he would break their legs. Yi Tian clenched his fists, his gaze icy. Initially, after winning the lottery, he had intended to embark on a business venture. However, due to academic obligations, he had been postponing it. Now, having dropped out, it was time to take action. Yi Tian gazed up at the starlit sky, his mind beginning to strategize. Before long, he arrived at the Yi family villa. At that moment, the lights blazed brightly, and the main gate stood wide open, clearly awaiting someone. Yi Tian, with a solemn demeanor, stepped into the living room, revealing a hint of impatience. What is it you wish to discuss? Inside the living room, a heavy silence enveloped the space. Yi Yunhua and the others glared at Yi Tian with fury, the oppressive atmosphere palpable. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. Indeed, these individuals harbored ill intentions. Had they lured him here with the intent to harm? Just then, the sound of a door closing echoed through the air. Yi Tian turned to see Yi Qingqing shutting the main door with a decisive thud. Her piercing gaze was fixed squarely on Yi Tian. Speak your mind. There is no need for delays. Yi Tian said coldly. Ruo Xian, tell him what he has done to you. Yi Yunhua barked, his anger palpable. At that moment, Yi Ruoxuan stepped forward, her face adorned with an innocent and delicate expression, her gaze soft as she looked at Yi Tian. This naive demeanor stirred emotions deep within, evoking a strong desire to embrace and protect her. Brother Yi Tian, it's been such a long time. I've truly missed you. Yi Ruoxuan squinted her eyes, beaming with joy. Her pure smile could melt the heart of anyone who beheld it. What have I done to her? Yi Tian questioned, bewildered. At this moment, the three sisters of Yi Qingqing encircled him, their faces twisted with ferocity. The fury in their eyes as they regarded Yi Tian was nearly explosive. Yi Ruoxuan spoke softly at this moment. Brother Yi Tian, didn't you often explain my body to me when you tutored me? You touched me here, here, and here. And it felt so ticklish back then. You wouldn't let me shout or tell mom and dad and my sisters. Sometimes, you even said you had popsicles for me and asked me to help you with the flavor. I remember all of that. Thank you, Brother Yi Tian, for being so kind to me in the past. I truly appreciate it. Yi Ruoxuan smiled sweetly, her lips curving upwards. Her innocent and benevolent smile influenced everyone around her. However, the members of the Yi family were utterly heartbroken. Chapter 58. Are you foolish? What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Tian furrowed his brows, his face twisted in disgust. Brother, why are you angry? Didn't you say that this was good for my body? Yi Ruoxuan replied. It's fine, everyone knows now. So just say what you want. After all, we are family. Didn't you say you wanted to give the sisters massages too? Yi Ruoxuan looked at Yi Tian with an innocent expression, smiling gently. Yet, a glimmer of cunning flashed in her bright eyes. Yi Tian realized that this wretched girl was framing him. Nonsense. Since I arrived at the Yi family, when have I ever been alone with you? You always complained about my smell and kept your distance. Yi Tian immediately clarified. Brother Yi Tian, how can you say that? What did I do wrong? Why are you scolding me? We were just doing something very simple and ordinary, weren't we? Please don't be angry with me. I'll do your favorite thing again today, okay? Yi Ruoxuan said nervously, glancing at Yi Tian with trembling anticipation. Her sparkling eyes seemed to speak volumes. This situation was highly disadvantageous for Yi Tian. In that moment, he understood the true purpose of the Yi family in bringing him here. Oh, so there is indeed a conspiracy. You wish to frame me in this manner? Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said angrily. Enough, Yi Yunhua shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Waves of intense anger began to spread. It was not just him. Yi Qingqing and her two sisters also stepped forward. You wretched creature. How blind were we to keep you here? The family has treated you so well, yet you fail to cherish this life and engage in such filthy deeds. Do you even have any shame? That is your sister. How could you do something so disgusting at her age? Yi Qingqing's face turned pale with rage, trembling all over, as if she felt deeply for the situation. You are truly a monster in human guise. How did I not see your vile nature before? You put on a facade of decency while your heart is so foul. Why don't you just disappear? How can you let Ruoxuan live on after this? How shall she confront the future that lies ahead? Yi Luming was consumed by an overwhelming fury, tears beginning to cascade down her cheeks. The mere thought of Yi Ruoxuan's future filled her heart with anguish. Is your heart reduced to nothing but this refuse? No wonder you have always had a penchant for pilfering our undergarments and spying on us while we bathe. It appears everything has its origins. It is because you knew we would not fall for your tricks that you dared to extend your venomous hand towards Ruoxuan, is it not? Yi Lingyu, wielding a pair of scissors, was so overtaken by rage that she longed to enact immediate justice upon the person before her. They all felt a profound sense of fear and fury at the harm inflicted upon their younger sister. Yi Tian, what exactly have you learned out there in the world? Our family has not treated you poorly. Why then do you bring such calamity upon your kin? Can you truly justify your actions to us? Qin Wanrong, embracing Yi Ruoxuan, was overcome with despair, weeping profusely. Mother, what has happened? I don't understand. She cried. My brother has always been kind to me. What is going on? His massage techniques are truly remarkable. You should all give them a try. Meanwhile, Yi Ruoxuan wore a face of curiosity and confusion, her big, glistening eyes gazing innocently at everyone. Yet, the more she looked, the more it tugged at their hearts. Only Yi Ruotian stood aside, wearing a mocking expression, relishing the unfolding drama. This time, Yi Tian would be utterly disgraced. The parents and sister would completely sever any hopes for him, ensuring that after Yi Tian's demise, they would have no reason for pursuit. They might even applaud in glee. Speak up. Respond to me. Yi Yunbo bellowed, veins protruding from his forehead. In that moment, faced with the collective ire and accusations, Yi Tian appeared indifferent. He cast a cold, detached glance around the room. Is that all you have to say? With those words, the members of the Yi family were further incensed, nearly rushing forward to demand retribution from Yi Tian. Their fury was met with his mere 3 words. What a display of heartlessness. Is this your answer? Today, I shall ensure you pay the price. You will find that not only will you be unable to pursue your studies, but I will make it impossible for you to secure employment as well. Each of Yi Yunbo's words was laced with venom, spoken through gritted teeth. A chorus of icy glares was directed at Yi Tian. At that very moment, Yi Tian could not help but chuckle, a sound filled with derision. So, is this your justification? Do you not perceive the myriad flaws in your reasoning? How utterly laughable it is. Indeed, such words may only deceive those lacking discernment. Yi Tian slowly shifted his gaze, coldly regarding Yi Ruoxuan. His indifferent and aloof demeanor caused her to shudder. What was the matter with this fellow? Was he not supposed to be at a loss for words? Should he not be consumed by rage? Why does he appear so composed? Yi Ruoxuan felt a sense of unease, instinctively taking a step back. What are you doing? If you have grievances, do not bully her any further. You find her easy to intimidate, but let us see you converse with me instead. Yi Tiansheng, do not let me lose respect for you. Do you even consider yourself a man? Yi Qingcheng and the others stood resolutely before Yi Ruoxuan, their presence formidable as they shouted in unison. Yi Tiansheng, provide us with an explanation. Or better yet, call and confess immediately. Qin Wanrong spoke with a tone heavy with sorrow, tears welling in her eyes, brimming with disappointment. Yi Tiansheng chuckled coldly, shrugging as he retorted, confess? Where is the evidence? Evidence. In an instant, the Yi family members widened their eyes, disbelief etched across their faces. Their anger intensified. Ruoxuan has already spoken. What further evidence do you require? She is the victim. Should that not suffice? Yi Qingqing shouted vehemently. Not sufficient. Yi Tiansheng snapped back, his voice cold and his demeanor dark as stormy waters. His gaze bore down upon Yi Qingsheng like an impenetrable wall, inching ever closer. How old is she? Do you not possess any sense? Girls of that age, especially those educated in school and surrounded by peers, would be entirely oblivious to matters of romance. And yet you feign such innocence. For whom do you put on this act? If you claim she was unaware of being victimized by a male, who would believe such a tale? Those who do not know would think such women are foolish. Yi Tianqing's words rang out, a torrent of fury pouring forth from within him. He then turned to Yi Ruoxuan, his gaze mocking. Do you think you are foolish? Chapter 59, Preventing the Report. Yi Ruoxuan felt utterly dazed, her mind blank, anxiety gnawing at her heart. Yi Tianqing's words seemed to dissect her completely. How could she respond? To admit that she was foolish, thus justifying what transpired? Or to deny her own folly, thereby casting doubt upon the reality of the events? As Yi Ruoxuan hesitated, Yi Qingqing and the others stepped forward once more. Have you not had enough? Even now, You continue to harangue and trouble Ruoxuan. She trusts you unconditionally, believing everything you do is normal. However, this does not absolve you of your wrongdoing. Cease your intimidation. Yi Qingcheng, as the eldest sister, stood firm in her defense of Yi Ruoxuan, flanked by Yi Luming and Yi Lingyu. So you admit she is foolish, do you? Then where is the evidence? Is there any tangible proof? Any recordings or videos would suffice. Is there any record of us being alone together? Yi Tianqing pressed further. Ruoxuan, think hard. Do you possess any evidence? Yi Qingcheng softly inquired. Yi Ruoxuan hesitated, appearing as though she had been startled. At this point, just speak your mind without reservation. Regardless of what occurred, we shall stand by your side. Yi Luming comforted Yi Ruoxuan with patience. I don't know. I truly cannot recall. I was so frightened at that moment. Brother Yi Tian held me tightly, insisting that I mustn't disclose anything. I have forgotten everything. I am so sorry. Yi Ruoxuan played along, feigning some distress, her voice quivering as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Yi Tian gazed coldly at this woman, yet he could not help but silently commend her. Such acting prowess would undoubtedly outshine many young stars in the entertainment industry. Yi Tian, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Everything that Ruoxuan has endured has been revealed. What further evidence do you seek? Surrender now, and do not compel me to report you. You might still secure leniency. Qin Wanrong sat on the sofa, her complexion pallid, one hand pressed against her forehead, appearing exceedingly haggard. Not only she, but those surrounding the Yi family also exhibited similar expressions. It seemed that Yi Tian's actions had already become an undeniable reality. Brother Yi Tian, if you require evidence, I can act as a witness. I heard some noises emanating from your room. At the time, I did not comprehend them, but in retrospect, they were likely those sounds. I truly regret not opening the door back then to see for myself. Had I done so, perhaps such a tragedy could have been averted, Yi Ruotian murmured, her voice thick with guilt. Her words moved those present, evoking a sense of empathy for her evident anguish. Whatever you say is accepted as truth, Yi Tian replied, his expression one of incredulity mixed with amusement. It seems that spreading rumors incurs no cost these days. Now, with a witness at hand, brace yourselves for the legal consequences, Yi Yunhua declared coldly. Very well, Yi Tian nodded, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Since you require no evidence and merely fabricate claims, I shall refrain from any explanations. You wish to report me? I shall do so now. If you do not desire to seek evidence, let the authorities uncover it. They can start their investigation from her undergarments, searching each piece. I believe they are likely to discover something intriguing. Yi Tian's lips curled into a knowing smirk as he cast a glance at Yi Ruotian. He began to dial on his phone, ready to make the call. Stop. Suddenly, two voices rang out simultaneously. Yi Ruotian and Yi Yunhua both spoke at once, halting Yi Tian's actions, their expressions reflecting an inexplicable change. This scene left Qin Wanrong and the three sisters Yi Qingqing somewhat taken aback. Their gazes were filled with hesitation and confusion. Oh, do you two have something to say? Yi Tian remarked with a mocking smile, his tone icy, possessing the memories of a previous life. How could he be unaware of the sordid associations of that wretched Yi Ruoxuan? The act of calling to inspect the lingerie would undoubtedly reveal who had been entangled with her. After all, Ruoxuan is my daughter, the esteemed young lady of the Yi family. If we were to report her underwear to the police, it would be a profound humiliation. The Yi family is a prominent figure in Jinling. Such disgraceful matters, if leaked, would tarnish her reputation irreparably. You should confess yourself. There is no need for evidence. Yi Yunhua scolded sternly. So, this is how Mr. Yi perceives the situation. But what of you? Why the urgency? Yi Tian inquired with keen interest, directing his curiosity towards Yi Ruotian. I share the same thoughts as my father. My sister has already endured such suffering. We cannot allow her to be further victimized. We must not report this. Absolutely not. Yi Ruotian declared with righteous fervor. Deep down, he was apprehensive. If any incriminating evidence surfaced, it would be disastrous for him. His gaze towards Yi Tian now held a hint of wariness and doubt. In the past, Yi Tian would have been left speechless. Why has he become so astute now? You do not wish to report this? Does that mean you can freely tarnish my reputation? You refuse to seek evidence. You won't report it. Yet you presume to condemn me based solely on words? What are your standings? You think your words alone hold weight? Yi Tian retorted, deriding their actions with fervor. A part of him even felt amusement, as if these individuals were merely playing games with a child. Enough of your nonsense. You believe yourself to be innocent? Yi Yunhua's voice turned frigid. If you doubt my integrity, then I shall report it. Yi Tian reached for his phone once more. No. The faces of Yi Yunhua and Yi Ruotian shifted dramatically as they rushed to intervene. Now, do not even think of reporting it. Family disgrace must not be aired publicly. Just confess. Yi Yunhua commanded coldly. Brother Yi Tian, everyone is being considerate of you. It is your fault. Take responsibility and rectify it without involving the police. Yi Ruotian earnestly advised. At this moment, all eyes turned once again to Yi Tian, who wore a resigned, cold smile. This group was truly beyond redemption. By the way, I recall that your precious daughter also enjoys photography. Her camera must harbor some intriguing content. Why don't we take a look? This might just reveal the truth. Chapter 60. The Yi family's servant No. Upon hearing these words, both Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian's expressions changed dramatically. Within their camera, indeed, there existed certain elements. These were numerous private photographs taken long ago for the sake of thrill and amusement. Yet, why did it seem that Yi Tian was aware of this? As if he possessed foreknowledge? What transpired? Yi Yunhua and the others were equally taken aback, casting their gazes toward the two. Nothing of consequence. The camera has been lost, and any clues are likely beyond recovery. Moreover, my brother has not committed any wrongdoing against me. You are all mistaken in your assumptions. Yi Ruoxuan hastily interjected, a cold sweat trickling down her back. Indeed, my brother has done no wrong, and I can attest to that. Yi Ruotian fervently added, desperate to defend Yi Tian. The two exchanged a glance filled with profound trepidation. Humph, such a swift reversal of words. Yi Tian scoffed with a sardonic smile. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to leave? Yi Yunhua bellowed in anger. Father, my brother is innocent. It was my failure to express myself clearly that led to this misunderstanding. Please do not blame him. Yi Ruoxuan urgently pleaded, wrapping her arms around Yi Yunhua's waist in a bid to soothe him. Thus, no one pursued Yi Tian further. Furthermore, do refrain from threatening me in the future. Should I discover any harassment directed towards my family, I may very well lose my composure. Yi Tian coldly admonished, turning away as he departed. Look at this fellow. What an attitude. Yi Yunhua seethed. It is my fault. I should have articulated my thoughts more clearly. Father, please do not hold my brother accountable. This is all a misunderstanding. Yi Ruoxuan reiterated her plea. Father, let us instead discuss the banquet arrangements. We still have some personnel lists to finalize. Let us deliberate as a family. Yi Ruotian gently suggested, steering the conversation away. Consequently, the group set aside the earlier incident and resumed their activities. Days later, as time progressed, the day of the graduation banquet finally arrived. The entire Jinling was abuzz with excitement. More and more individuals learned that today marked the Yi family celebration of their children's admission to Qingbei. Luxury vehicles congregated, traversing the streets of Jinling towards a singular destination. Within the underground parking of the hotel, not a single space remained vacant. Outside, a throng of reporters awaited, eager to capture the unfolding events, fully aware of the potential for substantial viewership. It was at this moment that the Yi family made their entrance, dressed in resplendent attire. They adorned themselves in high-fashion garments of considerable worth. As they appeared, all attention shifted towards them. Yi Yunhua radiated joy, his face aglow with delight, and soon found himself engaged in conversation with numerous esteemed heads of affluent families. He beckoned Yi Ruotian over, introducing her to the gathered guests. Yi Ruotian conducted herself with utmost grace, remaining composed and unflustered amidst the festivities. There exists a certain air of nobility among the scions of affluent families. The heads of these esteemed households have begun to extol the virtues of the Yi family. Master Yi, your son truly possesses remarkable talent. He is destined to become a paragon in Jinling. They exclaim, this is the true dragon of the Yi family. He could undoubtedly stir up quite a tempest in the capital. Clearly, it seems prudent for us to cultivate a strong rapport with the Yi family, as we may find ourselves relying on young Master Yi's support in the future. The crowd erupted in laughter, engaging in light-hearted banter. Yi Ruotian offered a faint smile, merely nodding his head slightly. His gaze, however, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings as he sought the whereabouts of Yi Tian. Today's gathering was organized specifically for Yi Tian, and his presence was imperative. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin had already departed for school, while Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui drove Yi Tian to the banquet. The The traffic is indeed overwhelming, Jiangnan remarked. This road is completely jammed. I can't imagine how many cars are ahead of us. Perhaps I should walk the rest of the way, Yi Tian suggested, clad in a pristine outfit that lent him a sharp appearance. The hotel is just up ahead, not too far, but this road is utterly impassable. Jiangnan chuckled helplessly. All right, I'll let you go ahead. Dad, Mom, no need to worry about me. You should head back. Yi Tian waved goodbye and ventured towards the hotel alone. The couple in the car watched Yi Tian retreating and exchanged worried glances. Such a grand affair, allowing him to go alone. It must be a trap. Jiangnan expressed his concern. Indeed. Have you forgotten that day when Xiao Tian visited the Yi family? Sun Sin mentioned there was a dispute inside. The Yi family has never treated Xiao Tian well. Why would they extend a cordial invitation for a meal now? Dongfang Hui sighed, reflecting on the situation. Well, he is already gone. We can't prevent him from attending, can we? Jiang Nen replied with a bitter smile. I mean no harm. I'm merely worried. Dongfang Hui softly lamented. At that moment, Jiang Nen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After a brief contemplation, he made a phone call. Sun-san, please keep an eye on this banquet. If possible, ensure my son enjoys his meal without incident. I will not tolerate anyone daring to bully him. Jiang Nen spoke firmly. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately. Sun Sen responded promptly. On the other side, Yi Tian had already entered the hotel. However, upon his arrival, he was immediately stopped by a waiter. Sir, may I ask if you have an invitation? The waiter inquired. I do not have one. I was invited by Yi Ruotian. Yi Tian explained. Invited by the young master of the Yi family? However, every attendee must possess an invitation. If you cannot provide proof, I cannot allow you to enter. The waiter promptly shook his head, refusing entry. Yi Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow as he cast a glance towards the direction of the hotel. He truly had no desire to partake in this meal. However, he reminded himself that his purpose for being here was not to dine. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Wait for me, and please call him. Thus, Yi Tian proceeded to dial Yi Ruotian. Despite numerous attempts, the call went unanswered, seemingly by design. How about this? You take me inside, and I shall wait by the entrance of the banquet. Just have Yi Ruotian come to me, and I will speak with him. Yi Tian suggested. This arrangement was agreeable. The waiter nodded and led Yi Tian inside. As they walked down the corridor, the lively sounds of the banquet hall could already be heard. Sir, please wait here while I inform young Master Yi, the waiter advised. Just as he was about to enter, a sudden voice rang out from the hall. It was indeed Yi Ruotian, who stood up and hurried towards Yi Tian. This scene evoked a notable stir among the onlookers. Young Master Yi, the waiter began, but was swiftly silenced by a wave of Yi Ruotian's hand. No need to say more. You may leave. This person is my guest. He is the most loyal servant of the Yi family and also a dear friend of mine. Yi Ruotian declared, intentionally raising his voice. As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned towards Yi Tian, scrutinizing him as he appeared rather out of place in the elegant hall. Meanwhile, Yi Ruotian wore a smug expression, reveling in the moment. Observing Yi Tian's impassive demeanor, he felt a twinge of disdain. This fellow must be terrified, he thought. Ladies and gentlemen, my Yi family is a prominent name in Jinling, and we must lead in charitable endeavors. This servant has been with us for a year and has performed his duties diligently. We have become good friends, and today I have brought him here to broaden his horizons. I kindly ask you to indulge him. I have arranged for him to dine in another room afterward. This is merely to allow him a glimpse of our world, as he has expressed a desire to experience the company of the elite. Yi Ruotian chuckled softly, feigning concern. This carefully crafted statement had been prepared in advance. Soon, many in attendance began to shower Yi Ruotian with compliments. Young Master Yi, you are truly a benevolent person. If you treat your servants so well, how much more kindness do you show to your friends and family? Indeed, who else would pay heed to such a minor figure? Only young Master Yi possesses such a noble heart. One can see why you are a genius destined for prestigious institutions like Qingbei University. Your magnanimity speaks volumes. And the future is undoubtedly bright for you. Numerous heads of affluent families offered generous praises, each eager to leave a lasting impression on Yi Ruotian. In the future, Yi Ruotian will undoubtedly hold a pivotal position in Jinling. The other members of the Yi family displayed a myriad of expressions, their eyes filled with disdain. Unwilling to witness Yi Tian's presence here, the events of yesterday still left a lingering sense of disgust within them. Let us not waste time. Are you not supposed to escort me to the room? Yi Tian urged. Very well, I shall make the arrangements, Yi Ruotian replied with a nod. Once Yi Tian entered that room, this impertinent individual would be rendered utterly invisible, and the secrets he shared with Yi Ruotian would remain undiscovered. However, Yi Tian's words caught the attention of everyone in the grand hall. What is this? This servant is exceedingly arrogant, commanding young Master Yi? Indeed, it was rather absurd. His demeanor was hardly befitting that of a servant, demonstrating a complete disregard for decorum. If he were in our family, he would have been expelled long ago. Why keep him around? Many esteemed heads of families rallied in defense of Yi Ruotian, vociferously condemning Yi Tian's audacity. This response delighted Yi Ruotian immensely. Uncles and brothers, please do not be angry. He performed well in school previously, but his grades have since declined, leading to his deteriorating mood. Thus, I have brought him here to lighten his spirits. Yi Ruotian patiently fabricated yet another lie, aiming to humiliate Yi Tian and undermine his self-esteem. He sought to instill in Yi Tian the realization that their statuses had diverged irreparably. One was a favored child of fortune, while the other was destined to remain as humble as dust. Do you not agree with my perspective? Yi Ruotian remarked, resting a hand condescendingly on Yi Tian's shoulder. A smirk gracing his lips. Yi Tian's expression hardened. He shrugged off Yi Ruotian's hand with a violent tremor. Is it necessary to throw a tantrum over poor grades? This individual is utterly incompetent. Is there any merit in continuing his studies? While young Master Yi shone brightly during his academic tenure, this fellow seems intent on causing discomfort to others. It must be said that young Master Yi is indeed benevolent. Had it been anyone else who would deign to acknowledge him, the crowd collectively chastised Yi Tian, their glares sharp and filled with ire. Yi Ruotian's smile widened, his lips curling in satisfaction, his eyes aglow with triumph. Are we leaving or not? Yi Tian asked impatiently, unaffected by the scornful remarks surrounding him. Take him away, to the room I have arranged. Remember, ensure he has a proper meal inside. Yi Ruotian commanded with a heavy tone to a nearby servant. Yes, sir. Thus, the servant led Yi Tian away. From the very beginning, Yi Ruotian had no intention of personally escorting Yi Tian. He merely wished to relish the sound of the crowd's ridicule directed at Yi Tian. This was nothing more than a final amusement before Yi Tian's inevitable demise. Well, now that everyone has gathered, let us commence our meal. Although some had previously caused a bit of discord, let us not dwell on that and treat it as if it never occurred. The banquet begins. Yi Yunbo, brimming with vitality, stepped forward and waved his hand. Soon, an array of exquisite dishes was presented. Everyone began to savor the fare, exchanging toasts and engaging in spirited conversation. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had already entered the room. He surveyed the prepared meal with a disdainful smirk. Subsequently, he took out his phone and made a call. Come find me, and ensure everything I requested is ready. In the living room, the atmosphere was lively with everyone indulging in drink, the noise reminiscent of a bustling night market. As people succumbed to inebriation, their spirits soared. The grand hall bore no distinction from a vibrant marketplace. The business moguls, typically exuding an air of authority, had shed their jackets, flexing their arms in a show of camaraderie. Yi Ruotian stood quietly in a corner with Yi Ruotian, her expression one of cold indifference as she observed the scene before them. Soon, she would depart for university, and upon her return, these affluent magnates would bow before her in submission. Yi Ruotian declared coldly, You will undoubtedly succeed. But when will that fellow arrive? I can hardly wait to see his lifeless body, Yi Ruotian urged impatiently. The time is nigh. It should have commenced by now. After he dines, he will be rendered unconscious in the room, only to be burned beyond recognition. Yi Ruotian inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At last, someone raised a glass and took a sip. What does that taste? It feels as though something is aflame. He glanced around, confusion etched on his face, questioning whether his senses were amiss. Indeed, I too detect a burnt odor. Good heavens! Could it be a fire? Why has there been no warning? We must flee quickly. In a frenzy, the heads of the affluent families surged towards the exit, rushing out. The Yi family members, startled and bewildered, followed suit. Even Yi Yunbo was knocked to the ground in the commotion, receiving a few kicks in the process. Only Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruotian remained composed at the back, leisurely making their way forward. Chapter 62. Let us descend into hell together. Outside the hotel, a tumultuous crowd surged forth, everyone fleeing the premises and casting anxious glances back. Black smoke billowed from the 6th floor, continually escaping into the air. Each individual stood in shock, staring in disbelief. My heavens, it truly is on fire? This cannot be. Surely the fire safety measures were adequate. How could it ignite? Who knows what has transpired? At this moment, the most pressing concern is to ascertain if there are any casualties. The loss of life would indeed be a grave matter. A fire resulting in fatalities would be a catastrophic blow to a hotel. In the distance, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan gazed at the flaming 6th floor, their lips curling into a triumphant smirk. Their eyes gleamed with fervor. Yi Tian is undoubtedly doomed. But where is he? Why hasn't he emerged yet? Who has seen him? Qin Wanrong suddenly realized something and hurriedly inquired. After all, he is a piece of her own flesh. And the thought of Yi Tian possibly being in peril stirred unease within her. He should be fine. He likely escaped long ago, Yi Yunbo remarked indifferently, showing no concern for Yi Tian's fate. I believe Yi Tian is perfectly safe. Who could outrun him? Yi Qingqing scoffed, her tone laced with derision. He came here merely for a meal. Perhaps he has already packed some delectable dishes to take home, Yi Luming mocked. One can only wonder if Yi Tian pilfered anything from the hotel. He is a habitual offender. However, with this fire, it seems he has thoroughly obliterated any evidence. Yi Lingyu sneered, convinced of Yi Tian's extraordinary luck. Let us hope that is the case, Qin Wanrong sighed. At this juncture, several heads of prestigious families approached, wearing broad smiles. Yi family head, this fire is a fortuitous omen. Congratulations. Indeed, a blaze symbolizes prosperity, indicating that young Master Ye's future will be even more promising. Who wouldn't envy such fortune? In the entire Jinling, it is unlikely anyone could set a hotel ablaze quite like young Master Yi. The crowd, eager to flatter Yi Yunbo, showered him with congratulations, much to his delight. Soon enough, the firefighters arrived and extinguished the flames. However, as they began to clear the debris, a charred corpse was discovered. The skeletal remains were burnt beyond recognition. This was found on the 6th floor. Does anyone recognize the identity? One firefighter inquired. Silence enveloped the attendees, all shaking their heads. Yet, the members of the Yi family surmised the truth. Could it be? Is this truly him? The physique seems inconsistent, but after such scorching flames, one can never be certain. Could it really be Yi Tian? Is he dead? The expressions of Yi Qingqing and the others shifted, their surprise palpable. They had initially believed that Yi Tian would be unharmed, yet he was indeed dead. How could this happen? Qin Wanrong's lips trembled, her shock evident as she beheld the charred remains. Upon viewing the burnt corpse, her heart sank, and a sense of dread enveloped her. Perhaps this is fate. If it truly is him, then so be it. Yi Yunbo's cold demeanor left several members of the Yi family momentarily stunned. How could he remain so indifferent? Nevertheless, they soon found a sense of solace. This is merely a family member with whom I have shared a bond for a year. Yet it feels as if we are strangers. Indeed, death is death. Let it be as if we had never met. The moment he departed from the Yi family, it was foretold that his fate would be grim. Yi Qingqing and the others spoke with a chilling indifference. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, on the other hand, wore increasingly derisive smiles. Now that they were certain of Yi Tian's demise, they reveled in what they deemed a successful outcome. Father, I am so frightened. Brother Yi Tian is truly dead. Sob, sob, sob. Yi Ruoxuan immediately threw herself into Yi Yunbo's embrace, feigning tears, yet not a single drop fell. Mother, do not be sad. Brother Yi Tian will bless the Yi family from above. Yi Ruotian grasped Qin Wanrong's hand, pretending to offer consolation with a sorrowful visage. Yi Tian's death signified that no one would investigate the qualifications for admission to Qingbei. It also meant that Yi Ruotian was the sole heir left in the entire Yi family. Thus, the identity of the corpse was disclosed, allegedly, their servant, Yi Tian. Soon, the hotel was temporarily sealed due to safety concerns. The charred remains were prepared to be taken for an autopsy to confirm the identity. Dear guests, although this banquet did not satisfy your appetites, I must express my satisfaction with this fire. Once my daughter is accepted into Qingbei University after the college entrance examination, I shall treat you all to a feast. Yi Yunbo's spirits were high as he waved casually to the crowd. This incident had also alleviated a burden from his heart. Yi family head, we shall await that day with anticipation. The guests exchanged pleasantries and prepared to depart. It was indeed a pity that our servant perished in this calamity. After all, he was a dear friend, someone I regarded as a brother. His death truly saddens me. Yi Ruotian's performance reached its peak, his lamentations eliciting sympathy from onlookers. Yet, before anyone could approach to offer comfort, a voice rang out. Since you are so distraught, I shall take you with me. No objections, I trust? Yi Tian emerged from the crowd, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Clad in the uniform of a hotel staff member, many failed to notice him at first. However, to the Yi family, his presence felt as though they were haunted. Help! How is Yi Tian here? Is he a vengeful spirit returned to claim us? This cannot be. He was assuredly dead. How could he stand before us once more? Surely, he does not intend to take us with him. This wretched soul cannot find peace even in death. The three sisters, Yi Qingcheng, were growing increasingly anxious, crying out. Yi Yunbua and Qin Wanrong were left speechless, as if a fishbone lodged in their throats. They had not anticipated seeing Yi Tian again. You're not dead? How can this be? Yi Ruotian's pupils suddenly constricted as he stared blankly at Yi Tian. He even noticed a shadow beneath Yi Tian. It was not a ghost. This fellow was alive. The surrounding heads of prominent families were equally unnerved, their scalps prickling with fear. They had clearly seen the charred corpse, which had even been confirmed by the Yi family. How could he still be alive? I specifically came to take away those ruthless murderers. Are you prepared to descend into hell with me? Yi Tian mocked. Yi Ruotian retreated repeatedly, his heart racing with trepidation, especially his face, which had contorted into a mask of horror. He could not comprehend, could not fathom. How could he have survived? Was it truly a vengeful spirit seeking retribution? Who are you? What is the story behind this corpse? The firefighter, surprised by the crowd's reaction, immediately inquired. I am Yi Tian. This corpse is merely that of a pig, burned rather excessively, its bones shattered prematurely, merely resembling a human. Yi Tian replied with a faint smile, providing an explanation. A pig? How could there be a pig in this room? What kind of nonsense is this? The firefighter frowned, his expression darkening as he pressed for answers. I did not place it here. I merely stumbled upon it. This was placed here by that family. Yi Tian responded nonchalantly, gesturing towards the members of the Yi family. Swish. All gazes instantly converged upon them. Shock and disbelief filled the air. What? Are you joking? How could the Yi family be responsible? Is this an attempt to frame someone? This lad truly possesses a cunning mind. I even suspect that this fire was orchestrated by him. In an instant, many voices arose, shifting the blame onto Yi Tian. The firefighters exchanged glances of surprise, shifting their attention between Yi Tian and the Yi family. After all, this fire was quite unusual, a catastrophic blow to a hotel. Moreover, the charred remains, seemingly human, had led to misunderstandings and negative implications. The leader spoke coldly. You better provide a clear explanation of this situation. At this moment, the members of the Yi family were taken aback, their faces betraying anxiety. They hurried forward, beginning to explain. How could this possibly be our doing? This is clearly a frame-up. Yes, this fellow has never spoken the truth. You must not trust him. What status do we, the Yi family, possess to place a pig in a hotel? Yi Qingcheng and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, and they immediately began to nervously clarify. They were also concerned about the potential repercussions this could have on the Yi family's reputation in Jinling. However, their explanations were feeble and unconvincing. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, gossiping incessantly, as if in a bustling marketplace. Multiple interpretations of this incident began to emerge. You wretched creature, what nonsense are you spouting? Explain yourself immediately, lest you further misrepresent the Yi family, or you shall face the consequences. If you wish to perish, do so alone. Do not drag my Yi family into this disgrace. Yi Yunbua glared at Yi Tian, his voice booming with fury. How is it not the Yi family that set the fire? Even this blaze was ignited by the Yi family. Why can't I say it? No other place caught fire, yet the 6th floor is ablaze. Is it not precisely because I was placed here? Yi Tian shrugged slightly, wearing an air of indifference, and chuckled softly. A collective gasp echoed through the scene. Every onlooker stood astounded, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Their gazes flitted between Yi Tian and the members of the Yi family. This fire, instigated by the Yi family? Outrageous. How dare you slander my Yi family? Framing us for this? Are you courting death? Yi Yunbua bellowed once more. Yi Tian, how have you become like this? Spouting absurdities and distorting the truth. What benefit do you gain from this? Our Yi family members are inherently kind and virtuous. How could we commit such acts? If you are responsible, simply admit it, accept your punishment, and seek redemption. Do not cling to your delusions. Qin Wanrong wiped her tears, her face etched with sorrow. Though she felt a semblance of peace at Yi Tian's miraculous return, she was utterly despondent at his current behavior. Brother Yi Tian, why have you turned out like this? I have been granted admission to Qingbei University. Is your jealousy the cause of your words? I even invited you to a celebratory feast. If you were displeased, you need not attend. Yet you treat my Yi family in this manner. How have you changed so drastically? Yi Ruotian looked at Yi Tian, her face filled with sadness, her voice trembling. Her expression mirrored the deep pain and heartbreak of feeling betrayed by a close friend. Brother, cease your tears. Jealousy is an inherent human trait, unalterable by nature. Yi Ruoxuan embraced Yi Ruotian, offering gentle comfort. To outsiders, this family appeared steeped in disappointment and despair. Yet in Yi Tian's eyes, they were nothing but repugnant. This is the truth, Yi Tian declared with an imposing presence, his tone icy. The firefighters exchanged glances, their skepticism palpable. The captain stepped forward, his demeanor cold. If this incident is indeed man-made, the implications change drastically. It was indeed orchestrated, Yi Tian asserted with unwavering certainty. If the perpetrator is identified, we shall hand them over to the judicial authorities. No one shall escape justice. However, if you confess, leniency may be granted. Consider this carefully. The captain urged earnestly. In his heart, he believed the Yi family would never stoop to such absurdities. Arson and feigned death, should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Yi family's reputation. At this moment, the tension hung thick in the air. Surrounding them were numerous individuals, vocally expressing their disdain. Just confess already. What advantage could falsely accusing the Yi family bring you? Your jealousy has led you nowhere. It merely gratifies your twisted psyche. A worthless person remains worthless. Tarnishing others' reputations does not elevate your own standing. In an instant, a chorus of scornful voices echoed. Those present derided with contempt, firmly believing in the Yi family's integrity, asserting that all accusations stemmed from Yi Tian's actions. The public opinion was overwhelmingly against him. No one entertained the notion of Yi Tian as virtuous. It seems to you all that this is a flawless family. How delightful, for I possess evidence. With that, Yi Tian pulled a man from the crowd. Zhuge, who instigated you? What conditions were offered? Speak now, Yi Tian commanded. At that moment, Zhuge appeared visibly shaken, glancing nervously at the surrounding crowd, his heart racing with dread and anxiety. The sheer number of people in the oppressive atmosphere were overwhelming. He had never encountered such a scene. I. Zhuge stammered, his nerves preventing him from articulating a complete thought. Speak. Whatever was conveyed that day must be conveyed now. Yi Tian's voice rose in anger, intent on portraying himself as someone of stature, compelling Zhuge to reveal the truth. As Yi Ruotian laid eyes on Zhuge, he froze, an overwhelming tide of turmoil surging within him, rendering him nearly breathless. How could this be? The random server he had chosen on the 6th floor was discovered by Yi Tian? It was inconceivable. You brought in a mere stranger to fabricate evidence? How despicable! Yi Ruotian immediately retorted, vehemently chastising Yi Tian. The others from the Yi family turned their gazes toward Yi Ruotian, their expressions tinged with confusion. Was Yi Ruotian's reaction not a bit excessive? Speak. Who commanded you to act in this manner? Yi Tian sneered, again directing his attention toward Zhuge. With trembling hands, Zhuge slowly raised his arm, his face as pale as a ghost. Gradually, he pointed toward Yi Ruotian, his lips quivering uncontrollably. It was him. Chapter 64. The verdict what? The atmosphere became tumultuous as shocked gasps filled the air. Each person exclaimed in disbelief, unable to contain their murmurs. There was indeed a witness, and the accusation pointed directly at the young master of the Yi family. The crowd was taken aback, their anticipation for the unfolding drama palpable. You speak nonsense. I have never committed such acts. It is undoubtedly a conspiracy between you and him to defame me. I see it now. You resent my acceptance into Qingbei University, and that is why you have resorted to this. Yi Ruotian shouted in a fit of rage. In his heart, an overwhelming sense of panic had long since taken root, fearing that this incident would irrevocably jeopardize his future. How is it that you are only now aware of your fears? When you once sought to end my life by fire, did you ever contemplate the consequences of today? Yi Tian's gaze was piercing, akin to a razor-sharp dagger, fixated upon Yi Ruotian. He longed to carve into Yi Ruotian, slice by slice. Enough, Yi Yunbo bellowed. a tremendous authority emanating from him, instantly silencing the surroundings, leaving everyone in a state of hushed awe. Yi Yunhua coldly advanced towards Brother Zhua, his voice frigid. You had better elucidate the situation at hand. Brother Zhua trembled under the weight of this pressure, his body quaking involuntarily. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Yunhua interjected once more. Consider carefully. You are confronting the Yi family of Jinling, an entity far beyond your meager existence. Should you choose to persist in your obstinacy and assist the wicked, I assure you, I will not let you go unpunished. However, if you decide to abandon your dark path and seek redemption, I guarantee a life of endless wealth and luxury awaits you. Each word from Yi Yunhua carried the weight of 1,000 burdens, nearly suffocating Brother Zhua with anxiety as he struggled to swallow. Speak quickly, what is the matter? Urged the fire captain, eager to resolve the issue. Brother Zhua could not resist glancing at Yi Tian, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Just speak the truth, he implored. In Jinling, the law reigns supreme. I refuse to believe anyone would dare flout it, Yi Tian asserted with righteous fervor. Brother Zhua was engulfed in turmoil, teetering on the brink of collapse. He cast a furtive glance at Yi Ruotian, then at Yi Tian. The Yi family of Jinling. This was an entity he could never afford to offend. To identify the young master of the Yi family was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, having spoken the truth moments ago, the expressions of those around him conveyed disbelief. Was there any merit in such an accusation? Ultimately, under the duress of the situation, Brother Zhua reluctantly shifted his stance, moving slightly away from Yi Tian, deliberately creating distance between them. This subtle motion caused Yi Tian's expression to shift dramatically. Trouble was brewing. He watched as Brother Zhua slowly raised his hand, pointing at Yi Tian. Brother Zhua kept his head bowed, unwilling to meet Yi Tian's gaze, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. It was him, all him. He compelled me to bear false witness against the young master of the Yi family. He incited me to set fire to the 6th floor of the entire hotel. In a twist of fate, Brother Zhua turned the tide of accusation, becoming the witness against Yi Tian. Yi Tian gasped, a wave of dread crashing over him. He could scarcely fathom that the witness he had sought had so swiftly retracted his testimony. But soon, a familiar sense of indignation welled within him, and he could not help but clench his fists. In his current state, devoid of power and influence, what could he possibly do? A common individual faces a choice: to confront a powerful aristocrat or to engage in conflict with another ordinary person. It is evident that Yi Tian has become the target of Brother Zhua's ire. When enveloped in darkness, an average person typically hesitates to approach the light, daunted by its brilliance. A chorus of gasps rippled through the crowd once again, astonished by yet another turn of events. Just as I predicted, how could the young master of the Yi family engage in such actions? Clearly, he has been wrongfully accused. What splendid news! The truth has finally emerged. Otherwise, this lad might have brought ruin upon the Yi family's heir. It seems this young man is destined for a grim fate. Arson and slander, he is surely done for. Many expressed their disdain, shaking their heads in contempt, as if they had already confirmed Yi Tian's impending doom. The members of the Yi family, too, breathed a sigh of relief, their tension dissipating. Behold, this is justice. The truth lies within the hearts of the people. Your downfall is imminent. Did you truly believe that a few trifles of kindness could win someone's loyalty? He still yearns for justice and remains faithful to the truth. This time, the mistakes you have made must be reckoned with. Prepare to spend the latter part of your life behind bars. Yi Qingsheng and her sisters mocked him, their teeth clenched in disdain. They were grateful that Brother Zhua had not aided the wicked, for otherwise, Yi Ruotian might have faced dire consequences. How laughable! After such extensive preparation, you ultimately turned against yourself. The jealousy of one individual can indeed lead to self-destruction. Yi Yunhua wore a scornful smile, his gaze condescending and cold as he fixated on Yi Tian, as if regarding refuse. How could this be? How could you commit such treachery against my brother? What wrong has he done to evoke such insidiousness within you? Yi Ruotian, filled with disappointment, wiped away her tears, overwhelmed by anguish. Sister, do not cry, do not cry, Yi Ruotian murmured, holding her closely and gently comforting her. He then turned his gaze slowly toward Yi Tian, his eyes filled with desolation and loneliness, as if he had lost the will to respond to Yi Tian's actions. This was the epitome of disappointment. Why? How could you become so cold-hearted? Do you not care in the slightest about the bond we have shared this past year? Qin Wanrong wept bitterly, her heart heavy with sorrow. She felt utterly disillusioned with the son before her. In that moment, Yi Tian stood frozen, observing the reactions of those around him, his heart brimming with resentment. An ordinary person possesses no sense of presence. Not only himself, but Brother Zhuo as well. Who would believe Brother Zhuo's testimony? Yi Tian's heart churned restlessly. He yearned for wealth, for a higher social standing. Only then would his words garner the respect they deserved. Suddenly, as the truth had been laid bare, the proclamation was made. Now that the matter is clear, come with us. We shall escort you to the authorities for a thorough account. Furthermore, you shall bear the full brunt of all compensations, the fire chief declared solemnly. Upon his utterance, the surrounding firefighters advanced towards Yi Tian, preparing to take him away. At that moment, Yi Tian found himself at a loss, as everything seemed to have reached an irrevocable conclusion. Just then, a sudden figure emerged. The mayor has arrived. With this declaration, everyone turned in astonishment. The mayor of the city? Chapter 65. A fortuitous turn. Why all the commotion today? Mayor Guanxiong surveyed the area with a faint smile. Mayor, a fire has just occurred here. It would be prudent for you to refrain from lingering in such a perilous environment, especially with so many onlookers. I fear for your safety. The fire chief urged respectfully as he stepped forward. I merely passed by and noticed the gathering, so I came to see. If the crowd is indeed too large, resembling a riot, it could reflect poorly, Guanxiong replied, his smile unwavering. The fire chief immediately grasped the implication, his expression shifting slightly. The matter is resolved. Unrelated individuals should disperse at once. He commanded loudly, gesturing for his subordinates to disperse the crowd. In no time, the onlookers scattered, none daring to linger. Behind the mayor's vehicle, armed security personnel swiftly positioned themselves, ensuring the mayor's safety. Any inappropriate actions could result in dire consequences. At that moment, all the prominent families approached the mayor, eager to pay their respects. Mayor, it has been too long. Since our last meeting, I have been pondering when to visit you. Your tireless efforts have transformed Jinling under your guidance. They exclaimed, fawning over him. Your dedication is commendable. I shall bring you some supplements tomorrow, for the sake of Jinling. You must accept. These influential families were among the most prominent in Jinling and were well acquainted with Guanxiong, eager to curry favor with him for a brighter future in the city. Your kindness is appreciated, but it is unnecessary to bring gifts, Guanxiong responded nonchalantly, waving his hand lightly. Meanwhile, the Yi family, hosts of the gathering, hurried over, eager to make an impression before the mayor. My sincerest apologies, Mayor. It was due to my actions that so many gathered, Yi Yunbo explained. Oh, what do you mean by that? Guanxiong inquired. My son has been granted direct admission to Tsinghua University and Peking University, which is why I hosted this gathering. Unfortunately, an unforeseen incident occurred, resulting in a fire at the hotel and drawing considerable attention. Admittedly, it was my oversight not to invite you. May I extend an invitation to you once my daughter gains admission to those esteemed institutions as well? Yi Yunbo's lips curled into a proud smile, reminiscent of a boast. After all, he was flaunting in front of Guanxiong, who would remain unaware of the Yi family's young master's direct admission and the news of their daughter excelling at Tsinghua and Peking. Oh, so today is indeed a moment of joy. What a serendipitous encounter, Guanxiong remarked with a faint smile and a nod. Come, Ruotian, Ruoxian. Come forward to greet the esteemed mayor. Yi Yunbo called out. Thus, Yi Ruoxian and Yi Ruotian approached, bowing gracefully. We pay our respects to the esteemed mayor. They sweetly declared. Quite commendable. A match made in heaven. Guanxiong praised. The three daughters of Yi Qinsheng also stepped forward, offering their respectful greetings. Chairman Yi, your three daughters seem to have quite the reputation in Jinling. Each one is exceptionally beautiful. You are indeed fortunate, Guanxiong remarked, surveying the trio with admiration. Mayor, you truly flatter me. If not for your remarkable development of Jinling, how could I be deemed fortunate? Yi Yunbo chuckled lightly. At that moment, the fire chief, standing nearby, appeared somewhat anxious. Esteemed mayor, we have located the arsonist responsible for the fire at this hotel, and I must escort him back. For your safety, it would be prudent for you to leave now, the fire chief urged. The arsonist? Where is he? Guanxiong inquired. It is him, the fire chief indicated, pointing towards Yi Tian. Why did you commit arson? Guanxiong glanced at Yi Tian, his demeanor casual. I did not commit arson, Yi Tian replied coldly. Preposterous. You dare to argue in front of the mayor. Yi Yunbo rebuked, nearly ready to slap him. Enough, enough, he appears to be just a child. Let us not take this too seriously, Guanxiong interjected. He glanced at the now extinguished sixth floor and smiled slightly. Today marks a momentous occasion for the Yi family. Since he denies the charges of arson, let us consider this matter closed. How about we regard this fire as a celebration for your son's admission to Tsinghua and Peking? Guanxiong suddenly proposed. As his words fell, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Each person left speechless and in shock. What was happening? The accusation of arson was casually dismissed? The heads of these noble families dared not voice a single doubt, falling silent. What say you, Master Yi? Speak up, Guanxiong reminded, his smile warm and inviting. Yi Yunbo was utterly astonished, his heart brimming with confusion. Why would the mayor intervene on behalf of Yi Tian? Was this merely a coincidence? Not just him. The entire Yi family wore expressions of disbelief, standing as if turned to stone. Particularly Yi Ruotian, who clenched his fists, a grim smile etched on his face. This was a golden opportunity to ensure Yi Tian remained imprisoned for life. How could it be so easily dismissed? Unusual. Something was amiss. Master Yi, do speak. Guanxiong inquired. I defer entirely to the mayor's judgment. Yi Yunbo managed to muster a faint smile, his tone laced with resignation. What do you mean by that? Guanxiong replied, I merely made a suggestion. If you believe my words to be incorrect, feel free to express your disagreement. I have no objection to imprisoning him. His hands were clasped behind his back, his expression shifting to a more severe demeanor. Mayor, you must be jesting. Your wisdom is unparalleled. How could there be any fault in your words? I merely think your kindness and generosity are a tremendous boon for this wretched lad. Yi Yunbo trembled in fear and hastily prostrated himself in explanation. Who would dare to claim the mayor is wrong in all of Jinling? Is that not courting death? Very well, let us release him then. Consider it a festive embellishment for your family's joyous occasion, Guanxiong replied with a light chuckle. Yes, the fire chief, unable to counter, immediately gestured for Yi Tian's release. Thus, Yi Tian was set free, yet he remained bewildered, staring blankly at Guanxiong, his mind swirling with questions. What was happening? Why was Guanxiong aiding him? Mayor, you. Yi Ruotian's face bore a flicker of anger as he stepped forward, eager to contest. After all, this was an exceptional opportunity. But, Ruotian, do not forget to thank the mayor. Yi Yunbo suddenly interjected, bellowing. Yi Ruotian was taken aback, his entire being frozen in place. Did Yi Yunbo just raise his voice at him? A shiver ran down his spine as he glanced at Guanxiong. Indeed, this was the mayor. How could he dare to argue? Even Yi Yunbo would not defy the mayor. Yes, thank you, mayor. Yi Ruotian gritted his teeth and bowed in deference. Upon hearing this, Guanxiong nodded in satisfaction. Those surrounding them exhibited a variety of expressions, all reflecting their astonishment. This turn of events was truly beyond their expectations. Yi Tian remained perplexed, gazing at Guanxiong with uncertainty. How could this mayor, with no familial ties to him, offer such assistance purely by chance? At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. This is not good. A person rushed over, their face etched with distress. His arrival drew considerable attention from those present, as numerous gazes turned toward him. What brings you here? Yi Yunbo furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. Among the crowd was Lu Yun, Yi Yunbo's secretary. Well known within the Yi family. There has been a significant incident. Our group is in grave trouble. Lu Yun exclaimed, her expression fraught with urgency. What has happened? Why the panic? Yi Yunbo retorted coldly, his irritation palpable. Lu Yun hesitated, visibly torn, struggling to articulate her thoughts while casting furtive glances around, as if wary of something. Speak plainly, or let it be. He snapped in frustration. If you continue to dither, do you even wish to keep your position? Under pressure, the secretary faltered. Finally, gritting her teeth, she reluctantly confessed, the new project we signed has collapsed. What do you mean collapsed? The one worth 50 billion? Yi Yunbo's heart sank, a wave of dread washing over him. Do not speak nonsense. How could there be an issue with that project? Wasn't the preliminary research thorough? There were no problems at all. Yi Qingqing's complexion also shifted dramatically. She had personally overseen this project. How could there possibly be an error? There is indeed a problem. That foreign company is in dire straits. Our 50 billion investment has gone to waste. This is a catastrophic loss. Lu Yun's emotions surged toward the brink of chaos as she raised her voice. Instantly, the atmosphere turned electric, with the crowd gasping in shock, staring at the Yi family members. How could the illustrious Yi family of Jinling, a conglomerate with assets in the hundreds of billions, suffer a 50 billion loss due to a single contract? This was nothing short of explosive news for the entire commercial landscape of Jinling. The Yi family was surely in peril now. The entire business market of Jinling would surely undergo a drastic reshuffling. Enough. Stop talking. Yi Yun's instincts kicked in, and he reacted by delivering a swift kick that sent Lu Yun crashing to the ground. She winced in pain, unable to rise, yet she dared not retaliate, her anxiety intensifying. This situation must have some underlying cause. It must be false information. We need to return and investigate, Yi Yunbo declared loudly, ensuring that those around them heard. After all, should this news spread further, the Yi family would be besieged by opportunists eager to take advantage of their misfortune. In the business realm, as in war, no one would offer assistance voluntarily. If someone appeared overly kind, it was likely because they still saw potential profit. Mayor, it seems our company may have been the target of slander. I must return to address this matter. I bid you farewell, Yi Yunbo said, raising his fists respectfully, his demeanor serious. Very well, Mr. Yi. Please proceed. Guan Xiong offered a faint smile before turning to leave. Yi Yunbo hastily followed suit, leaving behind the murmuring heads of the affluent families. Did you hear? The Yi family seems to have encountered a significant crisis. One remarked. I never expected the losses to be so substantial. However, the weaker the Yi family becomes, the stronger we shall grow. Another chimed in. Let us return and devise a plan to seize the Yi family's market share. We must not squander this invaluable opportunity. The heads of the wealthy families grew increasingly animated, their excitement palpable as they departed, each eager to act. At that moment, Yi Tian observed the retreating figures with an unusual feeling stirring within him. What was happening? In his memories from the previous life, the Yi family had never faced a situation involving the loss of a 50 billion contract. Why then? Was he receiving this news today? Had the course of history altered since his survival? Confused, Yi Tian soon left the scene. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, one individual slowly retrieved his phone. Young Master Jiang. The matter has been resolved, Sun San whispered. Good. Return at once. Came Jiang Nan's decisive and indifferent voice from the other end. Shortly thereafter, Sun San swiftly located Jiang Nan. Young Master, how should we proceed against the Yi family? Sun San respectfully inquired. Let them suffer a setback. Our next step is to reclaim what they have taken from us. Both Wang Jigang and Chen Ruchang must pay the price. The admissions quota must return to my son, Jiang Nan stated with gravity. Understood. Sun San nodded and turned to leave. As time passed, news of the Yi family's 50 billion loss spread swiftly, akin to a spark igniting a flame, reaching countless ears. Curiosity grew among the masses, with some speculating that the Yi family would plummet from prominence in Jinling's commercial sphere, relegated to the status of a secondary family business. Within the Yi family, a sharp sound reverberated through the air as Yi Yunbo struck Yi Qingcheng across the face, his fury erupting. You useless wretch. What purpose did I have in raising you? You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What can you do? 50 billion. That's 50 billion. You've crippled the Yi family. The hall echoed solely with Yi Yunbo's enraged voice, the atmosphere growing frigid and oppressive. Yi Qingcheng collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her sobs filled with a sense of injustice. She felt wronged. The project had been promising, thoroughly researched from multiple angles before finally gaining Yi Yunbo's approval to proceed. Yet, when issues arose, she alone bore the brunt of the blame. Covering her flushed face, she bit her lip, looking utterly forlorn. However, Qin Wanrong, Yi Luming, and Yi Lingyu dared not intervene. They could all sense Yi Yunbo's growing fury and feared for their own safety. This was a staggering 50 billion. It was akin to taking half of the Yi family's life force. One might say that for 100 billion fortune. Losing 50 billion is not merely a trivial matter akin to a modest household losing 5,000 from a 10,000 savings. The chain reactions stemming from this calamity would lead to losses far exceeding 50 billion. What dreadful consequences might this grievous mistake entail? At that moment, Yi Ruotian suddenly lunged towards Yi Qingcheng, enveloping her in an embrace. Sister is innocent. She only wishes well for the Yi family. Moreover, she has contributed so much in the past. Do you not feel any sympathy for her? Please, do not strike her anymore. Strike me instead. Yi Ruotian held Yi Qingcheng tightly beneath him, appearing to create a poignant scene. Yet, within him, a sense of gratification surged. It felt as if he had completely subdued the woman. His hands gripped her waist, bringing him immense pleasure. Enough. What good would hitting you do? Everyone get up. Yi Yunhua, in a fit of anger, sat on the sofa, his voice cold. Reluctantly, Yi Ruotian helped Yi Qingsheng to her feet. At that moment, Yi Qingsheng wiped away her tears, her gaze towards Yi Ruotian now tinged with gratitude. If not for him, she could hardly fathom the ordeal she might have faced. Father, do not be angry. Anger harms your health, and the Yi family still relies on you to turn the tides. Yi Ruoxuan chimed in sweetly as she walked past Yi Yunhua. Her slender fingers began to knead his shoulder with just the right amount of pressure, allowing Yi Yunhua to find a semblance of comfort, his brow easing slightly. Ruoxuan truly understands how to care for others, he mused. By the way, when is the college entrance examination? He inquired with concern. Tomorrow, Yi Ruoxuan replied with a gentle smile. Tomorrow? So soon? Yi Yunhua was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Didn't you say I would definitely get into Qingbei University? I haven't attended school these past few days, Yi Ruoxuan explained. Indeed, I said you would surely succeed. So for tomorrow and the day after, you must strive diligently. Your grades must not be subpar, Yi Yunhua instructed. Yes, I understand, father. Yi Ruoxuan nodded in affirmation. If both you and Ruotian manage to enter Qingbei University, then this fact will solidify our standing. The Yi family shall not be looked down upon. Losing 50 billion. Others will surely think the Yi family is faltering. But if the family has you both, it will certainly instill a sense of trepidation in those who doubt us. Those who emerge from Qingbei University have never been mediocre, Yi Yunhua declared with righteous fervor. Indeed, I comprehend the weight of my responsibilities. Rest assured, father, I shall exert every effort. Yi Ruoxuan stretched her arms and gracefully embraced Yi Yunhua's neck, pressing her face affectionately against his. What a wonderful daughter. Yi Yunhua sighed with a sense of contentment. Father, let us take our leave for now. You should rest well before attending to the affairs of the company later. Yi Ruotian expressed with concern. Very well, since events have already unfolded, there is no need to rush. Yi Yunhua sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Mother, second sister, third sister, we shall take our leave. You all should go out for a stroll. I will assist eldest sister in resting. Yi Ruotian smiled serenely. All right. Qin Wanrong nodded and departed with Yi Luming and Yi Lingyu. Eldest sister, let us return to the room. You must take good care of yourself. Yi Ruotian supported Yi Qingsheng as they slowly made their way inside. Thank you, little brother, Yi Qingsheng acknowledged with a nod. Once they entered the room, Yi Qingsheng sat on the bed, unable to suppress a sigh. Alas, I never anticipated that father would treat me this way. This is the first time he has exhibited such an attitude towards me, and it truly disappoints me. Perhaps, I have never been of great significance to him. A bittersweet smile graced Yi Qingsheng's lips as tears began to fall once more. Eldest sister, you mustn't belittle yourself. In my heart, you will always remain the best sister. I will never leave your side. Yi Ruotian immediately seated himself beside Yi Qingsheng, enveloping her in a tight embrace. This was something he had contemplated for a long time. Thank you, little brother, if not for you. Yi Qingsheng shook her head, sorrow enveloping her heart. Eldest sister, fear not. Although we share no blood ties, I have always wished to protect you. Now and in the future, I shall safeguard you, ensuring that no one dares to harm you. Yi Ruotian spoke with fervent conviction, his gaze intense as it bore into Yi Qingsheng's. Her heart swelled with emotion, particularly at the sight of his eyes, which seemed to dissolve her defenses in that moment. It appeared that no man had ever treated her with such kindness. She gazed at Yi Ruotian, her little brother with whom she spent her days, her heart awash with unfamiliar feelings. At this moment, Yi Ruotian looked at Yi Qingsheng, swallowing hard as he could no longer restrain himself. He leaned in slowly, inching closer, as if this were an exquisite opportunity. But in the next instant, no, what are you attempting to do? Little brother, I am your elder sister. Yi Qingsheng hurriedly pushed Yi Ruotian away, her voice tinged with urgency, her complexion shifting dramatically. My dear sister, I sincerely apologize. It is my fault. Yet, I must confess, you are simply enchanting. In that fleeting moment, I found myself inexplicably captivated. I beg your pardon, it was entirely my error. I am indeed a fool. I shall take my leave immediately. Yi Ruotian hastily feigned a look of remorse and shame, rising to depart. He was acutely aware that haste would only lead to ruin. He must exercise restraint. Yi Qingsheng gazed at the door that had been closed once more, exhaling a sigh of relief. Her heart was filled with tension, her cheeks flushed. and she felt as though she had committed a transgression. Yet, deep within her soul, an inexplicable ripple had begun to stir. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family residence, Yi Tian sat silently on the sofa, lost in thought. He stared vacantly out of the window, his mind replaying the events that had transpired earlier. The pressure from the Yi family and the ridicule from other affluent families ignited a simmering fury within him. He recalled the moment when Guanxiong had appeared, everyone treating him with utmost reverence. To avoid being oppressed and to rise above, one needed wealth and influence. In this lifetime, I shall undoubtedly turn the tide. I will compel the Yi family to forever hold their heads high in my presence. Yi Tian clenched his fists, his emotions growing heavy. He promptly retrieved his identification card and made his way to the securities company to open an account. At the securities firm, upon seeing Yi Tian's youthful appearance, the staff member responsible for assisting him did not regard him with much seriousness. They assigned an intern to help him, considering it an opportunity for the intern to gain some experience. Soon enough, Yi Tian had opened his account and downloaded a trading application on his phone. If you wish to invest in stocks, I can offer you some guidance. There are two types, long-term and short-term. I wonder how much you have prepared and how you intend to proceed. The intern inquired. I have 8,000. 5,000 for long-term, 3,000 for short-term. Yi Tian replied calmly. 8,000. That is quite a sum. Is this your pocket money? The staff member chuckled, advising caution. However, the stock market carries risks. One must be prudent. It is 80 million, Yi Tian responded with serene composure. Chapter 68. How could there be a fight? What? Chen Shui exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. She had just been slightly distracted, having heard a figure that was decidedly inappropriate. Such a sum could not possibly belong to the individual before her, a freshly minted adult who, by appearance, had likely never held a job and perhaps hadn't even attended university. How could one possess such wealth? 8,000 was already substantial for someone of this age. I said it is 80 million. Yi Tian reiterated calmly, his tone remarkably nonchalant, as if he were discussing something as familiar as the number 112. Chen Shui's mouth fell agape, her expression one of utter astonishment. She remained somewhat incredulous, hesitant even to pose a question. It was as if her ears had betrayed her, leading her to mishear. I have written down several stocks I intend to hold long-term, and you shall procure them for me directly. As for the short-term investments, I require the latest information on them. Could you assist me with that? Yi Tian indicated. Very well. However, should you indeed wish to invest 80 million, I must inform the manager. The commission should also be adjusted accordingly, as that is within the manager's purview. Is that acceptable? Chen Shui replied cautiously. Proceed. Yi Tian nodded. Consequently, Chen Shui hurriedly departed. At that moment, Yi Tian picked up a pen and swiftly inscribed several stock names onto the paper. These included long-term holdings like Maotai and several major internet stocks. These investments are poised to soar in value, potentially doubling to astronomical figures. By acquiring them now, Yi Tian could secure future assets. Regarding the short-term stocks, Yi Tian's knowledge stemmed from memories of his previous life. These were not individual stocks, but belonged to other sectors. For instance, following this year's college entrance examination, the petroleum processing and trade sector would experience a steep ascent, with numerous related stocks reaching their upper limits. Yi Tian also recalled that metal materials had seen a period of ceiling prices, though that would occur in about half a month. In short-term trading, one must not purchase too early. Timing is crucial. The remaining 30 million he possessed was substantial capital that needed to be effectively utilized. At that moment, a voice interrupted him. Sir, I just heard that you wish to invest 80 million. Is that correct? The manager approached, scrutinizing Yi Tian with evident skepticism. He could hardly fathom that this was a man with a net worth of 80 million. Indeed, can the commission be reduced? Yi Tian inquired. If you truly intend to invest 80 million, you would qualify as one of our significant clients, and we can certainly accommodate a reduction. However, you must genuinely possess such funds, the manager replied awkwardly, subtly reminding him of the necessity to present the money first. Yi Tian wasted no time and directly transferred 80 million into his account. The moment the funds arrived, Chen Shui was left dumbfounded, collapsing onto the sofa. As an intern, she needed to manage numerous accounts to secure a permanent position, and achieving such success within just a week was utterly unexpected. Moreover, the commission from 80 million was an unfathomable sum. Please, wait a moment. I'll prepare some tea, and I will promptly adjust the commission tiers, the manager exclaimed, turning with a broad smile. This was indeed a true high-net-worth client. All right. Chen Shui immediately sprang into action, serving tea to Yi Tian. This scene drew the attention of many onlookers nearby. The staff members were all somewhat envious, particularly the one who had pushed Yi Tian towards Chen Shui, who was now regretting their decision deeply. Had they personally attended to him, this year would have been a breeze, devoid of any struggle. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Their curiosity piqued regarding Yi Tian's true identity. Thank you. I am truly grateful. Thank you. Chen Shui nodded repeatedly, somewhat flustered. There is no need for thanks. I could have facilitated this for anyone, Yi Tian explained. He then handed over the document he had just completed to Chen Shui. I will make the necessary arrangements right away, Chen Shui exclaimed, turning on her heel in excitement. Everything has been amended. Sir, is this the stock you wish to purchase? Allow me to show you. Without waiting for a reply, the manager seized the paper Yi Tian had written on. After a brief examination, his brow furrowed in concern. Sir, it appears this is your first investment. These stocks are not suitable for long-term holding, the manager stated earnestly, attempting to project an air of expertise. Is there a problem? Yi Tian inquired, his expression tightening. Indeed, take this Matai stock for instance. It has been on the rise, yet its product pricing is inflated, and the speculation surrounding it is excessive. I advise against purchasing. Who knows if the merchants are manipulating the market? Should you invest heavily, the value could plummet at any moment. Such stocks can be quite peculiar, and I fear your lack of experience may lead to significant losses. As for the other stocks intended for long-term holding, I have not heard of them and cannot comment on their viability. However, they do not seem promising. As they lack recognition, the manager remarked, shaking his head dismissively. Listening to his words, a chill swept over Yi Tian, and any semblance of goodwill he had towards the manager vanished. Please proceed with the purchase of the short-term stocks as quickly as possible, Yi Tian instructed Chen Shui. Understood. Chen Shui replied, then turned to the manager to retrieve the paper. These are stocks intended for short-term investment? It seems you possess some knowledge, young man. Are you capable of making these transactions? These short-term investment stocks are of little value. Given the current market conditions, the oil industry is persistently sluggish. Who have you been listening to regarding this purchase? The manager laughed derisively. While the market is indeed sluggish, we cannot dismiss the possibility of international conflict arising. Yi Tian replied, his tone unperturbed. This was information he had gleaned from his previous life. A conflict had erupted between two small nations abroad, directly impacting oil prices. Conflict? In this day and age, how could that possibly happen? You would do well to avoid these unreliable investments. Allow me to introduce you to several stocks that you might consider. If you purchase them, I can assist you with the management. How does that sound? The manager proposed. His expression filled with anticipation. Are you certain? I will ask once more. Are you sure you wish to recommend stocks to me? Yi Tian's gaze was solemn, fixated intently on the other party. This caused the manager's expression to stiffen, his heart involuntarily trembling. He slowly lowered the document, revealing an awkward smile. Please, continue with your business. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he turned and left. Yi Tian smirked derisively, his face full of disdain. Employees at the securities firm were not permitted to recommend any stocks to clients. Such eagerness could only suggest ulterior motives. In his previous life, Yi Tian had witnessed Yi Ruotian's manipulations, which had left the Yi Group ensnared and caused countless holders of its shares to suffer tremendously. Please assist me with a purchase. Yi Tian addressed Chen Shui once more. Chapter 69. An unexpected encounter certainly. I shall attend to it immediately, Chen Shui replied, hurrying off to fetch a computer, as operating on a computer was far more manageable than on a phone. In no time, she had completed the transactions for Yi Tian. Mr. Yi, I have finished everything, Chen Shui said, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on him. To her, Yi Tian was an enigmatic figure, so young, so wealthy, and exuding such presence. Individuals like him were most likely scions of affluent families. Thank you for your assistance, Yi Tian said as he gathered his belongings, preparing to depart. Allow me to see you off. Chen Shui immediately followed him, her eyes reflecting curiosity and admiration. The surrounding employees gazed at Chen Shui and Yi Tian's retreating figures, filled with envy. They had secured yet another significant client. Surely, securing a permanent position would be effortless now. Outside the securities firm, Yi Tian awaited his ride. Mr. Yi, I remain quite curious. What exactly do you do to possess such wealth? Is it family money meant for investments? Chen Shui inquired, her face a picture of curiosity. No, I earned it through lottery winnings, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, you truly have a knack for humor. Chen Shui couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yi Tian smiled silently, offering no further explanation. It's all right if you choose not to disclose. I understand your desire for privacy. However, considering your financial acumen, would you be interested in imparting some knowledge to me? Perhaps we could exchange contact information? Chen Shui's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yi Tian, hopeful that his availability indicated he was single, thus presenting her with an opportunity. Your manager is quite shrewd. Do exercise caution here. Additionally, if you seek to make money, consider adopting my strategy of purchasing stocks for long-term holding. In a few years, you will surely be grateful, Yi Tian replied casually, waving his hand as he entered a taxi and departed. Chen Shui stood gazing in the direction Yi Tian had gone for a considerable time, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet, the thought of the stocks he had purchased stirred something within her. Why not give it a try? Perhaps it could indeed yield some profit. While Yi Tian was engrossed in his tasks, his peers, all of the same age, were fervently scribbling away, busy with their examinations. The entire city had entered a mode of silence, with honking cars now a rarity, enveloping the atmosphere in tranquility. In the Jiang household, Jiang Yin lamented, "Brother, what a pity. If only you could participate in the college entrance examination, you would undoubtedly outshine everyone." She sat on the sofa, gazing at Yi Tian with a look of wistfulness. Due to the examinations, Jiang Yin had also taken a 2-day break, leaving her and Yi Tian with little to do but watch television at home. You ought to refine your language skills. If others were to overhear you, they would surely mock us. Yi Tian replied with a bittersweet smile, shaking his head in resignation. Oh, it's just a figure of speech. Jiang Yin retorted playfully. It's all that principal's fault. If I ever encounter him again, I'll throw gum at his head. Her face was alight with mischief and indignation. That is all in the past now. You should focus on your studies and fulfill my dream of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. Yi Tian affectionately ruffled Jiang Yan's hair, chuckling gently. Honestly, you never stray far from the topic of studies. It's rather dull. Let us go out and have some fun, Jiang Yan insisted, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Today marked the day of the college entrance examination, and the streets were sparsely populated. Where do you wish to go? Yi Tian did not refuse, but did not wholeheartedly agree either. I think we could visit the mall near the examination venue. It's bound to be bustling with activity. After the exams, everyone will want to celebrate, Jiang Yin exclaimed, pulling Yi Tian towards the exit. All right, but let us return early. I plan to cook dinner for Mom and Dad, Yi Tian explained. Sounds great. With that, Jiang Yin led Yi Tian to the mall. By the time they arrived, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, coinciding with the conclusion of the exams. Just as Jiang Yin had predicted, the crowds were beginning to swell. Many parents accompanied their children as they strolled through the mall, while groups of students leisurely indulged in hamburgers and sodas, radiating joy and the essence of youth. As Yi Tian and Jiang Yin stood in line at a milk tea shop, he observed the lively scene around him, a tinge of melancholy settling in his heart. It was not sorrow stemming from the absence of the exam, but rather a profound reflection on the beauty of living a simple, ordinary life. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Is that you, Yi Tian? He paused, startled by the recognition in the voice, and turned to see a woman approaching. A smile broke across his face as he exclaimed, Xiaolan? What a coincidence. This woman was the waitress he had encountered earlier at the hotel. It was thanks to her that we discovered Brother Zhu, a pivotal figure. Beside Xiaolan stood another girl, strikingly beautiful and tall. Both were clad in school uniforms, unmistakably candidates for the examination. I just finished my college entrance exams and came out to have some fun with my classmates, Xiaolan explained. She then whispered to the girl next to her, This is the one I told you about, incredibly handsome. The girl's gaze flickered, unable to resist stealing a glance at Yi Tian's face, and a blush quickly crept across her cheeks. Who is this, brother? Jiang Yin inquired curiously, holding a cup of milk tea. I met her at the hotel, Yi Tian responded. Aren't you a waitress? Why are you here for the college entrance exams? It's just a part-time job, but a fire recently closed the hotel. With a break during the 2 days of exams, I plan to earn some money over the summer. Xiaolan replied cheerfully. Don't you attend classes? Jiang Yin asked, her curiosity piqued. I don't need to. I've already been recommended for admission. If the hotel hadn't temporarily shut down, I wouldn't have bothered with the exams. Mainly, I was a bit bored, Xiaolan chuckled lightly. Recommended for admission? Both Yi Tian and Jiang Yin were taken aback, astonished. The term was all too familiar to them. Don't misunderstand. It's for art students, specifically fine arts, Xiaolan succinctly clarified, offering an awkward smile. Clearly, others might misconstrue this news. That's still quite impressive. Being recommended is no small feat. Jiang Yin praised. No way, my best friend is far more remarkable. She is the most promising candidate for admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Her name is Han Yubing. Have you heard of her? Xiaolan gestured towards the girl beside her, introducing her. I know her, the school belle and top scholar. I've heard of her. Jiang Yin exclaimed excitedly, pulling Yi Tian closer, her enthusiasm bubbling over. Brother, when you look for a sister-in-law, make sure she asks like this. Chapter 70. Are we really fighting? With Jiang Yan's remark, an unexpected silence enveloped the scene. Even the usually lively Xiaolan found herself at a loss for words. Han Yubing's face turned crimson, her eyes darting away. You don't have to say anything. I already know her. Yi Tian sighed, feeling exasperated. He had been familiar with Han Yubing since his first year of high school. She was stunningly beautiful, a beloved figure among many at school. Academically, she consistently ranked first, unmatched by anyone else, making her a prominent figure in the school. Yi Tian recalled that Han Yubing had indeed been accepted into Tsinghua University and had achieved significant accomplishments, contributing greatly to the country's development. She was undoubtedly a source of pride for the people of Jinling. You all carry on. I'll take her to eat first, Xiaolan said, sensing the awkward atmosphere and hurriedly waving goodbye as they departed. As Xiaolan restrained Han Yubing from leaving, Yi Tian suddenly called out, Come on, Han. Han Yubing was taken aback, utterly surprised. This stranger was actually cheering for her? Why aren't you cheering for me? Xiaolan pouted, somewhat indignantly. Didn't you already receive a recommendation? Yi Tian responded instinctively. I see you must have some feelings for my dear Bingbing. Xiaolan retorted, curling her lip as she pulled Han Yubing away. Han Yubing couldn't help but smile, her bright eyes reflecting Yi Tian's figure. She found herself stealing glances at him, remaining silent as she followed Xiaolan. Brother, I was right, wasn't I? Such an exceptional girl. She's bound to be the center of attention wherever she goes. Just one glance, and you already have thoughts of lifelong commitment, don't you? Jiang Yin leaned closer to Yi Tian, a teasing smile on her face, believing he had truly been captivated. Don't be ridiculous. She has a very promising future ahead of her and far more significant matters to attend to. She wouldn't have any interest in trivial romantic affairs, Yi Tian calmly explained. His feelings for Han Yubing were now reduced to mere respect. This woman could be described as a national treasure. The thought of her was beyond his imagination. Wasn't he that reaching too high? Later, Yi Tian and Jiang Yin continued to stroll around before heading home early. The next day, the morning traffic was congested, with numerous traffic police working diligently to manage the flow of vehicles. A man, driving to work, found himself stuck in traffic for an extended period. Watching the dwindling fuel gauge, he realized he had no choice but to find a gas station to refuel. He was none other than the manager, Gao Hongji, who had hosted Yi Tian at the securities company the previous day. Upon arriving at the gas station and seeing the day's fuel prices, his eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on here? Hey, come here. What's with this price? Wasn't he at 48 yesterday? How did it jump to 55 today? Did it really rise that quickly? Do you think I want to file a complaint? Gao Hongji furrowed his brow, speaking coldly. The notice from above indicates that it's not just us. Prices have risen in many places, the staff member explained. How can that be? Gao Hongji replied, visibly displeased. PetroChina and Sinopec are even pricier. Would you like to check there? Refueling now is still a bargain. In a few hours, it's likely to increase further. The staff member added, somewhat impatiently. What nonsense are you spouting? Prices will rise in a few hours? Are you out of your mind? Gao Hongji responded, feeling perplexed. Don't you know? There's a conflict in the Middle East, and due to the time difference, we were all asleep when the news broke. As soon as we woke up, we received word of the price hike. If you're not going to refuel, please move along. Don't hold up others. The staff member clarified. Conflict? Gao Hongji's eyes narrowed in disbelief, his expression darkening and devoid of color. His mind fixated on a singular thought. The young man who had come yesterday had impulsively engaged in stock trading immediately after opening an account. Among his transactions were short-term investments in oil. Fill it up quickly. Panic surged within Gao Hongji as he hastily withdrew 500 yuan. With the prospect of war on the horizon, oil prices were bound to escalate. Seizing the moment with this urgent news, he needed to refuel without delay. However, The most pressing matter was to return and investigate further. Thus, after filling his tank, Gao Hongji hurriedly departed. He arrived at the brokerage firm, making a beeline for the office. Upon launching the trading software, he was struck by the sight of oil futures highlighted in red. Deflated, he leaned back in his chair. It was indeed a war. The prices were surging at an astonishing rate. But how did that young man come by such information? How could he possibly know? Gao Hongji racked his brain, questioning whether he was merely dreaming. If only he were simply dazed, that would be acceptable. Yet, the young man had explicitly mentioned that war was imminent. Slap! Gao Hongji delivered a stinging blow to his own face, jolting himself awake. He hurriedly left to seek out Chen Shui. At that moment, Chen Shui was taken aback by her own stock purchases. Thanks to Yi Tian's warning, she had invested heavily the previous day, particularly in short-term stocks due to their lower prices. However, she had used her mother's account, as industry regulations prohibited her from trading. Concerned about potential repercussions, she had borrowed her mother's account with strict instructions to keep it a secret. How remarkable! Who was that individual, possessing such foresight about impending conflicts? With his greater investments, wouldn't he amass even more wealth? The adage that the rich grow richer seemed undeniably true, Chen Shui reflected. Just then, a hurried voice broke through the silence. It was Gao Hongji. Shui, are you busy? He approached with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Shui quickly shut down her account, feigning nonchalance. She offered a faint smile and replied, Manager, is there something you need? I'm looking to contact your client for some inquiries. Do you still have his information? Gao Hongji explained. Yes, but he specifically requested not to be disturbed before he left. You may handle it as you see fit, but if he becomes upset, please don't mention that I provided his contact details. Chen Shui replied with a gentle smile, retrieving Yi Tian's information. This revelation left Gao Hongji momentarily stunned. As if turned to stone. Not to be contacted? How then could he inquire? He felt as though he had swallowed a bitter pill, his expression growing increasingly grim. He could only furrow his brow and coldly reply, Very well. Then you have the time to contact him and invite him for a cup of tea. With that, he turned and walked away. Chen Shui watched Gao Hongji's retreating figure, merely pursing her lips. She had no intention of heeding Gao Hongji's advice, nor did she wish for Yi Tian to be disturbed. However, Chen Shui reopened the trend chart, unable to suppress a sigh. Since this was a short-term endeavor, how was he to operate? She was quite eager to know. Chapter 71. The woman who contemplated jumping into the river. News of war abroad quickly spread throughout the country. Yet, ordinary citizens merely discussed it over tea and meals, venting their frustrations against the Americans. No further action was taken. After all, it was merely a foreign conflict, with limited repercussions. The populace trusted their own nation and held little concern for looming dangers. The college entrance examinations soon concluded, and in the following days, students reveled in leisure, savoring their newfound freedom. Yi Tian, having withdrawn from school, busily maneuvered his account on his phone. He watched the profits from oil rise steadily, a smile gracing his lips. This money felt like a gift. Yet, oil always had a critical threshold, one that wouldn't escalate excessively. At that juncture, Yi Tian would need to sell, but that time had not yet arrived. At the Jiang family dining table, Jiang Nin inquired, Xiao Tian, I heard from your sister that you're trading stocks. How's it going? Quite well. I just invested in oil, coinciding with the foreign conflict, Yi Tian explained. Really? How fortunate! Jiang Nin exclaimed, lifting his head in surprise. Not bad, Yi Tian chuckled lightly. It's no longer mere luck. Having purchased oil stocks right before a surge is a blessing from above. Dongfang Hui smiled in response, indeed. Who is my brother, after all? Jiang Yin chuckled, somewhat excited. Many parents are taking their children out to travel now that the exams are over. Is there a place you'd like to visit? We could go on a trip together. Jiang Nin proposed, having already conspired with Dongfang Hui to take Yi Tian out for a little adventure. After all, they desired to provide Yi Tian with experiences similar to those of others. We had a lot of pressure during exams, but I don't have any. I think I'll just focus on making money, Yi Tian politely declined. All right then, Jiang Nin nodded in acknowledgement. He exchanged a glance with Dongfang Hui, both feeling somewhat helpless. Their greatest concern was that Yi Tian might become disconnected from society, leading to isolation. After all, he was at an age where he should be engaging in age-appropriate activities. After dinner, Jiang Nan and Dongfang Hui busied themselves in the kitchen, tidying up while engaging in conversation. How is the matter you arranged progressing? When will Xiao Tian be able to attend university? I am quite concerned that he may continue to dabble in stock trading indefinitely, sighed Dongfang Hui with worry. Let me inquire, Jiangnan promptly replied, pulling out his phone to call Sun San. He got straight to the point, asking about the matters he had entrusted to Sun San. Young master, given all the evidence we possess, that principal is undoubtedly headed for prison. As for Chun Ruchang from Qingbei University, everything was in place. But I have uncovered some additional details. Previously, the Yi family claimed that Yi Ruoxuan was about to gain admission to Qingbei University, which I found rather peculiar since the college entrance examination has yet to take place. My investigation revealed that Chun Ruchang was secretly manipulating the situation to replace a candidate's spot. That candidate's score is sufficient for admission to Qingbei University, and it seems this opportunity was specifically reserved for Yi Ruoxuan. Sun Sen explained with utmost seriousness. Which candidate? Jiangnan casually inquired. Her name is Han Yubing, coming from an ordinary background, without any power or influence. To ensure stability, I plan to wait until Chun Ruchang has completely replaced this spot. By then, when this information reaches the city authorities, these individuals will face dire consequences. Sun Sen elaborated. All right, carry on, Jiangnan responded before ending the call. Should we wait? Dongfang Hui asked. Let us wait. Sun San is meticulous in his work. He is my most trusted ally. However, the Yi family truly lacks shame, shamelessly stealing someone else's admission qualifications. Fortunately, we have learned of this. Otherwise, that candidate would have suffered greatly. Jiangnan shook his head, expressing his thoughts with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, if that student were to learn that they had not been accepted, it would be heartbreaking. Dongfang Hui sighed in agreement. As time slowly passed, Yi Tian received a call from Chen Shui. Ultimately, Chen Shui, uncertain about when to sell, sought Yi Tian's advice. Yi Tian suggested that she come by, and they could also discuss purchasing other stocks. Upon arriving at the brokerage firm, Yi Tian provided guidance, instructing Chen Shui to sell on a specific date. Chen Shui complied without question, demonstrating her complete trust in Yi Tian. Our manager is looking for you and would like to have a word. I wonder if you have the time? Chen Shui asked cautiously. I don't have time. I will leave right after my purchase, Yi Tian indicated. Chen Shui immediately understood and quickly completed the transaction for Yi Tian. Just as he was about to depart, Gao Hongji approached, wishing to bid farewell to Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian disregarded him and left without a word. Left with no choice, Gao Hongji turned to Chen Shui to investigate the types of stocks Yi Tian had purchased. Upon reviewing the diverse range of stocks, Gao Hongji furrowed his brow. As a veteran in the securities industry, he had believed he could comprehend Yi Tian's strategies. Yet, the myriad of categories almost made him retch. With such options, did he truly believe he could turn a profit? These wretched stocks were hardly fit for a dog. With that, Gao Hongji casually discarded the document into the trash. Chen Shui hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. Engaging in conversation with someone so shrewd, silence became the most eloquent response. However, after only a few steps, Gao Hongji could not resist turning back to retrieve the discarded materials from the bin, feigning nonchalance as he returned to his office. What choice did he have? Considering that the oil stocks purchased by Yi Tian had indeed yielded substantial returns, he resolved to delve deeper, hoping to uncover some underlying patterns. At that moment, Yi Tian had exited the securities firm and caught a taxi home. Upon alighting, he suddenly noticed a figure in the distance. The crystal-clear river rippled gently, shimmering in the light. A tall silhouette clad in a white t-shirt and jeans sat by the riverbank. She remained motionless, appearing somewhat despondent. Yi Tian's heart skipped a beat, a pang of concern washing over him. The figure seemed familiar, yet he could not immediately place her. Nevertheless, he feared that if this woman were to have a fleeting thought of jumping in, it could spell disaster. Who in their right mind would cross the railing and sit by the riverbank? Deciding to approach stealthily, Yi Tian remained vigilant. Just then, the woman stood, swaying slightly. Yi Tian's heart raced, fearing she might leap into the water. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her back. They both tumbled to the ground. Ah, pervert, help. Yi Tian then realized he was inadvertently pinning her down. Looking closely at her face, he was taken aback. Han, is that you? Chapter 72. Do you believe in fate? You are a friend of Xiaolon. Han Yubing paused, her bright eyes fixating on the man before her. It dawned on her that this was indeed the individual she had encountered at the mall. Yes, it is I. Yi Tian nodded, gazing down at her. However, the position they found themselves in was rather undignified, and he could feel the warmth radiating from her body. A flush of embarrassment crept over Han Yubing's face as she instinctively clenched her hands nervously against her chest, yearning to create distance between them. Yes, I apologize for my rashness. Yi Tian quickly scrambled to his feet, then helped Han Yubing up. He appeared somewhat flustered, still unsettled by the recent events. The air seemed to thicken, enveloped in an unsettling silence. In the distance, several passers-by stood watching, concerned for the girl, wondering if she had been harmed. At this moment, Han Yubing said nothing as she stood up, brushing off the dust and fallen leaves from her clothes. With her head bowed, she remained silent. A trace of sorrow etched on her face. However, fortuitously, you encountered me today? Why would you, in such a good state, contemplate ending your life? You are so young. With a splendid future ahead to cherish, why would you consider such a thing? Yi Tian approached her with patience, offering gentle comfort. This person before him was destined to be a national treasure, an extraordinary talent destined to contribute to the nation. How could she even entertain such a foolish notion? Yi Tian scrutinized Han Yubing, a captivating young woman, wondering if perhaps she had suffered a romantic setback. Yet, Han Yubing looked up in astonishment. Her enchanting eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. In my life? Me? She pointed at herself, incredulous. Indeed, if it were merely a heartbreak, it should not lead one to such despair. With your beauty and talent, it would be the greatest loss for him to lose you. Your future lies not in trivial romantic entanglements, but in the prosperity and strength of the nation. Do you understand? Yi Tian spoke with conviction, urging her to reconsider. However, upon hearing his words, Han Yubing could not help but chuckle. A soft laugh escaped her lips, revealing a hint of shyness in response to his compliments, while also piquing her curiosity about his idealistic views. He was quite an interesting young man to express such sentiments. Have you come to terms with it? Yi Tian cautiously inquired. Han Yubing took a deep breath, feeling considerably more at ease. Sitting on the grass, she gazed at the river before her and nodded. In truth, I am neither heartbroken nor seeking an end. I merely felt a bit down and decided to wander aimlessly. However, your words have indeed lightened my spirits. Han Yubing explained softly, her tone markedly improved from before. Wandering aimlessly? But how could you come so close to this river? Did you not see the sign over there? Deep water, keep away. Yi Tian pointed sternly at the nearby sign. All right, I understand my mistake. I just wanted to see the sea and hoped to feel closer to it. To experience that essence of the ocean. Han Yubing said with a slight pout, looking up at Yi Tian. Her delicate, pitiful demeanor made Yi Tian relent, silencing his reproach. He sat beside her, also looking at the river, pondering how it failed to evoke the feeling of the sea. What brings you here? Han Yubing asked curiously. My home is nearby. Would you like to come up for a while? Yi Tian invited. No, I'll be heading home soon. Thank you for today, otherwise, I might still be feeling quite miserable. Han Yubing smiled gently at Yi Tian. Why were you feeling down? Did you have a conflict with your family? Yi Tian's subconscious mind whispered, forget it. Speaking to you won't change anything. Han Yubing shook her head, reluctant to elaborate. Yi Tian gazed at her for a moment longer, and upon realizing her disinclination to speak, he refrained from further inquiry. Thus, he sat beside Han Yubing on the grass, silently observing the expanse of the sea before them. A gentle breeze caressed the air, tousling the girl's hair, carrying with it a faint yet sweet fragrance. Yi Tian couldn't help but steal another glance at Han Yubing. His curiosity piqued. What could trouble such a talented individual? Suddenly, she posed a question. Do you believe that one's fate is predetermined? No matter how hard one strives. It seems that destiny plays cruel tricks, delivering blows that compel one to confront reality and oneself, dispelling many unrealistic aspirations. Even if I embrace my path without regret, I still find it impossible to find peace. Han Yubing appeared deeply affected, her tone laden with melancholy. Her eyes reflected a profound sense of helplessness and resignation toward the future. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to respond. The conversation had grown too profound. In truth, if I were to interpret fate based on my own experiences, fate is utterly meaningless. Yi Tian asserted vehemently. He felt justified in his conviction, having lived anew and altered his own destiny. To him, fate was nothing but nonsense. You speak so lightly. Perhaps you have yet to endure such trials. Han Yubing replied with a bittersweet smile. For instance? Yi Tian inquired. For instance, I rise at 4 each morning to study, maintaining a rigid routine between school, home, and the restroom. I consume my 3 meals within a mere 15 minutes, and I do not retire until 11 at night. Despite this rigorous regimen, consistently ranking among the top 3 in school, I performed dismally in this crucial examination. My scores were abysmal, so low that I failed to meet even the second-tier university threshold. It felt as though reality slapped me awake, revealing that my efforts yielded no rewards. Is this not the very definition of fate? Han Yubing sighed deeply, her gaze filled with desolation. At that moment, Yi Tian's expression shifted, becoming increasingly astonished. His pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be? How could you not even pass the second-tier line? You should have been accepted into Qingbei University. Yi Tian exclaimed, his agitation evident. Do you share that belief? I too thought I would succeed. During the estimation of my scores, I felt confident. Yet, the reality proved otherwise, Han Yubing replied, grasping a blade of wild grass, watching it sway in the wind as if it mirrored her own plight. Suddenly, Yi Tian stood, his demeanor growing exceedingly stern. It is not my belief that this is the case, for your destiny is to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Surely, there must be some mistake. Chapter 73, The Butterfly Effect. In her previous life, Han Yubing's remarkable achievements astonished not only Jinling but the entire nation and the world. How could such an extraordinary woman fail to secure a spot at even a second-tier university? Yi Tian felt as though someone was playing a jest upon him. Are you all right? Han Yubing observed Yi Tian's reaction, which was even more intense than her own, and she could not help but feel surprised. It seemed that the one who had not been admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University was him. My well-being is of little consequence. If you have not been accepted to Tsinghua or Peking University, that is a grave matter. You must have miscalculated your scores. You surely gained admission this year. Yi Tian's tone was anxious yet somewhat hesitant as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. He could only assert his final conclusion. Han Yubing's acceptance to Tsinghua or Peking University was a historical inevitability. Do not be overly excited. I understand your regrets. But I have come to terms with it, so you need not be too upset. Perhaps I wrote my name incorrectly on the exam, or there was an issue with the test paper. However, it matters little. At worst, I can repeat a year or enter the workforce. I can certainly support myself. Han Yubing reassured with a smile. Internally, she found the situation amusing. Just moments ago, it was Yi Tian comforting her. And now she found herself in the role of comforting him. This boy was even more anxious than she was. Impossible. My history is bound to change. How could yours also be affected? I cannot possibly influence your fate, even if I were to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University a year later. The implications would not only affect your destiny, but the fate of the nation as well. Without you, the country. Yi Tian murmured softly, his brow furrowed, and a sense of disquiet enveloped him. Could this indeed be the butterfly effect of his rebirth? The history that was meant to unfold for him had altered, thus causing a shift in the destinies of others. Yet, the fates of those around him remained largely unchanged. Why was it specifically her? Are you all right? What history? What national fortune? What are you talking about? Han Yubing expressed her concern for Yi Tian's state, her face a mask of confusion. Your results surely qualify you for Tsinghua or Peking University. I would stake my life on it. There is certainly something amiss here. Come with me, and I shall lead you to make a call for an appeal, to have those in authority investigate. I must uncover the truth. Yi Tian grasped Han Yubing's hand, filled with urgency. But, there's no need. My father has already made the call. However, it was of no avail, as exam results are generally infallible. They would not assist in an investigation nor admit to their errors. Han Yubing gently declined. But fate should not unfold this way. Yi Tian clenched his teeth, gazing regretfully at the girl before him. As I previously mentioned, certain events are destined to occur. Much like the young master of the Yi family from the last mock examination, whose academic performance had been inferior to mine, yet was granted a direct admission to Tsinghua University and Peking University. At times, one cannot help but believe in fate. He possesses a prestigious lineage and a fortunate destiny. Han Yubing forced a bitter smile as she explained. Suddenly, the term young master of the Yi family pierced through Yi Tian's ears. He was jolted, his expression one of sheer astonishment. His breath seemed to halt in that very moment. The world around him appeared to collapse. Yi Ruotian had seized his opportunity for direct admission, being accepted into Tsinghua University and Peking University. At the celebration for Yi Ruotian's academic advancement, they even celebrated Yi Ruoxuan's acceptance into Tsinghua University and Peking University. At that time, the college entrance examination had not even commenced. How could Yi Ruoxuan possess such confidence, certain of her admission to Tsinghua University and Peking University. Gazing at Han Yubing, a thought abruptly surged in Yi Tian's mind. Han Yubing was indeed capable of being admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University. She had been secretly obstructed, her opportunity snatched away. That opportunity had been bestowed upon Yi Ruoxuan. In an instant, tumultuous emotions surged within Yi Tian, rendering him restless. What's wrong? Are you all right? Han Yubing waved her hand in front of Yi Tian, expressing her concern. Yi Tian looked at Han Yubing. His eyes filled with guilt and helplessness. The butterfly effect, his own fate had been altered, the chance for direct admission to Tsinghua University and Peking University seized by Yi Ruotian. Moreover, Yi Ruoxuan's desire to attend alongside Yi Ruotian compelled Yi Yunbua to find a way to facilitate this. This maneuver had repercussions on Han Yubing's future. In essence, it was indeed due to his rebirth that Han Yubing's life had been irrevocably altered. Gulp. Yi Tian's throat constricted as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you should see a doctor? Han Yubing observed Yi Tian with concern, inquiring once more. At that moment, a chill enveloped him, causing Yi Tian to shudder. He felt utterly powerless to alter this change. Guilt and anger surged within him. Guilt for having altered Han Yubing's future. Anger at the Yi family's persecution of Han Yubing. This was not merely the theft of a diligent student's achievements. It was the deprivation of a national asset's opportunity to serve the country. The fate of the nation had been twisted by the Yi family. Those wretched members of the Yi family. After a long while, Yi Tian's emotions gradually settled. With a sorrowful and helpless expression, he said, I'm sorry. Sorry? For me? Han Yubing, bewildered by these three words, felt increasingly at a loss, unable to comprehend Yi Tian's intentions. His erratic and illogical demeanor instilled a slight sense of fear within her. She smiled awkwardly and took a step back. Excuse me, I must head home now. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Han Yubing waved her hand and hurriedly departed. Yi Tian remained rooted to the spot, gazing at Han Yubing's retreating figure, motionless. Yet, his heart grew increasingly restless and irate. Am I truly incapable of altering anything? Yi Tian clenched his fists, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, at the Yi family villa, Yi Yunbua sat calmly on the sofa, engaged in a phone call. On the other end were all the family members of the Yi clan, intently focused on Yi Yunbua, their eyes brimming with anticipation. I have accomplished what you requested. I hope you shall not go back on your word and bring this matter to a conclusion. After this, let us cease all further interactions. Chen Ruchang's cold voice echoed through the line. Yet, Yi Yunbua exhibited no trace of anger, smiling contentedly. After all, he had already achieved his objective. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, the Yi family has always been a paragon of integrity, unwavering in our commitments. Since you are coming to my establishment, I also wish to treat you well. Yi Yunbua beamed with satisfaction. Beeps echoed as Chen Ruchang offered no response. Upon hearing the mention of the establishment, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and he abruptly ended the call. At that moment, Yi Yunbua put away his phone and surveyed the crowd of Yi family members. Ruoxuan, you will also be able to attend Qingbei University in the future. Come here. Let your father embrace you. Chapter 74. An invitation, really? Yi Ruoxuan exclaimed with exuberance, rushing over and leaping into Yi Yunbua's arms. She nuzzled against him like a playful kitten, seeking affection. Indeed, it was true. Heaven favored the Yi family. Both a dragon and a phoenix had been admitted to Qingbei University. Soon, the entire Jinling would look up to the Yi family. Ha ha ha. Yi Yunbua laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. At this juncture, Qin Wanrong and Yi Qincheng, along with others, rose in excitement, embracing one another in celebration. They were all immensely delighted and deeply gratified. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Both my little brother and sister have been accepted to Qingbei University. The Yi family's ancestral graves must be flourishing. They exclaimed. Thank heaven. The Yi family's journey to the capital is no longer a mere dream. Qin Wanrong wiped her tears, overwhelmed with joy. Mom, why are you crying so much? Shouldn't we be celebrating? Yi Luming questioned, her own tears welling up as she hugged Qin Wanrong and sobbed freely, releasing her emotions. Dear daughter, you do not understand. There are those in the capital whom I care for. Only through our achievements can we have the opportunity to return. Alas, I am too emotional. You young ones may not grasp this. Tears streamed down Qin Wanrong's face, quickly reddening her eyes. What splendid news. This is indeed a momentous occasion. It is solely due to the diligent efforts of Ruotian and Ruoxuan in their studies that we are witnessing this outcome. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those who strive. Yi Lingyu clasped her hands together, lifting her gaze towards the ceiling, tears welling in her eyes. Little brother, you and your sister must work diligently at Qingbei University from now on. Do you understand? Every individual at Qingbei represents the pinnacle of talent in the nation, and they will be your future resources. Your potential is boundless, radiant, and resplendent. You must seize this opportunity with both hands. Comprehend? Yi Qinsheng gazed at Yi Ruotian, her expression filled with heartfelt reassurance. I understand, big sister. Thank you for your care during this time. I shall repay you well. Yi Ruotian replied emotionally, big sister. I will be heading to Kyoto soon, and I will miss you dearly. He became overwhelmed with emotion and immediately embraced Yi Qinsheng. She reciprocated, wrapping her arms around his waist. They held each other close, relishing the warmth of their connection. This sensation left Yi Ruotian utterly captivated, and he could not resist tightening his embrace, as if he yearned to merge her very being with his own. Yet, this intensity caused Yi Qinsheng to feel slightly breathless, prompting her to gently struggle. Little brother, I can scarcely breathe, she whispered. My apologies, big sister. I was overly excited. Please forgive me. Yi Ruotian wiped his tears and smiled sheepishly. It's quite all right. I am equally moved. This is not your fault. I understand this feeling, Yi Qinsheng reassured, tenderly caressing Yi Ruotian's face, wiping away his tears, her thoughts remaining untainted by any other notions. However, if she were to lower her gaze, she would perceive the transformation in Yi Ruotian at that moment. By the way, should we share this wonderful news with Brother Yi Tian? He would surely be delighted to learn of my acceptance into Qingbei University, Yi Ruoxuan suggested with a radiant smile, turning to Yi Yunhua. Yet, upon hearing Yi Tian's name, Yi Yunhua's expression shifted, his brows knitting together. Little sister, we are all thrilled for you. Why mention that cold-blooded creature? He will only envy you and will not share in your joy. Yi Qinsheng turned to her, patiently reasoning. Indeed, he has no concern for the Yi family. He is a selfish scoundrel. He is no longer one of us. Cease all contact with him. Yi Luming expressed her disdain vehemently. I apologize, big sisters. It is my fault. I simply thought this good news should be shared with Brother Yi Tian, as he was once my brother. But if you all feel this way, I shall refrain from telling him. Please do not be upset. Yi Ruoxuan lowered her head, feeling remorseful. No, tell him. Call him and let him know this news. Suddenly, Yi Yunhua changed his mind and commanded. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. I realized that my father must want Yi Tian to learn of this news, to continue feeling envy and jealousy. It was also to make him understand that without the Yi family, he is nothing and can attain nothing. To make him regret leaving our family, to lament the loss of us as his kin. Yi Qinsheng suddenly laughed heartily, even filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they enlightened and swelled with pride, as if they could already envision Yi Tian's regretful expression. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Sir, a formal invitation has arrived. The butler respectfully presented the invitation. The crowd turned their attention to it, momentarily forgetting about Yi Tian. Yi Yunhua opened the invitation, glanced at it, then abruptly stood up. His joy was overwhelming, his eyes wide with excitement. Excellent. Truly splendid. Yi Yunhua repeated in delight, growing ever more animated. Father, what is it? Is there a celebratory banquet? Yi Ruoxuan inquired curiously. This is no ordinary banquet. Subsequently, Yi Yunhua placed the invitation on the table. Ruotian and Ruoxuan have both been accepted into Qingbei University. This is a pride for all of Jinling. This invitation was sent by the city's esteemed official. He stated that it has been a long time since Jinling has experienced such honor, and to celebrate the admission of these two scholars to Qingbei University, a grand feast will be held. He will invite prominent business figures to attend, even allowing us to be the distinguished guests. Yi Yunhua's demeanor was one of unparalleled pride, as if he had risen above all. Wonderful. The crowd was even more exhilarated, their smiles broadening. This time, the Yi family truly basked in glory. Since the loss of 50 billion, how many have altered their attitudes towards us? How many have deemed the Yi family to be faltering, distancing themselves from us? How many have secretly sought to undermine the Yi family, eager to seize our wealth? This banquet will unequivocally convey that the Yi family is poised for remarkable success. We, the Yi family, shall even become the foremost prestigious family in Jinling. Yi Yunhua declared with commanding authority, filled with unrestrained arrogance. At that moment, Yi Lingyu gazed at the contents of the invitation and suddenly furrowed her brow. Her smile gradually faded, replaced by astonishment. She was somewhat incredulous and read it several times over, only to confirm she had not misread it. Father, there is something amiss. Aside from the names of our family members, Yi Tian's name is also on here. Chapter 75, A Joint Celebration. What? Upon hearing Yi Tian's name, everyone present was utterly astonished, rushing forward. They clamored to see the names on the invitation, their expressions shifting dramatically. Indeed, there it was, Yi Tian's name. What is going on? How can he possibly be included among the Yi family? Yi Yunhua's expression darkened as he questioned. Indeed, does he not have a household registration with us? How could his name be inscribed there? Qin Wanrong echoed his confusion, inquiring further. The couple exchanged glances, silently speculating. Utterly baffled, could it be that the city chief obtained this information from the education department? Yi Qingcheng bit her lip anxiously, her face a portrait of distress. It seemed that this was the only plausible explanation. Only the education department would possess any links regarding Yi Tian and the Yi family. The city chief, with his extensive connections, would naturally ensure that every member of the Yi family was invited, leaving no one overlooked. Perhaps it was this meticulousness that led to Yi Tian's name being included. Yi Lingyu sighed, her gaze heavy with concern. What are we to do? His name appears on the invitation. Are we truly expected to let him accompany us? Yi Luming muttered in irritation, clearly displeased. The very thought of Yi Tian appearing as part of the Yi family, even dining with them, filled her with discontent. She felt utterly overwhelmed. If we do not wish for him to come, then let us simply not invite him. After all, with so many of us, we do not need him. We can easily concoct an excuse that he does not wish to attend. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Yi Lingyu's mind, and she promptly proposed. Yes. Yi Qingcheng and Yi Luming nodded in agreement, fully endorsing the idea. Only Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian, standing to the side, remained silent, not participating in the discussion. They exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the reason behind Yi Tian's presence on the invitation. However, they too were reluctant for him to join. Fortunately, lacking any desire to express their thoughts, the members of the Yi family began their refusals. Just as the two assumed that Yi Tian would certainly not be able to attend, suddenly, no. Yi Yunhua's voice erupted like a thunderclap, reverberating through the room. What? The crowd was taken aback, all eyes turning toward Yi Yunhua. Father, does this mean you want Yi Tian to go? Even Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan were stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. What does this mean? Darling, why is it not possible? Qin Wanrong hurriedly interjected. This is an invitation from the city chief. When we enter, the guards will certainly verify our numbers. If we are short a person, that will surely raise questions. If this reaches the ears of the city chief, I cannot predict his thoughts on the matter. While one less person may not seem significant, it will undoubtedly leave an impression on the city chief. Perhaps even a negative one. To ensure prudence and to fully comply with the directives of the esteemed mayor, it is best to summon Yi Tian. Under the weight of concern, Yi Yunhua articulated his final decision. The expressions of Yi Qingcheng and the others shifted dramatically, their faces betraying displeasure. Yet, upon reflecting on their father's apprehensions, they found themselves in agreement. After all, this was the esteemed mayor. Father, it's not that we are worried about the mayor. We should invite brother Yi Tian to join us. This is a joyous occasion, and sharing happiness is what I desire most. With brother Yi Tian present, this affair will be truly complete. Yi Ruotian gazed earnestly at Yi Yunhua, speaking with conviction. The subtext of her words revealed her eagerness for Yi Tian's attendance. However, Yi Yunhua had already made his decision, leaving Yi Ruotian with no alternative but to continue in the same vein. You're right, brother. Aren't we supposed to call brother Yi Tian to share the news of my acceptance into Qingbei University? We should also inform him about the banquet. It has been so long since we last saw him, and I am genuinely looking forward to it. Yi Ruoxuan also displayed an expression of anticipation, her bright eyes fixed on Yi Yunhua. It is indeed heartening to see Ruotian and Ruoxuan behave so thoughtfully. It brings comfort to their father. Very well, you may call him, and make sure to remind him about the banquet tomorrow. It must not be forgotten, commanded Yi Yunhua. Okay, I will call him right away. Yi Ruoxuan replied enthusiastically with a smile. Thus, Yi Ruoxuan took out her phone, switched to speaker mode, and promptly dialed Yi Tian's number. Brother Yi Tian. It's me. I have wonderful news to share with you. she exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. On the other end, upon hearing Yi Ruoxuan's voice, Yi Tian felt a wave of nausea. He coldly retorted, "What is it? Has someone from the Yi family passed away?" Yi Ruoxuan's expression faltered slightly, and she cast a timid glance at the others from the Yi family. There stood Yi Yunbua and the others, their faces darkened, eyes blazing with fury, their anger palpable. Such words seemed to curse the entire Yi family. "You insolent fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Even in death, we would not falter. Cease your arrogance." The sisters, Yi Qingcheng and her siblings, erupted in indignation, their voices raised in anger. Their tempers flared, and they yearned to confront Yi Tian directly. At that moment, Yi Yunbua remained silent, merely raising a hand to signal for calm among the group. Yet, his countenance remained icy, his gaze laden with menace. He was undoubtedly incensed by Yi Tian's remarks, but for the sake of the invitation to the banquet, he felt compelled to yield. Seeing this, the sisters of Yi Qingcheng could only temper their emotions and remain silent. "Ah, so the whole family is on the other end of the line. This call was intentionally made to me. What could they possibly want to convey?" Yi Tian scoffed sarcastically and replied coldly, "Brother Yi Tian, the matter is this. I have been accepted into Tsinghua University and Peking University, and I wanted to share this wonderful news with you. Aren't you happy for me? I suppose I have fulfilled a part of your dream as well. Brother Yi Tian, I have worked diligently to achieve this. During this period, I have studied tirelessly, rising early and burning the midnight oil. It has truly been exhausting. It seems that heaven does not overlook any hard-working individual." Yi Ruoxuan spoke with great confidence, boasting about an experience that did not rightfully belong to her. At this moment, the members of the Yi family nodded in satisfaction, their gazes toward Yi Ruoxuan filled with pride. However, on the other side, Yi Tian, upon hearing these words, was instantly consumed with rage. "How dare you say such things to me? What do you wish to boast about? Are you flaunting how you managed to get into Tsinghua University and Peking University without any integrity?" Chapter 76. I agreed. At this moment, Yi Tian was on the verge of a breakdown, as if a powder keg had been ignited. Having encountered Han Yubing and heard her story, his fury intensified. Yi Tian's anger towards the Yi family grew increasingly complex, yet ever more pure. This shameless group had usurped Han Yubing's opportunity, depriving the nation of a true talent. What capabilities does Yi Ruoxuan possess? She can only play the role of a disgraceful harlot, a promiscuous woman. And now, this kind of person, no? This family dared to call him and boast about such matters. How could Yi Tian possibly endure this? He openly expressed his disdain for Yi Ruoxuan, his voice resonating powerfully and unceasingly. When the words shameless harlot were uttered, Yi Ruoxuan's hand trembled violently. A flicker of fierce anger flashed in her eyes. How dare he insult her in such a manner? It was truly infuriating. She even felt too ashamed to look at the other members of the Yi family, fearing the exposure of her seething wrath. Finally, taking a deep breath, she managed to suppress her fury. The Yi family initially intended to curse Yi Tian for humiliating Yi Ruoxuan and to teach him a lesson. However, Yi Yunbua maintained his previous demeanor, casting a cold glance over the crowd, which silenced them. If Yi Tian's humiliation led to his absence from the banquet, it would pose a significant problem. Then, "Brother Yi Tian, what are you saying? I can't comprehend it at all. My acceptance into Tsinghua University and Peking University has shocked the entire Jinling, even drawing the attention of the city's mayor. The mayor wishes to hold a banquet to celebrate our achievements and has invited various prestigious families. Our Yi family is undoubtedly one of the most prominent figures. Your name is even on the invitation. You must come along." In such a situation, it is likely that Brother Yi Tian will only experience this once in his lifetime, so he must cherish this opportunity. Yi Ruoxuan chuckled, her voice as sweet as ever, with a playful and cheerful tone that concealed any trace of anger. The members of the Yi family remained silent, patiently awaiting Yi Tian's response. It was at this moment that Yi Tian's face flushed with anger. The Yi family, who had pridefully seized another's admission qualifications, were invited to a banquet by the city's leader without a hint of shame, even reveling in their audacity. Yi Tian felt a wave of disgust wash over him, his face contorted with disdain. He was on the verge of refusing, feeling too ashamed to associate with the Yi family. However, a thought flashed through his mind. The city leader had once aided him. Had it not been for his intervention outside the hotel, he might have been imprisoned. This made Yi Tian perceive the city leader as a figure of justice. seemingly a commendable individual. The invitation to the Yi family might have stemmed from a misunderstanding of the true events. If he could reveal the truth to the city leader, might it not alter the current circumstances? The truth behind Han Yubing losing her college admission could be unveiled, allowing her to reclaim her rightful place in history as a national treasure. The more Yi Tian contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. After all, during their last encounter, he had left a very favorable impression on the city leader. Faced with this opportunity, Yi Tian could no longer hold back. He needed to achieve his own redemption and rescue the unfortunate soul whose history had been altered due to his own changes in the past. All right, I agree. When is the banquet? Yi Tian responded immediately. You agreed? Yi Ruoxuan appeared visibly anxious and unsettled upon hearing his response. She had not anticipated that Yi Tian would truly consent. Initially, her intention was merely to boast and provoke him into revealing his true nature. Why had he agreed so swiftly? Yi Ruoxuan began to worry about this unexpected turn of events. Could there be a hidden agenda? Even Yi Ruotian was completely taken aback by Yi Tian's response. This was entirely different from the Yi Tian he remembered. Tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon. Don't forget. Yi Yunbo suddenly interjected before abruptly hanging up the phone. He then exhaled a long breath, considering the matter resolved. Wonderful. As long as he agreed. It seems he genuinely wants to partake in the excitement, which is why he consented so quickly. Didn't my sister just mention that this might be Yi Tian's last chance to experience the world? He will surely cherish it. Such a person is pragmatic. However, this will be our only connection with him. We should try to keep our distance in the future. The three sisters of Yi Qingsheng were engaged in fervent discussions. Their disdain for Yi Tian palpable. Stop dawdling. Quickly find your finest attire. Tomorrow, we must dazzle everyone, proclaimed Yi Yunbo with a confident smirk. Before ascending the staircase to his room in search of suitable clothing, the other members of the Yi family soon followed suit, each preparing their outfits for the morrow. In one particular room, a sense of unease hung in the air. What should we do? He did not express anger. In fact, he even acquiesced. I can't shake the feeling that there is something amiss. This is not characteristic of him. He would either endure or refuse, but to comply? Yi Ruoxuan's delicate face bore a hint of worry as she glanced at Yi Ruotian across from her. Perhaps you are correct. This may indeed be seizing a final opportunity. Yet, even if he harbors ulterior motives, how could such a minor figure affect any change? Can he alter your admission status or the Yi family standing? Fear not. He cannot stir the waters. Yi Ruotian reassured Yi Ruoxuan, casually assisting her in shedding her garments as he began to search for complementary attire. His fingers glided over her tender skin, his expression one of calm disdain. Very well, perhaps it is as you say. Yi Ruoxuan could only nod for the moment, though a lingering discomfort remained in her heart. Meanwhile, after concluding a phone call, Yi Tian plunged into contemplation regarding his next course of action. After a considerable time, he finally devised a rather unrefined plan, for this was his only recourse at present. He swiftly dialed a number belonging to a girl he had previously spoken to, Xiaolon. Xiaolon, I have a favor to ask of you. Could you assist me? Yi Tian inquired earnestly. I'm not at the hotel right now. Have you forgotten it's still under renovation? Xiaolon explained. This is not about the hotel. I need you to return to school and print out Han Yubing's past exam scores. Any scores you can find will suffice. I have a significant purpose for this. Yi Tian asserted with conviction. Xiaolon was taken aback upon hearing this. You're not thinking of pursuing her, are you? Chapter 77. Is he a trafficker? Xiaolon was astonished, tinged with disappointment. She had hoped to retain the contact information of this handsome young man, thinking there might be future opportunities. Yet, this call was solely concerning Han Yubing's exam scores. The only conclusion Xiaolon could draw was that Yi Tian intended to pursue her. Pursue her? No, you've misunderstood. I merely wish to assist her. Please, help me. Even if it is for the future of our nation, for the greater good. Yi Tian's tone grew earnest, and the gravity of the conversation left Xiaolon at a loss for how to refuse. If you want to pursue her, then just do so. What is there to hide? Over the 3 years of school, I witnessed her receive love letters every day. You are indeed quite intriguing. Discussing the future of the nation and the righteousness of our people. It is rather annoying, don't you think? Must I conduct my own research? With a deep sigh of discontent, Xiaolan hung up the phone, her disappointment palpable. She had hoped for a delightful surprise. Consequently, she opened her computer and accessed her previous examination results, diligently saved for her own reference. Little did she expect that today, they would prove useful. Xiaolan promptly took screenshots of Han Yubing's examination scores and sent them to Yi Tian. Upon receiving the scores, Yi Tian's eyes momentarily narrowed in surprise. What exceptional results! Truly deserving of being the nation's future cornerstone, particularly in the sciences. He sighed softly, a wave of regret washing over him. Subsequently, he began to search online for a question bank, specifically targeting challenging problems. After printing a document containing 3 significant questions, he attempted to solve them himself. Even he found it took him an hour to arrive at the correct answers. Nevertheless, his anticipation grew, for these 3 questions were pivotal in altering one's destiny. If he found them so arduous, it was a testament to their complexity. Yet, Yi Tian had unwavering faith that Han Yubing would surely succeed, while he was equally certain that Yi Ruoxuan would falter. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jinling No. 1 High School, Han Yubing emerged, her expression one of utter desolation. Tears streaming down her face. Her nose was red, a manifestation of the immense injustice she felt. No matter how fervently she wiped her tears, they continued to flow unabated. She even choked back sobs, yearning to release her pent-up emotions. Leaning gently against the school wall, her body trembled incessantly. Why? Why did it have to be this way? Was there truly no last chance left for her? With a heart full of sorrow, Han Yubing murmured to herself, following her disappointing performance in the college entrance examination. Her thoughts turned solely to repeating the year. Thus, she gathered her materials and returned to the school to register for retaking the year. As a former top student, she was precisely the type of candidate the school coveted. After a year of repeating, many students achieved their desired university placements, significantly enhancing the school's admission rate for the subsequent year. Thus, Han Yubing felt little psychological pressure as she approached the administrative office. However, upon seeing her name, the staff seemed perturbed, failing to process her request and instead directing her to the principal's office without further explanation. Upon arriving at the principal's office, Han Yubing was confronted with even graver news. Dear student Han, I am truly sorry, but the slots for repeating this year are already filled. You cannot enroll. The most critical point was that your recent examination performance has adversely affected the school's admission rate, leading many parents to lose their trust. You had performed so well before. How could you not even reach the second-tier university cutoff this time? Perhaps you were simply not meant for this line of work. It would be wiser to seek employment at a factory, Wang Jigang suggested with a demeanor brimming with concern. He continued to recount the prospects of a certain establishment owned by the Yi family, which purportedly offered lucrative opportunities. However, as he spoke, Han Yubing found herself unable to grasp the latter part of his words. The initial phrases struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly bewildered. No opportunity for a repeat examination? How could the slots be filled so soon? The thought that her recent poor performance might have spawned unfounded rumors consumed her. Overwhelmed by despair, tears streamed down her face as she chose to depart, lamenting the injustice of fate and the harshness of the world. Little did she know that Wang Jigang's insistence on barring her from retaking the exams stemmed from a monetary transaction. Her academic standing had been manipulated to become that of Yi Ruoxuan. Should Han Yubing decide to undertake the college entrance examination again, she would likely encounter unnecessary complications. Such a minor character was destined to fade into oblivion. At that moment, having shed all her tears, Han Yubing stared vacantly at the school that had consumed 3 years of her effort. Now, she was about to bid it farewell, stepping into the realm of adulthood and the workforce. Just then, a speeding vehicle came to an abrupt halt, filling the air with the acrid scent of burning rubber. Drawn by the commotion, Han Yubing turned to see a black Audi, its license plate starkly white, immediately raising her suspicions. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and sporting black-rimmed glasses, emerged from the vehicle. He approached her with a courteous demeanor, scrutinizing her intently. "Excuse me, are you Miss Han Yubing?" he inquired. Yes, I am," Han Yubing replied, her heart racing with anxiety, as it was the first time someone had addressed her in such a formal manner. "Indeed. Please accompany us. Someone wishes to meet you," the man explained. "Meet me? Who is it?" Han Yubing asked, her brows knitted in confusion. Instinctively, she took a step back. Her caution heightened. "This discussion is not suitable here. May we converse in the vehicle?" he suggested. "No, I have other matters to attend to. I must return home. Please do not follow me. If there is something urgent, contact my parents," Han Yubing declared, her wariness palpable as she swiftly turned and fled. She was not one to place her trust in strangers, especially having heard numerous accounts of college students being abducted and taken to remote villages. Fearful that these individuals might be traffickers, she sought to distance herself from them. After half an hour of navigating buses and taxis, Han Yubing hoped to have evaded her pursuers. Upon her return home, she was momentarily taken aback. The middle-aged man she had encountered earlier had already arrived at her residence. Bing Bing, come here quickly, someone is looking for you. You must cooperate, do you understand? Both her parents, Han father and Han mother, displayed signs of agitation. Even a hint of awkwardness. What does he want with me? Han Yubing felt an increasing sense of anxiety as she glanced at the middle-aged man. At that moment, he merely offered a gentle smile, his gaze soft. Naturally, it is to present you with an opportunity to alter your destiny. Chapter 78. The intricacies of tea in a reception room. The decor exuded a rather somber ambience, permeated by an air of indifference and stillness. Two men sat across from each other, with a tea table positioned between them. A graceful woman was preparing tea. Mayor, I have given this considerable thought. Jinling possesses numerous prime locations suitable for the establishment of public fitness and recreational facilities. On behalf of the Jiang family of Kyoto, I propose a donation for the construction of these recreational sites, with an anticipated total of 22 locations. Moreover, we shall also assist with this year's municipal greening efforts in Jinling, ensuring that you achieve remarkable results that will capture the attention of the higher-ups. Sun Sin spoke with utmost respect as he served the tea. Mr. Sun, you are being overly gracious. This is quite extravagant, Guan Xiong remarked casually. Yet a smile crept upon his lips, revealing his satisfaction with the other's conduct. What extravagance! This is all for the benefit of the people of Jinling, to enhance their quality of life. It is also to ensure that the common folk have the opportunity to engage in physical exercise. In this fast-paced society, what we lack the most is a healthy body. These facilities will allow the citizens of Jinling to sweat and exercise together in the evenings. How blissful! Sun Sin chuckled lightly. Mr. Sun, your considerations are truly thorough, Guan Xiong replied with a subtle smile and a nod. However, Sun San's generosity was not without ulterior motives. He required Guan Xiong's assistance with a particular task. Out of respect for the Jiang family, Guan Xiong would find this endeavor to be a mere trifle. Nevertheless, the stature of the Jiang family must be upheld. By donating these resources to Jinling, he aimed to showcase their affluence. More importantly, it would grant Guan Xiong a sense of fulfillment, as these municipal projects would serve as notable achievements. I find myself rather curious. What connection do Yi Tian and Han Yubing have with the Jiang family? It seems Mr. Sun is quite eager. It must be a descendant of the Jiang family, I presume. Guan Xiong inquired casually. At that moment, Sun Sin slightly raised his eyelids and said nothing, yet this silence spoke volumes. Aware that he had spoken too much, Guan Xiong decided against lingering. Well then, Mr. Sun, please continue your work. I must prepare for the banquet. I certainly do not wish for any oversight this time. Otherwise, I would truly feel remiss for the fine tea you have so graciously brewed. Guan Xiong smiled faintly and stood up, preparing to depart. The tea leaves are not mine. You may take them with you. Let the head of the Yi family have a taste, and he will surely comprehend. Sun San set down his teacup with a serene smile before departing first. Guan Xiong, however, gazed at the bag of tea leaves on the table, his brow furrowing slightly. Sir, the lady responsible for brewing the tea hastily approached, delivering the bag into Guan Xiong's hands. It seems these tea leaves harbor some secrets, he chuckled softly, a hint of reflection in his tone. Nevertheless, he paid little heed and took the tea leaves with him as he left. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, the family gathered joyfully around the dining table for a meal. Brother, now that I am also on vacation, where shall we go for some fun? Jiang Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she fixed her gaze on Yi Tian. After all, their parents had promised that during the summer break, they could choose a destination for a family outing. Anywhere you wish to go? Yi Tian inquired. I have so many places in mind. For instance, climbing the Great Wall, visiting the Terracotta Army, ascending Mount Tai. Jiang Yan's mind swiftly conjured numerous options, places she had long desired to visit but had never found the time to explore. You silly girl, how could you possibly visit so many places in one summer? Dongfang Hui chuckled, shaking her head. Yi Tian and Jiang Nan joined in her laughter. What does it matter? As long as there is a will, we can go wherever we please. Jiang Yin declared with unwavering determination. It seems it is an absolute must. Xiaodian, when do you plan to go? Jiang Nan asked. I do not plan to go just yet, as I still have matters to attend to. I wanted to inform you that I will be stepping out tomorrow, Yi Tian replied, a hint of gravity crossing his face. Where are you going? Jiang Nin inquired. The Yi family called, stating that there is a banquet I must attend. It is hosted by the mayor to celebrate the Yi family's contributions of 2 students to Qingbei University. Thus, I intend to go. There are matters I need to address. Yi Tian stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. The Jiang family members fell into a contemplative hush, exchanging glances filled with complexity. Brother, please do not go. The Yi family are all scoundrels. They surely wish to scheme against you. It is truly dangerous. Will you reconsider? Jiang Yin interjected immediately, her heart brimming with resistance. In her mind, the Yi family represented a band of petty individuals, a faction of malefactors. Even if they extended an invitation to Yi Tian for the banquet, their intentions were certainly nefarious. Do not worry, I know how to handle it, Yi Tian reassured her. Yet, he acknowledged, in truth, Xiaoyan is not entirely mistaken. This banquet may indeed be precarious. It would be wise to refrain from attending. Jiang Nin exhibited a similar attitude, earnestly advising, Xiao Tian, we do not wish to restrict your personal freedom. We are merely concerned for your safety. The banquet hosted by the city lord is undoubtedly grand. If you attend, the dangers will be magnified, and our worries will intensify. Dongfang Hui patiently interjected. Their gazes met, casting shadows of doubt in their hearts. Jiang Nin had merely allowed Sun San to devise his own plans, unaware of the particulars of his arrangements. Now, hearing that Yi Tian intended to personally attend the banquet hosted by the city lord filled them with apprehension. I have compelling reasons to attend. However, rest assured, it is in the presence of the city lord. How could I possibly encounter danger? Yi Tian replied with a calm smile, offering reassurance. Observing his resolute demeanor, the others ceased their objections. Subsequently, the family continued their meal. Upon returning to their room, Jiang Nin promptly called Sun San. Eager to uncover the details of his plans and the rationale behind involving Yi Tian. Young master, in order to secure an enrollment spot for the young master, his presence is essential. This evidence positions him as the most compelling witness. In front of everyone, having the young master reclaim his enrollment alongside Han Yubing is the most reasonable arrangement. Sun Sen explained candidly. Jiang Nin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before letting out a sigh. Very well, ensure that everything is properly arranged, and exercise caution. Avoid any blunders. Jiang Nin expressed his concern before ending the call. How did it go? Dongfang Hui inquired with concern. Have faith in him. He is a talent I have great confidence in and will not let me down. Jiang Nin asserted with conviction. Chapter 79. The significance of the backpack the following day. The entire Jinling was enveloped in a state of heightened tension. A piece of news swept through the streets and alleys, making it known to an ever-growing number of people in Jinling. Have you heard? The dragon and phoenix of the Yi family in Jinling have actually gained admission to Qingbei University. Truly a stroke of fortune. Previously, the Yi family had suffered a loss of 5 billion, but it seems this aligns with the saying, a blessing in disguise. This time, the city lord himself hosted a banquet to invite the heads of affluent families. The Yi family had undeniably risen to prominence. How enviable. Typically, only the heads of those wealthy families in Jinling can attend. It must be a lavish affair, something we may never experience in our lifetime. The venue for the banquet was the most opulent waterfront hotel in all of Jinling. Even reaching the hotel required a boat ride, further emphasizing the significance of social status and financial capability. On the river, speedboats and yachts dotted the surface like scattered leaves. As the affluent heads of families made their way to the waterfront hotel, creating a scene of extraordinary hustle and bustle. How shall we make our way there? Should we also rent a speedboat? Yi Luming exclaimed with delight, gazing ahead with excitement. Rent? That would be too dismissive of the Yi family's status. We shall purchase one outright. Today, we are the protagonists. How can we allow ourselves to be looked down upon? Whoever wishes to go to the hotel, the Yi family shall cover the expenses. It is but a trifling amount. Yet, what truly matters is that everyone remembers the Yi family. Yi Yunbo declared with an air of authority, his lips curling into a confident smile. Thus, they proceeded to charter several vessels, ferrying numerous guests to the hotel. Many individuals eagerly greeted the members of the Yi family, instilling in them a profound sense of vanity, which they took great pride in. At that moment, Yi Tian arrived. He surveyed the multitude of boats and could not help but marvel at the scene. He had not anticipated such a gathering of affluent families. The scale of the vessels even surpassed that of the previous dragon boat races. However, Yi Tian found himself in a dilemma, unsure of how to gain entry. Just then, he noticed a group of young people approaching, their attire suggesting affluence. What is this? The Yi family has chartered the boats? How pretentious. Indeed. Just because they were accepted into prestigious universities like Qingbei, what is there to boast about? If it weren't for my family insisting I join, I would not have come at all. The crowd murmured their discontent, brimming with dissatisfaction. Yet, in the end, they boarded the boats nonetheless. Yi Tian regarded the vessels with a hint of disdain. It was undeniably pretentious. Nevertheless, this was entirely in line with the Yi family's traditional style. Tightening the straps of his backpack, he too boarded a boat and departed. Upon arriving at the hotel, he was met with an overwhelming throng of people, so dense that movement was nearly impossible. Yi Tian, come here quickly. Yi Tian felt a bit bewildered when a voice called out, drawing his gaze. However, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing a hint of distaste. What are you dawdling about for? Hurry up. Yi Qingqing's expression was grim as she beckoned him over. Not just her. Yi Yunbua and the others were all glaring at Yi Tian, visibly irate. They could have entered the hotel and enjoyed a more comfortable setting, yet had to wait outside solely for Yi Tian's sake. According to the invitation stipulations, Yi Yunbua and the others were required to accompany Yi Tian. Yi Tian remained silent as he approached Yi Yunbua and the others. Once inside, do not utter a word or engage in any action. Otherwise, should you meet your demise later, you will not even comprehend how it transpired. Yi Yunbua threatened coldly. Yi Tian remained silent, unwilling to acknowledge Yi Yunbua's presence. He did not respond. Many observed that Yi Tian's demeanor seemed merely the result of being rendered speechless by fear. Brother Yi Tian, I truly must thank you this time. Without you, we might never have had the opportunity to come here. Yi Ruotian chuckled warmly as he approached. Yi Tian cast a sidelong glance, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Yi Ruotian. He was acutely aware that the Yi family had grown exceedingly arrogant. After all, they were the protagonists of the current event. Brother Yi Tian, have you considered repeating a year? I've heard that some schools are particularly keen on enrolling students who excel academically, but have unfortunately missed the mark. If you were to apply, you would undoubtedly be in high demand. What do you think? Would you like to give it a try? Yi Ruoxuan smiled sweetly, her eyes soft as they focused on Yi Tian, seemingly awaiting his response. No need for that. Hurry and join the banquet. Yi Tian coldly reprimanded. His attitude immediately caused the members of the Yi family to furrow their brows, their displeasure palpable and anger simmering within. What is this attitude of yours? Is it wrong for your younger siblings to speak to you like this? Who do you think you are to act so arrogantly over such trivial matters? Yi Qingcheng demanded indignantly. Indeed, who are you putting on airs for? Do you believe we are unworthy of entering this place alongside you? Yi Lingyu shouted furiously. The crowd erupted in condemnation, their disdain for Yi Tian evident. Yet, Yi Tian remained indifferent, standing silently as if untouched by their vitriol. It was at this moment that Yi Luming suddenly sensed something amiss. What is that in your backpack? Yi Lingyu inquired, her brow furrowing in impatience. As her voice rang out, others turned their attention to Yi Tian's bag, curiosity piqued about its contents. Given that so many distinguished family heads had gathered solely to attend the banquet, it was baffling that Yi Tian appeared in such a pitiful state, carrying a mere package. Quickly discard it. We wouldn't want to be the subject of ridicule. Yi Yunbua urged, his brow creased as he spoke coldly. This is something I will not throw away. If you wish for me to leave, I shall do so immediately. If you intend to restrict my freedom, then so be it, Yi Tian declared, clutching his backpack as he turned to depart. In that instant, the members of the Yi family were taken aback, their expressions darkening. They had merely intended to reprimand Yi Tian for his inappropriate behavior, but instead, he had the audacity to threaten them in return. What audacity he possessed! Stop! Let us see what is inside. You may take it with you. Yi Yunbua immediately displayed a vexed expression, hastily advising against it. Only then did Yi Tian pause. He needed to enter, but he required a significant degree of autonomy. If he wished to observe, then so be it. Unperturbed, Yi Tian opened his backpack for all to see. Chapter 80. The banquet commences before long. The members of the Yi family craned their necks to look. Upon glimpsing the contents within, they could not help but furrow their brows, a hint of disdain manifesting on their faces. Inside lay merely a few sheets of paper. haphazardly arranged. Humph, truly a case of an old dog unable to change its ways. To attend such a grand occasion, one would prepare such worthless items. What? Are you saving them to sell as scrap? Yi Qingqing scoffed. I suspect this backpack is merely for stashing food later, perhaps desserts or dishes, to take back for his family of paupers. Only he could engage in such uncouth behavior. Yi Luming burst into laughter, continuing her mockery. Hearing their remarks, Yi Tian's expression grew increasingly sullen, especially as that icy gaze became as sharp as a blade. Observing this, Yi Qingqing and Yi Luming fell silent, not wishing to provoke Yi Tian further and risk his reluctance to remain at the banquet. All right, let us not quarrel. Brother Yi Tian is merely embodying the spirit of frugality, a principle I learned about in books. We should aspire to his ethos, shouldn't we, mother and father? Yi Ruoxuan smiled sweetly, her gaze directed at Yi Yunhua and Qin Wanro. The two nodded, their eyes filled with scorn, though they too felt discontent. It was all in an effort to keep Yi Tian present. Let us hurry inside, lest we keep others waiting. After all, we are the protagonists, and many are awaiting our arrival. Yi Yunhua commanded with an air of superiority. The group nodded in agreement and proceeded inside. You better keep up, lest you become a source of mockery. Stay right behind us. Do not engage in any actions or utter any words, understood? If you are expelled for your loose tongue, we cannot assist you. Yi Lingyu cast a cold glance at Yi Tian, cautioning him. However, Yi Tian remained oblivious, offering no response. His mind was consumed with a singular thought, how to converse with the city lord. But if he spoke out of turn, would he indeed be expelled? In that case, he would lose the only opportunity to explain himself to the city lord. With this thought, a trace of worry crossed Yi Tian's face. This matter must be approached with caution. Before long, the Yi family had arrived at the venue. The entire hall was resplendent, adorned with lavish decor. The atmosphere evoked a sense of intoxication amidst opulence. Surrounded by numerous affluent families, adorned in exquisite attire, the atmosphere buzzed with lively conversation and clinking goblets. It was precisely at the moment when the Yi family entered that an increasing number of gazes converged upon them. Soon, everyone rushed over, each individual brimming with excitement. Oh, it has been far too long since we last saw the head of the Yi family. Your lineage truly produces dragons and phoenixes, which is nothing short of enviable. Those who have been accepted into prestigious universities such as Tsinghua and Beida are destined for a future radiant with potential. If the Yi family ascends to become the foremost house in Jinling, do not forget us mere mortals. The crowd eagerly engaged in animated conversation with Yi Yunhua, their expressions filled with fervor. They yearned to forge connections with the Yi family, almost to the point of claiming kinship. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my son, Yi Ruotian, and my daughter, Yi Ruoxuan. They will require your guidance and support here in Jinling. Yi Yunhua remarked with a serene smile as he introduced his children. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, both exceedingly well-mannered, greeted the prominent families with dulcet voices, endearing themselves to the onlookers. The three sisters of the Yi family, standing behind, wore expressions of pride and contentment, occasionally casting disdainful glances toward Yi Tian. My younger brother and sister are truly a source of pride. How can they be so exceptional? They far surpass those who are merely adept at thievery. The future they shall carve cannot be compared to the likes of those worthless individuals. Yi Luming scoffed, her gaze directed pointedly at Yi Tian, the implication of her scorn unmistakable. Second sister, your words are misplaced. Comparing such individuals to refuse is an insult to refuse itself. Their mere existence is a waste of air, evoking nothing but contempt. They are destined to scuttle about like cockroaches in dark, damp corners. Yi Qingqing chimed in, echoing the denigration of Yi Tian in every syllable. Eldest sister, second sister, I must assert that you are mistaken. My younger brother and sister are the chosen ones, destined for greatness. They are akin to celestial dragons and phoenixes, far too lofty to even glance at ants beneath them. Each individual has their own path to traverse, and refuse finds amusement in its own way, Yi Lingyu remarked with a light-hearted laugh. The trio continued their relentless barrage of insults and ridicule directed at Yi Tian, growing increasingly animated in their derision. They were eager to name him directly, to publicly denounce him as a failure. Yet, at that moment, Yi Tian's attention was captivated by the crowd around him. He scanned each face, searching for the city leader, but after a prolonged search, he found no trace of Guanxiong. It seems the city leader is not present here, Yi Tian sighed with resignation. It appears I shall have to continue waiting. The sound of a sigh was captured by Qin Wanrong. Her brow furrowed, revealing her displeasure. What are you sighing about? Your sisters are merely advising you. They have your best interests at heart. You must heed their words and make amends to witness any change in your future. Qin Wanrong lectured. Mother, do not be so kind to him. Will he even listen? Look at him, so nonchalant. Who wouldn't find that exasperating? Let him languish in this state, rotting away. A waste for eternity. Yi Qingqing interjected. Alas, there seems to be no remedy. Qin Wanrong shook her head, her expression filled with helplessness. The glances exchanged among Yi Qingqing and the others towards Yi Tian were imbued with a sense of triumph. Even their mother had ceased to counsel him, which spoke volumes about Yi Tian's ineptitude. At that moment, Yi Tian could no longer suppress a laugh. Is it not a bit excessive for you to indulge in such self-deception? Have you considered that your worthless brother gained admission to Qingbei University through his own merit? Without me, what chance would he have at that opportunity? And that wretched sister of mine, what right does she have to attend Qingbei? If she had not usurped someone else's admission, she would have never laid eyes on an acceptance letter in her life. Chapter 81. Come, brew a pot of tea. Yi Tian mocked unabashedly, his words sharp as a blade. For Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, he could only muster disdain. What dragon and phoenix? Nonsense. They were merely two rats scuttling in the shadows, plucked from obscurity. Aspiring to soar? One must possess the requisite ability. At that moment, Qin Wanrong and Yi Qingqing widened their eyes in fury. They had not anticipated Yi Tian would so brazenly insult Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. Nor could they believe he would audaciously speak such truths. Lower your voice. Do you wish for everyone to hear? Do you think anyone would believe your words? If you continue with this nonsense, someone might just throw you out. Yi Qingqing threatened coldly. Yi Tian's expression remained impassive as he silently regarded her. His eyes, sharp and piercing, sparkled like the edge of a blade. He uttered no words, yet Yi Qingqing felt an undeniable pressure emanating from him. It seemed she could sense that Yi Tian was anticipating something, perhaps planning an action. Eldest sister, cease your attempts to counsel him. Have someone remove him. I can hardly bear it any longer. He rambles incessantly. Who would care to engage with him? Yi Luming cast a scornful glance at Yi Tian. Indeed. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak of them? Their futures are filled with boundless possibilities, while you are destined to remain a mere rodent. Spare us your envy, will you? Yi Lingyu glared at Yi Tian, reprimanding him with evident disdain. Enough about him. Perhaps his behavior is merely a result of nervousness. From now on, let us exercise caution in our words and actions. Do you understand? Qin Wanrong promptly reminded. Yes. Yi Lingyu and the others nodded in agreement. Only Yi Tian maintained an expression of calm detachment, standing still and observing the surroundings. Searching for the figure of the city lord. Stand still and do not look around, scolded Yi Qingqing sharply. You are currently associated with the Yi family. How would it appear if others saw you behaving so inappropriately? Lower your head. Despite her harsh tone, Yi Tian remained indifferent, gazing into the distance. The three sisters of the Yi family were naturally incensed by his demeanor. Just as they were about to speak, a voice rang out from afar. The city lord has arrived. At this announcement, the crowd stirred, turning their gazes to welcome the most significant presence. Guan Xiong, clad in formal attire, approached with an imposing aura, eliciting thunderous applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. I have prepared a feast. Let us dine and converse, Guan Xiong said softly. Yes. The heads of various prominent families nodded enthusiastically, filled with excitement as they immediately took their designated seats according to the invitations. The Yi family, occupying the prime table, garnered envious glances from many. Yi Yunbo sat at the head of the table, exuding an air of superiority, his demeanor haughty, almost dismissive of those around him. His position at the foremost table signified his rising status, especially considering that both his son and daughter had been accepted into Tsinghua and Peking University. This honor was unparalleled in Jinling. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all my esteemed guests. This banquet is held in celebration of the two young members of the Yi family who have gained admission to Tsinghua and Peking University. Let the feast begin. Let us celebrate as we dine. Guan Xiong spoke gently, offering reassurance. At his command, servants began to bring out an array of exquisite dishes, filling each table with culinary delights. It was evident that Guan Xiong placed great importance on this banquet. The heads of the wealthy families, seasoned in the art of fine dining, could easily discern the significance of the event, making them increasingly cautious to avoid offending their host. City Lord, I have something to say. Suddenly, Yi Tian stood up, opening his backpack to retrieve a scroll. This was the perfect opportunity for him, as the distance was so close that he could convey his message swiftly. His bold action left the crowd momentarily stunned, curious about the intentions of this young member of the Yi family. The members of the Yi family were visibly unsettled, their expressions shifting dramatically. They were uncertain of Yi Tian's intentions, but it was undoubtedly something abrupt. Yi Yunhua could not contain his rising anger, while Yi Qingsheng and the others were expressions that were dark and foreboding. After all, they occupied the foremost table, the center of attention for all present. Should Yi Tian create any disturbance, it would result in a significant embarrassment for the Yi family in front of the prominent figures of Jinling. Moreover, what right did he have to address the city as chief official? Simultaneously, Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian exchanged a glance, their faces paling with trepidation. Could it be that Yi Tian intended to reveal the truth about their acceptance to Qingbei University? Yet, even if he did, who would believe him? Did he possess any evidence? At that moment, Yi Tian had already reached into his bag, prepared to present the proof. However, in the next instant, hold on, young man. Don't be too hasty. The main event is only just beginning. Take your time to observe, Guan Xiong remarked cryptically, a knowing smile playing upon his lips that hinted at deeper layers of meaning. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. What grand spectacle! I've seen you before, outside the hotel. Your presence at this banquet has indeed taken me by surprise. Are you perhaps related to them? Guan Xiong inquired loudly, deliberately drawing attention. At his words, many in the crowd narrowed their eyes in astonishment, recognizing Yi Tian's identity. It was this man who had appeared outside the hotel where the Yi family was hosting the banquet. He was the one who had inadvertently caused the fire. Had it not been for the city as chief official, this young man might have faced dire consequences. My relationship with them depends on their perspective, Yi Tian replied icily, his gaze slowly drifting toward the Yi family members. Clearly, he intended for the Yi family to clarify their connection. Yi family head, can anyone explain who this young brother is to your esteemed family? What brings him here with you? Guan Xiong continued to press. Yi Yunhua hesitated, his demeanor growing increasingly tense. Numerous potential answers flitted through his mind. A biological son? That was absolutely off the table. A servant? What sort of servant would share a table with their master? A distant relative? Would that not be a slap in the face given the hotel incident? After much contemplation, Yi Yunhua remained silent, revealing nothing. The other members of the Yi family appeared particularly anxious, uncertain of what to say. Yi family head, if you prefer not to speak, that is acceptable. Just look at your perspiration. Someone, please prepare a pot of fine tea for the Yi family head. Let him take a moment to collect himself. Guan Xiong waved his hand grandly, signaling for assistance. Soon, a subordinate approached, respectfully preparing a pot of tea for the Yi family. Yi Yunhua's countenance was decidedly grim as he incessantly wiped the perspiration from his forehead. A mounting sense of unease enveloped him, as if something was amiss. Just moments ago, Yi Tian had attempted to voice something, but was halted by the mayor, ostensibly for the sake of the Yi family. Yet it felt more like a prelude to something sinister. Yi family head, please enjoy some tea, Guan Xiong remarked with a faint smile, gesturing amiably. Indeed. Yi Yunhua replied awkwardly, lifting the teacup to savor its contents. What is the flavor like? Guan Xiong inquired with curiosity. It is quite pleasant. Refreshing and mellow, clearly of superior quality, Yi Yunhua hastily elucidated. That is splendid, as long as you enjoy it, Yi family head. After the banquet concludes, feel free to take these teas with you. Do indulge in them, Guan Xiong explained with a light laugh. Ah, that seems somewhat inappropriate. Yi Yunhua replied with a bitter smile. Why so? Are we still being formal with one another? Guan Xiong countered. That is not the case. Then I shall graciously accept your offer, Yi Yunhua conceded with a nod. At that moment, all present were intensely focused, sensing that this banquet was indeed extraordinary, as if it were a precursor to something significant. Ladies and gentlemen, the dishes have been served. Shall we not partake? Guan Xiong gestured. Upon these words, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, indulging in the feast, though their glances frequently darted towards Guan Xiong, creating a rather comical scene. Mayor, I truly have something to say. Yi Tian raised his head once more, fixing his fervent gaze upon Guan Xiong, his heart racing with anticipation. His hands were poised within his bag, ready to unveil the so-called evidence he had long awaited. Young brother, do not be hasty. I have already mentioned that you should enjoy your meal. Today is a day for celebration. There is no rush to speak of certain matters. Guan Xiong reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Yi Tian pursed his lips, his spirits gradually sinking. He yearned to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. In such a setting, any reckless utterance could lead to his expulsion. He hesitated. Meanwhile, Guan Xiong sauntered toward the back, arriving at his dining table, where he leisurely began to savor his meal, occasionally sipping his drink. It appeared that he had truly come merely to dine. Be mindful, or I shall hold you accountable. If you utter any more absurdities, I will make you pay dearly. Yi Yun's face turned ashen, his fury palpable. Did you not observe the mayor's demeanor towards you? Were it not for the multitude of guests present, he would have expelled you long ago. Speak further, and you shall regret it for a lifetime. Yi Qingcheng chimed in, her voice low yet seething with indignation. Little Tian, why must you act this way? The Yi family has treated you with such kindness, yet are you still unsatisfied? If you continue to speak recklessly here, do you truly believe anyone will take you seriously? Qin Wanrong implored softly, her voice laden with sighs. The disappointment in Yi Tian was palpable in her words. Surely you are aware of the adage that one with little influence should remain silent? You are a failure. Simply sit quietly and refrain from meddling in matters beyond your grasp. Speak too much, and someone will set you straight. Yi Luming's voice was cold and unwavering. We are doing this for your own good. Do not be ungrateful. If you offend the city mayor or others here, you will find no mercy. Yi Lingyu's tone was frigid, thick with menace. The entire Yi family was urging Yi Tian to reconsider. Brother Yi Tian, if you have something to say, please wait until we return home. I can agree to any conditions you may have. If you wish to slander me, must you also involve the family? Yi Ruoxuan murmured. Her voice choked with emotion as she wiped away tears. Brother Yi Tian, if you have grievances, direct them at me, spare my sister and the family. If your intent is to ruin my reputation, I can endure it. Even if it leads to my utter downfall, I will not waver. Is that clear? Yi Ruotian declared solemnly, his expression grave and resolute. This spirit of self-sacrifice stirred the hearts of the Yi family members, whose gazes were now filled with rage. Fixed intently on Yi Tian. Yi Tian's countenance darkened, his brow furrowed as he turned away, disinterested in the family's pleas. Glancing back, he noticed the city mayor still enjoying his meal and drink. What was he waiting for? It was at this moment that he recalled the city mayor personally brewing this exquisite tea for him. Such an honor, who else could claim it? The flavor was indeed exceptional, quite costly, and somewhat familiar. Yi Yunbo remarked softly, savoring the tea, his expression regaining its former delight. Father, you are the patriarch of today's two protagonists, naturally deserving of special consideration. Yi Qingcheng smiled lightly, her tone respectful. Well said indeed. You truly understand your father. Discerning the mayor's intentions, Yi Yunbo beamed, thoroughly pleased. In no time, after several rounds of drink, the gathering grew increasingly jovial. Suddenly, Guan Xiong rose, raising his glass towards the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have feasted and enjoyed ourselves. Let us raise our glasses in celebration of the Yi family's fortunate turn of events. It is a rare occurrence for a prestigious family to have two prodigious children emerge simultaneously. How long has it been since we have heard such news in Jinling? With you two as exemplars, the future of education in Jinling is bound to gain significant recognition. Hope prevails that in the future, more scholars shall gain admission to their desired institutions. Guan Xiong spoke eloquently, and upon concluding, raised his glass in camaraderie with the others. Every face radiated joy, laughter illuminating their expressions. They were acutely aware that the presence of two students from Qingbei University within the Yi family was indeed remarkable. The esteemed mayor could not merely attribute this to the fortune of the Yi family. Rather, it was due to the fact that my son and daughter were born in Jinling, which bestowed upon them this serendipity. Had they been born in another city, their admission to Qingbei University would have been improbable. Yi Yunbo suddenly stood, exuding a blend of gratitude and flattery as he gazed at Guan Xiong. He then lifted his cup in respectful toast. Observing this, the other members of the Yi family followed suit, their expressions tinged with excitement. The head of the Yi family truly displayed humility. Guan Xiong smiled lightly and joined in the toast, while Yi Tian remained seated, motionless. He could no longer contain himself. As the gathering reached its climax, he realized that if he did not speak now, he might miss his chance entirely. Even if he were to be expelled, it mattered not. Esteemed mayor, I have something to convey. Chapter 83. Three Mathematical Problems. Yi Tian promptly rose and retrieved a stack of documents from his backpack, offering them forward. Yet, halfway through his motion, he was halted by the guards, unable to approach any nearer. A sense of despair washed over Yi Tian. It appeared that he was powerless to proceed. Even the opportunity to approach the esteemed mayor eluded him. "Young man, it seems you are quite anxious. Are these gifts from the Yi family?" The esteemed mayor remarked with a faint smile, gesturing for someone to come forward. Instantly, an individual approached and collected all that Yi Tian held. The members of the Yi family felt a chill run down their spines. What secrets did those papers hold? They had previously inspected Yi Tian's bag and found only those documents. Initially indifferent, their interest now surged, transforming into something critical. What lay within? The faces of the Yi family paled, beads of sweat forming upon their brows, their gazes turning vacant. The onlookers, too, became increasingly curious. The heads of the prestigious families adopting a spectator's stance, their attention fixated ahead. At that moment, the documents were placed in Guan Xiong's hands. He skimmed through them briefly. They merely contained some examination scores. However, upon seeing the names inscribed, Guan Xiong instantly comprehended Yi Tian's intentions. Nevertheless, he maintained a mild smile, choosing not to expose him. This young brother certainly knows how to seize the moment. The three mathematical problems he presented are beyond my comprehension, leaving me feeling somewhat inadequate. Did he intend to demonstrate, in this setting, the extraordinary intellect possessed by the students of Qingbei University? If so, let the members of the Yi family take the stage. Guan Xiong smiled lightly and gestured accordingly. Yi Tian let out a sigh of relief. Ultimately, the three questions were indeed utilized. However, Yi Tian felt somewhat perplexed. The unfolding of events seemed too seamless, as if Guan Xiong were fully aware of his intentions, immediately suggesting that the Yi family members tackle the problems. Ruotian, Ruoxuan, step forth. You must strive to solve these two questions and bring glory to our Yi family. Let those who wish to see us fail understand how ludicrous their thoughts are. Yi Yunbo spoke coldly, his voice laced with an icy threat. Subsequently, both Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan advanced. They shared a glance with Yi Tian, their eyes filled with a peculiar expression. The type of person they had just described was indeed Yi Tian. Had he come to this banquet solely to solve questions? How utterly laughable. Both of them scoffed derisively, remaining unfazed. Below the stage, murmurs arose among the crowd. How intriguing. Members of the Yi family posed the questions, and members of the Yi family answered them. Was this a self-directed performance? It seemed rather uninteresting. After all, they were the main characters. Let the Yi family take the spotlight while we simply applaud. Guan Xiong caught wind of these remarks. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Clearly, as he had anticipated, everyone appeared somewhat dissatisfied. It seems you all have brought your families. Why not have them join in the challenge? If anyone can solve these three questions in the shortest amount of time, I shall bestow a reward. Guan Xiong proposed. Upon hearing this, many affluent heads of families exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They had not anticipated the addition of another entertaining segment. If they could successfully solve the questions in public, would that not be a moment of pride before the city's dignitaries? Moreover, if they could outpace the Yi family's children in solving the problems, wouldn't that prove their own offspring to be quite capable? Hurry up. Can you not bring honor to your father? All eyes are on this occasion. After sending you to such a prestigious school and enrolling you in numerous tutoring sessions, you must show your worth. Do not bring disgrace upon me. Do you understand? Numerous wealthy heads of families urged their children to step forward and answer the questions. In that moment, it had become a competition of offspring. You, boy, why don't you also come up and tackle the questions? After all, you have nothing better to do. Give it a try? Guan Xiong directed his gaze toward Yi Tian. Me? Yi Tian furrowed his brow in surprise. He had merely intended to prove that the two members of the Yi family lacked the capability to solve the questions, never considering the need to demonstrate his own aptitude. The esteemed city lord, this question was originally posed by him. Surely he lacks the qualifications. After all, he must already know the answer, rendering the problem-solving exercise meaningless. Yi Yunbo hurriedly explained, fearing that due to Yi Tian, they might forfeit this opportunity to showcase the Yi family's prowess. That seems reasonable, then. Let us commence with the problem-solving. Guan Xiong remarked with a calm smile. I shall summon another individual to join us. She happens to be at the residence. Is she a family member of yours? If so, please do invite her promptly. Solving the problems simultaneously would be fair, Yi Yunbo responded cheerfully. He was confident that his son and daughter would succeed in solving the problems, but also wished to preserve Guan Xiong's dignity. No worries, you may proceed with the questions. She will arrive shortly, Guan Xiong replied with a gentle smile. Consequently, everyone stepped forward, beginning to write down the questions and attempting to solve them independently. Yi Tian, however, felt no disappointment at not participating. Instead, he regarded the young individuals with disdain. These ambitious souls, after scribbling on paper, found themselves at an impasse. They exchanged glances, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Even Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan became noticeably anxious, beads of sweat trickling down their faces. The two were taken aback, not expecting these 3 questions to be so challenging. They could not solve even a single one. What is the matter? Why aren't you writing? Yi Yunbo urged, his voice tinged with impatience. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan hesitated, their expressions conflicted. What could they say? Admit their inability? That would invite ridicule. Fortunately, the others were equally stumped, which could be seen as a small consolation. Young man, what is the situation with these 3 questions? Why has no one managed to solve them yet? Guan Xiong inquired loudly. At that moment, every gaze turned once more to Yi Tian. These are the most difficult questions from last year's college entrance examination. Generally, only those who can solve them gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. However, those who have been accepted must have already encountered these problems, Yi Tian explained nonchalantly, a hint of sarcasm gracing his lips as he surveyed the crowd. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yi family grew furious. Why present such difficult questions? And to the city lord, no less. Was this not an embarrassment for others? It was then that Guan Xiong nodded, conceding, very well, if you cannot solve them, let us allow others a chance. He gestured, and a striking figure entered through the back door. It was none other than Han Yubing. Chapter 84. The appearance of Chun Ruchang. Han Yubing appeared somewhat timid, and upon witnessing the grandeur of the gathering before her, she was momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered such a spectacle, especially with so many eyes fixated upon her. Heightening her anxiety, with utmost caution, she approached Guan Xiong, her gaze trembling with trepidation. After being invited here, she had only exchanged a brief encounter with Guan Xiong. He had assured Han Yubing that if she adhered to his guidance, he would unveil a truth to her, a chance to regain her position at Qingbei University. Initially, Han Yubing had been skeptical. Had she not seen Guan Xiong on television, she would have dismissed him as a fraud. At that moment, many in the audience displayed expressions of hesitation and confusion. Whispers circulated. What was the situation with this girl? Why had she been brought here? Wasn't this an opportunity to showcase the Yi family? Why had the city's esteemed leader arranged for her presence? Was it a deliberate attempt to place this girl in the limelight? Was she perhaps the daughter of the city's leader? Speculations ran rampant, leaving the crowd in bewilderment. Their gazes filled with curiosity as they scrutinized Han Yubing. Only Yi Tian exhibited a look of astonishment, his expression a mixture of disbelief as he regarded Han Yubing. What was going on? How did she come to be here? Yi Tian felt a greater shock than anyone else, even forming a hypothesis that even without his presence, Han Yubing would have found her way here. The eventual outcome was that Han Yubing would reclaim her eligibility for Qingbei University. With this thought, Yi Tian could not help but smile bitterly, realizing he had perhaps overthought the situation. Without him, the course of history would have continued on its predetermined path, unaffected by his involvement. Little did he know, without Yi Tian, Guan Xiong would not have extended the invitation to Han Yubing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is student Han Yubing, one I hold in high regard. Let her tackle the problems for us today. Guan Xiong stated with a gentle smile. He then turned to Han Yubing, Xiaobing. It's your turn. You must strive to solve these 3 problems. He urged meaningfully. All right. Han Yubing nodded eagerly and stepped forward. At that moment, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan exchanged astonished glances, their hearts racing with shock. They were both acquainted with Han Yubing, being from the same school, and recognized her as a top student who consistently achieved high scores. If she were to solve the problems, success was indeed a possibility. The thought of her overshadowing them was unsettling, and jealousy filled their hearts. Soon, Han Yubing began to tackle the problems with utmost seriousness as time slowly passed. The entire venue was enveloped in silence, save for the soft rustling of Han Yubing's writing. At this moment, everyone was intently focused, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Yi Tian, too, was captivated and stepped forward, silently observing Han Yubing's problem-solving process. The clarity of thought, The precision of formulas and the meticulousness displayed were impressive, prompting Yi Tian to nod in quiet admiration. Truly, this individual embodied the essence of a future national treasure, a mind that was astonishingly sharp. Reflecting on it now, the Yi family had indeed been foolish. Half an hour later, Han Yubing completed the task and presented the answers. Guan Xiong, holding the answer sheet, revealed a smile of surprise. This student had exceeded all expectations. It must be acknowledged that genius, at any time, shines brightly. I must confess, I find the answers to these 3 questions quite perplexing. Much of the knowledge I once possessed has long been returned to my former teachers. Guan Xiong remarked with a gentle chuckle. Upon hearing this teasing comment, the crowd erupted in laughter, though no one responded directly. Coincidentally, I have a friend who teaches at Qingbei University. He is currently in Jinling and can clarify whether the answers to these 3 questions are correct. Please bring him forth, Guan Xiong said with a faint smile, gesturing to his attendants. Soon, under the guidance of 2 individuals, a figure was brought forward, none other than Chen Ruchang. His complexion appeared pale, his frame frail, and he bore a disheveled look. His eyes lacked vitality, resembling those of a living corpse. It was him. As Chen Ruchang made his entrance, the members of the Yi family were taken aback. They all recognized him. He had previously visited for a home visit. Why was he here? Wasn't he supposed to be at the club? Yi Yunhua's face turned anxious as he hesitated, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The situation was becoming increasingly enigmatic. It seemed that this banquet was not merely a celebration for the Yi family. Father, what should we do? Could it be that the mayor has learned something? Yi Tingqing and the others whispered nervously to Yi Yunhua. Should we take Ruotian and Ruoxuan away, lest they remain here? The urgency of the situation was palpable. Leaving now would only raise suspicions. Perhaps he truly is a friend of the mayor? Qin Wanrong quietly reassured, her heart already in turmoil. She fervently hoped that no unforeseen complications would arise. At this moment, Yi Tian also felt a surge of astonishment. He gazed intently at Chen Ruchang, his eyes deep with resentment. It was this man who had colluded with the Yi family, leading to his own tribulations. The outcome was unbearable for him. He was left even more perplexed by the presence of Chen Ruchang in this location. Did this fellow truly have any connection with Guan Xiong? The stature of this teacher was indeed rather significant. Even the mayor was a friend. Examine these 3 questions carefully. Are the answers correct? Guan Xiong coldly addressed Chen Ruchang. His demeanor was calm, devoid of any semblance of friendship. However, no one harbored doubts. Clearly, Guan Xiong held a prominent position, being the mayor of Jinling. Even if they were friends, the disparity in their statuses was undeniable. Indeed, Chen Ruchang promptly nodded and approached. His steps were heavy, and his expression flustered, appearing somewhat odd. He scrutinized Han Yubing's answers intently. After jotting down and calculating for about 10 minutes, he nodded in affirmation. These 3 problems were well-known classics, and indeed, the solutions were correct. Chen Ruchang confirmed with a nod. At this, the crowd expressed astonishment, their faces lighting up with admiration. It was truly correct. Now, the spotlight undoubtedly fell upon this young girl. I must inquire, what level of education does one typically possess to solve such problems? Guan Xiong asked. If someone could answer these 3 questions without prior exposure, that would indeed be remarkable. Generally, unless one has a severe bias in their studies, they could be considered the elite destined for Qingbei University. Chen Ruchang elucidated. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a clamor. What? To be able to solve these questions means one can attend Qingbei University? Does this imply that this female student qualifies for admission? Could it be that the prodigies of the Yi family, who failed to solve them, were deemed unworthy? This was perplexing. What exactly were these 3 questions attempting to substantiate? Each individual appeared bewildered, their eyes filled with astonishment. They exchanged glances, awaiting an answer. The members of the Yi family were utterly shattered, their faces drained of color. They were anxious and at a loss. What they had anticipated as an opportunity for the Yi family to shine had now been usurped by this unfamiliar girl. Moreover, Chen Ruchang's evaluation suggested that Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan might not possess the qualifications for Qingbei University. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, fearful of offending the esteemed mayor. Even Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan on stage were trembling with rage, their faces pale as if coated in a layer of black paint. They could only fix a fierce gaze upon Han Yubing. At that moment, Guan Xiong observed that the atmosphere around him had reached a tipping point and thus offered a faint smile. He nodded and jested. Does this mean that this student has a chance of being admitted to Tsinghua University or Peking University? Everything hinges on the results of the college entrance examination. Chen Ruchang quietly elucidated. So, dear student, how did you fare in your exams? Guan Xiong inquired. My scores were dismal. I didn't even qualify for a second-tier university. Han Yubing replied, her tone somber. What? In that instant, everyone present gasped in astonishment. How could one achieve such results in the college entrance examination? How could they possibly solve such a problem? Many speculated that perhaps she had prior knowledge of the answers, which would explain her ability to respond correctly. Moreover, this question had been crafted by Guan Xiong specifically to allow Han Yubing to shine. How could your exam results be so poor? How did you manage to solve this problem? Guan Xiong continued to probe, addressing the crowd's curiosity. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Han Yubing, eager to hear her response. The pressure on her intensified, and she felt increasingly anxious. She scanned her surroundings, feeling somewhat timid, before finally answering the question. Perhaps it was due to my disappointing performance in the exams. I was able to tackle these 3 questions because I had encountered similar ones before. I believe all teachers encourage students to practice such problems. After all, these are past exam questions, as long as one grasps the methodology. Although the questions may not be identical, they can still be solved, Han Yubing explained. At this moment, a sense of relief washed over everyone. She had indeed encountered such problems before. Acknowledging it was sufficient. The crowd felt a bit more at ease, accepting this as a reasonable explanation. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan exchanged disdainful smiles, considering Han Yubing somewhat feeble-minded. Under normal circumstances, if she had simply denied having seen the question before, wouldn't all the attention have been hers? After all, without evidence against her, what was the need for an explanation? Only Yi Tian understood the profound value of Han Yubing's mindset. In academia, one must uphold rigor. What is true, and what is false. There is never any ambiguity. If she had indeed encountered the problem before, that changed the narrative. Guan Xiong smiled faintly, his gaze growing more profound as he fixed it on Han Yubing. He was quite surprised that this girl had openly admitted it. However, this revelation did not alter the outcome. It merely required additional steps. Since those who had not encountered the problem could not solve it, and those who had done so lacked credibility, was this contest not a fruitless endeavor? Guan Xiong shook his head, casting a reflective glance at the crowd. He refrained from voicing a solution, knowing that others would naturally offer suggestions. The mayor's considerations were indeed thorough. Achieving fairness in such matters is no small feat. However, the mere act of stepping onto the stage to solve problems is already a commendable display of courage, and I believe we should not overthink it. Indeed, it is impossible to find another question that is both novel and has not been previously addressed. The crowd chuckled and complimented, assisting Guan Xiong in elucidating the matter. At that moment, Guan Xiong caught the last remark, and a radiant smile suddenly spread across his face. Director Liu, you speak with great insight. We happen to have a professor from Tsinghua University present. Why not have him pose a question on the spot for everyone to tackle? This would ensure genuine fairness. Guan Xiong fixed his gaze intently on the man and inquired. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted to one of silence, as all eyes turned to observe. Director Liu's expression soured, becoming visibly awkward. He had merely mentioned it offhandedly, never anticipating that the city's esteemed official would actually acquiesce. He slowly rose, nodding in a flustered manner. Fairness, he muttered, clearly at a loss for how to respond, merely echoing Guan Xiong's words. Yet, discontent was evident on the faces of all present, their irritation palpable. They were already here to dine, drink, and converse. The imposition of an additional activity felt like a waste of time. Many were eager to leave. Yet now they were compelled to engage in problem-solving. Another half-hour would surely slip away. Not only were they vexed, but the members of the Yi family had long been seething with resentment. This event was nearing its conclusion, yet Director Liu insisted on introducing another contest, clearly targeting the Yi family. If Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan failed to solve the problem, it would imply that their abilities were inferior to Han Yubing's. Confusion and anger swirled through the crowd. Pose a question, let everyone participate. It should be a problem that reflects varying levels of knowledge, Guan Xiong instructed. Turning to Chen Ruchang. Understood. Chen Ruchang nodded briskly, casting a cold glance at the members of the Yi family, his fury barely contained, awaiting its release. He then picked up a piece of paper and began to write and sketch. At that moment, Guan Xiong's gaze shifted slightly toward Yi Tian. Earlier, you were not included in the competition, but now that a new question has arisen, would you care to give it a try? Since you arrived with the Yi family, you must have connections with their young lady and heir, correct? The Yi family should be amenable to your participation, yes? Guan Xiong invited. Chapter 86. Join us. Me? I can join too. Yi Tian was taken aback, pointing at himself in astonishment. He was quite shocked that this opportunity had unexpectedly fallen upon him. To surpass Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian? Wouldn't that be a mere trifle? He was eager for the Yi family to feel the impact, to let others witness the true prowess of these two individuals. Very well, I concur. Yi Tian nodded immediately, without a trace of hesitation. His gaze turned towards the members of the Yi family, as if to boast boldly and allow them to see clearly. So, does the Yi family have no objections? Guan Xiong inquired in a calm tone. Of course, there are no objections. However, he is not well versed in the grander schemes of the world, and I fear he may inadvertently offend you. Perhaps it would be best if he returned for now, allowing space for other esteemed family heads to participate. The Yi family should not monopolize the spotlight. My son and daughter have completed their problems and should also grant others a chance, should they not? Yi Yunhua hastily flattered, explaining his rationale. The head of the Yi family is indeed quite considerate. In that case, let us extend this opportunity to several more. Anyone who wishes to join, please do so. If there isn't enough room, we shall clear more space for everyone to tackle the problems. Guan Xiong proclaimed. Many scions of prestigious families desired to step forward, yet were restrained by their parents. They feared that if their prominence overshadowed the Yi family, repercussions would surely follow. Only those from equally matched illustrious families dared to permit their offspring to advance. By the way, last time, when the young lady completed her problems, I must reward her. Guan Xiong declared softly. I have decided, in the name of Jinling, to recommend her to the National Olympiad Association. I believe she would relish the opportunity there. What? At that instant, everyone present was taken aback. They gaped in astonishment, some even rising to their feet in shock. The National Olympiad Association is the largest mathematics research hub in the country. I have heard that its members include academicians from various prestigious academies, possessing connections that are both formidable and daunting. Gaining entry there would herald an unbounded future, potentially bypassing university as a stepping stone and directly accessing higher-level research facilities. Heavens! What a remarkable reward this is. Is this not jeopardizing the future of the city's esteemed leader? A chorus of gasps filled the air, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. They could not fathom why such fortune had not befallen them. Moreover, Guan Xiong's audacity was astonishing. To guarantee a recommendation to such a place is no trivial matter. Entry requires a stringent evaluation, more rigorous and challenging than the college entrance examination. Should failure occur, Guan Xiong would undoubtedly face censure for endorsing someone deemed unworthy. An investigation might even ensue, leading to further dire consequences. Thus, this was a precarious balance of risk and opportunity. The city's esteemed leader, Han Yubing, wore an expression of bewilderment, gazing at Guan Xiong in a daze. She was acutely aware of the significance of that institution, a place she had longed to enter, even in her dreams. Yet now, having failed the college entrance examination, I am still regarded with esteem by the esteemed mayor. What could possibly account for this? At this moment, the mayor wore a faint smile as he glanced at Yi Tian, which left Yi Tian perplexed. Did the past achievements he had displayed truly warrant such a decision from the mayor? It seemed utterly absurd. However, none could fathom the extent of Guan Xiong's investigation that unveiled the formidable and astonishing prowess of Han Yubing. In fact, Guan Xiong had even solicited the Yi family to leverage their connections to scrutinize the examination papers. Ultimately, a significant truth came to light. Han Yubing's scores ranked first in the province, surpassing the second by over 10 points. In this context, even the slightest margin could disqualify thousands, let alone a discrepancy of 10 or more points. Most crucially, Han Yubing achieved full marks in mathematics and comprehensive sciences. The investigators left behind a remark that echoed with clarity. Such accomplishments, along with the meticulous problem-solving processes and methodologies displayed, undoubtedly indicated a genius. This revelation compelled Guan Xiong to protect Han Yubing, whose significance he deemed even greater than that of Yi Tian. His aspirations were directed toward the welfare of the people and the nation. Assisting Yi Tian was merely a matter of social obligation. Aiding Han Yubing was an endeavor for the greater good. Do you not wish to pursue this? Guan Xiong inquired. a subtle smile gracing his lips as he turned toward Han Yubing. I wish to, but I am afraid, Han Yubing replied hurriedly, yet with a hint of trepidation. Her examination results were dismal, unworthy of her aspirations. Fear not, let us first tackle the problems at hand. Guan Xiong consoled as he affectionately ruffled Han Yubing's hair, reminiscent of nurturing a blossoming flower. He then addressed the assembly. Next, there shall be a reward, naturally reserved for those of capability. The first to solve this problem will be granted this reward. His pronouncement incited a surge of excitement among the crowd, transforming the atmosphere into a chaotic frenzy. Everyone sprang to their feet, enthusiasm radiating from their expressions as they eagerly anticipated the challenge. The threats posed by the Yi family were swiftly forgotten. What did the Yi family matter? If their son could successfully solve the problem, his future would undoubtedly eclipse that of the Yi family. The reward alone was more coveted than an admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida. Consequently, a throng of young individuals rushed forward, undeterred by Yi Yunbo's intimidating glares directed at these affluent family heads. This only served to exacerbate Yi Yunbo's frustration, his temper flaring as he yearned to assert his dominance. He aspired to establish his family as the foremost in Jinling. How could his authority be undermined? Old Chen, what do you mean by this? Your son has merely gained admission to a first-tier university. Why the commotion? Yi Yunbo remarked, his smile failing to mask his irritation. Oh, it is merely a first-tier university. One must always strive for greater heights. Chairman Chen responded with a smile. Lao Lu, your son is nothing more than a debauched scion. Do you really expect him to solve the problems? Yi Yunbo directed his ire towards another individual. Is it not natural for everyone to seize such an opportunity? Surely, that is the implication of the city as principal? Lu Dong feigned calmness as he attempted to explain. And your son is merely in junior high. What does he possibly know? Yi Yunbo retorted, livid with indignation. What if by sheer chance he happens to get it right? The man muttered before lowering his gaze. They all chose to disregard the Yi family, no longer offering flattery. When genuine interests are at stake, individuals tend to prioritize their own concerns. Coupled with the Yi family's prior loss of 50 billion, their power had significantly diminished. This incident would serve to thoroughly dismantle the Yi family's exalted status. Even if two students from prestigious universities emerged, it would matter little. They no longer viewed the Yi family as an insurmountable entity, inviolable and sublime. Even deities, when faced with vulnerabilities, cease to be divine. They become mere quests awaiting conquest. In that moment, Yi Yunbo was engulfed by an inexplicable sense of dread. Chapter 87. The answer found before long. The stage was filled with individuals, all diligently scribbling on their papers. Yet most exchanged whispers, bewildered expressions adorning their faces. They were at a loss on how to proceed. The problem before them appeared as inscrutable as an ancient text. Among the crowd, Yi Tian and Han Yubing were fervently writing, the sound of their pens creating a soft rustle. Meanwhile, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan were equally troubled, their brows furrowing like mountain ranges. They were at an impasse. The questions proved exceedingly challenging. They could only attempt to establish a problem-solving approach using a variety of formulas. As for their peers of similar age, they were already drenched in sweat, anxiety mounting as time slipped away, their minds becoming increasingly muddled. The questions were beyond their expectations. Gradually, someone finally stood up, abandoning their pen and departing. Some even wept on the stage, tears staining their papers. They felt utterly humiliated, unable to unravel the problems. Teacher Chun, may I inquire about the difficulty level of this question that has left so many students floundering? Guan Xiong asked. Chen Ruchang fell silent for a moment, then looked at the young individuals. It is entirely normal to find this question unsolvable. Do not be overly anxious. This is a problem only those who have achieved top scores in their respective provinces can tackle. Moreover, without a solid mathematical foundation, one cannot hope to find a solution. Chen Ruchang patiently reassured them. Upon hearing this, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. They were able to let go of their pens, one by one vacating the stage. Returning to their original positions, they even felt incapable of facing their parents. The esteemed heads of the affluent families bore no reproach. Instead, they gently ruffled their children's hair as a form of consolation. A professor from Tsinghua University had remarked that this was a problem only a top scholar could unravel. It was entirely reasonable that their offspring could not solve it, as they were not of extraordinary caliber. The attempt itself sufficed, serving as a valuable lesson in the disparities among individuals, revealing that there were many who excelled beyond them. One of the wealthy patriarchs softly encouraged, wearing a serene smile. This sentiment resonated with many in attendance, prompting a round of applause. After all, these affluent families had brought their children to broaden their horizons. This exercise in problem-solving was indeed an unforgettable experience for them. At this moment, all eyes in the room turned once more to the stage, where only 4 individuals remained: Yi Tian, Han Yubing, Yi Ruotian, and Yi Ruoxuan. All were engrossed in writing. The distinction lay in the expressions on Yi Tian and Han Yubing's faces, which radiated earnestness and deep immersion. In contrast, Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian wore expressions of anxious desperation, their minds in turmoil. They occasionally lifted their heads to glance at the two, fearful that they might complete their solutions. The audience awaited, watching the seconds tick by. It had been a full 20 minutes. Something seems off with my brother and sister. If they fail to solve it, Yi Luming ventured cautiously, her face betraying concern. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi Yunbo glared at Yi Luming, his eyes ablaze with volcanic fury, causing her to hastily lower her head in silence. Did you not notice that only Ruotian and Ruoxuan remained among so many? Rest assured, they will succeed. Yi Tian and that woman were merely feigning composure. They would undoubtedly fail to provide the answers. Yi Qingxing asserted confidently, her gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. She held immense faith in Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. Indeed, Ruotian and Ruoxuan will surely crack the problem, earning our Yi family the greatest reward from the city lord. Yi Lingyu proclaimed with conviction. Moreover, this celebration is hosted by the city lord for our Yi family. How could he possibly allow us to suffer embarrassment in front of such a crowd? Qin Wanrong chuckled awkwardly, attempting to reassure herself. Yet she seemed to have forgotten Han Yubing's earlier triumph that had captivated the audience. Everyone's silence. Yi Yunbo's face was ashen as he spoke coldly. The members of the Yi family fell silent. Yi Yunbo raised his gaze to the stage, his cold stare fixed on Han Yubing. He turned his attention to Chen Ruchang, his eyes glimmering with intent. Securing an admission to Tsinghua University for Yi Ruoxuan was merely a means to an end. The process had never truly concerned him. As I reflect upon it now, witnessing Han Yubing's radiant demeanor, something feels terribly amiss. A dreadful thought begins to unfurl within my heart. Could this young woman possibly be the one who was dragged down by Chen Ruchang, that student who failed the college entrance examination? This gathering is not merely a celebratory banquet for the Yi family. Rather, it resembles a banquet of treachery. With this realization, a cold sweat breaks out on Yi Yunbo's brow. He finds it hard to believe, but is overwhelmed by a profound sense of dread. If the truth were to be revealed, how could the Yi family hold their heads high in front of the aristocracy of Jinling? He can only hope that Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan will find a way to solve these two problems. Amit Ba, infinite heavenly sovereign, may the Lord bless my Yi family. He murmurs, fervently praying in his heart. Yet, in the next moment, a voice pierces through his thoughts, causing Yi Yunbo's complexion to change dramatically as he jolts upright. We are done, he hears. Yi Tian and Han Yubing simultaneously raise their papers, their eyes meeting in astonishment. They have both finished. This scene sends a shockwave through everyone present. One by one, they rise, gazing towards the stage. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, too, are taken aback, their faces paling with anxiety and trepidation. They can no longer maintain their composure. Glancing at their unfinished papers, filled with uncertainty, they can only pray. Let it not be true that Yi Tian and Han Yubing have written the correct answers. Finished, are you? Guan Xiong chuckles lightly, saying, very well. Let us have Teacher Chen check it. He then gestures to Chen Ruchang, commanding him to proceed. Chen Ruchang hastily approaches to collect Yi Tian and Han Yubing's papers. He does not examine them one by one, but instead compares them side by side. Though their approaches to the problems differ, their final answers are strikingly identical. Chen Ruchang nods and declares, the answers are correct. As the words leave his mouth, a wave of uproar erupts among the crowd. Everyone is utterly astonished. Good heavens! They were indeed correct? These two have managed to solve problems that only the top scorers of the college entrance examination could master? Does this imply that they are comparable to the top students from across the provinces? If that is the case, why did they not gain admission to esteemed universities? Chapter 88. Is it fair? At this moment, all present share the same thought, their gazes filled with confusion and disbelief. They evidently possess such formidable talent. Logically, gaining university admission should be a certainty. Yet, why did they fail to perform well? And both of them, having answered correctly? That seems rather fortunate. Yet with this simultaneous success, to whom should I bestow the reward? Guan Xiong chuckles softly, his gaze subtly shifting to Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. Their expressions darken, unable to suppress their shame and fury as they lower their heads. Once again, humiliation has struck. You too, having gained admission to Tsinghua and Peking University. Have you not yet completed the problems? Do you still require my patience to finish? Guan Xiong inquired. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan clenched their jaws tightly, their bodies quivering slightly. Continue working? That would necessitate the ability to solve them. These problems surpassed their comprehension, and no amount of time would suffice to unravel them. They felt like ants on a hot pan, frantic and restless. Their hearts burned with an insatiable fire, rendering them utterly uncomfortable. Observing this, many began to whisper among themselves, speculating. What is happening? These two prodigies of the Yi family appear to be in disarray. Indeed, something seems amiss. They give off the impression of being superficial. Did they truly gain admission to these prestigious universities through merit? TSK, if there were no hidden agendas, I would find it hard to believe that they cannot even solve this problem. Indeed, the other two young men managed to solve it, and they have yet to enter university. Such rumors swiftly reached the ears of the Yi family. Each member exhibited visible anger, their teeth clenched in frustration. However, with Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan unable to complete the problems, they lacked the confidence to provide explanations. Consequently, they remained silent, heads bowed, bearing the weight of the gossip swirling around them. As the head of the Yi family, Yi Yunhua could no longer remain seated. He stood abruptly, his expression cold as ice. Mayor, we have matters to attend to and shall take our leave. Yi Yunhua spoke icily. With that, the other members of the Yi family rose in unison, their spirits deflated, as they warily monitored their surroundings. Just as they were about to depart, Guan Xiong raised his hand nonchalantly. In an instant, a dozen bodyguards appeared, their imposing presence blocking the path of the Yi family. Like a solid wall, they obstructed all avenues of escape. Mayor, what is the meaning of this? Yi Yunhua, suppressing his fury, spoke in a chilling tone. The banquet has not yet concluded. Is it not a bit disrespectful to leave so soon? Moreover, this gathering was organized to celebrate the talents of your Yi family. What does your departure signify? Are you perhaps celebrating with others? Or does the Yi family no longer desire these two spots at Tsinghua and Peking University? Guan Xiong's expression darkened, his tone frigid. Yi Yunhua hesitated, his heart aflame with indignation. Yet, he could only endure. This banquet was essentially a public announcement of Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan's success in gaining admission to the prestigious universities. Leaving midway would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. Return. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Yunhua could only lead everyone back. They felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, acutely aware of the penetrating gazes surrounding them. It was utterly terrifying. Yet, I could not help but wonder why these two from the Yi family, who had undeniably gained admission to prestigious universities, were unable to solve these two problems. What could be the reason? Were they merely nervous? Or perhaps the questions exceeded their knowledge scope? Or did they simply lack the ability? Guan Xiong fixed his gaze on Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, inquiring. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan felt as if they had a lump in their throats, gritting their teeth in silence, ultimately saying nothing. Teacher Chen, I would like to pose a question. Given that those who solved these problems did not gain admission to the prestigious universities, while those who could not solve them did. Isn't that quite amusing? It seems rather peculiar, wouldn't you agree? Guan Xiong asked coldly, turning to Chen Ruchang. Indeed, it is peculiar, Chen Ruchang replied, his face filled with despair as he lowered his head. Then, if we were to lose the opportunity for these two to become students at the prestigious universities, would that not be somewhat wasteful? Guan Xiong pressed on. Indeed, it would be a waste. Chen Ruchang nodded in agreement. What else could he do but acquiesce? What do you think should be done about this? How can the prestigious university accept them? Guan Xiong queried once more. Chen Ruchang clenched his fists, his expression dark and foreboding. Accept? How could we accept them? Yi Tian and Han Yubing were both astonished, staring blankly at one another. They had not anticipated that Guan Xiong would propose such a condition, allowing them to re-enter the prestigious university. It suddenly dawned on them that Guan Xiong's earlier mention of a reward must have referred to this very opportunity. Yet, how could he have known that Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan would struggle with such problems? What? You want them to attend the prestigious university? The Yi family's members were all taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. While Han Yubing could be dismissed, Why had Yi Tian also been selected? They felt a sense of injustice, unable to comprehend how things had come to this. Particularly, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan were consumed with jealousy and dissatisfaction, their faces betraying their reluctance and extreme anger. They had only gained admission to the prestigious university through clandestine means within their family. So why was Yi Tian rewarded for merely solving one problem? This was utterly unfair. Mayor, the enrollment spots at the prestigious university are fixed and should be fair and just. You cannot leverage your influence to interfere with the admission qualifications. This is an immense blow to all those who successfully gained admission. Yi Ruotian immediately voiced his discontent, articulating his grievances. His impassioned stance resonated with those present, who felt that Yi Ruotian was valiantly defending the principles of fairness for all diligent students. However, Guan Xiong smirked disdainfully, casting an intrigued glance at Yi Ruotian. He scrutinized him from head to toe before shifting his gaze to Chen Ruchang. Do you believe what he said is accurate? Upon hearing this query, Chen Ruchang's face flushed crimson. Yes, and what of it? What I have done is hardly commendable. By the way, you have been accepted into Tsinghua and Peking University. Yet it appears you have not invited your principal yet. Guan Xiong continued. As it happens, I have extended an invitation to him as well. Shall we celebrate together? With a stoic expression, Guan Xiong snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a figure was roughly thrust into the room. Chapter 89. A misunderstanding at this instant. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. All eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the newcomer, Wang Jigang. His face was a mask of panic as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, his demeanor restless and agitated. The members of the Yi family exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Particularly, Yi Yunhua felt a surge of anxiety and dread. Inviting Chen Ruchang was one thing, but summoning Wang Jigang too? This could hardly be deemed a coincidence. Clearly, this was a deliberate maneuver, a testament to Guan Xiong's schemes. Yi Yunhua's gaze involuntarily flickered towards Guan Xiong. What exactly did he intend to accomplish? Principal Wang, your arrival is quite fortuitous. Please, have a seat. Guan Xiong gestured invitingly. However, Wang Jigang, already pale with fright, dared not sit. He stood awkwardly to the side, visibly unsettled. Mayor, how may I assist you? Wang Jigang inquired respectfully. She is a student at your institution, is she not? Wang Jigang pointed at Han Yubing, seeking confirmation. Indeed, she is. Wang Jigang nodded affirmatively. I happen to have received her recent examination results. Would you care to take a look? Guan Xiong picked up a document from Yi Tian's backpack and tossed it in front of Wang Jigang. The latter hastily knelt to retrieve it, scrutinizing it with great seriousness. At that moment, Han Yubing, upon seeing the results and the package, was filled with bewilderment. Was this also intended for her? Why was it in Yi Tian's backpack? Was he investigating her? Yes, indeed. Wang Jigang hastily affirmed, nodding with unwavering certainty. In that case, how would you assess her performance? Guan Xiong pressed on. Excellent. Truly exceptional. She is a genius, consistently ranking first, and has achieved perfect scores in mathematics multiple times. Her performance in the sciences stands out across the province, and she has garnered accolades in numerous science competitions. Wang Jigang beamed with obsequiousness, even managing a smile towards Han Yubing. Yet, that smile was utterly repugnant, to the point that Han Yubing could not bear to look at him and turned away. Isn't it somewhat unfortunate that she didn't gain admission to her desired university? Guan Xiong slowly approached Wang Jigang and spoke in a solemn tone. Indeed, it is truly regrettable. Wang Jigang nodded in agreement once more. Suddenly, with a forceful kick, Guan Xiong struck Wang Jigang's leg, sending him crashing to the ground. His demeanor transformed, radiating an intense fury. Then why did you not allow her to repeat the year? This question elicited gasps of astonishment from everyone present. What was the meaning of this? Not permitting her to retake the year? Only Han Yubing covered her mouth, her face a mask of shock. Is this your way of standing up for her? Given her exceptional grades, why would you not permit her to continue her studies for another year, even if her scores were less than stellar? Repeating a year might afford her the opportunity to gain admission to a better university. Yet, you obstruct her so vehemently. What is your true intention? Guan Xiong's voice resonated with conviction, akin to a boulder crashing down, shaking the very ground beneath them. Everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. This young woman was undeniably outstanding, her academic performance remarkable. Yet, this failure in the college entrance examination had barred such a talented individual from the gates of higher education. She had a chance to repeat the year and retake the examination, but as the principal, Wang Jigang had denied Han Yubing's request. This was indeed peculiar. The onlookers exchanged suspicious glances, their expressions filled with doubt as they directed their questioning gazes toward Wang Jigang. Trembling, his eyes darted around, even casting furtive glances in the direction of Yi Yunhua. Such a look quickly captured the attention of many, prompting them to glance at Yi Yunhua and his family. Their expressions turning odd, they began to suspect that there was something more to this situation. "Who are you looking at? Speak up," Guan Xiong bellowed, his voice booming. In the next moment, Wang Jigang collapsed to his knees, his complexion as pale as a sheet. A sheen of sweat broke out across his brow, soaking his clothes. I was bribed. If she repeats, her academic record will surely face issues. I had no choice but to let her go. It was the only way, Wang Jigang stammered, panic-stricken and on the verge of collapse. But her examination scores were not that low, were they? Guan Xiong reprimanded him again. No. Her scores were exceptionally high. Astonishingly so. They were sufficient for admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. The words sent a wave of disbelief rippling through the crowd. Good heavens, bribed? Could it be that her qualifications for Tsinghua or Peking University were snatched away? What era are we living in, that such things still occur? No wonder she was able to solve such difficult problems. Yet, if she could qualify for Tsinghua or Peking University, why were the two from the Yi family unable to solve them? Indeed, if two members of the Yi family are incapable, then what of that young man who has succeeded? Are his exam results also questionable? A chorus of voices arose, laden with skepticism. Everyone clandestinely speculated, their gazes fixated on the Yi family. Such scrutiny sent shivers down their spines, amplifying their unease. It felt as if their very dignity was on the verge of being torn away. At that moment, Guan Xiong stood before Wang Jigang, his gaze sharp as a blade, cold and unyielding. What nonsense are you spouting? Who has bribed you? This is not a matter that can be dismissed with mere words. Moreover, we have esteemed professors from Qingbei University present. Guan Xiong admonished loudly, then turned his attention to Chen Ruchang. His smile gradually softened as he approached the latter. Professor Chen, the admission quotas of Qingbei University must be above reproach, correct? As the pinnacle of our nation's educational institutions, they harbor the hopes of our future. You must uphold the utmost rigor, ensuring responsibility for these students, thus eliminating any possibility of corruption. Wouldn't you agree? As educators, you are mentors guiding these students, undoubtedly prioritizing their welfare. Each word from Guan Xiong pierced like arrows, leaving Chen Ruchang increasingly unsettled, as if he were being mercilessly crushed. His complexion paled, breaths quickening, as if he were being utterly humiliated. Thud. Unable to bear the weight of the moment, Chen Ruchang collapsed to his knees. His face was a portrait of sorrow and regret. Mayor, I have erred. What Wang Jigang said is true. I have indeed been bribed. Not just him, but I too have been compromised. I was threatened with certain consequences, leaving me no choice. But now, I have resolved to speak the truth, even if it leads to my disgrace and loss of everything. I fear not the scorn of others. Chen Ruchang's head struck the floor with a resounding thud, his conviction unwavering. Chapter 90. The quota is lost. Swish, swish, swish. With Chen Ruchang's declaration, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Simultaneously, everyone rose. A wave of figures moving in unison, stunned by the revelation. There were indeed hidden truths. However, the countenance of every member of the Yi family shifted dramatically. Fear etched across their faces. It felt as though their hearts had plummeted into an abyss. It's over. All is lost. This was the shared sentiment among the Yi family present. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan were particularly stricken, their faces ashen, rendered helpless. They squirmed in agony, as if sitting on a bed of nails. If the truth were to be unveiled, it would spell absolute disaster. Their reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. What a situation! Han Yubing's eyes were filled with astonishment as she stared blankly at Chen Ruchang. It seemed she had already realized that there was an issue with the recent college entrance examination results. It is yours, after all. It will return. Yi Tian spoke calmly from the side. What? Han Yubing looked at Yi Tian with some hesitation, her heart tumultuous like a raging sea. It appeared that Yi Tian was privy to many things. Just who was he? Her curiosity about Yi Tian deepened, and she found this young man before her to be increasingly enigmatic and inscrutable. At that moment, a voice imbued with authority slowly resonated through the air. The mistakes you have made will undoubtedly attract retribution. I have no time to dwell on the process. I only wish to see the outcome. How will a student like Han Yubing be dealt with? Guan Xiong inquired meaningfully. His words sent shockwaves through everyone present. You do not wish to examine the process? Merely desire to witness the result? Such statements were laden with implications. Did it mean that he no longer sought to investigate the matter in depth, but instead wished for a resolution? Soon, numerous gazes shifted back to the Yi family's position. They sensed that this was a deliberate favoritism by the city's leader. Despite the apparent issues surrounding the Yi family, there seemed to be no intention to hold them accountable. The members of the Yi family stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. What did this mean? However, it was only Yi Yunhua who immediately grasped Guan Xiong's intent. At this moment, Guan Xiong's gaze also swept over Yi Yunhua. As the city leader, he was naturally obliged to uphold Jinling's reputation. Matters like this must be concealed. It was crucial to prevent the public revelation of Jinling's scandals. Moreover, the Yi family, being a prominent clan in Jinling, had contributed significantly to the city. To allow the Yi family to face ruin was not a feasible approach. From Guan Xiong's perspective, preserving the Yi family's lifeblood was paramount. He had made a deal with the Jiang family, agreeing that they would retrieve Yi Tian and Han Yubing's admission qualifications without demanding that the Yi family bear any consequences. One could say that Guan Xiong had achieved multiple objectives with a single stroke. He regained the admission qualifications for Yi Tian and Han Yubing, fulfilled his collaboration with the Jiang family, received their assistance in municipal affairs, and ensured that the Yi family would feel indebted to him. Have you not yet reached a decision? Guan Xiong urged, fixing his gaze on Chen Ruchang. At this moment, Chen Ruchang slowly lifted his head, his face reflecting a blend of astonishment and fury. Being a clever man, he could hardly fail to discern the other's intentions. Initially, Chen Ruchang had intended to drag the Yi family down with him, but it now seemed that opportunity had slipped away. He was acutely aware that even in front of so many witnesses, revealing the affairs of the Yi family would likely elicit no belief. After all, the most pivotal figure present, the mayor, was aligned with the Yi family. Han Yubing is an exceptional student, gifted beyond measure. On behalf of the entirety of Tsinghua and Peking University, I am willing to admit Han Yubing, Chen Ruchang proclaimed with a heavy tone, his words resonating with conviction. This was his response, and the final answer Gu Xiong sought. Excellent. Gu Xiong nodded, a light chuckle escaping his lips. The Yi family breathed a sigh of relief, their gazes towards Gu Xiong brimming with gratitude. It was due to Gu Xiong that the Yi family's dignity was preserved. However, just as the Yi family basked in their relief, Gu Xiong continued, "Yet, I am not a particularly domineering individual. Since Han Yubing has been selected by Tsinghua and Peking University, a spot must inevitably be relinquished. For her to attend, someone must forfeit their opportunity. Is this not rather unfair to others?" His words were laden with significance, his gaze persistently directed towards the members of the Yi family. The atmosphere in the room grew somber, the silence palpable, as if a pin could be heard falling. The crowd collectively sensed a shift in the ambience. Chen Ruchang quickly surmised Gu Xiong's intentions and lowered his head to echo. Indeed, the slots at Tsinghua and Peking University are limited. If Han is to attend, then someone must inevitably be left behind. However, I believe some students should possess the wisdom to voluntarily withdraw. His gaze fixated intently on two individuals from the Yi family, Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian. Chen Ruchang was well aware that the admission to Tsinghua and Peking University could be manipulated at will. With enough behind-the-scenes maneuvering, anything was possible. Yet, Gu Xiong's assertion suggested it would undoubtedly impact the Yi family. In front of so many witnesses, the Yi family had failed to solve the problems presented not once, but twice, clearly falling short of Han Yubing's capabilities. The one who would have to relinquish her opportunity would likely be Yi Ruoxuan, as her admission slot was acquired at the expense of Han Yubing. Teacher Chen makes a valid point. This seems to be a matter of destiny. Yi Yunhua interjected, adopting a tone of magnanimity. My daughter, when compared to this prodigy, indeed falls short. I have decided to allow her to forfeit her admission to Tsinghua and Peking University, granting that opportunity to Han Yubing. I hope that Han will flourish in her future endeavors and become a pillar of our nation, serving the country with distinction. Yi Yunhua immediately spoke up, portraying a facade of noble sacrifice, seizing the chance for atonement. Meanwhile, Yi Ruoxuan's face was a mask of reluctance. Her teeth clenched in frustration. She had always dreamed of entering Tsinghua and Peking University. How could she allow this failure? I don't want to. Yi Ruoxuan began to protest, only to be silenced as Yi Yunbo struck her down with a resounding slap. Wai Ru Su-in stared blankly at YYNB, her face a portrait of shock. What was happening? Her father had never struck her before. What of it, girl? You may have gained admission to Qingbei University, but your knowledge is insufficient, as evidenced by your inability to solve even the simplest problems. You should spend another year in review. With your capabilities, you could surely gain entry next year. By relinquishing your spot to HNYB Ying, we contribute to our nation's progress. YYNB's gaze was sharp, fixed upon Wai Ru Su-in, as he suppressed his fury and harshly rebuked her. Chapter 91. The second YYNB was incensed, his eyes locked onto Wai Ru Su-in. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his agitation palpable. Had Wai Ru Su-in refused earlier, the Wai family would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from the Xiong family. How could they possibly maintain their status in Jinling under such circumstances? YYNB was furious. How could Wai Ru Su-in fail to perceive the gravity of the situation? He glared at her, his frustration evident. Little sister, father is right. This is an honor for our family. You should agree without hesitation. YQNGCHing urged, pulling at Wai Ru Su-in, her eyes darting anxiously. She was on the verge of losing her mascara in her fervor. Indeed, HNYB Ying's prodigious talent is remarkable. Her admission to Qingbei University would undoubtedly benefit our nation. YLM Ying chimed in, assisting Wai Ru Su-in to her feet. Little sister, if you study for another year, you may still gain admission to Qingbei University. After all, you would be fellow alumni. YL Ingi blinked rapidly, her voice tinged with a plea as she gazed at Wai Ru Su-in. The three understood YYNB's intentions and began to persuade her. This matter held immense significance for the future of the Wai family. At last, Wai Ru Su-in could no longer contain herself. Gritting her teeth, she bore the humiliation, feeling a deep sense of resentment as she nodded reluctantly. She swallowed her anger and grievances, all in an effort to preserve the Wai family as standing, if only temporarily. Very well, I consent. I willingly relinquish my spot at Qingbei University to HNYB Ying, Wai Ru Su-in declared, her voice tinged with resignation. No, this cannot be. I cannot accept your spot at Qingbei University. HNYB Ying quickly shook her head, immediately declining. Her heart remained kind. How could she usurp another's opportunity? HNYB Ying could not bring herself to do such a thing. Do not refuse. This is what you rightfully deserve. Trust me, YTN urged, his expression serious as he focused on HNYB Ying. HNYB Ying stared at YTN, somewhat taken aback. What did he mean by what you rightfully deserve? Now, there is a spot at Qingbei University available for you. Simply agree. Moreover, this opportunity is graciously offered by the Wai family's prodigy. You must cherish it. After all, your future is of utmost importance, and you must strive to study diligently for the nation. Guan Xiong gently patted Han Yubing's shoulder, offering words of comfort. At this, Han Yubing nodded in acknowledgement. Though her heart was still shrouded in confusion, the events of the day had unfolded in a manner that left her increasingly perplexed. At that moment, as the proceedings came to a close, Yi Yunbo stood up, signaling the Yi family to prepare for their departure. The members of the Yi family promptly began to gather their belongings. The surrounding elite guests watched with keen interest, bidding farewell to the Yi family. Suddenly, an incongruous voice pierced the atmosphere, reverberating loudly. Is the head of the Yi family leaving just like that? No desire to linger a while longer? Guan Xiong inquired with curiosity. Yi Yunbo halted abruptly, causing the entire Yi family to stop in their tracks. Ahead of them, a group of robust guards materialized, blocking their path. In that instant, a wave of astonishment washed over the assembled crowd. Was there yet another unforeseen event about to transpire? Mayor, what is the meaning of this? The matter has concluded, and there is no necessity for us to remain. Yi Yunbo replied, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Concluded? Who said it was over? Guan Xiong queried. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, as many expressed their shock and confusion. Not over. What does that imply? Does it mean we must continue? Yi Yunbo, growing impatient, demanded clarity. The situation had already left him vexed, and he felt a growing frustration without a means to express it. The resolution of the previous problem had revealed that two individuals had provided the correct answers, suggesting that their abilities were indeed comparable. Did that mean he too was qualified for Qingbei University? After all, he had accompanied the Yi family. Ultimately, isn't it all the same family? Guan Xiong casually posited, sealing the matter with a definitive statement. It was the outcome for Yi Tian, and equally so for Yi Ruotian. What? Yi Ruotian gasped in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. He stared blankly at Yi Tian, then shifted his gaze to Guan Xiong, unable to contain his mounting agitation. It felt as though the veil had been torn away, leaving him exposed, his fury igniting within him. Had they begun to covet his spot at Qingbei University as well? Yi Ruotian had intended to refuse outright, but his words faltered. He turned sharply to Yi Yunhua, seeking an answer. After all, just moments ago, Yi Ruotian had faced a slap from Yi Yunhua for her refusal. Now, Yi Yunhua's face was etched with ire. His teeth ground together, a sensation of irritation gnawing at his roots. He never anticipated that this would lead to further complications. Did he truly believe that Yi Tian was worthy of attending Qingbei University? What say you, Yi family head? Guan Xiong urged. I, Yi Yunhua, clenched my fists tightly, trembling with agitation. Naturally, he wished to refuse. If the Yi family were to have both of their candidates for Qingbei University stripped of their admission, it would become an immense joke. Word would spread throughout Jinling by the morrow, inviting even more ridicule. Perhaps he doesn't wish to attend, city head, Yi Yunhua casually suggested, fabricating an excuse. He waved at Yi Tian. All right, let us hurry home. Yet Yi Tian merely stood there, unresponsive, as if he had not heard a word. It was clear to him that Guan Xiong was also attempting to reclaim the admission spot for Qingbei University. Yi Tian would not be as benevolent as Han Yubing. In fact, Yi Tian seemed intent on adding insult to injury. Did you not hear? Leave at once. Is this the sort of gathering you should be attending? Yi Yunhua continued to berate him, casting pointed glances in Yi Tian's direction. However, Yi Tian remained indifferent, even allowing a faint smirk to grace his lips. His gaze lingering meaningfully on Guan Xiong. Yi family head, are you avoiding the issue? Your son failed to complete the test, yet Yi Tian succeeded. Shouldn't this matter reach a conclusion? Guan Xiong pressed on, his eyes sharpening with impatience. At that moment, Yi Yunhua found himself at a loss. Losing one admission to Qingbei University was unfortunate, but losing both would be utterly humiliating. Yi Tian, you must inform the city head that you do not wish to attend Qingbei University. Your character and academic performance are unworthy of such a prestigious institution. You must clarify this at once. Yi Yunhua scolded. The anxious outcry resembled a demon struggling desperately as it was dragged into hell. Absurd. Yi Tian silently turned back, his gaze icy and unyielding. Yi Yunhua felt a prick from that cold glare. How simplistic was his thought process? Could Yi Tian not suffer a little for the sake of the family? The Yi family had just endured a significant blow. If Yi Ruotian were also to lose the opportunity to attend Qingbei University, the family's standing in Jinling would plummet. Was this merely a matter of 5 billion? It would be a grievous wound, a disaster that would inflict pain upon every member of the Yi family. He desperately needed Yi Ruotian to attend Qingbei University to bolster the family's prestige and intimidate the scoundrels of Jinling. Moreover, Yi Tian's very life had been granted by him. What was there to explain? Yi Tian suddenly curved his lips into a smile. Will you explain how you conspired to defame me? Or perhaps elucidate the origins of Yi Ruotian's position? Yi Tian shrugged, his words sharp, evoking a cascade of thoughts. Indeed, how did the Yi family suddenly have a pair of children admitted to Qingbei? It defies logic. The lad's remark seemed to clear the fog, revealing clarity. His words stirred a wave of murmurs among the gathered crowd, as countless scrutinizing gazes turned towards Yi Yunhua. Unfazed by their stares, Yi Yunhua retorted, Yi Tian, do you even realize what you're saying? Yi Qingcheng, exasperated, punctuated her words with a sharp click of her high heels against the floor. No matter what, he is still your biological father. Is this how you speak to your own father? Yi Tian chuckled, his brow furrowing as the cold glint in his eyes faded, seemingly reverting to his prior, unassuming demeanor. Ah, as the mayor said, since you all believe I am his son, why not bestow the position upon me? The legitimate heir of the Yi family, rather than this unknown interloper? With raised brows, he spoke words of familial bonds, each one laced with icy bitterness. You. Yi Qingqing stamped her foot in frustration, viewing Yi Tian as a stubborn stone in a cesspit, foul and unyielding. No, I do not acknowledge you as my son. Yi Yunhua's eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting chill radiating from his gaze, striking Yi Tian squarely. However, it was but a momentary flicker. This seasoned businessman, weathered by years of experience, finally grasped the last vestiges of his reason and dignity. His expression abruptly returned to normal as he glanced at the tearful, regretful Qin Wanrong beside him. It matters not, a spot at Qingbei, take it if you wish. With my fortune of billions, can I not contend with this young brat? Yi Yunbo declared resolutely. Yi Ruotian looked at his father with reluctance, wishing to plead further. Yet the sight of Yi Ruoxuan's pitiful countenance illuminated a moment of clarity within him. Ultimately, Yi Yunbo was a seasoned player, and the loss he was willing to endure was beyond what he could currently resist. Unlike Yi Ruoxuan, he did not display any lingering desperation or sorrow. Instead, he feigned nonchalance. Today, I am simply outmatched, my brother Yi Tian. Yi Ruotian smirked, feigning a look of complete acquiescence. I shall certainly learn from you, Yi Tian, and strive to reach Kyoto soon, to reunite with my brother. His composure sent a shiver through many present. How could a lad of merely 17 or 18, with such a gentle countenance, articulate words so profound and contemplative? The members of the Yi family rose to depart. Guan Xiong observed the Yi family's exit, his smile unwavering. On behalf of our official residents in Jinling City, I present each of you with a scholarship of 50,000 yuan. Initially, upon witnessing the Yi family's departure, the prominent figures from humble backgrounds present felt that the banquet had reached its conclusion, believing the Yi family had lost face and that all could rejoice in the aftermath. However, Guan Xiong suddenly extended rewards to the two students. I will personally fund each of them with 10,000 yuan for living expenses annually. Old Wang is quite generous. I will cover their tuition and fees for the next 4 years. TSK, I will buy them each a set of fruit-themed gifts. What began as a somewhat dramatic banquet transformed into a charitable soiree following the exit of the Yi family as protagonists. The distinguished individuals of Jinling City began to voice their intentions to support Han Yubing and Yi Tian. Yi Tian quietly marveled at the situation. Having endured much, he was no longer the naive child he once was. He approached their actions with a critical eye, contemplating their underlying motivations. They simply perceived that should the two gain admission to prestigious universities, their futures would likely be bright. Thus, their current support was merely a form of indirect investment. Yi Tian felt indifferent. In contrast, Han Yubing was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. She graciously thanked Guan Xiong, as well as the esteemed guests in attendance. I hope you both will diligently pursue your studies and strive for excellence, to one day contribute to your country and society, Guan Xiong said, shaking hands with Han Yubing and then Yi Tian. After the banquet concluded, the luxurious vehicles outside dispersed. Yi Tian was perplexed as to why the mayor had chosen to lend him his support. He had initially contemplated emulating the story of Zhuanzhu, or perhaps making a fervent appeal for justice. Yet, after being restrained by Guan Xiong, he found himself unexpectedly elevated in status, not only assisting Han Yubing in reclaiming her rightful admission, but also securing his own place, which he had intended to forfeit in favor of entering the workforce. Yi Tian felt a twinge of obligation to see Guan Xiong to his vehicle. However, during their brief journey, he felt compelled to extract some information. The mayor's keen insight was palpable. Yi Tian, I have official duties to attend to and cannot escort you home, Guan Xiong said reassuringly. Patting Yi Tian on the shoulder, his gaze softening as he turned to Han Yubing. By the way, Mayor, the student has one more request for you. Well, you say? If it is reasonable, I will certainly agree to your request. I would like to ask the esteemed mayor to bestow upon my scholarship entirely to classmate Han Yubing. The once timid and silent Han Yubing, who had followed along, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Yi Tian's words. Chapter 93. Remember today. Stand tall and strong. Guan Xiong looked at Yi Tian with keen interest. Could you elaborate on your reasoning? Forgive my audacity, Yi Tian replied with an awkward smile. As Guan Xiong gestured for him to continue, he began to explain, my family's financial situation is quite adequate. My parents can certainly afford a bit of tuition and living expenses. I believe they would support my decision. Guan Xiong chuckled heartily, pointing at Yi Tian. And after a considerable pause, he remarked with satisfaction, indeed. I hope you will continue to nurture this compassion and empathy, aspiring to be a benevolent official or a respected gentleman in the future. It will not be in vain that we exchange these words today. Yi Tian, momentarily bewildered, felt a surge of admiration upon hearing the phrase, stand tall and strong. Very well, it shall be as you wish, Guan Xiong concluded, turning to leave. Yi Tian moved to open the car door for him. After watching the mayor's official vehicle depart, Yi Tian turned to call for a taxi home. Hey, Yi Tian turned back to see Han Yubing following him. Is there something you need, classmate Han? He asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. Upon meeting his gaze, Han Yubing couldn't help but bite her lip, leaving a faint mark as her soft, pink lips turned slightly pale. This person is truly insufferable. He feigns ignorance while knowing full well. Although her heart was restless, her gentle nature and sense of reason compelled her to seek clarity before confronting him. Thus, she managed to restrain her feelings and asked, "Why did you choose to give your scholarship to me?" Yi Tian was momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile, his expression harmonizing beautifully with the colors of the setting sun. The sunlight and his handsome features melded into one. "What do you think?" He replied. "Would you prefer the truth or a fabrication?" Han Yubing's exquisitely arched brows furrowed slightly as she scrutinized him with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. "Let us hear the falsehood first. I don't want your university life to be too difficult. Is that all?" "Yes, that is the lie," Yi Tian nodded. "Now, what about the truth? Are you certain? The truth might be somewhat hurtful." Yi Tian chuckled, stepping closer to bridge the distance between them. "Absolutely." Han Yubing hesitated for just a moment before decisively nodding in agreement. If it is truly hurtful, one can simply refuse his goodwill. For the sincerity of such intentions remains uncertain. Have you not heard? To engage with him is to invite derision? There exists a saying, though the pair bears no master. My heart claims dominion, to silence his tongue. Allow me to speak candidly. I am acutely aware of your family's circumstances. Your parents toil tirelessly, and you have a younger brother who is still pursuing his studies. Furthermore, I recognize your remarkable talent. Your future achievements will undoubtedly render you a pillar of our nation, a cornerstone of its enduring legacy. As Yi Tian spoke, his voice grew increasingly subdued, enveloping Han Yubing in an unfamiliar aura. Moreover, I am aware of your plans to seek summer employment, striving to support yourself upon entering university. Upon hearing this, Han Yubing's pupils visibly contracted. Do not hastily inquire how I came by this knowledge. Allow me to finish. Yi Tian gestured for Han Yubing to restrain her curiosity. Yet, I find it utterly perplexing. Han Yubing could no longer contain herself. What is there to understand? Her elegant brows furrowed tightly, forming an intricate knot. It is incomprehensible that a future pillar of the nation, destined to be a cornerstone of its enduring legacy, would squander time on menial summer jobs rather than dedicate these 3 lengthy months to the pursuit of knowledge and academic excellence. Thus, Han Yubing, you need not express your gratitude. I merely wish to contribute to our country, and I believe that with more time, you could bring even greater honor to our nation. A sudden realization struck Han Yubing like a thunderclap. Her tightly knit brows began to relax. Her small lips parted, yearning to voice a response. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, setting aside whether she will indeed become one of those so-called pillars of the nation. It is undeniable that wasting time on menial labor could adversely affect her studies. This is precisely why I have chosen to transfer this scholarship to you. In truth, Yi Tian pondered, recalling Han Yubing's journey of balancing work and study, which led her to such remarkable accomplishments. What might she achieve if she were to devote herself fully to her studies? At the very least, such dedication could hasten her success. Yi Tian held firm in this belief. Upon concluding his thoughts, an inexplicable melancholy washed over him. He sighed deeply, casting a glance at Han Yubing. Therefore, I urge you, dear classmate Han, to remember this day, when we stood here, resolute in our convictions. With that, Yi Tian turned gracefully and departed, leaving Han Yubing standing there, dazed, as the warm summer breeze stirred around her. Brother, the moment Yi Tian stepped through the door, before he could savor the delightful aromas wafting from the kitchen, Jiang Yin rushed forward, enveloping his arm in a fervent embrace. As girls reach this age, embracing them becomes somewhat inconvenient. She could only bend slightly and press down, yet she still held his waist tightly, as if attempting to bury her head in Yi Tian's abdomen. I'm back. During this entire banquet, I truly ate nothing. How could I have the heart to indulge in food? At this moment, the immense weight in her heart lifted, and with the return of her quota, it was a double delight. Her stomach grumbled. Mom and Dad, my brother is back, and my stomach is growling so loudly. In the kitchen, Dongfang Hui hurriedly emerged, wiping her hands on her apron. Look at you. Let go of your brother. We are about to eat. She pulled her daughter away from Yi Tian while asking, Son, I heard your quota has returned? Yes. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, as he had planned to surprise the family. How did Mom and Dad find out? My brother is truly the best. Jiang Yin interjected from the side. I want to go to Qingbei in the future. Then you must work hard and learn from your brother. Dongfang Hui's face was beaming, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes radiating joy. Sit for a moment. Dinner will be ready soon. Yi Tian pondered briefly, suspecting that perhaps the reporters on site had leaked the news. Not wanting to linger, he sat down obediently with Jiang Yin. Brother, have you decided where to travel? Chapter 94. The Crumbling Edifice, Where to Travel? Yi Tian furrowed his brows, then relaxed them. If it were a month ago, he would have likely refused. His parents had it tough, raising the entire family. If he were to choose a destination, his parents would undoubtedly agree. However, this agreement would not be contingent upon which university he was admitted to. Such unconditional love stemmed from the very essence of being a parent, and from the fact that Yi Tian was indeed a member of this family. Yi Tian twitched his nose and smiled. In that moment, warmth flooded his heart as he recalled the nurturing he received from his parents since childhood. Even when he was occasionally mischievous and faced scoldings or punishments, their love always outweighed the reprimands. My annoying little sister, where do you want to go? Jiang Yin blinked, her bright eyes shimmering with excitement. I want to visit my brother's future school. School? Qingbei University? Yes. Jiang Yin nodded vigorously. Yi Tian inhaled sharply, feeling a bit overwhelmed. It was somewhat distant, yet manageable. However, hadn't this girl previously expressed a desire to see Mount Tai or the Terracotta Army? Why the sudden interest in visiting Qingbei? Although Yi Tian felt puzzled, he also considered it a positive development. After all, desires are essential as a driving force in life. Back in middle school, their homeroom teacher had once expressed frustration, asking, "Do you wish to watch others feast while you subsist on cabbage? Have you ever considered that while you walk, others are soaring through the skies?" Such remarks have become all too commonplace. For an individual, the most daunting reality is not a lack of ability, but rather the absence of ambition. To cultivate ambition, one must broaden their horizons, which in turn ignites desire. This desire is not to be misconstrued as a negative term. It can indeed be noble. Take, for instance, figures like the esteemed Duke Zhongjian, the valiant Yu Fei, and the illustrious alumni of Huangpu Academy. In fact, in Yi Tian's perspective, dreams may even serve as a refined manifestation of desire. With a firm resolve, Yi Tian clapped his knee and acquiesced to Jiang Yan's suggestion. Whether the destination mattered or not, it was undoubtedly beneficial for his sister to witness the myriad wonders of the world. Most importantly, he was now financially prosperous, immensely so. That evening, after a celebratory feast and sharing a couple of drinks with his father, Jiang Nan, Yi Tian booked 4 airline tickets before drifting into a deep slumber, finding comfort in sleep. Meanwhile, the Yi family in Jinling had suffered a significant reduction in strength and had taken a substantial fall from grace. Upon returning to the villa, Yi Yunhua had not ceased smoking since entering. The house was engulfed in a haze of smoke. He had uttered not a single word since stepping through the door, and the atmosphere of the house descended into an eerie silence. Qingcheng, what should the company do next? He inquired, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, the smoke escaping his lips as he spoke. Yi Qingcheng, still adorned in the evening gown from the banquet, exuded both intelligence and beauty. She hesitated, her mouth opening in indecision. If you have something to say, just say it, Yi Yunhua uttered coldly. Yi Qingcheng's body trembled slightly as she fought to steady her emotions. Our greatest loss this time stems from our haste in securing a 2.6 billion yuan order for raw materials. These contracts were signed in a rush, with a staggering deposit of 800 million yuan. She slowly articulated. The consequence was that the company's 5 billion yuan in funds had become ensnared, leaving only 2 paths. 1. To stubbornly accept the raw material order, or 2. To pay penalties for breaching contracts with other suppliers. The more she spoke, the heavier the atmosphere in the Yi family's villa became. The deposit had been paid and could not be refunded. Furthermore, should they breach the contract now, the repercussions would be considerable. The penalty could exceed the initial loss of 5 billion yuan. Previously, Yi Yunhua's thoughts were straightforward. If Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan were admitted to Qingbei, the Yi family's standing would be elevated. At the very least, it would instill a degree of apprehension among the suppliers, potentially mitigating the losses they faced in this upheaval. Yet, who could have foreseen such a dismal outcome? So, do you think we should proceed with this raw material order? Yi Yunhua asked, directing his gaze toward Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng gritted her teeth. I believe we can salvage this situation. By seeking new avenues for sales, we can mitigate our losses to the greatest extent possible. Yi Qingqing solemnly articulated her thoughts. In truth, the Yi family is merely half alive at present, akin to a warrior severing his own limb. Paying the penalty for breach of contract still allows us to maintain a semblance of dignity as a prominent family. However, should we continue along this path? As Yi Qingqing suggested, an attempt to rediscover our market, it would pose a monumental challenge to our cash flow. One must understand that a factory incurs expenses, and storage facilities come with substantial rental fees. Furthermore, market trends and the cycle of old and new goods render it impossible to guarantee that this batch of products can actually be sold. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence once more, following Yi Qingqing's words. Yi Ruotian took a step forward, glancing at the others. Dad, please don't be angry. It's all my fault. If only I could have solved that problem, our family would have had a bit more breathing room. It's not your fault. It's that scoundrel Yi Tian who thought he could achieve scores through cheating and truly believed it was his own prowess. Yi Yunbo pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it anew, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke without care. Dad, it's not that I don't trust my elder sister. I just feel that her approach carries a degree of risk. Yi Ruoxuan, who had been silently attending to Yi Yunbo's legs and shoulders, suddenly spoke up. Yi Yunbo exhaled heavily, as if aging a decade in that moment. If he were 30 years younger, he would have followed Yi Qingqing's lead and gambled freely. Yet now, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Utilizing the last of their liquid assets to clear this stock would only allow them to break even. Any profit would be a mere fantasy. Expanding sales channels requires capital, and prior to selling these products, they must pay an exorbitant price. To maintain competitiveness and expedite sales, they also need to control pricing, leading to many costs that cannot be recuperated. A deadlock? For some reason, Yi Yunbo found himself contemplating this term. Yet he hesitated, unaware that Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan were silently suffering within. The Yi family would eventually belong to the two of them. They could not allow Yi Qingqing to squander half of their family assets so carelessly, even if there was a 60 to 70% chance of failure. They were determined to prevent Yi Qingqing from pursuing such drastic measures. Otherwise, it was their future finances at stake. Chapter 95. The last card of the Yi family in Jinling. Our Yi family has lost all face. Yi Yunbo spoke matter-of-factly. His statement was irrefutable, and no one dared to voice dissent. With a sigh, Yi Yunbo turned to Yi Qingqing. Qingqing, I do not wish to gamble. Yet I find myself compelled to take a risk. Yi Qingqing's expression appeared somewhat awkward, yet she could only nod slightly. All right, it's getting late. You all should wash up and rest well. Yi Yunbo gently waved his hand, ushering his children away. As the living room transitioned from a previous silence to an oppressive stillness, only this couple, who had spent over 20 years together, remained seated on the sofa. Yunbo, is it truly insurmountable this time? Yi Yunbo nodded. Let me put it this way. Losing 5 billion is one thing. Defaulting entirely is another. However, the collapse of our reputation is the most fatal blow. Such a substantial breach will make it exceedingly difficult to procure goods in the future. He sighed. Although troubled, there was an unexpected glimmer of determination in his eyes. As a lady of a prestigious family, Qin Wanrong certainly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The decision to gamble was no longer in the hands of the Yi family. This was precisely why Yi Yunbo encouraged Yi Qingqing to take a bold risk. But can one truly win a gamble? If they refrain from betting, can the wealth of the Yi family be preserved? What Yi Yunbo sought to protect was, after all, the prosperity of the Yi family. A heavy silence enveloped the living room, lingering uncomfortably. In Yi Ruoxuan's room, the two sat together on the edge of the bed. Yi Ruotian unconsciously squeezed Yi Ruoxuan's leg, teasingly caressing it. Brother, what if the Yi family collapses? Yi Ruoxuan blinked, a hint of worry in her voice. Rest assured, Yi Yunbo will not allow the Yi family to fall. After a lifetime of affluence, how could he abandon his past identity and status? Transitioning from simplicity to luxury is easy, but from luxury to simplicity is challenging. Yi Ruotian scoffed, shaking his head, his probing becoming more playful. Yi Ruoxuan couldn't help but lean languidly against him, sighing softly. Yet, we both know that with the withdrawal of this 5 billion in funds, the Yi family is indeed in a precarious position. Who can we rely on to take over? If Yi Qingqing is allowed to sell off assets gradually, it will ultimately result in losses. If the capital chain falters, we risk losing everything. Her voice trembled, her gaze becoming increasingly misty. Yi Ruotian let out a cold laugh. observing his sister with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. You underestimate Yi Yunhua, that cunning old fox. He will find a way. What way? What does the Yi family possess now? Yi Ruotian countered with a question, his smile growing more pronounced. I don't know, Yi Ruoxuan admitted, her brow furrowing. Yi Ruotian shook his head with a light chuckle, deliberately keeping her in suspense. You will find out soon enough. Get some rest. We have to go back to school for remedial classes in the coming days. With that, Yi Ruotian took a piece of paper to wipe his hands before rising to leave. In a single night, two distinctly different scenes unfolded in Jinling. Yi Tian was fortunate to have enjoyed a restful slumber, feeling as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. Deep down, he was aware that Yi Ruotian, Yi Ruoxuan, and even Yi Yunhua would not cease their pursuit of him. Yet what of it? The Yi family was currently embroiled in its own troubles, leaving little time to trouble him. Upon waking, Yi Tian announced to his family that he had purchased a plane ticket. Where are you flying to? His mother, Dongfeng Hui, inquired with a puzzled expression. Flashing a bright smile, Yi Tian replied, Last night, after returning home, my sister mentioned wanting to visit Qingbei University. So I bought a ticket to Kyoto. Dongfeng Hui opened her mouth, casting a glance towards Jiang Nan. Yi Tian followed her gaze, noting Jiang Nan's awkward smile. Your mother and I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you too. You siblings may go on your own, Jiang Nan stated, rummaging through his pocket to pull out a wallet that had seen better days. Here is 4,000 for you. Is that enough for your outing? Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Yi Tian quickly waved his hands. No need for that, Dad. I've made some money trading stocks. Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback. Is that true? Indeed, Yi Tian replied with a helpless smile. I had originally planned to buy you both a couple of outfits in the coming days. But since the tickets were booked in haste, I'll transfer 20,000 to Dad shortly. You can purchase what you need, and when Jiang Yan and I return, we can go shopping together. As he spoke, Yi Tian eagerly pulled out his phone, his actions reminiscent of a child eager to showcase his achievements to his parents. No, Jiang Nan insisted, shaking his head. Your mother and I have enough funds. We don't need your help for clothing. Yes, son, keep your money for emergencies. Don't be extravagant just because you've made some cash, Dongfeng Hui interjected promptly. And Jiang Yan, you mustn't squander your brother's money, understood? Jiang Yan, who had been happily observing, suddenly found herself in the spotlight, shrinking her neck in response. Got it, Mom. Yi Tian chuckled and shook his head, shouldering the backpack he had prepared the previous night. Mom, Dad, this is beyond your control. When one is out in the world, one must heed the call of duty. With a playful grimace, he and Jiang Yan joyfully set off. Oh, you child, Jiang Yan called after them, taking a few steps before ultimately deciding to halt. Children grow up, he remarked, turning to his anxious wife. They learn to take care of themselves and show consideration for others. Let him be. In the past, we would have worried about him facing setbacks. Now, Dongfeng Hui asked, somewhat perplexed. Now I would rather he encounter more obstacles, the kind that leave him bloodied and bruised. Sometimes, hitting a wall can impart valuable lessons. This phrase, reminiscent of the old adage, a blessing in disguise, left Dongfeng Hui momentarily speechless. Is there any parent in the world who does not worry about their children? Their mutual comfort was merely a facade. Nevertheless, on a different note, when do you plan to go to Kyoto? There's no rush. We can discuss it later. I have already spoken to Sun San and my elder brother about it. Whether sooner or later, it matters not. Jiang Nan, despite being in his 40s, still exuded the robust demeanor of a strong man. It has been many years since you last met. Your elder brother must surely miss you. If you have the time, it would be best to visit sooner rather than later, sighed Dongfeng Hui. Rest assured, I have it under control. I simply wish to see what else the Yi family in Jinling might reveal, he replied. Chapter 96. The negotiation fell through the airplane had landed. Upon exiting the airport, Yi Tian pulled out his phone and, with a swift motion, drew his sister Jiang Yan close, insisting on taking a photo of them together. Mom and Dad, we have arrived in Kyoto. After sending the photo, he made a phone call to report their safe arrival. Be careful with your sister. Watch out for pickpockets. And don't let anyone deceive you, Yi Tian readily affirmed. In this day and age, thieves have become considerably fewer. They are not as rampant as in previous years. With surveillance cameras installed everywhere, he did not dwell on such concerns. However, he understood the importance of behaving well in front of their parents. Surely, Yi Tian knew the significance of entertaining and pleasing his family. All right, take good care of your sister and protect yourself. Enjoy your time. Okay, Mom. Yi Tian replied before ending the call. Brother, I want another ice cream, his sister said as he put away his phone. Glancing down, he noticed his sweet sister waving the wooden stick in her hand. Just moments ago, when he had pulled her in for a photo, she still had a substantial portion of her ice cream left. How had it vanished in just a few minutes? Are you hungry? Yi Tian asked softly, a few strands of worry forming on his forehead. He feared not that she would crave food and drink, but rather that she might remain silent from hunger. Though his sister could be a bit mischievous, she was, after all, a sensible girl who knew how to behave at the right moments. No, it's just that usually at home, Mom doesn't let me have ice cream. Today, finally being out with my brother, I wanted to enjoy a bit more. She answered, a delightful response indeed. Well, it's a good thing you haven't been allowed to indulge too much. Regardless, we are here to have fun, so let us do whatever makes us happy. Come, let us buy some ice cream. Yi Tian adjusted his slightly loose backpack and led Jiang Yen to buy another ice cream. During the flight, Yi Tian had come to realize something important. Undertaking any endeavor in this world is fraught with difficulty, and the initial steps are often the most challenging of all. Not to mention the words of Wei Wenjin, who advised Emperor Taizong, those who begin well are numerous, but those who finish well are few. As he navigated through the clouds of uncertainty, he gradually cultivated a sense of direction and purpose. Relying solely on stock trading would not yield any significant achievements. The fragments of stock market fluctuations that resided in his memory amounted to merely 2 items at present. As an ordinary individual, he had previously given little thought to such matters. He remained oblivious to the fact that he would one day be reborn into the past. Moreover, the stock market is ever-changing. One could easily find themselves ensnared by others, leading to a fate of utter despair. Thus, after the plane had landed, Yi Tian resolved to liquidate his stocks and depart. He intended to spend the next few days wandering through Kyoto, pondering the trajectory of his future endeavors. Having pierced through the layers of confusion, although numerous challenges still lay ahead, a sense of hope began to emerge. Meanwhile, as the siblings basked in the joyous warmth of summer in the city of Jinling, the atmosphere within the once magnificent Yi family villa, a place that had inspired awe in many, had grown frigid. Only 4 individuals occupied the seats, Yi Yunhua and Qin Wanrong. The heads of the Yi family were present, along with their son and daughter, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, who stood to one side. Even the 3 sisters, Yi Qingqing, Yi Luming, and Yi Lingyu, could only remain standing in attendance. In stark contrast to the reserved demeanor of Yi Yunhua and the composed nature of Qin Wanrong, the 2 young individuals seated across from them exhibited a relaxed nonchalance. The girl, with her dark hair streaked with shades of pink and purple, was engrossed in a video game, oblivious to her surroundings. Remarkably, the notoriously irritable patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Yunhua, refrained from uttering a single word in response. A testament to the esteemed status of these young guests. Young Master Zhao, perhaps you could delineate a course of action? Otherwise, this matter may prove difficult to navigate. Yi Yunhua suggested after clearing his throat and enduring a prolonged silence. What course of action should I delineate? If it's troublesome, we need not proceed. To put it bluntly, that pile of assets belongs to your Yi family. Any loss will ultimately be borne by you, young Master Zhao replied, shrugging his shoulders. His expression rife with boredom, as if his time at the Yi residence was akin to confinement. Yi Yunhua awkwardly chuckled. 40%, at most I can concede 40%. We still have others relying on us for sustenance. If I give too much, it may provoke discontent among them. It was as though he was pleading for leniency. Selling at a 60% discount merely recouped half of the original costs, and while the losses were substantial, they remained contained within the bounds of 25 billion, preventing the repercussions of this misstep from spiraling out of control. Yet, at this moment, all of this was merely Yi Yunhua's unfounded hope. The crux of the matter ultimately hinges on the nod from the young man across the table. Just as Yi Yunhua keenly observed the subtle furrowing of young Master Zhao's brow, suggesting a flicker of hope, Yi Ruotian, who had been standing by, suddenly interjected, "Young Master Zhao, the Yi family is a significant taxpayer in Jinling. If you remain obstinate, the downfall of the Yi family would serve no one's interests. It could potentially disrupt the tenure of Lord Guanxiong as the mayor, leaving you with nothing but bitter fruit." Yi Ruotian's heart was bleeding. What had once seemed a steady decline might have yielded around 12 billion, but now, he faced a staggering loss of 70 billion in total assets. After accounting for fixed and immovable properties, merely a few billion in cash remained. How would that suffice for his extravagant lifestyle? In his anguish, Yi Ruotian contemplated invoking Guanxiong's authority to suppress this unknown ally of Yi Yunhua, hoping to mitigate his losses, even slightly. However, upon uttering these words, the previously tense brow of the young man across the table relaxed, a smile gracing his lips. Yi Yunhua, having lived long enough, could discern such subtle changes in expression. He immediately knew that this wayward son had jeopardized his plans. In an instant, a tall figure abruptly appeared before Yi Ruotian. A resounding slap echoed in the room. Return to your chamber at once. Yi Ruotian was momentarily stunned by the force of the blow. Yi Ruoxuan, standing nearby, trembled in fear. Uncertain whether her reaction stemmed from genuine fright or a desire to alleviate the pressure on Yi Ruotian. She began to sob uncontrollably. Father, please, do not blame my brother. He only wishes to assist you. At her cry, the three sisters of the Yi family rushed over, their hearts aching to comfort her. Meanwhile, Qin Wanrong's complexion shifted dramatically. Chapter 97. A new beginning awaits. The once vast Yi family regained a semblance of vitality, albeit a fade of strength concealing inner fragility. The atmosphere was chaotic, with Yi Ruoxuan clinging to Yi Yunhua's waist, and the three sisters grasping his hands. This tumultuous scene elicited a scoff from young Master Zhao, who sat on the sofa. Observing the spectacle, he turned to the girl beside him and asked, "Hey, little sister, if one day father were to slap me like that, would you intervene like they did for their brother?" The girl, engrossed in her handheld gaming device, did not look up. Her slender, fair fingers deftly manipulated the controls. "No, I would help father find 7 wolves. That's more like it. Now, that's a true little sister." What farce were the Yi family members performing? It was rather dull. To be honest, young Master Zhao, with an air of nonchalance, brushed off his trousers and rose from the sofa without a word, preparing to depart with his sister. Young Master Zhao. Yi Yunhua cast a glance back, shaking off the others as he hurried forward. "What's the matter, Mr. Yi?" Zhao Gongzi inquired, his voice carrying a note of urgency. "Mr. Zhao, let us discuss this calmly," Yi Yunhua implored, a rare hint of earnestness gracing his tone. Zhao Ling sighed helplessly. An expression of resignation etched upon his face. "I must wait for Guanxiong to come and speak with me. By the way, I have an early flight back to Kyoto tomorrow, so make haste," Zhao Ling declared, disregarding the chaos surrounding the Yi family as he stepped away. "Mr. Zhao, may I inquire where you are staying?" Yi Ruoxuan suddenly called out, her voice rising to catch Zhao Ling's attention. Her urgency, accentuated by her recently tear-stained eyes, exuded an inexplicable intensity. Zhao Ling turned slightly, narrowing his eyes as he regarded her. "Cloud Hotel, room 1101. Will you come to see me? I must say, you possess a certain charm. Feel free to visit. Of course, if any of the young ladies from the Yi family wish to accompany you, that is also welcome." A cold laugh escaped Zhao Ling as he ushered his sister out the door. Yi Ruoxuan opened her mouth, intent on voicing her thoughts, but was met with the furious countenance of Yi Yunhua. "Enough, enough. Let us all take a seat." Qin Wanrong sighed. Everyone had overheard Zhao Ling's remark and understood its implications. However, it was hard to fathom that the Yi family had fallen to such depths as to barter their daughters for favor. Presently, the avenues to Mr. Zhao had seemingly closed off entirely. "In truth, this is the last connection your father had in Kyoto. For this opportunity, he sought the favor of numerous influential figures last night, and it was only through their goodwill that the Zhao family agreed to meet," Qin Wanrong stated, her voice tinged with a layer of indignation. "If we can seize this opportunity, it may very well lead the Yi family onto a grand vessel." "I'm sorry, mother. I shouldn't have spoken," Yi Ruotian murmured, his head bowed in shame. Upon hearing his words, Yi Lingyu, the doctor among them, felt her heart soften. "It's not your fault. That Zhao fellow likely never intended to assist our family from the very beginning. Yes, little brother, do not blame yourself. Your actions have preserved our family's dignity." Yi Luming joined in the comfort. At that moment, Yi Qingqing interjected, "Enough of this. Thankfully, Ruoxuan has just secured a final opportunity. I shall go and have a serious conversation with Mr. Zhao tonight." "Sister, you must not go," Yi Ruotian exclaimed, alarmed by her words. "Sister, are you not aware of his intentions? He merely seeks that trivial matter." Yi Luming urged in agreement. Yi Qingqing sighed deeply, gazing at her younger siblings with determination in her eyes. "Rest assured, should he entertain any unsavory thoughts, I shall certainly cease all conversations with him. With that, I shall take my leave for a moment." Upon finishing her words, Yi Qingsheng no longer lingered and ascended the stairs. The entire Yi family was soon enveloped in a profound silence. After stepping outside and entering the vehicle, Zhao Xingyi discarded the handheld gaming device and turned to her brother beside her. "Brother, you're not feeling hungry, are you? What were you thinking? Merely provoking them. Who do they think they are to threaten me?" Zhao Xingyi nodded, picking up the game console once more to resume her play. Meanwhile, far away in Kyoto, Yi Tian took his sister to explore Qingbei University, visiting the picturesque Weiming Lake. To his surprise, she insisted on staying longer, yearning to witness the moonlight. Inspired by the lotus pond in the moonlight from her textbooks. After much coaxing and persuasion, Yi Tian finally managed to lead her away. With dinner ahead, he was also considering where to find reasonably priced office rentals near Qingbei University. After a morning of aimless wandering, he ultimately resolved to establish a venture capital firm. He sold off all his stocks, doubling his investment, and after deducting transaction taxes, netted nearly 100 million. Yi Tian's total assets now amounted to a staggering 180 million. This sum represented over 1% of the entire Yi family's wealth. "Brother, why are we visiting such properties?" Jiang Yan followed closely behind Yi Tian, having been lured by a variety of snacks he provided. Otherwise, she had genuinely intended to linger, eager to experience the subtle sorrow and joy that Zhu Ziqing once conveyed in those winding paths. However, was it not because her brother had offered too much? Such properties were not meant for habitation. Even if he were affluent, he ought not to purchase them. Buy? Yi Tian smirked, thinking highly of himself. While he could afford it, he would only be able to acquire just a single floor, which was about a few hundred square meters. Yet, purchasing was unnecessary. Renting would be far more economical. This office space was relatively affordable, at 5 yuan per square meter per day. Renting a 100 square meter office suite would cost 500 yuan daily. Over a year, including utilities and management fees, it would easily exceed 200,000. Nevertheless, with his current wealth, renting a few 100,000 yuan office space was within reach. Yi Tian guided Jiang Yan, following an agent who was wiping sweat from his brow while explaining the property. "Xiao Yan, you must understand, these properties are not meant for living. They are for the protection of our family." "What?" Jiang Yan struggled to comprehend Yi Tian's words. What did he mean by not being for living? "But for safeguarding the family? You will understand when you grow up," Yi Tian replied, halting the agent who was busy presenting the property. "This one, let us rent it for 4 years." "Certainly, sir. Wishing you prosperous business." The agent wiped his brow, visibly excited as he spoke. Chapter 98. Purchasing a spacious home for our family. As he signed the contract, Yi Tian contemplated his plans to acquire a residence in Kyoto. This way, he could avoid returning to Jinling and sever ties with the unsavory elements of the Yi family. Their fate, whether life or death, held no significance for him. He aimed to buy a 200 square meter apartment, sufficient to accommodate his parents in their retirement. By purchasing the property now, he anticipated a 6-month renovation period, during which it would remain uninhabitable. The intention was to air out the apartment in preparation for his younger sister Jiang Yan's enrollment at a university in Kyoto. The entire family would relocate there, allowing the Yi family and Jinling to become mere memories. Yan. Upon completing the contract, Yi Tian clenched his fists discreetly, a solemn expression settling upon his brow. He turned to Jiang Yan, his gaze softening unexpectedly. "What is it, brother? Come here, I want to show you something." As he spoke, Yi Tian retrieved a small keychain from his backpack, adorned with a charming decorative tag. Jiang Yan accepted the keychain from his hand. This was something Yi Tian had purchased during their aimless wanderings in Qingbei. "What is this?" Jiang Yan murmured, gazing at the tag. "Are you giving me this keychain, brother?" "Yes, it's for your keys," Yi Tian replied. Jiang Yan scratched her head, puzzled. "But I don't have any keys." Indeed, she possessed no keys, not even for her own home. Her carefree nature often led her to misplace small items, prompting her mother, Dongfang Hui, to withhold a key to their house, fearing that she would lose it repeatedly. "In that case, how about I get you a key as well?" Yi Tian chuckled. Upon hearing this, the agent's eyes darted around, suddenly realizing that fortune might be on his side today. "You're giving me a key? What kind of key?" The agent, having grasped the situation, chimed in. "Boss, allow me to drive you both to explore some prime properties in the area." Yi Tian nodded in approval, recognizing the agent's prowess. "Brother, are you buying me a house?" Jiang Yan inquired. "No, it's for our family. A larger home," Yi Tian replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. You must strive to attend a university in Kyoto. Otherwise, you might miss the chance to live in a grand house. Jiang Yin beamed with joy, realizing that her brother had made a fortune in stocks, but she had not anticipated his capability to purchase a home. Brother, I will study diligently. Once I get accepted into Kyoto University, could I have a spacious room with a bookshelf? Of course, Yi Tian affirmed as he led his sister downstairs, accompanied by the agent. You're the best brother. I love you so much. Jiang Yin embraced Yi Tian fiercely, planting a kiss on his cheek. The joy derived from sacrificing for family was something entirely absent during their time at the Yi residence. For a fleeting moment, Yi Tian appeared somewhat dazed. Elder sister, do you recall which room at the Cloud Hotel we are to meet? In the evening, seated in the car, Yi Ruotian suddenly inquired. After unanimous agreement from the Yi family, it was decided that Yi Ruotian would accompany Yi Qingqing to speak with the gentleman surnamed Zhao. Yi Ruotian felt a tumult of emotions. Was he truly going to send Yi Qingqing away? Yet, Yi Qingqing was so stunningly beautiful. He had exerted every effort over the years and had never found an opportunity to approach her. How could he bear to let someone else seize the chance first? The irritation reflected in his eyes, however, conveyed a different sentiment to Yi Qingqing. Little brother, you needn't worry. Nothing will go awry. But I still worry for you. Elder sister, Yi Ruotian expressed, his face betraying concern. Yi Qingqing cast a reassuring glance at her brother. In every aspect, Yi Ruotian was commendable, unlike that rascal Yi Tian, who showed no familial affection at all. He even engaged in unspeakable actions and lacked any decorum. Previously, he had merely stumbled upon good fortune, compelling their Ruotian to forego the opportunity to attend Qingbei. Truly outrageous. Rest assured, everything will be fine. I have a plan, Yi Qingqing said with a faint smile to comfort Yi Ruotian. He sighed deeply. At that moment, Yi Qingqing suddenly posed a question. I believe it was room 1101 at the Cloud Hotel, right? Little brother, is that correct? Yi Ruotian was momentarily startled. Did Yi Qingqing not remember which room it was? I suppose so, he said, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Meanwhile, the luxurious car belonging to the Yi family gradually came to a stop outside the hotel. Stealing a glance at Yi Qingqing's alluring neckline, Yi Ruotian swallowed hard before stating seriously, Sister, how about I go ahead and gather some information for you? If that Zhao doesn't seem inclined to talk, I can't let you suffer any embarrassment. But little brother, wouldn't that be? Trust me, sister, Yi Ruotian assured, patting his chest. It's fine, I'll meet with him first. If he is willing to talk, I will then come down to fetch you. Just as Yi Qingqing was about to voice her concerns, Yi Ruotian exited the car. A wave of emotion washed over Yi Qingqing. This was the kind of brother she cherished, someone who considered the well-being of every family member, possessing a sense of responsibility and accountability, so different from others. The cultural heritage of the Yi family instilled a certain grace in its descendants. Indeed, one's upbringing had a significant impact, Yi Qingqing reflected while seated in the car. Meanwhile, Yi Ruotian approached the hotel front desk. Hello, I am looking for Mr. Zhao Linghua. Please hold on, I will call Mr. Zhao. The receptionist cast a skeptical glance at the suddenly appearing young man, merely adhering to the established protocol. Upon connecting the call, she relayed the message that someone was seeking Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao inquired about the caller's surname. I am Yi Ruotian from the Yi family. Inform him that I wish to discuss this morning's matter with him. Oh, please hold on a moment. The receptionist made a few non-committal sounds before hanging up the phone. She then turned to Yi Ruotian and said, I apologize, but Mr. Zhao has expressed that he does not wish to meet with you. Please return, sir. Yi Ruotian was momentarily taken aback, but soon an uncontrollable smile crept onto his lips. Well then, please book me a room. Please wait a moment. The receptionist took Yi Ruotian's identification card and processed it. Please reserve room 1101. I'm sorry, sir, but that room is already occupied, she replied softly. Then let it be 1011. Upon uttering this, the smile on Yi Ruotian's face became increasingly difficult to suppress, and his expression even began to twist into a somewhat unhealthy demeanor. Since the Zhao family is unwilling, I shall not be polite. After receiving the room key, Yi Ruotian hurriedly ascended the stairs. The situation was urgent, and he had not brought along certain illicit substances. However, a mere phone call would suffice for him. The young master of the Yi family, to have someone deliver them to him. He simply needed to wait a little while. Yi Ruotian swiftly made arrangements, and once the medication was delivered, he placed the brewed tea on the table and added a white pill into the cup. watching the bubbles rise in the tea. He let out a cold smile. Half an hour later. Sister, that young Master Zhao has asked for you to join him upstairs for a discussion. Downstairs. Yi Qingqing looked at Yi Ruotian, who had leaned into the car. Her heart instantly filled with joy. The previous half hour of waiting had been one of the most excruciating experiences she had endured in recent years. Yet, being well-versed in workplace dynamics, she was apprehensive and dared not call Yi Ruotian. To her surprise, he had managed to negotiate. With a hint of excitement, Yi Qingqing stepped out of the car and inquired, "How did you convince him? Did you speak with him properly?" "Of course, I spoke with him respectfully. Otherwise, would he be willing to meet with us? I even waited outside his door, pleading for quite some time." Yi Ruotian chuckled, patting his chest. "Excellent. If today's negotiations are successful, I'll have father reward you with a supercar." Yi Qingqing, thrilled, hugged Yi Ruotian briefly before striding confidently in her high heels toward the hotel. Upon entering the elevator, Yi Ruotian led Yi Qingqing to room 1011. After swiping the room key to open the door, Yi Qingqing paused in surprise. "Little brother, how do you have the room key for young Master Zhao's suite?" "Young Master Zhao mentioned that he needed to discuss our family's matter with his sister. So he entrusted me with the key and asked me to bring you upstairs first." Yi Qingqing, without harboring any doubts, nodded and stepped into the room first. Yi Ruotian hurriedly pretended to pour a cup of tea for Yi Qingqing. "Sister, please have a sip of tea while you wait. If he doesn't arrive soon, I shall go urge him," he said. "Thank you, little brother. A gentle man like you will surely attract many admirers in the future," Yi Qingqing remarked, a mix of anxiety and excitement in her voice. "Gentle? I shall be gentle with you as well. Don't worry, dear sister." Yi Ruotian thought to himself with a cold smirk, though his face bore a bashful smile. "Sister, let us wait a moment longer. Young Master Zhao should be here shortly." "All right, little brother, you two should drink some tea and not tire yourself out," Yi Qingqing replied, lifting her cup. Were it not for her emotionally astute brother paving the way before her, she might have missed the chance to meet Zhao Lingrua today. If matters were settled favorably, she resolved to treat Yi Ruotian with even greater kindness in the future. The weather was sweltering, and after a day of mounting tension, Yi Qingqing took a few more sips of tea before setting her cup down. As she waited in silence, her mind suddenly flickered. Her eyelids began to flutter uncontrollably. "Little brother, I feel so dizzy and fatigued," she murmured. "Sister, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Yi Ruotian feigned concern as he rushed to support Yi Qingqing. Perhaps it was due to her profound trust in him that her previously strained spirit abruptly collapsed. She leaned against him, surrendering to the fatigue. "Sister, are you okay?" Yi Ruotian asked, squeezing her cheek lightly. No response. "Excellent. According to the seller of the drug, its effect lasts just over 2 hours. To be safe, it would be best to conclude matters within an hour and a half. After all, there was the aftermath to consider. Finally, it was within reach. Let me savor its flavor. Oh, dark green lace trim. Such taste. 2 hours later. What just happened?" Yi Qingqing raised her head from the bed, only to find Yi Ruotian sitting silently in a chair, his face a mask of anger. Upon hearing her stir, Yi Ruotian's expression immediately shifted to one of concern. "Sister, you are awake?" "Yes, what just happened to me?" Yi Qingqing felt a throbbing headache, her body aching as though it had been dismantled. "It must be that you were too exhausted today, and the excitement overwhelmed your body, causing you to faint," he explained. "I had no choice. There wasn't enough time to take you to the hospital, so I could only wait for young Master Zhao here." Yi Qingqing nodded in understanding. As clarity returned to her gaze, she abruptly turned to Yi Ruotian. "Where is young Master Zhao?" "Young Master Zhao?" Yi Ruotian hesitated. His words caught in his throat. "Is it because I fell asleep that he no longer wishes to meet?" Yi Qingqing's fear finally erupted as she violently shook Yi Ruotian's body, demanding answers. Yi Ruotian longed to engage in the conversation, yet he had already devised a strategy to conceal the matter. Young Master Zhao stated his disapproval, explaining that while she was asleep, he had conversed with Zhao. He mentioned that Yi Tian would be a prodigious talent at Tsinghua University and Peking University and was likely to be taken under the wing of Professor Yang, making it impossible for him to assist their family without offending Yi Tian. Is this Yi Tian's intention? Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes suddenly gleamed with a hint of coldness. It seems so. Yi Tian is leveraging Professor Yang's name to pressure Zhao. Even if Zhao wished to comply, his family would never agree. Yi Ruotian replied, his expression steeped in dejection. He sighed, burdened with guilt. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have had a conflict with brother Yi Tian from the start." or this wouldn't have happened. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Filled with compassion, Yi Qingqing embraced Yi Ruotian tenderly. It's all right. He is not your brother. Do not utter such words again. From now on, we shall have nothing to do with him. The siblings comforted each other for a moment before departing the hotel. Upon returning home, Yi Ruotian recounted the fabricated story he had just concocted to Yi Yunbo. Yi Yunbo abruptly looked up at Yi Ruotian. That good-for-nothing Yi Tian. How could he possibly know that young Master Zhao would visit the Yi family? Are you not aware that young Master Zhao hails from Kyoto and bears the surname Zhao? Yi Ruotian paused, slightly taken aback. Kyoto, the Zhao family? How could he not recall such a prominent household? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Even if they existed, the lie must continue. Father, I too find it strange, at that time. It seemed like my sister fainted from low blood sugar, and I didn't dare take her to the hospital. I truly have no idea how Yi Tian learned of young Master Zhao's whereabouts, or how he managed to contact him. Trusting that the Yi family believed in him, he thought, why not let them speculate? Could it be Guanxiong? Qin Wanrong's words plunged the entire Yi family into silence. Yi Yunbo narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashing across his gaze. Since that beast wishes to keep us down, I shall not hold back. If he wants to play dirty, I've seen worse in my rise from nothing. With a cold snort, Yi Yunbo rose abruptly. Everyone, go to bed. After dismissing the others, he turned to the anxious Qin Wanrong on the sofa. What are you afraid of? Call my brother-in-law. Just tell him that his brother-in-law desires fish for a late-night snack. Chapter 100. Seeking investment opportunities. Oh, brother, why do you smell of fish today? Yi Ruotian whispered, sitting beside Yi Ruotian. Have you been sneaking around behind my back? What nonsense are you saying? Yi Ruotian let out a soft snort, stealthily pinching the tender flesh at Yi Ruotian's waist. Speak carelessly again, and your brother shall wield a club to chastise you. Yi Ruotian stifled a giggle, her laughter laced with a hint of provocation, as the sparkle in her eyes reflected into Yi Ruotian's gaze. Well, I cannot say whether someone will be leaning against the wall come tomorrow morning. At that moment, Yi Qingqing hurriedly emerged from the restroom and entered Yi Lingyu's room. Lingyu, do you have that? She inquired while continuing to explain. I've been under immense pressure lately, and it seems my menstrual cycle has become irregular. It arrived unexpectedly. Oh, wait a moment, big sister. Yi Lingyu rummaged through the cabinet beneath her desk and retrieved a packet of sanitary pads, handing them to Yi Qingqing. Thank you. You're welcome, big sister. With the item in hand, Yi Qingqing returned to her room. This time, however, she felt something was amiss. Although she often experienced some discomfort during her period, it had never been as excruciating as today, akin to having climbed a mountain, with her lower abdomen suffering from menstrual cramps. Furthermore, the flow seemed unusually scant. Could it be that her body was fatigued from recent strains, leading to some ailment? With a heavy sigh, Yi Qingqing lamented her predicament. This train of thought led her to recall Yi Ruotian's words from earlier. She was taken aback to realize that Yi Tian, having acquired power and connections, would stoop so low as to treat the Yi family, his own flesh and blood, with such cruelty. The thought pierced her heart with anguish. She tore open a pad and stepped into the restroom. Suddenly, she sensed something was awry. This was not menstrual blood. The apartment in question was the finest in the neighborhood, comprising 8 floors, each spanning 600 square meters, featuring 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and a dining area that seamlessly connected to the kitchen, serving also as a tea room. Additionally, there was a study and 3 terraces. Yi Tian nodded. This was the best property he had seen from yesterday to today. After a brief viewing yesterday, Jiang Yin had grown weary and returned to the hotel, resuming the search today with the same agent. This one will do. It has excellent ventilation from north to south, he remarked. Brother, are you really going to buy it? This house costs 36 million. Jiang Yin exclaimed, her mouth agape. When did her brother become so wealthy? No worries, let's settle on this house. We'll sign the contract. Yi Tian affectionately ruffled Jiang Yan's hair, intending to put the property in her name, thus contributing to their warm home. Sign here, Yi Ning said, handing the contract to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan blinked. But brother, such an expensive house, I can't. Just sign it. What is mine is yours. Why worry? Yi Tian replied with a gentle smile. But it's too precious, brother. Am I no longer your brother? Li Tian chuckled at Jiang Yan's timid demeanor, not allowing her further resistance. After several rounds of encouragement, Jiang Yin timidly signed the housing contract. It took a bit more time to finalize all the necessary documentation. Li Tian had meticulously arranged his schedule for the day. In the afternoon, He intended to take the rental contract along with his identification and bank card to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to obtain the company license. The process went smoothly. Upon exiting the bureau, Leaf Tion stood at the entrance, observing the bustling street. The city of Kyoto would henceforth be his stronghold. With a residence here, a burgeoning career, and academic pursuits, he had invested everything in this place. He placed the license into his backpack, having registered an investment company named Tianji Investment. For the average person, investment might seem like a gamble, yet for Leaf Tion, it was not entirely so. While there was an element of risk, he possessed a certain informational advantage. Yin, I have matters to attend to in Yinjing. Would you prefer to accompany your brother or return home first? Leaf Tion inquired, casting a glance at Jiang Yan. She tilted her head adorably, her charming gesture nearly melting Leaf Tion's heart. Of course, I want to stay with you, brother. But I know you'll be quite busy these days, and won't you have time to take me out? She responded. Leaf Tion added, Indeed, I will be occupied. Jiang Yan smiled, taking her brother's hand. That's all right, brother. I'll just follow you and won't cause any trouble. You only need to take care of my ice cream. Leaf Tion was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. This girl truly was a foodie. All right, let us return first and find a renovation company. The newly acquired apartment needs some work, and the office space requires renovation as well. Since these are my ventures, the renovations must reflect a certain quality. Having registered the company with a paid-in capital of 100 million, and after purchasing the property, he still had over 40 million left. Spending a few $100,000 on office renovations was absolutely feasible. The renovation of the office would be relatively simple. The walls and flooring were already in place, with no need for demolition. They merely needed to acquire desks, computers, printers, and other office supplies, along with some frosted glass to partition the space. After reviewing several renovation companies, Leaf Tion selected a design. We can guarantee a restoration accuracy of over 90%. While we can almost replicate it exactly, some minor details may not be perfectly executed, so we can only assure 90% accuracy. Leaf Tion nodded, shaking hands with the manager of the renovation company. Very well, let us proceed with the design my sister selected. I will conduct inspections regularly, and I hope you can execute it well. Absolutely, Mr. Leaf. The manager cast a doubtful glance at Jiang Yan, clearly harboring misconceptions about their identities. Yet, Yi Tian was indifferent to his misunderstandings, finding them unnecessary and unworthy of concern. By the way, is there a company called Mo Kaba La in this economic zone? I seem to have heard of it. It recently opened its doors. The manager looked at Yi Tian, ready to provide information without reservation. After all, he had already reached an agreement with this boss. What business it was to him if the latter sought companies from other industries. All right, could you direct me? Well, Mr. Yi, shall I have my secretary escort you? That would be splendid. Yi Tian nodded, accompanied by the ever-obedient and understanding Jiang Yan. As well as the elegant lady in a black suit, they descended the stairs together. Mo Kaba La was a relatively small company, with a registered capital of merely 1 million. As the three walked, the lady in the black suit began to introduce the company to the two, primarily addressing Yi Tian. She could easily discern that Yi Tian was the more significant figure, rendering the young girl's presence somewhat diminished in her eyes. Yes, I am aware, Yi Tian nodded. Recalling Mo Kaba La, he had prepared for this visit, as he knew that among elementary school children, the trend of trading cards had already begun to gain traction. In a year or two, various collectible cards would become popular, featuring iconic characters from classics such as Ultraman, The Three Kingdoms, Water Margin, and Journey to the West. Yi Tian was here to invest in this venture. In a year or two, the revenue from card gaming in the domestic market would surpass 200 billion soft sister coins. One should not underestimate the spending power of children in this era. Even during Yi Tian's own childhood, he had played with Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading cards. Back then, with limited funds, he would save 2 yuan a week to purchase 4 packs of cards, totaling 40 cards, with very few being of high value. He vividly recalled yearning for the Fairy's Feather and the Pot of Greed, both of which were exceptional cards. Once, he was elated to acquire the Golden Castle of Stromberg, only to later learn from friends that it was a test card and could not be used in duels. Nevertheless, such memories remain cherished reflections of his childhood. Now, with the card gaming industry on the rise, if Yi Tian did not act swiftly, Mo Kaba La, a company poised to capture a significant share of the domestic market, might fall into someone else's hands. Well then, Mr. Yi, this is Mo Kaba La. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Mr. Yi, and goodbye to you, young lady. Goodbye? Yi Tian nodded. Goodbye? Jiang Yan also politely waved to the lady. Yi Tian cast a glance at the glass door, marred by stains and dust, and within the confines of this modest company, there were merely 5 computers. Above the entrance, a blue plastic sign bore the name Mocabala in bold letters. To those with high emotional intelligence, this could be described as unpretentious. To those with lesser emotional acumen, it appeared to be a destitute little company. Rather than a corporation, it resembled a small storefront dedicated to advertising design. Shaking his head, Yi Tian pushed the door open, with Jiang Yan following closely behind. Inside, 3 individuals raised their heads in unison, directing their attention towards Yi Tian. "Who are you looking for?" inquired the portly man in black clothing, standing at the head of the table. "This is Mocabala Company, correct? Who is the person in charge?" Yi Tian's gaze shifted from the computer screens to the stout man, whose glasses were slightly smeared, a consequence of his hefty build, which made him prone to sweating, especially in the sweltering summer heat. "I am Lin Hongyu, the general manager of Mocabala," the man in black replied. "Are you the ones designing character cards for Journey to the West?" Yi Tian nodded, leading his sister to a nearby sofa to sit. This cramped 30-square-meter space, furnished with desks and computers, surprisingly accommodated a small seating area. Lin Hongyu, it seemed, was destined for greatness, possessing a vision that was rare among ordinary individuals. Indeed, although he did not comprehend why such a youthful individual would seek him out, Lin Hongyu maintained a sense of decorum befitting a host. He retrieved 2 glasses of chilled water, placing them on the glass table between them. "Please, have some water." Yi Tian inclined his head slightly, showing no intention of reaching for the glasses. He continued to observe Lin Hongyu's every move, finding him generally agreeable. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lin Hongyu adjusted his glasses before posing the question. With a smile, Yi Tian straightened his posture and replied earnestly, "Manager Lin, I shall be direct. Please, proceed." Lin Hongyu responded with a smile, appreciating the efficiency of straightforward communication that he preferred. "I wish to invest in your company," Yi Tian declared. Lin Hongyu paused momentarily, caught off guard, then chuckled. "Though our company is small, it was founded by a few college friends, and we are not currently seeking investments. Please allow me to finish." Yi Tian interjected, shaking his head. "I intend to invest 100 million, acquiring equity without participating in company decisions, while retaining the right to inquire." The moment Yi Tian mentioned 100 million, the other 2 individuals in the room promptly turned their heads to look at him. Their previous focus on editing and designing cards abruptly interrupted. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present were in turmoil. Who could still focus on drawing cards? Lin Hongyu's lips twitched, as if caught in a dream. "Sir, I don't even know you, and you wish to invest 100 million in us? Surely, you must be jesting? This is the license for my investment company." Yi Tian extracted several documents from his backpack. "And this is proof of my actual paid-in capital. Note, it is actual paid-in, not merely subscribed." Lin Hongyu, momentarily stunned, took the documents from Yi Tian's hand. Upon seeing the document indicating an actual investment of 100 million, the hairs on the back of his neck bristled. "Are you certain you are not pulling my leg? Who would joke about 100 million? Yi Tian chuckled lightly, lifted a disposable cup from the table, unfazed by his sister's astonished gaze, and spoke directly. "So, Mr. Yi Tian," Lin Hongyu glanced at the documents in his hand. Now aware of Yi Tian's name, "how much equity do you wish to acquire with this 100 million? 90%. "This reflects my sincerity," Yi Tian replied, shrugging. Lin Hongyu nearly dropped his glasses upon hearing this. Even the 2 individuals beside him shifted uneasily in their plastic chairs. I seem to have misunderstood Mr. Ye's intention." Lin Hongyu swallowed hard. "What I mean is, I will invest 100 million to purchase 90% of your company's shares. And I do not require decision-making power, only the right to inquire." Yi Tian shrugged again, adopting a relaxed, nonchalant tone. Upon confirming Yi Tian's words, Lin Hongyu took a deep breath. This statement sounded as though Yi Tian were gifting them 10 million in assets. After all, if 100 million buys 90% of the shares, that implies the total company valuation remains at 100 million, leaving the remaining 10% at 10 million. That 10 million would be divided among the 5 of them. Essentially, it was as if Yi Tian was directly handing each of them 2 million in cash. Indeed, he was quite sincere. Chapter 102. The Yi family plans to take action against Yi Tian. "Mr. Yi, you truly are not jesting?" Lin Hongyu slightly adjusted his words, now addressing the young man before him with the respectful language commonly used in Kyoto. Oh no, rather, he should be referred to as the big boss. Of course. Yi Tian nodded. That said, you also have the right to decline this financing proposal. However, I wouldn't mind renting an office right next door. I noticed that space is still available. I wouldn't mind establishing a company, something like Magic Card Kabbalah, to push you out of the industry circle. I would much prefer to reach a cooperative agreement with you. Yi Tian was no fool. He understood the importance of being both righteous and ruthless. It was crucial not to regard these individuals as mere innocents. A sense of vigilance was certainly warranted. Lin Hongyu felt a slight shock in his heart, forcefully suppressing the emotions that had just surged within him. Were there no other conditions? Yes, there was one. This is your company's final round of financing. We must sign an agreement stipulating that upon accepting my investment, you cannot seek funding from any other company apart from me. Yi Tian's intention was straightforward. He aimed to acquire the company, ensuring that he retained 90% of its shares. This would also safeguard his equity from being diluted by subsequent rounds of financing. This condition was acceptable. Lin Hongyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was a proposal he could agree to. After all, securing over 100 million in funding for their company, Magic Kabbalah, was a surprising achievement. At that moment, he felt as if he were dreaming, his heavy physique almost buoyant with elation. Very well, will you consider it? Mr. Yi, there's no need for deliberation. I have made my decision. I agree to the financing. Lin Hongyu stated earnestly. As the leader of the Magic Kabbalah's 5-member team and the highest contributor to the initial capital of 1 million, he had invested all his savings into the company with the aspiration of creating a premier card game. Now, with the opportunity to nurture a venture he held dear, how could he possibly let it slip away? Moreover, it was an endeavor that would benefit everyone. His 4 brothers would undoubtedly support it. All right, please provide your company's account number, and I will arrange for the funds to be transferred directly from the bank. Yi Tian smiled as he rose from the rattan chair. However, this money will only be available for withdrawal 3 days from now. You have 3 days to draft the financing contract. Once completed, give me a call. Lin Hongyu listened attentively to Yi Tian's words, promptly agreeing and shaking his hand while discreetly saving Yi Tian's phone number. Thank you for your investment, Mr. Yi. We will certainly strive to manage the company well. I believe in you, Yi Tian replied. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. In the initial stages, creating collectible cards is viable, and focusing on high quality is commendable. Yet, I recommend that once the funds are secured, you develop a unique and engaging secondary game, as that will be the primary moat in this industry. After finishing his remarks, Yi Tian disregarded Lin Hongyu, who was still processing the information, and turned to leave with Jiang Yan. Brother Lin, we've struck gold. Struck gold. Lin Hongyu suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing at his 2 exuberant companions. He couldn't help but continue. This Mr. Yi is a visionary. He articulated what I had been contemplating for quite some time. He is extraordinary. Regardless, we now each possess over 1 million. One of them exclaimed, his smile unwavering. No, we haven't truly struck gold yet. Trust me, a year from now, our net worth will reach tens of millions. Brother, did I just hear you correctly? You invested 100 million into that small, insignificant company? Jiang Yan expressed her concern as she followed Yi Tian out. Rest assured, it will not result in losses, he replied confidently. But that is your investment firm. All your resources are tied up in it. She protested. It will yield dividends gradually, Yi Tian reassured, ruffling his younger sister's hair. I have my plans in mind. All right. If it doesn't work out, we can sell that house. It would provide some funds for your resurgence, she suggested. Stupid sister, what are you thinking? Yi Tian chuckled. Can't you wish for your brother's success? If you prosper, of course, I would be delighted. However, I must prepare for unforeseen circumstances, she replied earnestly. Yi Tian shook his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. Regardless, you must not inform our parents about my real estate acquisition or my investment endeavors. I understand. Brother, you always say that filial piety is paramount, and it's better to share good news than to cause worry. If they knew, they would undoubtedly fret over you. Exactly. Yi Tian smiled with relief. Now, let us go explore the scenic area. Meanwhile, in Jinling, at the Jiang residence, Dongfang Hui's hand trembled as she stirred the vegetables, her demeanor suddenly turning vexed. Old Jiang, what has gotten into you? Laughing so heartily as you walked in, Jiang then entered the kitchen, restraining his laughter slightly. That rascal has truly brought me pride. What happened? Dong Fenghui paused, abandoning her cooking to question Jiang Nan eagerly. That boy has established an investment firm in Kyoto, single-handedly investing 100 million. You're not mistaken. That lad is quite promising. Jiang Nan chuckled again, but as his smile faded, a hint of coldness crept into his expression. This is good news, but I'm now worried he might recklessly squander his fortune. Dong Fenghui anxiously wiped her hands on her apron and prepared to head to the living room. What are you doing? Jiang Nan grasped his wife's arm. I'm going to call him, to remind him not to spend frivolously and to invest wisely. What are you saying? I only learned about this through Sun-san. If you go and mention it, how would you explain your knowledge? Dong Fenghui paused, contemplating. True, how could I know? I can't just sit here worrying. She exclaimed. Worrying about what? This child possesses considerable talent. He will be fine. But what? Dong Fenghui pressed, noticing Jiang Nan's hesitation. Hurry up and speak. You're making me anxious. I heard that the Yi family is planning to take action against Xiao Tian. What? No. I must call Xiao Tian to ensure his safety. Come here. As Dong Fenghui took her first few steps, she was once again pulled back by Jiang Nan. Chapter 103, The Card Game Plan. Rest assured, many years ago, my old man equipped my elder brother with both literary and martial prowess, and naturally, he bestowed upon me the same. Are you referring to him? Dong Fenghui paused slightly, suddenly recalling a familiar face. Indeed, I have already made arrangements. For now, we shall leave the Yi family alone. It is best to let Xiao Tian handle it on his own. I am also eager to see what kind of son Jiang Nan has raised. Dong Fenghui pressed her lips together, beholding her husband's exuberance, a sight she had not witnessed in many years. She could not help but swallow all her words back down. Yes, this circular table is perfectly positioned. There is no need for a dedicated conference room, as this setup fosters a sense of unity and cohesion. Moreover, those colorful tables should be arranged over here. Yes, this way it appears more spacious. Why is there only one central air conditioner? Off with you. We need air conditioning in all four corners. The summer in Kyoto is sweltering. One unit simply will not suffice. If we need to spend more, then so be it. Hurry up. Yi Tian placed his hands on his hips, directing the workers in arranging the tables and chairs. Behind him, Jiang Yin picked up a chair and busied herself with Yi Tian's phone, as she had yet to receive one from her parents due to her studies. Yes, the T-bar machine goes here. Surround it with a circle to create a tea area. Yi Tian was meticulous, attending to every detail. As he oversaw the company's decor, an exhilarating thrill surged within him. The sensation of witnessing his enterprise gradually take shape was absolutely delightful. Mr. Yi, please sign here. All the furniture you ordered has arrived. The additional items will be delivered shortly, and you will need to sign for those as well. Yi Tian nodded and casually scribbled his name. It is rather amusing to think that his company was not yet fully furnished, yet he was already making investments. Sometimes, his nature compelled him to act decisively and swiftly. This can be advantageous, though at times it may lead to complications. Yin, would you prefer to order takeout? Or shall we dine downstairs at the restaurant? This office building has 3 floors below. The first floor hosts the restaurant, the second a clothing store, and the third a supermarket that sells various office supplies and sundries. Takeout can certainly be delivered here, but going downstairs to eat is also an option. Let us order takeout. It seems my brother is quite busy, so we'll eat here. Jiang Yin replied, looking up. Yi Tian nodded, encouraging her to order whatever she wished. During the midday break, as the workers departed, he gazed at the empty office area littered with discarded plastic sheets. Feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him, an exhilarating sense of impending battle stirred within his heart. Mr. Yi. Just as Yi Tian was lost in thought, a voice called out from behind him. Manager Lin? Yi Tian responded with surprise, though it was only reasonable that the other party knew where his company was located. After all, he had already shown his business license and similar documents to them. Mr. Yi, we have prepared the contract. Please peruse it. Lin Hongyu presented a thick stack of folders with both hands. Upon receiving them, Yi Tian casually flipped through a couple of pages before swiftly signing with the pen clipped to the folder. Aren't you going to take a look? No, I trust you. Lin Hongyu opened his mouth, but with such assurance from Yi Tian, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, he suddenly felt as though a steed had encountered its worthy rider. Have you found the manufacturing plant? After returning the documents to Lin Hongyu, Yi Tian inquired. This was his prerogative, and as the company's general manager, Lin Hongyu was naturally obliged to respond to any inquiries regarding the company's operations. Yes, we have secured Huitong Plastic Manufacturing. And what about the card design? I plan to send it to Mr. Yi via email. We intend to launch a nostalgic series of water margin character cards. Yi Tian nodded, preparing to speak, when Jiang Yan, who stood behind him, suddenly asked, "Is it the type of collectible cards that used to be included with instant noodles?" Yes, exactly that kind. Although Lin Hongyu was unaware of the young lady's connection to Yi Tian, he earnestly answered her question. He then turned to Yi Tian to elaborate further. Initially, our company planned to independently design a set of collectible cards, but now, with Mr. Ye's financial support, we aim to create nostalgic cards and have dispatched personnel to negotiate copyright collaboration with the relevant rights holders. At this point, Lin Hongyu paused. Additionally, we have appointed another person to invite the esteemed designer Su Feng to oversee the design, essentially lending his name to the project. Lin Hongyu felt somewhat awkward. In reporting to Yi Tian, there was no need for such grandiloquence. Please, continue. Yi Tian nodded, arms crossed before him, awaiting Lin Hongyu's next statement. Firstly, we plan to expand our online sales channels on Douyin, utilizing live broadcasts for card openings. And what about offline? For offline sales, we intend to establish physical specialty stores in 9 major first-tier cities, including Kyoto, Jinling, and Shanghai. The remainder will be distributed to shops near elementary and middle schools. Yi Tian nodded slightly. This sales model was quite standard. Tell me, how do you plan to enhance the collectible value of these cards? We have prepared 108 generals, with only 10 gold cards for each character, accompanied by a gold card number. We will initially operate discreetly, announcing that someone has acquired the card numbered 001 for Wusong or other similarly popular characters. Yi Tian nodded again, gesturing with his hand to indicate for him to continue. In terms of novelty, our gold cards are crafted entirely from genuine gold, with each card containing approximately 10 grams of gold as its primary material, complemented by pigments to depict character imagery. These cards are made from pure gold. Indeed, this proposal is commendable and will swiftly enhance our visibility. Do you intend to announce the total number of gold cards? Furthermore, will these gold cards merely serve as a gimmick, or will they truly be distributed? We do not plan to disclose the exact quantity. We will simply state on our official website that gold cards exist. Therefore, we require a short promotional video for the gold cards. And our official website is currently under construction, which will take some time. As for the gold cards, we do intend to distribute them, as honesty is paramount. The possibility of someone winning will invigorate market consumption. Ye Tian smiled and nodded in approval. Your ideas are quite commendable, encompassing all aspects. By the way, is the company preparing to establish a division for two-dimensional games? My suggestion is to create a wholly owned subsidiary to avoid consumer aversion once they discern the underlying strategies. If there are no issues, I will instruct the bank to unfreeze the funds shortly, Ye Tian remarked. Chapter 104. Reserve the toast for the celebration feast. Collaborative branding is, on a moral level, far more legitimate than official marketing cards. It does not create the impression of a company that is shamelessly eager to profit from anything. Just as the immensely popular Auduman cards are not issued by the Auduman company, card vendors are distinct from card owners. As for the emphasis on collectible value, although Ye Tian is not extensively acquainted with this industry, he understands that highlighting collectible value alleviates consumer guilt. For instance, if someone wishes to purchase an item that sparkles enticingly, but it turns out to be worthless paper, they are likely to suppress their desire to buy. However, if someone tells them that within that worthless paper lies gold, their conviction may waver. They might ponder whether they could be fortunate enough to win something. They may decide to buy a bit, thinking, what if they win a prize? Right? This way, they perceive their expenditure not as mindless spending, but as a rational investment. Then, they might join others in rummaging through the pile of worthless paper. Suddenly, someone nearby raises a piece of gold with a shout, "Wow, there really is gold here." This revelation intensifies their desire to purchase, creating a psychological addiction. Additionally, regarding collectible value, even without pure gold cards, establishing tiers for the cards and introducing rare collectible cards can significantly inflate their worth. By framing consumption as an investment, we initiate a marketing model. In the financial sector, some individuals exploit this psychological tendency to defraud. However, in tangible operations, such practices do not necessarily equate to deceit. As long as we, as the official entity, refrain from engaging in enticing promotional strategies, the likelihood of such occurrences diminishes. Mr. Ye, we will also categorize these cards into tiers moving forward. Indeed, that is fundamental. Yi Tian nodded lightly, raising his finger to gently tap Jiang Yan's forehead. Let us proceed downstairs for a meal. Jiang Yan blinked, silently clearing her shopping cart of takeout. Come, let us go downstairs and chat while we eat. Lin Hongyu had traveled from the development zone and surely hadn't had the chance to dine yet. Yi Tian thought it rather unbecoming to have someone eat takeout with him. After all, he was a man of considerable wealth. To invite his subordinates to partake in such a meal? How embarrassing would that be? Well, I shall indulge in a meal courtesy of Mr. Yi today. There is no need to be so polite about it. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively and led the way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor and casually selecting a restaurant to sit in, Yi Tian urged Lin Hongyu to continue with his presentation. The initial product planning was of great interest to him, and he wished to absorb every detail. Lin Hongyu cleared his throat before proceeding. We plan to categorize the cards: bronze cards, which are the ordinary ones, silver cards, purple cards, collectible silver cards, and collectible gold cards. Isn't that a rather excessive number of classifications? Yi Tian lifted his gaze from the menu to look at Lin Hongyu. In reality, the entertainment cards comprised only 3 types: bronze, silver, and purple, each progressively rarer than the last. As for the silver cards, how many do you intend to issue? Yi Tian inquired. 100 of each character role, Lin Hongyu replied. How many cards are there in each pack? 10 packs per box, with 10 cards in a pack. And the cost of a pack? Yi Tian, having lost interest in the menu, tossed his phone to Jiang Yan, as it was an electronic menu, allowing her to conveniently choose what she desired based on the images. 20 per pack, 200 per box. What is the gross profit? Yi Tian nodded, adjusting his position slightly before asking further. 100. Does this cost account for the expenses of establishing distribution channels and copyright collaborations? Yi Tian pondered, pinpointing a critical inquiry. Yes, all costs are included, covering channels, copyright, distribution, and even the 10 physical flagship stores. Is it truly profitable, with a gross margin reaching 50%? That does not include subsequent labor costs, as we are still in the recruitment phase, Lin Hongyu explained with an awkward smile. Even if we factor in future labor costs, including year-end bonuses and quarterly rewards, the gross profit remains around 70 per box, he asserted confidently. Yi Tian chuckled and shook his head. Such figures could only be estimates. And he bore no ill will towards him. Unlike the narratives found in novels, establishing a company was indeed a complex endeavor, with an overwhelming array of inquiries to be made. Yi Tian had no intention of delving into too many operational specifics at this juncture. Instead, he was more focused on 2 other critical points. I shall pose several pivotal questions to you now. Please do, Mr. Yi. I shall speak candidly and without reservation. Lin Hongyu replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. How much do you decide for the net profit retention rate? Yi Tian directly inquired, believing that such matters should be addressed candidly. 50% in the first year. Lin Hongyu chuckled awkwardly, adding that it might even reach 80 or 100%. Why? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, questioning further. Because companies in the 2-dimensional game industry are quite capital-intensive, Lin Hongyu answered honestly. No, I disagree. I will set a bottom line for you. The maximum profit retention rate shall be 80%. Should it exceed this, I will withdraw my investment. Upon finishing his statement, Yi Tian paused momentarily before bursting into laughter alongside Lin Hongyu. Startled by their laughter, Jiang Yan looked up in confusion. Brother, why are you suddenly laughing so wildly? Because I just misspoke, Yi Tian replied, shaking his head and affectionately ruffling Jiang Yan's hair. But, brother, is withdrawing investment truly a matter for laughter? She queried. Of course. As we have just signed an investment agreement, Lin Hongyu gently explained, gazing at Jiang Yan with kindness. Yi Tian nodded in affirmation. According to the investment agreement, after I invest this sum, if I wish to withdraw in the future, this big brother can acquire 90% of my shares at a mere 20% of the market price. Yi Tian spoke softly. This serves as a protection for both the investors and the invested companies, being both legal and reasonable. Lin Hongyu shyly adjusted his glasses. It is a restrictive clause that ensures a long-lasting partnership. If Yi Tian were to withdraw now, he would incur a loss of 80 million. Or he would need to find someone else willing to invest 100 million to take over his stake. Unless Yi Tian is a fool, he would certainly not withdraw easily. I assure you, Mr. Yi, we will strive to keep the profit retention rate below 80%, Lin Hongyu stated earnestly. After all, Mr. Yi has shown great kindness to our small company, and we will do our utmost to meet your expectations. Yi Tian smiled and nodded. Then I shall not treat you to drinks today. Let us save our toast for next year's celebration banquet, shall we? Agreed. Chapter 105. It seems we have met before. After finishing their meal, Yi Tian escorted everyone out of the building and took Jiang Yin back upstairs to inspect the renovations. In truth, it hardly qualified as upscale decor. The renovation workers toiled diligently, completing most of the work after a long day's labor. The following morning, they wrapped up the remaining tasks. Once the company doors were securely locked, Yi Tian planned to visit the Forbidden City and explore the ancestral grounds of the Chuanjin Longmen sect, as well as the Jingshi Zhaozhong Shrine to nurture Jiang Yan's patriotic spirit. There were countless places for them to explore, with the vast and beautiful landscapes of the country offering endless delights. However, after visiting the Baiyun Temple, Jiang Yan resolutely refused to go anywhere else. Yi Tian turned to her and inquired about her reasoning. It was the height of summer, the season when the heat was most oppressive, and Jiang Yan was clad in a pair of exceedingly short shorts. Pointing at her legs, she looked at Yi Tian with a pitiful expression. Brother, look. What is it? Yi Tian lowered his gaze, following her finger to observe her radiant, pale legs. Look, they are trembling. Consequently, Yi Tian had no choice but to hail a cab and take her to the amusement park she longed to visit. Yi Tian had never been to such places before, and instinctively felt a tinge of apprehension. After all, the living conditions he and Jiang Yan had experienced in their youth were hardly conducive to frivolous expenditures such as amusement parks. It would have been quite burdensome for their parents. In the past, they both had been sensible, devoid of such frivolous thoughts. Now, however, Yi Tian could only acknowledge that he had achieved success and wished to compensate his foolish sister. The joys she desired were, naturally, to be granted to her. To put it in the words of a wealthy landowner, I have millions on hand. I need not worry about supporting Jiang Yan, to say nothing of the fact. Even if Jiang Yan were to remain unmarried, childless, and unemployed for her entire life, he could still provide for her indefinitely. Yi Tian and Jiang Yan dashed into the amusement park, akin to wild horses unleashed, their curiosity piqued by everything they encountered. Previously, they had only glimpsed the distant Ferris wheel and roller coaster tracks from afar. Now, standing beneath these attractions, they realized just how grand they truly were. How tall is that? Yi Tian inquired. 100 meters, sir, replied the gentle ticket seller. Sister, are you afraid of heights? No, Jiang Yan shook her head, her face alight with excitement. With a resigned sigh, Yi Tian purchased 2 tickets and led Jiang Yan onto the Ferris wheel. Each compartment, let's call it a cabin, could accommodate 4 people. Jiang Yan and Yi Tian occupied one cabin alone. The allure of this ride lay in its height and privacy. If not together, one could not share a cabin. After all, one never knew when a couple might choose to declare their love at the pinnacle. When Yi Tian and Jiang Yan reached the highest point, the sun, setting quietly in the west, streamed through towering skyscrapers, casting its golden rays upon them. Brother, the big city is so beautiful. Jinling is a big city too, Yi Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. No, what I mean is, the city that my brother chose is truly beautiful, Jiang Yan clarified. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. In truth, it was Kyoto that had chosen him. Yi Tian offered no response, while Jiang Yan, like a curious child, leaned against the window, gazing outside. Entirely oblivious to her brother's silence, her attention wholly captivated by the view. Yi Tian shifted his gaze from Jiang Yan's face and casually glanced around. Although it was not the weekend, the amusement park was bustling with visitors, especially during the winter and summer holidays. After a brief pause, the Ferris wheel commenced its rotation. Yi Tian slightly raised his head and caught sight of a girl in a cabin above, clad in denim jeans and a red shirt. She was strikingly beautiful, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, rivaling Jiang Yan in allure. Sunlight filtered through her brows and fell upon Yi Tian's eyelids. The girl seemed to sense the gaze directed at her and abruptly lowered her eyes. Their eyes met. After a moment of cold confrontation, she turned her head aside. Soon, those sharing the cabin appeared to notice something amiss and turned their heads slightly. What's wrong, sister? Zhao Lingru glanced at Zhao Xingyi, who sat opposite her. After retracting her gaze, nothing, Zhao Xingyi shook her head. Do you know that person? Zhao Lingru, keenly aware of a shift in the atmosphere, inquired. Zhao Xingyi shook her head again. I don't know her, but I feel as though we've encountered each other before. We have traveled extensively, roaming throughout much of the country. It's only natural to have a vague recollection of certain strangers. Zhao Lingru chuckled lightly, dismissing the thought. Zhao Xingyi nodded in agreement, finding some logic in her reasoning. It's merely coincidence. Meanwhile, Yi Tian paid little heed to the encounter. It was merely a chance occurrence. The cabin of the Ferris wheel was filled with soft music, a gentle duet of a male and female voice singing. It seems we've met before. Do you remember? It feels like it was in spring, when I just began to sprout. After descending from the Ferris wheel, the siblings indulged in bumper cars and a carousel, opting not to partake in more thrilling rides. Yi Tian felt a sense of unease. Although the likelihood of accidents on roller coasters is minimal, the survival rate after such incidents is alarmingly low. He instinctively recoiled from such perilous endeavors, reluctant to gamble with fate. Relishing the beauty of the sunset, he preferred to return and rest. Brother, are you really not coming home? A week later at Kyoto International Airport, Yi Tian was seeing Jiang Yin off for her flight. Initially, Jiang Yin intended to remain in Kyoto for further enjoyment, but Yi Tian disallowed it. After all, Jiang Yin was about to enter her final year of high school with a heavy academic load. What sort of conduct was it to spend all her time playing? Well, I won't be going back. The company I invested in, Mokabala, is set to commence establishing sales channels and launching promotions tomorrow. Unfortunately, I cannot spare the time. Yi Tian conveyed to Jiang Yin with a hint of regret, noting the dejected expression on his sister's face, which tugged at his heartstrings. Brother, if you don't come home, how will I explain it to Mom and Dad? Should I tell them you're starting a company here? Jiang Yin retorted, sulking, feeling aggrieved that her brother had returned after a year away only to not spend the holiday with her. The very thought filled her with indignation. Dear sister, I am building a future for you. Yi Tian sighed, affectionately ruffling Jiang Yin's soft hair as he attempted to clarify. However, brother, I desire not for riches or power. I merely wish for your companionship. Yi Tian was taken aback, his gaze lowered as he silently regarded Jiang Yin. Yet, the brief separation was merely a prelude to a more fortuitous reunion in the future. Yi Tian uttered a phrase rich in poetic sentiment. I remain here, awaiting the day you gain admission to university, so that I may bring our parents to share in the joys of life. However, Jiang Yan's mind raced with a myriad of implausible thoughts, yet none could find their way to her lips. All felt too self-deceptive. Do not worry. I shall return often to visit you. All right. Jiang Yan nodded, conceding to Yi Tian's words. Chapter 106. Commencement of sales. Yi Tian had just exited the airport when his phone suddenly erupted in song. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and glanced at it. An unfamiliar number, yet from Jinling. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively ended the call. Jinling, an unknown number. Who else could it be? Apart from a few imbeciles in the Yi family, who else could it be? Disinterested, Yi Tian approached the front of the taxi queue. Driver. To Wanhua District, please. My company is located there, and I plan to rent an apartment nearby. This way, when work becomes overwhelming, I will have a place to rest. Yi Tian considered this a prudent measure. However, no sooner had he spoken than the driver's hand had yet to shift gears when his phone began to ring again. Hello. Who is this? Yi Tian, exasperated, reluctantly answered the call. Yi Tian. Yi Qingqing. Yi Tian's lips twitched as he prepared to hang up, only to hear Yi Qingqing's anxious voice. Do not hang up. I need to ask you something. Do not inquire. If you do, it is not my doing. I am in Kyoto, and you still wish to bother me? Truly, are you out of your mind? Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Jinling Yi family group, Yi Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, it is you. Good grief. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. Well, you have succeeded in making me laugh in anger. What nonsense are you planning to lay upon my shoulders this time? With a sardonic chuckle, he addressed Yi Qingqing on the line. I simply wish to know if you instructed your teacher and the Zhao family to refrain from assisting us. Me? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of anger igniting within him. What does that concern me? No, Yi Qingqing, I warn you, do not speak carelessly. I know nothing of the Zhao family, and I have yet to even enter school. I do not even know which major I will pursue. The Yi family? Do you think you are worthy of my involvement? With that cold retort, Yi Tian abruptly ended the call. Damn it. Indeed, it seems that the burden of blame has become a habitual weight upon my shoulders. Yi Tianxin felt quite vexed. After much effort, he had finally persuaded that girl to leave. To be honest, he also felt a sense of reluctance towards Jiang Yin. Nevertheless, he encouraged Jiang Yin to board the plane home, grappling with a sense of loss and an overwhelming melancholy. Just as he was ensnared in his troubled thoughts, Yi Qingcheng audaciously sought to exacerbate his misfortunes. At that moment, the taxi driver glanced at Yi Tian through the rearview mirror and remarked, "Young man, your temper is still too fiery. Perhaps you should stop by the roadside to buy a bowl of cool tea to soothe your anger." Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled in response. At that moment in Jinling City, was it not he? Yi Qingcheng furrowed and then relaxed her brow. While Yi Tian's assertions held some merit, who would believe mere words without evidence? If it were not him, who could possibly harbor such deep-seated enmity against the Yi family? Or perhaps it was solely Yi Tian who held this grudge. The Yi family's standing in Jinling was not one that would lead to a sudden collapse. For all the affluent families in Jinling, though reluctant to see the Yi family consume too many resources, certainly did not wish for its utter downfall. The Yi family had intricately woven itself into the fabric of various industries. Should the Yi family collapse in Jinling, countless individuals would find themselves without sustenance, and numerous small and medium enterprises would follow suit into oblivion. Only a madman like Yi Tian would fervently wish for the Yi family's demise. Gritting her teeth, Yi Qingcheng once again retrieved her phone and dialed. "Hello, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." Yi Qingcheng was momentarily stunned. Had he blacklisted her? Feeling a twinge of guilt, she concluded that it must indeed be the handiwork of that wretched creature. Yet, she suddenly recalled having inexplicably broken something recently. This matter had plagued her thoughts for days, particularly during moments of distress, when her mind would uncontrollably drift back to it. Was it possible that someone had taken liberties with her while she was unconscious? No, that cannot be. If Ruotian were nearby, he would never dare to act in such a manner towards me, for I am his sister. What of that young Master Zhao? Surely not. If Ruotian were present, how could he permit someone surnamed Zhao to approach me? Though I am not his biological sister. As Yi Qingcheng murmured to herself, she suddenly halted. Not a biological sister, yet after a brief moment of contemplation, she decisively severed the peculiar thoughts that had arisen in her mind. It could not be Ruotian's doing. He is far too sensible. She stifled her suspicions, took a deep breath, and redirected her focus back to her computer and official matters. However, once doubt takes root, how can it be easily dispelled? If it were so simple, Yi Tian would not have been subjected to Yi Qingcheng's scrutiny for such an extended period. The esteemed young lady of the Yi family naturally had her own reflections. Meanwhile, after Yi Tian blacklisted the individual, my spirits have lifted considerably. Hey, today's herbal tea was complimentary, and inexplicably, I saved 10 yuan. It's wise to save when one can, and to spend when necessary. Why waste money on anger that can be resolved by simply blocking someone? With my mood brightened, I found myself humming the tune of Welcome to Yanjing. Truly, laughter blossoms like flowers swaying in the breeze. Everywhere one looks is a picturesque scene of life. Yi Tian casually found a rental room. It costs 2,000 a month and comes with a private bathroom. The entire space is approximately 15 square meters, featuring just the bathroom and a bed, barely sufficient. After all, I will mostly be sleeping at school, so this will suffice for occasional use. This modest rental is located in a building adjacent to the company's large edifice. Although somewhat concealed, the signal remains strong. Upon securing the rental, Yi Tian did not rush to purchase bedding. Instead, he intended to observe Lin Hongyu's operations. Opening Douyin on his phone, the rapid connectivity of the urban 5G network astonished him with its unbelievable speed. Upon entering Douyin, Yi Tian did not linger on the beautiful legs of the featured ladies on the homepage, but directly accessed the search bar. He typed Magic Card Barala and initiated the search. A live stream with an official flagship label prominently appeared at the top of his screen. Alright, let's get 20 boxes for the brother from Sichuan. Wishing the boss new brides every day and entering the bridal chamber each night. May wealth flow in endlessly and prosperity be daily. Oh, it's a female streamer. Her tongue flows with witty rhymes. Wait a moment. The key is not the female streamer, but the boss. 20 boxes? Isn't the price 200 per box? 20 boxes, 2 times 2 equals 4 for 1,000 yuan? Goodness. This boss is impressive. What a generous soul. Yi Tian quickly tapped the screen, realizing he had underestimated the purchasing power of the card sellers. Is there really a gold card? Honestly, the card appears well crafted, yet I doubt it truly corresponds to what the streamer claims regarding the gold card. Chapter 107. Selling like crazy. Naturally, Yi Tian noticed the discussions in the comments. It is quite normal to hear voices of skepticism. Anything new will undoubtedly face scrutiny. Not just in a small card-selling company, but even national matters invite questions about top-level decisions. However, it was rather amusing that Yi Tian, sitting on a bed without a mattress, watched the live stream for half an hour. In that brief period, 2 collectible silver cards were released, one featuring the legendary warrior Wu Song, and the other, the fierce Lin Chong. Those 2 most beloved characters were drawn directly. Moreover, these were crafted by Magic Card Barala, a top-tier collectible card, each with its own serial number. The promotional effect achieved was nothing short of extraordinary. As Yi Tian immersed himself in the live stream, captivated by its content, a phone call from Lin Hongyu interrupted him. Due to prolonged viewing of Douyin live broadcasts, Yi Tian's phone had overheated. The combination of excessive temperature and Lin Hongyu's call caused Yi Tian's phone to freeze completely. After a considerable effort to exit all background applications, he finally managed to redial Lin Hongyu. "What's the matter?" Yi Tian inquired. "Mr. Yi, there has been a suggestion to establish an official forum application for the Magic Card Baraka," Lin Hongyu replied. Yi Tian furrowed his brow and scratched his head, responding, "Speak plainly." Lin Hongyu hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly chuckled. "It's a verified card sales center." Yi Tian opened his mouth, realizing that the Douyin he had just watched was indeed online. "Isn't there already online sales?" "No, this would be a collectibles trading center." Yi Tian paused, quickly grasping Lin Hongyu's intent. "I understand. You mean a marketplace for trading secondhand cards, right?" "Exactly. Proceed as you see fit. I lack decision-making authority," Yi Tian concluded, ending the call with Lin Hongyu. Today had been exhausting, with the task of sending Jiang Yin off to the airport and then searching for a rental on his own. He casually propped his bag beneath his head and settled down for a makeshift sleep. Fortunately, in the sweltering summer heat, his cramped room, which boasted only a small window, felt surprisingly cool, just right. However, he awoke abruptly at 4 in the morning. Checking the time on his phone, he noticed several trending topics prominently featured, all related to Magic Card Baraka. Rubbing his eyes, he fumbled to turn on the bedside lamp. As the harsh, bright light illuminated the room, Yi Tian felt a slight sting in his eyes. After adjusting, he finally focused on the trending content. The first collectible gold card of Magic Card Baraka has been released. What? Yi Tian rubbed his eyes again, clearing the fog from his vision. It was indeed true. The first gold card had been unveiled. He found the timing rather premature. Had it been delayed until consumer enthusiasm waned, the sudden emergence of a pure gold card could have sparked another wave of fervor. Oh no, a buying frenzy. Yi Tian clicked his tongue, deeming Lin Hongyu too hasty. As he scrolled through his phone, intending to message Lin Hongyu, he suddenly realized he did not have his WeChat contact information. "Mr. Yi, I have some good news for you." A text message popped up at that moment. Yi Tian quickly opened it. It was a message from Lin Hongyu. "Mr. Yi, I have some splendid news to share with you. Today, our live broadcast has ignited a wave of card purchases. In 10 secondary live rooms and 1 main live room, our total sales have soared to an astounding 20 million. Mr. Yi gazed at this message, incredulously gasping in disbelief. What is this? A sales figure of 20 million in a single day? This must be akin to a robbery. Ding dong. Another message arrived. The freshly compiled data indicates that after deducting the costs of channel establishment, manufacturing, and labor, we have netted over 7 million. Mr. Ye's lips twitched. Earning over 7 million in a day? Is money truly this easy to acquire? However, the initial expenses for channel setup are rather steep, and naturally, the sales commission for the female hosts also takes a toll. At least 3 million has been allocated to those 11 female hosts. Nonetheless, it is highly probable that other manufacturers will come forth to compete with us. Lin Hongyu sent another message expressing his concerns. Mr. Yi refrained from reading further messages and instead added Lin Hongyu on WeChat using his phone number. Is the company still in the same location? After becoming friends, Mr. Yi promptly inquired. No, we have rented a 400 square meter office above our original office building. How many people have you hired this week? Mr. Yi asked again. 11. Don't tell me those are just the 11 female hosts. No, Mr. Yi, those 11 female hosts are merely outsourced sales personnel, although considered temporary workers. They are long-term temporary workers without a base salary. Only then did Mr. Yi relax his furrowed brow, expedite the establishment of the second game company, and commence promotional efforts. As for the profits, I suggest we prioritize the production of the second game rather than discussing dividends. Lin Hongyu immediately responded with a nodding cat emoji. You know, it's quite amusing. This plump orange cat emoji bears a striking resemblance to Lin Hongyu. After delegating a few tasks, Mr. Yi felt considerably more alert and sat up in bed. With sales reaching 20 million, costs at 13 million, and a net profit exceeding 7 million, this is promising. To think that we could recoup our investment within a month. Yet, I wonder if the offline sales channels will catch fire. This card is primarily aimed at collectors. Exquisite and alluring, yet its appeal lies solely in its appearance and additional collectible value. No one can predict whether there will be a significant wave effect that will encourage enthusiastic participation from buyers. Is the unit price perhaps a bit steep? Mr. Yi mused while sitting on the bed. No, we absolutely cannot lower the price. Mr. Yi shook his head. Reducing the price would lead to a drastic decline in the card's collectible value. This is one of the primary selling points of the Hushu character cards currently sold by Mo Kabbalah. It is impossible for prices to drop any further. Yi Tian slowly reclined back onto his bed, opening his phone to prepare for a glimpse of related content on Douyin. However, in the next moment, he suddenly stumbled upon a trending topic that was rapidly gaining popularity. Mo Kabbalah announced that the Shuehu Childhood Commemorative Collection cards would only be available in a limited run of 5 million boxes. Yi Tian paused for a moment. Without needing to delve deeper, he could already sense Lin Hongyu's intentions. Chapter 108. Scarcity Marketing. Scarcity marketing, after all, is nothing novel under the sun. Yet, those who once indulged in instant noodles to collect Shuehu cards have now matured into affluent individuals, many possessing considerable wealth. This cohort of middle-aged men harbors passions for football, Wang Xinling, World of Warcraft, and a myriad of card games. What else could there be? 5 million boxes may seem ample at first glance. Yet one must consider that since the official announcement last night, over 100,000 boxes have already been sold, and by 4 o'clock this morning, the count had reached a staggering 10,000. Given the lag in statistical data, it is evident that selling several 100,000 boxes in a single day poses no challenge. Thus, a pertinent question arises. With 5 million boxes available and a daily sale of 100,000 boxes, how many days could they last? Merely 50 days. Moreover, the coveted gold cards are among them. As time progresses, consumer enthusiasm will undoubtedly escalate. After all, witnessing others unveil gold cards stirs envy. And when gold cards remain unseen while the total box count diminishes, does that not signify an increased chance of obtaining a gold card oneself? How could one possibly suppress such fervent impulses? This is not mere consumption. It is evidently an investment. Even if one were to spend a few thousand yuan and the purchased card packs yielded no collectible gold cards, acquiring collectible silver cards would result in a doubling of profits. In a few days, the trading price for silver cards will emerge, potentially reaching thousands or even tens of thousands per card. It is worth noting that within the country, there could be as many as 1 million card enthusiasts. This figure excludes elementary and middle school students, focusing solely on those middle-aged men who revel in football, Wang Xinling, World of Warcraft, and card games. 1 million individuals sharing 10,080 silver cards and 1,080 gold cards would undoubtedly inflate the value of these cards. The most daunting aspect is that some collectors, unfazed by expenses, purchase cards solely to keep them, refusing to sell. This refusal to sell diminishes the availability of collectible gold and silver cards, and under the principle of scarcity, prices will inevitably surge. Currently, the most audacious move is that Lin Hongyu has implemented a countdown feature on Mo Kabbalah's official website and Douyin livestream. With each box sold, the corresponding number on the website decreases incrementally. Yi Tian could not help but feel that if he were a card enthusiast, witnessing such a feature would compel him to invest immediately, purchasing several boxes without hesitation. The declining number is simply too exhilarating to resist. Yi Tian took a deep breath. Hesitating momentarily. Forget it. He decided not to purchase anything after all. The notion of a drug dealer who neither consumes drugs nor produces cards for personal use was absurd. After glancing around and stifling a yawn, he returned to his bed, seeking to calm his thoughts and indulge in another brief slumber. In truth, the moment he noticed the countdown of boxes, a thought had firmly settled in his mind. Lin Hongyu's subordinates must possess experienced and skilled software engineers, those known as programmers, capable of designing an aesthetically pleasing and meticulously crafted software that seamlessly integrates with online sales data in a short period. This was ample evidence that such a software engineer was no ordinary individual. At the very least, they had to be of Mediterranean caliber. As noon approached, It became apparent that he had awoken too early, or perhaps the magical realm of Kabbalah had finally found its rhythm. Yi Tian's nap was profoundly restorative. It wasn't that his prior sleep had been uncomfortable, but rather that the incessant troubles from the Yi family had plagued him. Not a single one among them could be deemed rational, blaming gravity for their lack of productivity. Their incessant nagging had nearly driven Yi Tian to madness. During his time in Kyoto, he had enjoyed an unusually rare period of relaxation and contentment. Arising at noon, Yi Tian exited his modest rental room and ventured to the hidden chamber. One basket of Kyoto's famous soup dumplings was hardly sufficient. 2 baskets were simply too much. Nonetheless, he insisted on bringing along a bowl of mung bean juice. While it was somewhat palatable when consumed with a pinched nose, pairing the soup dumplings with the juice created a surprisingly satisfying sensation, sufficiently filling his stomach. This area was a developing district, still in the early stages of growth. It was well known that such zones experienced the highest turnover of people. As Yi Tian stood up, the breakfast shop was teeming with patrons. He navigated slowly through the throngs of people. Just as he exited the small dumpling shop, he collided once more with the surging crowd. Local workers, on their lunch breaks, flocked here, as it was one of the most economical choices for a meal. The day's agenda involved procuring computers. Surely, an office could not function without computers for work, not to mention printers, pens, paper, and a myriad of other essential items. Fortunately, this was a development zone, abundant with supplies for office use. Yi Tian casually entered a dedicated office supply store, selecting 4 compact printers and ordering a large photocopier. He also purchased bundles of paper, ballpoint pens, and staplers. Who could have imagined that just a short while ago, he had been a destitute youth on the verge of missing out on education? Now, after a mere 2 to 3 months, he found himself extravagantly spending in an office supply store. Alas, yet again, he had spent tens of thousands of yuan. After completing his purchases, Yi Tian had the delivery men transport the items, including a large printer that would take some time to arrive. While they were moving the items, he browsed various recruitment websites within his company. After much effort, he finally managed to post a recruitment advertisement. To his surprise, he discovered that posting such an advertisement required a service akin to dough for promotion. Yi Tian, somewhat bemused, purchased a 100 yuan data service. Truth be told, Yi Tian had never entertained the notion of attracting any undesirable candidates. His vision for the investment company was quite straightforward. The primary department would be the project department, occupying 80 square meters of his office space, while the remaining 20 square meters would be designated for the finance department. Under normal circumstances, the finance department would ideally be entrusted to a close acquaintance, perhaps a dear friend or a relative. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, it appeared that he had no relatives or friends capable of assuming such a responsibility. Thus, he had no choice but to recruit someone to manage the affairs. Consequently, the first position he sought to fill was that of a cashier and accountant for the finance department, offering a substantial salary of 20,000 yuan per month. Surely, this would attract a competent accountant and cashier. In Yi Tian's conception, an investment company ought to be both efficient and streamlined. The more efficient the structure, the simpler it should be. Hence, his company would consist of 3 departments: a finance department, limited to a maximum of 2 individuals, a project department, which would be the main body of the company with numerous personnel, and a human resources department, which he would manage himself. In total, there would be 3 departments, simple and efficient. Chapter 109. The Arrival of a Master. Mr. Yi, here are the 20 computers you purchased online. Please check them. Oh, can you assist me with the installation and debugging? Of course, that is not a problem. In the afternoon, before Yi Tian had the chance to finish the takeout he had ordered, the computers he purchased in the morning were delivered. He had no choice but to set aside his meal and oversee the installation of the computers. He had bought 4 rectangular desks, each with an indentation for a workstation, accommodating 4 workstations per desk, allowing for a total of 16 individuals. Among the remaining computers, 2 were designated for the finance office, 1 for himself, and 3 for the project department's general manager and team leaders. 8 individuals would form a group, with 2 desks allocated to each group. A perfect arrangement. The last bit of available space was taken up by a circular table, which was not particularly large. It was likely that during meetings, some employees would not be able to sit at this table. However, the space was limited, and Yi Tian had not even considered hiring a beautiful secretary. If more personnel were to be added, he would need to procure additional desks or rent the adjacent 100 square meters of vacant space, connecting them into one cohesive area. Nevertheless, for the time being, there was no necessity to complicate matters. The priority was to ensure the company operated steadily before contemplating further expansion. There were only two individuals attempting to troubleshoot the computer themselves, which was indeed quite a slow process. However, Yi Tian remained unhurried, patiently waiting. As no one else was expected to arrive at the office, it was certain that no enchanting lady clad in black stockings and a professional skirt would grace the workplace. Unless he was imagining things, otherwise, such a figure would remain elusive. Amused by his own thoughts, Yi Tian chuckled softly, shaking his head as his gaze wandered. Suddenly, a striking silhouette clad in black appeared at the glass door of his company. A woman, dressed in black stockings and a professional skirt? Wait, was he dreaming? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. The woman knocked on the glass door, and he failed to comprehend the significance of her gesture. Are you the boss? The young lady, seemingly a few years older than Yi Tian, approached him with the sound of her obsidian-like high heels clicking against the floor. Yes, I am. Yi Tian swallowed hard. Are you looking for something? You posted a job advertisement this morning, didn't you? I inquired about it, but when you didn't respond, I decided to come to the address you provided. The lady cast a glance at the two technicians working on the computers before redirecting her attention to Yi Tian. So, you are Yi Tian? Yes, and may I ask your name? My surname is Fong, and I am Fong Shishua. She introduced herself, extending her hand for a handshake. I didn't expect my boss to be so young, Fong Shishua remarked, scrutinizing Yi Tian with a hint of disdain after assessing him from head to toe. Yi Tian blinked in response. Shall we begin the interview? He shrugged, unconcerned by her condescension. If she proved herself capable, he would gladly serve her tea. All right, what is the annual salary you are offering? Yi Tian opened his mouth, ready to inquire about her qualifications and experience, when Fong Shishua interrupted him directly. It felt as if he were the one applying for a position. 240,000, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. However, she hardly acknowledged him, instead wandering around, inspecting the office. Yi Tian chose not to dwell on it. Is that before or after tax? Before tax. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, his response swift and devoid of hesitation. What about the 6 insurances and 2 funds? 5 insurances and 1 fund. What percentage for the housing fund? If you are applying for the finance position, I can offer you 10%. Yi Tian observed as Fong Shishua casually explored the office, touching this desk and inspecting that chair, her demeanor unfazed. 12%. Very well. For the annual salary, I want 1 million. Yi Tian's lips twitched as he gazed at the woman before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Fong Shishua turned her head, her fingers gliding harshly across the newly installed keyboard. Are you reluctant? No, it's not that I am reluctant. I simply question whether you are worth that price. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he regarded the woman who had finally turned to meet his gaze. Am I even qualified? Fong Shishua crossed her arms, her professional attire accentuating her figure, while her hands gathered the fabric. What? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. This was his first foray into business, and he had never encountered such terms before. In fact, when considering both his past and present life, he was merely a high school student, with 2 months remaining before he could step into the realm of university. How could he possibly grasp such concepts? His understanding of finance was limited. The most elite accountants, after all, found themselves behind bars. This notion had only crossed his mind while scrolling through Douyin. It is not uncommon for someone outside a particular field to lack insight into its intricacies. Yet Fong Shishua couldn't help but mock him. A smirk danced upon her lips, her eyes sparkling with derision. Really? You run a company like this? Yi Tian was astonished. You even established an investment firm? Fong Shishua exclaimed, shaking her head in apparent disappointment. Could you please clarify what you mean by that? Whatever it is? That would be a master's in business administration, along with the nation's top accounting certification, a certified public accountant, Fong Shishua explained with a wave of her hand. Is that impressive? Yi Tian furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the significance of such credentials. A Harvard MBA, Fong Shishua took a deep breath. What? Harvard? Wait, how did someone from my humble company attract a Harvard graduate? Could it be the allure of a 100 million yuan registered capital that enticed such elite talent? Despite being relatively inexperienced in business, Yi Tian possessed a keen sense of awareness. In an instant, he recognized the exceptional nature of the woman standing before him, claiming to seek employment. Simply her association with Harvard compelled him to devise a means to retain her. Without further hesitation, Yi Tian raised a hand, signaling for a pause. Fang Shishua blinked, momentarily taken aback. Did he doubt her authenticity? What's wrong? Here's the deal. Please fetch those 2 certificates you mentioned, and I will immediately sign a contract with you. I will offer you an annual salary of 2 million, and you will assume the position of Project Department General Manager, as well as that of Financial Director, Yi Tian stated decisively. Chapter 110. The path for the Yi family. He may not have understood what a master's in business administration or a certified public accountant entailed, but he certainly knew the weight of the Harvard name. Fang Shishue's lips twitched slightly, revealing that this young man was indeed discerning. Very well. I shall return tomorrow at this hour to complete the onboarding process. Additionally, I require your assistance in locating accommodation near the company. I need a rental property. How about a 3-bedroom, 2 living room, 2-bathroom apartment? No problem. Yi Tian nodded, taking down Fang Shishue's contact information. After she departed, he diligently began to research what it meant to be a certified public accountant. To his astonishment, Yi Tian discovered that in the entire country, there were only a little over 300,000 certified public accountants. This indicated that such a qualification was far removed from the easily attainable junior accountant certification that anyone could pass. In simple terms, a junior accountant can competently manage a company's finances, while a certified public accountant can significantly assist Yi Tian in avoiding numerous financial pitfalls and challenges. They can also help identify and resolve issues related to the company's capital, including but not limited to fund utilization, efficient investment strategies, and investment model assessments. Moreover, with her Harvard MBA, her credentials were even more impressive. This individual could easily qualify for at least 2 senior executive positions in any large publicly listed company, be it as a chief financial officer, chief executive officer, or chief operating officer. Such a talent would be regarded as a top-tier professional manager in any corporate environment. Could a talent of this caliber truly be retained for an annual salary of 2 million? Historically, the most legendary professional manager in the country, Mr. Tang Jun, had once drawn over $10 million in annual salary from an American counterpart akin to Bill Gates in an attempt to retain his extraordinary skills. In terms of professionalism, Fang Shishue was exceptionally outstanding. While it may appear that over 300,000 individuals possess this certification, how many among them have also earned an MBA from Harvard? To be serious, the expenses incurred during her studies at Harvard amounted to an astronomical figure. Ultimately, the annual salary I could offer would hardly cover Fang Shishue's tuition for a single year at Harvard. As this realization dawned on him, Yi Tian found himself momentarily lost in thought, feeling as though he were drifting into a dream. This was the last opportunity for the Yi family. After enduring over a week of torment, Yi Yunbo convened another family meeting. In just a week's time, he appeared significantly thinner. The once prominent belly of a prosperous gentleman now considerably diminished. The aura of affluence that had once surrounded him had dissipated considerably, leaving him looking more like a man grappling with a midlife crisis. Nevertheless, upon hearing those words, the 3 sisters of the Yi family, along with Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, visibly trembled. "Father, what is it that you wish us to do?" Yi Ruoxuan inquired. "No, I only require Ruotian and Ruoxuan to handle this," Yi Yunbo replied softly, lighting a cigarette that hung from his lips. As he exhaled wisps of smoke, he continued in a measured tone. "This time, your mother has sought assistance from an old acquaintance. We have secured an investment, but we must endure a significant loss for the moment. However, they require us to send someone to Kyoto." Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan exchanged glances, and a flicker of doubt suddenly clouded their previously excited eyes. "Father, why must Ruotian and I go to Kyoto for the investment?" Yi Ruoxuan asked, perplexed. "They are offering us 2 billion. It is not merely a matter of signing a contract and receiving funds," Yi Yunbo replied earnestly after releasing a plume of smoke. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing suddenly raised her head. "Father, do you intend to send Yi Ruofei and Yi Ruoxuan to Kyoto as hostages?" "Absolutely not. I cannot agree," Yi Qingqing said, her brow furrowed as she cast a glance at Yi Ruotian. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, but she quickly averted her gaze. Yi Ruotian's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed as though Yi Qingqing had been distancing herself from him lately. Had she discovered something? As Yi Ruotian pondered this, Yi Luming and Yi Lingyu spoke up in unison. "Father, regardless of the circumstances, Ruoxuan and Ruotian are our younger siblings, the young master and young mistress of the Yi family. I vehemently oppose sending them out as hostages," Yi Luming exclaimed angrily. Yi Lingyu nodded in agreement. "Yes, father. If it comes to that, we can simply endure a loss. As soon as Yi Lingyu's words left her lips, the atmosphere in the living room turned eerily silent. What do you three think you are doing? Qin Wanrong shot a disapproving glance at her three daughters. Do you not realize that if we fail this time, the Yi family will plummet, and the chain reaction could mean you will no longer be the young master and mistress? Qin Wanrong said, her tone filled with indignation. Yi Ruotian could only force a laugh to ease the tension. Mother, please don't be upset with my sisters. They are merely concerned for me. He said, That's right, mother. They mean well, Yi Ruoxuan chimed in. If we do not go, what will become of our family? I cannot bear to see father, mother, and my sisters suffer. Yi Ruoxuan's soft, tender voice resonated. In an instant, the three sisters of the Yi family felt a stirring in their hearts, and their eyes glistened with unshed tears. Behold, this is the essence of the Yi family's young ladies, deeply emotional, profoundly loyal, and full of warmth and affection for their kin. Compared to certain individuals who are neither polite nor moral, the disparity is as vast as the sky and the earth. After a brief silence, Yi Yunbo nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. If Ruotian is my only son, they are apprehensive about my potential to abscond with funds, hence the necessity for Ruotian to make a visit. Coincidentally, you two need not repeat the year, as they have promised to facilitate your admission to Qingbei University. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan trembled with excitement, their eyes shimmering with fervor. However, they are limited to a major in something called social work, a field deemed rather insignificant and lacking in utility. Yi Ruotian paused momentarily, offering a smile. Ultimately, it is inconsequential. Gaining entry through backdoor means renders the choice of major trivial. What he desired was merely the prestige associated with a degree from Qingbei University. Yet, Yi Ruoxuan appeared somewhat dejected. Her intellect did not match that of Yi Ruotian, leading her to yearn for a more esteemed field of study. Just as she contemplated inquiring about the possibility of changing her major, Yi Ruotian unexpectedly acquiesced. No problem, Dad. Just tell us what to do once we arrive in Kyoto. What to do? Yi Yunbo was momentarily taken aback, offering an awkward smile. He had never considered having his beloved son and daughter go to Kyoto to serve as attendants for someone else's son and daughter. In that instant, he found himself at a loss for words. Ruotian, once you go, you will essentially be accompanying the young master of their family as a study companion. As for Ruoxuan, it will be similar, but she will accompany the young lady of their family. Qin Wanrong interjected, delicately phrasing the sentiment. If their young master or young lady is the playful sort, you will just accompany them to nightclubs and internet cafes. Yi Yunbo nodded silently before continuing his wife's explanation. If they prefer reading, you will merely follow along, assisting by carrying their bags and fetching books. There is little else to do. Isn't this merely being a study companion and playmate? What is so difficult about it? Yi Ruotian vigorously nodded. As long as they could secure this substantial investment from Kyoto, the Yi family could be revived, perhaps even reclaiming their esteemed position in Jinling's elite society. For Yi Ruotian, this was an unparalleled opportunity. In the future, whatever fortune the Yi family amassed would belong to him. For now, he would enjoy life by accompanying others for meals and entertainment. What could be wrong with that? Rest assured, Dad. Ruoxuan and I will not let things go awry, Yi Ruotian declared resolutely. Then I can be at ease. I've already arranged for your uncle to head to Kyoto and purchase a house for you. Subsequently, this property will be under both your names. Should their family enjoy festivities, you will have a venue for gatherings. After a deep sigh, Yi Yunbo finally spoke. Upon finishing his words, he seemed to have been stripped of the last vestige of his strength. Good. Yi Ruotian was momentarily taken aback, but soon found himself compelled to suppress the exhilaration swelling within him. Yi Yunbo had purchased a residence for himself and Yi Ruoxuan in Kyoto. This was indeed a momentous occasion. Well, you both should tidy up and retire early tonight. Tomorrow we shall fly directly to Kyoto. Qin Wanrong still harbored some reservations. Yet at this juncture, she could only permit the two students to venture to Kyoto. As for Yi Qingcheng, Yi Luming, and Yi Lingyu, the three sisters were to remain in Jinling, attending to their respective jobs and careers. It was inconceivable for them to abandon their work and aspirations in Jinling. Thus, sending Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan to Kyoto emerged as the most prudent solution. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin was at home, idly playing with her mother's phone. Mom, when will Dad be back? She inquired, lacking any particular engagement. Dongfang Hui sat on the sofa, momentarily captivated by the television, which was broadcasting the news at that moment. Mokabala, focusing on traditional culture, has begun to seek significant collaborations with renowned artists and master calligraphers on the foundation of traditional gentleness. Upon hearing the news report, Jiang Yan's heart involuntarily raced, her cheeks flushing as if she were a schoolchild caught in a misdeed. Fortunately, her role in concealing information for her brother was merely auxiliary. Had it been a more deceitful act, her face would have burned with greater intensity. Assisting her brother in this endeavor left Jiang Yan grappling with a twinge of guilt for deceiving their parents. Your father said that the work at home is too exhausting and poorly compensated. He wants to find a job that pays more, Dongfang Hui mused. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yan set down the phone and turned to her mother, asking, "Is Dad planning not to return for a while?" Dongfang Hui shook her head, uncertain of how to respond to her daughter's inquiry. Indeed, he had no intention of returning. After contemplating the intertwining feelings of missing her husband and worrying about Yi Tian, Dongfang Hui gritted her teeth. Your father is working away to ensure we live a happy and prosperous life. It was a reluctant, yet seemingly noble rationale. Jiang Yan fell silent. Days passed. Yi Tian's company, which appeared small in scale but boasted substantial capital, officially commenced operations. Fang Shishua had indeed spoken truthfully. She was a Harvard MBA and a certified public accountant. When she proudly presented the original copies of her credentials upon joining the company, Yi Tian barely glanced at them. Tossing the contract directly to Fang Shishua, she raised an eyebrow, suddenly finding this brash young man rather intriguing. No wonder he was recommended to her by her father as a superior. Moreover, it is beyond Fang Shishua's imagination that Yi Tian possesses such a grand vision. After she routinely, or rather habitually, opened the contract to review it, she was struck with astonishment upon discovering that Yi Tian's annual salary amounted to a staggering 3,500,000. Compared to the previously negotiated details, this figure was indeed exorbitant, reflecting a remarkable 75% increase. This revelation slightly improved Yi Tian's image in Fang Shishua's mind. This person truly harbors such ambition? Unexpectedly, this brat exhibits a semblance of leadership. It is no wonder the head of the family consented to my assistance. Fang Shishua felt a sense of satisfaction with Yi Tian's performance. Stop daydreaming. Upon returning from the restroom, Yi Tian noticed Fang Shishua staring blankly at the screen in the office. What is it? Fang Shishua snapped back to reality and turned to Yi Tian. I have invested in a company called Mokabala. Come with me to take a look. Fang Shishua nodded. Today, her attire deviated from the professional suit she wore during the interview. Instead, she donned ultra-short denim shorts paired with a t-shirt, making her appear significantly more youthful. In fact, she looked much more attractive than when clad in formal wear. Yi Tian led her downstairs. His pace was brisk, although there was no significant matter at MOK. He had grown accustomed to a diligent work ethic in recent days, embodying strength, decisiveness, and execution, essential qualities for a leader and a man. He strode out of the building. Outside, the weather was delightful. A gentle breeze carried a hint of warmth from the morning air. Yi Tian took a deep breath, savoring the awakening of the city. However, with the surge of warmth, an unexpected chill manifested, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Chapter 112. Is the assassin an acquaintance? This chilling sensation was neither trivial nor fleeting. It was far from a concealed attack. Soon enough, as the adversary prepared to strike, Yi Tian heard a fierce whistling sound slicing through the air. His reflexes were not sluggish. Upon sensing the coldness and hearing the suffocating sound of air being torn, his instinct was to dash forward to evade the impending blow. He was unaware of the form of the weapon wielded by the grim reaper pursuing him, but it was likely a knife or something similar. Yet, given the brevity and ferocity of the sound, he understood that the assailant intended to take his life, aiming to ensure he met his end here today. However, just as Yi Tian took a step forward, an immense force struck his rear leg joint. The impact was undeniable, propelling him forward due to inertia. In a mere 5 seconds, from the onset of the chill to crashing to the ground, he tasted the gritty dust. No more than 5 seconds elapsed. Yi Tian abruptly turned to look back. A middle-aged man clad in work attire, his face obscured by a mask, wielded a long knife with a fierce intent, poised to thrust forward in a bid to eliminate Yi Tian with a single, decisive blow. However, the hand gripping the knife was firmly restrained by a young man in a sleek black suit, emanating an aura of sharpness reminiscent of a protagonist from a Hong Kong action film. Upon catching a glimpse of the scene, Yi Tian swiftly sprang to his feet and distanced himself to a place of safety. In his haste, he fumbled within his pocket for his mobile phone. Truth be told, his hands trembled slightly. It was his first encounter with such a brutal and violent method of assault, starkly contrasting with cinematic portrayals. Yi Tian felt his heartbeat surge, an adrenaline rush that made it seem as though his very eyeballs were straining to burst forth. The surrounding area of his eyes bore an inexplicable moisture, not from tears or grievance, but purely from the rapid flow of blood and the exhilaration of adrenaline. Were he to gaze into a mirror at that moment, he would see his irises laced with crimson veins. Mind your own business, and you'll be dealt with too. The masked assailant seemed to realize that his mission today might be thwarted by the young man in the suit, igniting a surge of murderous intent. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce, horizontal slash. The suited young man retreated 2 swift steps. In this desperate struggle, the force of the assailant's strike could not be thwarted merely by grasping his wrist. The young man's choice was astutely calculated. At the instant the opponent exerted his strength, he deftly slid backward, causing the assailant to misjudge his power and stumble due to the unexpected resistance. In truth, the knife-wielding man's sudden, sweeping motion had destabilized his footing. Seizing the opportunity, amplified by the masked man's heavy, unyielding strike, which rendered swift counteraction nearly impossible, the young man executed a side kick, landing a blow upon the assailant's face. However, unlike the knife wielder, this kick lacked the requisite force, born out of urgency rather than preparation, and thus did not determine the outcome of their clash. The masked man merely staggered momentarily before regaining his composure, his gaze fixed intently upon the young man before him, his brow furrowed with caution. "Come." The young man in a suit tilted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, infused with a sense of wild abandon and excitement, accompanied by an air of anticipation as he waved at his opponent. "Come on, today I want to use a knife. Let's engage in a proper duel." The 2 skilled individuals took their stances, carefully scrutinizing one another, circling cautiously. This was not a ruse typical of television dramas. Their circling served only to uncover each other's vulnerabilities while maintaining a poised readiness for action. Yi Tian observed this scene and promptly pressed the dial button, calling for help. Beneath the towering structures of the Wanhua District's economic development zone, just as the words armed attack were about to escape his lips, he suddenly sensed a figure charging towards him. Oh hell! Yi Tian sprinted away, scarcely registering the frantic shouts of the police on the other end of the line. There was no time. The old man was not confronting the young man in the suit, but had found an opening to turn and come for him. "You dishonorable scoundrel!" the young man in the suit exclaimed, leaping forward in a panic. "You little rascal, prepare to meet your end." The young man truly had not anticipated this. Their agreement was for a one-on-one duel. He never expected the old man to be so cunning. However, youth provided him with superior stamina and speed. Just as the knife-wielding assailant was about to reach Yi Tian, the suited young man dashed behind him, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the back of the assailant's neck. With a resounding thud, the attacker crumpled to the ground. Yi Tian took a moment to catch his breath, preparing to turn back when he heard a commotion. "Dodge!" He instinctively sidestepped. As his gaze refocused, he was astonished to see a steel machete hurtling towards him. Had this individual truly studied Jing Ke's assassination of King Qin? With a clang, the knife clattered to the ground as the assailant was struck several times by the young man, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, suggesting a broken hand. This brought Yi Tian a moment of relief. He patted his chest. Despite his innate ambition, he felt a twinge of fear in the face of such deadly circumstances for the first time. Yet, as a true leader, his unease was only fleeting. A mere few seconds later, even as his heart raced, he managed to stabilize his breath. He approached the middle-aged man, whose mask had been torn away, casting a downward glance. This glance, once made, filled his eyes with a chilling intensity. "Qin Yinglu? Huh, my sister was right. You are indeed a treacherous ingrate." Unable even to utter a word of greeting, Qin Yinglu scoffed, retorting with scorn. Yi Tian's expression turned icy, laced with a frigid aura. "You intend to kill me. Yet you expect me to call you uncle?" Chapter 113, Engaging a New Bodyguard. "Huh, you deserve to die. Who sent you to harm my sister and Yi Yunhua?" Qin Yinglu shouted. "What have I done to them? Are you and Qin Wanrong cut from the same cloth?" Yi Tian retorted, a derisive smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Truly, you are just like the rest of the Yi family, stubborn and obstinate. What harm have you inflicted upon the Yi family? The Yi family is where your biological parents reside. The family fortune was established by your own flesh and blood. In the face of this calamity, instead of striving to assist the Yi family, you conspire with outsiders, stripping the Yi family of the Zhao family's support from the capital. You ungrateful wretch. I have merely come to clear the path for your father. Qin Inglio's cold words left Yi Tian's expression darkened to the extreme. He noticed that the young man, who seemed to be of similar age and had restrained Qin Inglu, altered his expression upon hearing the Zhao family's name. However, at that moment, Yi Tian was too consumed by his own feelings to care about anyone else. The Yi family had truly gone too far. Their transgressions escalated with each encounter. Previously, it was the vile schemes of Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan against him, with the rest of the Yi family merely serving as indifferent accomplices. Now, members of the Yi family had become the very masterminds seeking his demise. Say whatever you wish. Feel free to speak to the police about it. Yi Tian had just hastily hung up on the police. In such situations, a callback was inevitable. Once the call came through, Yi Tian promptly answered. Yes, he has been subdued, and his knife has fallen. Rest assured, we did not touch his knife. There are cameras everywhere. After ending the call, Yi Tian sat on the curb, feeling dazed. The earlier shock had drained much of his energy and spirit, so he took a moment to rest. Fang Shixue offered him comforting words and bought him a bottle of nutritional drink. When energy is suddenly depleted, consuming some sugar water is indeed the simplest way to replenish strength. Setting aside all else, Fang Shixue demonstrated her capability through this small act, proving herself to be a level-headed individual. Her meticulous nature and composure in handling matters were evident. Throughout the ordeal, even after it ended, Fang Shixue remained calm, displaying not a trace of panic on her face. Although Yi Tian had initially overlooked her demeanor, he now noticed that she seemed as if she had anticipated someone would come to his rescue. Thank you. Yi Tian momentarily refrained from overthinking, turning to express his gratitude to the young man in the suit who was of similar age. Fang Shixue also purchased a bottle of nutritional drink for that young man. It's nothing, just a small gesture. I came here to collect some money from my sister and happened to encounter your situation, so I lent a hand. If there were levels to showing off, this person would surely be at least at the platinum tier. The young man in the suit exuded an air of superiority, casting a glance at Fang Shixue with a smug smile as he remarked, Sister, do you see me? I arrived just in time, didn't I? Sister? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. They truly knew each other? Were they siblings? Upon expressing his curiosity, Fang Shixue delivered a swift kick to the young man in the suit. Indeed, he appeared startled, as if intimidated. Yi Tian, uninterested in the reasons behind this intimidation, felt no need for further inquiry regarding a person who had just saved his life. Whatever issues he had were of little concern. Whether they were genuine siblings or merely pretending to be was of no consequence. Brother, what is your name? Yi Tian inquired. I am Long Xie. The young man in the suit replied with a smile. Long Xie? The very general under Xiang Yu? He was of the same caliber as Zhang Han. Moreover, it was said that Zhang Han was renowned as the third greatest warrior in the realm. Had it not been for the unparalleled Overlord and the second greatest Han Xian, Zhang Han would have surely quelled the chaos of the world. In the Battle of Dongyi City, Long Xie even had the upper hand over Zhang Han. Yi Tian's thoughts raced, while Long Xie nodded gently, affirming, Yes, I share the name with that renowned general under the Overlord. Yi Tian was momentarily astonished, at a loss for words. How old are you, brother? He asked, feeling compelled to inquire. 18. Long Xie replied just as the police car from the development zone arrived, with several officers swiftly apprehending Qin Inglu. Upon being handcuffed, Qin, who had been enduring excruciating pain from a broken arm, suddenly cried out in agony. Those familiar with fractures are well aware that the pain is beyond what most can bear. Remarkably, Qin Inglu managed to converse with Yi Tian even after sustaining such an injury, which was quite impressive. Yi Tian held a deep respect for him, especially given his loyalty to the Yi family. However, such a petty individual, lacking discernment, sought to aid the wicked. Truthfully, while there was a sense of pity, there was also something tragically laughable about it. As the confirmed victim, Yi Tian, along with Long Xie and Fang Shixue, was not interrogated for long. Given that the incident was recorded, and considering Yi Tian's status as a reputable business owner, the process was efficiently resolved within 2 hours, leaving only a phone number for future summons. As for a lawyer, Yi Tian contemplated this, not for himself, but to secure legal representation for Long Xie. concerned that he might be wrongly accused of excessive self-defense. Yi Tian was unwilling to swallow his indignation. Yet, being no stranger to legal matters, he soon realized that the assailant had indeed thrown down his weapon just before being subdued. In such a malevolent and subjective context, there is no justification for excessive self-defense. Long Xie merely broke a person's hand. He did not take a life. Just as he stepped out of the prison gates, Yi Tian glanced at the young man in the black suit, Long Xie. To be candid, Yi Tian felt that Long Xie, despite his attire, appeared too youthful to truly embody such a formal garment. After a moment's hesitation, he extended an olive branch. Are you still in school? No. I just graduated from a martial arts academy. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder he was so formidable. Which academy? You wouldn't know it if I told you. It's simply the most prestigious martial arts school in the country. Long Xie's words carried an air of arrogance, leaving Yi Tian momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he finally uttered, "Would you like to join me?" "Join you? What do you mean?" "Become my driver and bodyguard." Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. On that serene afternoon, with gentle winds and a clear sky, the two 18-year-olds exchanged glances. It was as if they were two turtles locking eyes. Chapter 114. The boss is confused. An annual salary of 200,000. If you can afford it, I will be your bodyguard, Long Xie said with a grin. He seemed to be certain that Yi Tian would not agree to such a sum. Are you sure you possess the capability to hire me? Long Xie asked, crossing his arms and exuding confidence. Beside him, Fang Shishue could no longer bear it and rolled her eyes at him. However, only Yi Tian noticed her gesture. Are you certain? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, looking at Long Xie with a puzzled expression. Absolutely. If you cannot afford it, do not bring it up. I do not entertain negotiations. No, that is not my intention. I have decided. I will take you as my bodyguard for an annual salary of 200,000. Long Xie lifted his gaze to meet Yi Tian's, suddenly feeling an unsettling intuition. Sis, how much is he offering you? Fang Shishue shot a disapproving look at her brother, relieved he was not her biological sibling, for she would surely be exasperated otherwise. 3,500,000 as an annual salary. What? Long Xie's lips twitched as he turned to Yi Tian. You are offering her 3,500,000 as an annual salary. Yi Tian nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Your sister is precisely the type of elite talent I require. When she requested 2 million, I decided to enhance her contract to ensure I could retain her. Yi Tian stated with calm assurance. The boss is confused. At the entrance of the Mabakaber Company building, Yi Tian was the first to step inside. At that moment, most of the individuals within the building were likely still at work, and the interior was not bustling, only occasionally disturbed by faint sounds. Long Xie and Fang Shishue trailed 10 steps behind Yi Tian. It appears that Long Xie is intentionally slowing down with Fang Shishue. Sister, didn't he, the head of the family, say that his annual salary can only be 200,000? Why do you come in asking for 2 million? Fang Shishue rolled her eyes and replied, in a game of mutual consent, one is willing to strike while the other is willing to bear the consequences. I never said I would leave without 2 million. It was he who refused to negotiate and raised the price himself. Long Xie opened his mouth, but ultimately found himself unable to utter a single word. The three of them entered the elevator, which ascended directly to the 18th floor, where the office of the Mokabala Company is located. Upon entering, Yi Tian realized that Mokabala currently had only a handful of employees, most of whom were unfamiliar with him, let alone with Fang Shishue and Long Xie. Yi Tian, indifferent to whether anyone recognized him, strode purposefully towards the general manager's office. Before he could even knock, he overheard Lin Hongyu on the phone inside. It's fine. Just produce it and be done with it. The sooner you finish, the sooner we can move on. How long will it take, old Zhang? I said to create a round-based game with exquisite graphics. I have 5 million on hand. So hurry up. What? 5 million isn't enough? If it's not enough, just hold on. The main company hasn't caught its breath yet. Once the commotion inside subsided a bit, Yi Tian stepped in. You two wait for me outside, he instructed his two companions before entering Lin Hongyu's office. Oh, Yi Zong, I thought you weren't coming today, Lin Hongyu exclaimed. Of course I would come. Just encountered a few issues on the way, Yi Tian replied. In truth, even now, he felt a lingering unease, yet he was reassured that after enduring so much, such terrifying or other trivial interludes would not alter his plans. This is the essence of someone who possesses dreams and the ability to execute them. stoic in the face of adversity. Yi Zong, have you come with something to inquire about? Or do you have any plans? Lin Hongyu asked, inviting Yi Tian to sit while preparing tea for him. Who would have thought that one day Lin Hongyu would finally have his own office and enjoy fine tea? Can 100 million really produce that many cards? The cost of a single card is around 1 yuan, and with bulk production, the price drops to roughly 90 cents each. 5 million boxes of cards would require 500 million, and 100 million wunti even cover the cost of the cards, Yi Tian noted. We plan to produce them in batches. This is something Yi Zong should be aware of, Lin Hongyu replied. Indeed, I know, but it's always good to ask. Yi Tian nodded, harboring no additional thoughts. What will our profit be after selling? He inquired, raising his gaze. 500 million. Net profit? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, recalling that he held a 90% stake, meaning he would receive at least 450 million. Upon reflection, it appears that I have accrued a considerable sum. However, due to a retention rate concerning funds, it is likely that upon selling the cards this month, I will only see a return of 1 or 200 million at most. Ultimately, I have recouped my initial investment. Indeed, net profit. Moreover, our card trading marketplace has now launched, imposing a minimal commission fee of 1%. This revenue stream hardly warrants discussion. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, lowering his voice as he accepted the cigarette handed to him by Lin Hongyu after a moment's hesitation. A 1% fee on the official collectible card trading platform is rather insufficient. For instance, if a collectible gold card sells for 1 million, the commission would merely amount to 10,000, a sum that, in the current context of Kabbalah, seems almost laughable. I have an idea, Yi Tian remarked after lighting the cigarette and taking a casual puff. Please, go ahead, Mr. Yi, Lin Hongyu encouraged. However, before Yi Tian could articulate his thoughts, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Lin, there's a woman who just barged in from who knows where and snatched our company's ledger, babbling incessantly about this and that. What did she say? Lin Hongyu, unaware that Yi Tian had brought someone with him, instinctively began to piece together the situation upon hearing the report. She said our company's accountant, Xiao Lu, is just a, what exactly? Lin Hongyu's expression shifted slightly, and he inquired sternly. Yi Tian found Lin Hongyu's demeanor rather satisfactory. A leader must possess an air of authority. Otherwise, whether they were pigs or dogs, they would all be inclined to take a bite out of you, which would be quite amusing. She called him useless. Apparently, Xiao Lu is now crying and demanding to resign. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. Someone who would threaten resignation after a few harsh words. Was this person well connected? With that thought, he closed his mouth and turned to Lin Hongyu. Lin, what is Xiao Lu's relationship to you? Yi Tian inquired suddenly, causing Lin Hongyu's complexion to fluctuate between shades of green and white. Mr. Yi, Xiao Lu was one of the initial partners in our MOK venture. Is she formally trained in this field? Yi Tian asked, his mouth opening slightly in curiosity. Not quite. She studied economics, but later pursued accounting. Lin Hongyu waved his hand awkwardly, urging the others to leave quickly. Then why is she causing such a fuss about resigning? If she wants to leave, let her. Yi Tian frowned slightly. With shares in the company, what was the point of making such a scene? Who was she trying to impress? He lifted his gaze to Lin Hongyu. Lin, who was of a stout build and possessed an imposing appearance, exuded a sense of authority with his broad, square face. Yet, it was this robust figure that seemed momentarily stumped by the seemingly trivial question posed by Yi Tian. Lin Hongyu, who has always been eloquent and adept at responding to inquiries, has surprisingly fallen silent today. Speak, Yi Tian commanded, tapping his fingers on the table with authority. She is the girlfriend of another partner who has come to work at the company due to her recent struggles in finding employment. Having heard of our company's prosperity, she has taken up the role of an accountant. Do you believe she is a competent accountant? Yi Tian's expression tightened as he fixed his gaze on Lin Hongyu. To be honest, I am uncertain of her qualifications as an accountant, Lin Hongyu began, but was swiftly interrupted by Yi Tian. Lin, do you truly lack the discernment to understand that placing someone whose qualifications are unknown into the financial department of a company worth billions is a grave error? She is one of the partners. May I inquire how much equity she holds? This was the first time Lin Hongyu had witnessed his younger boss lose his temper. 0.2%. Yi Tian's irritation was palpable. In other words, when you all pooled your funds, she contributed a mere 20,000, and after equity dilution, her stake diminished to a mere 0.2%. Why would you go to such lengths for such a minuscule shareholder? Yi Tian's frustration escalated. A company of this magnitude cannot afford such decisions. It is not that Lin Hongyu cannot make personnel choices based solely on his subjective judgment. He has the autonomy to do so. However, the critical condition is that the individual selected must possess the requisite skills for the role they are assigned. This person, akin to a parasite, has unwarrantedly profited from 18,000 in equity while now seeking to earn a salary from a management position? Truly, a leech among leeches. Lin, this matter is rather straightforward. That individual holds a 4% stake and is quite fond of his girlfriend. However, she has expressed a desire to oversee his work, which is why she has come to the company, Lin Hongyu explained, his voice diminishing in volume with each word. In essence, this Ms. Yi relinquished decision-making authority. Yet appointments and dismissals are not matters of corporate governance and can still compel one to act. Lin Hongyu was not naive. He understood this dynamic all too well. Let us set this aside for now. Have that woman come in and, oh yes, summon my team as well. Bring the financial records. Yi Tian issued his orders decisively. Lin Hongyu dared not disobey. After all, this influential figure held the company's lifeblood in his hands. In a company founded on equity, those with greater shares wield significant influence. Although she had relinquished decision-making power, should she feel displeased, she could easily buy back shares at a low price to undermine you. Could Lin Hongyu withstand such wrath? He could not, nor did he dare to entertain such thoughts. Before long, a young man entered the office, carrying the financial records. Subsequently, 2 young women entered the room. However, the one from Lin Hongyu's company was clad in a professional suit and was weeping profusely. In comparison to the female actors in workplace scenes from Japanese films, her emotional display was equally intense, if not more so. Sister Fong, what issues plagued the company's accounts? She inquired. Fortunately, the Magica Barrera was still in its nascent stages, and everything was not yet perfectly refined. This woman, resembling a mere ornament, had the audacity to examine the accounts, a truly foolish endeavor. The discrepancies in the numbers were glaring, and the account formatting was chaotic and haphazard, rendering the company's financial planning utterly unappealing. Fang Shishua spoke while seated on the reception sofa. Moreover, if we proceed with such financial planning, the company will incur exorbitant costs. If we were to adopt a more rational approach, we wouldn't even need to consider bridge loans or any other alternatives. Instead, if we adeptly manage the funds and deposit them in the bank, we could generate at least $1 million in revenue within a month. $1 million is by no means a trifling sum, Yi Tian concluded. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman began to sob even more uncontrollably. I was wrong. I'm sorry, General Manager Lin. I resign. Lin Hongyu looked at the woman, momentarily speechless. Just then, Yi Tian interjected. Then hurry up and pack your things. Get out. Yi Tian's expression darkened. Upon hearing his words, the woman's sobs diminished slightly. Who is this person, General Manager Lin, that can dismiss me just like that? She sniffled, glaring at Yi Tian with intensity. Her thin lips and flat nose suggested that while judging by appearance may be unjust, sometimes it truly reflects one's inner nature. Just moments ago, Lin Hongyu remarked that this woman had come to the company not only to secure her position, but also to keep an eye on her boyfriend. This seemed to align with her sharp and acrimonious demeanor. As the largest shareholder of the Magica Company, holding 90% of the shares, I possess the authority for personnel appointments, Yi Tian stated with a cold smile, raising her gaze to the woman. Lu Qing is it? Yi Tian continued, glancing at the name tag on her chest. I hope you reconsider and ideally break up with your boyfriend. Otherwise, I shall terminate both your positions. As she spoke, Yi Tian turned her attention towards Lin Hongyu. Is her boyfriend in the company? Lin Hongyu finally regained his composure from the shock. No, that fellow Louis Hao is currently negotiating another collaboration project. Very well, send him a message requesting his immediate presence, Yi Tian replied coldly, then turned to the now dumbfounded Lu Qing. I assume you have not yet completed your probation period? Yi Tian inquired softly. Lin Hongyu was now drenched in sweat. She is a full-time employee, he managed to say. Swallowing hard, Yi Tian, exasperated, gave Lin Hongyu a thumbs up. Mr. Lin, I hope you will continue to uphold your esteemed demeanor and nurture those small-minded individuals. I wish for the Magic Card Company to face bankruptcy soon. Yi Tian, truly enraged, spoke as he rose from his seat, leading Fang Shishua outside. Mr. Yi, please wait. Chapter 116. Strategizing in the Second-Hand Card Market. Lin Hongyu's composure shattered. He had never anticipated that Yi Tian would unleash such fury regarding personnel decisions. To be frank, he felt profound regret for having appointed Lu Qing to the financial management position. In all honesty, a company managing hundreds of millions in funds is no small enterprise. It undoubtedly requires a capable and exemplary financial director. The finance department should have been established long ago. Lin Hongyu was not oblivious to this truth. Yet the company currently consisted of only 11 individuals. Counting the initial 5 shareholders and Yi Tian, the principal investor, their total was a mere 17. Moreover, most of the newly recruited personnel were brought in through connections. Lin Hongyu was well aware of the significant risks inherent in such a company structure. Reality, after all, is not a television drama. In a hasty span of just over a week, he needed to finalize contracts with the plastic manufacturing factory, ensure the cards were produced flawlessly, and manage the company's operations and finances in an orderly and efficient manner. This was no trivial task. Recruiting individuals requires time, and temporary arrangements are necessary in the early stages. This was precisely why Lin Hongyu, amidst his shock at Yi Tian's sudden anger, wished to engage in a serious conversation with him. At that moment, Yi Tian was indeed, as Lin Hongyu had surmised, consumed by rage. Should he merely swallow his grievances upon observing mistakes? Perhaps in a previous life he might have done so, but in this life, even Yi Yunbo had been challenged. So why should he refrain from confronting the company he invested in? Could such matters be resolved by simply holding one's nose and accepting them? The crux of the issue lay squarely with Lin Hongyu. Yi Tian had contemplated the challenges that might arise when forming a small team in a nascent company, especially one that had just taken its first strides. Whether in terms of competence or reliability, these were realistic concerns. There was insufficient time for Lin Hongyu to meticulously discern the capable from the inept. This was understandable. However, to knowingly appoint an incompetent figurehead, driven solely by connections, into the finance department was indeed problematic. What differentiates this from nepotism? How is it any different from the absurd accusations hurled by the inept members of the Yi family? In a fit of anger, Yi Tian pushed open the glass door, escorting Fang Shixue and Long Jie to the elevator. Just as he pressed the button, Lin Hongyu caught up to him. "Mr. Yi, please allow me to explain." "There is no need for explanations. I understand your reasoning behind this. The company is suddenly making rapid advancements, and hiring or taking action requires time." Yi Tian's lips curled slightly as he cast a cold glance at Lin Hongyu. Indeed, that is the case. Lin Hongyu felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, astonished that Yi Tian was aware of the difficulties he faced. This realization only underscored how inappropriate his actions had been. Terminate the current personnel and recruit a new finance officer. In the future, all financial plans must be directed to me. I expect your finance director to produce satisfactory financial strategies, rather than presenting me with a pile of rubbish and believing it to be acceptable. After voicing his frustration, Yi Tian stepped into the elevator just as it arrived at their floor. Lin Hongyu was momentarily taken aback by Yi Tian's blunt language. However, he quickly regained his composure and darted into the elevator before the doors closed. "Yi General, I understand. I will certainly address the internal issues of the company with utmost seriousness." He added, "We must handle matters appropriately. If something lacks weight, it will not hold up under scrutiny." Yi Tian spoke softly, once again directing his gaze toward Lin Hongyu. "I advise you to diligently refine the company's rules and regulations." This was a task Yi Tian was also undertaking, and thus felt compelled to offer some guidance to Lin Hongyu. Lin Hongyu nodded repeatedly, his attitude of contrition evident, resembling someone awaiting a reprimand. Yet, Yi Tian did not continue to chastise him. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped the elevator. Fang Shixue was the quiet type, while Long Jie was rather extroverted. But given the current situation, he had no opportunity to interject, leaving only Yi Tian and Lin Hongyu in their exchange. Yi Tian's discomfort was unknown to Lin Hongyu, but he himself felt quite awkward. Yi General," Lin Hongyu ventured cautiously. "Are you here with any directives?" Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, smacking his forehead. He had become so flustered that he had forgotten the matter at hand. "Indeed, Lin General, I had a thought. I suggest you transform the official trading platform into a comprehensive card trading market." Lin Hongyu blinked in slight confusion, struggling to grasp Yi Tian's intent. "You see, AirU operates a comprehensive second-hand trading platform, primarily focusing on digital products. I believe that the card trading you intend to initiate should not be limited to our own cards. It would be best if all cards could be traded here. Yi Tian spoke softly. Lin Hongyu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, no one had specifically ventured into this second-hand market. Moreover, those who purchase second-hand cards primarily engage in haphazard sales on certain platforms or conduct private transactions. Their expertise is lacking, and their ability to discern quality is insufficient. Indeed, there exists the potential to establish a specialized platform dedicated to the trade of collectible cards, encompassing professional appraisal and valuation services. Given that this market is not particularly mainstream, the platform could effectively operate solely as a web-based service, accessible via both mobile and desktop browsers. This concept holds considerable promise. It could even evolve into an official second-hand trading auction model, incorporating formal collection mechanisms. Lin Hongyu pondered briefly before abruptly turning to gaze at Yi Tian. Could it be that Yi, with such ambitious plans, intends to dominate the entire domestic card market? If he is even looking to intervene in the second-hand sector, it clearly indicates an intent to monopolize the entire industry. Lin Hongyu estimated the market's total value to be around 10 billion yuan. The prospect of monopolizing such a vast market was something he had scarcely dared to contemplate. Should this endeavor succeed, the wealth accrued would be beyond imagination. He felt his heart racing with excitement. Lin, are you feeling unwell? Yi Tian remarked, casting a cool glance at Lin Hongyu before inquiring. However, Lin Hongyu perceived a hint of indifference in Yi Tian's tone, perhaps not indifference, but rather a shared understanding. Yi Tian seemed to recognize that Lin Hongyu had grasped his intentions and plans. It was as if they were engaging in a subtle exchange of wit. Thank you for your concern, Yi. Please take good care of yourself as well. I shall give my utmost effort. Ding. The elevator arrived at the first floor. Yi Tian smirked and stepped out. Forget about taking care of myself. If you cease to involve me in such sordid affairs, perhaps I might live a few more years. Lin Hongyu was momentarily taken aback, standing still in the elevator. By the time he regained his composure, Yi Tian's voice had already faded into the distance. On the way back, Fang Shishua pouted. She considered herself a woman of extraordinary talent and beauty, a sentiment she expressed herself, not out of arrogance. Indeed, anyone would concur with her assessment. Yet, she felt as though she could not fully comprehend Yi Tian. Initially, he appeared to her as a young entrepreneur, exhilarated and proud of his early achievements. In the office of the general manager at Magic Card Barala, he had displayed a fierce temperament, akin to a youth who, buoyed by recent successes, had become somewhat arrogant. However, in the elevator, this Yi Tian presented a striking contrast to his earlier demeanor. At this moment, Yi Tian has become exceedingly reserved. The most frightening aspect of a person is not their anger nor their madness, but rather their stoic expression. Any fluctuation of emotion can expose their vulnerabilities, and such emotional frailties can transform into opportunities for others to deliver a fatal blow. This is why, for centuries, prominent figures in our culture have been lauded for their ability to conceal their emotions. Even the common folk often describe a remarkable individual as possessing cunning and depth. How do they express this notion? Not with such formal terminology, but rather by saying that person is quite shrewd. In the words of a writer, it is said that this individual possesses inner refinement. In ancient terms, it is described as someone whose emotions are not displayed. In plain terms, it means this person is exceedingly dangerous. Boss. Yes? Yi Tian turned his head slightly. He was seated in the front passenger seat of a taxi, while Fang Shishue and her brother Long Xie occupied the back. Where are we headed now? Fang Shishue continued to inquire. Back to the company. Back to the company? Fang Shishue was momentarily taken aback. It is known that Tianji Investment Company is still essentially a shell. But it is not entirely accurate to call it a shell. The company currently has 3 key personnel, Yi Tian as the president, Long Xie serving as both driver and bodyguard, and herself as the so-called financial director and concurrently the project department's general manager. So, what can be accomplished by returning to the company? Yes, back to the company. We need to think of ways to earn some money. As he spoke, Yi Tian glanced at Fang Shishue. Xiao Fang, are you familiar with futures trading? Fang Shishue paused briefly before nodding. I am quite proficient in futures. During my time at Harvard, I self-studied it. Over my 4 years there, I turned an initial investment of $100,000 into nearly $1 million. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. Fang Shishue was far more capable than he had anticipated. I still have 40 million. If we disregard the cents, there are over 4 million remaining, which I intend to keep as a reserve. Although I am certain that I will accumulate more wealth in the future, I still wish to have a safety net. If I invest everything and suffer a significant loss one day, wouldn't that spell disaster for me? Without any capital left, how could I hope to rise again? Do you want me to handle the futures trading? Yes, my original idea was to establish an options investment group, a venture capital investment group, and a financial investment group within the project department. Wouldn't that be about right for diversification? Yes, that sounds feasible, Fang Shishua contemplated. In that case, this investment scope would indeed be quite extensive. 40 million. I intend to entrust it all to you. Please assist me in managing it. We shall split the profits 50-50. What do you say? Yi Tian stated directly. To be honest, he did not hold a profound trust in Fang Shishua. However, he believed that she was not the type to seek him out for fraudulent purposes. This young woman possessed quite a spirited character. If she were indeed a scam artist, she would have initially refrained from providing a quote, allowing herself to be hired at a meager salary, only to gradually siphon off the funds. In reality, such an operation was highly improbable. It is essential to recognize that contemporary banking regulations have become exceedingly stringent. If one were to lose such a sum right under one's nose, Yi Tian would consider it quite an impressive feat on Fang Shishua's part. Our company is not a traditional enterprise, devoid of convoluted machinations. Moreover, despite its substantial size, its structure remains remarkably straightforward. To put it plainly, ever since his demise at the hands of Yi Ruotian in his previous life, there has been no one in this world he is willing to trust. At most, there are only his adoptive parents and his dear sister Jiangyan. A simplified structure enables him to maintain complete control over the company's authority. Reflecting on the past, in the film The Wolf of Wall Street, Leonardo DiCaprio's company was similarly modest in size, yet its total assets reached several tens of millions of dollars. When converted to RMB, that amounts to several hundred million. His venture, not being a retro industry reliant on telemarketing, is an investment company with hundreds of millions at stake, employing a mere 10 to 20 individuals at most. A 50-50 profit share? Fang Shishua was taken aback. In this industry, even in the most favorable circumstances, the project lead can expect to receive a maximum of 10% of the net profit. In the most extreme cases, perhaps 20%. Remarkably, Yi Tian, as the employer, was offering 50% right from the outset. This was exceedingly generous. Fang Shishua exerted considerable effort to suppress her exhilaration. Was she in need of money? Indeed, she was quite in need. Owing to her family's tradition, her generation was entrenched in finance, akin to ancient practitioners of arithmetic using abacuses. Although her family possessed the financial means to support their education in advanced and specialized, even cutting-edge, business logic and strategies, it did not imply that upon graduation, they would have access to family funds for a life of indulgence. Furthermore, there was a more disheartening reality. Chapter 118, A Reliable Partner. In truth, the Fang family was quite an intriguing lineage. Not only could no one afford to be a wastrel, but upon completing their studies and obtaining their certificates, each scion of the family was required to earn their keep independently and without the support of familial resources. Those who failed to earn 5 million RMB within a year would be disowned by the family, as they could not afford to sustain such a member. If one succeeded, however, the unfortunate reality was that the earnings were not theirs to keep. They were required to be submitted to the family, to be utilized for the cultivation of younger family members. As one of the most distinguished individuals of her generation within the Fang family, Fang Shishua undoubtedly amassed a fortune of 5 million soft sister coins during her university years. After all, why would she not indulge in the pleasures of life? What compelled her to invest the modest savings of 100,000 US dollars, painstakingly accumulated through frugality, into futures trading while at Harvard? Was it not simply to maintain her connection with the family legacy? She could neither afford to be extravagant, nor could she ignore the previous earnings that had already been contributed to the family as a testament to her diligence. Presently, she found herself rather financially constrained, and when someone offered to lend her a chicken, she pondered whether it would lay eggs. If it did not, would it not be a disservice to herself? Fang Shishua mused for a moment. Her mischievous spirit suddenly ignited. Are you planning to stay at my place for a couple of nights? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Fang Shishua's meaning. What did you say? She repeated, how about you and I share a bed for a night or two? Otherwise, I feel rather uneasy holding on to this money. As Yi Tian comprehended her intent, a flush crept across his face, and he turned away, hesitant to engage further. However, Fang Shishue was in the back seat, giggling softly. Listening to her laughter, Yi Tian's heart gradually settled into tranquility. In truth, what he feared was not a girl who spoke freely, but one who played with a sense of mischief. Though his time spent with Fang Shishue had been limited, he understood her to be quite open-minded. Anyone who has attended university knows that once one delves into the realms of the humanities and social sciences, discussions inevitably touch upon intimate topics. Yet, it was curious how, upon entering university, many boys who had previously boasted about their exploits became somewhat shy regarding such subjects. While the majority of girls spoke candidly about the rationale behind premarital intimacy right in class, it was utterly astonishing. In his heart, Yi Tian was resolute in viewing Fang Shishue as that archetype of a cosmopolitan woman, utterly poised and at ease. What else could he do? Should he seize her invitation and embark on an audacious adventure to her home that very night? Surely, he would not survive such a venture unscathed. Upon arriving at the company building, the three of them alighted from the vehicle. As Yi Tian closed the car door, he overheard the taxi driver mumble, "What a trivial child, discussing business worth thousands in this old taxi. How absurd." Yi Tian's lips twitched slightly, but instead of reprimanding the driver, he silently noted the vehicle's license plate number. "Our company's funds require dual verification. This is specifically for your financial director's key. Naturally, accessing the funds will also require my verification key, or else the funds cannot be utilized." Yi Tian explained to Fang Shishue while manipulating his mobile banking application to transfer money into the company account. The key was essentially a disc-shaped device that contained what appeared to be a digital certificate, though Yi Tian was not well versed in its intricacies. Originally, this device was not intended for dual ownership. Unable to avoid it, when Yi Tian went to open an account, the bank personnel expressed their anxiety over the substantial amount, suggesting he invest a small sum in a security measure. However, Yi Tian, influenced by this apprehension, felt that one was insufficient and decided to acquire two instead. The notion of possessing two keys seemed prudent. His desire for centralization stemmed from both a lack of trust in others and a wish to allow them to fully exert their initiative. Thus, he purchased two keys, reminiscent of the imperial tokens of Qin Shi Huang. "All right," Fang Shishue remarked, picking up a disc-shaped object from the table. "The office is quite empty at the moment. Feel free to choose any seat, though you may also retreat to your small cubicle." The small cubicle had originally been designated as the office of the financial director. However, to Yi Tian's surprise, the newly appointed financial director proved exceptionally competent and swiftly took control of the project department. Consequently, the office arrangement seemed rather trivial. In truth, this cubicle was not Yi Tian's preferred choice. It came with the rental property. Altering it proved challenging, so he resigned himself to the situation. "I seem to have nothing pressing. May I indulge in some computer games, boss?" Yi Tian inquired, glancing at the eager Long Quebec. However, the computers here were not particularly compatible with the games one might find on the market. "No matter, I can make it work," Long K replied with a smile. Casually booting up a computer, Yi Tian leaned over to take a look and found it downloading. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was astonishing that even Apple computers could run online games. Perhaps it was his own lack of exposure that led to this surprise. Shaking his head, he thought it better to observe Fang Jie trading stocks instead. Yi Tian took a chair and settled beside Fang Shishue. As an ordinary individual, and not particularly adept in the financial realm, he admitted to his limited understanding of financial matters. His knowledge lacked structure and was far from comprehensive. One could say he was only partially informed. What set him apart was a certain prescience regarding future events, albeit not too distant on the timeline. Additionally, he possessed a degree of decision-making ability, which was not innate, but rather related to the breadth of his knowledge. Any knowledge can be interconnected, and decision-making is a matter of considering various possibilities to arrive at an optimal solution. While this may sound straightforward, the execution can be challenging. Many falter in their decision-making due to assumptions. Yi Tian, however, did not share this flaw. At that moment, he sat quietly beside Fang Shishue, observing her adept navigation through various stock markets. Indeed, one can glean a wealth of knowledge from Fang Shishue. In truth, Yi Tian approached this endeavor with the intention of acquiring skills and wisdom. Once here, he diligently took notes while occasionally directing inquiries towards Fang Shishue, for he had been educated long ago by Jiangnan. As the saying goes, diligence can compensate for inadequacy. If one is ignorant, one must learn. "Mr. Yi, I have an idea," Fang Shishue suddenly interjected after elucidating some concepts pertaining to the financial market. Chapter 119. A bold idea? What sort of idea? Yi Tian inquired. I intend to short the Yi family in Jinling, Fang Shishue declared with unexpected fervor. Yi Tian paused momentarily, taken aback. Fang Shishue blinked and gazed at him, as if suddenly struck by a revelation. Mr. Yi, you are also from Jinling and share the surname Yi. You wouldn't happen to be a relative of the Yi family, would you? She asked. The family merely facilitated his mingling with this employer, without disclosing the latter's true identity. Hence, Fang Shishue posed her question. Yi Tian found himself at a loss for words. When I mentioned shorting the Yi family, you seemed somewhat surprised. Could it be that you are a relative of the Yi family and hence reluctant to pursue this course? Fang Shishue probed further. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian chuckled softly. Those from the Yi family are my dearly beloved friends and brothers. Thus, if we are to proceed, we must do so decisively. Fang Shishue was momentarily taken aback, observing the way Yi Tian gritted his teeth while delivering his final statement, which struck her as rather perplexing. This Mr. Yi was putting on quite the performance. The expressions of characters in films do not exhibit such exaggerated intensity. Then, shall I leverage? To what extent do you intend to leverage? Yi Tian instinctively asked. 1 billion. Fang Shishue replied with a smile. Yi Tian was instantly astounded. How can you leverage 40 million into 1 billion? 25 times leverage? Who would dare extend such a credit to you? Surely, you aren't considering borrowing from others? Of course not. I have connections with individuals from a hedge brokerage firm. I will reach out to ascertain whether they are willing to provide us with leverage. Fang Shishue explained. Yi Tian was utterly bewildered by Fang Shishue's current actions. The intricate maneuvers she spoke of eluded his comprehension for the time being. Nonetheless, the notion of her shorting the Yi family piqued his interest. Why do you wish to short the Yi family? Because, you see, the Yi family procured raw materials last month that exceeded their total annual sales, even surpassing the combined total of 2 to 3 years' worth of sales. The prices of these raw materials have surged dramatically in Jinling and the surrounding cities. Fang Shishue pointed to the visuals displayed on the screen. And just this morning, the Yi family abruptly announced a delay in the acquisition of these raw materials, postponing it by approximately 3 to 6 months. Fang Shishue spoke, a delicate smile gracing her lips. Do you comprehend what this signifies? She turned her gaze towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian furrowed his brows, suddenly contemplating a dreadful possibility. The financial chain of the Yi family had encountered difficulties. Indeed, Fang Shishue affirmed with a smile. The price of raw materials had been inflated by the Yi family, compelling other enterprises to incur significantly higher costs for the same materials. This bore the semblance of monopolistic behavior, and an antitrust investigation was likely imminent. This could also elucidate the recent announcement by the Yi family regarding the postponement of raw material delivery. However, I sense that the issue primarily resides within the financial chain. Fang Shishue, embodying the role of a teacher, meticulously and patiently elucidated the matter to Yi Tian. At this juncture, Yi Tian felt as though he had been enlightened, directly interjecting with his thoughts. After all, capital seeks profit. If monopolization were achievable, the profits would soar. Thus, the Yi family would undoubtedly take risks for such exorbitant gains, rather than voluntarily halting their progress to evade an antitrust investigation. Were I in the position of Yi Yunbo from the Yi family, I would await the initiation of the antitrust inquiry before announcing any delays, as I would not incur any losses. Fang Shishue paused momentarily, then vehemently gave Yi Tian a thumbs up. Precisely. Therefore, I surmise that excessive procurement has led to an astronomical initial deposit cost, compelling the Yi family to postpone the delivery date of raw materials. Yet, I fail to understand why, in light of this situation, the Yi family does not resort to borrowing channels or bank loans, but rather opts to announce a delay first. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, stroking his chin. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. The processes involved in bank loans and borrowing require asset evaluation, and the Yi family may no longer dare to undergo such assessments. Upon hearing this, Fang Shishue whipped her head around to gaze at Yi Tian. Have you previously studied finance? Yi Tian was slightly startled, offering a wry smile. I am currently preparing for university. How could I possibly have the time to delve into such matters? Fang Shishue tightened her brows, then relaxed, ultimately refraining from uttering another word. Meanwhile, at Rainbow Airport in Kyoto, brother, it's sweltering here. Is Jinling not hotter? Have you been rendered foolish by the airplane's air conditioning? Yi Ruotian shot a reproachful glance at Yi Ruoxuan, who had just disembarked from the plane. In terms of heat, could Jinling's furnace possibly be intimidated by Kyoto? Sigh. Yi Ruoxuan lacked the energy to engage in a quarrel with Yi Ruotian. As they exited the airport, they encountered their designated chauffeur. Our young master awaits your arrival at the residence. Please, allow this old man to escort you. An elderly gentleman, clad in a suit and likely in his 60s, with graying hair and a gold pin affixed to his lapel, appeared to exude an air reminiscent of a member of a Japanese organized crime syndicate. Ah, very well. Yi Ruotian, accompanied by Yi Ruoxuan, followed the elderly gentleman away from the airport, journeying southward until they arrived in the Wangfu district of Kyoto. This area, renowned throughout Yanjing, is celebrated for its dazzling commercial splendor. The two were led by the gentleman, who bore the appearance of an official, into a villa situated at the edge of the Wangfu district. Upon entering, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan spotted a young man of similar age seated on the sofa. The house was otherwise devoid of occupants. The young man was engrossed in a book, a volume entirely in English. By observing the quality of the ink and paper, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan discerned that this book had been imported from abroad. You must be young Master Yuanyu, correct? After settling in, Yi Ruotian inquired, glancing toward the youth across the coffee table. Yes, came the curt response from Yuanyu, who barely acknowledged them, merely grunting softly without lifting his gaze from the book. 1 billion. Just for 49% of the Yi family's shares. What do you think? Yi Ruotian was momentarily taken aback. They had come for a discussion, yet the other party had launched straight into a bold proposal. 1 billion was, indeed, an astronomical figure for the Yi family. However, the notion of relinquishing half of their family's heritage for such an amount seemed utterly ludicrous. May I make a call to inform my father? He stammered. What will you say? Yuan Yu's attention finally shifted from his book. This question rendered Yi Ruotian speechless. What could he possibly say? Surely, he would convey the astounding offer of 1 billion for 49% of the family shares. Was this person's intellect compromised by his studies? Though momentarily flustered, Yi Ruotian refrained from voicing his thoughts, aware that as a guest in someone else's domain, it would be foolish to provoke a figure as formidable as Yuan Yu, whom even Yi Yunbo dared not challenge. The matter concerning 1 billion, Yi Ruotian managed to voice. Yuan Yu finally set his book down, and in that instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding an imposing presence that sent a chill down Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan's spines. Then let us make the call here, Yuan Yu suggested softly. Yi Ruotian, who had been preparing to rise, obediently settled back into his seat. Reluctantly, he dialed Yi Yunbo's number in front of Yuan Yu. Hello, Dad. What's wrong? Yi Yunbo's voice resonated through the speaker. Well, young Master Yuan has proposed to buy 49% of our family's company for 1 billion. Absolutely not. This is entirely out of the question. Yi Yunbo did not allow Yi Ruotian to finish his words, interrupting him directly. The 49% equity could, at any moment, be leveraged to bring our Yi family to its knees. This cannot be allowed, absolutely not. Yi Ruotian cast an awkward glance at Yuan Yu, who sat opposite him. Yuan Yu merely chuckled softly before speaking up. Kyoto is a stagnant pool. If the Yi family were to exist there, it would merely be a minuscule fish in the vast ocean. Such a trivial morsel, I have no desire to consume. But I wish to utilize the Yi family's influence to see if I can extend my reach into Jinling. At this point, Yuan Yu suddenly lifted his gaze, the coldness in his eyes intensifying. However, when did the head of the Yi family become worthy of bargaining with me? With that, Yi Yunbo fell silent, rendered speechless. The entire living room of the Yuan family estate was enveloped in a profound and thick silence. After a span of over 10 breaths, Yi Yunbo's voice finally emerged from Yi Ruotian's phone. Ha. Young Master Yuan's words make me seem overly cautious. Since you were so generous, how could I refuse? Let us proceed according to your suggestion. Upon finishing, Yi Yunbo abruptly ended the call. Yi Ruotian cast an awkward glance at Yuan Yu, who merely snorted softly, disregarding him as he rose from the sofa and ascended the stairs. You two siblings can choose a room downstairs to stay in, he said. When Yi Ruotian looked up, the owner of that voice had already vanished at the top of the staircase, leaving no trace behind. All right, the hedging guarantee company has agreed to provide us with leverage. Fang Shishue entered the office with an air of satisfaction after concluding a phone call. Yi Tian furrowed his brows slightly, tentatively inquiring. So that means we are placing 1 billion as collateral with the hedging guarantee company? Precisely. Fang Shishua nodded, casting a doubtful glance at Yi Tian, uncertain of the thoughts swirling in the mind of this slightly younger youth, whose brow was furrowed in confusion. What do you have as collateral? Yi Tian was astonished. Leveraging up to 1 billion, even banks might hesitate to lend them such a substantial sum. This leverage seemed rather alarming. Without some form of collateral, who would dare to lend? We are using the shares of Magic Kabbalah as collateral, Fang Shishue replied with a smile. But I only invested 1 billion in Magic Kabbalah. Using a 1 billion collateral to secure a 10 billion leverage seems rather illogical, does it not? Yi Tian still felt a lingering sense of confusion. Any company willing to lend 10 billion would undoubtedly have shrewd upper management. Given the considerable risk, why would they be willing? Because they have assessed that the future market value of Magic Kabbalah will reach at least 20 billion, meaning your 90% stake is indeed sufficient to cover this amount. There might even be a surplus? A bitter smile crept onto Yi Tian's lips. All right then, I trust your judgment. Yi Tian let out a sigh. If he could indeed carve a piece of flesh from the Yi family, this bold gamble would not be in vain. Whose enterprise is this collateral guarantee company? Yi Tian suddenly turned his head and inquired of Fang Shishue. The Zhao family, Fang Shishue casually replied. The Zhao family? Yi Tian's mind immediately recalled a recent phone call from Yi Qingqing, who had asked if he had sought assistance from the Zhao family to prevent their investment in the Yi family. Was there some truth to that? Yi Tian furrowed his brows, then relaxed, shaking his head. After all, he did not know them and had not set any traps for the Yi family. There was no need to let the words of someone as unthinking as Yi Qingqing affect his mood. Fang Shishue glanced at Yi Tian, but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she returned to her seat, picking up the mouse from her computer desk to check the stock market trends. Yi Tian took the opportunity to sit beside Fang Shishue. Fang Jie, Yi Tian called softly, his voice noticeably subdued. What is it? Fang Shishue initially glanced at Long Xie, who was engrossed in a game with his Bluetooth headset on, before turning to him. Which family are we hedging against? It's the Yuan family. Why do you ask? Fang Shishue paused momentarily before responding. I don't know much about the Zhao and Yuan families. Could you enlighten me on the details? It would help me feel more grounded. Fang Shishue smiled knowingly. The Zhao family was once a great merchant during the Republic era, contributing significantly to the nation's foundation. Their legacy is one of loyalty. With enterprises spanning the globe, truly a top-tier family in the country. The Zhao family is known for their unwavering integrity and concern for the nation. However, the Yuan family is different. They are somewhat lesser. During the War of Resistance, they split into two factions. One betrayed the country, while the other retreated to the west to support the fight. After the establishment of the nation, the traitorous faction was executed, severely weakening the family's power. Nevertheless, our great Xia has enjoyed nearly a century of peace, and the Yuan family has managed to climb the ranks, albeit through the merits earned during the war, making them a formidable entity. Yi Tian listened, his astonishment growing, and the gravity on his face deepened. Fang Jie, can we really hold our ground against such a powerful Yuan family? Yi Tian voiced his concerns. After all, the Zhao family was acting as the intermediary. The Yuan family would hardly resort to underhanded tactics against them. Victory ultimately hinged on the accuracy of their earlier analysis. Fang Shishue responded with calm assurance. You need not worry. Our chances of success depend solely on our strategic assessment. Yi Tian felt a slight easing of his anxiety. Reflecting on the recent assassination attempt by Qin Englu, which had nearly cost him his life, his attitude toward the Yi family had shifted significantly. Chapter 121. The Yuan family faces a grave illness. Previously, Yi Tian had merely found the Yi family bothersome, wishing ill upon Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. However, I had never considered taking action myself. My curiosity lay in observing how Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan would bring the Yi family to ruin. At that moment, I could then eliminate Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. Yet, after enduring a series of chaotic events, Yi Tian finally realized that Yi Yunbua deserved his fate as well. The members of the Yi family needed to be cast down from their lofty heights to comprehend their fundamental errors and to truly grasp the pain that Yi Tian had suffered over the years. Sister Fang, as Yi Tian's thoughts returned to the forefront of his mind, he lifted his gaze to meet Fang Shishue's eyes. This time, I must rely on you. Rest assured, the Yuan family has promised that after they acquire the shares in a couple of days, they will lend us the shares of the Yi family, valued at 1 billion. with a repayment period of 1 month. Yi Tian paused momentarily, inhaling sharply. Is it not a bit too ambitious to short a commercial giant worth nearly 100 billion in such a brief time frame? Yet, he understood that in the realm of finance, he was not as adept as Fang Shixue. In fact, her knowledge far surpassed his. He had no choice but to place his unwavering trust in her. I understand, Sister Fang. I leave this matter in your capable hands. For the next month, focus solely on this. You have full authority to handle it without consulting me. Yi Tian took a deep breath, as if to bolster his own confidence, and addressed Fang Shixue. Fang Shixue nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and resumed her diligent monitoring of the stock market, occasionally buying and selling. After a day's worth of operations, she astonishingly managed to earn Yi Tian several $100,000 in cash. When she approached him for her share at the end of the workday, Yi Tian was left utterly astounded. Indeed, what they say online holds true. Those who play the financial game possess a heart of darkness. 3 days later, after once again providing a statement at the police station, Yi Tian returned to the company, only to find Fang Shixue busily engrossed in her work. She was fervently operating her computer and had even banished Long Chia from the vicinity for being too noisy while gaming, sending him outside the company. As Yi Tian walked through the corridor and reached the entrance, he inquired about Long Chia, only to learn that Fang Shixue had deemed the sound of his gaming too distracting and had expelled him. Yi Tian cast a sympathetic glance at Long Chia and then patted his shoulder. It's all right, hang in there. Once Sister Fang finishes, I will call you back in. With that, Yi Tian opened the door and stepped inside the company. Fang Shixue glanced up but said nothing, continuing her work. Yi Tian dared not interrupt this financial goddess, for in the past 3 days, she had managed to earn him over $1 million, although she took a cut of over 500,000. Earning 50,000 in just 3 days was indeed a cause for celebration. And this was merely a modest investment. Fang Shixue, almost as if showcasing her skills, seamlessly transitioned from stock market trends to the company's homepage financial reports, then to local policies, and so forth, all under Yi Tian's watchful gaze. Her swift and precise navigation made her appear as an extraordinary analytical machine, amassing over $1 million in profits within 3 days. As she put it, this was merely a preliminary exercise for her. Had she opted for larger ventures, her earnings would have undoubtedly been greater. After all, idly waiting was rather dull, and keeping 40 million in her account for 3 days felt like a waste. Additionally, driven by a sudden urge to showcase her prowess, she decided to earn a bit of money to indulge herself. Yi Tian was astounded, thinking, is this what one calls casually earning some money? He felt as though he had been foolishly content with the 70,000 in interest accrued over a month from his 18 million, realizing the stark disparity between individuals. Just then, while Yi Tian stood quietly behind Fang Shixue, lost in thought, she suddenly exclaimed in frustration. Yi Tian looked at her in confusion, momentarily believing she was directing her ire at him. What's the matter, Sister Fang? Am I bothering you? He inquired tentatively. Fang Shixue sighed. No, it's the Yuan family. They are gravely ill, seriously ill. Gravely ill? Yi Tian was puzzled, sensing an ominous turn of events. What do you mean? Indeed, they are seriously ill. They spent 100 billion to acquire 49% of the Yi family's shares. This morning, the Yi family's stock price skyrocketed to 38.65. Yi Tian was taken aback. 100 billion for 49% of the Yi family's equity? If the Yi family were at their peak, this would equate to purchasing something worth 49 billion for 100 billion. Wasn't he that essentially handing the Yi family money? Yi Tian's mind reeled. The Yuan family. Such a colossal entity, colluding with a local tycoon from Jinling? Wasn't he that a bit disgraceful? This should be beneficial for us. Yi Tian pondered aloud. With the Yi family stock price soaring, he could sell the borrowed shares at a high point and reap a substantial profit. However, the Yi family stock price was soaring precisely because their financial chain must be secure. How could he then short sell? Fang Shixue replied calmly. Yet there was no hint of panic in her demeanor. Yi Tian opened his mouth, glancing at Fang Shixue. Is there anything we can do? Fang Shixue raised her gaze to meet his. Taking a deep breath, the fabric of her crisp white shirt billowed with her movement. If we are to discuss solutions, there are indeed a few options. The simplest would be to hold onto the Yi family's stocks. In that case, we would only incur a few million in leveraged fees and interest, a desperate measure for survival. Of course, other avenues exist. It merely depends on how we proceed. For instance, we could dramatically suppress the prices of materials. After all, The Yi family had entered into a price agreement when purchasing their goods. With the sudden plummet in prices, the Yi family faced a dilemma: either breach the contract or reluctantly absorb the loss. However, manipulating the raw materials was not an easy task for Yi Tian. Yet, his inability did not preclude others from taking such actions, depending on their willingness to intervene. Rest assured, I have a clear understanding of the situation, and I can assure you that you will not suffer a loss. After regaining her composure, Feng Shishue smiled gently. With matters laid bare, Yi Tian found himself at a loss for further words. To say more would imply a lack of trust in Feng Shishue, a formality that could create a rift between them. The adage "trust those you employ and do not suspect them" holds true. Once trust is broken, it is difficult to mend. Though anxious, Yi Tian could only resign his fate to the passage of time. The following noon, Feng Shishue, under the banner of Tianji Investment Liability Company, released a report on major financial news platforms, announcing a short-selling strategy against the Jinling Yi Group. Chapter 122, a joint venture? It's turned upside down. Yi Yunbo was on the verge of exploding with rage at the Yi Villa. That scoundrel Yi Tian, after arriving in Kyoto, seemed to have stumbled upon a stroke of luck, establishing an investment company with total assets amounting to a staggering 140 million. Truly, he was a wolf with ambitions far exceeding that of a pig or dog. Yi Yunbo was so incensed that he contemplated personally dealing with this wayward son. However, with Qin Yinglu already having met with failure in Kyoto, it would not be an easy task to rectify the situation. They say even a tiger does not eat its young. Yet Yi Yunbo could hardly fathom that his own flesh and blood would seek to bring ruin upon the Yi family. No, such a despicable creature as Yi Tian had long been cast out from the Yi lineage. This trash was unworthy of being a member of the Yi family. Watching her father's fury, Yi Qingcheng hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Father, how could Yi Tian possibly have such a fortune of 140 million? Yi Yunbo squinted, turning his gaze toward his eldest daughter. At that moment, only Yi Yunbo and his wife, along with their daughters Yi Qingcheng and Yi Luming, remained in the Yi household. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan had already departed for Kyoto, securing a 100 billion financing agreement with the Yuan Group for the Yi family. Meanwhile, the third child, Yi Lingyu, had been so engrossed in her medical career that she had seemingly forgotten her way home, having not returned for several days. I too find it suspicious. Given the Jiang family's resources, I could believe they might gather a sum of a few 100,000, but 400 million seems utterly implausible. Yi Luming scoffed, her beautiful eyes glinting with frost. I recall that our family has inexplicably lost numerous items in the past, including my elder sister's imperial green jade bracelet and my diamond jewelry. As she spoke, Yi Luming suddenly raised her gaze. Indeed, there is also Father's Rolex watch and Mother's Kentia necklace. Yi Luming's expression turned cold as she continued. The most valuable possession might be the genuine Tang Bohu painting that father gifted to Sanmei upon her coming of age. He purchased that masterpiece for over 100 million back then. His 14 million might very well have been acquired from selling that painting. Upon hearing her sister's words, Yi Qingcheng's countenance darkened. Previously, they had not pursued this matter, primarily due to the lack of concrete evidence proving that Yi Tian had stolen it. Not even a reasonable suspicion to raise doubts. Yet now, where did Yi Tian acquire that 14 million? While it may not serve as irrefutable evidence, it certainly constitutes a significant suspicion. He must have sold the painting to amass such wealth. Yi Qingcheng furrowed her brows. Father, I believe we should investigate this matter a little further. If it proves to be true, we could seize this opportunity to send him directly to prison. Even if he intends to undermine our Yi family, he must do so from the outside. Yi Yunbo narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a glance at his eldest daughter. His thick, somewhat stiff fingers withdrew a cigarette case from his shirt pocket, and smoke billowed from his lips. Who do you think would be most suitable to conduct the investigation? Yi Luming opened her mouth, intending to volunteer herself, but could not help glancing at her elder sister. Yi Qingcheng sighed, refraining from acknowledging Yi Luming's gaze. If younger brother Tian and younger sister Xian were in Kyoto, they would be attending to the two young masters and mistresses of the Yuan family there. As it stands, Ling Yu is busy. It should be one of us, either Luming or myself, who goes. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, it is my responsibility. Yi Luming bit her lip, gazing at Yi Qingcheng as she softly remarked, but elder sister, if you investigate, you might have to go to Kyoto. Who will manage the Yi group then? You should also learn to ease father and mother's burdens. You should take on the role of acting general manager at the company. and once I have clarified everything, I will return. Without waiting for Yi Yunhua and Qin Wanrong to agree, Yi Qingsheng ascended the stairs to pack her belongings. Just after Yi Qingsheng went upstairs, Yi Yunhua's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and glanced at it. Upon answering, he heard his son's voice. "Dad." The voice on the other end belonged to Yi Ruotian. Hearing his obedient son's voice, Yi Yunhua's previously troubled mind eased slightly. "Son, how are you doing over there?" I'm fine, Dad. I want to secretly tell you two things. You just need to keep them in mind." Yi Ruotian's voice was clearly suppressed. "All right, speak." Yi Yunhua's eyes darted around. Noticing the anxious and puzzled expressions on Qin Wanrong and Yi looming in the living room, and he turned to head towards the tea room. "You must have heard about Yi Tian trying to short the Yi family. But Dad, do you know who Yi Tian borrowed the target stocks from?" Yi Yunhua's brow furrowed. Currently, the Yi family only held 31% of the shares. When the Yi family group was initially listed, the Yi family held 20% of the total shares. This 20% stake was injected into the securities market in the form of stocks. Most of those purchasing Yi shares in the securities market were retail investors, with very few large capital entities willing to hold 10% of Yi's shares for the long term. "Did Yuan family lend out the shares?" Yi Yunhua asked directly, hitting the nail on the head. Yes. Yi Yunhua was not overly surprised. This matter seemed quite reasonable. "I see. What about the other matter?" "About that, Dad, please don't get too agitated," Yi Ruotian said from the other end, seemingly concerned. "You see, I still have the strength to endure." At the time Yi Tian borrowed the shares, he had only 40 million in funds, with the Zhao family providing him leverage. Upon hearing Yi Ruotian's words, Yi Yunhua was taken aback. "What did you say? Yi Tian shorted our Yi family with only 40 million? Indeed. How dare he?" Yi Yunhua stamped his foot in frustration. After swallowing hard, Yi Ruotian continued, "Dad, he has already secured 1 billion in margin loans from the Zhao family. I suspect that the Zhao family's initial refusal to assist us was due to Yi Tian's covert sabotage. Now, the Zhao family and Yi Tian have joined forces to confront Yuan family, and we, the Yi family, have become their pawn." Yi Ruotian expressed his grievances. "Dad, please hold your ground over there. I will do my best to seek support from young Master Yuan." Taking a deep breath, Yi Yunhua slowly nodded. Given the current circumstances, the Yi family's situation was still relatively stable. All they could do was observe the power struggle between the two prominent families in the capital. Yi Yunhua hung up the phone and returned to the living room. Qin Wanrong immediately approached him, anxiously inquiring, "Yunhua, is something wrong on Ruotian's end?" "He is fine. I just received news that Yi Tian has incited the Zhao family. This time, he is shorting our Yi family with the Zhao family's backing." Yi Yunhua sighed deeply, his gaze growing cold. As he spoke, Yi Qingsheng had already descended the stairs with her suitcase in hand. Chapter 123. The market is the main battlefield. Yi Qingsheng paused slightly, but did not linger. "Dad, I have already booked a flight. I am heading to the capital now to investigate whether Yi Tian's assets are of dubious origin." Yi Yunhua had little to say. They were well aware of their own affairs. Despite the Yuan family's 100 billion support, the Yi family was not a sufficiently formidable entity at this moment. In the business world, when faced with a life-and-death confrontation, one must strive diligently, leaving no room for complacency. No one can predict whether a seemingly insignificant oversight or a benign point might, one day, become a dagger aimed at their neck. "Go, and be careful." Yi Yunhua nodded. Yi Qingsheng, without further hesitation, left the Yi family. If it were merely Yi Tian's attempt to disgust himself, then so be it. However, the presence of the Zhao family behind him complicates matters significantly. At this moment, Yi Yunhua's emotions transcended mere anger. The audacity of this ungrateful son to come and provoke him alone is one thing. Bringing others to challenge the Yi family is a grave act of rebellion against one's ancestors. With a yawn, Yi Tian entered his company. Today he received the stocks. And Fang Shishue also released a short-selling report. This report crafted by Fang Shishue was rather commendable and of considerable caliber. Under normal circumstances, as a novice in financial matters, Yi Tian would struggle to discern the quality of a market report, often finding himself perplexed. Yet, Fang Shishue's report succinctly highlighted several significant issues concerning the Yi family. Firstly, there are suspicions of industrial monopoly. It remains uncertain why the Yi family procured such an abundance of raw materials, but their decision to secure nearly 1 to 3 years' worth of production is rather intriguing. Moreover, just a few days ago, The Yi family announced a delay in raw material deliveries of 3 to 6 months, which appears to be a maneuver to preemptively counter any antitrust investigations. Secondly, there are concerns regarding the Yi family's financial chain. The delay in raw materials has led to speculation that the Yi family's financial stability may already be in jeopardy. In the realm of finance, this is not deemed malicious defamation. Rather, it is a matter of evaluative analysis, bordering on mere conjecture. The third major issue pertains to the sales direction of the Yi Group. Assuming the first two problems do not exist, the question arises, how much product can the Yi Group possibly manufacture and sell with such an extensive acquisition of raw materials within a year? It is pertinent to note that the Yi family's company operates in the chemical industry, specializing in special materials such as plastics, specialty fibers, and fertilizers, with fertilizers constituting the bulk of their business. This time, the Yi family has procured a vast quantity of raw materials, encompassing the supply of their three core industrial chains. However, in the vicinity of Jinling City, the available land is limited and the capacity for consumption is finite. Transporting goods northward to the plains of Heian and Heyang, or further to the Black Soil Plains, requires competitive bidding qualifications. Not to mention, the northern chemical industry is equally developed and does not lack for fertilizers. In order to sell, they would have to lower prices, igniting a price war, which is a lose-lose scenario. As for plastics and specialty fibers, while plastics may fare better, they still face a similar predicament as fertilizers, with clear territorial limitations. Specialty fibers, on the other hand, lack a substantial market altogether. With such an overwhelming quantity, who will foot the bill? Fang Shishue's report instantly caused the stock price of Yi Group to plummet from its morning height of 40 to 38. The stock price had once dipped even lower than in the previous 2 days. Of course, Fang Shishue had already liquidated her holdings at the peak, and now her funds totaled approximately 1,300 million, which could be regarded as a modest profit of 30 million for the time being. This back-and-forth trading had left Yi Tian's heart racing with anticipation. Now, it was time to await the Yi family's next move. After analyzing the market trends, Fang Shishue furrowed her brow and spoke. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. They would likely attempt to manipulate the sales channels. I have reviewed your short-selling report, Sister Fang. The first 2 points raised are merely suspicions, but the third is quite definitive. So if they were to publish an official report regarding sales channels, our offensive would be thwarted. Yi Tian stroked his chin, articulating the current situation with clarity. You possess quite a talent, Fang Shishue remarked, momentarily taken aback as she gazed at Yi Tian. How long had this young man been by her side? His perceptiveness was remarkable. Perhaps he was a prodigy, inherently attuned to financial matters. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Shishue averted her gaze, pondering the lessons she had learned from Sister Fang, deeming them unworthy of note. Yi Tian shook his head, genuinely believing his insights to be insignificant, and he was not the type to bask in compliments. A humble remark would suffice. Sister Fang, he said, as his phone vibrated. After glancing at it, he turned to Fang Shishue. I need to visit Mokaba. I mentioned wanting to meet with Lui Hao a few days ago, and there are some matters to discuss. Go ahead. I will ensure that you secure a victory here. Fang Shishue nodded in affirmation. With that, Yi Tian felt a sense of relief as he made his way to Mokaba. Yuan Xiao, could you assist the Yi family in finding a sales channel? Yi Ruotian was in the Yuan family mansion, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Although he did not fully comprehend Fang Shishue's short-selling report, after reviewing it a few times, he recognized that the first 2 issues raised were lacking concrete evidence and could be disregarded for the time being. However, the last issue was indeed critical, so critical that it was suffocating. If the Yi family could not identify a new sales avenue, they would undoubtedly lose this battle. Where will we sell it? To Africa? Yuan Yu, engrossed in his book, barely lifted his head. Anywhere will do, he finally retorted with a smirk. I must say, the members of your Yi family were truly foolish back then. With so many raw materials produced and subsequently sold, the oversupply would inevitably collapse the world market's bottom price, and you would find yourselves branded as purveyors of dumped goods. What should we do? Announcements can be fabricated at will. Just sit down and learn from your sister. Who knows? Perhaps your utterly foolish father has already begun devising a strategy for sales channels. Yuan Yu said softly. Yi Ruotian paused for a moment. Though his heart raced with unease, he acquiesced to Yuan Yu's instruction and settled onto the sofa. Chapter 124. Yi Ruotian's Transformation. This batch of goods must be carefully managed and sold gradually, Otherwise, no one can save you. At that moment, the eloquent and bookish young scion of a noble family diverted his gaze from the book in his hands to cast a sidelong glance at Yi Ruotian, a smirk playing on his lips. To act hastily would only harm oneself. Such impulsiveness was a last resort, unless the Yi family possessed the tenacity to stage a comeback. However, if Yi Yunbo still harbored such audacity, Yi Ruotian would not be seated before him now. As for the choice between swift action and a gradual sale, Yuan Yu had no desire to elaborate further. Why should the esteemed young master Yuan waste his breath explaining matters to someone who had journeyed from Jinling and was utterly unacquainted with the centers of power and economy? Appearing, in his eyes, as a mere provincial simpleton? Here, Yuan Yu ceased his discourse, indifferent to Yi Ruotian's thoughts, and returned to his book. 100 billion in assets had been relinquished, and it mattered little that the current head of the Yi family, Yi Yunbo, was as foolish as a pig. He nonetheless held nearly half of the family's shares. Through the Yi family, he could directly intervene in affairs on the Jinling side. The fate of the Yi family was of no concern to young Master Yuan. Whether they thrived or perished was irrelevant. Even if the Yi family were left with only 1% of their assets, they still possessed assets, after all. Had it not been said that a dying camel is larger than a horse? Ultimately, it served as a stake for the Yuan family, firmly embedded in the city of Jinling. In stark contrast to Yuan Yu's relaxed demeanor, Yi Ruotian, once seated on the sofa, felt an involuntary tremor in his thighs. This was perhaps the first time in his life he had encountered the so-called business warfare. True business warfare was characterized by its dark and treacherous nature, devoid of bloodshed. Price wars, espionage for intelligence, mutual disparagement, or even headhunting to undermine competitors, along with trademark registration battles, were all unspoken norms among the players. Each engaged in similar tactics, yet rarely spoke of them. These were often harmless, merely superficial. In contrast, actions taken by one party that the other did not dare to undertake were the real game changers. Before Yi Tian prepared to short sell the Yi family stocks, had he consulted anyone? One must not underestimate the 10 billion in leveraged funds Yi Tian wielded. Such a substantial amount, when converted into Yi family shares and subsequently liquidated, would precipitate a rapid decline in their stock prices. Such a drastic plunge could very well lead to the swift bankruptcy of the Yi family. A company that finds itself in a state of insolvency is undoubtedly bound for bankruptcy. There is no ambiguity in this assertion. When the value of fixed assets and anticipated returns are used as collateral, leading to a dramatic decline in stock prices that evokes visceral reactions, the Yi family is left with no choice but to utilize their fixed assets to procure and replace essential raw materials. The moment a company resorts to selling off its fixed assets, it is a clear indication of severe underlying issues, and consequently, the stock continues its downward trajectory. This creates a vicious cycle. Without the requisite strength and capacity, it is impossible to halt the avalanche of descent into the abyss. Yi Tian has delivered a conspicuous blow to the very lifeblood of the Yi family, and the effects of this wound are beginning to manifest. Has he ever confided in anyone about his intention to stab the Yi family? No, it is only after the Yi family has been wounded, blood flowing, and the pain felt, that they realize they have been struck by this individual. Yi Yunbo, asserting that he has secured a market for his inventory and can effortlessly sell off his stockpile to restore confidence in the market, raises no objections. Such commercial secrets are certainly not meant for public disclosure. I assert that my goods will undoubtedly sell, and I have already established a market for them. What can you do about it? Are you going to audit my company's accounts? What a farce. Believe it or not, speculate as you wish. Years ago, it was rumored that the CEO of a certain company was on the brink of death, and the higher-ups were dispatching legal letters and threatening to sue various media outlets, causing a stir for nearly half a month. Ultimately, guess what happened? The CEO indeed passed away, and what could anyone do? They had already sold their stocks. Whether the share price plummeted was of no concern to them. As long as the company refused to acknowledge the truth, even if you presented irrefutable evidence, I could still claim you were merely spreading rumors about me. After contemplating these convoluted matters, Yi Ruotian found himself sweating profusely in the air-conditioned mansion of the Yuan family. No one knows the transformation he underwent upon completing this mental journey. Yi Tian is equally unaware. Had he known that he would inadvertently accelerate Yi Ruotian's growth by heeding Fang Shishue's suggestion to short the Yi family, he might have felt a twinge of regret. Yet, he would never refrain from acting. Taking a piece of flesh from the Yi family is merely a means of reclaiming a modicum of interest. Whether Yi Ruotian derives any insight or evolution from this incident is of no concern to him. His ultimate objective remains to obliterate the Yi family, along with Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, whom he regards as despicable. The specifics of how Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan meet their end are matters for fate to determine, completely detached from the concerns of the living, such as Yi Tian. Whether Yi Ruotian is a fool or a genius, it is a task he must accomplish with his own hands. But Yi Tian is not oblivious to this reality. At this moment, he is even unaware that Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan are in Kyoto, nor does he know that Yi Qingsheng has just landed, preparing to take a taxi from Rainbow Airport to find temporary lodging at a hotel. Unbeknownst to him, there were several auction houses in Kyoto whose proprietors had received a nod from the Yuan family. Even more perplexing was the presence of Fang Shixue and Long Xie, a pair that could be aptly described as a true embodiment of the phoenix and the dragon. Appearing beside him was no mere coincidence. If one could truly foresee such events, how could he, Yi Tian, have met such an ignominious end in his previous life? Returning to the present, after the sun had set, darkness enveloped the surroundings. In the vast expanse of Kyoto, amidst the towering forest of steel and concrete, one solitary light illuminated a particular spot. Yi Tian stood astounded, his gaze fixed on Fang Shixue, who, after executing a series of operations, left him utterly dumbfounded. "Sister Fang, we are shorting the market. Why then are we bottom fishing?" Yi Tian asked in astonishment. Fang Shixue glanced at him. "How many days until we need to close our positions?" This question posed no challenge for Yi Tian, who was on the verge of responding. Excluding today, there were still 28 days left, 30-day contracts, after all. 28 days. What of it? Yi Tian paused, ultimately voicing the seemingly evident answer. "Look, we borrowed 1 billion. We sold in the morning and made a profit of 100 million. And now, with a full position, we have only expended 900 million. Thus, we have actually made a profit of 200 million. Fang Shixue said with a slight lift of her brow and a soft chuckle. Chapter 125. The desire for investment in second-tier games now, with a full position. Their company account still held 200 million. At this point, there was no need for Yi Tian to overthink. The 1 billion leverage borrowed from the Zhao family had essentially always been a deposit held in Zhao's hands. It could be construed as such. If their Tianji investment were to fail in shorting the market and could not close their positions, they would require the Zhao family's assistance to fund the closing, with the closing capital being that 1 billion. Should 1 billion prove insufficient, they would be compelled to incur even more debt. Thus, from the beginning to the end, Tianji Company had not possessed a single penny. The 40 million had long been deposited with the Zhao family. They had borrowed stocks without any loss, yet their account miraculously showed an excess of over 200 million. Yi Tian was nearly salivating at the prospect. He even contemplated saying, "Sister Fang, why don't we call it a day? 200 million is quite substantial. Transforming 40 million into 200 million is an extraordinary boon, an astounding five-fold profit. Could it be, Sister Fang, that you are merely restless, feeling that the 900 million is too hot to handle, unable to resist the urge to seek further profit?" However, Yi Tian ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. These thoughts remained solely in his mind. Yi Tian recognized a fundamental truth. In Tianji Company, for financial matters and fiscal planning, he relied on Fang Shixue. For industrial investments, he needed to depend on his own foresight along with Fang Shixue's financial assessments. In this manner, great enterprises could be established and Tianji could flourish. I deduce that the stock of the Yi family will indeed rise further. But why? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Tian posed his question. However, once he had spoken, he realized he might have acted foolishly. Unable to restrain himself, he lightly tapped his forehead, engaging in a self-reflective dialogue. He recognized that Yi Yunbo was undoubtedly set to present a report tomorrow, claiming he had already secured a market for their products, and that the Yi family currently possessed substantial capital, a staggering 10 billion, which had just arrived. The effects of this influx would begin to manifest by tomorrow. Fang Shixue nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. When the Yi family announces their financing situation, they will vaguely assert that they have found a market. And even if they provide no further explanation, no one will scrutinize the matter of market access. With 10 billion in financing, who would worry about market channels?" She continued, "Thus, tomorrow we shall capitalize on this opportunity to reap significant profits, while the remaining aspects can be patiently awaited. there should be minimal fluctuations in the market thereafter. Despite this, Yi Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. So, Sister Fong, could we possibly invest the 2 billion in MOCA first? Isn't that venture thriving? Fong Shishue inquired. Yi Tian chuckled awkwardly. Earlier that day, he had received news from Lin Hongyu that Lu Yihao had returned, prompting him to rush over. Upon arrival, Lu Yihao expressed no complaints, merely mentioning his girlfriend's incessant need to oversee him at work. He was aware that his girlfriend was exceptionally talented, albeit somewhat of a distraction. He believed it would be more prudent to keep himself in external relations, a relatively less demanding position, while having his girlfriend reassigned as his secretary. This arrangement served as a commendable compromise for both professional and personal matters. Yi Tian wished to refuse, but had to consider the sentiments of the dozen or so elders at the moment. Reluctantly, he agreed to Lu Yihao's earnest request. Once this matter was settled, Lin Hongyu inquired if they could increase their investment. Originally, there was 1 billion supporting the circulation of 500 million cards. This was somewhat burdensome for them, compounded by Lu Qing's prior financial planning, which was rather convoluted, leading to some financial difficulties in the present. Of course, not increasing the investment was also an option, but that would necessitate a slowdown in the development of their two-dimensional games. Yet, Yi Tian was adamant against any delay. He could easily recruit anyone aged 18, with investments over 1 billion, into a flourishing company on the rise. It was evident that they were on the cusp of growth and potential monopoly. Anyone, as long as they were 18, could not afford to slow down. At 18, Hua Guang had already served Han Wudi without faltering. At 22, Hui Tsubing had achieved remarkable feats. The tales of Sima Guang breaking the vat and Chao Mao ruling at 13 were abundant. Yi Tian did not wish to emulate such youthful prodigies. He had no desire to be cautious like Yi Yunbua, who was now seated in Jinling, gnashing his teeth in frustration. What a jest! The development of their secondary game was at risk of being impeded. Yi Tian let out a sigh, contemplating how he might persuade Fong Shishue. To his surprise, she suddenly posed a question. I recall that the company developing the second game is a subsidiary, correct? Indeed, it is a wholly owned subsidiary of Magic Card. Yi Tian nodded without hesitation. This game must not only generate significant influence to benefit your card company, but it also needs to be profitable. If we aspire to create a highly impactful 2D game, the revenue cannot be low. Fong Shishue articulated the crux of the matter succinctly. Exactly, which is why we are encountering a shortage of funds. Then why not seek financing? Fong Shishue inquired further. Financing. After securing funds, the characters and patents associated with this subsidiary would not be entirely under Magic Card's control. Yi Tian scratched his head, admitting his relative naivety in matters of investment and corporate structure. Fong Shishue gently guided him. Consider this. Find a company or an investor to finance you. You maintain 51% of the shares, while they take 49%. Problem solved, right? But that still requires capital. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Listen to me carefully. First, transform the wholly owned subsidiary into an independent company. After all, it's your money, so the change is straightforward. Then, I will invest 200 million into the second gaming company. Subsequently, you establish a subsidiary, which will directly hold 51% of the second gaming company's shares. The remaining shares of the second gaming company and the subsidiary can be sold off. The 51% stake of this subsidiary can then be transferred to a new subsidiary. The second subsidiary, which will also retain only 51%, with the rest sold off. The third subsidiary will control 51% of the second subsidiary, and so forth. Selling shares at each level to recover that 200 million. Yi Tian was taken aback. What is this? He pondered, recalling that he had gained admission to prestigious universities through his own merit. If he lacked capability, why would he even consider running a company? Perhaps he should just go home, wash up, and get some sleep. In an instant, he grasped the concept of this tiered share-selling strategy. Everyone could share in the 200 million company, and by the sixth transaction, he would need only to hold 51% of the shares in the sixth subsidiary to solidly control the second gaming company. Chapter 126. A hasty glance at the passers-by. Moreover, he need not even be the name behind subsidiaries 1 through 6. He could simply partner with others, enlisting some retail investors. After all, the 49% shares distributed among various investors need not be sold to the same individual. This Russian doll-like approach to equity truly sent a thrill through Yi Tian. Illuminating his mind, he nearly couldn't contain himself from exclaiming, "What a remarkable strategy!" Upon reaching the sixth subsidiary, he found himself possessing a mere 1.7% stake in the gaming company, yet astonishingly wielded complete control over it. 1.7% of 200 million amounts to just over 3,500,000. With such a modest investment, controlling a company valued at 200 million is a remarkable feat, one that could only be conceived by Fang Shishue herself. No one else could have fathomed such an approach. It's no wonder Fang Shishue berated Lu Qing as inept, deeming her financial planning utterly worthless. Fang is undeniably a person of true talent and expertise. When she calls you worthless, you are indeed so. No one else would suffice in her eyes. I comprehend Fang's brilliance. It is indeed prudent to ensure maximum control over this gaming company while simultaneously minimizing costs. In hindsight, Yi Tian somewhat regretted not having recognized this sooner or having met Fang Shishue earlier. Had he encountered her earlier, his investment of 100 million in Mokabala could have been resolved with merely a little over 1 million. He would now possess far more ample funds. How regrettable it is to be in such a tight spot. Of course, this hindsight is merely a fleeting thought for Yi Tian. Investing in Lin Haoyu is an endeavor he will never regret, as the market for card games remains robust. Moreover, this being his inaugural investment, a touch of imperfection only signifies the essence of true perfection. Now, divesting his stake stands as the sole obstacle before Yi Tian. Selling the shares would effortlessly resolve all his dilemmas, alleviating any concerns regarding liquidity. Furthermore, the process of selling shares should not be overly complicated. When broken down, the complexities become clearer. A simple diagram reveals all. Each investor essentially acquires not just shares of the upper-tier subsidiaries, but rather, they directly purchase the original equity of this $200 million company. It equates to a collective sharing of the profits from the gaming company. In essence, the strategy of dividing equity serves merely to retain control without immediate revenue. It is said that the Li family of the Three Stars Company in a certain country employs a similar tactic. From Yi Tian's perspective, the secondary gaming market lacks the pristine clarity of the card market. His mindset can be likened to that of stepping into freshly fallen snow. One is naturally inclined to tread upon the untouched white rather than upon the paths of others. This explains why certain individuals aspire to be pioneers, to be the first. Thus, while the gaming company may yield profits, it ultimately cannot meet Yi Tian's lofty expectations. In truth, as long as this gaming company can achieve a secondary level of gaming quality, he would commend its success. The future lies in the realm of card sales. Thank you. Fang. Sister Fang, the evening has grown late. Let us return and rest. After all, the market has closed. We can resume our transactions tomorrow. Leaf Tian couldn't help but express his concern. Fang Shishue sighed. Very well, let us go back. Indeed, I shall treat Sister Fang to a meal. Would you do me the honor? Leaf Tian said with a smile. Fang Shishue cast a suspicious glance at Leaf Tian, yet a smile broke through her reservations. Quite right. You have learned to treat your elder sister to a meal. You are indeed a teachable youth. Certainly, Sister Fang, what would you like to eat? Leaf Tian and Fang Shishue rose together, taking on the role of a host to extinguish the lights in the room. Only then did they step outside with Fang Shishue and Long Chia. This evening, let us indulge in Huayan cuisine. I recall you are from Jinling. Please choose a restaurant. Excellent. Leaf Tian nodded with a smile and retrieved his phone. A couple of days later, Leaf Tian was preoccupied with the intricacies of equity division. Just as he was on the verge of establishing the first subsidiary and preparing for the second, two unexpected guests arrived at the company, truly uninvited guests. For Leaf Tian had no prior acquaintance with the young man and woman before him. Ah, so this is the illustrious Leaf. I see I have arrived late. We ought to have met much earlier. The young man, clearly the leader of this venture, remarked as he took a seat alongside a younger girl. Her hair adorned with vibrant streaks of color. I too believe that Mr. Zhao is exceptionally astute and distinguished. Had I known him sooner, I might have seized a significant fortune from his grasp. Leaf Tian naturally reciprocated the compliment. After all, engaging in commercial flattery is hardly an arduous task compared to his recent endeavors of running around to manage the company. Indeed, sitting across from him on the sofa, separated only by a tea table, was none other than Zhao Lingrua, the third scion of the Zhao family. He was also one of the key figures behind Leaf Tian's ability to secure a 10 billion yuan loan. To refer to him as a benefactor would not be an exaggeration. According to Fang Shishue, Zhao Lingrua was responsible for the financial matters of the Zhao family. The eldest brother managed the military industry. The second brother tended to other industrial ventures, while the youngest, Zhao Lingrua, the most vibrant and cunning, had been thrust into the tumultuous world of finance by the family patriarch. As for the young woman beside him, engrossed in her handheld console and never once lifting her gaze to acknowledge Li Tian, she was Zhao Xingyi, the sole cherished daughter of the Zhao family. She was the epitome of a precious gem, delicate and revered, truly someone to be treasured and protected. Before encountering her, Li Tian had found it hard to believe that a family as prominent and formidable as the Zhao clan would dote so affectionately on a younger female relative. However, upon their meeting, Yi Tian found the rumors to be true, perhaps even understated. What manner of pampering could possibly produce such an indifferent, proud, and reclusive daughter? Even as she sat nonchalantly to the side, her aura commanded attention, exuding an undeniable pressure. Were it not for Zhao Lingrua's initial words imbued with goodwill, one might have thought this pair of siblings had come to disrupt the proceedings, compelling Yi Tian to yield. Yet, Yi Tian couldn't shake the feeling that he had encountered Zhao Xingyi somewhere before, though the memory was faint. She seemed to be merely a fleeting passerby caught in a hurried glance. Chapter 127. The first meeting feels like a reunion with an old friend after a round of mutual flattery and small talk, showcasing the insights of two contemporaneous youths. Zhao Lingrua steered the conversation toward the crux of the matter. I hear that recently, President Yi seems to be engaging in financing, perhaps involving equity stratification? Zhao Zong is quite well informed, Yi Tian replied with a smile, preparing tea as he responded. Not at all. It is primarily due to President Ye's company, Tianji, which is currently thriving. Zhao Lingrua chuckled in agreement. Yi Tian perceived this individual as sharp-witted yet benevolent, engaging with him in a friendly manner. He was aware that this young man, who managed the Zhao family's financial investments, had previously turned down Yi Yunhua's request for funding. However, he was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding that refusal. Had he known of Zhao Lingrua's intrinsic integrity and disdain for the Yi family's ilk, he might have infused their interactions with a modicum of respect. Yet, ignorance of this fact meant that the customary pleasantries exchanged merely highlighted his unease and vigilance. Zhao Lingrua, having traversed the breadth of the nation, had encountered all manner of individuals. Yi Tian's demeanor was understandable under the circumstances, and he chose not to dwell on it. Had it been some of the other members of the Yi family, a quarrel would likely have ensued. Let us speak candidly, Zhao Zong said. Yi Tian had brewed the tea and poured half a cup for Zhao Lingrua and Zhao Xingyi. He understood the principle of not overfilling, thus serving a measured portion. I wish to invest 10 billion in Moyo, Zhao Lingrua announced. Moyo was the newly designated name for the subsidiary Yi Tian had separated from the magic Kabbalah umbrella. 10 billion? Yi Tian echoed. Indeed, 10 billion. Purchasing 99% of the shares, as President Yi is already in the process of divesting that portion. Zhao Lingrua appeared to possess information regarding Yi Tian's intentions. The price was certainly substantial. Zhao Zong, are you not effectively incurring a loss? Yi Tian was no fool. He understood that this Mr. Zhao would not simply come to assist him in resolving his issues regarding the acquisition of shares without ulterior motives. No, I have another condition. The company, Mo Kabbalah, will still receive an investment of 1 billion from the Zhao family, but I want to purchase 35% of the shares directly from you, Mr. Yi. It was evident that he had his eyes set on Mocha and had keenly noted the financial constraints on Yi Tian's side. Mr. Zhao was indeed making a bold move. Yi Tian lifted his teacup and took a sip, using the moment to mask his contemplation. The tea was quite hot, making it slightly difficult to endure at first, prompting him to sip slowly. I heard that when you, Mr. Yi, approached Mr. Lin Hongyu regarding investment, you were quite insistent about something, Zhao Lingrua remarked, brushing her delicate jeans with a hand. Zhao Xingyi then lifted her head for the first time, directing her gaze at Yi Tian. Upon seeing him, she momentarily froze, experiencing an inexplicable sense of melancholy akin to the autumn breeze brushing against a painted fan. After a slight pause, Zhao Xingyi said, Mr. Yi mentioned that if Mr. Lin Hongyu refused to agree to the financing, he would establish a competing company right next to Mr. Lin's, something like Mo Kadala or Alisila, and within 3 to 5 months, he would directly overshadow Mr. Lin's company. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile to mask his discomfort. Where did you hear such a thing? That is simply not true, he replied, attempting to deflect the conversation. Is it not? Zhao Lingrua said with a teasing smile. Her eyes filled with mischief as she glanced at Yi Tian. Just yesterday, Mokabala sales exceeded 50 million, and Mr. Lin, while reminiscing about past struggles at the company, accidentally let slip this information to Mr. Yi. However, I am not trying to pressure you, Mr. Yi. I merely wish to forge a friendship, Zhao Lingrua continued. Is it truly friendship you seek? Yi Tian regarded Zhao Lingrua with uncertainty. In reality, her offer of 1 billion for 35% of the shares left him with 55% still in his possession. This was akin to giving away money for nothing. Similar to his previous dealings with Lin Hongyu, her intentions were undoubtedly sincere. Of course, even if Mr. Yi is not inclined to befriend me, I do not wish to become your adversary. So, Mr. Yi, will you consider my proposal? Zhao Lingrua said, rising from her seat. Yi Tian, slightly startled, stood up to see her off. I will provide Mr. Zhao with a response as soon as possible. After escorting her a few steps, Zhao Xingyi suddenly turned back to glance at Yi Tian. Haven't we met somewhere before? Yi Tian was momentarily stunned by the coincidence. He scrutinized Zhao Xingyi closely, feeling an unusual sense of familiarity, yet ultimately shook his head politely while allowing a gentle smile to escape his lips. I too feel that Miss Zhao, as well as Mr. Zhao, seems familiar, yet I cannot recall from where. Yi Tian had initially intended to speak solely to Zhao Xingyi, but sensing the abruptness, he included Zhao Lingrua in his words as well. That is even better. Zhao Lingrua immediately seized the opportunity to continue the conversation. Upon our initial encounter, it felt as though we were long-lost friends reunited. Let us regard each other as old acquaintances, not as strangers meeting for the first time. Zhao Lingrua chuckled heartily before adding, I hope Mr. Yi can grant us the opportunity for collaboration. One cannot help but admire the emotional intelligence of the offspring from esteemed families. This exchange elevated Yi Tian's regard for the Zhao family considerably. Absolutely, Yi Tian replied with a smile, escorting the two to the company entrance. However, at the door, he unexpectedly bumped into someone. Yi Qingqing, what brings you here? Yi Tian's brow furrowed sharply. The Zhao siblings paid no heed to Yi Qingqing, but Zhao Lingrua, upon hearing Yi Tian's incredulous remark, offered a courteous phrase, since Mr. Yi has a guest, we shall take our leave. With that, the Zhao siblings departed without a second glance. In contrast, Yi Qingqing fixed her beautiful eyes upon them, yet received no response, leaving her feeling increasingly vexed, as though her efforts were futile. Yi Tian. This frustration was directed squarely at Yi Tian. What a nuisance. Yi Tian shot a glance at Yi Qingqing, preparing to pursue the Zhao siblings once more. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingqing seized his hand. You are indeed colluding with the Zhao family. You conspire with outsiders against your own kin. How can you bear your name? Yi Tian is a name bestowed upon you by our parents. Yi Tian inhaled deeply, a chill spreading through his chest, igniting his anger. He shook off her grip, rubbing his reddened wrist, and coldly regarded Yi Qingqing. I say, Miss Yi. Yi Tian scoffed, his tone icy. If you are mentally unwell, you ought to trust in science. Such ailments can be prevented and treated. Furthermore, colluding with outsiders? Upon reflection, I have not formed any alliances. They merely came to discuss matters. If we are to speak of collusion, then you three sisters and the Yi Yunbo couple have indeed conspired with outsiders to bully me. Would that not be accurate? Yi Qingqing's mouth opened in indignation. Ruo Tian and Ruo Xian are outsiders? They have lived in the Yi household for over a decade. How can they be considered outsiders? And do not presume that I am unaware of your actions. Before she could finish, Yi Tian interrupted coldly. Enough. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Yi Qingqing. What do you truly know? Have you conducted any investigation? You wish to place blame upon me for matters that remain ambiguous. Consider whether that is fair and just. Moreover, if one disregards blood ties and evaluates relationships solely on familiarity, then by your own logic, I am not a member of the Yi family. May I pose a question in return? As one who has only resided in the Yi household for a year and endured a year of humiliation, do I qualify as a member of the Yi family? Do you dare to accuse me of tarnishing the reputation of the Yi family, labeling me an unworthy descendant? How dare you? You, who have tormented me for an entire year, are no more members of the Yi family than I consider those two wretches, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, to be. Depart from where you came. Henceforth, I, your humble servant, shall never again serve any member of the Yi family. Yi Tian forcefully waved his hand towards Yi Qingqing, the intent to dismiss her unmistakable. Anyone with a modicum of dignity would seize this moment to utter a cutting remark and stage a dramatic exit to sever all ties. Yet, Yi Qingcheng remained resolutely before him. Yi Tian, I have but one question for you. Yi Tian, visibly impatient, turned to leave, only for Yi Qingcheng to grasp his wrist from behind. This matter is grave. You must answer me truthfully. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Tian turned back, once again shaking off her grip. So, once I answer your question, you shall cease your harassment of me? Yi Qingcheng paused, taken aback. Did Yi Tian truly perceive her as a nuisance? What folly! I, Yi Qingcheng, the esteemed young lady of the Yi family, harass others? Yi Tian. She inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the ire bubbling within her. Should you dare to lie in response to my inquiry, may you meet a most unfortunate fate. Yi Tian's lips twitched. And should you persist in pestering me thereafter, the same fate awaits you. He shrugged. Who cannot utter threats? Yi Qingcheng's elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly, and her crimson lips parted gently. I swear to the heavens, if you recount the truth of this matter today, I assure you I will never trouble you again. Very well, I too swear to the heavens. Ask, and I shall not deceive. Yi Tian replied coldly. Yi Qingcheng inhaled once more, her faith in Yi Tian still wavering. However, should he be so lacking in integrity that even his oaths were mere trifles, she would find herself utterly helpless. I ask you, did you sell your third sister's authentic Tang Bohu painting to acquire that sum of money? Yi Tian's lips twitched, a frown forming on his brow before he met her gaze. What do you mean? Did the 140 million you invested in your company come from stealing your third sister's painting? Yi Qingcheng's voice was cold. At last, Yi Tian laughed, shaking his head as he did so. This woman was indeed foolish, so very foolish. Suddenly, he turned to look into Yi Qingcheng's eyes. In that fleeting moment, she sensed that the anger and impatience that had previously colored his gaze had vanished entirely. At this moment, Yi Tian resembled a tranquil statue of Buddha, so eerily quiet that it was unsettling. His gaze was devoid of any emotional hues, resembling a wooden carving, as if he had relinquished something significant, for reasons unknown. When Yi Qingcheng first beheld Yi Tian's serene expression, akin to the stillness of a placid lake, a pulse within her heart quivered unexpectedly. Initially, Yi Tian spoke slowly, his tone so neutral that it seemed as if he were discussing matters entirely unrelated to himself. Yi Lingyu is not my third sister. We have severed ties. I ask that you show respect to me as an independent individual. He regarded Yi Qingcheng with a calm countenance before continuing. Furthermore, I did not steal that so-called worthless painting of Yi Lingyu. The principle of a gentleman enduring hardship is something your Yi family does not comprehend, but I do. Finally, he expressed his hope that she would uphold her promise and refrain from troubling him in the future. After he uttered these words softly, he cast a meaningful glance at Yi Qingcheng before turning away and entering the office area of his company. Yi Qingcheng stood there, lost in thought, struggling to comprehend Yi Tian's sudden aloofness. Ultimately, he still refused to acknowledge the truth. Yet, could it be that he truly was not the thief? Yi Qingcheng pressed her lips together, but Yi Tian had not disclosed the origin of his substantial fortune of 140 million. In the end, she had not attained the definitive answers she sought, yet Yi Tian's forthright remarks quelled her sense of accountability. Yi Qingcheng felt her resolve diminish, leading her into a state of indecision. Standing in the corridor outside Yi Tian's company, she took several moments to regain her composure before reluctantly turning to leave. Meanwhile, in a luxurious Rolls-Royce nestled within this expansive forest, Zhao Xingyi reclined casually, removing her shoes and resting her legs upon the central console. Zhao Lingrua was at a loss for words, uncertain how to respond. Her eyes fixated on Zhao Xingyi's feet as they swung back and forth, and after a while, she finally mustered the strength to speak, albeit with effort. Aren't you worried about bothering Xiao Wang? Xiao Wang was Zhao Lingrua's driver. Upon hearing her brother's remark, Zhao Xingyi slightly raised her head to glance at Xiao Wang, who was diligently focused on driving. Xiao Wang, am I bothering you? She asked, retracting her gaze. No, Mississippi. Your feet do not smell. Even if they did, I would only dare to compliment them as fragrant. Otherwise, do you expect to be dismissed for stepping on the gas with your right foot tomorrow? After all, you are of the Zhao family, a position above thousands. Who would dare offend you? He would risk incurring the wrath of the Zhao patriarch, who might very well wield his war trophy against him. I said it's bothering me. Zhao Lingrua interjected, raising an eyebrow, her tone stern. Yet Zhao Xingyi remained unfazed, choosing to ignore the comment, and instead, obediently placed her feet down. altering her position to sit cross-legged in her seat. Brother, the next time you send Xiao Wang his salary, could you perhaps add a little for eye drops? Zhao Xingyi's fingers danced upon the gaming console, her mind clearly wandering as she spoke nonsensically. Zhao Lingrua, feeling powerless, let out a sigh. After releasing that breath, Zhao Xingyi suddenly seemed to recall something, lifting her head abruptly. Chapter 129. Am I also adopted by our parents? Brother, although I shouldn't interfere in this matter, I am quite curious as to why you have chosen to purchase shares in these two small companies. Zhao Xingyi, lacking a profound understanding of investment, perceived that while these companies appeared promising, investing in such small enterprises bore a semblance of gambling. However, she was well aware of her third brother's capabilities. He possessed the sharpest intellect, meticulously considering every detail, and invariably devised a comprehensive investment strategy. Even if it wasn't foolproof, the probability of success remained exceedingly high. Such astuteness and depth of thought at such a young age was truly remarkable. Their grandfather had even praised him at a banquet, proclaiming, in the future, he shall be like a jewel, unmatched by others. Having journeyed across the country with Zhao Lingrua, she had yet to witness her brother engage in such reckless ventures. You don't understand. Zhao Lingrua gently shook her head. An 18-year-old girl knows little. After the college entrance examination, all she did was indulge in carefree leisure, wielding her gaming console as a form of reprisal. Were it not for Zhao Lingrua's insistence on dragging her out, this girl might have remained confined at home until school resumed, perhaps emerging with a hint of mildew. Recently, the younger brother of the Jiang family patriarch, who had eloped south years ago, returned. And what does that have to do with your impulsive investments? Zhao Xingyi inquired once more. Because the money isn't mine. I am merely assisting someone. Zhao Lingrua replied with a shake of her head. This Yi Tian is the adopted son of the Jiang family patriarch's younger brother. The people from the Jiang family who visited me recently mentioned that in Jiangnan, you should refer to him as Uncle Nan. The reason Uncle Nan has returned to Kyoto is that he is eager to support his adopted son, as his biological daughter will also be coming to Kyoto for her studies, seeking to leverage the Jiang family's influence. When he returned, Uncle Jiang Bei dispatched 20 billion for me to invest in this young man's ventures, Zhao Lingrua explained slowly, then suddenly smiled as if struck by a thought. Isn't it amusing? Yi Tian was originally a legitimate heir of the Yi family, but he went missing as a child and ended up in an orphanage. Only knowing his name, he was later adopted by Jiangnan. When the Yi family finally reclaimed him after a year and a half, the family ended up at odds with each other. In my opinion, the Yi family isn't virtuous either. It took them 15 or 16 years to find their biological son, so it's no wonder they fell apart. Zhao Xingyi listened with a blank expression. This was of little concern to her. She regarded it merely as her brother rambling on about family matters. Hey, brother, do you think I might also have been adopted by our parents? Zhao Xingyi suddenly turned her gaze, as if recalling a past event, and inquired. Zhao Lingru furrowed her brow and abruptly turned her head. What nonsense are you spouting? Ah, just joking, Zhao Xingyi replied, retracting her neck slightly, her posture becoming somewhat more serious. If my elder brother, second brother, or our grandfather and parents were to hear this, you'd better watch your skin, Zhao Lingru asserted with a hint of authority. Zhao Xingyi could only stick out her tongue, openly admitting her faults in a series of playful apologies, coupled with affectionate gestures. However, the armrest protruding from the back seat of the Rolls-Royce proved uncomfortable, jabbing into her belly as she tried to be endearing. Why the long face? Fang Shishue remarked, leaning back against her chair and stretching while glancing at the somewhat cold expression of Yi Tian. It's nothing. I just find it rather foolish. Yi Tian replied. Foolish? Are you referring to yourself or Zhaozong? Fang Shishue probed further. No, I think it's the people from the Yi family in Jinling who are foolish, Yi Tian stated. Fang Shishue opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately closed it. Having worked at Tianji Investment for a brief period, she had pieced together a general understanding of the underlying story, even if it was based on hearsay. However, since it pertained to her employer's privacy, it was best to refrain from discussing such matters openly. Yi Tian merely expressed his frustration and moved on. Today, as Yi Qingcheng sought to trouble him, he was reminded of a particular matter, something concerning Han Yubing, and even related to the country. Yet, Yi Tian could only vaguely recall that it had occurred around this time. The specifics eluded him. Meanwhile, as Yi Tian struggled to dredge up his memories, Yi Qingcheng exited the office building and found herself wandering the streets of Kyoto, feeling increasingly agitated. While in Jinling, She had inquired with the auction house about the identities of the buyers, but they claimed they had no authority to disclose such information, stating only that it involved a young man and woman. For further details, she would need to consult the headquarters in Kyoto. Upon arriving in Kyoto and visiting several headquarters, particularly that auction house that had acquired the authentic painting by Tang Bohu, she was met with a resolute insistence on client confidentiality. The memory of that corpulent, middle-aged man mocking her and suggesting she report it to the police only intensified her frustration. She had come to realize that Kyoto was distinctly different from Jinling. Her experience in Kyoto was never as comfortable as in Jinling. Yi Qingqing swallowed her anger. She wondered if the Yuan family was deliberately plotting against her. Clenching her silver teeth, she thought that if she couldn't uncover evidence to prove that Yi Tian had stolen the items, this impending battle in the stock market could very well unleash a tremendous upheaval within the Jinling chemical industry. Whether she would be seen as a sinner of the Yi family remained uncertain, but she could not bear the thought of watching the Yi family decline. Yet, what could she do? Under duress, Yi Tian was compelled to swear an oath, which he did, asserting only that he had not stolen anything, uttering no further words. What else could be done? Yi Qingqing wandered aimlessly through the streets, sighing repeatedly. Suddenly, her phone vibrated gently, followed by a melodious piano tune cascading like a spring. Yi Qingqing answered the call. "What's wrong, Ruotian?" She strained to elevate her voice, attempting to mask her despondency. "Sister, I heard you've been in Kyoto for 2 days. Why haven't you come to see me? I'm investigating the whereabouts of our family's missing items." Yi Qingqing replied softly. "So, sister, how is the investigation progressing?" Yi Ruotian inquired, glancing at Yuan Yu, who sat opposite him on the coffee table. Yuan Yu was also observing him, a cryptic smile dancing on his lips. Their eyes met, and Yi Ruotian found himself swallowing hard, a mix of astonishment and trepidation causing his voice to tremble slightly. "There's no news. They are unwilling to disclose who brought the items for sale. Should I ask Yuan Xiao to inquire on your behalf?" Yi Ruotian hesitated, finally broaching the question. "That would be acceptable. If Yuan Xiao is willing to assist us, and it turns out that Yi Tian is behind this, we could have a chance to emerge victorious." Upon hearing that Yuan Yu would lend a hand, Yi Qingqing felt a surge of hope. Chapter 130. The refined young master Yuan. The Yuan family is one of the most prestigious families in Kyoto, renowned and widely recognized. Her father had exerted tremendous effort to establish a connection with them. If the young master of the Yuan family were to assist, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. At the very least, the auction house personnel would have to inform her of the seller's identity. Mentioning a name would surely be a courtesy extended to Yuan Yu. With this thought in mind, Yi Qingqing prepared to express her gratitude. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the other end. "Are you the eldest daughter of the Yi family?" Yi Qingqing paused momentarily, instantly recognizing the voice. "Yes, that's me. Are you Yuan Xiao?" Indeed. A simple affirmation sufficed to convey everything. Yuan Yu glanced at Yi Ruotian, the smile on his face unabated. "Where are you now?" "I'm just about to return to the hotel," Yi Qingqing replied, blinking in confusion over Yuan Yu's intentions. "I'll have someone pick you up at the hotel. Send the address to Yi Ruotian. Come to my home for dinner tonight." With that, Yuan Yu abruptly hung up the phone, sending it soaring through the air into Yi Ruotian's arms. "Yuan Xiao, you must keep this a secret for me." Yi Ruotian hesitated, but felt compelled to seek another assurance. "Absolutely, but tonight, I want not only Yi Qingqing's company, but also her presence alongside me." Yuan Yu withdrew a hand from his pocket, pointing at Yi Ruotian, who was seated on the sofa. At this gesture, Yi Ruotian's cheeks flushed slightly, overwhelmed by a sense of shyness. Yi Ruotian offered a conciliatory smile, repeatedly affirming the situation. After escorting Yuan Yu to the second floor, the door clicked shut behind them. Only then did Yi Ruotian restrain her alluring demeanor. "Let us go out and prepare to welcome our elder sister," Yi Ruotian suggested with a hint of implication. Yi Ruotian nodded in agreement and rose from her seat. As they exited Yuan Yu's residence, they surveyed their surroundings, finally feeling a sense of relief. It must be said that while Yuan Yu appeared refined on the surface, he was, in truth, a fade concealing a flawed core. The upbringing within the Yuan family was difficult to ascertain, yet Yuan Yu had cultivated the habit of reading daily, suggesting a strict upbringing. However, that semblance of refinement was merely a restriction imposed by the elders of the Yuan family. Once released from their oversight, it would rapidly disintegrate. Having barely arrived here for a couple of days, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan found their secrets laid bare. Their accounts in foreign banks, holding ill-gotten gains, were swiftly uncovered by Yuan Yu, who, like a skilled detective, traced their misdeeds back to their thievery at the Yi family. One by one, all their vulnerabilities fell into Yuan Yu's hands, leaving Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan no choice but to bow their heads in submission. Yet, paradoxically, individuals often find themselves entangled in that which they seek to suppress. The more refined a person appears, the more depraved they may become upon the unsealing of their constraints. Those who exercise the most restraint over their desires often find themselves ensnared by them, unable to escape. Yi Ruotian was astonished. He himself did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. He feared he might even be a rogue. Yet, in recent days, Yuan Yu resembled a wild beast, ferocious and untamed, reaching a point where he seemed almost inhuman. The oppressive aura he exuded was disturbingly intense. Having witnessed all manner of forbidden scenes, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan began to play along with the unfolding drama. "Brother, summon Yi Qingsheng. What if he loses interest in me later?" Yi Ruoxuan said, her expression cold. This was part of their carefully laid plan to devour the Yuan family. As Yuan Yu's primal instincts, hidden beneath his human faade, were unreservedly revealed, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan devised a strategy. Gradually, they aimed to ascend from Yuan Yu to the Yuan family, ultimately hoping to consume the entire Yuan clan. Did Yi Ruoxuan care whose favor she courted? Not in the least. If it meant providing Yuan Yu with a fleeting moment of pleasure, so be it. Did Yi Ruotian care? Even less so, just as Yi Ruoxuan was indifferent to his indiscretions. From childhood, they had regarded each other as their sole focus, dismissing all others. Beneath the myriad shadows and intricacies of their hearts, they found a peculiar honesty in their interactions with one another. A novice driving a supercar, a beginner wandering through a brothel, rest assured, he has become inseparable from you over the years. For several consecutive days, amidst the fragrant blossoms, he indulges in melodious tunes, gazing longingly at the red walls of the Milky Way, while Yuan Yu is almost lost in his direction. Observing Yi Ruoxuan, she speaks sweetly each night, her demeanor refreshingly new each day. As time passes, Yuan Yu has long since shed the initial air of mystery and authority in Yi Ruotian's eyes. This aura, originally a form of protection, a barrier separating oneself from the world, crumbles once Yuan Yu reveals the humanity beneath his exterior. Presently, the only source of trepidation Yi Ruotian feels towards Yuan Yu stems from the Yuan family backing him. Yi Ruoxuan slightly nods, unable to resist glancing up at Yi Ruotian walking beside her. "You call me a woman of ill repute? Are you not one as well?" Yi Ruotian chuckles. Yi Ruoxuan dismisses it with a playful snort. "I need approximately 500 million in cash by early September. Just off work, Yi Tian, accompanied by Fang Shixue and bodyguard Long Xie, sets out to find a place to dine. However, as they descend the stairs, Fang Shixue hears Yi Tian utter the aforementioned statement. "Wait, Mr. Yi, you require 500 million in cash? For what purpose?" "Investment," Yi Tian replies, furrowing his brow. Taking a deep breath, he turns to Fang Shixue. "Moreover, I must candidly inform you, this sum is highly unlikely to yield any returns." "What?" Fang Shixue is momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. "So, Mr. Yi, are you suggesting that the hard-earned money we have is to be squandered?" Yi Tian sighs, at a loss for how to explain this matter to Fang Shixue. He vividly recalls that in a short while, Han Yubing will arrive in Kyoto. Summoned by the prominent figures, she is set to enter the laboratory early, seemingly preparing for a combined bachelor's and master's program. It is during this early entry into the laboratory that Han Yubing concocts something extraordinary. According to his recollections, after she developed that creation, she lacked the funds to validate it. After all, she was merely an observer in the laboratory who would care for her theoretical research outcomes. It wasn't until 4 or 5 years later, when she officially began her master's studies in the laboratory, that she received a modicum of funding. Yet, how could that be sufficient? This endeavor spanned 8 years before yielding results. And once the results emerged, they stirred the world. Chapter 131. Yi Qingqing meets with the Yuan family. Now, having survived this lifetime, he has instead made a fortune, dedicating 500 million to the nation. Surely that is commendable? If 500 million is lost, it is inconsequential, as long as Han Yubing can swiftly shorten the research period, transforming the original 8 years into 1. What harm is there in spending 500 million? If one wishes to speak in pragmatic terms, this indeed holds merit. By that time, even if it means merely presenting oneself with a banner of honor, the returns from other significant perspectives will far surpass 500 million. It is essential to recognize that certain things cannot be purchased with money. Some privileged priorities are unattainable, no matter the lengths one might go to. This 500 million could be likened to acquiring a card that grants unrestricted privileges domestically, along with a title of influence. It seems undeniably lucrative, does it not? Furthermore, is it truly conceivable that there would be no economic benefits at all? Sister Fong, trust me, this is our most pivotal investment. Pivotal? How pivotal can it really be? Fong Shishua scoffed, her demeanor already irritable. Even if this short selling could yield 500 million, the company would still need to reinvest elsewhere to generate further profit. It is impossible to simply allocate 500 million to waste. After extracting 500 million, what else could the Tianji company undertake? Could a few million be gradually maneuvered into futures trading, slowly accumulating to 500 million? Earning several hundred thousand a day would only amount to 20 or 30 million in a year. At the very least, it would take over a decade to recuperate 500 million, and that is under the most ideal circumstances. Fong Shishua is no deity. How could one expect her to have an infallible strategy? Just days ago, while trading futures, she incurred a loss on one position. However, as the overall outcome was profitable, it was overlooked. Let me put it this way. The magic cards are our primary economic source in the early stages. While the investment over a month from now is crucial for our potential to establish a renowned name in this world, its significance is by no means inferior to my prior investment in magic cards. Yi Tian's voice was fervent, attempting to sway the wealth goddess, Sister Fong. Yet she remained rational. This merely illustrates a lack of data and substantiation. To be precise, you have only presented me with theories, devoid of evidence. Fong Shishua rolled her eyes in exasperation as the two stood facing each other on the street. Yi Tian harbored thoughts he could not voice, while Fong Shishua, firm in her stance, was unwilling to yield. It was then that Long Chia, after much hesitation, stepped between them. Sister, Mr. Yi, why don't we first grab a bite to eat? Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating. Fong Shishua huffed, turning back. You've learned from him. Consuming everything without restraint, and yet you refuse to heed advice. Sister Fong, trust me on this. Truly, this is our greatest opportunity to elevate Tianji to a nationally esteemed status. Yi Tian sighed in resignation, increasingly convinced that Sister Fong is not devoid of reason. Rather, she bears the weight of hardship and is currently too prideful to comprehend. Then tell me, what do you intend to invest in? Fong Shishua's brow furrowed and then relaxed. Although her question revealed no genuine desire to listen. Likely, before Yi Tian could even speak, she had already formulated a myriad of rebuttals in her mind. Yi Tian found himself momentarily speechless and waved a hand dismissively. The time is not yet ripe. We shall discuss this further later. With that, the two set aside the matter for the time being and resumed their forward march. Amidst the setting sun and the western winds, one remains oblivious to the outcome of the day's contest, whether it is deemed a draw or if Yi Tian has suffered defeat. Here, a vibrant crimson oil simmers, imparting a delectable aroma. In another corner of the vast city of Kyoto, a solitary villa stands illuminated, its lights ablaze regardless of the presence of guests. The curtains, woven with delicate threads, cast shadows that dance in the glow. Upon entering, Yi Qingcheng is astonished to discover that this seemingly ordinary villa, akin to the Yi family residence, conceals an extraordinary interior. She is ushered into the foyer by a butler appearing to be in his 60s, who takes her handbag and other belongings, hanging them on the coat rack. In the living room, she finds Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan laughing heartily as they indulge in snacks, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a festive celebration. Ah, sister, you've arrived, Yi Ruoxuan exclaims, turning slightly to see Yi Qingqing, rising to her feet while reaching for a handful of mixed nuts from the coffee table. Brother Ruotian and I knew you were coming today, so we specially bought these for you. Do try them. We've never seen this brand at home before. As she giggles, she pops a walnut kernel into Yi Qingcheng's mouth. Delicious. Yi Qingcheng replies, savoring the treat as she takes a seat. How have you been at Yuan Shao's place lately? Not too bad. Though he appears aloof, Yuan Shao is quite warm-hearted. Yi Ruoxuan responds with a smile. Yi Qingcheng nods slightly, understanding her role as the elder sister, ensuring to extend her greetings and engage in cordial conversation. Just as she finishes speaking, she glances at Yi Ruotian, only to feel an inexplicable barrier that hinders her desire for closer interaction. That particular incident remains unresolved, casting an odd shadow over their relationship. It is peculiar that issues arose that day, stirring a sense of unease within her, despite her efforts to quell such thoughts and suspicions about Yi Ruotian. Sister, what is wrong? Yi Ruotian inquires, his eyes filled with innocence. Yi Qingcheng parts her lips, managing only an awkward smile. It's nothing, really. Yi Ruotian casts a lingering glance her way, but chooses not to press the matter further. Yuan Yu has already made arrangements with the auction house owners. Yi Qingcheng finds herself at a loss, unable to discern the source of her troubles. As for other matters, they seem even more elusive. With a silent scoff, Yi Ruotian masks his thoughts with a forced smile. After a while of lively conversation among the three siblings, they hear the faint sounds of movement from upstairs, accompanied by rhythmic footsteps. Yuan Yu descends the stairs, tall and not particularly frail, at the tender age of 19. The entire figure exuded an aura of coldness, lacking warmth, resembling one who had emerged from the depths of a crypt. The pallid complexion only accentuated his aloof demeanor. Has Miss Yi arrived? Yuan Yu cast a glance at Yi Qingcheng, who was seated on the sofa, seemingly emitting a sound reminiscent of a snort from his nose. Ah, greetings, young Master Yuan. Although Yi Qingcheng had not previously encountered him, the commanding presence Yuan Yu projected as he descended sent a tremor through her. Rising from the sofa, she maintained a measure of respect towards him. Yuan Yu gestured for her to take a seat. Shall I fetch a couple of bottles of wine? Do you prefer dry red or daku? Yi Ruotian, who had been silent, stole a sidelong glance at Yuan Yu. Isn't dry red and daku essentially the same? Tonight is about indulging in the pleasures of wine, evoking the romantic spirit, and stirring passion under the embroidered quilt. He found himself somewhat admiring Yuan Yu, who could so artfully embody a pretense of propriety, surpassing even the character of Yu Buchuan from martial arts novels in his finesse. Let's go with dry red. My apologies, young Master Yuan, but I am not well versed in drinking white liquor. Chapter 132. Qingqing's humiliation returned to Jiangnan as the cups clinked and the drinks flowed. Yi Qingcheng began to feel a sense of disorientation. It is often said that a family banquet is the pinnacle of social gatherings, and with Yuan Yu's gentlemanly demeanor, Yi Qingcheng felt a bit more at ease. Although her tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high, it was essential to partake in the revelry. Sharing a drink today would foster camaraderie for tomorrow's discussions. Moreover, given the recent decline of the Yi family, the scorn and ridicule she had faced during this period surpassed all that she had encountered in her lifetime. Additionally, the lingering distress of a recent incident weighed heavily on her mind, and as she continued to drink, she found herself somewhat drowning her sorrows, losing herself in the intoxication of the moment. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan sat nearby, acting as companions, raising their glasses in accord with Yuan Yu and Yi Qingcheng's conversation. In the end, Yi Qingcheng, having lowered her guard, descended from the table with flushed cheeks and a racing heart, feeling somewhat dazed. As she struggled to maintain her balance, Yi Ruoxuan, ever perceptive, promptly rose. Young Master Yuan, allow me to assist my elder sister to the guest room. With a charming smile, Yi Ruoxuan guided Yi Qingcheng into an available room. Sister, let me help you with your clothes. Yi Ruoxuan gently assisted the tipsy Yi Qingcheng onto the bed, removed her high heels, and loosened her neckline, revealing just enough to tease the senses, while leaving the rest untouched. After all, the evening's main character was not her, and it was only proper to leave some intrigue for the protagonist. Yi Qingcheng felt her mind spinning, the world around her swirling in a haze. Time seemed to stand still, and she could not discern how long had passed. Suddenly, she felt the delicate fabric of her garments clinging to her skin, and as she instinctively reached to free herself, a tearing sound echoed in the air. She struggled to lift her head from the pillow, only to witness Yi Ruoxuan kneeling suggestively before a man on the floor. Before she could grasp the situation, she felt the man lean down, an invisible pressure enveloping her without restraint. No, stop, she cried out, summoning all her strength, but she could only fend him off for a mere 2 seconds. After that, she was utterly powerless. The following morning, after the effects of alcohol had somewhat faded, Yi Qingcheng awoke from her slumber, her body sticky and her head spinning. Fragmented memories flitted through her mind, yet even this disjointed recollection drove her into a frenzy as she rushed to the bathroom. The chaotic scene required no further description. She understood all too well what had transpired the previous night. What had happened to Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian? Had they conspired together? She splashed cold water onto her face, and when she raised her head to gaze into the mirror, she beheld a woman who appeared utterly haggard, yet still bore traces of beauty. Her heart plummeted to the depths as she noticed the bruises at her mouth and the marks on her chest. Reality demanded that she confront these elements and think them through. Should she feel anger, madness, or remain composed as if nothing had occurred? Her mind descended into a strange tranquility as she pondered. Yi Qingcheng hastily adjusted her clothing, gathered her hair, striving to present herself as less disheveled. After preparing herself, she quietly slipped on her shoes and exited the room. She departed as if fleeing, stealthily leaving the Yuan household. However, she encountered Yuan Yu in the living room. He sat there, engrossed in an English book, the cover revealing it to be a work by Shakespeare, the legendary playwright. Awake? Yuan Yu remarked without looking up, seemingly aware of her presence from the noise she made. Yi Qingqing's body stiffened, caught in a dilemma of whether to remain or leave. Should she report this incident? Yuan Yu's casual suggestion left her utterly at a loss for words. Initially, Yi Qingcheng had deliberated extensively, hesitant to confront the matter openly. The Yuan family was a formidable entity, and at this moment, they were evidently the largest shareholders of the Jinling Yi Corporation. She lacked the courage to retaliate against Yuan Yu. Yi Qingqing merely wished to distance herself, to endure this humiliation in silence, believing that this way, she could still preserve her dignity. Yet, Yuan Yu's straightforwardness shattered her self-protective instincts into 1,000 pieces. Come here, he said softly, closing his book. Yi Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, but eventually took a step towards him. Where were Ruotian and Ruoxuan? Yi Qingcheng recalled the events of the previous night. Within her fragmented memories, there seemed to be a shadow of Yi Ruoxuan. Yuan Yu cast a glance at Yi Qingcheng. I have confined both of them, he remarked softly, as if discussing a rather mundane matter. Come here, kneel down. You should comprehend my intentions. If I feel the slightest discomfort, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan will not see the sun rise again. Your parents will be forced to beg on the streets. Yuan Yu sneered coldly, his finger pointing to the ground beneath his slippers. Yi Qingcheng opened her mouth, fury finally bursting forth from her eyes at that moment. The anger and humiliation she had been suppressing since regaining consciousness erupted in an instant. But what could she do? Yuan Yu, with just a glance or a command, could reduce the Yi family to utter ruin. Should he choose, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan could perish in a corner that would forever remain unknown. This insult, should she endure it or not? It's best to maintain that expression. I relish the way you look at me, Yuan Yu remarked nonchalantly, shrugging as he watched Yi Qingqing kneeling before him, her eyes filled with wrath. Yes, keep that look, but soften it a little. Brother. Jiang Nan gazed at the man before him, his expression complex. Brother, Jiang Beiji, now 50, had long shed the image of the outstanding young gentleman from 2 decades past. Instead, he had become more composed and reserved, donning a deep black robe and sitting in the tea room reading the newspaper after rising. The cook in the kitchen was preparing breakfast and, upon seeing Jiang Nan, hurriedly made an extra portion. Sit, Jiang Beiji said, raising his head slightly to glance at the approaching Jiang Nan. Brother, you're up so early? Jiang Nan chuckled awkwardly as he took a seat on the opposite sofa. It had been many years since he returned to this ancestral home, a vast and lavish traditional Chinese garden that nearly left him lost. The unfamiliarity transformed into a sense of restraint, making every action and word from Jiang Nan cautious. Jiang Beiji regarded his brother. Since you left, I've had to rise this early every day. After all, whether in the family or the company, there are always endless tasks to attend to. Chapter 133. The weakness of the Yi family. Brother, you've worked hard all these years, Jiang Nan could only awkwardly say. You are aware of my efforts? Jiang Beiji chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. I had intended to scold you fiercely, but then I heard you've learned the craft of tiling in Jinling. Working hard alongside Xiao Wei for 20 years, I found myself unable to chastise you. Jiang Beiji shook his head, finally setting down his newspaper. He then raised his gaze to look at his brother once more. Although Jiang Nan is 5 or 6 years younger than him, at this moment, the wrinkles at the corners of Jiang Nan's eyes and on his forehead appear even more pronounced than his own. After not seeing each other for 20 years, aside from sporadic inquiries made by Sun San about Jiang Nan's situation, it could be said that Jiang Nan had been completely out of touch over the years. The feeling of compassion now outweighed any sense of reproach. Brother, you know me. I am no great talent. Initially, I had no affection for the young lady of the Yuan family. My heart belonged to Xiao Hui. I merely wished for a life of simplicity. Jiang Nan rambled on, which, at least in Jiang Bei's eyes, seemed nonsensical. I understand, those old fogies in the family pressed you relentlessly. But to have been gone for so many years is simply unreasonable. Jiang Bei snorted coldly, yet his tone lacked any real reproach. Jiang Nan chuckled and busied himself with the teapot on the table between them, preparing tea and pouring water. Brother, you should consider yourself fortunate. I recall not long ago, the young lady of the Yuan family and her husband were both imprisoned. Consequently, the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Qiling, is now accompanying the sovereign, seeking to atone for their misdeeds. Had I heeded the words of those old fools back then, perhaps you would be the one apologizing now. I always sensed that woman was a schemer, Jiang Nan said languidly, pouring a cup of tea for Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei sighed. His younger brother's words rang true. A blessing in disguise, indeed. Now, with Jiang Nan holding on to the affair with that Yuan heiress, he could very well provoke the ire of several elder statesmen. The intentions of their uncles and elder relatives had been rather straightforward. At that time, the Zhang family was not on par with the Yuan family, let alone the Zhao family, which had the venerable old master Zhao at its helm. Lacking a foundation to achieve success during times of national peril, they naturally sought to curry favor with such influential figures. Jiang Bei spoke slowly, retrieving a cigarette from his pack and tossing one to his brother. The two sat at the tea table, enveloped in a haze of smoke. Since you assumed the role of family head, our family has indeed ascended to become one of the 9 major families in the capital. This alone proves I should never have married the Yuan heiress. It is your leadership that truly matters. Jiang Nan's words bore a hint of flattery. Jiang Bei merely smiled in response, appearing somewhat pleased with himself. After all, they were still at the bottom of the 9 major families, though they were closer to the Zhao, Li, and Yuan families than before, unlike in the past, when everyone looked down on them. Let bygones be bygones. You came here early today for a reason, did you not? After receiving his brother's compliments, Jiang Bei was naturally curious about what ulterior motives lay behind his brother's visit. Haha, brother, you truly understand me. My son is attempting to short sell the Yi family, and I would like to ask for your help in suppressing the Yi family's stock prices. If we can lower the cost of raw materials, the Yi family might just collapse, Jiang Nan said, unable to suppress a nervous smile as he raised his teacup to his lips, attempting to mask his embarrassment. A couple of days ago, you asked for my assistance in investing 20 billion into that young man Yi Tian's company. And now you want me to help you suppress the raw material prices of the Yi family in Jinling? Jiang Bei chuckled heartily, shaking his head in disbelief. Well then, upon your return, it appears you have forgotten your elder brother. This is clearly a case of maternal affection, where one loves their children more than their own brother. Brother, I haven't, Jiang Nan replied, the rare flush of embarrassment blooming on his dark skin. What do you mean you haven't? How old is Yin Yin now? 17. And yet I, as her uncle, have yet to see her even once. I haven't given her any New Year's money. If it weren't for Sun Sen occasionally showing me Yan Yan's pictures, I might not even know what my niece looks like. Jiang Bei's words carried a hint of grievance, rendering Jiang Nan quite awkward, prompting him to sip his tea for composure. Brother, I will bring Jiang Yan and Xiao Hui to Kyoto next year. We won't be leaving anymore. That's more like it. Jiang Bei waved his hand dismissively. However, I must say, you are rather astute to realize that now is the time to directly suppress the raw material prices. How did such a foolish family as the Yes acquire their 100 billion fortune? First, you ensnared them in over 10 billion in cash flow, resulting in at least a 20 billion direct loss along with several billion in indirect losses. How could such a foolish clan survive in Jinling for so long? It's simply laughable. Jiang Nan smiled at his brother, regaining his composure before nodding in agreement. Brother, let us take action. We will directly seize the Yi family's assets and head south to Jinling. Indeed, especially since the Yi family had the audacity to delay their raw material collection. Are they not digging their own grave? Jiang Bei inhaled deeply, appearing resolute. Jiang Nan merely smiled. At that time, the Yi family's financial chain had indeed broken, necessitating the extension of raw material collection. Otherwise, they would face a dead end without funds for settlement. Jiang Bei nodded in agreement, picking up the phone from the tea table. Hello, Sun San. Jiangnan requests that you contact those large-scale merchants to expand their production capacity and establish a chemical enterprise in Jinling. Yes, you will be in charge and aim to become the leading chemical enterprise in Jinling. A few days later, is this really sold? Yi Tian arrived at the office early, pondering why only Fang Shishua had come to him for an interview during this period, while no one else had shown up. In the 100-square-meter office, there were only the three of them, leading Yi Tian to suspect that Fang Shishua might have been sent by someone else as a spy. However, this thought was merely a fleeting jest in his boredom. Aside from the Yi family in Jinling, he had not offended anyone. Moreover, anyone powerful enough to command Fang Shishua must be a significant figure. If he had truly offended such a person, they could crush him with a mere flick of their finger, so why send someone so capable to wear him down slowly? After Yi Tian, lost in thought, finished the takeout noodles and approached Fang Shishua, he noticed that she had just finished her meal and was clearing everything away. Sister Fang, why are you clearing out? What if the stock still rises? He inquired. It 1T rise. It has reached its peak. Fang Shishua confidently shook her head. In Chapter 134, True Business Warfare. With a single sale, 9 billion in assets instantly transformed into 14 billion. Adding the funds acquired from short selling, Tianji Investments' total reached 16 billion. If the Yi family stock remained stable, or even reverted to the price it was at when Yi Tian initially planned to short sell, they would net a profit of 6 billion. However, given the astonishing surge in the Yi family's stock, how could it possibly decline? Yi Tian clicked his tongue, finding the situation incredulous. Logically, anyone with a modicum of stock market understanding would perceive this as abnormal. With Yuan's 100 billion investment in the Yi family, there was no conceivable way the stock price could fall. One must consider the magnitude of that investment. 100 billion. Think about it. Did the Jinling Yi family commit some foolish act? Fang Shishua looked up, wiped her mouth, seemingly indifferent to the string of zeros displayed on the computer screen. The recently acquired billions appeared merely as a cold sequence of numbers, failing to elicit any emotional response from her. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned by her question. They had previously discussed this matter. What foolishness had the Yi family engaged in? It could not be deemed foolish. Rather, it was a consequence of circumstances. Delaying the receipt of goods was arguably one of the most foolish and unavoidable decisions. Sister Fang, are you referring to the Yi family's choice to postpone the delivery date of the raw materials? Yi Tian asked, his mouth agape. Fang Shishua nodded. Once a delay in receipt is determined, it cannot be altered. How could a company of that scale, with 100 billion at stake, make frequent changes? At most, they could delay once or twice before their stock would plummet without external intervention. Delaying the receipt of goods means the production process will elongate, Fang Shishua stated calmly. Yi Tian instinctively inhaled sharply. This turned the Yi family's products into futures. It also transformed their raw materials into futures. The prices of raw materials and products are positively correlated. If the prices of the raw materials plummet during the delay, the prices of the postponed products will also crash. The Yi family had already committed over 20 billion for raw materials at peak prices. If, in the coming days, the price of the raw materials ordered by the Yi family drops from over 20 billion to a mere few billion, even a slight cut would significantly impact the Yi family's production and sales. Consider the halving of raw material prices as a significant blow, implying that the subsequent pricing of the Yi family's products must similarly be curtailed. This scenario translates to a staggering loss of billions for the Yi family due to raw material procurement, which will inevitably lead to comparable financial setbacks in the sales process. Initially, the Yi family's decision to postpone the receipt of goods appeared to be a strategic move, potentially alleviating their liquidity issues. However, with the plummeting prices in the raw materials market, have they not incurred substantial losses? Has the price of international chemical raw materials fallen? Yi Tian pondered for a moment before inquiring of Fang Shishua. There seems to be an intent to seize the market for Yi family's chemical products in Jinling, likely aimed at suppressing raw material prices. Despite the quantity purchased by the Yi family not being exorbitantly high, it certainly won't be at a low price either. Fang Shishua chuckled softly, elucidating the situation to Yi Tian. Yi Tian paused momentarily, a flicker of realization igniting within him. Regardless of whether the raw materials were procured at standard prices, should prices decrease further, the Yi family would be compelled to incur significant losses. Thus, the true business battle is poised to commence, with an ominous storm brewing on the horizon. Fang Shishua stretched languidly. indicating that the decisive factor no longer lay with Tianji investment. The pivotal moment had shifted to the heart of the whirlpool, Jinling, on the other side of Tianji Company. As two individuals conversed, Sun Sin sat in a freshly tidied office, speaking into the phone. Let all chemical raw material manufacturers under the Jiang family maximize their production capacity based on international market prices. Starting today, all available stock should be sold off. This afternoon, we will adjust the prices downward in accordance with the market. If anyone were to glimpse Sun Sin's phone screen, they would be astonished to see a call lasting 5 hours. This indicates that Sun Sin had likely initiated the call at the break of dawn, underscoring its significance. Mr. Sun, won't this attract too much attention? Inquired a middle-aged man on the other end of the line. Sun Sin furrowed his brow slightly, but resolutely responded. Let the commotion be as loud as it may. What matters is that we accomplish this task. Mr. Sun, I am concerned that the Yuan family, holding shares in the Yi family, might catch wind of this and subsequently take advantage of the discounted goods we release. How much can the Yuan family possibly consume? I am curious to see how much resolve they have left, especially after one of their corrupt relatives was recently dealt with by the sovereign. Sun Sin scoffed. Let us release it and see just how much the Yuan family dares to take. In the capital, within the Yuan family estate, Yuan Yu reclined on the sofa, savoring the softness of Yi Qingqing's lips, feeling utterly content as a smile crept across his face. This woman is astute, adept at the art of seduction, and learns quickly. Accompanied by that resentful gaze, Yuan Yu felt an unexpected thrill of conquest. He was reluctant to let Yi Qingqing return to Jinling, thus forcefully keeping her in the residence for a few more days. While he reveled in his secret delight, an elderly man with graying hair and over 60 years of age approached, stopping 5 steps behind the sofa. Young master, someone has released approximately 1 billion worth of goods, seemingly aiming to suppress the prices of the Yi family's raw materials. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Yi Qingqing mumbled in response. But Yuan Yu firmly pressed down on her head. Do not stop. He cast a cold glance at her before looking up. Whatever they release, we shall consume in equal measure. Understood, young master. The old man departed. Yuan Yu extended his hand and gently patted Yi Qingqing's exceptionally fair and translucent face. If you dare to be uncooperative again, I shall withdraw my investment, and your family shall be left to fend for themselves. Yi Qingqing shot him a fierce glare, but dared not delay further. Yes, indeed, that's right. While Yuan Yu savored Yi Qingqing's service, he reached out for more. Young master, another 10 billion in goods has been released, and the market price has fallen below international levels. Consume it. Stabilize this market price, and the Yi family shall not falter. You should be aware of their intentions. Upon finishing his statement, Yuan Yu suddenly furrowed his brow and swiftly turned around, delivering a sharp slap across Yi Qingqing's face. Chapter 135. A call from Yuan's father. Be gentler. Yi Qingqing staggered from the blow, silently rising from the carpet to continue attending to the young master. She had not seen Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian for several days. If they were still alive, she would endure anything. However, if Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan were dead, she would have no choice but to confront the beast before her. Yet, Yi Qingqing could never have imagined that, at this very moment, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan were merely in another villa within the same complex. During the day, it's Yi Qingqing, and at night, you are called over? TSK. What a fortunate arrangement. Yi Ruotian, playing with his phone, glanced at Yi Ruoxuan, who was changing clothes, revealing various red marks on her skin, and couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, the last time you snuck away, it was indeed with Yi Qingqing, wasn't it? After dressing, Yi Ruoxuan turned to look at Yi Ruotian. Yes, Yi Ruotian nodded, openly acknowledging it with a smile. He then opened the stock market to check the situation. Wait a moment, someone has just released 10 billion in chemical raw materials, which Yuan Yu has consumed, causing the raw material prices to begin fluctuating. Another 10 billion worth of goods has arrived, 10% below international market prices. Yi Ruotian could hardly believe his eyes. However, within minutes, this batch of goods was completely devoured by the Yuan family. The true business battle had finally commenced. The vulnerabilities of the Yi family, exposed from the outset, were now under relentless attack. However, Yi Ruotian was rendered speechless. Where did Yi Tian acquire such assets to instigate a significant release in the raw materials market? What was at stake now? It was a matter of which family possessed greater financial resources. In a flurry, Yi Ruotian hastily retrieved Yi Yunhua's phone number and dialed. Father, The raw materials market has exploded. In Jinling, Yi Yunbo of the Yi family was seated in his chair, overwhelmed by the chaos. His second daughter, Yi Luming, trembled so much that she could barely hold the mouse, on the verge of losing control. It was then that Yi Yunbo, an experienced veteran, rushed to take over the computer. Yi Luming continued to shake beside him, with a disapproving glance at his daughter, who typically presented herself as a refined young lady. He coldly remarked, "I am aware. Just moments ago, young Master Yuan's steward called me, instructing me to absorb this stockpile and ensure that product prices do not plummet. Fertilizer in the industrially underdeveloped regions of Africa certainly presents a technical barrier. But this is what? This is the Great Xia dynasty, the foremost industrial nation in the world. Are fertilizers and plastics truly items of significant technical complexity? In this nation, our Yi family merely enjoyed a stroke of luck in earlier years, establishing brand recognition. But that does not imply that others can only procure from us. Alternatives abound. Our family is not indispensable throughout Jinling and the surrounding areas. Fertilizer and plastic factories are plentiful. If Yi Yunbo cannot absorb this stock and product prices decline, he will inevitably follow suit, resulting in exorbitant costs for raw material purchases and losses in product sales. What kind of situation is this? Yet, Yi Tian could not possibly possess such a vast quantity of raw materials. Who is liquidating their stock? Is the Zhao family still aiding Yi Tian? Yi Ruotian stamped his foot in frustration. On the other end of the line, Yi Yunbo, who had just absorbed a total of 15 billion in raw materials, was taken aback. The Zhao family, once again, do they have a penchant for such ruthless actions? There is yet another 15 billion worth of chemical raw materials on the market. Yi Ruotian's voice echoed back through the phone. This time, as Yi Yunbo focused intently, he realized that this batch of 15 billion in chemical raw materials was priced even lower than the previous one. The international market prices had been affected. Clearly, someone was attempting to sell outside, and if sold domestically below international market prices, profits would diminish significantly. Evidently, many were beginning to export raw materials. However, this led to a decline in international market prices as well. Everything was plummeting. Yi Yunbo had no time to engage with his son any longer. He picked up the phone and connected with Yuan Yu's steward. "Mr. Steward, we have another 15 billion worth. Should we acquire it or not? Please hold on. I will inquire about young Master Yuan's intentions." The steward hastily terminated the call and moved to a stop 5 meters behind the sofa. "Young Master, another 15 billion worth of goods has arrived. If we continue to consume, the Yi family will incur losses for the next 5 years. However, if we refrain from consumption, the Yi family will only suffer for this year or the next, and there will still be opportunities to recover." Yuan Yu paused briefly, then let out a soft hum before rising from the sofa, adjusting his trousers. Which family is responsible for this? Continuing to consume is feasible, yet it would render the Yi family a monopoly. Yuan Yu chuckled lightly. As long as the Yi family withstands this, they could also monopolize the fertilizers and plastics from Jinling in the future. Crushing those competitors would indeed be quite rewarding. "Young Master, do not forget, the head of the family is currently by the side of the national leader." The butler suddenly interjected with a grave tone. Yuan Yu's body trembled slightly, and his brows furrowed deeply. He abruptly turned to gaze at Yi Qingcheng, who was seated on the carpet. "Swallow it down. I command you to swallow it down. Get out," Yuan Yu shouted, regaining his composure only after Yi Qingcheng hastily exited, slamming the door behind her. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "What would happen if we continue this path? That would lead to an investigation into the Yi family's monopoly, landing at our Yuan family's doorstep." The butler's expression was anxious, yet his tone remained calm. "Young Master, at this moment, do not even think of provoking the heavens." Yuan Yu hesitated, contemplating. However, just 2 seconds later, a call from his father, the current head of the Yuan family, Yuan Qiling, came through. "What have you done?" Yuan Qiling's voice crackled with anger from the other end of the line. Yuan Yu opened his mouth to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. "Do you realize your aunt and uncle have just entered?" "I know," Yuan Yu replied, steeling himself to nod. "Are you intending to have me thrown in as well?" Yuan Qiling's voice trembled with rage. Yuan Yu wanted to offer an explanation, yet words failed him. He had done remarkably well, coercing the Yi family into relinquishing nearly half of their shares. Wouldn't that make the Yi family the Yuan clan's stronghold in Jinling? It was a crucial foothold for their family's capital to advance into Jiangnan. Yet, the estranged son of the Yi family had turned against his own father. What a predicament this was. And there was also the Zhao family to contend with. However, if I back down now, I would feel a sense of regret. Father, how much have you invested in the Yi family? 100 billion. Yuan Yu replied helplessly. I have injected 100 billion into this. 100 billion? That draws the line at 100 billion. I can still claim before the national leader that you were merely youthful and reckless. And I had no idea what transpired with that 100 billion. Chapter 136. Yi Tian has already won. Yuan Qiling's meaning was abundantly clear. The 100 billion investment was the Yuan family's bottom line. At this scale, Yuan Qiling could maintain that Yuan Yu had merely made a small mistake typical of youth. Should further pressure be applied during this sensitive period, it is likely that the Yuan family will attract some unavoidable scrutiny. Recently, the Yuan family has encountered a significant incident. If a few more such occurrences pile up, the Yuan family may very well face collapse. Father, is there any way we can attempt a different approach? Attempt a different approach? Haven't you already tried? With so much stock released, do you truly dare to gamble? Yuan Qiling nearly shouted, his voice erupting from the phone with such intensity that it nearly shattered Yuan Yu's eardrum. By coercing the Yi family into relinquishing their shares in Jinling, wouldn't the Yuan family break free from a century of constraints and venture southward? Yuan Yu could only argue his case, always fixated on the southward venture. Do you truly believe your meager assets are sufficient for them to chew on? Either withdraw your investment, or you have complete freedom with this 1 billion. Moreover, I advise you to refrain from causing any further troubles, for if I fall, the Yuan family will inevitably follow suit. With a sharp click, the phone was hung up, leaving Yuan Yu standing in the villa with a face ashen with anger. If the Yuan family were to collapse, it seemed he would indeed follow suit. Yet, having already invested 1 billion, the sudden declaration of an inability to proceed was utterly unacceptable to Yuan Yu. Young master, the current market price of the circulating goods is 1.5 billion, yet the unit price is 10 to 15% lower than the international market. Do we really want to command the Yi family to absorb this? If they proceed, the prices of chemical raw materials in the international market might stabilize. Should they fail to do so, the ensuing plunge in product prices would not be something the Yi family and 1 billion could withstand. Ceasing now might still offer a chance, allowing the Yi family to rise again. Yuan Yu hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. Inform Yi Yunhua to continue acquiring raw materials, but restrict the purchases to this 1.5 billion. No further actions can be taken thereafter. Yuan Yu was on the verge of exploding. Had Yi Yunhua not delayed the delivery of raw materials, the sales agreement should have been signed a fortnight prior. At that time, the price would have been reasonable, at least preventing significant losses. Now, it appeared the Yi family's last 50 billion in assets might be sacrificed. And Yuan Yu's recently invested 1 billion could also suffer drastic depreciation. Yes, the steward glanced at the young master, whose eyes reflected a murky glow devoid of any light. Yuan Yu turned and walked toward a room on the first floor, while the steward slightly bowed and proceeded to dial Yi Yunhua's number once more. During the bewildered night for Yi Tian, the stock prices of the Yi family began to plummet the following day. The cause of this decline was the rapid fall in the prices of chemical raw materials in the international market. To Yi Tian's astonishment, even the price of raw materials such as polypropylene plummeted from over 6,000 yuan per ton to just over 2,000. Such a drastic decline is truly alarming. Last night, after the Yi family absorbed the unexpectedly surplus goods worth 30 billion in the market, they ceased all further actions. Fang Shishua stretched languidly, seated at her desk, appearing to have had a restless night, undoubtedly preoccupied with the fluctuations of chemical raw material prices in both international and domestic markets. Was this a sign of capitulation? Yi Tian placed a box of packaged noodles he had prepared downstairs in front of Fang Shishua. Perhaps it was. Fang Shishua nodded, retrieving a pair of disposable chopsticks. Ready to indulge. Oh, they even included a marinated egg for me. How thoughtful. This is just the beginning. I recently negotiated with the milk supplier to deliver 3 liters of pasteurized fresh milk daily this month, so each of us at Sand will have a liter. Yi Tian smiled slightly and took a seat beside her. Long Chia, come over for breakfast. Sitting at a distant table, Long Chia appeared apprehensive, likely due to his previous experience of being scolded for being too noisy while gaming and subsequently being sent out. Had Yi Tian not entered and noticed him hiding in the corner, one might have thought Long Chia was absent from the office today. I'm here, Brother Tian. Long Chia smiled as he approached, grabbing some noodles and standing behind the two to eat. Today, The Yi family stock price had fallen to 24 yuan and 57 cents per share. Fang Shishue pointed to the graph on the screen, which was in a steep decline, and remarked to Yi Tian, "I estimate the stock price might drop to around 10 yuan." Yi Tian paused slightly, inhaling sharply. "If we have about 10 days until margin call, does that mean our short selling will yield significant profits?" Fang Shishue seemed momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to shake her head, yet she nodded affirmatively at Yi Tian. "Yes, that's correct. We could earn approximately 75%, around 700 million. As she spoke, she let out a quiet sigh. Had it not been for the family head's expenditure of 30 billion to suppress the Yi family's stock price, the short selling might have been precarious. However, this young man appeared oblivious, and it would suffice to let the family head's younger brother explain things to Yi Tian later. Nonetheless, the family head did not incur a loss. 30 billion had reduced the Yi family's assets of over 150 billion to a vulnerable state, allowing for a potential rebound that could establish the Yi family as a formidable stronghold in Jinling and even southern Daxia. Like a steadfast chess piece, they had been positioned in Jiangnan. As for why this current family head was able to venture beyond the capital to invest, that is a matter steeped in historical significance. Certainly, Fang Shishue would not share such sentiments with Yi Tian. Adding to the previous 600 million, we have nearly netted 13 billion, correct? Yi Tian was taken aback, as if he were ensnared in a dream. Indeed, it seems so, yet the stock price of the Yi family must gradually decline. Fang Shishue chuckled softly. After all, there are still over 10 days until the position is closed. Perhaps before we settle, the Yi family stock price could plummet to $10 per share, resulting in considerable profit. As she spoke, Fang Shishue took a bite of the braised egg, her delicate brows furrowing with a hint of resentment. Heartless capitalists. After all my hard work to earn you so much money, you think a mere egg can suffice to dismiss me? Chapter 137. The dark side. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned. While Fang Shishue's words were not particularly intense, her eyes brimmed with indignation. Yi Tian was neither a petty man nor an ungenerous boss. He had once been willing to offer Fang Shishue an annual salary of 2 million, along with a 12% commission. Such generosity from Yi Tian could not possibly render him oblivious to the grievances of his subordinates, nor could he ignore their dissatisfaction. Even in jest, Yi Tian would take their feelings to heart. The notion of a wolf culture was merely nonsense. A company seeks to acquire the time, creativity, and productivity of its employees, which requires not only financial compensation but also respect and the personal charisma of the employer. Moreover, to have consumed a single braised egg, alongside a few slices of beef so thin one could hardly discern whether to commend the chef's knife skills or criticize the stinginess of the shopkeeper, accompanied by a bowl of insipid rice noodles, truly painted Yi Tian as a quintessential capitalist. Shall we venture out to find a fine restaurant? Perhaps a dog doesn't respond bun? I recall that Beijing has many upscale noodle establishments. Shall we seek out a refined noodle shop for a meal? The soup dumplings in Kyoto, seemingly priced at $69 for two, were indeed among the more expensive options for a Chinese breakfast. In contrast to the mere $5 or $10 for a fried dough stick, the disparity was stark. Yet, Yi Tian felt no reluctance. He would gladly treat Fang Shishue and Long Xie to a more upscale Chinese breakfast. One was his financial benefactor, and the other had saved his life. Even if Long Xie never lifted a finger again, as long as Tianji Company existed, Yi Tian would ensure his lifelong support. Never mind, a simple meal will suffice. I desire Western cuisine tonight, with red wine and filet mignon. Fang Shishue shook her head, continuing to wield the seemingly coarse chopsticks to pick up the braised egg lying quietly in the disposable bowl. With a firm jab, the rough chopsticks pierced the egg, which she then tossed into her mouth. Sister Fang, that manner of eating is rather pitiable. Yi Tian's lips twitched. He was uncertain whether Fang Shishue was deliberately putting on this woeful act, but her demeanor alone stirred a pang of compassion within him, making him feel as though he were mistreating them. It's nothing. I'll just have this, Fang Shishue said with a pitiful expression, blinking her eyes. Yi Tian could no longer suppress a sigh. I will arrange for a meal delivery. From now on, we shall indulge in the finest Chinese breakfast Kyoto has to offer. Determined, Yi Tian concluded that if a simple bowl of beef noodles priced at 20 yuan could not satisfy Fang Shishue, then they would opt for the best available. Including delivery fees, it would only amount to 200 or 300 yuan a day, totaling merely a few tens of thousands a year. Can we not afford it? Yi Tian retrieved his phone and searched the map. Indeed, within a 2-kilometer radius, there existed an upscale Chinese breakfast establishment. Yi Qingsheng could hardly recall how she exited the Yuan family estate. A trace of dried blood stained her lips, and bruises marred her knees. She dared not contemplate the extent of the injuries concealed beneath her dress. Wandering aimlessly along the path away from the villa district, a sense of self-sacrifice for the safety of her family barely sustained her faltering steps. Gathering her disheveled hair into a ponytail, she managed to present herself somewhat more composed. The villa district was eerily quiet in the early morning. The sun had yet to ascend above the mountains and the towering edifices of humanity, casting only a faint white glow in the eastern sky. As Yi Qingsheng lifted her gaze, she caught sight of a man and woman approaching along the western path, separated by a patch of flowers. Instinctively, she wished to hasten her pace, but their laughter and familiar voices halted her. To her astonishment, it was Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. She longed to call out to her younger siblings, yet a sudden wave of shame washed over her. How could she face them in her current state? Lowering herself behind the foliage, she was suddenly struck by another thought. Weren't they supposed to be imprisoned? Surely they must have endured hardships. How could they appear so carefree? As her mind raced, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan reached her side. I wonder how Yi Qingsheng is faring? Yi Ruoxuan remarked, her tone devoid of concern, laced instead with a hint of mockery. Who knows, perhaps she's completely fallen. Reduced to being the plaything of young Master Yuan, Yi Ruotian casually replied. This statement left Yi Qingsheng, hidden beneath the grass, in stunned silence. Did they know? Did they realize why no one attempted to rescue her? Or was it something else entirely? If she were to be with child, Yi Jia and Yi Yunbo would certainly find themselves troubled. Yi Ruoxuan chuckled softly, her tone suggesting a sense of anticipation. Whether or not she is with child is of no concern to me. Young Master Yuan has promised that once he acquires Yi Qingsheng, she will remain unaware that we sold Yi Lingyu's painting. It was almost comical that Yi Qingsheng believed she was sacrificing herself for them. Unbeknownst to them, the two of us indulge in sumptuous feasts in our respective abodes across the street every day. Yi Ruotian chuckled heartily, his words laced with a playful mockery. Yi Qingsheng found herself ensnared in the antics of him and Yuan Yu, yearning to uncover the identity of the culprit behind this scheme. What a folly! However, you are not at a loss. Trading a mere shoe for the trust and promises of young Master Yuan is undoubtedly a gain. Yi Ruoxuan added. Indeed, it was fortunate that I had discreetly administered a sedative to Yi Qingsheng during our stay at the Cloud Hotel. Otherwise, it would have pained me to let Yuan Yu take advantage of her. The last statement drifted into the air. Yi Qingsheng, wide-eyed in disbelief, crouched by the flower bed, her figure concealed by the towering shrubs, trembling uncontrollably. She nearly succumbed to the impulse of confronting Yi Ruotian, demanding to know why he would resort to such underhanded tactics. At that moment, she desperately stifled the corners of her mouth to prevent herself from crying out. But the recollection of Yi Ruotian's recent words filled her with nausea and grievance. The intertwining feelings of indignation and disgust surged within her. The realization that it was Yi Ruotian who orchestrated her previous misfortune left her reeling. Yi Ruotian, whom she had regarded as a beloved brother, had repeatedly painted her biological brother as the villain in the eyes of their parents and sisters. Amidst the turmoil of her emotions, an overwhelming sense of discomfort crystallized within her. She could not help but immerse herself in Yi Tian's perspective. It wasn't me. Why do you refuse to believe me? Am I not your family? Chapter 138. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. Yi Qingsheng's regret. The heart-wrenching cries echoed in her mind. Each misunderstanding and accusation directed at Yi Tian by her parents, and her sisters must have felt like a dagger piercing his heart, a blade of utmost sharpness. Surely, his heart was drenched in blood by now, leaving no clean spot untouched. It was no wonder he chose to leave the Yi family. After contemplating these thoughts, tears glimmered in Yi Qingsheng's eyes. After crouching by the grass for several minutes, she gradually rose to her feet. It was not that she lacked the courage to confront Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan directly. In truth, the moment she heard Yi Ruotian mention Yuan Yu's involvement, she was paralyzed by fear, realizing the enormity of the situation. It was no longer merely her personal affair, nor just a trivial matter for the Yi family. It implicated the Yuan family, leaving her with no choice but to endure the burden. However, she could still return home to inform her parents and her sisters, Yi Luming and Yi Lingyu. As long as this matter became known within the family, they could expel Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan from the Yi household. Yes, that would be the solution. Yi Qingqing forcefully suppressed the tears welling in her eyes, stepping out of the villa area one deliberate stride at a time. Her once proud demeanor and self-respect had been shattered within the Yuan family. Ultimately, the siblings she cared for the most, her brother and sister, turned out to be the insidious parasites of the household. The realization filled Yi Qingqiang with an even deeper sense of despair. Guilt over Yi Tian. Resentment towards Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan surged like a tempest within her heart. Regret came too late. Why could she not manage even this simple affair? Was she not inferior to her elder sister? In the Yi Group's office, Yi Yunbo was no fool. Had he taken the initiative to store the previously acquired raw materials earlier, he could have offloaded them sooner. Time was of the essence now, of course. The operation of the business remained constant. Machines needed to run. A factory could not simply shut down at will. The losses incurred from mass layoffs and factory closures amounted to astronomical figures. Yi Yunbo's current mindset was straightforward: maintain the factory's operations and endure for a while longer. Eventually, as the prices in the raw materials market were expected to rise, he could rebound and reclaim his footing. As for the 49% stake held by Yuan Yu, that could be deliberated over time. If the Yi family business could continue to grow, what would it matter if Yuan Yu held that share? It would become inconsequential. However, how could Yi Luming fail to negotiate even a slight postponement in the delivery date with the suppliers? Father, it is not my fault. The raw material vendors are utterly unwilling to delay delivery. They fear that if we go bankrupt, the value of their goods will plummet, making it difficult for them to find buyers, leaving them with unsellable inventory. Yi Luming's voice grew fainter until she could barely hear her own words. But no sooner had she finished speaking than a cascade of documents came crashing down upon her. Yi Luming tightened her lips, shrinking her head, allowing her father to pummel her with papers. How can you claim you are not useless? Why is it that your elder sister can manage such matters, yet you cannot? How dare you aspire to usurp her position with such limited capability? Yi Yunbo trembled with fury, the cigarette ash falling from his trembling fingers onto the marble floor. Yi Luming's lips pressed into a straight line, too intimidated to utter a word, silently enduring her father's reprimand. Ultimately, it was a reflection of her own inadequacy. Father? Just as the two fell into silence, one seething with anger, the other silently aggrieved, Yi Qingqing slowly entered the office. Upon seeing the chaos on the floor, she could not help but inquire, what transpired here? Why such a furious outburst? As she spoke, she moved to the side, crouching down to gather the scattered documents. This time, we have lost. That boy, Yi Tian, nearly brought our Yi family to ruin. In the span of a month, the total assets of the Yi family plummeted from over 15 billion to a mere 80 billion in fixed assets. Yi Yunbo's frustration was palpable, his lips quivering in exasperation. And you, as the eldest, how can you fail to properly guide your younger siblings? How is it that one after another, they are so inept? Yi Yunbo felt dizzy with rage, itching to unleash his ire upon anyone he encountered. Yi Qingqing paused momentarily in her task of organizing documents, but soon resumed her efforts. If the younger siblings faltered, it was indeed a reflection of my shortcomings as their elder sister, she readily acknowledged. Upon hearing her acceptance, Yi Yunbo's pent-up frustration diminished somewhat. Do not pity yourself. Yi Luming, at some point, was in tears, dabbing her eyes while crouching down to seize the neatly stacked documents from Yi Qingqing. Beginning to tidy up herself, Yi Qingqing sighed, recognizing that Yi Luming was upset with her, yet chose to remain silent. Dad, I need to inform you about something. During my recent visit to Kyoto, I uncovered some information. Did you find evidence of Yi Tian stealing our family assets? Yi Yunbo's eyes lit up as he lit another cigarette. No, not that. Yi Qingqing swallowed hard before continuing. Then who is the thief? Surely it cannot be that you all misplaced them without any foul play? No, it is not that either. The thief is not Yi Tian. Just as Yi Qingqing was about to elaborate, Yi Luming, with a quiver in her voice, interrupted her. Yi Qingqiang glanced back at her sister, sighed, and then stated, "It is Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan." Yi Yunbo was momentarily taken aback, then rose from his chair, pointing at Yi Qingqiang and exclaiming, "Nonsense! Although Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan are not my biological children, I have raised them myself. How could they possibly resort to theft? Have I ever denied them anything they desired while growing up? Would they stoop so low as to steal from their own home? They are not that despicable. Only someone like Yi Tian, who has emerged from a destitute background, would commit such acts. Just as Yi Yunhua's anger had somewhat subsided, Yi Qingqing's words reignited his fury. Yi Qingqing pressed her lips together, feeling her own anger rise, perhaps intertwined with a profound sense of guilt towards Yi Tian. Dad, consider this. Yi Tian has only been with us for a year, and whenever anything goes awry in the family, it is always attributed to him. Do you not find it utterly absurd that he could be so malevolent? Chapter 139. The Yi family's transformation. Yi Yunhua found himself momentarily stunned by Yi Qingqing's rhetorical question. Yet, he quickly recognized that her words were a trap. Who said a person could not descend to such depths of depravity? Yi Tian grew up in a family beset by poverty. It is often said that one knows shame only when one is well fed. In such a household, lacking in resources, how could one grasp the essence of shame? How could one comprehend the concepts of morality and law? Perhaps the very notion of values has evaded them entirely. Yi Qingqing, do you mean to suggest that the son I have raised pales in comparison to a son born to a mere tile worker? Yi Yunhua's anger gradually morphed into a chilling demeanor. He turned to his daughter, his words laced with an icy bitterness. In Yi Qingqing's eyes, only a trace of helplessness remained. The relentless toil of her father's 20 years had established the foundation of the Yi family's current enterprise. Even though the family now teetered on the brink of disaster, it remained a formidable entity. As Yi Yunhua had just articulated, after accounting for debts and liquidating all fixed assets, the Yi family would still have a considerable sum left. This wealth would suffice to ensure that every member of the Yi family could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Yi Yunhua possessed the pride that such capital afforded him, a self-proclaimed guardian of exceptional family values. He looked down upon the Jiang family, where Yi Tian had spent the previous 17 years, with a disdain that seemed entirely justified in the eyes of others. Who would trust a self-made billionaire over an obscure tile worker? How many tiles would one need to lay to amass a fortune of 100 million? It seemed unlikely that one could earn such an amount in a lifetime. Yi Qingqing found herself at a loss for words. She even contemplated revealing the distressing events she had encountered in Kyoto at the Yuan family's hands. Yet, would Yi Yunhua believe her? Would he permit his daughter to be regarded as a discarded rag, tossed aside when no longer desired? In that moment of hesitation, Yi Luming cast a scrutinizing gaze upon her. It was not merely curiosity, but rather an assessing look tinged with criticism. Sister, Yi Tian is in Kyoto. You haven't reached some sort of understanding with him during your time investigating there, have you? Yi Luming inquired pointedly. Yi Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Yi Luming, what do you imply? I suspect that your eagerness to speak well of Yi Tian may stem from some advantage he has offered you. Did you perhaps decide to side with him upon realizing the Yi family's decline while in Kyoto? This accusation instantly caught the attention of Yi Yunhua. His thoughts followed Yi Luming around the corner of suspicion, and the moment doubt arose, it magnified infinitely, especially when Yi Qingqing found herself speechless, unable to refute the insinuation. The speed of this amplification was akin to a black hole, capable of swallowing the living whole. Did it even matter whether to kill Bo Run? Yi Qingqing was rendered mute. She simply could not bring herself to disclose that she had once been drugged by Yi Ruotian, a claim for which she possessed no evidence. She found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, those wretched beings, had evidently conspired with the eldest son of the Yuan family, Yuan Yu. It was highly likely that the Yi family would come under the dominion of Yuan Yu and Yi Ruotian. This was a grave concern. Yet, Yi Qingqing refrained from articulating such sentiments. She valued her dignity. Lacking substantial evidence, Yi Luming might very well launch scathing attacks against her. How had the Yi family devolved into this state? A father who, over trivial matters concerning the family business, would unleash his wrath upon his children. A sister who, in her quest for power, began to undermine her own elder sibling. A foster son who sacrificed his own adoptive sister to ingratiate himself with the elite. And a foster daughter who colluded with the wolves. All of this appeared to Yi Qingqing as utterly unreasonable. However, throughout her brief 20-plus years of existence within this family, she had begun to question whether she had erred in her perceptions. Was it possible that the familial bonds of brotherly affection, paternal kindness, maternal virtue, and the joy of togetherness were merely facades? Or perhaps these ideals were shrouded by the towering edifices and opulent grandeur of the Yi family, or more precisely, by the Yi Corporation? Frankly speaking, at this moment, Yi Qingqing found herself devoid of any spirit. When the mirror and mist dissipated, whether it was a mere illusion or a fleeting dream, she felt an overwhelming urge to leave this home. Indeed, it was the first time in her life she had harbored such a desire, a compelling impulse to escape the Yi family. In that instant, she seemed to grasp the despair that Yi Tian experienced when he departed from the Yi household. You may think what you wish, but if I were to declare that Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan are indeed wretched creatures who pilfered from our home to sell, you would likely dismiss my claims as unfounded. Yi Qingqing inhaled deeply and, exhaling forcefully, made her final stand. Yi Qingqing, you must realize that your younger siblings are currently being held as hostages by the Yuan family. Had they not gone to Kyoto, the Yi family would never have secured 100 billion in investment. Yi Yunbo furrowed his brow, perplexed by his daughter's unexpected outburst. If Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan were indeed, as Yi Qingqing alleged. No, that was inconceivable. Yi Qingqing had no evidence. Sister, do you possess any tangible proof to substantiate your claims against Ruotian and Ruoxuan? I do not. Yi Qingqing replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head. Then by what right do you slander Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan? Yi Yunbo seethed with anger, rising from his chair and pointing an accusing finger at Yi Qingqing. And without evidence, why do you accuse Yi Tian? Yi Qingqing suddenly lifted her gaze to meet her father's. Yi Yunbo was momentarily choked by a phrase, the dense smoke invading his trachea, causing him to cough uncontrollably. You've gone too far. Yi Yunbo coughed until his eyes turned crimson, and the strands of white hair at his temples seemed to multiply. At that very moment, however, Yi Qingqing silently observed her father's fury. Get out. After a brief respite, Yi Yunbo coughed twice more before sternly reprimanding Yi Qingqing. She nodded in response. I will leave. I will go to Sichuan, or perhaps flee to the heights of Yun, or venture into the vast northwest. I will seek a tranquil place. I suddenly feel that our Yi family is truly wretched, and I no longer wish to remain here. Father, please take good care of your health and refrain from getting angry so easily. As Yi Qingqing spoke, she sighed, her hands busily removing the golden earrings adorning her ears. In Chapter 140, Strange Phone Call, she took off her jade bangles, gold bracelets, and all her precious jewelry, placing them on the desk. Upon witnessing Yi Qingqing's actions, Yi Luming and Yi Yunbo were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her intentions. Was she also planning to leave the Yi family? I knew you had colluded with Yi Tian. Yi Yunbo fumed. Yet, Yi Qingqing chose not to respond further. Perhaps the white snow of Tian Shan or the pristine plateau would cleanse her tarnished body and purify her feeble spirit. Let me offer you a word of caution. Beware of Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan. They are not to be trusted. If possible, believe Yi Tian's words. Come back and clarify your intentions. Yi Yunbo rushed forward, only to realize his own aging. He was no longer the sprightly man he once was. After achieving success in his 30s, he had been seated in the back of a Maybach, his expanding waistline restrained by a genuine leather Hermes belt. At that moment, as Yi Qingqing prepared to leave, donning a pair of canvas shoes, she was far from someone he, a middle-aged man clad in dress shoes, could hope to chase. Father, calm down. My sister might have lost her way in Kyoto. Let her be alone for a while to reflect. She will return on her own. Yi Luming gently patted Yi Yunbo's back, attempting to soothe her father's agitation while offering him comfort. Yi Yunbo took a deep breath and ultimately heeded his second daughter's advice. Merely gazing at Yi Qingqing's departure, a sense of unease settling in his heart. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, the days unfolded with an unexpected exhilaration, particularly after shorting the Yi group, leaving Yi Tian with an invigorating sense of triumph. Early in the morning, as he walked into the office, he found himself humming a tune, his lips forming melodies of unknown origin. Fangjie. Upon entering the company, he spotted Fang Shishue already seated at her computer. Yi Tian, seeing her, instinctively offered a greeting. Good morning, Yi Zong. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, smiling shyly at Fang Shishue addressing him as Yi Zong. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding his title, and it resonated with the adage that power is hierarchical. Although he believed that he would have achieved success regardless, given the memories from his previous life, the extent of that success without Fang Shishue was uncertain. How could he dare to let Sister Fang call him Yi Zong? It would be more fitting for her to call him Xiao Tian, fostering a sense of closeness between them. With a cheerful demeanor, Yi Tian settled into his seat. Since he began short-selling shares of the Yi family conglomerate, he had relocated his workspace to be adjacent to Fang Shishue. All right, Xiao Tian. She replied without a hint of formality, scarcely glancing in his direction. Yi Tian found it inconsequential. After all, she was quite busy. engrossed in reviewing corporate financial reports, and had multiple tabs open on her computer. Thanks to the system's enhancement and robust hardware, she navigated through numerous web pages with remarkable ease. This made Yi Tian feel that purchasing a computer was indeed a sagacious decision. The high-efficiency local internet function truly suited their investment-centric company. Today marked the closing of positions, and the closing price aligned closely with Fang Shishua's earlier predictions. The stock price of the Yi family conglomerate had plummeted below 10, stabilizing around the 9 range. Given the conglomerate's substantial fixed assets, a complete collapse was implausible. However, the current price seemed nearly indistinguishable from rock bottom. "Sister Fang, what would you like for breakfast today?" Yi Tian inquired, having developed the habit of asking what they would eat only after arriving at the company. Ever since Fang Shishua had expressed disdain for the braised egg and beef noodles. "I don't know," she replied, shaking her head. "What delicacies does Kyoto offer?" Yi Tian instinctively asked. Having spent over a month in Kyoto, he had indulged in many culinary delights, yet there were still numerous dishes he had yet to try. "Zhejiang noodles," Fang Shishua responded reflexively. This answer caught Yi Tian off guard. It was a popular meme online. When asked about the best food in Kyoto, locals would likely exclaim, "Zhejiang noodles." While everyone understood the reality behind it, the residents of Kyoto seemed to have an affinity for this homely dish. Years ago, a celebrity named Su Zhang starred in a romantic film where he lamented that his wife would only prepare a bowl of zhejiang noodles for him every evening upon his return from work, leading him to contemplate divorce. Of course, this was merely a fictional narrative. In reality, such matters typically stem from minor domestic disputes and were unlikely to escalate to such extremes. Yet Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. Noodles with soybean paste. Where was he supposed to procure such a dish? Even if he managed to acquire it, should he add a braised egg? Would the inclusion of the egg render the dish inauthentic? Would Fang Shishua criticize him for neglecting his employees, for failing to comprehend their sentiments, and so on? What nonsense! Fang Shishua only needed to ponder what to eat, while Yi Tian, as the employer, had a myriad of concerns to contemplate. "I'm just teasing you. Do as you wish, I'm quite adaptable." Fang Shishua chuckled, and upon witnessing Yi Tian's awkward demeanor, a look of satisfaction graced her features. Yi Tian's lips twitched. He retrieved his phone, poised to order breakfast. However, in the next moment, a banner unexpectedly appeared on his screen, displaying a string of unfamiliar phone numbers. The location was none other than Kyoto. Yet, Yi Tian could count the number of people he knew from Kyoto on his fingers. Or rather, he could enumerate them with ease. How could he possibly recognize this individual? It was likely a merchant he had previously ordered breakfast or lunch from. But there were other possibilities as well. Ultimately, it was best to answer the call. It wouldn't hurt, Yi Tian thought, beckoning to Fang Shishua before stepping out of the company to take the call. "Hello, who is this?" Since becoming the head of a company, Yi Tian had grown adept at employing polite expressions in his discourse. It wasn't that he had been impolite before. Rather, he had simply started to pay greater attention to such nuances. Who knew which future partner or superior, perhaps someone of Zhao Lingrua's stature, might value these minor formalities? "Yi Tian," came a response from the other end. This single utterance stirred an impulse in Yi Tian to hang up. "Please don't rush to hang up." Yi Tingqing's voice bore a hint of pleading. Yi Tian felt helpless. It wasn't he that he was soft-hearted, nor did he wish to entangle himself with the Yi family any further. In truth, he felt no moral obligation when faced with members of the Yi family. Born without nurture, what more could they demand of him? Should he kneel and beseech the Yi family to allow him to be a dutiful son and a virtuous grandson? Yi Tian was not of such ignoble disposition. He was, after all, akin to the crab Mr. Crab portrayed by Guomon. He too was a crab, with bones throughout his being. "Speak your mind, but I sincerely hope you refrain from disturbing me in the future. I wish to sever all ties with anyone from your family." "Yi Tian, you must detest me." Yi Tingqing hesitated before voicing this sentiment. Regardless of who it was, one would inevitably harbor resentment towards those who imposed such grievances upon them. Though Yi Tingqing had never physically harmed or verbally abused Yi Tian, the thought of her past mistrust towards him weighed heavily on her conscience. She had once compelled Yi Tian to apologize to the two ungrateful siblings, Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, unjustly burdening him with the blame and even momentarily disregarding him as her brother. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for Yi Tian to harbor resentment towards her. "What did you say?" Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause of astonishment, He finally comprehended Yi Qingqing's words. Hate you? No, not at all. He chuckled softly, nonchalantly expressing his sentiments. In response, there was a profound silence from Yi Qingqing on the other end of the line. I'm sorry, I wronged you in the past. As your older sister, I failed to thoroughly investigate the truth and unjustly placed all the blame on you. I was wrong, I apologize. Her voice, tinged with a hint of tears, resonated from the phone. A woman's tears have a unique ability to stir the hearts of men, regardless of whether the man is a lover or not. The mere act of crying can evoke a response from any man, often leading them to approach with ulterior motives or concern, especially when it comes to a beauty like Yi Qingqing. However, Yi Tian was no ordinary man. When he left the Yi family, he harbored resentment towards them. But at this moment, he felt more aversion than anything else. Consequently, after the assassination attempt by Qin Yinglu, Yi Tian became indifferent to the Yi family. The greatest respect one can show to an enemy is not destruction. That notion belongs in the realm of science fiction. In reality, the highest form of respect is a profound indifference, akin to ignoring the accidental death of an ant. At this juncture, Yi Tian felt largely indifferent towards the Yi family. He had become desensitized, no longer ensnared by their baseless accusations or feeling wronged by their slanders. He truly did not care. Is there anything else? Yi Tian felt no emotional upheaval regarding Yi Qingqing's apology. In fact, he believed the most pressing matter at hand was to promptly prepare breakfast for Sister Fong. He could not allow his benefactor to go hungry. That would indeed be a grave sin. I know you won't forgive me. I apologize not in hopes of obtaining your forgiveness, but rather to express my desire to make amends in the future. I want to be a good sister to you. Yi Tian's lips twitched, his expression gradually cooling to an icy demeanor as he replied, Yi Qingqing, let me make this clear. From the moment I stepped out of the Yi family's door, I ceased to regard you as family. I do not understand what has prompted you today. However, the past and my present self exist in two distinct dimensions of time and space. Do you believe my decision to short-sell the Yi family stems from a deep-seated hatred for them? Yi Tian chuckled softly, the curve of his lips neither excessive nor indulgent, but rather fleeting, like the ephemeral bloom of a flower. No, my choice to short-sell the Yi family was not born of animosity. Rather, I simply perceived it as a lucrative opportunity. Profit is all that matters, and naturally, watching the Yi family decline while earning from them brings me a certain satisfaction. If you think that by calling me to apologize you can find solace in your heart, know that I have heard your apology today. As Yi Tian spoke, he had already reached the base of the company building. Nonetheless, your apology is utterly meaningless, and I shall categorically reject it. Yi Qingqing fell into silence once more. Aside from the occasional sob, there was no other sound. Why? Why can't you forgive me? I can make amends. I can become a good sister. And I will even find a way to help you return to the Yi family. I will not return to the Yi family. Yi Tian interrupted Yi Qingqing's words decisively. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to temper the intensity of his tone. As for why I cannot forgive you, it is because I do not believe in the sincerity of a transformation that has not faced the specter of life and death. It felt as though all the pent-up frustration within him dissipated with that declaration. After hanging up the phone, Yi Tian was surprised to find the sky ablaze with the morning sun, the atmosphere of Kyoto bright and invigorating. This charming city named Kyoto was gradually awakening. President Lin, here are our sales figures for the past 2 weeks. Li Hao entered the general manager's office and placed a folder on the desk. Ah, not bad, Lin Hongyu replied, glancing through the documents with a mix of relaxed and furrowed brows. His heart raced with excitement, perhaps even more so than when he was a youth engrossed in martial arts novels. A monthly sales figure exceeding 40 million is commendable, yet there is still room for improvement. After Lin Hongyu's comment, Li Hao added cautiously, after all, President Yi has just secured another round of financing. He stole a glance at Lin Hongyu, who sat in the office chair. Indeed, President Yi is quite invested in our company. This time, he has brought in a substantial sum of 1 billion, which has considerably eased our financial situation. Lin Hongyu picked up his insulated cup from the table to take a sip, discreetly peering through the gaps in his fingers at Li Hao. The cup, crafted from black stainless steel and coated with a layer of black paint, concealed the contents within, yet he knew all too well what it held. Inside steeped goji berries. There was no denying it. He was physically weak, a truth evident to any discerning eye. Originally, he had intended to strive vigorously in his youth. Yet the advent of Yi Tian surprisingly alleviated that necessity. The success of Mokabala unfolded almost effortlessly. Nevertheless, he was no fool. Upon hearing Liu Yihao's words, Lin Hongyu immediately sensed that Liu had something more to convey. Confronted with his former friend, now the liaison officer for Mokabala, Lin found it difficult to maintain a facade of camaraderie. As Mokabala expanded, genuine unity and affection among the members dwindled, a reality that was unavoidable. When the cake was small, it seemed uninteresting. With little to offer, nobody partook. Naturally, no issues arose. However, as the cake grew larger, complications multiplied. Some would seek to expand the cake further, while others would become obstacles, intent on preserving its current size and resisting any attempts to enlarge it. These dynamics merely reflected the challenges that surfaced with the company's growth. Lin Hongyu could only mediate. It was impractical to expel dissenters merely due to differing opinions on a matter. "Old Liu, spare me the platitudes. Let us get to the crux of your thoughts," he said, placing his insulated cup down, the lid left unscrewed, awaiting Liu Yihao's further remarks. "Lin, here's the situation. Since President Yi has generously provided us with 1 billion in funding, I propose we acquire various entities to monopolize the domestic card market," Liu Yihao stated with a smile. "Of course, by acquire, I mean securing collaborative licenses rather than outright purchases. Aside from the currently popular Yu-Gi-Oh cards, we could partner with Ultraman and Pollyanna, both of which cater splendidly to children's interests. In fact, these two giants encompass the passions of both young girls and boys. This constitutes monopolization, and the profits from such an endeavor would be significantly apparent." Lin Hongyu felt a surge of inspiration. He understood that the capital required to purchase these two major entities might well exceed the billion, yet negotiating collaborations would be far more feasible. He nodded in reluctant agreement. "However, I must consult with President Yi first. In the meantime, you may initiate discussions with the copyright holders." With this directive, Liu Yihao's heart brimmed with joy. As a stakeholder entitled to a share of the company's profits, he was keenly focused on the future of the company, eager for its continued growth and prosperity. "All right, I shall first engage in discussions with the copyright holders. As for you, old Lin, I leave the matters with President Yi to you," Liu Yihao exclaimed joyfully as he stood up and exited Lin Hongyu's office. Lin Hongyu, however, let out a sigh. Thanks to the infusion of 10 billion in funding, the company had successfully established 10 flagship stores. Yet, the performance of these stores was rather mediocre. Over the past month, they remained in a state of deficit. After all, the water margin collectible cards primarily catered to adults who seldom have the time to peruse shopping malls. In reality, most individuals opted to purchase cards online, with some even buying them directly during live broadcasts, requesting the hosts to unbox them. Desirable cards were kept while the undesirable ones were discarded. Fortunately, bolstered by the previous funding, they had repurposed another office space on the same floor to create a dedicated live streaming area for card sales, even outsourcing several hosts for unboxing sessions. Despite this, their sales barely surpassed 40 million, a commendable achievement, yet Lin Hongyu felt it was insufficient. The novelty of the collectible gold cards was easily replicable. Any investor with a modicum of capital could effortlessly establish a similar card distribution company. Lin Hongyu recalled Yi Tian's earlier insights regarding the true mode of this industry. The quality of the cards was merely a secondary concern. In essence, the quality and marketing strategies were merely embellishments. This was one of the reasons Lin Hongyu had entrusted Liu Yihao with the task of negotiating copyright matters. Admittedly, it was somewhat late to broach the topic of copyrights. It should have been addressed much earlier. Yet at that time, the company was overwhelmed with the hustle of its nascent stage and the recent influx of 10 billion in financing. Everyone was preoccupied. Meanwhile, as Yi Tian savored a sumptuous meal of soup dumplings priced at 68, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. At that moment, Lin Hongyu's call finally came through. "Congratulations, President Yi. The short selling was a success. Surely, you have profited handsomely." Lin Hongyu's flattery was unrelenting, revealing his amusing character. To Yi Tian, he did not seem malevolent. Merely a tad scheming, a trait reflected in his penchant for flattery, which was harmless enough. "If there is something to discuss, please proceed." Yi Tian chose to disregard Lin Hongyu's compliments and directly inquired about the purpose of the call. "President Yi, the timing with the second gaming company presents a significant obstacle. I am concerned that the market for collectible cards may be encroached upon. I would like to seek your guidance on whether we should initiate discussions regarding collective copyright cooperation. Lin Hongyu articulated his intentions clearly. Yi Tian paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Very well, proceed with it. But we must ensure that the water margin collectible cards are managed effectively. With the reassurance from President Yi, Lin Hongyu felt emboldened to proceed. He sighed in relief, acknowledging that President Ye's discerning eye was indeed commendable, far surpassing that of the average individual. By the way, how have the recent sales figures fared? Aside from an initial surge, the sales have been rather mediocre, amounting to approximately 40 million, and there remains a considerable distance to clear the entire inventory of cards. That's of no concern, but let me caution you. Ensure that the cadre of influencers you support does not misappropriate others' golden cards. President Yi imparted this warning. Lin Hongyu fervently nodded in agreement. Rest assured, President Yi, that will not happen. President Yi nodded in satisfaction. After ending the call, he glanced at the date on his phone. Chapter 143, The Arrival of That Genius. According to his recollection, Han Yubing was likely nearing Kyoto. She was a once-in-a-century prodigy, destined to be a pillar of the nation. Her brilliance had garnered significant attention from Tsinghua and Peking University, to the extent that she was granted a dual major. Based on his memory, her fields of study would encompass materials science and mechanics. Dual majors are not uncommon. However, many pursue their second major through distance education. Han Yubing's dual major was distinctly different. Both were legitimate full-time undergraduate programs. While the nation boasts numerous talents, those who can undertake dual majors at top-tier institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, pursuing two full-time undergraduate disciplines simultaneously is truly a rarity. Consequently, it is evident that Han Yubing has captured the admiration of the esteemed professors at these institutions, entering the university with the guidance of two distinguished mentors, each a titan in the realm of domestic research. President Yi welcomed this development with enthusiasm. Yet, he harbored thoughts of his own. His enterprise had already amassed a scale exceeding 13 billion. What if he allocated 5 billion, or even 7 or 8, or perhaps 10 billion, to serve his country? Moreover, could such an investment be a mere folly? In President Ye's view, that was far from certain. The allure of establishing a separate family lineage was immensely enticing for him. After all, he was a wanderer without roots. Having departed from the Yi family, he could hardly be considered one of its descendants. He aspired to be the progenitor of the Yi clan's relocation to Kyoto. In due time, he would rearrange the generational names, ensuring that his descendants would henceforth belong to the Kyoto Yi family, severing any ties with the so-called prestigious Yi family of Jinling. Upon reaching this thought, Yi Tian chuckled merrily to himself. What amusing notion has crossed your mind to elicit such joy? Inquired Long Chia, who had just finished his breakfast and raised his gaze towards Yi Tian. Oh, nothing much. Merely a whimsical idea, Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. He recalled that he ought to reach out to Han Yubing with a message. What are you up to, Han? He typed, acknowledging that it was a rather mundane opener. Yet it mattered little since he had no intentions of pursuing her romantically. As an ordinary classmate, perhaps not quite a friend, such a simple greeting was rather preferable. It would not appear overly abrupt, preventing Yi Tian from being perceived as a reckless libertine in Han Yubing's eyes. Furthermore, it would not lead her to suspect that he harbored any peculiar intentions. At that very moment, a newly departed high-speed train had just left Jinling. Han Yubing, seated aboard the train, was filled with exhilaration. Indeed, she was brimming with excitement, for this was her first experience on a high-speed train, an extraordinary milestone in her life. Regardless of the circumstance, the first time is always a cherished and unforgettable experience, particularly on her way to school, to esteemed institutions like Qingbei. It was an experience magnified in its beauty, a joy that was almost overwhelming. Even the message from Yi Tian appeared to her through a deeper lens of appreciation. He regarded her as a close friend. For what other reason would he seek her out for a chat? Was this not a testament to their friendship? As for why Yi Tian had not contacted her in the 2 months following the college entrance examination, she pondered, but why dwell on that? On this train, do tell. It was Guan Shi who purchased my ticket, and in business class no less. Han Yubing exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at the LCD screen displaying the train's speed, unable to suppress her awe. Oh, have you arrived in Kyoto? Han Yubing momentarily paused, then detected a subtle hint in his words. Are you implying you're in Kyoto? According to Chinese grammar, you must have either made a typo or you are indeed there. Her astute observation was impressive. Yi Tian smiled, seeing her inquiry on the screen. He could only send a playful cat emoji in response. Indeed, I am currently in Kyoto. Are you here for tourism? She inquired further. Yi Tian raised his phone, capturing a brief video of his office, which he promptly sent to Han Yubing. Well, I have established an investment company here in Kyoto, hence my presence. He then followed up with another question. Have you come to Kyoto? Are you here for leisure? He is certainly aware that Han Yubing is currently not in a position to indulge in frivolous travel, as she is a remarkably frugal young woman. She possesses neither cosmetics, nor an extravagant smartphone or expensive lipstick, nor does she utter any cheap slogans. Pragmatic and unpretentious, these descriptors barely do justice to her essence. My major has been firmly established, mechanics and materials science. The professor has advised me to first immerse myself in the materials science laboratory, he thought. Indeed, he mused. It is reassuring that despite his rebirth, the trajectory of the world has remained unchanged. Han Yubing has ultimately pursued these two disciplines at Peking University. Is that so? Well, shall I come to pick you up later? He inquired. Sure, I happen to be unfamiliar with the area. You are my only friend in Kyoto, so I must trouble you. Han Yubing replied without hesitation. Even better, he thought, relieved that their interaction was not overly formal, which could create an unnecessary barrier and distance between them. He feared it might deter Han Yubing from seeking his investment in her research project. That would indeed be absurd. He must ensure that events remain within the planned scope. With a smile, he responded, not a bother at all. I would be delighted. At that moment, a realization struck him. Wait, he had yet to purchase a vehicle. How would he pick up Han Yubing? In a rush, he stood up from his seat. Sister Fong, are you busy today? He asked. Busy, Fong Shishue replied, her mouth full of chips as she watched a television drama, her words muffled. You don't seem busy to me. I need to buy a car. Will you accompany me? He suggested, noting the melodramatic and romantic nature of the show, which most boys would typically find unengaging. He was utterly astonished that Fong Shishue could actually enjoy such a series. What a peculiar sight that was. Chapter 144. Overlapping contradictions. Who is Fong Shishue? She is undoubtedly an astute individual, so clever that she can capitalize on the financial market. Yet she indulges in such mindless television dramas. Isn't that a bit surprising? Regardless, her behavior left Yi Tian somewhat taken aback, stemming from a remarkable contrast to his expectations. Fong Shishue glanced at Yi Tian and scoffed. Oh, has our Mr. Yi finally decided to purchase a car to enhance his image? Her words carried an ambiguous tone, yet the sarcasm was unmistakable. Yi Tian chuckled awkwardly. It's just that I've never learned to drive, so I hadn't considered buying a car, he explained. Moreover, he had little knowledge of vehicles and could only rely on his two trusted aides. One was Fong Shishue, and the other was Long Chia. Long Chia, do you know how to drive? Yi Tian called out to Long Chia, who was hidden in the corner engrossed in his computer. Long Chia removed his headphones, lifted his head, and emerged from behind the screen, blinking his eyes at Yi Tian. I can drive, he declared. Then let's go. Accompany me to buy a car. After all, Yi Tian was not yet adept at driving and did not even possess a driver's license. The idea of buying a car on his own was ludicrous. With this thought in mind, Yi Tian waved his hand at Long Chia. Long Chia, being quite straightforward, immediately tossed aside his headphones and abandoned his game upon hearing Yi Tian's words. Stretching lazily, he approached Yi Tian. Brother Tian, what kind of car do you want? A Porsche or a Ferrari? Of course, I think a Lamborghini would suit your charisma best. Long Chia enumerated several high-end sports car brands, as if presenting options to an emperor from ancient times. Yi Tian smiled slightly and shook his head. Certainly. With his current financial standing, purchasing a sports car for leisure was within reach. Even emulating a certain online celebrity who treated sports cars as taxis would raise no objections. He could even afford to ruin one. However, Yi Tian did not wish to buy a sports car. Firstly, it was not particularly practical. Secondly, the design was excessively flamboyant. He preferred a more business-oriented approach and could not justify spending money on a sports car. Moreover, what if he frightened Han Yubing? What if she perceived him as a nouveau riche, losing touch with class sensibilities? No, I want to buy a luxury sedan, something like a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yi Tian said after pondering for a moment. Long Chia nodded in agreement. Since Brother Tian has such an idea, let us go directly to purchase a Phantom. Fong Jia, would you like to join us? After Yi Tian nodded, he turned to Fong Shishue, who remained seated, reluctant to move. No thanks, just order me takeout for lunch later. Fong Shishue replied, munching on chips while watching a television drama. This was quite normal, ever since the short selling of the Yi Group was successful. Yi Tian had intended for Fang Shishue to take a well-deserved week off. He had informed her that it was acceptable not to come to work for a week, and that the company could organize a team-building trip to the Maldives or the Baltic Sea. Yet Fang Shishue refused, claiming she was a homebody. Oh, homebodies are the most fearsome, Yi Tian sighed, resigning himself to take Long Chia, his most capable subordinate, with him. Did Qin Chung really run away from home? Qin Wanrong's face turned pale with shock. Earlier that day, she had heard the news of Yi Qin Chung's abrupt departure, or rather, her resignation, which went unnoticed by others. She was her first child, her eldest daughter. How could she not care? Upon hearing of Yi Qingqing's departure from the Yi family, Qin Wanrong was plunged into a state of despair, rendered incapable of eating or drinking. This morning, I was present when my elder sister, for reasons unbeknownst to me, suddenly extolled the virtues of Yi Tian before our father. Unable to contain his anger, he chastised her. To our astonishment, she immediately placed all her valuable jewelry in the office and walked out. Yi Luming cautiously remarked, at that moment, only the three of them, mother and daughters, remained at home. Yi Yunbo was still at the company, dealing with the aftermath. Yi Lingyu had just returned after an exhausting night of surgery, her eyelids heavy with fatigue, as if she could succumb to sleep at any moment. Did she mention where she went? Qin Wanrong inquired, glancing at her second daughter. She didn't say. She insisted that we had wronged Yi Tian, claiming that Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan were the true thieves. Yi Luming replied with a hint of exasperation. Had I known, I would never have allowed her to go to Kyoto. Ever since her trip, it's as though she has been bewitched, convinced that Yi Tian is a good person. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at her mother. Qin Wanrong's expression was one of deep displeasure as she sat silently on the sofa. Well, she only has a little over 100,000 in her bank account. Let her go travel and clear her mind. Once her money runs out, she will naturally return. Qin Wanrong sighed, acknowledging the tumultuous times they faced. The Yi family faced a short-selling crisis, and rather than attributing it to Yi Tian, it was more accurately the machinations of the Zhao family behind him that were to blame. Qin Wanrong felt a gnawing resentment. She could only wonder how that wretch Yi Tian had ingratiated himself with the Zhao family to achieve such success in undermining the Yi family. The family's reputation had been utterly tarnished, and they had suffered significant financial losses, leaving the Yi family akin to a giant on the verge of dying of thirst, struggling to survive. As for Qin Wanrong's thoughts, they were a matter for another time. Whether Yi Luming secretly rejoiced at her elder sister's departure, thus bringing herself one step closer to controlling the Yi group, was anyone's guess. Yi Lingyu, her eyes heavy, stifled yet another yawn. Her gaze shifted from Qin Wanrong to her second sister, Yi Luming. She suddenly perceived a peculiar tension in the atmosphere of the household. To be honest, Yi Lingyu was not often at home and had little interest in the family's financial matters. She preferred to devote herself to healing others at the operating table. Yet, the Yi family had once been a harmonious household. Today, however, it felt strangely disconcerting. It was as if, since the onset of their crisis, the entire family's atmosphere had shifted, creating an impression that they were no longer united as one family. In the past, their mother, Qin Wanrong, would have been frantic, bustling about to ensure that everyone was searching for her eldest daughter. Yet now, she merely dismissed the situation with a casual remark that Yi Qingcheng had only a few 100,000 and would return once she had spent it all. What if she exhausts all options and still does not return? What then can be done? Will they send someone to search for her? Chapter 145, Communication Among Sisters. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that the eldest sister, Yi Qingcheng, left without a word, and surprisingly, Yi Lingyu, who shares the closest bond with her, received not a single message. In fact, when Yi Lingyu attempted to discreetly call her, the phone was turned off. This raises intriguing questions. What exactly is Yi Qingcheng up to? In Yi Lingyu's memory, Yi Qingcheng has always embodied the image of a refined socialite, possessing both intelligence and beauty, captivating countless individuals who encounter her. Ultimately, Yi Qingcheng chose to prioritize the Yi family over early marriage and motherhood, stepping in to take over Yi Yunbua's responsibilities. This is one of the reasons why Yi Yunbua has had ample time to remain at home in recent years. Such a considerate, obedient, and astute eldest sister. How could she have left the Yi family without a word? Is she resorting to the antics of a runaway? Surely, even children would hesitate to engage in such behavior. When circumstances become unpredictable, something is amiss. The eldest sister must be concealing something from them. As for Yi Qingxing claiming that Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan are the actual thieves, Yi Lingyu cannot believe it. She knows her sister too well. Yi Qingxing would never utter such words. All signs point to Yi Tian as the true culprit. So how could Yi Qingxing possibly declare Yi Tian innocent while accusing Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan? That would be no jest at all. After contemplating for a while, Yi Lingyu decided it was pointless to discuss this further with her second sister or their mother. She excused herself to retire upstairs. Yi Lingyu yawned and rose from the sofa. She rarely involved herself in the affairs of the Yi family. Occasionally, when she was at home, she would listen to her parents' conversations and simply observe. In truth, she seldom intervened in the matters concerning the Yi family and the Yi corporation. As she ascended the stairs to rest, Qin Wanrong and Yi Luming found themselves at a loss for words. After all, Yi Lingyu's temperament was well known. She was the most aloof among the three sisters. If one were to summarize the personalities of the Yi sisters, the eldest, Yi Qingxing, could be described as an intelligent and proud woman. The second sister, Yi Luming, is shrewd and clever but lacks profound wisdom. As for Yi Lingyu, she stands as the most dignified among the trio, embodying the essence of her name, with a lofty self-regard and an unwillingness to mingle with the common crowd. If one were to inquire why Yi Lingyu harbors suspicions towards Yi Tian, the evidence, coupled with the testimonies of Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, would naturally lead someone of her refined nature to stubbornly believe that Yi Tian is indeed suspicious. The disdain emanating from her was undoubtedly shaped by Yi Tian's upbringing over the past 17 years, influenced also by the lack of recognition and understanding from Yi Lingyu. Often, those who hold themselves in high esteem are the most enmeshed in their own delusions. Yi Lingyu ascended the stairs and, after a brief moment of personal grooming, reclined on the plush velvet-covered bed. As soon as she settled in, she eagerly reached for her phone. Dialing again, she found Yi Qingxing's phone still switched off, which inevitably stirred her curiosity. What could have happened to my elder sister? Yi Lingyu pondered, tentatively sending a question mark via WeChat. To her surprise, the response was another question mark. Yi Lingyu, who had initially held little hope for a reply, immediately sat up in bed. "Sister, where have you gone? Mother and our second sister are quite anxious to find you." She sent a flurry of messages. Yet, in the dialogue box with Yi Qingxing, the status lingered on typing. After several minutes, just as fatigue began to reclaim her, a simple message finally arrived. "I wish to atone." Atonement? Yi Lingyu murmured, yet her fingers moved swiftly. Atone for what? However, after sending this inquiry, she received no direct response from Yi Qingxing. Instead, a vague reply followed. "You must be wary of Yi Ruoxuan and Yi Ruotian. They are not good people." Accompanied by a sighing emoji, Yi Qingxing continued. "Perhaps it is fate that Yi Tian has departed, and soon I shall follow. The next to leave the Yi family may very well be you, Lingyu. Perhaps destiny intends for us sisters to part ways and pursue our separate paths." Yi Lingyu stared blankly at the philosophically tinged words in the dialogue box, feeling momentarily lost. She hesitated, wanting to ask her elder sister why she believed Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan were untrustworthy. However, upon sending another message, only a red exclamation mark responded. Yi Qingxing's decisiveness sparked an ominous premonition within Yi Lingyu. Her elder sister was certainly not one to waver. In fact, Yi Qingxing possessed the same fierce determination and relentless drive that characterized Yi Yunhua's early years in the business world. For someone like her to speak in riddles was utterly disconcerting, leaving Yi Lingyu feeling as though the very sky were collapsing. She could only send another friend request, and, while awaiting approval, succumb to slumber amidst the cool morning of Jinling and the hum of the air conditioning. Meanwhile, the disintegration of the Yi sisters had already commenced, while Yi Tian remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil within the family. Recently, without the antics of Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan, and even with the occasional trouble posed by Yi Qingxing, he found himself enjoying a rare peace. Upon entering the legendary dealership, Yi Tian found himself captivated, nearly entranced by the allure surrounding him. It must be said, in a place dedicated to the sale of luxury vehicles, everything exuded sophistication. The flooring, the lighting, the decor, all of it was of the highest caliber. Even the saleswomen were of an elevated standard. Naturally, Yi Tian was there to purchase a car, and he chose to feign ignorance regarding any suggestive behaviors. The essence of nurturing an unwavering integrity is to ensure one's invulnerability. enabling one to withstand various trials in the future. His relationship with Yi Ruotian and Yi Ruoxuan was one characterized by a relentless enmity. Until their eventual demise, he could not afford to show even the slightest sign of weakness. Thus, he decided to proceed with the transaction in a straightforward manner. After deliberating for an extended period, Yi Tian ultimately opted for the sole available car in the showroom. He was pressed for time, needing to pick someone up urgently, so he settled for the immediate availability of the vehicle. The details of future matters could be addressed later. Once Yi Tian completed the purchase, settled the paperwork, and paid the taxes, he instructed Long Xie to affix a temporary license plate before making their exit. Upon arriving at the South High-Speed Railway Station in Kyoto, they found that Han Yubing's train was already gliding into the station. Yi Tian and Long Xie awaited her at the exit. Long Xie, having heard that Yi Tian was there to pick up a lady, had even taken the time to purchase a pair of sunglasses from a shop they passed, enhancing his appearance and, by extension, elevating Yi Tian's own standing. In a way, Long Xie's attire bore a resemblance to that of a bodyguard. However, this was indeed beneficial. Long Xie's efforts to elevate his own image inadvertently served to enhance Yi Tian's reputation as well, and quite aptly so. What does it mean to be aptly elevated? It is to evoke a sense of reverence in strangers while instilling a sense of familiarity in acquaintances, avoiding any feeling of estrangement. This is the true manifestation of an appropriately elevated demeanor. Of course, it was precisely because of Long Xie's astuteness that Yi Tian did not deter him from enhancing his persona. As the high-speed train arrived, a cacophony of sounds echoed. The rumbling of wheels over tracks seemed to resonate through Yi Tian's very being, igniting a surge of blood within him. To be candid, the prospect of seeing Han Yubing brought him a modicum of joy. This was not rooted in romantic anticipation, but rather in Yi Tian's subconscious. It represented a potential vulnerability. For him, the only weakness he could reveal was that of his family. This vulnerability was inescapable, yet he possessed the means to ensure that others would think twice before harming his loved ones. By projecting a certain aura, he made it clear that any aggression towards his family would unleash his relentless fury and a determination to retaliate without mercy. Thus, no enemy would choose such a self-destructive course of action, for it would be illogical for anyone intent on eliminating Yi Tian to first consider a mutual destruction scenario. These matters pertain to the future. In truth, the convoluted thoughts swirling within Yi Tian's mind are merely defensive strategies for his anticipated strength. As Yi Tian's thoughts drifted chaotically, Han Yubing appeared at the exit, holding a bottle of cola and waving cheerfully at him. "Hey, Yi Tian," she called out, her joy evident as she ran toward him. Her ponytail swaying with each step, seemingly dispelling the oppressive atmosphere around them. Yi Tian waved back, but in the next moment, a figure brushed past Han Yubing. It was a middle-aged man, engrossed in his phone, oblivious to the girl sprinting beside him. Unaware, he collided with Han Yubing, causing the cola she held to splatter all over him. The dark brown liquid created a mess on the man's clothes, making him stumble slightly. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the stain on his collar. Han Yubing, startled by the collision, turned to see the unsightly mark on his clothing. The young girl, who had never ventured beyond Jinling and had little experience in such situations, was instantly pale with fright. Yi Tian silently sighed, not needing to signal Long Xie, who had already taken a few quick steps forward. They hurried to the scene. The anger on the man's face had been subdued, his features slightly contorted in irritation. "I'm so sorry, sir," Han Yubing quickly apologized, bowing her head. She was about to offer compensation when Yi Tian preempted her. "Sir, my apologies. My classmate accidentally spilled cola on you. Rather than merely compensating you, which could be time-consuming, how about this? I will cover the cost of your shirt, and we can go to the mall across the street to buy you a new one. What do you think?" Yi Tian's demeanor was courteous and composed, and his words managed to ease some of the man's anger. Upon realizing the one who spilled cola on him was a young girl, the man's irritation transformed into a sense of resignation. "Fine, that works," he replied, nodding amicably. Yi Tian gestured for him to follow and led the way toward the mall opposite the high-speed train station. "Yubing, stick with me. I'll treat you to something delicious afterward," he said, glancing back to make a playful face at the trailing Han Yubing. After the fright she had just experienced, her cheeks flushed slightly, and amidst her guilt, she felt immense gratitude for Yi Tian's timely intervention. Unbeknownst to them, had Han Yubing revealed the matter of compensating the middle-aged man, he would likely have expressed mere annoyance with a few complaints, but would certainly not have made things difficult for her. Instead, Yi Tian employed a gentler approach to soothe the man's slight displeasure. The total is 6,007, sir. Will you be paying by card or WeChat? WeChat, please. With a smile, Yi Tian settled the bill and turned to gaze at the middle-aged gentleman, who was adjusting his shirt in front of a mirror after changing. Sir, your physique is truly commendable. It perfectly accentuates the silhouette of this suit shirt, Yi Tian remarked. Half in flattery, half in sincerity. Many can wear a suit well, yet it is rare to find someone like this gentleman, who appears as if the suit were tailor-made for him. Thank you. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his indifferent tone making it difficult to discern his feelings towards Yi Tian's compliment. However, it mattered little. Their brief encounter was destined to conclude amicably. By the way, sir, how much did this shirt cost? I'll compensate you. Yi Tian retrieved his phone, expressing his willingness to rectify his earlier mistake. A hint of a smile played at the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth as he glanced at Yi Tian. Forget it. You've already compensated me with a shirt. Let it be. He shook his head and parted ways with Yi Tian and the others at the entrance of the clothing store. Thank you, Yi Tian. As they made their way to the underground parking lot, Han Yubing earnestly expressed her gratitude. I'll transfer you 6,007 shortly. No need for that. We are classmates, and I have an income now. There is no need to be so formal, Yi Tian replied, his hands casually tucked into his pockets as he strode forward with a carefree gait. But that is not appropriate. Yi Tian chuckled, non-committal. After a few moments, he stopped and turned to Han Yubing with a serious expression. Han, if you feel indebted, then when I ask for your help in the future, I expect you to assist me as well. Han Yubing paused, feeling as though she had taken advantage of Yi Tian. She almost declined, but recalled his earlier words about mutual assistance among classmates, just as he had gone to great lengths to help her during the banquet at Guan's residence. She felt it only fair to reciprocate. Ultimately, Han Yubing softly acquiesced. Chapter 147. The Million Auction Master. Did you take the high-speed train from the south? Upon returning home, Guan Jialing could not help but exclaim upon seeing her family's master. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last rode the high-speed train. Jiang Bei nodded, flicking his collar before turning to Li Ying. Where's my brother? He has gone out to lay tiles, the housekeeper replied, shaking her head in exasperation. To think the second young master would use his hands for such labor is a tremendous waste of talent. Jiang Bei nodded slightly. In his youth, Jiang Nan was a legendary pianist among the younger generation of Kyoto, once hailed as the most handsome man in the city. It is worth noting that this title carried substantial weight. In a world where beautiful women are as plentiful as flowing water and luxury cars abound, there are certainly many dashing and graceful men. Back then, the eldest Zhao was undeniably a handsome figure. Yet, ironically, this remarkable title was bestowed upon his younger brother, Jiang Nan. Eventually, this young man abandoned the piano to pursue a career in tile installation, which seemed a gross misallocation of talent. As Jiang Bei recounted this, he pulled a garment from his bag and handed it to Guanjia. I encountered Jiang Nan's adopted son today. He is quite charming and exceptionally sensible. Such a child would undoubtedly be very obedient before his elders and remarkably perceptive in public. He might be akin to the third Zhao San, and perhaps he could indeed seize an opportunity to rise. While Jiang Bei spoke, Li Ying listened intently. Upon retrieving the garment from her pocket, she was taken aback. This woolen shirt, worth several thousand yuan, had been splashed with cola. It appeared to be ruined. Huh, you mean to compare him with Xiaoling? Li Ying's brows furrowed and then relaxed, leaving her momentarily speechless as she gripped the shirt. Well, there is indeed something to it. Jiang Bei chuckled and shook his head. Yi Tian would never have anticipated that, while going to pick up Han Yubing today, he would encounter his adoptive father's biological brother. The incident occurred because Han Yubing, worried that the carbon dioxide in the cola had dissipated due to a loose cap, unintentionally spilled it on someone else. No matter how one articulates it, the gears of destiny had already shifted at the moment of Yi Tian's rebirth. The flutter of a butterfly's wings would ultimately stir a tempest across the Pacific. At that moment, Yi Tian was enjoying a drive with Han Yubing, heading towards his company. In truth, his company was not far from Qingbei University, leaving his destination somewhat ambiguous. We'll take you to school first, and after you settle in, I'll take you out for dinner, Yi Tian remarked, glancing at the time, realizing they still had a moment to spare. However, with the registration period already passed, how Han Yubing would enter the dormitory posed a dilemma since she had never been to Qingbei University. Hey, Yi Tian, do you think I could work at your company? Han Yubing blinked and inquired. That wouldn't be suitable. Yi Tian exchanged glances with Han Yubing and shook his head. Classmate Han, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to work at my company. My firm is in finance, while you are a talent in research. Yi Tian's lips twitched as he and Han Yubing sat in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce, enjoying the cool air under the starry ceiling. If I were to truly let you work at my company, I would feel I owe a debt to our country and to the people. However, rest assured on this matter. Regardless of any economic issues, you may approach me, and I shall certainly assist you. Han Yubing stuck out her tongue. In truth, Yi Tian was well aware that Han Yubing would never seek his aid from Qiongqiu due to her own financial troubles. However, he pondered whether she might turn to him should she encounter a shortage of funding for her research in the near future. This contemplation was also the reason why Yi Tian wished to deepen their trust and emotional connection. After all, in a few months, whether or not Han Yubing mentioned it, he would proactively offer her financial support. He could not allow this young woman to endure years of hardship merely to complete her research. If she had received assistance sooner, perhaps many things in the world could have been altered. Once Yi Tian and Long Xie had hefted the rather exaggeratedly heavy suitcase up to the dormitory building, Yi Tian had no intention of lingering in the girls' dormitory. Naturally, he pulled Long Xie downstairs to wait in the car while Han Yubing organized her belongings. As they sat idly, Yi Tian leaned back in his seat and connected his phone to the car's tablet mounted on the back of the chair. Habitually, he opened Douyin in search of some electronic amusement from the internet era. While browsing the search page, he stumbled upon the trending topics. The number one trending item was a collectible golden card of Wu Song, with an auction price exceeding 1 million. What? Wu Song? A collectible golden card? This must be the recently popular collectible card from Mo Kabbalah, based on water margin, right? Yi Tian casually clicked on the homepage to investigate, and indeed, this card was a recent product from their Mo Ka company. Furthermore, it was being auctioned online on the official second-hand card trading platform created by Mo Ka. There were a total of 10 collectible golden cards, and the Wu Song card, numbered 001, was so rare that it alone could fetch an astronomical price. However, Yi Tian was taken aback to learn it had sold for over 1 million and had even topped the trending list. In truth, Yi Tian understood that by the time he noticed this trending topic, it had already been circulating for quite some time. This auction of the $1 million golden card had drawn a significant number of people into the fold. Many of them had approached the purchase with the mindset of lottery tickets, casually buying a few packs of cards. The sheer volume of casual purchases had sent shockwaves through Lin Hongyu's camp. Mr. Yi. Lin Hongyu's call came in, his voice trembling with excitement. Mr. Yi, we have made it. Our recognition has officially taken off today. Lin Hongyu's exhilarated voice resonated in Yi Tian's ears. Yi Tian inhaled deeply, responding, Yes, go on, I am listening. I want to clarify that this golden card was not an internal operation. It was genuinely purchased by someone. In fact, it was bought during the live card opening a couple of days ago. It caused a minor stir at the time, but nothing this significant. Lin Hongyu's throat felt dry, and his excitement lent a slight tremor to his voice. Unexpectedly, the auction commenced yesterday and continued until today, spanning a total of 12 hours. This card, initially priced at 9,000, soared to an astounding 1 million. The allure of the gold card, coupled with the high auction price, led to an overwhelming surge in sales within the live streaming room. Yi Tian slightly nodded, yet found himself devoid of any genuine interest. After all, one who has just amassed 13 billion would naturally exhibit a certain indifference. As for the offline distribution, in various small shops near elementary and middle school entrances, products have indeed been stocked, yet sales have not experienced significant growth. Lin Hongyu, on the other end of the line, spoke evasively. This was, however, within Yi Tian's expectations. After all, could this shabby water margin card truly captivate those young children? Certainly not. The water margin lacks appeal for elementary school students, as there are no interactive elements in the films that resonate with them. Elementary students are unlikely to know what water margin is, nor are they familiar with characters like Hu Sanyang or Wu Dalong. At most, they recognize the tale of Wu Song slaying the tiger and Lin Chong, the leopard-head hero. Wu Song's exploits have even made their way into elementary Chinese textbooks. Beyond that, their knowledge is limited. Ultimately, the target audience does not lie with elementary school students. Sales among middle schoolers, however, are somewhat better. Yet this is an entirely different matter from online livestream sales. It is crucial to understand that online livestream sales carry an element of disguise. This is not mere consumption. It is an investment, a trait unique to adults. Given their age, adults grapple with complex thoughts, which often muddle their own judgment. The more considerations they entertain, the less pure their affections become. Unlike elementary students, who purchase with reckless abandon, primarily fearing their parents' disciplinary measures, adults navigate a more intricate thought process. For them, purchasing a box of cards equates to 200 yuan. 200 yuan could suffice for 2 days of takeout or 4 days of home-cooked meals. They ponder whether such an expenditure will impact their daily lives, whether it will incur their spouse's ire or disturb familial harmony. These are weighty considerations. If viewed as an investment, the accompanying guilt diminishes significantly. In essence, when the human tendency towards risk-taking surfaces, this is the outcome. Thus, any financial decision becomes exceedingly difficult to navigate purely based on personal preference. At its core, it can also be viewed through an economic lens. However, as ordinary individuals, if one insists on framing issues in economic terms, it might evoke reflections reminiscent of a certain streamer's classic quotes, questioning whether they have recently felt a sense of shame for not striving to earn more. Lin Hongyu's report, while simple, is quite straightforward. Ultimately, these are predictable occurrences, and Yi Tian is disinclined to dwell on them further. After the call ended, Han Yubing promptly opened the car door. "Let us go. I am eager to see what delightful dishes Boss Yi has in store for us," she said with a smile, her eyes gleaming with tenderness. Her vivacity was palpable, and to suggest she was unattractive would likely provoke dissent from any man. Yi Tian found himself momentarily entranced, the allure of her beauty rendering the specifics of the meal irrelevant. "What did you say?" Han Yubing inquired, having not quite caught his words. The heavy door of the Rolls-Royce, which she was unable to close herself, triggered the electric closing system unexpectedly, startling her and diverting her thoughts elsewhere. Yi Tian opened his mouth, at a loss for words. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely mentioned that we should indulge in Peking duck, the authentic kind from Kyoto, which will surely leave you craving more," he clarified. Han Yubing nodded enthusiastically, then turned her gaze towards the driver, Long Chia, before leaning in closer to whisper softly to Yi Tian. "This person exudes a somewhat alternative coolness. Is he your dedicated chauffeur?" Her whispered remarks did not escape Long Chia's ears, and he acknowledged her subtle critique. "Well, I suppose it could be considered a critique," he thought to himself, pretending not to hear while discreetly removing his sunglasses. Seated in front of Han Yubing, she was unaware of his actions, but Yi Tian, positioned to the side and slightly behind, caught sight of it and couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. "He is my bodyguard. Driving is merely a side job since I haven't had the opportunity to obtain a driver's license," Yi Tian sighed, explaining. Han Yubing responded with an "oh," preparing to shift the conversation when Yi Tian continued. "He is also my savior. Previously, when I encountered some thugs on the road, had it not been for him, I might have been seriously harmed." Han Yubing paused, her demeanor shifting to one of earnest seriousness. It was evident that she had not previously regarded Long Chia as a significant figure. This attitude was not born from indifference or condescension, but rather from a natural unfamiliarity and caution, leading to an inexplicable oversight. In truth, her demeanor stemmed from a lack of familiarity rather than any disdain. Regardless, Han Yubing was well-mannered, a refined young woman with inner grace, who would not easily dismiss others. Upon hearing Yi Tian's explanation, Long Chia felt a hint of bashfulness and humbly downplayed the incident, calling it a trivial matter. The conversation then meandered on to other topics, with Yi Tian mentioning that soon he would be attending school with Han Yubing. She expressed her own hopeful sentiments about this upcoming endeavor. In summary, it was a rather pleasant conversation. Between the two individuals, there were no convoluted intricacies. A girl devoid of scheming intentions can naturally garner the favor of men, especially in the case of someone like Yi Tian, who is successful in his career. It is worth mentioning that Yi Tian possesses a profound awareness of such matters. He treated Han Yubing to roasted duck and then escorted her back to school. With little to occupy his evening, he returned home early to lie on his bed. Even if he couldn't sleep, he could at least indulge in a bit of mobile entertainment. Once he drifted into slumber, he could rejuvenate himself and contemplate other matters. However, just as he was enjoying his time on Douyin, Han Yubing unexpectedly called him. This call took Yi Tian by surprise. "What's the matter, classmate Han?" Our teacher heard that I have a friend who is a boss and wants to meet you. He'd like to invite you to dinner tomorrow." Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly. "Your teacher is looking for me? How does your teacher know that you are acquainted with me?" Yi Tian did not consider himself to be any significant figure. A professor from Tsinghua University is not an ordinary person. They are akin to celestial bodies, stars that are distant and unattainable, truly existing at the pinnacle of the ivory tower. What merit did Yi Tian possess to warrant an invitation to dine with such esteemed individuals? Surely, with his humble background, those venerable scholars would avoid him. Contemplating this, Yi Tian felt compelled to inquire further. Han Yubing hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 149. A step into higher circles. Yi Tian had no choice but to coax and persuade Han Yubing to disregard her reservations and share the details promptly. After a lengthy pause, Han Yubing finally spoke. I have a teacher named Yang, who specializes in materials science. They are currently developing a new type of material and require substantial funding. Whenever Han Yubing mentioned matters related to money, she always seemed a bit reticent, not quite straightforward. After all, sometimes money serves as a person's veil, as well as their ultimate line of defense. Little did she know that the esteemed scholar Su Hong once delineated a principle for all to heed. Though the pair may lack an owner, my heart has its master. Furthermore, the sage Mengzi asserted, even if the world offers me countless riches, what does it matter? The most challenging aspect of worldly affairs is often the notion of death. Though one may face death, they refuse to bow for mere grains of rice. Scholars possess their own dignified ethos. These sayings are well known and require no further elaboration. Yi Tian was not a fool. He could intuit Han Yubing's current mindset. He nonchalantly nodded. I understand. I will inquire further and select a location. I will send it to you before noon tomorrow, and we shall finalize our dinner plans. After this exchange, Han Yubing finally let out a sigh of relief. The following morning, Yi Tian arrived at the company and sought out his benefactor, the local native Fang Shishue. He inquired about high-end dining establishments in Kyoto. A bit taken aback, Fang Shishue turned to Yi Tian and asked, Are you planning to treat someone to a meal? Yi Tian nodded slightly, replying softly, Yes. I'm inviting an esteemed professor. He continued, If it were a younger individual, it would be a simple matter. I could easily consult a map and find a suitable restaurant. However, hosting an elderly professor demands a certain level of sophistication. Otherwise, I might be perceived as a frivolous scoundrel. Yi Tian expressed his frustration, emphasizing that when inviting someone to dine, one must adhere to certain protocols. It is essential to consider the guest's identity and social standing, alongside other considerations. This is especially true in the capital, where customs are even more refined. I recommend a restaurant called Huichengsu, Fang Shishue suggested after a moment of thought. It is the most renowned Chinese restaurant in Kyoto, elegant and upscale, unlike those gaudy establishments that merely flaunt ostentation. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback and swiftly picked up his phone to make a reservation. You won't be able to secure a table. Let me assist you. Fang Shishue interjected as she observed Yi Tian tapping away on his screen, seemingly earnest in his search. However, she knew that the restaurant, Huichengsu, would not have its contact information readily available online. This establishment operates under a unique model that is not widely understood. It is not merely membership-based, but rather functions like a shared dining hall. In essence, it is backed by the 9 great families of Kyoto, each contributing significant investments. Only the heads of these families are entitled to arrange banquets at this restaurant, and it never accepts private reservations from outsiders. Thus, even if Yi Tian searched extensively online, he might struggle to uncover the restaurant's address or phone number. Oh, Yi Tian was puzzled, not fully grasping the intricate details Fang Shishue had conveyed. Yet, he recognized that Kyoto was vast, with its elite circles. Sister Fang, could you help me secure a reservation? He tentatively suggested, watching as she took out her phone. Fang Shishue nodded confidently and began to dial. Ah, yes, it's me, Fang Shishue. Please inform the head of the family that my employer wishes to book a table at Huichengsu for a professor. You want to know who my employer is? Ask the head of the family, don't inquire with me. With that, she decisively ended the call. Yi Tian finally regained his composure and turned to Fang Shishue. Sister Fang, is it not feasible? Fang Shishue smiled and shook her head repeatedly. No, not at all. She spoke slowly, just wait a moment. This restaurant requires a certain level of authorization to secure the banquet. Yi Tian had indeed heard Fang Shishue's words earlier, and in his mind, he began to formulate an intriguing analysis of her circumstances. Was Fang Shishue perhaps a member of one of the prominent families in Kyoto? However, this thought was fleeting. Having been in Kyoto for a while, especially after the incident involving the short selling of the Yi family, He had come to understand the fierce rivalries among the influential families. Initially unaware of such matters, he had gleaned some insights from Fang Shixue during their conversations. Notably, the surname Fang was absent from the roster of Kyoto's 9 illustrious families. Yet, this was of little consequence to him. Whatever her status elsewhere, it had no bearing on Yi Tian as long as she remained loyal to him. With a slight pout, he nonchalantly found a place to sit. 2 minutes later, Fang Shixue received a phone call. Yes, that's fine. Just make the reservation. All right, that settles it. After hanging up, she sent a message to Yi Tian. She shared the phone number of the restaurant, Huichun Shui, and subsequently sent him the address. After a brief pause, she added a string of numbers. This was the contact for Huichun Shui. As for the dinner menu, I have arranged for a Manchu Han imperial feast. What? Yi Tian was taken aback, momentarily stunned. A Manchu Han imperial feast? How much will that cost? Not much, just around 100,000. Fang Shixue shrugged, nonchalant. But there are only 3 of us. How could we possibly finish such a lavish feast? Don't worry, Long Chia and I will join as well. If there's any left over, Long Chia and I can take it home, Fang Shixue confidently proposed. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned again, realizing he had overlooked an important detail. He and Han Yubing, along with her esteemed professor, would certainly include Fang Shixue and Long Chia. The 2 of them, one scholarly and one martial, were his trusted allies. It would be inappropriate not to invite them, especially to honor the esteemed professor. Indeed, that makes sense. I must insist that Sister Fang joins us for dinner tonight. Yi Tian said, scratching his head. Fang Shixue gave a light hum, nodding in agreement. Chapter 150, Entrepreneurial Spirit? As evening descended, marking the dinner hour, Long Chia took the wheel. Fang Shixue and Yi Tian occupied the back seat. Long Chia was like a living map of the city. He navigated without the need for a GPS, effortlessly driving Yi Tian and Fang Shixue to the Huichun Shui restaurant. This establishment exuded an air of sophistication. Upon entering, one was greeted by the classic wooden loft architecture, with the interior predominantly adorned with high-quality timber walls. The central beam, due to a lack of suitable wood, was merely replaced with cement columns, elegantly encased in layers of cedar panels. This wooden cladding did not create a jarring effect. Instead, it harmoniously enhanced the restaurant's grandeur, imbuing it with a radiant charm. Only when Yi Tian was guided by Fang Shixue to the upstairs private room did he comprehend the source of the restaurant's opulence. Rather than merely a private room, it resembled a semi-open terrace. Spacious and airy, it was perfect for summer dining. Indeed, it was summer now. The terrace was adorned with a splendid screen, sufficiently shielding 3 sides, allowing guests to eat and drink without inhibition. If one desired, the screen could be removed, revealing a view of the verdant flora below, showcasing an array of exquisite plants. Yi Tian recognized no fewer than several dozen varieties among the flowers and greenery, illustrating the richness of the landscape. Naturally, throughout the seasons, blossoms would bloom and fade, creating a picturesque scene that epitomized earthly beauty. Should one visit during winter, the courtyard below featured a charming landscape reminiscent of a bridge adorned with remnants of snow. A modest artificial pond, difficult to categorize as either a lake or a pool, was graced with the beauty of a snow pavilion. In winter, one could sip a drink and step out onto the terrace, where the moonlight danced upon the snow and the breeze whispered through the pavilion, offering a sense of tranquil bliss. Yi Tian was thoroughly impressed and expressed his admiration to Fang Shixue, who simply smiled in response. Upon their arrival, the staff promptly prepared the meal. Soon after, an elderly gentleman accompanied by a young girl entered, the door opened by a waiting attendant rather than by their own hands. Bossy, the old man approached, seemingly acquainted with Yi Tian, and greeted him with a respectful gesture. Unfamiliar with such formalities, Yi Tian hurried forward to assist the elder. Please, sir, there is no need for such courtesy. It is I who am humbled, he said, inviting the pair to take their seats. Before we commence our meal, I must speak a word with you, Bossy. The elderly Professor Yang appeared to be a man of warmth. After glancing at Yi Tian, he sat down and opened up the conversation candidly. Yi Tian, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, could only nod in agreement. You see, due to the limited funding at the school, certain priorities must be established. Consequently, my project has yet to be allocated any financial support. As I pondered, I wondered if we could solicit Mr. Yi for a modest investment. Professor Yang spoke earnestly, casting a glance at Yi Tian, his sincerity perhaps veiling ulterior motives. Sincerity was indeed the right approach. Yi Tian was well aware of Professor Yang's intentions. He nodded repeatedly, understanding that with Professor Yang opening his mouth, he certainly wouldn't allow him to leave empty-handed. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Tian responded, "However, I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on the nature of the project and the required funding. We are working on a material capable of superconductivity at room temperature. This endeavor demands substantial financial backing, initially at least 100 million, and potentially escalating to several billion in the future," Professor Yang whispered. At this revelation, Yi Tian paused momentarily, recalling that it was his classmate, Han Yubing, who had developed such material. Of course, that was a matter of 7 or 8 years hence. At that time, once the material was acquired, years of confidentiality ensued until our nation reached the moon and established a lunar base, at which point the world became aware of this achievement. In truth, Yi Tian was informed about this development. It was a significant matter. He had not anticipated that Han Yubing's accomplishment was not solely her own, but rather a legacy inherited from Professor Yang. Prior to this, Han Yubing had likely made some discoveries of her own, but it was on the foundation laid by Professor Yang that she had created this remarkable material. Ultimately, the relationship with Han Yubing was profound, intertwined with that of Professor Yang. After all, such achievements cannot be viewed in isolation. In reality, who among them could claim sole credit? Moreover, before meeting the esteemed professor, Yi Tian was unaware of his identity, yet upon their introduction, he immediately recognized him. A few years prior, Yi Tian had caught a fleeting glimpse of this venerable figure on a television news segment, a brief mention of his passing. With such candid words from Professor Yang, I felt compelled to acquiesce. As for the initial investment, I have decided to contribute 500 million, followed by an additional 500 million every 6 months. What do you think, Professor Yang? Upon hearing the figure of 500 million, Han Yubing was momentarily taken aback. Initially, she had hoped that if Yi Tian could merely pledge a few million, it would be considered a gracious gesture. She had believed that would be his utmost effort. However, she never expected him to propose an investment of 500 million right off the bat, leaving her, who had never encountered such wealth, momentarily stunned and somewhat bewildered by the realization of her high school classmates' affluence. Had he truly reached such a level of success, becoming a billionaire? Such figures she had only ever seen on television. Ultimately, Han Yubing had not yet perceived herself as a future luminary of the highest order. Indeed, Mr. Yi is truly a remarkable individual, brimming with ambition. Professor Yang was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this young man had directly agreed to such a staggering sum. 500 million. What a monumental investment. The last time he secured research funding from the university, it was merely in the 30 million range. This young fellow boldly offered him 500 million upfront, with an additional 500 million every 6 months thereafter. To be candid, if he, an elderly man, were a tad more avaricious, he could easily embezzle 300 million from that amount, and it's likely no one would ever uncover the truth. The potential for manipulation in this scenario was vast. What does 500 million even represent? Yang Yuqing suddenly felt that if he did not devote himself to this research, he would be doing a disservice to the national entrepreneurs who dined with him that very evening. This young man must surely be one of them. Chapter 151. Negotiation. Regardless of Yang Yuqing's mental musings, the atmosphere in the room was electric with astonishment. Particularly affected was Fang Shishua, who accompanied Yi Tian to the Huichun Shui restaurant. She was utterly dumbfounded. A one-time investment of 500 million was astonishing enough. But the notion of receiving another 500 million every 6 months? Was Yi Tian envisioning himself as a deity of wealth? Fang Shishua instantly felt that bringing Yi Tian to such an extravagant establishment was an egregious waste. He was prepared to invest 500 million. Even if he treated someone to street food, they would surely be overjoyed. Yi Tian, do you truly possess such wealth? Han Yubing inquired cautiously, a hint of disbelief in her tone. I currently have over 10 billion. Allocating 500 million to Professor Yang is absolutely feasible, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, shrugging. If this material could be successfully developed, he would undoubtedly emerge as one of the primary beneficiaries, ensuring no losses would be incurred. Of course, this was contingent upon successful research. Others might hesitate to take such a gamble, but Yi Tian was cognizant that in the coming years, with Han Yubing's genius and the guidance of the aging Professor Yang, the development of this material was destined for triumph. It was akin to placing a bet with foreknowledge of the outcome. In this grand gamble, he was assured victory. However, this unwavering conviction was something Yi Tian could not articulate to Fang Shishue. Fang Shishue stood there, her expression one of bewilderment, her emotions uncharacteristically slipping from her grasp, revealing a flicker of discontent amidst her astonishment. Yi Tian, of course, had no idea how to console her, nor could he find a way to elucidate the significance of this endeavor to Tianji Investment Company. Perhaps, from this moment forward, Tianji Investment could ascend to become one of the most formidable technology companies in the world, transforming from a simple investment firm into something far more profound. Yet, Yi Tian found himself at a loss for words, unable to convey the magnitude of it all, and could only disregard Fang Shishue's discontent. Yi Tian, do you not regard me at all? What do you mean by not regarding you? Fang Shishue, unable to endure any longer, suddenly confronted Yi Tian during casual conversation at the gathering. Yi Tian lowered his voice, casting an awkward glance at Fang Shishue. Why did you decide to invest such a substantial sum in that old professor and his students without seeking my consent? Fang Shishue's tone was rather impolite as she expressed her discontent. To be candid, she had been exercising patience throughout, but human endurance has its limits. Frankly, no matter the circumstances, Fang Shishue could not simply ignore such a monumental investment. Her forthright expression of dissatisfaction caused Han Yubing, who had been sitting nervously beside her, to be momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She sat silently, too timid to utter a sound. Yi Tian sensed Han Yubing's discomfort, yet he found himself unable to comfort her. He needed to first address Fang Shishue. As for the old Professor Yang, he appeared completely unconcerned, maintaining a slight smile, embodying an attitude of detached indifference. This old professor had indeed mastered the art of inner tranquility to an extraordinary degree. Yi Tian, feeling helpless, looked at Fang Shishue and could not help but voice his thoughts. I have faith in my classmates and this esteemed professor. They will undoubtedly achieve groundbreaking results. Yi Tian asserted with unwavering conviction, each word resonating powerfully, akin to the tolling of a great bell. Fang Shishue was momentarily taken aback, her lips pursing, her expression turning icy. I cannot fathom your thoughts, but this matter is far more complex than you perceive. Fang Shishue shook her head lightly. Countless individuals, numerous scientists, and countless laboratories around the world have been striving to develop such materials. I cannot believe that an investment of 10 to 20 billion could lead to success. If it were that simple, it would not remain one of humanity's most confining challenges. Fang Shishue stated calmly. This was indeed a valid point. For while she could not foresee the future, Yi Tian could. He knew that ultimately, it would be Han Yubing who would bring this innovation to fruition. This would position the nation as the sole technological powerhouse in the new century, even transforming it into a global leader in science and technology. Within the next decade, the nation would emerge as the economic center of the world. By then, there would be ample opportunities for profit and growth, potentially allowing Yi Tian the chance to embark on interstellar travel before his time on this earth concludes. The mere thought of such a prospect was extraordinarily delightful. In truth, Yi Tian understood Fang Shishue's concerns. From her perspective, the likelihood of success in this endeavor appeared exceedingly slim. Ultimately, there exists a palpable lack of expectation within this endeavor. If the research can indeed come to fruition, any investment would be justified, yielding significant returns. However, the crux of the matter lies in the uncertainty of the future, which poses a challenge for Fang Shishue's belief. How could one trust that this grandfather-grandson duo, who are essentially teacher and student, could genuinely develop something that humanity has long coveted? To put it plainly, this situation is as it is. The contradiction here is not merely a financial one. In Yi Tian's perspective, investing in Professor Yang's research is a rational investment, a thoroughly sensible venture. Conversely, from Fang Shishue's viewpoint, it appears as though they are frivolously squandering the hard-earned money. Professor Yang, I have heard that you are a distinguished professor from Qingbei, a national pillar in the field of materials science, correct? Fang Shishue inquired, directing her gaze toward Yang Yuqing. At that moment, Yi Tian found himself momentarily bewildered. He had just begun to grasp that the core of their disagreement stemmed from their differing perceptions and insights. Yet now, Fang Shishue seemed to shift the focus of the contradiction toward the seemingly idle Yang Yuqing, who was enjoying his tea. Before Yi Tian could fully comprehend the situation, he sensed an undercurrent of disquiet. Just as he was preparing to pose a question to Fang Shishue, Yang Yuqing, who had been addressed by her, responded with an air of calmness. He nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am an academician at the School of Materials. I have devoted the greater part of my life to the service of my country. My aspiration is to develop this material, for once achieved. No one in this world will dare to show disrespect toward our nation's people. In essence, the emergence of this innovation would fortify the backbone of every citizen, allowing our descendants, a century hence, to proudly declare that their accomplishments are rooted in the strength of our great nation. Chapter 152. Negotiating terms. Fang Shishue was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to counter from an economic standpoint. However, Yang Yuqing had elevated the discourse to a level where monetary considerations were rendered insignificant. His intent was unmistakable. Should this endeavor succeed, it would benefit generations to come. If it fails, it would be a regretful demise. Such magnanimity, such fervor, stirred a flicker of uncertainty within Fang Shishue, a luminary in the financial realm. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment of doubt. She lifted her gaze, nodded, and did not dispute the significance of the material's development. Mr. Yang, I would like to inquire how long you believe the research will take and what the financial requirements will be, she asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course, the more funds available, the better. The timeline for development is uncertain. It could be as short as a few years or extend over a decade. Both scenarios are possible. Yang Yuqing replied candidly. He understood that while discussing figures in the realm of 500 million may sound effortless, the reality of procuring such sums is fraught with difficulty. If the pursuit of wealth were a simple matter, one would not find it so arduous to secure internal research funding from the Academy. Moreover, the maximum attainable amount would only reach several tens of millions, a mere drizzle in the grand scheme of things. When questioned, one would naturally respond with utmost candor, articulating every detail with precision. This transparency forms the bedrock of collaboration. Sincerity is the cornerstone and prerequisite of partnership. Otherwise, what distinguishes it from mere deception? Our company is prepared to allocate a total of $2.5 billion in funding to your research facility, distributed over the course of 2 years. Fang Shishue earnestly articulated her thoughts in their entirety. Very well, Yang Yuqing nodded in agreement. Whether further investments would follow depends on the actual research outcomes. Fang Shishue continued. Each syllable pronounced with remarkable clarity, and Yi Tian, seated nearby, listened attentively, comprehending Fang Shishue's intentions. She was negotiating terms with Yang Yuqing. Yang Yuqing maintained his smile, clearly in acceptance. Certainly, that poses no issue. He replied with unreserved openness. At this stage in his life, as a pillar of the nation, he had long since attained both fame and fortune. Having transcended worldly concerns, the only thing that stirred his once placid heart was the hope of being remembered by future generations. The desire for posthumous recognition is an inescapable aspect of human nature. Yang Yuqing, however, approached both Fang Shishue and himself with a sense of poise. In the future, I hope your research facility will welcome audits at any time, in any location, and in any form. Professor Yi, do you foresee any issues? None at all. Yang Yuqing smiled calmly. It was a jest, even though he could easily misappropriate research funds at his age. He had long since seen through the allure of fame and wealth. Ultimately, he was reluctant to leave this world burdened by the stigma of dishonesty. It was this integrity and elevated demeanor that brought him here to dine with Yi Tian and Fang Shishue. Excuse me, shall we begin serving the dishes now? Just as Yang Yuqing finished speaking, a waiter knocked and entered. Yes, please serve the dishes, Yi Tian replied with a cheerful smile, attempting to lighten the atmosphere, though with little effect. In truth, both Fang Shishue and Yang Yuqing remained unchanged, their demeanor steadfast. When the dishes arrived, a lavish banquet of 108 delicacies, adhering to the celestial and earthly harmonies, was presented. The food was of unparalleled quality, especially considering this was Huichengsu, one of Kyoto's premier restaurants. How could they possibly use anything but the finest ingredients? Subsequently, Fang Shishue and Yang Yuqing engaged in extensive conversation, reaching numerous mutual understandings, which caused Fang Shishue's expression to soften slightly. In the end, she even shared a couple of drinks with the elderly Yang Yuqing before suggesting it was time to disperse. Long Ke, having indulged to his heart's content, spoke exuberantly about the delightful meal during the drive home, showering praises. However, Yi Tian felt rather indifferent. On the way back, Fang Shishue did not utter a single word to him. Whenever Yi Tian attempted to strike up a conversation, Fang Shishue responded with an air of indifference. In truth, Yi Tian was acutely aware of her sentiments. After all, he had spent a considerable amount of money that Fang Shishue had earned through her diligent efforts. It was understandable for her to harbor grievances. After all, he was her employer, and respect was due. Yet, this time, there was no alternative. He had contemplated extensively and ultimately desired to contribute to the nation. Moreover, it wasn't as if he had lost everything. He believed it was still worthwhile to pursue this investment. The challenge lay in conveying to Fang Shishue that their endeavor would undoubtedly succeed. Would she believe him if he spoke of it? He, Yi Tian, had traversed from the future, possessing knowledge of Han Yubing and Yang Yuqing, who were destined to be renowned scientists in history. Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh. Sister Fang, you must trust me. I do not doubt you, Fang Shishue replied, gazing at him coolly. Her words, though lacking in warmth, did little to ease Yi Tian's anxiety. Ultimately, a subtle barrier lingered between them, one that could not be effortlessly dismantled. Yi Tian was no celestial being capable of seamless communication with Fang Shishue. After sitting in silence in the back seat for 2 minutes, the tranquil atmosphere was finally disrupted by the ringing of Fang Shishue's phone. She answered it with a Bluetooth headset, indicating it was an important call. Upon concluding the conversation, she turned to Yi Tian with a serious expression. What is it? Yi Tian asked, puzzled by her demeanor. Is something the matter? Nothing significant. I was merely curious. Do you happen to have a sister? Sister? Are you referring to Yi Ruoxuan? Yi Tian momentarily froze, perplexed. This so-called sister of his was, in fact, the mistress of his so-called brother, a person who had once plotted against him. He had never regarded her as a sister. In essence, that was the reality. Yet, Yi Tian found himself unable to share this with Fang Shishue. He had only mentioned previously that the relationship between the Yi family and himself was rather strained. In essence, the crux of the matter lies in the chasm that separates them. This insurmountable divide prevents Yi Tian from engaging in heartfelt conversations with Fang Shishue. Chapter 153, News of a Biological Sister. As for whether Fang Shishue had gleaned any information regarding his relationship with the Yi family or the various conflicts that had transpired, Yi Tian remained oblivious. Even if he were aware, it mattered little. What is the matter? Yi Tian inquired, casting a contemplative glance at Fang Shishue, who appeared to have gained a sense of composure. Fang Shishue regarded him intently, taking a deep breath. It's not the girl named Yi Ruoxuan, it's another one. I believe she is called Yi Xian, correct? She replied, shaking her head slightly. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, looking at Fang Shishue with a puzzled expression. He soon smiled in understanding. Yes, I do have a long-lost sister, one who went missing with me. The Yi family has yet to bring her back. He smiled at Fang Shishue as he spoke. Suddenly, it seemed he realized something, refocusing his gaze on her. Is there news about Yi Xian? This was, in a serious sense, apart from Jiang Yin, Jiang Nan, and Dongfang Hui, one of the few remaining loved ones in his life. If one were to set aside the Jiang couple and his sister Jiang Yin, Yi Xian would be his only remaining kin. Should news about this sister emerge, Yi Tian would undoubtedly seek to reconnect with her. To be reunited with family would be a splendid affair. Yes, there is a bit of news. Though I cannot be certain, Fang Shishue mused, a smile escaping her lips. My family's head, though you might not know who that is. You will soon enough, has recently come across a piece of insider information. She looked at Yi Tian as she spoke. This information has a certain connection to your long-lost sister. Would you like to know? Fang Shishue's approach was undeniably direct. How could Yi Tian possibly resist the allure of such news? Even if his sister wished to avoid recognizing him as her brother, he was keen to ascertain how she was faring. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate to forcibly draw her back to his side, as this would not only disrespect her adoptive parents, but also weigh heavily on his conscience. I wish to know, Fang Jia, please tell me. 100 million. Fang Shishue laughed, raising a single finger. 100 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Yi Tian was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to fathom such a proposition. One piece of information for 100 million? Are you certain this is genuine? He could not help but inquire. Of course it's true. There is no deceit here. It's merely a matter of your 100 million. Will you agree? Fang Shishue asserted with unwavering confidence. However, Yi Tian found himself hesitating. Indeed, the 100 million profit earned by the company will belong entirely to you. It is settled. Fang Shishue nodded in agreement. She then retrieved her phone, displaying a photograph on the screen. In her hand, she waved the image before Yi Tian. It featured an extraordinarily beautiful girl, her eyes gently downcast, standing by the coastline beneath the setting sun, gazing at her phone. The sea breeze tousled her hair, which shimmered with hues of color under the sunlight. Is this truly her? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, pointing at the screen, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Fang Shishue beside him. Yes. Upon returning to his rented apartment. As he prepared for sleep, Yi Tian felt as though fate had played an immense joke on him. The strikingly beautiful girl was, astonishingly, his own sister? What a farce. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Reluctantly, Yi Tian extracted his singing phone from beneath his pillow. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Lin Hongyu. President Yi, I apologize for calling you so late. Lin Hongyu's voice resonated brightly on the other end, seemingly filled with joy. President Yi, we have just finalized the release date for Auto Man, and the promotion for the two-dimensional game is in full swing, Lin Hongyu said softly. Yet, Yi Tian merely nodded in response, feeling little joy in this news. At that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the message regarding Yi Xian's discovery, which left him quite troubled. Nevertheless, he forced himself to muster some enthusiasm and feigned interest in Lin Hongyu's updates. Yes, keep it up. For the Auto Man cards, we have decided to adopt the same sales model as the previous water margin cards, both online and offline. Each Auto Man will be accompanied by 10 pure gold collectible cards, alongside 100 pure silver collectible cards. Lin Hongyu concluded his statement, and Yi Tian nodded, assuring him that he understood. However, he did not feel inclined to intervene further. This project would proceed step by step, and profits would inevitably follow. Not to mention, with a 45% stake in the venture, he was assured his fair share of the earnings. The secondary gaming company would undoubtedly yield profits as well. Perhaps, in due time, they might create a game that ranks first nationwide, which would indeed be a positive outcome. Very well, let us proceed as you suggested, Yi Tian affirmed. After much contemplation, he resolved to find a moment to have a heartfelt conversation with his sister, Yi Xian. That night, Yi Tian found it difficult to calm his restless mind and ultimately retired late. When he awoke the following day, it was already past 10 in the morning by the time he arrived at the company. Upon his arrival, Fang Shishue greeted him. You have arrived at the perfect moment. I am preparing to take a leave of absence, and I would appreciate your approval. How many days do you intend to take? Yi Tian yawned as he spoke. I'm not certain, perhaps 3 or 4 days initially. Fang Shishue replied before picking up her handbag and departing from the company. Yi Tian could only nod helplessly. There wasn't much for Fang Shishue to attend to at the moment, and after such an extended period, it was only reasonable for her to take leave and obtain a proper rest, which would ultimately benefit both her and the future endeavors of the company. Thus, it is settled. Farewell. Fang Shishue stood at the company's entrance, waving at Yi Tian within. Brother Yi, I too must request a day off today. Do you have matters to attend to as well? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, observing Long Chia as he approached. Yes, I have a few things to handle. Long Chia scratched his head and replied. Yi Tian could only chuckle. Then you should go too. It will be 3 or 4 days for you as well, correct? Indeed. Long Chia expressed his gratitude with a smile before grabbing his sunglasses and preparing to leave. Yi Tian turned to Long Chia. Take the car keys and drive yourself home. Long Chia paused momentarily, but shook his head. No, I want to be driving. Thank you, Brother Tian. With that, Long Chia dashed out of the company. Chapter 154, Reclaiming My Sister, Finale. Before the start of the school term, Yi Tian found a suitable moment and, after extensive inquiries, brought Han Yubing to the entrance of a grand estate. What brings you here? Han Yubing glanced up at the magnificent residence, feeling that it belonged to individuals far beyond her reach. She felt somewhat intimidated. In truth, Yi Tian also felt a twinge of trepidation. Coming to this place felt akin to seeking trouble. What if they were unreasonable? Moreover, he had no substantial evidence to support his presence here. He was merely drawn by Fang Shishue's words, which seemed rather impulsive. Yi Tian swallowed hard. It's all right. I have connections with the owner of this house. He reassured himself. Gazing at the imposing plaque of the Zhao residence, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. The Zhao family, the foremost among the illustrious families of the capital. They shared a bond with the Tian family that was unbreakable. They were akin to the esteemed Ning and Rong families from Dream of the Red Chamber. This was a family that towered over the capital, a clan no one dared to provoke. Standing beneath the plaque, Yi Tian felt diminutive in comparison. This place seemed to be the former abode of a prince of the previous dynasty, Han Yubing murmured. The architectural design is unlike any other courtyard. Such a vast and grand estate could never resemble an ordinary residential courtyard. Forget it. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Tian sighed as he ascended the stone steps and approached the entrance. Who are you looking for? A bodyguard immediately stepped forward to block their way. We are looking for Zhao Lingrua. We have some matters to discuss with him. You seek the third young master? The bodyguard paused momentarily, scrutinizing the two individuals before him. The man appeared decent, with a certain sense of style, yet the woman was rather unremarkable, dressed plainly, leaving her social status ambiguous. This presented a bit of a dilemma for the bodyguard. Logically, such guests would be unlikely to visit the Zhao residence. However, their ability to explicitly name the third young master warranted a notification. Nodding, the bodyguard instructed, "You two wait here and do not wander. I will inquire with the steward." With that, he hurried away from the entrance. Yet, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when a hearty laugh resonated. Impertinence. Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest of our Zhao family. How can we deny him entry? Zhao Lingrua's voice echoed, causing Yi Tian to pause in surprise. After all, he maintained a cordial demeanor. Zhao to Xiao, I apologize for the intrusion. I have some important matters to discuss with you today, and thus, I must impose as an unexpected guest. Zhao Lingrua smiled slightly, dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand. It is indeed our honor to host Mr. Yi at our humble abode. Please, come in. Zhao Lingrua excelled at superficial charm, a skill typically indicative of a deeply calculating mind. He was one of those rare individuals who, while possessing shrewdness, was not malevolent. This quality contributed to Yi Tian's favorable impression of him. Meanwhile, Fang Shishua chattered on, whispering in Yi Tian's ear about Zhao Lingrua being a good person, recounting how the Zhao family had historically provided aid during national crises, contributing resources and support for the common folk. Their reputation for standing up for the underprivileged was well known in elite circles, though those whom they had helped were often oblivious to the Zhao family's benevolence. Such modesty, coupled with a demeanor that shunned public adulation, only served to enhance their esteem. The Zhao family remained a figure of respect. Thank you, young Master Zhao. Yi Tian smiled as he followed him into the Zhao residence. After navigating numerous twists and turns, they finally entered the living room and took their seats. Once settled, Zhao Lingrua turned to the young lady who had followed them, Han Yubing. And who might this young lady be? Ah, this is my dear friend. We were high school classmates, and she is now a freshman at Qingbei University, Yi Tian explained. Oh, I see. You are the Han Yubing who recently stirred quite a commotion in Jinling, correct? Zhao Lingrua acknowledged with a nod, followed by a smile. I recall that it was Guan who initially stepped forward to help you resolve the insatiable greed of the Yi family. Yi Tian's face flushed slightly, and he could only nod in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is so. Furthermore, Ms. Han has also graced us with her presence today, which truly elevates the ambience of our humble abode. As Zhao Lingrua spoke, he waved his hand to signal for tea to be prepared. Yi Tian glanced around and noticed that there were few people at home. It seemed that the Zhao residence was rather quiet today, with not many present. With this thought, Yi Tian cleared his throat softly and turned to Zhao Lingrua. Young Master Zhao, I have a matter I wish to consult you about, seeking your insight into its veracity. I am not Sun Wukong, blessed with the ability to discern truth from falsehood. How could I possibly assist you in that regard? Zhao Lingrua replied, casually crossing his legs and smiling. Do share. If I possess any knowledge on the subject, I shall disclose it fully. Zhao Lingrua cast a glance at Yi Tian before breaking into a smile. Yi Tian felt his heart settle a bit. I heard from the financial director at my company that there is some inside information regarding the current situation of my lost sister. As he spoke, Yi Tian couldn't help but observe Zhao Lingrua's facial expressions. However, Zhao Lingrua appeared composed, listening earnestly to Yi Tian. Yes, I am listening. Please, continue, President Yi. Zhao Lingrua lifted the freshly served tea, gently blowing on it but not taking a sip. It has come to my attention that my sister, whose birth name is Yi Xian, is currently residing at the Zhao residence, adopted by your family, and is now known as Zhao Xingyi. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and continued. Zhao Lingrua nodded slightly. After taking a delicate sip of tea, he slowly turned his gaze back to Yi Tian. Indeed, you are correct. Zhao Lingrua stated matter-of-factly. What you say is true. My sister, Zhao Lingrua, is indeed Yi Xian. When we adopted her, we verified this matter. At that time, the Zhao family believed that the Yi family had committed numerous misdeeds over the years. Sooner or later, there would be a day of reckoning. We could not bear to return Zhao Xingyi, your sister Yi Xian, to the Jinling Yi family. I believe this was the most significant and righteous decision we made. Zhao Lingrua nodded thoughtfully. Upon hearing Zhao Lingrua's unreserved acknowledgement, Yi Tian's heart raced, and in a moment of excitement, he nearly leapt from his seat. Then, may I still reunite with my sister? Yi Tian inquired, adding, of course, with the Zhao family's consent. Certainly, Zhao Lingrua replied with a gentle smile. Ultimately, Zhao Lingrua did not impose any difficulties on Yi Tian. Yi Tian followed Zhao Lingrua into the depths of the Zhao estate. There, in a floral pavilion, sat a girl of exquisite beauty, her demeanor as frosty as winter, engrossed in a gaming console. Miss Zhao, Yi Tian began, uncertain of what to say. Zhao Xingyi lifted her gaze to meet his. I am already aware, she replied coolly. The calmness in his tone was almost surreal. Yi Tian found himself at a loss for words, swallowing everything he wished to articulate. I have also heard about the matters concerning the Yi family. Zhao Xingyi sighed, setting aside the gaming console, and turned her gaze towards Yi Tian. I truly support you, Yi Tian, dear brother. Upon hearing this, the term brother from Zhao Xingyi struck Yi Tian's heart like a ray of light. Yet, I cannot have you as my only brother. Of course, Yi Tian promptly nodded, smiling, for Zhao Gongzi has treated you so well, and over these years, I have also had a sister. Zhao Lingrua chuckled lightly. Well then, congratulations to my sister for reclaiming her biological brother today. You must visit often. As Zhao Lingrua spoke, she gestured to Zhao Xingyi. It was only then that Zhao Xingyi stood up somewhat awkwardly and embraced Yi Tian. Since the Jiang family has been so unreasonable, allow me to share a piece of news with you. Zhao Lingrua suddenly smiled, looking at Yi Tian. Your adoptive father, Jiang Nan, is the maternal younger brother of the head of the esteemed Jiang family in Kyoto. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback. Time flies. A year later, Tianji Investment emerged as a renowned investment firm in Kyoto, and Jiang Yin gained admission to Qingbei. When Yi Tian, accompanied by Zhao Xingyi, or rather Yi Xian, arrived at the 30 million villa he purchased for Jiang Yin, Jiang Nan, Dongfang Hui, and Jiang Yin were all at home. Quite impressive young man. Jiang Nan chuckled, patting Yi Tian on the shoulder. Dad, from now on, our family shall never be apart again. Indeed, we shall remain united. Sister Xingyi, please have a seat. Jiang Yin chimed in, pulling Zhao Xingyi down to sit. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Yi Tian opened the door to find Zhao Lingrua, Fang Shixue, Long Chia, and Han Yubing, each holding cakes, various gifts, and sparkler sticks at the entrance. Zhao Lingrua exclaimed, Come, let us wish our Xingyi and boss Yi a happy birthday. Bang. Everyone chimed in unison, twirling the sparklers. Streamers filled the air. The end.